Chapter 1. How did I end up in another world? This was the 10th day of Jiang Ning's arrival at the end of the world. When the wake-up bell rang, Jiang Ning got up skillfully and followed the crowd to wash up in line. Then she went to the hospital to wash gauze. Wash faster. We have to finish washing these things before the water and electricity stop, said the leading woman. Both the water and land here were contaminated. Even after multiple filtrations, the water still had a hint of yellowish brown. The soil and water contained poison. Most seeds couldn't survive, and people could only eat specially made rations. Drinking this water would accumulate toxins in the body, and it was common for people to faint while walking. Therefore, the hospital was always the busiest place. 10 days ago, Jiang Ning was still a college entrance exam candidate. However, that day's sun was too strong, and her physical condition was too weak. She fainted on the street for several hours without being helped and ultimately died on the first day of the college entrance exam. Hurry up. If you keep working like this, the patients will die before you finish washing the gauze. The helper women, who were holding the gauze, directly threw it into Jiang Ning's basin. Water splashed all over her face. The woman continued cursing. You can't even finish such a small task, and you're wasting food. Then she sat down on one side to cool herself off with a fan. It's getting hotter and hotter, Sister Zhong. Have some water. Don't tire yourself out. A sycophant filled a cup of water from the pot and bowed low as they handed it to the woman called Sister Zhong. You are considerate. Sister Zhong nodded contentedly, then immediately changed her tone and shouted loudly at the workers, if you don't know how to live, at least do your job properly. Wash quickly. There is an assigned quota today. Whoever doesn't finish will not get food tonight. The same sycophant was also fanning Sister Zhong. Isn't it because of Sister Zhong that you all get to wash gauze? You'd otherwise be helping in the cafeteria, which is tiring and hot. 3 or 4 people collapse every day there. No one dared to oppose her. Although everyone needed to work as helpers, the choice of workers was entirely decided by responsible leaders like Sister Zhong. Most of those chosen had bribed her in some way, thus receiving lighter duties compared to others. Washing gauze in the summer was indeed more comfortable than other assignments. Handing over one's work to someone else and feeling proud about it, ChempF. Jiang Ning, resentful, saw that Sister Zhong often gave her own tasks to her because Jiang Ning looked weak and easy to bully. Jiang Ning frequently missed meals due to the unfinished gauze, making her already frail body increasingly precarious. Maybe because the surroundings were too quiet, Sister Zhong heard these words and immediately became furious. What did you say? What did you say? If it weren't for my kindness giving you a job, you'd have died somewhere long ago and no one would have known, and now you dare to complain. She kicked Jiang Ning's basin to vent her anger. Jiang Ning lost her balance, and both she and the basin fell to the ground. Her vision blurred, and she felt excruciating pain in her head. Blood or water covered her face as her consciousness gradually faded away, just like before the college entrance exam. Oh no, I didn't touch her. She fell on her own. Sister Zhong hurriedly tried to distance herself from responsibility upon seeing the fall. No one looked up. Everyone concentrated on washing the gauze, as if what had fallen wasn't a person but merely a basin. Am I going to die again? This was Jiang Ning's last thought before she lost consciousness. Scanning host. Detecting dangerously low life force. Repairing. What was this voice? Jiang Ning's consciousness slowly returned. Repair completed. Administering nutritional fluids. Jiang Ning slowly opened her eyes and found Sister Zhong looking at her in terror. Through Sister Zhong's eyes, Jiang Ning realized she was likely trying to come up with an excuse for the inspection group. Seeing Jiang Ning regain consciousness within 3 minutes confirmed her belief that she was fine. Thus, Sister Zhong quickly regained her haughty demeanor. Don't pretend to be dead when you're fine. Scared me half to death. Get up and start working immediately. Sister Zhong never considered taking her to the hospital, even though they were already in the hospital lobby. Jiang Ning lifted her head, glanced around at the numb people working nearby, wiped her hands, and reflected on the loneliness of her previous life when no one came to help. Overwhelmed with melancholy, she turned to Sister Zhong and declared, I quit, before leaving the hospital in anger. Are you rebelling? Sister Zhong angrily leaped, yet Jiang Ning's current gaze was too intimidating. Knowing she had already acted wrongly, she now dared not hinder Jiang Ning. A new mission, own your own shop. Jiang Ning walked far ahead until almost no one remained around her. Once more, another sound echoed inside her brain, making her realize this was the same presence that saved her life. Who are you? Jiang Ning questioned curiously. I am the first technology of the new era 50,000 years from now. Culinary System 421. My main job is creating gourmet foods and collecting cultural data from ancient times. A mechanical voice responded with a tone of self-satisfaction. So it was a future technology that seemed somewhat arrogant. It meant she was now an ancient person. Though initially surprised, Jiang Ning soon accepted it calmly, thinking of the history of China spanning thousands of years. For her, anyone from 2,000 years ago was ancient, and this reality suddenly didn't seem so alien anymore. While the system had issued a mission requirement, Jiang Ning sat on the ground contemplating her future path. After all, survival was the most important thing. Even with the system's assistance, if she herself were to die, it would all be useless. Since she couldn't continue working in the base and had received a mission from the system, why not try going to the wasteland area? The base propagated daily that due to sparse population, the wastelands only had basic wire fencing installed. According to base regulations, those who voluntarily went to the wastelands for development could still collect daily rations as usual, and all reclaimed land would belong to individuals. It suited her quite well. Even if it were hard work, at least she'd be laboring for herself. Jiang Ning took the application form and asked around until she reached the living department. Without even looking up, the front desk staff told Jiang Ning, "This isn't under our jurisdiction. You should ask at the military department." Their passing the buck attitude was no different from peacetime. Jiang Ning went from the living department to the military department and then to the construction department, almost stopping by the science department and the political department as well. It was getting dark when Jiang Ning finally obtained a construction permit for the wastelands from the planning team at the construction department. "Isn't it just a shop? All right, I'll find one for you." Jiang Ning gritted her teeth and trudged forward despite her exhaustion, heading towards the wastelands to search for an appropriate spot. "Wow, you've got real guts coming to the wastelands alone. Go ahead, don't say I didn't warn you. The wastelands have nothing at all. Zombies outside the iron fence are howling like mad, and people inside aren't easy to deal with either. Be careful tonight and shout if there's trouble. Patrol groups also come around at night." The wasteland guard, noticing Jiang Ning looked only 17 or 18 years old, kindly warned her not to get robbed by the local toughs. "Thank you." Jiang Ning, preoccupied with her mission, expressed gratitude and hurried into the wastelands to find a suitable location. Upon entering the wastelands, she was met with suspicious and ill-intentioned stares. However, these people had their own things to do, and with patrol groups nearby, none dared to make a move yet. But come nighttime, anything could happen. Chapter 2, The Stout Man. There were quite a few people in the wasteland area. Wherever Jiang Ning passed, any relatively intact houses showed signs of habitation. Taking advantage of the sun not setting yet, Jiang Ning walked down 2 streets before finding a self-built house that was still in relatively good condition. The house had 3 floors. The first floor, which was probably once a living room, was spacious and simple. The second and third floors were bedrooms and bathrooms, with a small terrace at the very top. It was clear this was a wealthy person's house during peacetime. Behind the house was a large yard where trees might have grown before but had been cut down, leaving it now full of broken walls and ruins. "All right, this place will do." Jiang Ning, satisfied with the single-family home, began tidying up the debris, aiming to prepare a sleeping area before nightfall. Patrol groups occasionally passed by various places, so there wasn't much worry about being robbed on the first day. There weren't many things left in the house, they'd mostly been scavenged by survivors already. Now all that needed cleaning was dust and construction waste. This place was perfect except for its remoteness. It was only separated from the iron fence by a wall, which explained why no one came here. If the fence broke, there wouldn't be enough time to run. Jiang Ning first carved Jiang's home on the door with shards of glass and then started leisurely cleaning the living room. A sense of ceremony was still necessary. Ding, mission completed. The host owns a shop. Reward, food buns. New mission, receive 1 positive review. The poorly timed voice of 421 startled Jiang Ning a bit. By sheer luck, he'd completed the reward and initiated the system. Unable to resist, Jiang Ning threw his head back and laughed loudly. "Haha, I won't starve." "Would you like to collect the steamer?" asked 421. "Of course. A couple of buns right now would go well." Jiang Ning vigorously nodded, as if he could already smell the aroma of the buns. In the blink of an eye, a square table appeared in front of him, with a 3-tiered steamer on it. Regardless of whether it was hot or not, Jiang Ning opened the lid, grabbed a bun, and stuffed it into his mouth. It wasn't hot. The warm buns smelled of meat, with oil dripping down after the first bite. Future black technology, smokeless and flameless, yet maintaining the most suitable eating temperature, 421's mechanical voice explained. After eating 3 or 4 buns, Jiang Ning sat on the ground, patting his stomach and emitting a contented sigh. Delicious. Ding, task complete, received 1 positive review. Reward, unlimited supply of buns. Your affirmation is our motivation. Such words reminded Jiang Ning of those boasting advertisements he used to see on TVs in food chain stores. Not bothering to rest, 421 issued new tasks. New tasks. Task 1, attract 3 diners, 30. Task 2, obtain 3 positive reviews, 30. Task 3, renovate the shop. Ayo. Zombies outside the iron fence seemed to have smelled the aroma and kept banging against the fence. With nothing better to do, Jiang Ning went to the fence and tossed a bun in front of the zombie. "We were all human beings when we were alive. Stop roaring. Eat my bun, and we'll be neighbors." The zombies didn't care what Jiang Ning was saying. They picked up the bun and tore into it with their mouths. The taste was average, just a little meat flavor, but at least there was something in their stomachs. The zombie stopped howling and raised a hand, signaling Jiang Ning to continue feeding them. This zombie was rather interesting, so Jiang Ning tossed another bun. "Don't bash the fence anymore once you're full." Only this one zombie among the group ate the bun. The zombie that ate the bun seemed to be thinking about something, leading the other zombies away after eating and continuing to crash the fence elsewhere. Could he really have understood what I said? Jiang Ning was somewhat surprised watching the departing zombies. "Mommy, when did this group of zombies come here?" Someone nearby, seeing the sudden arrival of a crowd of zombies, ran off in fright. Ding, unlock hidden diner, unlock zombie package, complete 3 positive reviews. After finishing 3 positive reviews, the system immediately sent another message. Ding, completed hidden mission, return customers, completed task 2, reward, a set of takoyaki. Unlimited supply of takoyaki. New tasks. Task 1, attract 3 diners, 3-0. Task 2, get 10 positive reviews, 10-0. Task 3, renovate the shop. This time, Jiang Ning didn't plan to chase after positive reviews. Sorting out his internal affairs, eating until full, then going to sleep was the priority. It gradually got dark, and the zombies outside the electric grid became extremely active, continuously crashing against the grid, trying to break through. As soon as they touched the grid, their flesh smoked under the electricity, making the zombies roar madly. Jiang Ning finished tidying up the last bit of trash, looking at the already wrecked lock, and asked 421 tentatively. Does our system have a rookie protection period? Yes, finding the host requires a lot of energy, so we have a 1-week newbie protection period, but it is limited to inside the shop. Then, does this mean that for the next week, as long as I stay in the shop, people outside can't harm me? Yes, there's also a security system at night to prevent anyone from entering. That was great. Thinking about the people he'd seen earlier in the day, Jiang Ning finally felt at ease. Now he didn't have to worry about them coming to rob him in the middle of the night, and if the zombies broke through the electric grid, he wouldn't be killed instantly. Man is iron, food is steel. After eating the most sumptuous meal he'd had in a long time, Jiang Ning drifted off to sleep happily. Sure enough, someone smelled the fragrance from earlier in the day and couldn't resist trying their luck. What if the lock was broken? That smells good. Lee brother, how does this little lass have such delicious food? The man speaking was thin, with shifty eyes, a pointed nose, and a hunched back, addressing the man beside him. She's just a girl, hey. Alright, we'll grab some food and leave. Don't mess around, you're hunchbacked and crooked-hearted. If the inspection team happens to patrol here, both of us will end up on the farm planting field. Brother Lee shoved the hunchback, signaling him to unlock the door quickly. The hunchback checked under the cover of darkness. The lock is broken, we can just go straight in. Let's listen to you, grab the food, and leave. They pushed the door gently, trying not to disturb anyone inside. Huh, that's strange, it won't budge. Brother Lee was very confused. Was something propping the door shut from the inside? Try again. This time they used more force, but still couldn't push the door open. Lee brother, this is getting weird. Should we break it down? It's only a little girl inside anyway. Even if we fought, she couldn't win against us too. The hunchback continued to hatch his evil thoughts. The scent kept wafting out from under the door, stirring the worms in their stomachs. Eventually, greed overcame reason. Fine. Brother Lee gritted his teeth. I'll count to 3, and we crash the door. 123. Using all their strength, they charged at the door but unexpectedly bounced right back. Oh. Both sat on the ground rubbing their backsides. What fools. This month was the 3rd patrol group checking the wasteland zone. To ensure no zombies were left unchecked, the base sent 1 team every month to patrol the area. The patrol team's here. Run. Brother Lee and the hunchback took off running upon hearing the voice. But how could they outrun the patrol team? Before they'd even run 100 meters, they were caught and taken back to the guardhouse for questioning. Jiang Ning, who slept soundly inside, had no idea what was happening outside. Under the protection of the system, not a single sound reached her ears. So she slept soundly without dreams until the bright daylight. Jiang Ning woke naturally, stretched her arms, and lazily got up to scoop herself a bowl of Odin, slowly sipping the soup and chewing. At this moment, a stout man walked into the shop. What is this? The man asked. Jiang Ning looked at the bald man in front of her, a man full of muscles, half naked except for a simple pair of shorts. His exposed skin was covered in scars, which made her feel afraid. 421, didn't you say there's a rookie protection period? How did this man get in? Her voice trembled as she instinctively stepped backward, fumbling around for anything to defend herself. Don't worry, no hostility detected, 421 said calmly. But how could anyone feel safe with a man dressed like this? What is this? The man became impatient, asking again. Jiang Ning searched everywhere but found nothing, then started trembling, suddenly falling to her knees. Big brother, take whatever you want. I haven't seen anything. Just please don't hurt me. Whatever you ask, I'll comply. Her eyes brimmed with tears as she spoke non-stop in a rush. The stout man first appeared bewildered, then realized her mistake, thumping the doorframe. What kind of person do you think Xingxiong, I'm nothing like those lowlifes. Everything I wear and eat, I've earned with my own hand. Chapter 3, the patrol team arrives. The threshold vibrated, and the dust on it fell off. Jiang Ning became even more frightened, but from this man's words, it seemed he wasn't here to rob. I'm sorry big brother, as you know, the wasteland is so chaotic, I'm too scared as a weak woman. Look, there's soup, meat, and buns here. Whatever you like, feel free to take a bit. The large man didn't enter, seeming to realize that his appearance was indeed intimidating. He craned his neck to look at the food in the pot. Do you have anything plainer? I've been eating meat every day, almost ready to throw up. And that welfare porridge, it's so bad for the throat, can't be eaten. TMPH, some people don't even get enough welfare porridge, while others live by hunting and eat meat daily. There are significant disparities in living standard. There. Look, I have radishes, kelp, fish meat, pork, and even konjac. How about I serve you some to try? Seeing how considerate the big man was, Jiang Ning calmed down and wasn't as afraid anymore. Okay, give me several kinds, it's time for a change of flavor. At the sound of Jiang Ning's willingness to share food, the big man laughed heartily, causing another shower of dust to fall. Jiang Ning quickly packed the canton sui and watched the big man take the first bite. The 3-0 of her diner task then changed to 3-1. Haha, this is delicious. Much better than my roasted meat. Another bowl. After finishing the soup, the big man handed the bowl back to Jiang Ning, who served another one. Delicious. Here, take this as payment for the meal. As the big man ate, he tossed a knife towards Jiang Ning. It wasn't very large, but it was sharp, quite heavy for Jiang Ning. Young girl, you must be cautious. It's not safe here. You need to live longer. I want to come back for more food. My name is Xing Xiong, and I live in the house on the street in front of yours. Find me if anything happens. Xing Xiong wiped his mouth and left with big strides. Sigh, business is tough. Finally relaxing completely, Jiang Ning sat on the ground, feeling like she just survived a crisis. Don't be afraid. If I say it's safe, it's absolutely safe. Can ancient humans really not trust the technology of the new era? Although 421 had remained silent before, he spoke now. Most bases operate on barter systems. Trading 2 bowls of canton sui for a knife wasn't a bad deal for Jiang Ning. Host, would you like to upload the knife? Collecting ancient items has rewards. Is that so? Let's check. Unable to properly wield the weapon herself, Jiang Ning decided to hand it over to 421 to see what kind of reward it could bring. Scanning. Identifying. Identification complete. Reward points 230. Jiang Ning was utterly confused. What's the basis for the evaluation? Since Jiang Ning was an ancient person, not understanding new technology was normal. So 421 patiently explained, we evaluate its value based on its worth, craftsmanship, and materials. This knife is merely an ordinary mass-produced tool from your era. Since it's an ancient item, we'll create a corresponding encyclopedia entry, hence giving a preliminary reward. Once the entry is established, depending on click rates by future generations, additional rewards will be distributed accordingly. 1 click equals 1 point. So what can these points do? Jiang Ning asked further. Points can be used in the mall for redemption. Saying this, the system activated the mall interface. Jiang Ning's eyes sparkled at the variety of goods displayed. After much deliberation, she decided to check out weapons first. Isn't this the same as the knife from earlier? Why is it only worth 100 points? Looking at the product page for a finely forged blade, which claimed to cut hair as smoothly as mud and was resistant to wear, Jiang Ning found it odd. This is a product of our new age industry. Our alchemical technology surpasses yours greatly. Some of the items made on our production lines may even count as your high quality or even premium goods. After 421's explanation, Jiang Ning understood clearly. Redeem. She thought she still needed a weapon, and once the beginner phase was over, at least she'd have something to ensure her safety. Jiang Ning continued browsing the mall, and before she knew it, it was already noon. Hey, not finished yet. It was the guard who reminded her yesterday to be careful. Regaining awareness, seeing it was him, Jiang Ning hastily grabbed a few buns and shoved them into the guard's arms. Brother, why have you come? Haven't eaten yet, right? Here, have a couple of buns. Jiang Ning believed in giving back to those who showed her kindness. Hihi, well then, I won't hesitate. The guard accepted without declining. I'm here to register you. Taking a bite of the bun, the soft dough wrapped around the meat filling. The guard took a big bite, letting the grease drip from his mouth. Wow, not bad at all. I haven't seen any oil in a long time. While eating, the guard took out a sign and hung it outside the door. This is an officially certified sign indicating that someone lives here. Alright, call out loud if you need help. There are patrol teams 24 hours a day here. With 2 tough customers in a row, those who had been eyeing Jiang Ning's little shop dared not make a move for the time being. However, regular folks were boldly coming over. Boss, how do we exchange for food? As long as you don't bring trash, basically anything goes. The more valuable the item, the more food you can get. As Jiang Ning finished speaking, someone arrived with several books to trade for food. Boss, I'll trade for a few buns. Boss, I'd like a bowl of soup. Boss, boss. For a moment, Jiang Ning's small shop was filled with shouts and calls, as she frantically packed up food. But inevitably, there were some taking advantage of the chaos, some sneaking away with extra buns, others quietly stealing a few meat skewers. What are all of you doing here? Don't you know gatherings are forbidden in the wasteland? Who will take responsibility if zombies are attracted? A deep and angry roar sounded, instantly silencing the lively crowd. Officer, we're just trading for food here. Is that illegal? A few smooth talkers were quick to speak up. Huh? Trading food or stealing it? The officer gave a scornful laugh. I recognize you repeat offenders. Trading. We've already given the items to the boss. I'm leaving now, officer, see you. A few guilty ones quickly departed. You all, form a line. Come one by one. The man trailing behind the officer started organizing the queue. Don't shout, don't gather, be cautious about attracting zombies. Seeing the soldiers had arrived, People naturally queued up, and Jiang Ning's pressure decreased significantly. "Hey, Captain, this place smells great. Why don't we go inside and see what they're selling?" The man flattered the officer. The officer himself was also quite curious about what could cause such a frenzy. "Alright, let's check." With that, he strode into Jiang Ning's little shop. Chapter 4, Discovered. Jiang Ning was busy when she glanced up and saw a man in a black uniform. The man had a tall, slim figure with a belt at his waist that held a large knife. He sported a clean-cut short haircut, and under his thick eyebrows were bright, peach blossom eyes. His solid and powerful build made him look like a true man. "Hello, is there something I can help you with?" Jiang Ning became a little lost in thought. This handsome man was the first of his kind she'd ever seen. "Hello, my name is Song Yin, captain of Team 3, and this is Liu Qiao, my teammate." Song Yin gave a brief introduction. Song Yin observed Jiang Ning. She was thin and small but very delicately featured, exuding a sense of warmth. "Boss, what do you sell here?" Liu Qiao had eyes only for the food. Buns, some meat skewers, and such. Liu Qiao swallowed hard but dared only to feast his eyes as long as the captain was still around. "Boss, we don't have anything to trade, but would it be alright if we work for you instead?" Song Yin spoke first, also curious about the delicious smell wafting from the kitchen. "Alright, the upstairs and the yard behind haven't been cleaned yet. You can take care of them, and I'll make sure you eat your fill." Initially reluctant, Jiang Ning finally agreed since she couldn't finish the workload alone and preferred entrusting the task to soldiers. They got to work immediately, Song Yin and Liu Qiao going upstairs to carry waste while Jiang Ning kept serving customers amidst constant system announcements of completed tasks playing in her mind. People outside could only see the two officers coming in and out, helping Jiang Ning move the waste materials, and they were greatly surprised. "Isn't this girl affiliated with official circles? Why are these two officers working for her?" "I saw it too. That's Captain Song, leader of Team 3 elite squad. This girl must have connections. If she has such backing, should we act against her tonight? Are you an idiot? Even Captain Song does manual labor here. Do you think we stand a chance?" The rumors spread and grew more exaggerated by the moment. After sending off the last customer, Jiang Ning invited the two men to sit down. "Officers, help yourselves to whatever you like." "I won't hesitate then." Liu Qiao was thrilled knowing that he could eat to his heart's content, which made his work unusually efficient. Both took bowls, ladled some soup, and started eating, a bite of meat followed by a bite of bun. "Is this a fine-grained steamed bun? And the meat, isn't it pork?" Song Yin asked casually. Jiang Ning didn't know the source of the meat, but all buns were made from refined flour. Who would use coarse grains to make buns? Liu Qiao, ignorant of the intricacies, munched happily and told Jiang Ning, "Boss, the third floor and the courtyard are not yet cleaned. After my shift tonight, I'll continue helping you." And while speaking, he continued to stuff himself with buns. Song Yin asked meaningfully, "Boss, this meat, it's not easy to come by. I don't see you raising any animals." This question nearly choked Jiang Ning. She took a sip of soup to soothe her throat, unsure of how to respond to Song Yin's pointed questions. Each sentence hit right on target, indicating this wasn't an easy person to fool. "There are ways, plenty of resources outside the iron net. If you focus, you'll always find ingredients." Jiang Ning evaded answering directly. Song Yin tore off a piece of the bun crust, placed it into his mouth, and chewed slowly. "Fair enough. By the way, do you have water? My clothes are soaked with sweat. Would you mind if I borrowed some water to wash, and perhaps some fire to dry them?" Jiang Ning suddenly felt a chill run down her spine. She tensed up in an instant. What if Song Yin found out about the system? If he knew about the unlimited supply of food, would she be dissected? Song Yin looked at Jiang Ning's immediate defense posture and found it amusing. This petite girl wasn't at all intimidating when tense, resembling more of a puffed-up cat. Before the apocalypse, no one believed in zombies. Before the serum research, no one thought the infected could be saved. There are countless miracles in this world, aren't there, boss? Song Yin's eyes sparkled teasingly as he subtly hinted at something toward Jiang Ning. In this world after the apocalypse, nothing remains permanently unchanging. As long as you're strong, everything depends on your say-so. However, having just raw power without protection makes it easier to attract unwanted attention. What are you talking about? Boss has such amazing skills. Who wouldn't want this? With welfare grain tasting so good, I could bankrupt the entire base eating like this. Liu Qiao grabbed another fishball skewer. Aren't these already finished? Nah, probably wrong. Here I go again. Song Yin was right. She was currently too weak to protect herself. Once the newbie protection period ended, Jiang Ning would become fish meat waiting to be carved on a chopping block. Seeing Jiang Ning deep in thought, Song Yin smiled slightly. "Boss, are you interested in learning some self-defense techniques?" He then glanced at the buns a couple of times. Having gone through 9 years of compulsory education, Jiang Ning instantly understood Song Yin's intention. "If you don't mind, I'd be willing to provide Captain Song with unlimited food in exchange for some self-defense techniques that might help me stand my ground in this wasteland." Deal. Having achieved his goal, Song Yin tugged at Liu Qiao, who was still shoving radishes into his mouth. Instantly, Liu Qiao put down his bowl, stood up, and gave Jiang Ning a military salute. "Boss, we need to continue patrolling. When I switch shifts later tonight, I'll bring the team over for dinner and give you your basic lesson. Song Yin and Liu Qiao left, leaving Jiang Ning with a great deal of unease. He was right. Treasures often lead to trouble. This is a post-apocalyptic world where resources are scarce. Even if the source of her food could be reasonably explained, the self-heating tools could not be. Song Yin can see it, others will surely also notice. System 421, can you modify the cooking equipment? After all, this is the apocalypse era, not everyone can accept your high-tech. You're right. It's my oversight. What would you prefer, an electrical or fire-based setup? System 421 admitted its mistake sincerely. Food replenishment will only happen with your approval from now on. Fire-based then. There was plenty of wood in the wood town, making this less suspicious. In an instant, stoves appeared under the steamers and next to the hot pot tables. Jiang Ning took a look and was very satisfied. All tasks have been completed, shall we claim the reward? System 421 asked again. Yes. What is the reward? Reward sending. Reward, steamed buns, unlimited. Reward, soy milk, unlimited. All these rewards were satisfying staples, indeed the system didn't disappoint. Jiang Ning closed the door and poured herself a cup of soy milk from the reward bucket, savoring it contentedly. It's even cold. If only I had a cold soy milk last time, I wouldn't have suffered from heat stroke. Jiang Ning still couldn't let go of her death from her previous life. Host, don't dwell on the past. With me here, surviving in the apocalypse should be effortless. Think more about expanding our business. System 421's words provided Jiang Ning some solace. Chapter 5, The First Training. Apart from her poor physical condition, the system's maw was almost omnipotent. As long as she could get enough points, self-preservation wouldn't be a problem. Jiang Ning's inner voice also reached the system, and 421 timely reminded her. The host can't rely on the maw alone, points will eventually run out. You still need to toughen yourself. This statement woke Jiang Ning up. She thought it over and realized that she needed to put exercising her body on the agenda sooner rather than later. After being busy for a noon, Jiang Ning was also hungry, and quickly stuffed a steamed bun and a bowl of soup into her mouth. Still not full, she then ate all the meatballs of a Guangdong dish. How did I seem to notice that my appetite has increased? And I don't feel as tired doing work as I used to. Jiang Ning almost immediately noticed the changes in her body. Correct. As ingredients provided by the new century, they contain a lot of energy. Long-term or large consumption can build strength and improve health. Since you are this system's host, this enhancement is doubled. There was an undeniable pride in 421's tone. All right. Regardless, let me sleep after I'm full. We also need to entertain Captain Song tonight. After uploading all the items she received today to the system, Jiang Ning slept soundly. Jiang Ning fell asleep until it turned dark. When Song Yin and his crew came to Jiang Ning's little shop and found the door closed, he strongly suspected that Jiang Ning had fled. Just as he prepared to knock, Jiang Ning emerged from the gate. It was the system that reminded her, causing her to wake up. Captain Song has arrived. I was worried there would be people coming to exchange food tonight, so I didn't open the door. Otherwise, we wouldn't have enough ingredients to entertain all of you. Jiang Ning explained with a couple of hee-hee. Boss, we won't be shy then. We still need to patrol after eating. A man as strong as Xing Xiong opened his mouth and smiled bashfully. Okay, eat first. There will be more if it's not enough. Jiang Ning took out bowls and chopsticks, inviting the 4 people who came to eat. All things are evolving now, except us humans are still the same as before. Mutant animals are getting harder and harder to catch. I haven't eaten meat for a long time, another member also sighed. What he said was correct. Now resources were increasingly difficult to obtain. If the team members were not full, and then encountered even slightly stronger zombies, they could simply be worn down just from the lack of physical strength. Song Yin wasn't a saint. At the very moment he discovered what Jiang Ning sold were rare fine grains, instead of reporting it, he thought of taking care of his own men first, who were all comrades in arms. He didn't want any of them to die unnecessarily due to malnutrition when facing zombies. If reported to the base, the food would be taken away by interested parties immediately, and might not be distributed to them at all. Rather than asking others for help, it would be better to take charge himself. Perhaps, everything would get better after surviving this period. After this phase, he would certainly report the situation to the base. Captain, come on and eat. Liu Yong Huang Chong, leave some for me. Liu Qiao remained carefree, fooling around with his teammates. But Song Yin was in no hurry. You eat first. I'll take the boss for a tour. Jiang Ning was dragged out of the shop door by Song Yin. While it's just turned dark, it's the most active time for zombies. Let me give you a quick look at your current situation. Song Yin pulled Jiang Ning next to the iron net. The originally wandering zombies smelled the scent of human beings and suddenly rushed over, shocked by the electric fence. The frustrated zombies immediately let out an angry roar. Roar. Upon hearing the sound, other zombies immediately gathered together, showing no fear toward the power of the electric net, one after another colliding with it. One of the zombies even extended its hand through the net trying to grab Jiang Ning. Terrified, Jiang Ning hid behind Song Yin. Seeing that scaring her was almost enough, Song Yin finally spoke. Zombies have now evolved to have a certain intelligence level. They attack in groups, they prey on wild animals, and fewer resources are available for humans while zombies are becoming harder to kill. People will do anything for food these days, and it's hard for a weak woman like you to survive here without any skills. Captain Song, I want to live. Jiang Ning's eyes shone brightly in the darkness. She had already died once, but fortunately, heaven showed mercy and allowed her to meet the system. Having the means to continue living, she was determined to make it in this world without begging anyone else. Song Yin looked at Jiang Ning, stunned momentarily. A gentle breeze brushed against Jiang Ning's hair. Song Yin laughed. Indeed, he hadn't misjudged her. All right, I'll help you. The week-long protection period for newcomers soon passed. During this time, Jiang Ning was busy during the day with business, and practiced horse stance and self-defense techniques with Song Yi at night. With the buff of increased fitness and vitality, Jiang Ning was no longer the fragile little rookie who would faint from washing gauze. Now she was Nuku Lu Sha Jiang Ning. Updated tasks. Obtain 100 diners, 139. Receive 100 good reviews, 193. Own an ingredient production site. Own a meat production site. In just 1 week, those who had the ability to acquire supplies would more or less come to Jiang Ning's small shop to improve their meals. Moreover, this place had almost become the canteen for Team 3, and there were hardly any troublemakers daring to stir up trouble in the shop. Today, Jiang Ning closed her stall early and made plans with Song Yin to test the results of her training during this period. Host, you can't focus only on practicing self-defense moves. You also need to manage your store well. We are about to complete the new task, so you need to pay more attention. For 21 was getting a bit worried as the basic tasks were almost done in a day, but the advanced tasks had been delayed for quite some time. Don't worry. Isn't the task going to be completed soon? Liu Qiao and Huang Qiong have already helped me clear out the yard for me. Once I plow it, I can grow vegetables. These past few days, Team 3 had eaten her food and drank her water, so they felt somewhat awkward. Taking advantage of their free time, when they weren't patrolling, the team members helped Jiang Ning clean up this self-built house. Jiang Ning was very satisfied with her newly arranged patch of land. Here she would plant some green vegetables, over there she'd build a chicken coop, and along the wall, she could plant a circle of roses, making life feel incredibly pleasant. Boss, today we caught a few rabbits, let's cook them. Xing Xiong grabbed the rabbit by its ears and burst into the shop door. Ah, you scared me half to death. I thought it was someone else. Jiang Ning patted her chest as she no longer had the system's protection and had been living cautiously lately. Song Yin also followed closely behind, knowing how strong you are and yet still acting so crude. Don't you worry that Ms. Jiang will stop doing business with you someday? Xing Xiong, after having once tasted Jiang Ning's cooking, every time he went hunting, he would bring back some small animals as payment for his meals. However, Jiang Ning, eating the food provided by the system, was already full, so all the animals Xing Xiong brought ended up in the bellies of Team 3, making both parties familiar with each other. Xing Xiong scratched his shiny head and chuckled. Captain Song, you know I'm not the most refined person. Boss, next time I'll be careful. Ms. Jiang, are you ready? Let's go. Song Yin took the rabbit and casually tossed it into the corner of the main hall. We'll leave this thing for Liu Qiao to deal with later. Where are you two going? Xing Xiong looked at Jiang Ning, afraid that if she left, he wouldn't have food anymore. Chapter 6, Knife raised, blade fell. Jiang Ning picked up the knife she had just exchanged upon arriving at the wasteland zone and said to Song Yin, Are you ready? She then explained to Xing Xiong, Captain Song is preparing to take me out to fight zombies as a form of training. Boss, you really should learn some self-defense techniques. I'll come too, having more people means more help. Xing Xiong found this quite reasonable and followed them without caring if Jiang Ning would refuse. Outside the iron fence was mostly forested areas. Song Yin chose a place with relatively fewer zombies to start Jiang Ning's trial. Look, the most important part of zombies is their head. Once the head is gone, they stop moving. When fighting zombies, attack their legs first. Cut them off and then chop their heads. This way, zombies lose their mobility and you can easily defeat them. Song Yin patiently explained. That's enough chatter. Look how much boss has gained weight recently. It's about time for some exercise. Xiong's temperament was impatient, and he immediately shouted towards the distance. Ayo! The zombie heard the sound and saw 3 delicious pieces of bloody flesh nearby, rushing over with drooling mouths. Its speed shocked Jiang Ning. Heavens, I can't even run that fast. Song Yin reminded her, quick, slash him. The system also encouraged Jiang Ning, host, keep it up. If you can't react in time, I'll provide a protective shield. Hearing what the system said, Jiang Ning felt relieved and focused, taking advantage of the moment to swing her knife with both hands at the zombie. Her first strike missed. The zombie moved so fast that it almost grabbed Jiang Ning, leaving her frozen in shock. Song Yin kicked the zombie in time and drew his knife to block it. What are you standing around for? Chop its legs. Song Yin loudly yelled at Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning snapped back to reality and saw Song Yin grappling with the zombie. She gathered her courage and slashed the zombie's thigh with one cut. True to the system's quality, the knife was incredibly sharp and sliced off both of the zombie's legs with one slash. The zombie screamed in pain but unwilling to let go of its prey, dragging its body to crawl toward Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning acted swiftly and slashed the zombie's head with one cut. Blood and meat burst open, splashing all over her face. Detecting special liquid. Uploading automatically. Processing submission. System 421 guessed that Jiang Ning wouldn't have time for tasks now, and with encountering something never seen before, submitted it automatically. Wow, the little boss is pretty good. The first kill involved cutting off both feet, which doesn't fit your build at all. Xing Xiong teased her. Don't underestimate women. Jiang Ning swung the knife lightly in the air. Killing zombies wasn't so hard after all. Host, an interesting thing was detected earlier. Why not kill a few more zombies and collect their blood and meat so I can study them? System 421, seeing that Jiang Ning seemed unharmed, shamelessly proposed its request. All right. Jiang Ning stood up and looked at Song Yin. Captain Song, let's practice some more. For the rest of the afternoon, Xing Xiong was responsible for luring the zombies while Jiang Ning handled the killings, with Song Yin correcting her sword-wielding posture on the side. When the sun set, leaving only twilight behind, the trio returned to camp. Hehe, I'm going first. Remember Captain Song, bring the little boss back. Xing Xiong still had to continue expanding his land and left without looking back. You're tired today. Go take a shower and get some sleep early, Song Yin reminded her. Yes, Jiang Ning weakly replied, barely acknowledging it. I'll carry you, thought Song Yin. After all, Jiang Ning was just a girl, weak and frail. Enduring the whole afternoon was already tough. Nearby zombies were practically slaughtered by her, so he might as well carry her to return to base quickly before darkness fell and zombies became more active. Not waiting for Jiang Ning's response, he carried her directly on his back. Jiang Ning, who had no strength to resist, just let herself be carried. Halfway through, Jiang Ning suddenly realized how sweaty and bloody she was. Will he smell my stench? Oh my god, I'm so smelly. What should I do? So embarrassing. Jiang Ning's face flushed red like clouds, burying her head into Song Yin's neck. Song Yin didn't smell pleasant either. The sweat mixed with male pheromones was intense. Jiang Ning buried her head even deeper. How could Song Yin understand her teenage thoughts? He thought she was tired and wanted to sleep, so he took light steps and walked steadily. Before nightfall, Song Yin delivered Jiang Ning back to the little shop. At that moment, Liu Qiao, Liu Yong, and Huang Qiong each held a bowl in hand, stuffing themselves with meat skewers, occasionally drinking soy milk. Hearing the noise, they simultaneously looked up. Song Yin, carrying Jiang Ning on his back, stood at the shop entrance. Liu Qiao couldn't see the situation clearly and immediately invited Song Yin to join for dinner. Liu Qiao, that's enough. You've eaten your fill and you still have patrol duty tonight. Go now. Huang Qiong gave Liu Qiao a shove and signaled Liu Yong with a glance. Liu Yong immediately grabbed Liu Qiao and saluted Song Yin. Captain, take your time eating. We're full, so we'll be taking off. Hey, I. Before Liu Qiao could say more, Huang Qiong stuffed his mouth with a steamed bun. Song Yin set Jiang Ning down and made no intention to stay. It was Jiang Ning who handed over a bowl of hot pot stew and a steamer full of buns to Song Yin. Captain Song, please enjoy these. The blood water dripped onto the topmost bun just in time. Fine. Song Yin nonchalantly tossed away the bloody bun. Get some sleep early. With that, he left. Jiang Ning watched him walk away, gritting her teeth as she asked the system, how many points have I accumulated during this period? 2,543 points. The system reported dutifully. Is there an automatic water dispensing water heater in the store? Regardless of how many points it costs, get one for me right now. After finishing her shower, Jiang Ning heard someone knocking at the door. Thinking it was Song Yin returning from patrol, she absent-mindedly wiped her hair and opened the door without hesitation. Ah, who would have guessed that the person knocking was a zombie? With no time to grab a knife, Jiang Ning ran upstairs instead, but the zombie was much faster, grabbing her as she tried to escape and tightly holding onto her. Feeling the cold touch on her skin, Jiang Ning thought she might end up here, inwardly cursing System 421 harshly. The beginner's protection period isn't over yet. How can zombies come inside? I'm done for. No danger detected. The zombie has already grabbed me, and you're saying it's not dangerous? Did it bite you? System 421's question made Jiang Ning realize the zombie was gripping her, yet she only felt chilly without any pain. Only then did she dare to carefully observe the zombie. This zombie seemed oddly familiar. Wasn't it the same one that had reached out to her outside the iron fence yesterday? It didn't attack Jiang Ning again. One hand grasped her wrist while the other straightened out towards her, making no sounds or growls. Are you asking for food? Jiang Ning cautiously inquired. The zombie didn't speak, just kept reaching out. She took out a steamed bun and placed it in the zombie's hand. It quickly shoved the bun into its mouth and then started demanding another. Who would have thought that a zombie came in the middle of the night not to bite people, but to bite buns? This zombie wasn't dumb either. There was readily available food without needing to fight, which although didn't compare to blood and flesh, still smelled good. He'd rather eat what was readily available. So, Jiang Ning spent the entire night feeding the zombie. Just as the sky was about to lighten, the zombie finally became full and slowly walked out of Jiang Ning's little shop. Chapter 7, Night Attack. The undead have been more active recently. Not just Team 3, but all teams from 1 to 10 have come to the wasteland zone to repair the iron fences damaged by zombies. I really miss Mr. Jiang's charity package. Liu Qiao lamented with a sad face. For him, difficult missions and tough training weren't an issue. It was life without the boss that truly hurt deep down. Alright, let's get working. It's not like our captain doesn't allow us to eat there. We just have to sneak around a bit and go in limited numbers. Huang Qiong's words made Liu Qiao even sadder. Before the other teams arrived, he could feast to his heart's content, eating as much as he wanted. But since their arrival, the captain would take them during their free time to hunt wild animals so they could trade for food from the boss. Don't talk anymore. This is good for the boss. The boss neither hunts nor farms, where else would all this food come from? Since she treats us well, we must return the favor. The captain is also protecting the boss. Liu Yong pulled on the wires tightly. He was muscular but no fool. Xing Xiong, who often visited, always found excuses to guard the shop entrance to prevent troublemakers. And I got the boss a new door lock. Just to get this military-grade lock, I took great risks, sneaking a set of locks from my father's warehouse. Liu Qiao felt a little wronged because he thought he had done a lot for the young boss too. He was the one who brought the bed for the bedroom and the lock for the main gate. Okay, stop talking already, hurry up with the repair. Once we're done we'll sneak into the boss's backyard for some private cooking. At these words, the three looked at each other and smiled. If we can't go openly, then can't we do it sneakily? Climbing over the wall wouldn't be hard. We have to watch out for those glasses-wearing guy from Team 5. He and our captain are perennial first and second places, so he shouldn't know about our little boss thing. Alright, work harder, we'll soon be done. I truly miss our little boss. Achoo. As if on cue, Jiang Ning sneezed while serving customers. Who's talking about me? She shrugged and continued attending to her customers. The iron fence area has been restless lately. Many people were sent to repair it, making her business flourish. Customer satisfaction tasks were complete, and most of the diner task was finished as well. That zombie asking for food never came back. Maybe because the fence was repaired, it couldn't find a way through, or maybe it died. The system rewarded her with a bag of potato seeds. The land in the back garden had been tilled, but pollution was severe. The system sampled the soil and said they would study and modify the seeds to adapt them for growing in the wasteland. Thinking of this, Jiang Ning asked the system, "Didn't you analyze the zombie flesh and blood I secretly gave you last time? It's a new species, the analysis takes longer. Once results are available, I will notify you immediately." Since farming was temporarily unfeasible, the store was cleaned up nicely. Jiang Ning settled down, finishing her daily routine before heading outside the fence with Song Yin to cut down zombies and practice hand-to-hand combat with Xing Xiong. In half a month, she didn't only gain muscles but her strength increased and even common thugs couldn't beat her. With plenty to eat and drink, Jiang Ning became so comfortable she almost forgot about the apocalypse. Everything was good except for the lack of water and electricity. Jiang Ning also asked Song Yin when the wasteland zone might receive power. Song Yin shook his head. The wasteland cannot be electrified for now. The base's resources are barely enough to sustain the residential area's operation and fence power. Perhaps when the population grows or the R&D department invents a better way to generate electricity, then the wasteland may get power. No problem if there's no electricity. After all, she had fire. There were no entertainment facilities in the base anyway, so relying on firelight wasn't bad either, especially since zombies fear fire. Jiang Ning also exchanged points for a water heater from the store, solving her water problems. Thinking about it, she felt it wasn't so bad living like this forever. It was close to dinner time. Jiang Ning opened the door. With the increasing number of zombies recently, the fence damage was serious, and occasionally some zombies managed to sneak inside. Jiang Ning had already killed several stray zombies. Small squads from the base came to the wasteland zone to mend fences and hunt zombies. Now it wasn't just Team 3. By dinner time, other teams also came to her small shop to exchange goods for some food and drinks. To ensure that it wasn't obvious the team captain enjoyed free meals, as long as any soldier came to trade for food, they would always be fed to their fill, regardless of what they brought. The soldiers waited together with regular customers in the dining hall for Jiang Ning's food. Afterward, they wiped their mouths and went right back to work repairing the fence. It was nearly time. Jiang Ning filled some soy milk into buckets provided by the system, preparing to bring it to the iron fence to reward Team 3. Song Yin and his members worked intensely, one holding the iron net, one mending, another cutting wire, while the last used an electrical pen to test whether the next mended section conducted electricity properly. Take a break first. Jiang Ning handed out chilled soy milk. Drink a little first, to avoid heat stroke. Sweating profusely, Song Yin casually wiped his sweat off, threw his tools to the ground, and walked toward Jiang Ning. Haven't I told you that you don't need to bring it? It's too hot, just stay in the shop and rest. Jiang Ning shyly smiled. It's nothing. Actually, Song Yin had noticed that since eating the food provided by Jiang Ning, his stamina was much better than before. While other teams repairing the iron nets always had a few members sunburned in the scorching sun, so exhausted they fell asleep immediately after returning to the dormitory, Team 3 not only wasn't tired but also had spare energy to help Jiang Ning till her land. Feels great Tilda, the little boss is still the best. After chugging down the cold soy milk, Liu Qiao felt completely refreshed. With the bosses feeding us, we've repaired fences twice as fast as Team 5. This time, Team 5 will probably be second again. They must be fuming back at their quarters. Huang Qiong rested on the ground, finishing several cups of soy milk, all his fatigue vanishing. Come to think of it, we haven't seen that bespectacled guy from Team 5 since lunchtime. Where have they gone? What about glasses or eyes? His name's Wang Baimu. Song Yin shot his team a glance. At least he's the captain, don't keep calling him glasses. Alright, captain, come take a break. As if summoned, the captain of Team 5, Wang Baimu, timed his move perfectly, slipping in when Jiang Ning was out. He took out an eagle claw hook, flung it onto the wall of the backyard, and nimbly climbed up the rope, swiftly leaping into Jiang Ning's yard within moments. The backyard was barren except for a heap of wood and soil that had already been turned over. She's flipped the soil, planning to plant something? What kind of seeds can survive in this soil? Wang Baimu wondered in his heart. Moving toward the back door leading to the front hall, the cooking utensils had already been put away by Jiang Ning, leaving the hall with just a few tables. Wang Baimu decided to head straight to the second floor. On the second floor, there was one bedroom, one bathroom, and the rest were empty rooms. Wang Baimu went to the bedroom first. The bedroom was neat and carried the faint scent of a girl, containing only a bed and a wardrobe hanging 2 sets of clothes for changing. Walking into the bathroom, Wang Baimu discovered that the water Jiang Ning used wasn't from the base. People in the wasteland zone generally fetch their day's supply of water from the residential area. The water in the base is usually yellowish. Where does she get such clear water from? Wang Baimu saw a water heater like those in the residential areas, and upon turning it on, the flowing water was visibly clear. Even the toilet was a flushable one rather than the pit latrines common in the residential area. He pressed the flush button. This is truly strange. The pipes in the wasteland zone broke long ago. Where could this water be coming from? Everything about the shop seemed off. Chapter 8, Zombie Siege. The third floor was just an open balcony terrace, nothing much to see. Wang Baiwood searched through Jiang Ning's residence but couldn't find any cooking utensils or food. Could it be that she stores food somewhere else? With no food found, Wang Baiwood didn't stay long and retraced his steps back. Jiang Ning was unaware that her old home had been thoroughly ransacked. She returned to the courtyard with Team 3 after completing their work. Today we're having barbecued meat. Jiang Ning took some spices from the mall, set up the stove, and prepared to start grilling. Host, even though you still have over 5,000 points, you shouldn't spend them like this. Take more missions, and you can grow your own spices instead of using points. Wouldn't it be better to achieve barbecue freedom without spending a single point? Still over 5,000? Looks like our business has been stable lately. Then let me get another batch of spices. I'll roast the rabbits too. Jiang Ning paid no attention to 421's request. In her view, life right now was good, there was no need to intentionally pursue mission completion. Meanwhile, the others were also busy. Song Yin chopped wood, Liu Qiao skinned the venison, Huang Qiong carried the meat upstairs to wash, while Liu Yong waited for the meat to be cleaned and cut into chunks to thread onto wire skewers. Jiang Ning then began roasting. The water heater upstairs was very convenient. The shower released water clearer than in the base, and it could even be consumed directly. There was a bathtub on the ground, where water would flow in and vanish without a trace. Team 3 often came upstairs to bathe and do laundry. Even after more than half a month of use, every time Huang Qiong saw the clear water flowing out, he would marvel at how extraordinary Little Boss really was. Downstairs, the tasks were being performed in an orderly manner. Jiang Ning took the prepared skewers and placed them on the stove. The flames licked the meat, and fat dripped off, enticing the flames to leap higher. When the meat was almost done, Jiang Ning grabbed a handful of seasonings and sprinkled them over. As the spices mixed with the oil of the meat, the aroma wafted all around, riding the momentum of the flames. The barbecue is ready. Hearing these words, everyone stopped what they were doing, gathered around the stove, and put the skewers into their mouths. Anything made by the boss must be top-notch. Liu Qiao enjoyed the skewers and gave a contented sigh. Exactly, this isn't the end times anymore. Who says there has to be zombies everywhere? If you ask me, the current days are a paradise beyond the world. Zombies are only insignificant minor problems. I've gained weight during this period. Don't you think I'm stronger than before? Liu Yong rolled up his sleeves and showed off his muscles. That's enough. We're eating here, don't show off your body. Liu Qiao wiped grease off his fingers as he drank icy soy milk, completely at ease. TSK, why aren't you more polite? Will you look or not? Look or not? Liu Yong stood up, ready to shove Liu Qiao toward his biceps. Liu Qiao quickly ran away, grabbing a few more skewers on the way. Don't come near me. The two chased each other, teasing and laughing, which entertained everyone else with laughter. Yes, if only this kind of life could continue forever. Suddenly, the sound of zombie wails reverberated throughout the wasteland area, as if just outside the yard. Boom, boom, boom. Jiang Ning instinctively thought someone was knocking on the door. Don't go. Song Yin sensed something was wrong and immediately blocked Jiang Ning, who was about to rise to check. Team 3 members dropped their things, pulled Jiang Ning upstairs to the second floor, and peered out the window. On the street, clusters of zombies wandered aimlessly, occasionally letting out a scream. Some people who hadn't realized the situation muttered curses and went outside to check. A few zombies smelled them, rushed over en masse, and surrounded them before they could react. The person was bitten in the neck before they even realized what happened. Their face was chewed into a bloody mess, scraps of flesh dangling loosely from their face, their torso torn apart by the zombies. Their intestines fell out and were immediately snatched up by the surrounding zombies and shoved into their mouths, akin to beasts refusing to release their prey. It was the most brutal scene Jiang Ning had witnessed since arriving in this post-apocalyptic world. Emergency situation. Zombies have broken through the A-zone metal fence and are heading towards the residential area. All personnel, evacuate immediately. Song Yin's walkie-talkie suddenly crackled with urgency. There were only 5 of them. Song Yin wanted to go help the residents, but there were too many zombies outside, and some were already colliding against the door. He decided to first deal with the immediate problem at hand. With Jiang Ning present, food wasn't an issue. Song Yin and Liu Yong quietly went downstairs and used firewood stacks to brace the entrance shut. Huang Qiong covered the earlier barbecue and the ashes with dirt. Liu Qiao stayed upstairs with Jiang Ning to observe the distant situation. In the distance, cries of agony were continuous without end. With a massive boom, flames shot up into the sky. The hydroelectric station has exploded. The residential areas are in grave danger, Liu Qiao said worriedly. Suddenly, he remembered something. No, I can't stay here. My father is still in the grain department. Don't be impulsive. Jiang Ning tried to stop him, but her strength was no match for Liu Qiao's. With a toss of his hand, she was thrown down, her arm bleeding profusely. He didn't notice Jiang Ning's condition and hurriedly went downstairs, bumping directly into Song Yin coming up. What are you doing? Song Yin grabbed Liu Qiao. Liu Qiao fiercely broke free, roaring furiously. My father is still at the grain department. The hydropower station has exploded. Do you know how close the grain department and the hydropower station are? Liu Yong directly threw Liu Qiao into the bedroom over his shoulder. Who doesn't have family? My sister is still cleaning the filter at the hydropower station. Enough. No one's going out. Right now the zombie tide is fierce. Can you fly, or kill 10 alone? Song Yin lowered his voice to reprimand. Zombies have sharp hearing. Your yelling will attract them all over here. Liu Qiao still couldn't accept it, covering his face and sobbing loudly. My father is still in the residential area. If the hydropower station exploded, how many people over there could still be alive? Jiang Ning endured her pain and consoled Liu Qiao softly. Don't cry. We don't even know what the situation inside is like. We can't just conclude that the residential area fell because of the explosion. Moreover, it's past dinner time. Your father might have already returned. Yes, we cannot solely judge the loss of the residential area based on an explosion. We've received news about the zombie outbreak, so surely the residential area must also have been prepared. Song Yin mused. But Area A is right at the guard's front door. This is D area. How so many zombies have appeared so quickly? Liu Qiao still couldn't accept their words. Forget it. Tomorrow at dawn when the zombies aren't as active, we'll break through. Jiang Ning decisively made a decision. We can't sit here and wait to die. I'm unattached, but you all have family in the residential area. We should check first. There might still be survivors. Miss Jiang is right. Rest tonight, and we'll depart early tomorrow morning. Team 3 was accustomed to hardship and could fall asleep anywhere, but the intermittent wails and zombie cries from outside weighed heavily on everyone's hearts. Liu Qiao was still crying softly. Jiang Ning lay down on the bed with closed eyes, asking the system, in this outbreak of the zombie wave, if I don't survive, what will happen? The host's safety is under my protection. You won't die. What about them? The system remained silent for a long time. Host needs to learn to grow up. Has the research on the uploaded zombie flesh not been completed yet? No, but the soil analysis results should be out by tomorrow. Jiang Ning felt somewhat regretful. She had just finished organizing such a big yard, and now she was about to leave. She would indeed have the chance to come back. But what about Team 3, who she'd gotten close to after being together for so long? What about Song Yin? Jiang Ning didn't want them to die. With her mind jumbled, she noticed that Liu Qiao's sobs had stopped. It seemed he cried himself to sleep. Chapter 9, Am I Going to Die? Jiang Ning shifted into a more comfortable position. System, how many points do I have left? 5891. Jiang Ning searched through the weapon section of the mall. Not having done enough missions properly, she didn't have enough points, nowhere near enough to buy a gun. She continued browsing and came across a famous weapon. The bloody knife, 599 points. Made of refined metal, it slices through iron like butter and encounters no rival. The name was pretty straightforward. This blade was pitch black with auspicious cloud patterns on its surface, matching quite well with Song Yin's team uniforms. I'll exchange for 5 bloody knives. Jiang Ning focused her thoughts, and several knives appeared beside her. She kept looking at armor and was caught by an item named My Cloth that no blade in the world can pierce. Its price was attractive too, just 1599 points. With her current points, she could only afford one piece. Only when you need books do you regret not reading more, only when you use points do you find them insufficient. Jiang Ning now bitterly regretted not doing more missions and exchanging for items to increase her points. Better to have something than nothing. After making the exchange, Jiang Ning finally relaxed and drifted off to sleep. At dawn, Song Yin woke up the teammates one by one. Liu Qiao's eyes were swollen like a panda's, his hair messy. It was obvious he hadn't slept well last night. Jiang Ning also got up. That's when everyone noticed that her hand was injured. What happened? Song Yin asked gently. Oh, it's nothing. I fell yesterday, Jiang Ning said carelessly, as the system had already repaired the wound. It was now scabbed over today. Upon seeing this, Liu Qiao realized that it was his fault and felt even worse. He crouched down, holding his head and started groaning, preparing to cry. Boss. Before he finished speaking, Jiang Ning immediately covered his mouth. Stop. It has nothing to do with you. Last night, while going to the bathroom, a zombie roared, and I ended up smashing into the wall out of fear. Still teary-eyed, Liu Qiao couldn't be believed as a member of the elite hunting group now. All right, stop crying. Here, I'll give you a knife. Jiang Ning coaxed him like a child, acting like an older sister. Come on, here's one for each of us. Let's all try our best to survive. Everyone knew that the boss's items were top-notch. It was a consensus among the third squad members. Jiang Ning remembered she had another piece of clothing and turned to give it to Song Yin. Song Yin directly refused. You wear it. Protect yourself. Jiang Ning shook her head and handed it to Liu Qiao instead, but Liu Qiao dared not accept it. Huang Qiong snatched the clothes, put it on Liu Qiao, and patted Liu Qiao's shoulder. There, wear it. You're the greediest eater among us who doesn't train much and only thinks about playing. Wear it and protect yourself. Protecting oneself was all about survival. The third squad walked through the wasteland zone. The zombies weren't very active right now and were spread out fairly far apart. As long as they found good cover, it was still relatively easy to avoid the zombies. Zombies don't have great vision, but their hearing and sense of smell are highly sensitive. They quietly moved towards the wasteland zone, choosing to conserve their energy unless they encountered a zombie head-on. Everyone knew that there were fewer people in the wasteland, so there were fewer zombies. The real fierce battles would occur in the residential areas. However, zombies still came running at the scent of human flesh. There were sneaky zombies, ones who didn't make a sound, attacking from behind. One grabbed the arm of Huang Qiong, who was closest to him. Military personnel react quickly. Instead of fleeing, Huang Qiong turned around, colliding with the zombie and stabbing its head in one swift motion. The zombie stumbled slightly, but before it could make its next move, its head exploded, never getting a chance to roar. Jiang Ning was speechless at Huang Qiong's skills. Huang Qiong, you're really something. Huang Qiong pulled out the blade, scratching the back of his head. Hee, average, boss. Your blade is truly sharp. Stabbing a zombie's head feels like stabbing tofu. Such descriptive terms, along with the sight of the zombie's mushy brain matter, made Jiang Ning think she would never want to eat tofu again. The zombies seemed to have evolved further, with sharper senses of smell, Song Yin observed, frowning as he watched the roaming zombies. Since setting out, the zombies that attacked them had clearly increased. Jiang Ning also felt this. Before, hiding behind the zombies inside the iron mesh, they couldn't detect her as long as she stayed quiet. Now, the zombies followed the human scent. If this continued, it would be difficult for them to leave the wasteland zone. Let's take a rest in a house first, Song Yin suggested. Nearby houses were all unoccupied. They chose one that was relatively intact and sat down. Jiang Ning took out buns, dishing out a bowl of soup to each person, and the group took a breath to enjoy their meal. Jiang Ning conjuring food out of thin air was already no longer surprising to the third squad. The fragrant soup soothed their tiredness. Ayo, no good. Quickly throw away the food. Zombies are coming. Song Yin reacted first. The zombies' sense of smell must have improved, catching the aroma of meat. All five went on high alert. Just as they picked up their knives, the zombies surged forward en masse. Too many zombies, run outside. Don't get separated. Song Yin shouted while wielding his knife and reminding his companions. Everyone was struggling in the fight. Liu Qiao hadn't rested well last night, and today his stamina clearly couldn't keep up, nearly getting caught by zombies multiple times. It was Huang Qiong who had pulled him back each time. Jiang Ning had never seen so many zombies. In her panic, she hacked through their bodies with her sharp blade but couldn't seem to hit their heads. Chop the feet. Chop the feet. Song Yin's voice rose, fearing Jiang Ning wouldn't hear him. Liu Yong. I'm too far from Jiang Ning. You go pull her out. Zombies without lower bodies wriggled toward Jiang Ning, gradually forcing her into the corner of the room. The roar of the zombies drowned out Song Yin's voice, summoning even more of them. Fortunately, there weren't many nearby zombies, perhaps only a dozen or so. The third team coordinated. One cut the legs while another slashed the heads. Most zombies lost their mobility, but a few continued chasing Jiang Ning relentlessly. Jiang Ning grew increasingly exhausted, needing to deal not only with the approaching zombies but also those crawling on the ground beneath her. Losing her grip, her blade flew out of her hand and lodged itself into a zombie's body, impaling it. I'm done for. That was all Jiang Ning could think at that moment. Seeing Jiang Ning cornered deep inside the house, all he could do was pray that she found some cover to hide behind. The third squad, hardened by years of fighting and now worried about Jiang Ning's safety, fought fiercely, decapitating many zombies without mercy. Little boss, please don't die on us. Song Yin's eyes blazed red with rage. Jiang Ning usually spoke softly, never raising her voice against anyone. She was young, talented, and didn't deserve to die. As the group entered the house, they saw 5 or 6 standing zombies circling something. The legless zombies on the ground were also crawling toward the cluster. They seemed unaware or perhaps uninterested that the living humans had entered. Bloodlust had consumed them. Why care about the people behind when fresh flesh awaited? Over. Liu Qiao almost fell to his knees before being supported by Liu Yong. Song Yin felt blood rushing to his head, wanting nothing more than to grind these zombies into dust. Even if Boss Jiang dies, these zombies will bury themselves alongside her. Song Yin cared little now. With every slash, he severed zombie heads, as though avenging a spouse cruelly taken from him. Out of animalistic instinct, the zombies sensed the killing intent and finally abandoned whatever they had surrounded, lunging at Song Yin instead. Huang Qiong, quick-eyed, noticed Jiang Ning crouched in the corner. One hand clutched a black stick-like object, while the other drank water, tears streaming down her face as she tried to stuff her mouth full of food. Boss Jiang is fine. Chapter 10, Zombies? Or Diners? As soon as the words were spoken, Song Yin froze for a few seconds. The zombie took advantage of the pause and lunged its claw toward his chest. Liu Qiao stepped forward and blocked in front of Song Yin. Ouch, it hurt so much. Liu Qiao felt like he was going to die from the pain. Song Yin raised his hand and severed the zombie's claw. He sidestepped forward and plunged a blade into the zombie's neck, finishing it off swiftly. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Jiang Ning sobbed while munching on an energy bar. I haven't lived long enough. I haven't been to other places yet. I haven't even fallen in love. Even if I have to die, at least let me touch Song Yin's abs before I do. Muttering under her breath, she wiped away her tears and took another bite of the energy bar, unsure whether her face was covered in saliva or tears. Song Yin looked at Jiang Ning, who was crying her heart out, his steps faltering slightly. Just as he squatted down to check on her condition, he heard these words from Jiang Ning. Crisis detected and eliminated, protection shield automatically retracted. At the moment the last zombie died, 421 meanly withdrew the protective shield. Song Yin pulled Jiang Ning's hand and gently placed it on his chest. Touch. His voice trembled slightly, as if something was stuck in his throat. Feeling the scorching heat of a human body and a powerful heartbeat, Jiang Ning slowly raised her head and saw Song Yin standing against the light, just like a hero riding the clouds to save her. At that moment, Jiang Ning could no longer hold back. She flung herself into Song Yin's arms and cried her heart out. It's all right. Everything is fine now. Song Yin felt somewhat awkward but still hugged Jiang Ning tightly, lightly patting her back with his hand. I thought I was going to die. Jiang Ning smeared her tears and snot all over Song Yin, blood from where Song Yin had killed the zombies staining her own face. There was a mix of sweat and stench, but she found it oddly comforting. At the moment when the blade was thrown, Jiang Ning was indeed doomed to die. But she had a system. Severe threat to host's life detected, activating protection shield, deducting points. Right as the zombie was about to reach Jiang Ning, the protection shield deployed, throwing the zombie away. The duck in her mouth had flown, and the zombie was instantly enraged, attacking Jiang Ning again. With the protection shield up, the zombie couldn't get close, but its decaying face was terrifying. Its hollow eye sockets contained shriveled eyeballs, its body crawling with maggots, and it seemed there were leftovers from its last meal in its mouth. 5 or 6 zombies surrounded Jiang Ning, unable to eat her, making them increasingly frenzied as they bit at the protection shield. Host, please note. The protection shield consumes 1 point per minute. I suggest you conserve your strength by eating or drinking. Seeing the zombie less than 20 centimeters away, Jiang Ning's mental barrier collapsed, tears and snot streaming down. System 421, save me. Jiang Ning was almost unable to speak from fright, feeling that she could be eaten by the zombie at any moment. You wouldn't listen to my tasks. If you just attracted 100 diners, you would have earned energy bars. With just 1 bar, your knife would never have slipped from your grasp. But this time, as a special situation, I can give you a sample in advance. What should I do now? She thought she might not die immediately, but there were still zombies surrounding her. Even though she'd undergone half a month of training, it was hard for her to accept being only 20 centimeters away from death. It depends on whether your friends will abandon you. 421 raised a very realistic question. According to logic, you're basically screwed unless your partner decides not to abandon you. If they come in to find you, you'll have a chance to live. If they leave. Host, your points are running low. Yes, her points were running low, 1 point per minute. She could only hold on for a few hours. Without the energy to run, if Song Yin didn't come, her journey through the apocalypse would probably end here. Even if I die, I'd rather be a well-fed ghost. And thus came the scene that Huang Qiong witnessed. Hey, can you two wait till later to chat? I'm almost dying here from the pain. Liu Qiao rolled around on the ground. Liu Yong kicked him. Stop faking it, get up. I helped block for the boss. Could you be gentler with me? Liu Qiao stood up and massaged his chest. Song Yin comforted Jiang Ning, who was trembling on the edge of collapse. How are you holding up? Can you stand? Jiang Ning clutched Song Yin's clothes tightly, unwilling to let go, her eyes filled with tears, shaking her head softly. I can't stand. I'm scared. Don't be afraid. Here I am, right? Song Yin's tone became gentle. I won't abandon you. I won't abandon any team members. 421's voice suddenly interrupted at an inappropriate time. Please host, hurry to find new diners to complete the task. That's right, they still had to go to the residential area. Having already faced the brink of life and death, Jiang Ning's fear of death grew deeper. To survive, she had to keep growing stronger, either improve one's own abilities, or keep completing tasks to gain the system's protection. Jiang Ning staggered to her feet, forcing herself to regain composure. I'm fine now, Song Yin, let's set off. Since the zombies came because they smelled the food, we can leave some snacks in open areas to lure them away, conserving our energy so we can reach the residential area as soon as possible. You don't have to push yourself. There aren't any zombies nearby. Let's rest a bit more. Song Yin's words were cut short by Jiang Ning. No need. Mr. Liu's life is still in question, and the later we delay, the less likely it is he'll survive. I can't be defeated by just one setback. See, I'm fine. Jiang Ning insisted on continuing their journey. Without growing stronger amidst adversity, one would surely perish. Unable to convince Jiang Ning otherwise, Song Yin also realized that the longer they waited, the more active the zombies became. Get up here, I'll carry you. Song Yin insisted on carrying her and picked up her knife. Huang Qiong, You're quick on your feet, lead the way in front. Liu Qiao, with your accuracy, take the buns and throw them as far as you can, remember to tear them apart. Liu Yong, cover the rear. We'll try to reach the residential area before dinner and find a place to stay. Not only did Jiang Ning provide countless buns, but she also handed out plenty of skewered meat. Whenever they saw zombies from afar, they tossed a bun forward. Drawn by its aroma, the zombies immediately sank their teeth into the buns, finding them much more fragrant than human flesh. By the time the zombies finished chewing and realized there was no blood or meat, Jiang Ning and the group had already circled around and run away. Task completed. Acquired 100 diners. Reward, energy bars. Detected a special diner. Extremely high dissatisfaction detected. Preparing new recipe. New task, acquire 200 diners. Receive 500 positive reviews. 421 briefly sent out a notification and then went silent. Special diner? Could it be the zombies? So zombies could actually become her patrons too. Chapter 11, One of Us. On the way, relying on buns and meatballs, zombies who didn't have time to dodge were slashed by Liu Yong. Team 3 arrived at the guard post with little trouble. By this point, Jiang Ning's diners had increased by about 40. There was no one left at the guard post, and the gate leading to the residential area was wide open. Looking out, corpses littered the ground as far as the eye could see, blood flowing like rivers. A few scattered zombies wandered outside, grabbing bodies to take a bite before continuing their aimless wanderings. Jiang Ning slid down from Song Yin's back and took out some energy bars to distribute among them. Eat first, then go in. The energy bar dissolved upon entering the mouth, spreading a comfortable warmth throughout the body. Though the summer sun had been harsh, along with constant high alertness and physical exhaustion, Song Yin had already decided to stay overnight at the guard post. Now feeling as if his strength had been restored to the same level as when he just woken up, Song Yin tested the weight of his knife, glanced at the deserted residential area, and squinted his eyes. There are no fewer zombies here than there should be. Let's check out the hydroelectric station first, then head over to the food department. After eating the energy bars, everyone had regained their strength. The hydroelectric station was not far, only about 1 or 2 kilometers away. Jiang Ning distributed 10 energy bars to each person along with a backpack full of buns, giving instructions to Team 3. My current limit is just these backpacks and buns. I can't produce water. Conserve your stamina if you can help it. Don't hesitate to use the buns. There will be more once they're gone. Staying alive is the priority. Although Jiang Ning usually acted like Doraemon, being able to pull anything out of thin air, everyone also trusted that if Jiang Ning could provide supplies, there would be no secret hoarding. This was likely the limit of Jiang Ning's abilities. They couldn't rely on her for everything. Let's go. The sooner we start, the better. Hopefully, we'll still find living people at the hydroelectric station. With Song Yin's words, the team set off immediately. There weren't too many zombies roaming around outside. Team 3 kept dropping buns to lure the zombies while slashing them. In about an hour, they reached the hydroelectric station. The main building of the hydroelectric station was now a pile of ruins, the once tall structure now nothing but collapsed walls and broken pillars. Only a small supplementary hydropower station nearby remained intact, supplying power to the research institute. Let's take a look. Song Yin led Liu Yong to the front of the hydroelectric station, finding the gates firmly closed, with many human and zombie corpses piled up near the entrance. You see, the explosion at the hydroelectric station didn't affect other places. Your father has a very good chance of having survived, Song Yin analyzed, believing that there must be survivors inside, otherwise there wouldn't be so many zombie corpses outside. Zombie corpses were scattered all over the place rather than lying orderly, suggesting that someone had thrown them out. Knock first. Song Yin nodded, and Huang Qiong stepped forward immediately, knocking in the code of 3 short knocks followed by 1 long one. This was a special signal of the base, used every time they returned from missions to kill zombies, letting the guards know it was them. Since the population of the base was small, most men were familiar with this code. There seemed to be some brief commotion inside, but shortly after, the door opened slightly. Seeing uniformed soldiers standing outside, the people inside erupted into cheers. The base has come to rescue us. The man who opened the door warmly invited Team 3 inside. Once inside, Jiang Ning realized that this hydroelectric station had also ceased functioning. The water pump had stopped working, clearly due to lack of electricity. The pool's water was yellow and red, obviously contaminated with blood. Only the storage boxes remained intact. The condition of the survivors wasn't good either. 5 or 6 women huddled trembling in the corner, while 8 men stood beside them, some shirtless, others munching on welfare rations. Song Yin felt something wasn't quite right and imperceptibly frowned. Didn't you encounter any zombies? The man who opened the door explained, we did, but our response was quick, so only a few managed to get in. After closing the door, there were only 2 or 3 zombies inside. Together, we managed to kill them and threw the bodies out. We were actually on overtime when the zombie wave hit. We didn't have any food. Commander, please. After finishing, the man's eyes focused on Team 3's backpacks, where a tempting aroma seemed to be emanating. Liu Qiao was compassionate. He joined Team 3 with the grand ambition of improving people's lives. Upon seeing how emaciated the survivors looked, he unstrapped his backpack and took out the remaining buns. We don't have much food left. With so many zombies around, finding food is difficult, Liu Qiao cautiously added, withholding the full truth. As soon as the buns were handed out, the crowd rushed to grab them indiscriminately. They ate heartily without regard for the women sitting nearby. Jiang Ning also opened her backpack and approached the women. The state of the women was vastly different from the men. Each of them shrank away, barely daring to speak even when Jiang Ning came close. They chewed mechanically. "Help me." They killed the manager of the hydroelectric station. A faint, almost inaudible plea for help echoed through the air. Jiang Ning looked up and saw a girl under 20 years old. A part of her face was swollen, evidently from being hit, and her clothes were torn, in utter disarray. Not only her, but all the women were in the same condition. Jiang Ning squeezed the girl's hand to reassure her, then approached Song Yin and whispered gently in his ear, "The hydroelectric station manager was killed, and those girls may have been assaulted." Song Yin immediately understood. There had only been 2 or 3 zombies, so why was the water pool filled with red blood? Outside the door, there were human corpses, and the men appeared overly excited compared to the miserable state of the women. Song Yin gave a signal for battle readiness to his team members behind him, and upon receiving it, they discreetly passed it on to others who hadn't seen it. "In a moment, you go to the main gate and try to open it. They only have 8 people, 8 versus 4, it gives us a high chance of success. Don't be afraid," Song Yin whispered to Jiang Ning. Then he addressed the men. "Brothers, I still have buns left." Someone shouted, "Shit, we knew they still had some. We're more in number, let's just take them by force." Having already killed 2 zombies and captured the hydroelectric station, the confidence of these few men skyrocketed. They thought killing wasn't difficult at all, and seeing resources, they decided to act against Team 3. Chapter 12, a fight breaks out. After killing 2 zombies and occupying the power station, the men's confidence surged. They felt that killing was no big deal and were ready to take down Team 3 for supplies. These people had never seen meat before. After eating buns, they instantly developed murderous intentions to rob others. On one side were people accustomed to working hard for welfare rations, while on the other were those who had undergone regular training and ate meat and drank soup every day. Their combat abilities were not on the same level at all. The men charged toward Team 3, some unarmed and others wielding shovels or pry bars, smashing directly at their necks. It seemed they had decided to kill mercilessly without taking any prisoners. Song Yin grabbed one man's hand and delivered a swift kick to his stomach. While the man was in pain, Song Yin punched his jaw, leaving him seeing stars and instantly incapacitated. Another person behind him raised a steel pipe, shouting as he swung it toward Song Yin's head. Song Yin rolled to the side to dodge. Seeing Song Yin evade, the attacker became even more confident and continuously swung the steel pipe. Song Yin kept retreating. Realizing that this man truly intended to kill, Song Yin drew his knife and shouted, "Kill." The members of Team 3 also pulled out their knives and began slashing at the survivors. The door is open. Jiang Ning struggled to pull open the slightly rusted gate, and the team immediately forced the others to go outside. Liu Qiao struck with his knife, snapping the other man's shovel into 2 pieces. Seeing that he couldn't win, the man immediately knelt down and begged for mercy. He had surrendered, but his companion did not think so and picked up the broken half of the shovel, attempting to stab Liu Qiao. Unprepared, Liu Qiao was pierced in the waist. "Ah!" he cried out in pain. Upon hearing it, Liu Yong punched the assailant right on the temple. Soon, the fight ended. Song Yin and Liu Yong, regardless of whether the men wanted to or not, threw them out the door. Jiang Ning closed the gate and ran to Liu Qiao's side to check his injuries. "How are you? Where are you injured?" "Ouch, it hurts so much." Liu Qiao curled up on the ground, holding his waist in excruciating pain. Jiang Ning lifted Liu Qiao's shirt. There was no wound, only a swollen red mark. Before coming out of the little house, Huang Qiong had already put a protective suit on Liu Qiao. Everyone sighed in relief. "You kid, eating and drinking all day, you lack reaction speed. Once the zombies are gone, I'll throw you out of Team 3. Liu Qiao knew that getting hit by ordinary people in the waist was quite embarrassing. "I thought they really surrendered." Jiang Ning found it both annoying and funny. "Why do you trust people so easily?" Outside, the men were moaning in despair. "We were wrong, let us in. You're soldiers, you can't just watch us die, can you?" They banged on the door with a loud thudding sound. Song Yin's face turned cold, smirking as he said, "Precisely because we are soldiers and don't kill civilians, we can only watch you die." Suddenly, the women inside burst into tears. "You shouldn't die, but must we?" A woman covered her torn clothes, tears streaming down her face like rivers. At first, the station manager planned to distribute resources and wait for rescue, but what about you? Not only did you kill him, but you also violated us. Who doesn't want to live? Just because we're women, weaker than you, we should be humiliated. Upon hearing these words, Song Yin and his group frowned deeply. Jiang Ning felt pity. "They are beasts. We were wrong, let us in." The pounding on the door didn't stop. That group still hadn't given up. These pests deserve nothing better than death. Song Yin made the decision, walking over to Jiang Ning and signaling her to give food and water to the remaining people. "Don't be afraid. Look, I have soup and water here. Have a good meal, sleep well. With us here, there's nothing to fear." Jiang Ning filled the bowls with meatballs and passed them over one by one. The aroma of the food calmed everyone's hearts. At this moment, the crying slowly subsided, replaced by slurping sounds. The scent traveled far, and soon there was commotion near the door. Arv Tilda. It was zombies. Song Yin and his crew gripped their knives tightly. The surviving humans eating nearby gathered together, trying to minimize their presence as much as possible. "Be careful of zombie attacks. Everyone gradually moved closer to the door, hearing only cries of anguish. Outside, there were still people left. Seeing the zombies coming, they scattered in all directions. But how could they be a match for evolved zombies? Within a minute or two, the screams outside stopped, leaving only the crunching sound of flesh being torn apart. Arv tilde. Liu Qiao peeked through the door crack, and saw that the zombies hadn't left yet. No one dared to let down their guard. Song Yin made a gesture to his teammates, and everyone instantly understood. They split into two groups, knives in hand, pressed against the large gate waiting for the zombies to enter so they could deliver a fatal blow. Time ticked away. The zombies outside were busy feasting on fresh blood and flesh, showing no signs of attacking. Jiang Ning seized the opportunity to sneak a look, but the horrific scene outside caused her to vomit uncontrollably. A zombie clutched a corpse, tearing out its internal organs with its hands. Red and white intestines dangled grotesquely from the body. She had no idea that a person could bleed so much. And because the body had just died, it hadn't yet lost all its muscle activity, twitching occasionally on the ground. The leading zombie seemed to sense something and discarded the half-eaten entrails, swaying unsteadily toward the power station's gate. Song Yin quickly pulled Jiang Ning close, knife in hand, ready to face the incoming zombies. Thud or thud or thud. The door was tapped by the zombie. What's going on? Liu Qiao looked confused. Are zombies this polite now? They even knock before eating us. Let's wait and see. Song Yin was also puzzled, but cautious, strange beings were never to be trusted. Inside, there was no movement, while the zombie continued knocking rhythmically. Jiang Ning sensed something was off. The knocking sounded exactly like the ones she'd heard before when zombies came to the shop asking for food. She cautiously spoke up. Can you understand what I'm saying? The zombie growled low, seemingly responding to Jiang Ning. There are too many zombies outside right now, I don't dare come out, Jiang Ning muttered to herself. The zombie outside let out a long howl into the sky, and at its call, other zombies began dragging the corpses they held, moving step by step toward the distance. Liu Qiao glanced out. Boss, the one who knocked is still here, but the others have left. Huang Qiong and Liu Yong also took a look through the nearby window. They really went away, there are no more zombies here either. Jiang Ning looked at Song Yin. Open the door, it's a zombie I know. Song Yin frowned, clearly not approving of Jiang Ning's actions. For a long moment, their eyes locked until Song Yin finally relented. Fine. But you're not allowed to go out, and neither can it come in. The zombie roared again upon hearing these words. Perhaps it truly understood. Song Yin also thought the response was too well timed to be coincidence. They slowly opened the door, and the zombie indeed didn't take a single step forward. However, the survivors hiding behind trembled in fright. Chapter 13, Power Restored. Host, a zombie recipe has been developed. Would you like to use it? 421 spoke up at the right moment. But it will cost either 80 points or 100 good reviews from customers. How many good reviews do I have now? 85. Jiang Ning thought for a moment and tossed some buns toward the zombie. The zombie didn't hesitate, opening its mouth to catch them, swallowing them whole and asking for a second. While feeding the zombie, Jiang Ning said, I have even better food that suits you more, but I need 100 humans to make it. Do you know where there are more people? The zombie licked its non-existent lips, stopped eating, thought for a moment, and pointed to the left. It actually understands us. Are zombies this smart now? Liu Qiao couldn't help but marvel. Song Yin looked in the direction the zombie was pointing, realizing it was the cafeteria of the base. After the zombie was full, it turned around and walked away. Squad 3 quickly closed the door. After comforting the survivors, Squad 3 held an internal meeting. Now, how should we arrange these survivors? Huang Qiong asked first. Based on the strange zombie's indication, there are only the cafeteria and the warehouse over there. Your father is at the warehouse, Liu Qiao. If there really are survivors, they could last a long time if there's enough food, but we must transfer people from the power station too. Song Yin spoke. But we only have 5 people. Yes, so we must make a plan. Absolutely no losing anyone. Everyone had serious expressions. Rescuing people in a base filled with zombies wasn't going to be easy. At this moment, a survivor who had been standing nearby spoke up. Actually, we can serve as backup. A woman who appeared older stood up. Although we help at the power station, we originally worked as assistants in the hospital and generally take care of minor injuries. If you need it, we can serve as your backup. As one person stood up, others also started speaking. I can help in the kitchen. I can wash clothes. I'm strong. I can follow you and kill zombies. I. Seeing everyone willing to lend a hand, Song Yin smiled. Good, then you stay at the power station. During the day, Liu Yong, Jiang Ning, and I will go check out the cafeteria. Liu Qiao, you and Huang Qiong will stay here to protect the crowd. Regardless of whether we find anyone or not, we'll meet back at the power station tonight. All right. The group responded. So I'll leave behind 30 portions of steamed buns and the kitchen helpers are responsible for distributing the food. It's not easy to survive, so today let's all eat our fill and gather our strength. Tomorrow, we set off. Saying that, Jiang Ning took out the food for everyone to see. A sharp-eyed woman quickly stepped forward to distribute the food. This is the best thing I've ever eaten, the women said through tears. Eating welfare rations for a long time had left their stomachs without any oil or nutrition. While their nutritional needs were met, their bodies were still frail and weak. Even though the area outside was littered with corpses and zombies, Food always soothes the soul. They felt life had a glimmer of hope again. You've received 5 new good reviews. Please keep up the good work, host. At this moment, Huang Qiong walked around the power station and came to Song Yin. Boss, the water's contaminated, but the equipment is still usable. Maybe if we fix it, we can restore power. Song Yin checked the electric box. The wires had been cut, the circuit breaker had broken, and the exterior of the electric box was severely damaged, yet inside seemed to still be intact. If we had electrical tape, wrapping the wires might restore the power. Jiang Ning, chin resting on her hand, thought for a long while. Don't power stations usually have spare tools? A woman stood up and replied, there used to be, but to defend against zombies, they took out every tool they could use. They may have thrown out the toolbox as well. Then what should they do? Let's put it aside for now. Let's check the warehouse tomorrow to see if there's any spare tools. Liu Qiao didn't think much of it. He knew the warehouse the best. As long as he could get in, he'd be able to find a few things. What if I try? Jiang Ning saw everyone's dilemma and hesitated. Maybe I can come up with a solution? How could they forget? The little boss was like a treasure trove, able to pull anything out. Song Yin, help me detach all the broken metal pieces. I need some materials to exchange for the tape. Sure. Whatever little boss needs, we'll provide. Everyone began collecting all the scrap copper and iron they could find, spending 2 or 3 hours until they had amassed a pile of junk. Song Yin waved his hand, and everyone instinctively took the survivors to the corner. Get back to what you were doing. Our boss is about to fix the electric box. Song Yin also quietly turned around to find a place to rest. Jiang Ning, turning away from them, began picking up items one by one. Scrap iron blocks, 12 points per catty, broken wires, 1 point, crowbars, 10 points. Little by little, they accumulated over 100 points. Exchange for electrical tape. Jiang Ning wiped the sweat off her forehead. Electrical tape, 2 points per roll, toolbox, 120 points per box. For 21 took the opportunity to promote, it includes electrical tape and various tools, definitely worth it. Then let's exchange for the toolbox. With a thought, a red square box appeared in front of Jiang Ning. Opening it, she saw an array of tools that would certainly be enough to repair the power station. Song Yin. Hearing Jiang Ning's call, Song Yin put down his knife and walked over. What's up? All the tools are here, we can fix the power station now. Jiang Ning's face was filled with excitement. Song Yin couldn't help but ruffle her hair and smiled. You're really a treasure trove. At this moment, Jiang Ning's eyes sparkled. Song Yin didn't want to disappoint her, so he picked up the toolbox and began repairing the electric box. It was already pitch dark outside, but Song Yin was almost done. With a pull of the circuit breaker, the originally dark power station lit up with yellow lights instantly. We have electricity. Everyone cheered. Chapter 14, Cafeteria. With the power on, the filter began to hum and work. The water pump whirred as it worked, layers of reddish-yellow water flowing through the filter, slowly becoming clear. We have drinking water. A few excited women rushed to the sink, cupped water in their hands, and drank it down greedily. Having a source of water meant they could maintain their basic survival needs. They never even considered Jiang Ning, because meat was also a scarce resource in the apocalypse. Having one meal was already unimaginable, so they certainly didn't dare to expect another. Jiang Ning helplessly smiled. It was better this way. Even without her, these people could be self-sufficient. And for herself, she must become more powerful to survive in this world. Get some rest early, light sources will attract zombies. We need to head to the grain warehouse tomorrow. Song Yin turned off the lights and told everyone. Everyone had no choice but to settle their excitement and rest individually. At the break of dawn, Team 3 set off after getting ready. Most of the zombies that knocked on the door last night had left to find other prey, so the area around the power station was relatively safe. However, with the wind blowing, the stench of blood filled the air, making it unbearably foul. Jiang Ning bit her lip against the nausea as she followed Song Yin and Liu Yong toward the grain warehouse. Facing them was the cafeteria, with the grain warehouse located at the back. Apparently, the main door of the cafeteria had been damaged, and inside were scattered a few zombies. These zombies were gruesome, some had blurred facial features, others had lost an arm, and some even had intestines hanging out visibly. They must have been victims in life. Song Yin gave Jiang Ning a nod, who responded by taking a few meat buns, tearing them open, and throwing them at the entrance. Smelling the scent of meat, the zombies dragged their broken bodies and dashed toward the door furiously. Song Yin hid by the side, targeting a zombie with precision. A swift slash cleanly severed its head. The remaining zombies that didn't get the meat quickly grew frantic upon seeing one of their own die, lifting their claws to pounce on the 3. In order not to make too much noise, the trio resolved to end things quickly. Liu Yong kicked one zombie's stomach, causing it to stumble. Seizing the moment, Jiang Ning delivered a fatal strike and immediately stabbed another zombie behind her. Song Yin possessed the highest combat strength. He plunged his knife into the brain of the nearest zombie, kicking it off the blade as if he were operating a production line, 1 zombie per stab. After clearing the zombies roaming around the first-floor lobby, the 3 decided to investigate the second-floor hall. Before they climbed upstairs, a hidden zombie suddenly appeared from the stairwell, jaws wide open, aiming to bite the leading Song Yin. At a critical moment, Jiang Ning pulled out a meat bun and threw it at the zombie's face. Missing its target, the zombie was pushed aside by Song Yin's strong shove. He sidestepped, allowing Jiang Ning behind him to swiftly deal the finishing blow to the zombie. This thing is dead and still so sinister. I almost fell for its trap. Jiang Ning felt a wave of fear rising within her. Song Yin's expression also became increasingly serious. It seems zombies are not only evolving in speed, but some have also learned how to think. We must be more cautious next time to prevent intelligent zombies from ambushing us. Got it. Boss Ning, if you sense something strange, run immediately, Liu Yong advised sternly. Song Yin nodded in agreement. I won't underestimate myself. I will not be a burden, Jiang Ning declared firmly, clutching her weapon tightly as she kept up with them more closely. Even before reaching the second floor, the wailing cries of the zombies continued endlessly. They stopped in the stairwell, hesitant to ascend further. It seems there are more zombies on the upper floors. We can't rush in blindly. We must devise a plan to lure them down here, Song Yin whispered as he huddled with them for a quick strategy session. The cafeteria has 3 floors. The first and second floors are large halls. Behind the second floor hall is the kitchen. On the third floor are employee quarters. The doors connecting the kitchens and dining halls are always locked. If there are survivors, chances are high they're in the kitchen, he explained after glancing at the stairs leading to the third floor. And we don't know if there are zombies on the third floor staircase. Before Song Yin finished his sentence, Liu Yong interrupted. Actually, there's a small ladder connecting the kitchens on the second and third floors. My sister, who works as a cook's helper, used to take me there often to grab snacks. He scratched his head sheepishly as the conversation revealed he'd snacked plenty during those times. Nevertheless, this new information undoubtedly made Song Yin's rescue mission easier. Song Yin didn't hold his past actions against Liu Yong either. In that case, let's head to the third floor cautiously. Stepping lightly, the trio made their way upstairs. Thankfully, the staircase seemed free of any zombies. Unfortunately, the door to the third floor was locked tightly, impossible to open without a key. Jiang Ning sighed deeply. Looks like they'd need to devise another plan. Why don't you knock on the door, host? There might be someone inside, came prompt 421's timely suggestion once again. That's right. If there were living people inside, they would definitely hear their call and respond. But knocking might also attract zombies from the second floor. How could they figure out if there were people inside without alarming the zombies? The 3 slumped slightly in discouragement. Should they just give up? Jiang Ning lowered her head gloomily. At this moment, she noticed a small crack under the door. Jiang Ning inserted her knife into the gap. It was just wide enough to fit the blade. She jiggled the handle, and suddenly there came some rustling sounds from inside. Who's there? A voice from inside inquired cautiously. There were actually people inside. Song Yin, captain of hunting team 3. I've brought my team to search for survivors. Song Yin replied in a hushed tone. The person inside paused for a moment. No matter how evolved zombies might be, they shouldn't be able to speak, right? Are there any zombies outside? We've killed the zombies on the first floor. There were too many on the second floor, so we came straight up to the third. All right, come in. The door opened, revealing several fully armed survivors inside. Some held shovels, others pots. Though their weapons lacked lethal power, they could certainly defend themselves. They quickly entered the room and locked the door behind them. The survivors were visibly excited upon seeing them. We've been saved so soon. Song Yin's group couldn't help but ask after looking at the scattered groups of survivors. Is it only you guys here? Those few pointed toward the staff room door and said, the rest are in the kitchen on the second floor. We're up here guarding the door. Take us down there, Song Yin commanded. Passing through the staff room, there was a small ladder at the far end. They slowly climbed down to find themselves in the kitchen restroom below. Everyone, quick. The base has sent people to rescue us, the leader called out excitedly in a low voice. This announcement caused a stir in the kitchen. Really? How come there are only 3 of you? What's the situation outside? Can we leave now? Faced with a barrage of questions, Song Yin didn't know how to respond. The base has fallen. Our team 3 has lost contact with others too, but we've just fixed the power station. You can follow me there. Upon hearing this news, a wave of despair swept over the crowd. The base has fallen. What should we do? Isn't this a death sentence? With so many zombies around, how can we possibly survive? The zombies outside heard the commotion and started clawing at the door, scaring those inside into silence. Chapter 15, Zombie Recipe. No movement, the zombies quickly calmed down. Song Yin counted the number of people. Which one of you is the leader? Step out. A slightly overweight man bent his waist and stepped forward. It's me, hey. What's your name? Officer, my name is Yang Fu. I'm the head chef here. Alright, how much supplies do you have now? The head chef was well aware of the supplies here, and answered quickly. There are about 30 barrels of oil left, around 100 bags of flour, enough to make 300 welfare meals. Green vegetables are rationed, no one from the farmland has sent us any goods, so our supply has been cut off. As for meat, none at all. Song Yin thought for a moment. It basically matched the previous situation. There are more than 50 people here now, and they are all helpers. The head chef sighed. When the zombie wave broke out, the helpers were still tidying up the bowls and chopsticks. Fortunately, the base information came quickly, so most of those eating managed to hide in time. There are still some who, he pointed outside, they ended up just like them. Jiang Ning watched the densely packed crowd and unconsciously had professional concerns. Do you have enough food? The head chef furrowed his brow even more deeply. We have food, but the water supply has stopped. We can't knead dough to make grains. This group hasn't eaten for a day already. Hearing this, Jiang Ning quickly took off her backpack, using it as cover. She shook it a bit, and steamed buns and mantou started falling out. Seeing the steaming buns, everyone's eyes went wide. However, their long-established discipline prevented them from acting rashly, waiting for the head chef to distribute the food. Delicious. Delicious. Being able to eat a bite of meat makes death worthwhile. Everyone ate the buns voraciously. Some people were eating too fast and nearly choked. Jiang Ning felt uneasy watching this, remembering when she first arrived in this post-apocalyptic world and how she lacked everything. She understood these people very well. The aroma of meat slowly spread to the outdoors. The zombies, catching the scent, became agitated. A group of limb-deficient zombies fiercely pounded on the door, pressed against the glass where the meals were served, one atop another, their faces deformed. The glass was smeared with numerous dried bloodstains, making one feel uneasy. With a sharp sound, the glass at the meal serving station couldn't bear the strain and shattered. People screamed and ran frantically toward the restroom, trying to reach the third floor for safety. But Song Yin reacted quickly, grabbing a large pot and blocking the broken glass. Hurry, no pushing, go up one by one, he shouted hoarsely. And the zombies realized that without the glass obstructing them, they could easily grab prey, ramming even harder. What should we do? Jiang Ning struggled hard through the crowd, wielding her knife and cutting towards the zombies reaching through the broken glass. Just keep killing. Liu Yong came over to help. But the zombies kept increasing in numbers, and the other glasses wouldn't last much longer before breaking too. Ding. Gained 80 good reviews, sending reward. Zombie recipe. At the critical moment, the system suddenly spoke up. Without hesitation, Jiang Ning hastily threw a piece of zombie food out. To them, the zombie food seemed fatally attractive. As the food descended, the zombies stopped attacking the glass and turned to fight for the food instead. Ding, gained special diners, Ding gained special reviews, rewarded infinite zombie recipes. Without food, the zombies turned back to attack Song Yin. Jiang Ning hurriedly tossed some more food to let them scramble again. Liu Yong took advantage of the situation, swinging his blade to sever a zombie's head. As Jiang Ning threw more and more food, the zombies lost interest in the kitchen staff and scrambled greedily after the food on the ground. Ding, gained 10 special diners, 10 positive reviews. The number of diners kept increasing, as did the flood of praise. Ding, gained 20 special diners, rewarded sweet potato seeds, gained 20 positive reviews, rewarded chili seeds. Now wasn't the time to listen to the rewards. Even if the zombies didn't attack them, they were trapped inside with no way out. Taking advantage of the interval while the zombies fought over the food, everyone else had already escaped upstairs to the third floor. Jiang Ning and Song Yin were still on the second floor throwing food. Liu Yong, go to the third floor now, dangle food from the window and let the zombies snatch it. Understood. Liu Yong wasted no words, carrying a few portions of food and also climbed to the third floor. He found a random belt, tied the food securely, and then hung upside down on the windowsill, barely managing to push the food to the edge of the second floor window. Zombies unable to get food detected the scent coming from outside and broke through the window with a single claw, trying to grab things outside. But they couldn't catch anything, and the rear zombies had little patience. They trampled over the ones in front to fight for the food. Bang! The zombie at the front was crushed into 2 pieces, leaving no resistance for the zombies behind. They fell off the building and lay flat on the ground like a pancake. Hurry! Grab my knife and kill anyone who falls down. Being suspended for too long, Liu Yong's head was flooded with blood, his eyes already bloodshot. Jiang Ning and Song Yin were still continuously throwing food, completely unable to stop. A bold man reacted the fastest, rushing downstairs with a knife. Whenever a zombie fell down, he would immediately strike it down, killing quite a few zombies without any trouble. Continuing like this isn't a solution, I'm almost out of strength. Jiang Ning's hands were sore, relying on sheer willpower to maintain her throwing motion. The system in her mind grew increasingly excited. Host, there are 60 special diners. This time I'll keep the rewards for you and send them all together. Keep going and try to get more positive reviews. Don't talk about the reviews now, quickly exchange a few energy bars. If I don't replenish my strength, I'll die here. Do you want to convert the reward of 100 good reviews into energy bars? Yes. Upon receiving the energy bar, Jiang Ning couldn't wait to stuff it into her mouth. The energy bar melted as soon as it entered her mouth, and a warm current flowed through her throat, spreading throughout her body and soothing every aching muscle. The system delivers, always top-notch quality, 421 proudly said. Song Yin also received a piece of the energy bar. There aren't too many zombies left now. You keep throwing the food, and I'll try to kill them. Song Yin planned to resolve this quickly. Throw the food to the window. As long as a zombie sticks its head out, I'll kill it. Alright. Jiang Ning coordinated with Song Yin, controlling the force she used to throw the food toward the serving area, tempting the greedy zombies to stick their heads out to bite the food. Song Yin swung his blade once, and Jiang Ning threw another piece of food. The rotten zombie head rolled to Jiang Ning's feet, making her feel extremely nauseous. Song Yin slashed again and again, working in perfect harmony with Liu Yong upstairs, reducing the number of zombies dramatically. With only 17 or 18 remaining, Song Yin boldly opened the back kitchen door, rushed out, and accurately and swiftly cut off the legs of the zombies. Jiang Ning stopped throwing food, making the system wail uncontrollably. Feed a few more. There are already 300 positive reviews. Just a little more effort and we can get the big gift box. Jiang Ning rolled her eyes. Were the gifts more important than her life? She grabbed a knife and followed Song Yin outside. The zombies were busy picking up the food and didn't have time to notice these two. Jiang Ning had never felt before that cutting zombies was just like cutting watermelons. It took a bit more effort to hack through the flesh and bones, but with a sharp blade, the sound of crack shattered the skull of the zombie, red blood and white brains spewing out just like watermelon juice spurting out when cut. New paragraph starts here. Seeing Song Yin so efficient, Jiang Ning also charged forward. The remaining zombies were distracted by the food they scavenged from the ground, leaving no time to focus on her and Song Yin. This was the first time Jiang Ning felt chopping zombies wasn't different from slicing watermelons. Cutting through bone and flesh required a little effort, but with a sharp blade, the zombie's skull popped open easily, red blood mixed with white brain matter spraying out like juice from a watermelon. Chapter 16, Mutation. By the end of the killing spree, Jiang Ning felt her mind and body had both gone crazy. She felt like the boss of a watermelon shop, cutting melons one after another. The last zombie was dead, leaving behind a ground full of rotten flesh and brightly colored blood, which strangely reminded her of the spicy stir-fried pork she loved in her previous life. Jiang Ning couldn't hold it in anymore. Gripping the doorframe, she threw up profusely. Song Yin gently patted Jiang Ning's back beside her. Liu Yong led the survivors from the cafeteria and supplies towards the hydroelectric power station. The pot, as the strongest weapon, was completely covered with zombie blood and was no longer usable. However, all the other pots and pans that were not contaminated were taken away. At the hydroelectric power station, Liu Qiao heard the knocking on the door from Liu Yong and hurried to open it. A large crowd came flooding through the door. Liu Qiao, what? These are all survivors. You've rescued so many. Liu Yong scratched his head. That's right. You wouldn't believe how brave Miss Boss was today. Without her, we might have been trapped and died in the cafeteria. Curious, Liu Qiao asked, is that true? She wasn't repulsed by all these rotting corpses. Liu Yong chuckled, she threw up everywhere. This was just overheard by Song Yin, who was supporting Jiang Ning back into the power station. He gave them both a glare, then walked away with Jiang Ning slowly. Clearly, the small hydroelectric power station could not accommodate so many people. The survivors were pressed close together. Several women volunteers naturally took on the responsibility for medical treatment, tearing clothes into strips and bandaging the injured. Finally, I can rest a bit. Jiang Ning sat down on the ground, panting heavily. After throwing up, her stomach felt hollow and burned with pain. Song Yin thoughtfully boiled some hot water and handed it to Jiang Ning. The base's water, even if filtered, is still not drinkable directly. Please bear with this for now. Jiang Ning thanked him and drank the hot water in one gulp, finally feeling her stomach ease up. Thanks to the regular training at the base, the group didn't need orders and started organizing themselves immediately. People with medical experience actively helped the injured, those familiar with the power station checked the equipment, and the head chef along with his helpers built a fire on-site to knead flour and make welfare bread. After the heavy iron doors were shut, Liu Qiao began searching among the crowd for familiar faces. He found none after looking around, and he couldn't help but feel a little disheartened. Dad, are you still alive? Huang Qiong patted Liu Qiao's shoulder. Brother, don't worry. There might be survivors left in the grain warehouse. Song Yin stood up, wiping his hands. You're right. We didn't go to the grain warehouse because there were too many zombies in the cafeteria. Tomorrow, you, Jiang Ning, and I will check it out together while Huang Qiong and Liu Yong stay here at the power station. Liu Qiao replied, the grain warehouse is huge. One day probably won't be enough time. Song Yin looked at Liu Qiao as if he were an idiot. Who said we were only going for one day? He nodded toward the crowd. Look, the grain we brought back is enough to feed these people for half a month, and we have sufficient electricity. The grain warehouse is big and complicated, only you know your way around it. We must prepare for a prolonged battle. By this point, Jiang Ning had recovered a lot. That's right. I'll leave 1 week's worth of rations. In 1 week, if we haven't seized control of the grain warehouse, we'll absolutely need to return regardless. This timeline had already been decided during their discussion on the road. All right. Liu Qiao hesitated for a moment. No matter what, I have to find my father. If he's alive, I want to see him. If he's dead, I need to see his remains. That's the spirit. This is what a member of Squad 3 should look like. Huang Qiong draped an arm around Liu Qiao's shoulders and laughed. Suddenly, an odd sound came from somewhere. Someone has mutated. A scream erupted from the crowd. Everyone automatically scattered, forming a circle around the mutant. The mutated individual was drooling uncontrollably, eyes devoid of expression, and trembling limbs as they struggled to rise from the floor, walking unsteadily towards the person nearest to them. Scatter. Closest to the scene, Liu Yong immediately tackled the mutator. Freshly mutated, the subject lacked strong enough muscles or bones yet to resist, quickly subdued by Liu Yong, whose weight pinned them firmly to the ground. Song Yin guided Jiang Ning closer to conduct a thorough examination of the individual. The wound isn't deep, but infected by zombie blood, and discovered too late, beyond saving, sighed Song Yin. Such occurrences were far too common in this apocalypse era, helplessness vividly illustrated in every scenario. Just throw him out. As long as he's still human, let him remain outside. Soon though, who knows? That was the only decision Song Yin could make. As an injured survivor, killing him wasn't justified, but once he turned, Song Yin would show no mercy. In no time, the patient, carried outside, lost all reason and began relentlessly colliding with the gate of the hydroelectric station. His final memory suggested someone might be inside. Not long after, even that memory disappeared, and he stood for a while in front of the door unsure why he was there, feeling a void in his belly, desperately needing something to fill his hunger. Finally, the individual wandered off chewing on a piece of flesh, following the scent of blood. The people inside the gate were not unfamiliar with this scene, yet they still felt a pang of sorrow as if mourning for their own future. Jiang Ning couldn't help but ask, so many people were injured, why did only he mutate? Song Yin answered, at the beginning, getting grabbed or bitten by a zombie would cause one to mutate within 3 days. We had no way to fight back. Later, in order to reduce casualties, a group of researchers extracted blood from zombies and developed a serum. If someone got injured, timely injection of the serum would prevent infection. Over time, after being repeatedly scratched and treated with the serum, people developed a certain level of immunity. This immunity was then extracted by the researchers to produce a vaccine, which almost everyone in this post-apocalyptic world has received. He paused for a moment before continuing. However, there are exceptions. If the wound is too big and left untreated for too long, it gives the virus an opportunity to survive and mutate. Another case is when wounds accidentally come into contact with zombie blood, which accelerates the mutation process. That person earlier must have been exposed to zombie blood. Jiang Ning remained silent for a long while. 421. Do you have any solution for the zombie mutations? 421 hesitated. No, my system doesn't currently have any information about zombies, so I cannot provide a cure. Then how did you get the zombie recipes? These details were gathered from previous samples of zombie flesh and genetic information. These recipes aren't specific foods but synthetic food produced mechanically. What about the buns and hot pot? They're also mechanically synthesized. So at first, everything distributed was food, but later rewards became seeds, right? Yes. In the new era, humans have nutritional fluids in various flavors, while ordinary food gradually fades from memory. To save the ancient culinary heritage and to explore the historical gaps of the old world, I was created. Gaps. There's a historical gap between the old and new eras, and no one knows exactly why. Therefore, all the things you collect are invaluable to us. If that's the case, why are my collection points so low? Hearing this, 421 froze for a second. Based on the host's current needs, the collection point system has been adjusted. All points have now been doubled. Jiang Ning was speechless. So you messed up, and now you're just adjusting the value retroactively? 421 chose to ignore her comment and pretend to be non-functional. Real scammer. Jiang Ning silently complained. Chapter 17, Living Liu Ku. In the end, the system didn't tell Jiang Ning whether the zombies could be cured. Jiang Ning couldn't force it either, so she found a place to sleep and waited for tomorrow's journey. At dawn, Jiang Ning was awakened by the system. Baozi, steamed buns, and meatballs were all left in 2 days' supply. It's summer now, there is no refrigerator here, and leaving them too long will cause spoilage. After arranging the food, Song Yin woke up as well and also roused the members of Squad 3. After a simple wash, they packed their bags. Jiang Ning distributed 20 energy bars to each person, and then they set off. Still on the old road from yesterday, they quickly arrived at the granary. Liu Qiao was nervous and scared, with his father's body lying at the entrance waiting for him. Jiang Ning noticed Liu Qiao's tension and tried to reassure him. Don't be afraid, believe me, even if your dad dies, I will bring him back. Liu Qiao bitterly smiled, understanding that this was just Jiang Ning's joke, but it did make him feel better. The granary has 5 floors. The first floor is the hall, the second floor is the office, the third floor is the duty room, the fourth floor is basically a storeroom for miscellaneous items, and the grain is in the basement. After Liu Qiao introduced the basic layout of the granary, Song Yin reminded them, we don't know the situation inside, so we must be as careful as possible and try not to make noise. Before it gets dark, whether we are together or not, we must find a safe place to spend the night. All right. Jiang Ning nodded, and the 3 walked into the granary. The hall was dotted with splashes of blood, both human and zombie. Liu Qiao's heart sank. He felt sure that his father's condition was grave. However, with the mission at hand, finding other survivors would still count as success. As they climbed the stairs upward, the corridors of the second floor were filled with zombies. They gathered at a particular door, unwilling to leave. There must be someone in that room, Liu Qiao said confidently. Jiang Ning and Song Yin also firmly agreed with Liu Qiao's assessment. Now the main issue was how to clear out these zombies. Liu Qiao, aren't you wearing the protective suit I gave you? Jiang Ning asked abruptly. Yeah, so what? At this moment, Liu Qiao hadn't yet realized the severity of the situation and was still grinning foolishly. The quality of your clothing is really good. The last couple of times the zombies scratched it, but it didn't tear. Jiang Ning turned to ask Song Yin, can Liu Qiao outrun the zombies? Song Yin thought seriously for half a second. He should be able to. Jiang Ning, can the zombie claws break the helmet? Song Yin, probably not. Their claws are only sharp, not as strong as steel. Perfect. Having received the answers, Jiang Ning exchanged a yellow safety helmet worth 20 points from the mall, solemnly placing it on Liu Qiao's head. Liu Qiao, go for it. The zombies on the second floor are counting on you to lead them out. Huh. Liu Qiao was still confused. Song Yin understood what Jiang Ning wanted to do and stifled a laugh while explaining to Liu Qiao. Now, you have the strongest defense. Soon, you'll use food to lure the zombies in the corridor, while Song Yin and I take care of the ones possibly hiding in the rooms. No way. If I get bitten by one of them, I'm dead. Liu Qiao frowned, very reluctant. Don't worry, run down the stairs and climb a tree when you're outside. We'll come and save you once we've cleared the second floor, Jiang Ning added mischievously. Captain, look at boss. Liu Qiao tried to seek help from Song Yin. Song Yin gently adjusted Liu Qiao's hat. Good, your hat was crooked. Go for it, you can do it. Liu Qiao was utterly confused. Rest assured, I've observed that there's a tree next to the granary. Run fast, you'll be fine. Jiang Ning delivered timely reassurance. But this did little to comfort Liu Qiao. Jiang Ning took out a pack of zombie bait, handed it to Liu Qiao, and specifically instructed, use this to lure them once Song Yin and I have hidden. Liu Qiao looked at the square-shaped meat block disdainfully, muttering, what nonsense is this? Nevertheless, he had no choice but to act as the bait. Once Jiang Ning and Song Yin hid around the stairwell corner, Liu Qiao shouted loudly towards the corridor of the second floor, is anyone alive? All non-humans follow me. Then he threw the meat toward the corridor and ran immediately. Spurred by smell and sound, the zombies spotted the irresistible Liu Qiao. Like physical education students during an exam, the zombies rushed Liu Qiao with all their might. However, as a human, Liu Qiao was far more agile. With a swift turn, he quickly climbed up a large tree beside the granary. The zombies gathered under the tree, reaching desperately for Liu Qiao. After trying for a while without grabbing anything, some zombies began to walk away. Liu Qiao had to throw another piece of meat. The zombies surrounded again, ready to attack the delicious target in the tree. Meanwhile, Jiang Ning and Song Yin quietly crept into the corridor, where all the doors were tightly closed. Jiang Ning went straight to knocking on every door one by one. Is anyone there? No response came from inside the doors. Song Yin pulled out a knife, cut the lock, and pushed the door open. This room was a storage room, housing items like mops and buckets. No one's here. Let's check again. They proceeded to search room by room. Fortunately, no bodies were found so far, but neither were there any survivors. Could it be that no one's on this floor? Jiang Ning was somewhat disheartened. Song Yin shook his head, certain in his response, impossible. The granary is the base's most important place. There are people working here 24/7. The office can't possibly be empty, and earlier, the zombies gathered together, surely smelling human presence. Then, how about we check where the zombies concentrated? Jiang Ning suggested. Song Yin nodded in agreement. Together they came to an office located at the center of the corridor, knocking on the doors on both sides. Still no response. Still no one. Jiang Ning helplessly lowered her hand from knocking. Song Yin felt something was off. We should force the door open. He then picked up his knife and inserted it along the door seam. There's someone outside. Song Yin was close and heard voices inside. He quickly dropped the knife and whispered, is anyone in there? I'm Song Yin, captain of Squad 3. There is. The door opened quickly. A girl stood there, seemingly very familiar with Song Yin. Song Yin, it's great. Where are the others? The excited girl leaped into Song Yin's arms, totally ignoring Jiang Ning standing nearby. Song Yin awkwardly pushed the girl aside. Liu Ling, come down first. Afterward, he pulled Jiang Ning inside. All faces in the room were familiar. Song Yin, Manager Liu, you're here too. Manager Liu, yes, who's this? Jiang Ning beside introduced herself quickly. Hello, I'm Jiang Ning. Song Yin took over directly, our new team member. Without her, we wouldn't have made it here. Thank you. Manager Liu stood up, grabbing Jiang Ning's hand, shaking it fiercely several times. His enthusiasm left Jiang Ning at a loss. Seeing this, Song Yin spoke up to ease the situation for her. Manager Liu Qiao is still outside distracting the zombies. Let's cut straight to the point. How many survivors are in the granary? This kid has come too. I thought, well, everyone on this floor is already here. Song Yin, are there any people left in the rest area? Manager Liu, yes, the zombies arrived too fast for us to take care of everything. We could only hide immediately. There are 28 people upstairs, and the condition should be similar. Chapter 18, Encounter with Xiongxing again. Before Song Yin could speak, a blood-curdling cry came from outside. Boss, I can't hold on much longer. Liu Kuchang, recognizing Liu Qiao's voice, rushed out immediately. Son, where are you? I'm on the tree beside the second window. Hurry up and someone kill some zombies. They're almost climbing up. Song Yin and Jiang Ning ran outside with their knives. Liu Kuchang went to the window first, half of his body hanging out, trying to grab Liu Qiao by hand. But there was still some distance between the tree and the window. Son, don't panic. I'll find a ladder and set it up for you to climb over. Liu Kuchang quickly went to the tool room to find equipment while Song Yin and Jiang Ning had also arrived downstairs. A circle of zombies surrounded the tree. Though they couldn't climb, they were piling up on each other until they reached a height where they might catch Liu Qiao. Liu Qiao had already thrown away all the meat in his bag and could only cling to his knife, helplessly trying to climb higher on the tree. Fortunately, plants in this apocalypse world had mutated. The trees were too hard even for two people to cut down, and could thus support Liu Qiao and the climbing zombies. Under the lush green leaves, Liu Qiao's yellow safety helmet stood out clearly. He was pitifully holding onto the tree trunk alone, both sad and funny at the same time. Jiang Ning couldn't help herself and let out a laugh. Hearing this, Liu Qiao shouted loudly, young master, How dare you laugh at this time? Save me quickly. With this shout, zombies on the upper floors came rushing as well, tumbling out of the windows like dumplings. Several zombies jumped onto the tree, forcing Liu Qiao to use one hand and strike them off with difficulty using his knife. Jiang Ning promptly threw out several more pieces of meat. The zombies, smelling the fragrance, turned around to snatch the meat. Then, seeing Jiang Ning and Song Yin as two big chunks of meat, they charged towards them. As the number of zombies dwindled, the ones above began to fall down with loud thuds. At this point, Liu Kuchang had found a long ladder and placed it against the tree. Liu Qiao, shaking violently, climbed across. The zombies menacingly charged towards Jiang Ning. Now, it was Jiang Ning who panicked. She and Song Yin had rushed directly down to save Liu Qiao without much thought. Not only the zombies inside the building but also those upstairs and in the wild were attracted by Liu Qiao. Now a large crowd of zombies, packed densely, presented quite a shocking sight. Song Yin, experienced in combat, knowing they wouldn't be able to fight them off, pulled Jiang Ning and ran. Liu Qiao, protect them well. We'll find a way to shake off these zombies and come back. Even in escape, Song Yin didn't forget to instruct Liu Qiao to protect the survivors. Jiang Ning followed Song Yin sprinting down the main road, with the relentless pursuit of the zombies behind them. In such a dire moment, instead of thinking about life and death, her mind was filled with various chaotic thoughts. Jiang Ning, don't chase anymore. I don't have instant sore throat relief syrup anyway. Song Yin. Despite Jiang Ning's almost depleted strength, he still firmly held her so she wouldn't lag behind. The hands of the zombies were less than a centimeter from Jiang Ning, almost catching her. Untrained in physical endurance, Jiang Ning quickly lost strength after continuously running with Song Yin to lead the zombies around in circles. Song Yin simply applied a sudden stop, hoisted Jiang Ning on his shoulders, and continued running. With the jogging motion, blood surged into Jiang Ning's head and she felt queasy from Song Yin's strong shoulder pressing against her stomach. Yet strangely, she didn't feel imminent danger. Instead, she thought how capable Song Yin truly was, carrying someone yet still running fast, akin to a modern-day cheetah. Song Yin had never before felt any route to be this long. Exhaustion or fatigue did not exist in his mind, only the urgency to keep moving forward, ensuring neither Jiang Ning nor himself would fall into the clutches of the zombies. In such dire situations, humans always manage to unleash infinite potential. In rapid strides, Song Yin scrambled all the way up to the third floor of the canteen, expending every ounce of energy to lock the door. Both collapsed on the ground, panting heavily. Outside, numerous zombies that had caught up were furiously grabbing at the door, attempting forceful demolition. Knowing there were people inside, they encircled the place and refused to leave. Jiang Ning, why are these things so stubborn? Song Yin, having recovered slightly, took out 2 energy bars and fed one to Jiang Ning. Forget about them for now. Let's figure out how to get out of here first. Standing up, Song Yin looked around and planned to descend via the staircase leading to the rest area on the second floor. Just as they opened the restroom's door, they saw a huge blob of an unknown creature squatted in the corner, covered entirely in green zombie blood. Hearing the movement, the mysterious creature stood up. Seeing this, Jiang Ning's heart sank completely. Standing nearly 1 meter and 90 centimeters tall, the towering form blocked half the light from entering the room. Its body was riddled with rotten flesh and green blood. With fully intact limbs, it certainly wasn't something easy to deal with. As the mysterious creature made its move, Song Yin took the initiative, leaping high and kicking it right in the face. Oh! The creature actually cried out. Jiang Ning quickly pulled Song Yin aside. Zombies shouldn't talk, right? Song Yin was equally puzzled. This mass of flesh and blood definitely didn't seem human either. Let's check. Song Yin paused his movements. The unknown creature, fearing further attacks from Song Yin, quickly shouted, "I'm human." It then peeled off the rotten flesh covering its face and undid its belt, revealing multiple deer skins bound tightly around its body. It turned out that it had wrapped itself in deer skins and soaked them in zombie blood, attaching chunks of decaying meat to disguise itself as a zombie. "It's you, young master. I'm Xiong Xing." The figure on the other side was rather excited. Xiong Xing hastily wiped the blood off his face, exclaiming, "Oh my gosh, finally found some living humans." It was someone familiar. Xiong Xing immediately gave Jiang Ning a big hug. Being able to encounter a familiar person in this environment made Jiang Ning extremely overjoyed. "Xiong Xing, how did you escape? I thought everyone in the Wasteland district was dead." Xiong Xing released Jiang Ning and started by saying, "Young master, do you have any food? I'm starving to death." Jiang Ning quickly pulled out steamed buns and soup. With zombie blood all over his hands, Jiang Ning thoughtfully brought out a water heater so Xiong Xing could wash his hands first. As Xiong Xing ate the buns, he began to explain indistinctly. "The Wasteland district has indeed lost many people. I lived on the second floor, not many zombies could come up there, and I managed to kill those that did. But there were just too many zombies outside, more than I could handle. So I figured out a way to hide." After sipping some soup, he continued, "Finally, I managed to survive." Song Yin handed him an energy bar, which Xiongxing devoured in a few bites, recovering some strength before continuing his story. "The number of zombies kept increasing, and I don't even know how long I've been killing them. My whole body is covered in blood. Although they can't harm us, their sheer numbers would eventually exhaust me to death. Since dying anyway, I decided to lie down. To my surprise, they didn't even look at me, going after others with the scent of humans. Guess what? Lying among the zombie pile, they couldn't detect me at all. I simply submerged the deer skins and clothes in zombie blood and wore them. After that, many zombies mistook me for one of them. Occasionally, a few smarter ones would notice me, but a single strike with my knife would finish them off. Thinking I should find some food here at the canteen, surprisingly, there weren't any zombies left. So I hid on the 3rd floor to rest a bit, and then you guys came. Chapter 19, Disguised as Zombies. Jiang Ning never expected they could disguise themselves as zombies. She was so astonished that her mouth hung open. This actually works. Song Yin also found it incredible. In theory, zombies have poor eyesight but highly developed hearing and sense of smell. However, we've never considered disguising ourselves as zombies. Jiang Ning seemed to see hope. Then we can just smear zombie blood on us, right? Song Yin, in principle, yes, as long as we don't smell human, the zombies won't chase us. Said and done, the 3 of them climbed up to the 2nd floor using a ladder. Most of the zombies were on the 3rd floor and the stairs, so there weren't many zombies in the 2nd floor hall. Thinking about how tough it had been for Xing Xiong to survive all this time, Jiang Ning and Song Yin took the initiative to handle the task of killing the zombies. While fighting zombies, they rolled on the ground. Caked with blood, Jiang Ning even stuck a couple of pieces of meat onto herself. When they went down again, the surrounding zombies ignored them, aimlessly wandering around or occasionally mistaking their scent for the bodies on the ground. Jiang Ning held her breath in fear, gripping Song Yin's hand tightly. Song Yin held Jiang Ning's hand, inching out step by step slowly. It felt like an eternity as they walked down the floor. Finally stepping out of the canteen, Jiang Ning sighed with relief. The number of zombies outside wasn't too large, any they could kill reduced the risk to them. Eventually making it to the grain warehouse, both Song Yin and Jiang Ning caught their breaths temporarily. This is too intense. This experience far exceeded anything Jiang Ning had seen in zombie movies. The psychological pressure she experienced far outweighed the physical exhaustion. Song Yin sat down on the ground. I never thought I would one day be able to walk alive among zombies. Xing Xiong's method worked well. They smiled at each other, suddenly realizing something was missing. Where was Xing Xiong? Xing Xiong was too bulky and had struggled greatly to squeeze through the crowd of zombies. He was too slow and couldn't call out, only watching helplessly as Jiang Ning and Song Yin walked further and further away hand in hand. Fortunately, since Jiang Ning and Song Yin weren't moving very fast, Xing Xiong quickly picked up pace after squeezing out of the canteen and soon caught up with them. Xing Xiong looked at Jiang Ning resentfully. Young boss, you can't forget your friends for love, can you? Song Yin cut off Xing Xiong's comment in time. There are survivors upstairs, let's go up first. There were no zombies on the 2nd floor. Occasionally, a few zombies wandered down from the upper floors, but Liu Qiao had decapitated them. Liu Qiao saw Song Yin and instead of being moved by their reunion, he gave a loud retching sound. Boss, it's not that I'm picky, but how did you manage to make yourselves smell so bad? With the summer heat, the meat of dead zombies rotted faster than normal corpses, combined with sticky green blood. The 3 of them reeked. All for survival, we can't worry about so much. Xing Xiong shoved Liu Qiao roughly. After pushing, Xing Xiong realized there were still many people in the room. Liu Qiao introduced Xing Xiong actively. This is my dad, the grain warehouse director, and this is Liu Ling, Liu Yong's sister. These are all staff members of the grain warehouse. Everyone nodded briefly to acknowledge each other as a greeting. Liu Ling, brother Song Yin, what should we do now? Song Yin, we will rest here for a while. With sister Jiang Ning here, we'll eat until our fill. We'll take a look on the 3rd floor. If anyone is there, we'll bring them down. If there's no one, we should return to the hydroelectric station before dark if possible. If not, we'll wait till tomorrow. Standing nearby, Jiang Ning felt somewhat uncomfortable. Was she just a mobile food source in Song Yin's mind? Or was Liu Ling more important? Despite feeling uneasy, with so many people present, Jiang Ning took fragrant buns out of her backpack as usual. People who had been hungry all day stared straight ahead with wide eyes. As a base worker herself, everyone behaved gracefully. They took the buns, thanked Jiang Ning politely, and chewed carefully. Don't rush, I've got soup as well. Like magic, Jiang Ning pulled bowls out of her bag one after another. The aroma of the soup spread throughout the small room. At that moment, there was nothing in the room except the sounds of chewing. Sister really is amazing. One person carrying so much food, unlike me who cannot help at all here, Liu Ling muttered as she ate while pitying herself. Jiang Ning suddenly found Liu Ling somewhat irritating. Song Yin replied with a serious expression. Exactly, at least help Jiang Ning share some work. Let her do everything alone. Good job. All Jiang Ning wanted to do was applaud Song Yin. Liu Qiao also chimed in from the side. You made brother Liu Yong do everything when you were little, and now you can't do anything. Look at Miss Jiang, fighting in battlefields and cooking in kitchens, you'd better learn. Liu Ling didn't seem offended. Now I understand, still sister is capable. Please teach me well in the future, Tilda. Jiang Ning got goosebumps all over. Liu Yong is at the power station, you can learn from him. Tilda Liu Ling continued eating and drinking without any denial. Dad, have some more. Liu Yong held the meatball to Director Liu's mouth. Director Liu took the meatball and handed it to the next person. Sigh, having a son is really great. The others all chimed in agreement. Yes, little Liu is so filial, he always remembers to give good things to the director. Little Liu has already joined Team 3 at such a young age. His future is boundless. It's all thanks to the director's excellent guidance that little Liu has become so capable. Hearing these words, the wrinkles on Director Liu's face deepened as he smiled like a flower. Liu Ling also joined in. Big brother Liu Qiao is the best. Jiang Ning heard this and silently marveled that no matter where you were, subordinates always had to flatter their superiors. Even the act of serving dishes needed proper handling even in the apocalypse. Liu Qiao was so embarrassed that he couldn't lift his head. In the past, Liu Qiao wouldn't have been able to endure these compliments and would have overturned the table and left. But now, with Director Liu still alive, he thought nothing else mattered. Liu Ling looked at Liu Qiao and smiled brightly. Big brother Liu Qiao, you don't know, when the zombie tide came, everyone hid inside. Only Director Liu shouted my son is still outside while holding a broom trying to rush out. We finally managed to pull him back. Director Liu awkwardly waved his hand. Phut, didn't you think the people in the wasteland were doomed? Who could have guessed my son was lucky? Ha ha ha. Actually, when the power station exploded, Liu Qiao thought you were dead and cried for a whole night. Jiang Ning couldn't help but blurt out. Director Liu paused, cursing under his breath. You little rascal, how old are you to be crying? Yet his eyes also glistened with tears. Liu Qiao protested stubbornly. Aren't you fine here? I cried for nothing. You little rascal, truly troubling, Director Liu said while secretly wiping his eyes. Jiang Ning's heart ached too. Dead by the roadside, did her parents know? If they knew their child of 18 years was gone, would they cry into tear-streaked faces? Jiang Ning grew more sorrowful, her tears falling unconsciously. Song Yin quickly found a cloth and gently wiped away Jiang Ning's tears. What's wrong? Jiang Ning looked at Song Yin full of concern and couldn't help but bury her face on his shoulder, mumbling softly, I miss home. Chapter 20. This is the young lady he has raised. They went together to the staircase, where Xing Xiong had already been waiting impatiently. How come you're just now coming? Why are both of you so clean? What did you secretly do and forgot to tell me? Xing Xiong was upset. The first time at the cafeteria, the two completely forgot about him standing behind as they held hands. The second time, both had changed into new clothes, spotless with no doubt after a shower, and hadn't even called him. Jiang Ning took out protective gear for Xing Xiong. How could we forget you? Here, this is your set of clothing. A knife might not even be able to cut through it. Only then did Xing Xiong turn his anger into joy, taking the clothes and smugly saying, I knew it, if anyone were to know the little boss, it would be me first. If there's good stuff, how could I be forgotten? Jiang Ning looked at Xing Xiong curiously and asked, aren't you curious about how I suddenly have items and protective gear again? Song Yin gripped the knife tightly. In case Xing Xiong had discovered that Jiang Ning wasn't acting right early on and used this to threaten her, Song Yin would have to silence him by all means. People die because they own treasures, a principle Song Yin understood since childhood. Xing Xiong chuckled with a grin. Being able to survive in the apocalypse depends on personal skills. As long as little boss can feed me, I don't care where the food comes from. Song Yin sighed in relief, while Jiang Ning, seeing Xing Xiong's carefree demeanor, stopped pursuing the matter further. The three ascended to the third floor together. Thanks to Xing Xiong, the sporadic zombies on the lower floors were almost all eliminated, leaving them only to search for survivors. They knocked door by door. If there was no response, they pushed the door open directly. The grain depot was indeed more affluent than other places, with bunk beds inside the rest area. Song Yin immediately thought of moving the bed back. Jiang Ning silently questioned the system. For 21, can I store these things in your space and ask you to take them to the hydroelectric station? 421 replied cheerfully, sure, but I can only help you this once. Next time, anything sent here will be recycled immediately. Jiang Ning nudged Song Yin. Captain Song, I have a way to take the bed with us. You should go with Xing Xiong to check the other rooms for more beds. Song Yin caught on and led Xing Xiong to other rooms. As soon as Jiang Ning touched the bed, 421 quickly stored it into the system. Not long after, she returned, with Song Yin leading the way up front. Wherever there were supplies, Song Yin would notify Jiang Ning to recycle them. The three collected supplies, opened doors, and moved around so easily it was like scavenging. Why can't this door be opened? Is someone inside? Xing Xiong pushed the door in front of him but it was clearly locked and couldn't be opened. He banged on the door, but no one responded. What's going on here? Should we break down the door violently? Song Yin also felt the situation was a bit off. Don't make too much noise. What if there are zombies on the fourth floor? Got it. Xing Xiong took the knife and stabbed it directly into the door, causing it to collapse instantly. Little boss, this knife is really useful. Holy shit. Before Xing Xiong could finish his exclamation, a swarm of zombies rushed out of the room. The zombies grabbed Xing Xiong's hand and tried to bite it. Fortunately, the clothes were sturdy, but letting it take a bite would still be a problem. Xing Xiong kicked hard, severing the zombie's head cleanly, and its body fell backward due to momentum. The following zombies were crushed under its weight, falling down in groups. But they quickly got up and aimed for the humans who smelled appetizing. The door. Xing Xiong, block them with the door panel. Song Yin hurriedly picked up the broken door panels and blocked the entrance with force. Xing Xiong squatted down, supporting the door panel with his body. Jiang Ning swiftly took out pieces of meat and threw them inside the room. With Song Yin's coordination, whenever a zombie extended its neck toward the meat, Song Yin delivered the fatal blow. Meanwhile, Xing Xiong closed his eyes tightly to avoid any zombie blood getting into his eyes. Song Yin's arms ached, but finally, all the zombies were exterminated. Sitting on the ground, the trio panted, staring at the heads scattered across the floor. These should be newly transformed zombies. Look, their bodies are still the color of normal people. Song Yin analyzed, observing the corpses on the ground. Jiang Ning exchanged a few bottles of water from the system and distributed them among Song Yin and Xing Xiong. F***K. It must be that some person got infected by a zombie, and he followed others into the house, leading to the whole house having no survivors, Xing Xiong cursed, sipping water. Jiang Ning was puzzled. Even knowing you've been infected, why follow the crowd? Isn't that harmful? Song Yin patiently explained to her. There's a possibility he himself didn't know, though the probability is low. Not everyone can accept the fact that they'll mutate. As long as there's hope to live, everyone would risk it. Actually, there was another possibility. Knowing they wouldn't survive, some chose to drag others down with them. However, Song Yin did not voice this to Jiang Ning. He thought Jiang Ning's current mindset was fine. Excessive exposure to the darker side could taint one's heart. He preferred that Jiang Ning remain as she was. Killing zombies was a real test of physical strength. Between the psychological thrill and the physical exhaustion, it had already gone beyond what could be restored by energy bars. Jiang Ning felt that she was completely exhausted both inside and out. Xing Xiong was still okay. His physique was naturally stronger than that of an ordinary person. Song Yin looked at the sky. It's getting dark. We won't go to the 4th floor today. Let's sleep in the rest room tonight. At this point, Jiang Ning didn't have the energy to answer, just nodding to show her agreement. Little boss, can you still walk? Xing Xiong asked Jiang Ning, who was lying sprawled on the ground, with concern. Jiang Ning nodded again. Song Yin took out an energy bar, giving one to Xing Xiong, and then he unwrapped another to feed Jiang Ning. Let's find a door with a lock and get a good night's sleep. The system also thought that Jiang Ning had worked too hard today, volunteering actively. Host, sleep soundly. I'll keep watch tonight. Finally did something useful. Jiang Ning thought. Xing Xiong went first to look for a house, while Song Yin picked up Jiang Ning directly and carried her to the bed before setting her down. Sleep. I'll keep watch over you. Jiang Ning wanted to struggle a bit, but she was so tired that she needed relaxation badly. She fell asleep shortly after. Only then did Song Yin stand up, moving some cabinets with Xing Xiong to block the door. Then the two each found a bed, falling deeply asleep. That night, Jiang Ning had many dreams. In her dream, hordes of zombies chased her relentlessly, while the system gave no response no matter what she did. Just as she was about to be caught by the zombies, those behind her transformed into her parents, embracing her lifeless body and weeping. At this moment, Jiang Ning remembered that she had already died, now being chased by zombies in this apocalypse world. Even though she knew she was dreaming, she couldn't wake up for a long time. Great sorrow surrounded Jiang Ning. The loneliness in her dream made her feel as if she really saw her parents preparing for her funeral. The middle-aged couple, with grey hair, cried themselves hoarse in front of her portrait. She wanted to tell her parents that she was here, but she couldn't escape from the invisible constraints. Dad, Mom, I miss you so much. Tears slid down from the corners of her eyes. In a daze, she felt a pair of warm, large hands gently caressing her. The warmth of humanity gradually relaxed Jiang Ning. Slowly, the dream faded away, and Jiang Ning drifted off again. Alas! Song Yin sighed. How could this little girl, who cries even in her dreams, start to work alongside him in killing zombies without showing any change of expression? He suddenly remembered when he first met Jiang Ning. She was still a timid girl who turned red like a pig liver when her secrets were uncovered by him, stuttering and unable to speak properly. Now she had become his teammate who fought alongside him. Song Yin stroked Jiang Ning's hair, feeling a sense of pride. This young lady was raised by him. Chapter 21, The Second Zombie Wave. Ding dong, it's 8 o'clock. Please get up quickly and look for new customers, host. The sound of 421 came as scheduled. Jiang Ning struggled to open her eyes, her muscles aching all over. Xing Xiong was still greeting them while Song Yin seemed completely exhausted and didn't move a muscle in bed. After regaining some strength, Jiang Ning got up and woke Song Yin. Then she took out the water heater for him to wash. Jiang Ning prepared baozi and soy milk as breakfast today, and no sooner had they been placed on the table than Xing Xiong jumped up immediately. What smells so good? Oh, baozi. And there's soy milk too. And just like a bear, he squatted in front of the table and began wolfing down his meal. Hey, there's even water. I wonder if the boss would mind if I take a shower. After finishing his meal, Xing Xiong, seeing the water heater, exclaimed with surprise. Of course, Jiang Ning wouldn't care. As Xing Xiong washed himself, humming along the way, this is so comfortable. In my entire life, I've never bathed in unlimited hot water. Boss, you should be called Little Immortal from now on. Jiang Ning was amused by Xing Xiong. Little Immortal sounds strange. Just call me Little Fairy. Xing Xiong, all right. As long as there's food, drinks, and a chance to bathe, I don't mind calling you Dad. Jiang Ning wasn't idle either, packing 10 energy bars into each person's bag. After everything was ready, they opened the door. There were a few more zombies outside the door. Jiang Ning reacted swiftly, slashing the neck of the zombie closest to her with one swift cut. Song Yin and Xing Xiong weren't far behind, taking down the zombies in the corridor with several swift actions until they had been entirely wiped out. Song Yin, looks like quite a few zombies wandered over last night. Currently, the number of zombies within the base was unknown, making free movement quite difficult. Xing Xiong led the way, heading first to the 4th floor. There was no one on the 4th floor. Jiang Ning thought they could return to the power station in peace, but unexpectedly, 421 spoke up. During this time, your little store has received an overwhelming amount of positive reviews and more customers are coming in. To ensure the optimal experience for every customer, the system now announces an upgrade task. Jiang Ning, upgrade. 421, correct. Upgrade task 1, have your own vegetable garden. Upgrade task 2, have your own meat farm. Upgrade task 3, have at least 50 employees. Some of these tasks were once issued by the system. Jiang Ning sighed, in this situation, where can I find a vegetable garden for you? 421, hint, there should be self-built farmland within the base, and you can try to contract it. It was easy to say, but Jiang Ning had no idea where the base's farmland was located. Song Yin had already thoroughly explored the 4th floor, while Jiang Ning was lost in deep thought at the spot. What's wrong? Song Yin waved his hand in front of Jiang Ning. Only then did Jiang Ning snap back to reality. Nothing, I'm just thinking that there must be over 50 people in the power station now. How will we handle their eating, drinking, sleeping, and bathroom needs? This made Song Yin also puzzled. Eating is simple. The stored grain in the power station will be enough for us for over a week. There should be plenty in the bottom of the granary too. But the power station lacks toilets and sleeping places, the electricity isn't sufficient, and the water will run out quickly. We need to think carefully about how to solve these problems. Xing Xiong, however, felt it wasn't a big deal. If anything runs out, why not rebuild it? Don't we have our little immortal here? After saying this, he teased Jiang Ning and patted her shoulder. This is true, with you around, at least we won't starve. Song Yin also joked with Jiang Ning. It was the first time Song Yin had joked with her, and Jiang Ning blushed slightly. Song Yin, alright, let's go check the underground warehouse. Once done, we'll head back to the power station. Having decided the plan, they set off downstairs with their backpacks. Upon reaching the hall, Song Yin realized he didn't know the way to the basement. I should have kept Liu Qiao here, said Song Yin regretfully. Xing Xiong, let's go back to the power station first. It doesn't matter when we fetch the food. The three returned and collected some items they might use before setting off again towards the power station with their backpacks. Halfway through, a deafening alarm echoed across the sky. What's going on? An intense sense of unease welled up within Jiang Ning. Alarm! Alarm! A large number of special customers are approaching. Host, please find shelter immediately. 421 warned right away. The zombie wave is here. Run. Before Jiang Ning could react, Song Yin spotted a group of zombies rushing toward them in droves from the direction of the power station. They took off running. Returning to the granary was impossible because most of its areas were offices and corridors, and returning there would mean certain death. Their only option was to keep moving forward. Holy crap! Is this zombie wave ever going to end? Where are all these zombies coming from? Despite running for his life, Xing Xiong couldn't help but complain a bit. Jiang Ning felt like all the air in her lungs was being drained, each breath burning intensely. But the speed of the zombies was even faster, many of them almost catching up from behind. With renewed effort, the three pushed themselves harder to run faster. Fortunately, there was a building ahead. With no other options, Song Yin took Jiang Ning and Xing Xiong into the building in one breath and barricaded the door. At this point, the zombies had caught up, jamming themselves in front of the door and furiously pounding on it. Adding insult to injury, there were quite a few zombies in the hall too. The scent of fresh prey made them extremely excited. Drooling, the zombies lunged toward them. Some of the zombies even circled around the building, trying to enter through the windows. Jiang Ning struggled to draw her weapon and hacked at the approaching zombies. The zombies were incredibly fast, nearly biting Jiang Ning's face before she barely blocked them with her arm. One zombie managed to bite her arm. Fortunately, the sturdy clothing protected her. Apart from a stinging pain, Jiang Ning wasn't injured badly. She chopped off the zombie's cervical spine with her blade, its head falling cleanly to the ground. But the long hungry zombies wouldn't let Jiang Ning off so easily. As soon as one zombie fell, countless others sprang up in its place. Jiang Ning was not someone to be underestimated either. She turned the tables and charged directly at the zombies, swinging her blade to decapitate another one with ease. Though zombies lacked intelligence, they overwhelmed by sheer numbers. Despite Jiang Ning's frenzied blade work, more zombies continued to pour in through the windows. Outside, the throng of zombies battered the door loudly, causing it to shake incessantly. It seemed like it might give way any second. Xing Xiong struggled to hold the door shut, shouting, "Quick, go close all the windows first. I can hold out for a bit longer." After confirming that Xing Xiong could still handle it, Song Yin also drew his knife tied to his back and rushed into the fray. Song Yin's combat experience was richer than Jiang Ning's. A zombie reached out to claw him, but Song Yin sidestepped quickly, slicing its hand off before delivering a strong kick to its abdomen. This sent the zombie stumbling backward, taking down several others behind it and giving Song Yin some breathing room. He seized the opportunity to switch his weapon to close a window, pulling the curtain shut just in time. Then he turned around and grabbed the attacking zombie's hand, pushing it forward towards the window with a swift thrust of his blade straight into its neck. His fighting style flowed smoothly, while Jiang Ning relied heavily on her protective suit to fend off the zombies. The zombies continuously clawed and gnawed at Jiang Ning, yet they couldn't pierce through the protection provided by the suit. Jiang Ning didn't hesitate either, using her left hand to toss pieces of meat around to divert some of the zombies' attention, alleviating pressure from herself. Meanwhile, her right hand mercilessly slashed at the zombies in every direction, killing several more. At this moment, Xing Xiong was struggling to keep holding the door shut and shouted for help desperately. I can't last much longer, come and help me. Chapter 22, Friend of the Zombies. Song Yin closed the last window and looked around at his surroundings. Right in the middle of the hall was a reception desk. While cutting down zombies, Song Yin struggled to push the reception desk towards the main entrance. Seeing this, Jiang Ning stopped fighting the zombies. She casually killed a few zombies, dragging her back, and ran behind Song Yin to cover him. Song Yin hastily stuffed a few energy bars into his mouth. He ignored the bites from the zombies behind him and pushed the reception desk all the way to block the door, thereby freeing Xing Xiong. Once freed, Xing Xiong also pulled out his knife, and the three of them defended themselves against the zombies at the main gate. Jiang Ning climbed onto the reception desk and threw chunks of meat behind the zombies. Zombies who got the meat were busy chewing on it and did not participate in the battle. Song Yin and Xing Xiong leaned their backs against the reception desk. No matter how much the zombies scratched them, as long as they didn't grab their faces, they continued chopping at the zombies. You grab me, I cut off your head, it's fair. The zombies outside saw that the prey had disappeared. Despite knocking on the door hard and failing to get any food, they gradually dispersed. The coordination among Song Yin, Jiang Ning, and Xing Xiong was spot on. It didn't take long for them to clear out almost all the zombies. Xing Xiong collapsed onto the ground. Good thing the boss's clothes are sturdy, no matter how much the zombies scratch them, they don't break. Otherwise, we would have been dead long ago. Song Yin was so exhausted he couldn't even speak, but right now, he agreed with Xing Xiong. Jiang Ning ate one energy bar after another, not stopping until she felt no trace of fatigue in her body. She never imagined she would be surrounded by so many zombies. Decayed faces, broken bodies, discolored claws, and whenever a zombie opened its mouth, worms could still be seen wriggling inside. All of this made Jiang Ning's legs tremble even now. Song Yin sighed, in all my years of carrying out missions, it's the first time I've seen someone survive a wave of zombies. Without Jiang Ning, perhaps they would have died in the first wave already. Although Jiang Ning wasn't very strong in combat, when it came to logistics, if she said she was second best, no one dared say they were first. Jiang Ning, because I'm so scared of death, I turned into a healer. The zombies in the hall were gone, but how many more were there in the building? Where are we? Jiang Ning clutched her big knife tightly, as though only the weapon could give her security now. Song Yin wiped the green blood off his body to ensure none flowed into his mouth or eyes before carefully observing the surrounding environment. Finally, he concluded, it must be a research building. As solid as military buildings, the research building suffered little damage under the attacks of the zombie tide. Apart from the scattered zombie corpses on the ground and the collapsed cafeteria door, compared to the broken glass, it seemed impregnable. The research building stood 6 stories high without an elevator. The first floor was the lobby, and the upper floors were unknown territory to Jiang Ning, humans or zombies, she couldn't tell. Now the main door was sealed shut, with countless starving zombies outside. At least the number of zombies within the building was fixed, and making a stand here might just offer a way out. Having consumed too much energy, Jiang Ning took out some water to replenish her strength. Looking at Xing Xiong, who was voraciously munching away on energy bars with no decorum, Jiang Ning's strange thoughts began to multiply again. Do you think when zombies see us, it's like humans seeing live shrimp or crabs? No seasoning needed, just remove the head and tail, and it's sweet and fresh. At this point, Song Yin wasn't thinking clearly either, and he followed up on what Jiang Ning said. If that's the case, when zombies encounter large groups of humans, isn't it like humans chasing tides on the beach? Xing Xiong thought about it and found it pretty vivid. If someone chased me waving huge crab pincers, I'd find that quite terrifying too. All three imaginatively envisioned a picture of a crab chasing people and shivered involuntarily. What do we do now? We don't know how many zombies are upstairs. Xing Xiong looked at the corpses of zombies scattered across the floor, contemplating their next move. Jiang Ning wiped her face clean. Whether we charge ahead or hesitate, we'll have to face danger sooner or later. Let's bravely move forward and find a place to rest earlier. After taking a short break, Jiang Ning and her group decided to check out the second floor. 421 suddenly announced a task at this moment. Jiang Ning paused and listened attentively to what 421 had to say. Based on statistics, so far, the host has accumulated 5,000 positive reviews from special customers. Through systematic research, a reward specific to these special customers is now available. What's wrong? Seeing Jiang Ning suddenly stop, Song Yin kindly asked. Jiang Ning didn't answer immediately. 421 was still announcing the reward. Special customers have posed serious threats to the host. If the boss is gone, will the customers still have anything to eat? Therefore, our system has developed a special title, I am friends with zombies. As long as you wear this title, the zombies will completely ignore you. Isn't that enticing? Being completely ignored by zombies means you can freely travel through a zombie horde. Jiang Ning's heart raced instantly. How do I obtain this title? 421, new mission, gain 10 special customers to obtain the title, progress 10,385, reward is being distributed. Gain 30 special customers to unlock a new title, Necro Communicator, progress 3385. Gain 50 special customers to unlock a new skill, My Ultra-Large Backpack. Hosts any double-strap backpack capacity increases by N and can store any inanimate object. Progress 5385. Gain 100 special customers to unlock a new skill. I always know where my friends are. Host can sense zombies within 20 meters. Progress 10385. Gain 150 special customers to unlock a new skill, more zombie than zombies themselves. The host gains zombie-like stamina and agility. Progress 15385. Please help the host collect more zombie flesh and blood. More skills are currently under development. Receiving so many power-ups at once, Jiang Ning felt for the first time how reliable the system could be. She quickly equipped the title and turned to Song Yin to explain. You might not believe this, but now I'm friends with the zombies. Song Yin, what? You plan to feed us to the zombies? No. Jiang Ning hastily explained, well, anyway, trust me, zombies won't attack me anymore. Song Yin found Jiang Ning acting oddly, but still accompanied her upstairs to the second floor. There were an unusual number of zombies inside the research building. They barely reached a corner when a zombie rushed towards them. The zombie moved faster than a human and pounced directly onto Xing Xiong, biting him. Xing Xiong pushed the zombie off, which fell to the ground according to inertia. Song Yin then stepped on it and plunged his knife into the zombie's head. White brains and green blood covered the floor. Jiang Ning quickly reached out and touched the mess, startling Xing Xiong, who thought she had gone insane. Boss, we shouldn't touch these things. Jiang Ning, no problem, I have use for it. Wherever Jiang Ning touched, the blood gradually disappeared as if nothing had ever happened. Xing Xiong, just moments ago you were cursing their ancestors, now you're already fond of collecting this stuff? Jiang Ning, to be honest, I've developed a new hobby. Now I'm even regretful about not collecting more zombie remains earlier. Xing Xiong, there are plenty downstairs, why don't you gather them all before leaving? Jiang Ning really turned around to head downstairs, only to be lifted up by Song Yin. If you want fresh zombie remains, I'll go kill some for you. The ones downstairs are already rotten. Chapter 23, My nose is extremely sensitive. After zombies die, they decompose faster. Now the zombies in the hall have started to emit an unpleasant smell, which indeed is hard to tolerate. Jiang Ning thought that Song Yin made sense. You guys wait here for me, I'll go upstairs and take a look. Xing Xiong, boss, are you crazy? Is it because there are too many zombies that boss has broken down? Song Yin, do something quickly. Jiang Ning felt helpless. Trust me, Song Yin, don't you believe in me? Song Yin recalled the first time Jiang Ning was surrounded by zombies, there was a faint protective shield around her body. He hadn't seen her use it again, assuming it was a one-time thing. It seems that Jiang Ning's reliance has returned. Since she wants to act alone, let her try. Song Yin still supported Jiang Ning, let her try. Ning, if there's any danger, shout loudly. No matter what, I will come to rescue you. Hearing this, Jiang Ning was moved. She stepped toward the second floor, and instinctively, many green dots appeared in her mind. These must be the nearby zombies. The zombies were wandering around in the staircase area, and quite a few of them were also loitering in the second floor lobby. This batch of zombies clearly lived for a long time. Dried flesh tightly adhered to their bones, making their overall physique more skeletal. Jiang Ning tentatively took a step forward. At the movement, the zombies all turned to look at Jiang Ning. They just looked, realizing that this creature emitted a similar odor to their own kind, so they turned back to continue aimlessly wandering around. Jiang Ning quietly walked into the lobby, where the files at the front desk lay scattered on the ground, stained red with blotchy blood. Wooden chairs had been completely smashed apart. It seemed that this place had once experienced a tough battle, but who had won remained unclear. Now, silence reigned on the second floor, except for the zombies, no sign of any living human. But in Jiang Ning's ears, she could hear faint sounds. This might be why the zombies lingered here. Jiang Ning hesitated as she walked forward, listening intently for a long while before finally stopping in front of a door. Is anyone there? Jiang Ning gently knocked on the door. She distinctly smelled the sweat peculiar to humans. For some unknown reason, she was certain that someone was in the room. The room inside soon fell silent. Jiang Ning lightly knocked on the door again, raising her voice. Is anyone there? If there is, knock 3 times softly. Upon hearing the noise, the surrounding zombies roared, but after seeing it was Jiang Ning, ignored her. Sure enough, 3 knocks echoed from within. Seeing that the zombies indeed didn't respond to her, Jiang Ning bravely declared, there are still many zombies outside now, I'll leave for a moment, and when I knock on the door again later, you can let me back in. An affirming sound came from within. Jiang Ning confidently strode out of the lobby and went downstairs to find Song Yin. Upon hearing the zombie roar but then become quiet, Song Yin became anxious. However, Jiang Ning soon reappeared, calming his worries. Xing Xiong, impressive, little boss. You're like walking freely among zombies now? Are you immortal or what? No longer threatened by death, Jiang Ning felt light-hearted enough to joke around. That's right. My powers weren't restored earlier, but now things are different. Zombies don't even pay attention to me. Xing Xiong, are you saying you evolved from crab to human? Song Yin hugged Jiang Ning affectionately, as long as you're safe. Surprisingly, though somewhat unaccustomed to being hugged, Jiang Ning found herself able to accept Song Yin's body, which mingled with sweat and decay, despite its less than pleasant smell. There's a room upstairs where survivors should be hiding. However, since the number of zombies outside is overwhelming, I didn't dare to attempt an attack. I'm not sure whether mutual killing among zombies is normal. Song Yin released Jiang Ning, looking at her seriously. You're right, what if zombies attack you? We'll go up together. More people means more strength. There were about 10 zombies upstairs. Jiang Ning stealthily went up first, wiping the necks of the zombies in the staircase area, then allowing Song Yin and Xing Xiong to come up. Crouching low, they waited until the zombies were off guard, suddenly attacking them. With Song Yin and Xing Xiong present, it required almost no effort to kill those dozen or so zombies. Jiang Ning collected some blood and meat from the zombies before knocking on that door again. The door opened quickly. Inside were only 3 workers in white lab coats. Seeing these individuals in black uniforms, they felt like they'd caught a glimpse of hope for survival. A mentally fragile woman burst into tears immediately. I thought we wouldn't survive. Still cautious, Jiang Ning locked the door, then conjured buns and Japanese Oden soup from her bag like a magic trick. These 3 people ate the buns and drank the soup, moved to tears. Thank you for saving us. I've never tasted such delicious buns in my entire life. Even welfare rations from the base could be turned into buns, mostly vegetable stuffed, whereas meat buns were seldom consumed even by researchers. Song Yin looked at these 3 ragged people, feeling a little reluctant to tell the truth. In fact, we also came in because of the zombie tide. Zombie tide? Your meaning is that there was a second zombie tide today? One of them, a middle-aged man with some grey hair, asked doubtfully. Song Yin nodded. The middle-aged man swallowed the bun in his mouth and adjusted his glasses. In theory, large-scale zombie tides only happen once. Zombies lack independent consciousness. They need not only favorable time and place but also a smarter zombie leader. With 2 tides within less than a week. His eyes darkened slightly. Could it be that zombies have evolved? Song Yin sighed. It's possible. The zombies along the way are faster and smarter now, and some even attack us in groups. As for the strange incident of the zombie knocking on the door for buns, it was too eerie, so Song Yin instinctively chose not to mention it. The middle-aged man regretfully stamped his foot. Oh no, all the research data is on the 5th floor. If I had the data, I could analyze the direction of the zombies' evolution. Jiang Ning stepped forward voluntarily. Don't worry. Wherever the data is, I can retrieve it for you. The middle-aged man immediately grabbed Jiang Ning's hand. I Guan Li's hand thank you in advance, but I cannot let you take such a risk. It's too dangerous outside. Data lost can be researched again, but life only comes once. Jiang Ning shook Mr. Guan's hand gently. Mr. Guan, please don't worry. I naturally have low presence. Zombies generally won't actively attack me. Don't worry, I'll handle this task. Song Yin looked helplessly at Jiang Ning's earnest expression, gave a small laugh but didn't object. Professor Guan, just trust her. Xing Xiong chimed in. Professor Guan, didn't the zombies just stay outside while our young boss found you guys first? Professor Guan realized this point now. How did you know we were here? There were plenty of zombies outside. Jiang Ning touched the back of her head, slightly embarrassed. If I say I smelled you out, will you believe me? Chapter 24, Human Flavor, Meat Flavor. Professor Guan paused for a moment. This girl has a great mentality. She can still make jokes. We should learn from her. Only Song Yin deeply believed that Jiang Ning might really be able to smell human scent. After eating and drinking enough, Jiang Ning volunteered to go to the 5th floor. Unexpectedly, there were so many zombies in the research building. In the end, Jiang Ning almost squeezed out of the crowd of zombies. The 5th floor was a lab, with a deep corridor where cold winds blew continuously, accompanied by the constant wailing of zombies. Jiang Ning got goosebumps all over her body. She moved through the crowd of zombies. Even during the day, the building was gloomy, making it hard for her to recognize the rooms. She had to squint and search each room one by one. Suddenly, a whiff of fragrance reached Jiang Ning's nose. It was a meaty smell, mixed with human sweat, carrying a faint unidentifiable aroma. Jiang Ning suddenly realized this was the scent specific to humans, as perceived by zombie noses. Her nose was becoming more and more like a zombie's. There were many people here. Zombies generally wouldn't go upstairs voluntarily. Neither the cafeteria nor the grain warehouse would attract zombies without humans present. The denser the zombies were on the upper floors, the more survivors must have been there. With this thought, Jiang Ning felt a bit excited and started looking around for traces of humans. Almost all doors in the laboratory were metallic. The green plants had been smashed up and thrown about, clearly showing that zombies had no sense of aesthetics and had damaged a lot of decorations. Metal doors greatly limited Jiang Ning's sense of smell. She couldn't figure out which way the smell was coming from. Perhaps there were people behind every door. She knocked on each door one by one, but there was no response. Without any other choice, she had to descend to inform Professor Guan about the situation. Perhaps he could do something about it. Jiang Ning returned empty-handed. Professor Guan assumed that the files had been destroyed, feeling somewhat disheartened but still asked Jiang Ning politely. You're back. Did you not find the files? I should have guessed, how would zombies care for human things? Jiang Ning seriously told Professor Guan. All the doors on the 5th floor are locked, and I suspect there are a large number of survivors. Upon hearing this news, Professor Guan furrowed his brow in disbelief. How is that possible? All the doors on the 5th floor are mechanical and would automatically unlock in case of a power outage. At this moment, Song Yin also understood and, with a grave expression, informed Professor Guan, we initially repaired a small hydroelectric station, which might have been specifically supplying power to this science building. Another person in a white coat sitting by the door pressed the wall switch upon hearing this. Indeed, the lights came on. Professor Guan was overjoyed. The data has been preserved. However, there were still plenty of survivors upstairs. How could they join them? Xing Xiong looked at Jiang Ning. Little boss. No, little deity, since the zombies don't attack you, how about you take this opportunity to cut them? No, once you show aggressive behavior towards zombies, your title will automatically be revoked, warned 421 in time. Jiang Ning originally had this idea, but after hearing the prompt from 421, she had to abandon it. I can't actively attack zombies or I'll be exposed. Jiang Ning sighed unhappily, but she couldn't deny the fact. Professor Guan sat on the ground, with a serious look on his face. How many zombies are outside now? Jiang Ning, too many, densely packed, so I'm sure there are even more people upstairs. Professor Guan, all the doors on the 5th floor have backup locks. The problem isn't how to open them, but whether zombies will rush inside once opened. Song Yin glanced at Jiang Ning, quickly thinking. Professor, this team member of mine is a chef who developed a type of meat block that has an extremely strong attraction to zombies. Can we think of a way to lure them out? Professor Guan, we can try. After a brief discussion, the group decided to first lead all the zombies upstairs to the lobby before heading to the 5th floor together. The group lacked proper tools, so the responsibility of finding tools again fell on Jiang Ning. Following Professor Guan's instructions, Jiang Ning went to the utility closet on the 3rd floor. There were only a few zombies here, all busy with their own affairs and paid no attention to Jiang Ning. The utility closet door wasn't locked, and she smoothly entered, searching item by item. Few items were useful here. There were only a few mops and brooms. Unexpectedly, Jiang Ning found a string of keys lying on the ground. How did the farmland keys end up here? Jiang Ning thought more keys meant more possibilities, so she put them in her pocket, took off the mop heads, and returned holding the mop sticks. Professor Guan and the other 2 whitecoats worked together to tie the mop sticks into a long stick, attaching at the top a long rope brought by Jiang Ning from the grain warehouse, handing it over to her. Song Yin and Xing Xiong held knives and told Professor Guan. Professor Guan, stay here with your colleagues. Xing Xiong and I will go downstairs. If zombies come out, we'll kill them one by one. Professor Guan tightly shook Song Yin's hand and, at a loss for words, could only say. Professor Guan tightly shook Song Yin's hand and, at a loss for words, could only say. Be safe. Jiang Ning and the other 2 set off in separate directions. Jiang Ning went to the 6th floor first, where there were very few zombies, only 3 or 4. She removed her title and wielded a large blade, quickly dispatching the zombies on the top floor before putting the title back on. The zombies barely had time to react before their heads were severed from their bodies. The speed of the zombies is surprisingly fast. Jiang Ning marveled as she felt the power coursing through her body. She tied a piece of meat to a string and slowly lowered it down the stair railing. Smelling the fragrance, the zombies in the staircase rushed down like moths to a flame. Some went down the stairs, others were pushed out and fell with a thud, twitching twice before getting up and walking toward the meat. A few others suffered brain injuries and lay motionless. The pressure was now on Song Yin and Xing Xiong. Fortunately, the staircase entrance was only so big. Plus, Jiang Ning adjusted the position of the meat from time to time, keeping the zombies busy and drawing only a few to notice Song Yin. Some zombies found the meat too hard to obtain and switched targets, charging at Song Yin. Song Yin's physical strength had been greatly enhanced by the endless supply of food from Jiang Ning. Fighting off a group of zombies was still tough, but these 5 or 6 were no problem. Xing Xiong, well fed and fully recovered, fought even more fiercely. Is this all you've got? You can't scratch me anyway. He held his bag over his head and charged into the group of zombies, hacking wildly. This caused chaos among the zombies, as if they were fighting amongst themselves. Their sharp claws posed no threat to him, and Xing Xiong attacked more vigorously. Covering his face, he relied on his size advantage and crushed a patch of zombies. Song Yin wasn't far behind, imitating Xing Xiong's protective stance around his head and swiftly following up with finishing blows. The zombies above were too occupied grabbing at the meat to notice the decreasing number of zombies below. Jiang Ning fixed the stick onto the railing, removed her title, and joined the fight. Song Yin and Xing Xiong became faster and fiercer in their attacks, while Jiang Ning continued to throw chunks of meat into the zombie crowd to cause confusion. Together, the 3 of them managed to kill quite a few zombies. Chapter 25, Exposed. There were too many zombies, and with only 3 people, they couldn't possibly clear all the zombies here. The 3 of them were exhausted and panting heavily. Jiang Ning seized the opportunity to throw a large number of meat chunks downstairs. The zombies were attracted by the scent to the 1st floor hall. Song Yin and Xing Xiong fought against the swarm of zombies and managed to retreat upstairs. Seeing that they had safely entered the room, Jiang Ning activated her title and piled up chunks of meat at the stairwell on the 1st floor. Song Yin and Xing Xiong were drenched in sweat. I thought we could finish them all in one go, but there are so many more zombies in this building. Xing Xiong panted heavily as sweat dripped down his cheeks. Jiang Ning quietly swallowed some saliva. She smelled the overwhelming aroma of the meat, reminding her of her favorite braised pork from before. This was what humans smelled like to zombies. Jiang Ning was famished. She sneakily ate a few buns, even though they contained meat, she still couldn't taste that irresistible flavor. Jiang Ning, 421. Why can I perceive the smell of humans from the zombies' perspective? For 21, it's a side effect. Your physical strength, mobility, sense of smell, and hearing are now identical to those of zombies and cannot be voluntarily turned off. Moreover, due to the enhancement provided by our system's food production, you're likely to become more powerful than the zombies. There is always a trade-off. Jiang Ning resigned herself to her fate and sat in a corner. Song Yin, we can't eliminate all the zombies nor drive them out. We'll have to clear them out slowly. As for the survivors on the 5th floor, let's hope they can hold out until we get there. Jiang Ning didn't want to stay passive. After much contemplation, she checked the system all again. Motorcycle helmet, 250 points. Specially designed for thrill-seekers like you. Are you troubled by not being able to find sturdy helmets? Motorcycle helmets will meet your needs. Jiang Ning looked it over carefully. The helmet's protective shell extended from the head down to the shoulders, perfectly safeguarding the area above the collarbone. And among similar products, it was the cheapest. Most importantly, in its product video introduction, no matter how the seller slashed with a black broadsword, not a single mark remained. However, the drawback was that Jiang Ning didn't have enough points. As Guan Professor and Song Yin fervently discussed strategies, Jiang Ning timidly spoke up. Excuse me, are there any valuable items in the research building? Upon hearing this, the air became instantly quiet, and everyone's eyes turned to Jiang Ning. Guan Professor was extremely dissatisfied, almost ready to explode. Are you here to rescue people or rob us? If you plan to take our equipment, then leave. Come back after I'm dead. Song Yin understood. Jiang Ning must have found something good and was thus urgently looking for something valuable to exchange for it. He consoled the professor. Professor, don't be upset. That's not what she means. After considering for a while, he offered an excuse that others would find more acceptable. In fact, Ms. Jiang has quite strong manual skills. If we can find appropriate metals or materials, she could craft weapons. Hearing it wasn't about dismantling his instruments, the professor calmed down. You should check out the meeting room on the 4th floor. Most of the construction materials used there are metal and might be usable, assuming you have the tools and ability to cut them. In this post-apocalyptic world, unique technology has developed. They smelted a kind of metal with extremely high hardness, but its cost was prohibitive, so it was only applied in small areas. After hearing this, Jiang Ning wasted no time and headed straight for the meeting room. There weren't many zombies on the 4th floor, and the door was just an ordinary metal door. Jiang Ning simply placed her hand on the door, allowing the system to dismantle it. In the blink of an eye, the 4th floor was almost empty. All the desks, chairs, benches, virtually everything were recovered by Jiang Ning. The host has been working hard lately. Today you've collected 6,800 points. Indeed, scrap iron was more valuable than wood. 421 felt extremely pleased. Host, we've finished calculating the rewards for the entries related to the previously collected items. Starting tomorrow, you might gain click points every day because people of the new era are very interested in things without historical records from the old era. Jiang Ning was only concerned with her points. So, how many points do I have now? 32,400 points. Suddenly becoming rich, Jiang Ning was overjoyed. She quickly exchanged 3 motorcycle helmets and bought 3 sets of protective clothing, tops, pants, and shoes, everything included. Looking at the 10,000 points she had left, Jiang Ning couldn't help but sigh that points really don't last long. Jiang Ning brought back 3 sets of black outfits, catching the professor's attention. Jiang boss, isn't there no fabric in the building? Jiang Ning chuckled mischievously but didn't explain. Instead, she asked Song Yin and Xing Xiong to change into the clothes and gave the professor the protective suit she had been wearing. Professor Guan, don't look down on the clothes even if they're dirty. This stuff can't be scratched by knives, and practically no zombies can reach you. Is that so? The professor half believed her and put on the clothes. After being fully equipped, the trio was full of confidence. With determination, they stormed out of the room, slaughtering any zombies in their path and bravely carved out a bloody way through the encircling zombies. In order to rescue the survivors safely, they fought their way through the zombies with all their might until dusk, finally clearing out all the zombies in the research building. Jiang Ning took off her helmet. Her hair, matted with sweat, stuck to her forehead. She regretted for the first time having long hair. Looking at Song Yin, Jiang Ning silently thought to herself, maybe I should get a buzz cut too. Song Yin also removed his helmet and, seeing Jiang Ning drenched in sweat, tenderly brushed the strands of hair off her face. Finally safe, Song Yin grinned as he tousled Jiang Ning's hair. Young lady, you're truly amazing. The hot weather combined with the sudden compliment made Jiang Ning's face flush bright red, stammering, Is that so? Xing Xiong poked his head out, giving her a thumbs up. Little boss, you're really something. Most of the zombies here were killed by you. Even Song Yin can't keep up with your speed. Jiang Ning glanced at the zombie corpses strewn across the floor and suddenly asked a question. What do you think we should do with all these bodies? Song Yin also looked down. The earlier fallen zombie corpses had already started to rot, oozing thick liquid. The air was filled with swarms of mosquitoes buzzing about. It was midsummer in July, and the temperature was scorchingly high. It wouldn't take long before the bodies decayed and emitted an unbearable stench. If they didn't evacuate in time, the polluted air could kill them. Song Yin, there's nothing we can do. There are too many zombies outside, we can only wait. As if to confirm Song Yin's words, a zombie wail came from outside. What transmitted into Jiang Ning's ears was shockingly coherent speech. Move forward, hurry, sunrise will come. Thanks to her ability as a necrolinguist, Jiang Ning understood the call of evolved intelligent zombies. Furrowing her brow, she leaned carefully against the door to listen more closely. Move forward, boss, hurry. People gone, find people. It seemed they were searching for something. Wearing a serious expression, Jiang Ning told Song Yin, the zombies seem to be heading somewhere, looking for someone. This time even Song Yin found it hard to believe, raising an eyebrow, you can understand what they're saying? Jiang Ning fumbled nervously, replying incoherently, not exactly understanding, just comprehending. She avoided looking at Song Yin, feeling guilty. In the past, all she could do was provide food, which wasn't particularly surprising. Now not only were zombies ignoring her, but she could also comprehend their language. Even if Song Yin cared for her, this revelation would likely result in being dissected. Chapter 26, Song Yin's Doubts. Song Yin had many doubts in his heart. He wanted to ask Jiang Ning why she could endlessly produce so much food. Why an energy shield appeared to protect her at life and death moments. Why she progressed so quickly, and even those who benefited from her also became stronger. Why the zombies could ignore her, and she could even understand what the zombies were saying. None of these questions could be explained by conventional theories. Xing Xiong noticed the silent sparks between the two and quickly tried to mediate. I've been saying that the young boss is a goddess. Beautiful and kind-hearted, she must have been sent down by heaven to save us. Only then did Song Yin take a good look at Jiang Ning. She no longer resembled the frail figure she was when she first came to the base. Even with her body covered in stains, one could still see her well-proportioned and strong physique. Her slender waist seemed as if it could be easily encircled by one hand. She had gained weight on her face, radiating the unique charm and brilliance of a young girl. Her bright black eyes stared at him, filled with unease. Song Yin deeply trusted Jiang Ning and knew she was pure and kind. Yet, he couldn't help but feel uncomfortable about the things she kept hidden from him. It was as if the person closest to him suddenly told her that she wasn't even the same race as him. Song Yin forcibly suppressed the gloom in his heart and heavily said to Jiang Ning, you are too powerful, with too many secrets. We fought side by side for so long, yet I still don't know you completely. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ning's face showed a hint of sadness. If it were someone else with so many abilities, he might not be able to understand either. But she didn't know how to explain herself to Song Yin. Xing Xiong, wise and perceptive, patted Song Yin. Captain Song, why worry about all this? Regardless of who the young boss is, she has genuinely been helping us. Your food, clothing, even weapons, everything is given by the young boss. She has even entrusted her back to you. Even if she were an alien, she's an alien who has shared life and death with us. I can see that she has done her best, gathering resources for us and exchanging them for our survival. Song Yin didn't say anything. What he cared about wasn't the number of Jiang Ning's secrets or her magical powers. What he cared about was that he suddenly felt distant from Jiang Ning, as if he had never truly understood her. He thought about teaching her step by step how to kill zombies and protect herself. Now, looking at Jiang Ning's explosive strength which even surpassed his own, he realized it was thanks to her efforts that countless dangerous situations were barely resolved. This made Song Yin very uneasy inside. Jiang Ning was originally timid, someone who needed protection. How did their roles suddenly reverse, making her the one to protect him? Seeing both continue in silence, Xing Xiong tried to break the awkwardness by quietly saying to Song Yin, didn't you notice? This person who fears death more than anyone, several times rushed into danger to save you. The zombies bit her shoulder, and she still calmly cut off their heads. Indeed, if it were before, Jiang Ning would have weakly embraced herself, sobbing in pain. The last time she nearly died, she hugged herself while crying, smearing tears and snot all over him. Thinking about this, Song Yin's mood slightly improved. But it wasn't just for him. When Xing Xiong was struggling, Jiang Ning helped him quite a bit too. Song Yin started feeling uneasy again. His head buzzed with thoughts, yet he couldn't sort through the confusion. In the end, he didn't even know why he was upset. Looking at Song Yin's unfathomable expression, Jiang Ning also couldn't directly reveal that she had a system. She could only gaze at Song Yin. Let's not talk about it now. I'll tell you when the time is right, okay? At the very end, Song Yin could only stifle out, I hope you consider me as your partner and do not withhold anything. Xing Xiong looked at Song Yin's clumsy demeanor and almost burst out laughing. After Song Yin turned around and left, he seriously told Jiang Ning, don't be afraid. We will always be friends. Song Yin is just being stubborn, it's called male pride. After speaking, he followed Song Yin away nonchalantly. Jiang Ning couldn't comprehend why this had anything to do with self-respect, but knowing the bigger picture, rescuing the hostages was the most important thing. She believed there would always be an opportunity to tell Song Yin everything. The doors on the 5th floor were almost all locked. After Guan Li's Han and 2 assistants went through tremendous effort, they finally cleared the zombie corpses and found the master switch for the 5th floor. Just after turning off the switch, the door locks on the 5th floor clicked almost simultaneously. The automatic locks had already opened. They began knocking on each door one by one. There were responses now. Is it safe outside? The people inside asked in a low voice. Guan Li's Han stopped Song Yin who was about to speak and cleared his throat. I am Guan Li's Han. All the zombies in the research building have been cleaned up. Squad leader Song Yin from the hunting group's 3rd team has come to rescue us with food and water. Everyone, open the doors. Guan Lishan's reputation was especially effective, and the doors opened quickly. The lead person was so moved that tears welled up in their eyes, extending trembling hands. Is there any food? We haven't eaten for a long time. Yes, there is. Jiang Ning immediately unstrapped her backpack and took out all sorts of food from it. Buns, steamed bread, meatballs, radishes, seaweed. The people from the research building thought Jiang Ning seemed to glow with light tilde. Song Yin stared intently at Jiang Ning, stroking his chin. Xiongji, do you think Jiang Ning's bag has grown bigger by this much? He even used his hands to illustrate the size difference. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ning stiffened slightly. The bag had indeed grown larger after being modified by the system, which allowed her to justify pulling things out endlessly by claiming it was big and fully packed. So delicious. I never thought I'd still be alive to eat meat. Some of the survivors cried. Eat slowly, take your time. With Captain Song here, he will surely lead us out alive. Professor Guan, with the most seniority, had become a natural leader here. After greeting the other professors, he helped Jiang Ning distribute supplies. With the full equipment of the research building and no longer threatened by zombies, Jiang Ning could stay here indefinitely. But what about the survivors at the hydroelectric station and other places? Jiang Ning remained deeply concerned. As long as the zombie horde persisted, they wouldn't be able to relocate the survivors. Song Yin clearly had the same thought. Jiang Ning, since the zombies seem to ignore you, you should head to the hydroelectric station and see if there are any more survivors. Considering the current situation, Jiang Ning was the safest option to send. Professor Guan also agreed. The research building is temporarily safe. As long as we have enough food, we can hold on indefinitely, but people elsewhere might not make it to tomorrow if help is delayed. This mission required Jiang Ning to act alone, observing the situation around the base, but Song Yin couldn't feel completely reassured. Just remember where the survivors are, check whether the defense systems in the base can be activated, and under no circumstances trust others blindly. Not everyone is worth your rescue. By the end, Song Yin felt like he might have rambled too much and left only 4 words behind. Be safe. Chapter 27, Green Tea? The next day at dawn, Jiang Ning came out of the small window of the Science Institute with her backpack. There were far fewer zombies around compared to yesterday. She walked through the base, where most of the buildings had been destroyed, leaving broken walls and ruins that looked especially desolate. At this time every day, people could usually be seen lining up to go to their workplaces. Now only broken bodies and wandering zombies remained. Jiang Ning returned to the hydroelectric power station along a familiar route, only to find it completely surrounded by zombies. Person. The zombies unconsciously emitted single syllables. Jiang Ning remembered hearing something similar from zombies in the research building yesterday. They seemed to be looking for something. Could they be searching for a person? There were too many zombies, so Jiang Ning tried to use chunks of meat to lure the zombies away from the power station. After most of the zombies had left, Jiang Ning dared to knock on the door of the power station. The gate clearly showed signs of heavy impact, covered with green bloodstains and full of dents. The people inside were cautious. Upon hearing Jiang Ning's 3 short knocks followed by one long one, they quietly asked, "Who is it?" The raspy voice sounded utterly exhausted. "Jiang Ning, it's me, Jiang Ning. I've returned." Upon hearing Jiang Ning's name, the door opened slightly, and someone quickly pulled Jiang Ning in before shutting the door again. Liu Qiao grabbed Jiang Ning and carefully examined her. "That's great, you're safe. How about the boss?" Jiang Ning, Song Yin and Xing Xiong are now in the tech building. "We've found a lot of people, but there are too many zombies outside, so only I can return." Liu Qiao had dark circles under his eyes, clearly indicating he hadn't slept for a long time. He pointed towards the survivors with weak gestures, complaining to Jiang Ning. "We just got back and before we could close the door, we encountered a group of zombies. Luckily, Huang Qiong was quick-witted and immediately helped us. Look, for these past 2 days, all we could do was eat some emergency rations and barely drink water because the zombies kept attacking the gate. We almost needed people guarding the door day and night, otherwise, the zombies would rush in due to their enormous strength." It was clear Liu Qiao and the others had suffered a lot over the past few days. Jiang Ning sighed. When would these days come to an end? Liu Qiao then asked, "How did you get back?" Jiang Ning immediately recalled Song Yin's gaze, which somewhat dampened the joy of their reunion. "It's a long story. Anyway, zombies won't attack me, so Song Yin sent me to check out the situation outside." Liu Qiao grabbed Jiang Ning's hand. "Boss, I missed you so much. Please figure out a way to take us out." Only then did Jiang Ning realize how unbearably smelly the power station had become. The crowd squeezed together, lifelessly working on whatever they had in their hands, while excrement littered the ground nearby. "This smells terrible." Jiang Ning, whose sense of smell had been enhanced, nearly fainted. Chef Huang Qiong finished distributing food, wiped his hands, and approached Jiang Ning. Who could deny it? "There's no restroom here. Zombies don't know why, but they have surrounded the power station and refuse to leave. So whenever we need to relieve ourselves, we have to manage on site." Jiang Ning massaged her forehead. "I'd love to help you escape, but there are too many people. Rushing out without preparation would be like offering warm meals to the zombies, wouldn't it?" Someone who had stayed quiet until then finally spoke, Liu Yong. "There are trucks in the backyard of the military building." But Jiang Ning couldn't drive. In her previous life, she had been solely focused on preparing for exams and hadn't acquired any skills, not even cooking, something she only learned after the apocalypse. At this moment, Liu Ling stepped forward. "I can drive, let me go with Sister Jiang Ning." With that, she brandished the knife given by Song Yin. Jiang Ning had forgotten about her, her face falling, unwilling to see her. Sister looks so good and capable, but not knowing how to drive isn't such a big deal, right? Let me help you, sister, Liu Ling cooed softly, though Jiang Ning wasn't sure if it was a compliment or an insult. Fair enough, Liu Ling seems able to do almost everything. Jiang Ning, you should bring her and let her bring out the truck. Liu Qiao had found a plan, becoming very excited. But I can only guarantee my own safety from zombie attacks, as for others, I can't control that. Jiang Ning didn't want to work with Liu Ling, but what she said was true. Liu Ling seemed determined to stick with Jiang Ning. It doesn't matter, as long as I don't smell like humans, zombies will unlikely attack me. As long as Sister Jiang Ning is willing to take me, I'll follow. Jiang Ning chuckled in frustration. Was Liu Ling treating her like a crutch? This wasn't supposed to be gathering supplies but more like a vacation. She retaliated bluntly, if you can somehow mask your scent, I'll make sure to escort you safely to the military building even if it kills me. Shall we start now? Liu Ling looked at Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning, yes. As soon as the words were spoken, Liu Ling casually walked to the pile of excrement, lay down, rolled twice, then filled a small cloth bag with it, tying it onto her body. Too brutal. Jiang Ning stared speechlessly. What was Liu Ling planning? What a huge sacrifice. Liu Ling had originally smelled of the unique, soft fragrance characteristic of a young girl. Now, Jiang Ning's nose was filled with the odors of feces and urine, and she almost vomited. But Liu Ling didn't seem to mind at all. Sister, let's go. Liu Qiao also gave her a thumbs up. Liu Yong, your sister is brutal. Liu Yong scratched his head with a silly laugh, as if it were truly a compliment, beaming foolishly. That's how she's been since she was little. Having made a promise, Jiang Ning couldn't back out, so she started off with Liu Ling. The zombies outside were enjoying their meal so much that they paid no attention as Jiang Ning walked by. Only those close to Liu Ling when she came out vomited. Jiang Ning kept a distance from her. I don't even know where the military building is. Liu Ling smiled slightly and confidently said, just follow me, sister, there's no place in this base I don't know. In that case, it's all on you. Jiang Ning hadn't finished speaking when she noticed a zombie leaping towards Liu Ling like an excited dog. Before she could warn her, Liu Ling twisted as if she had eyes on the back of her head. She sidestepped the zombie's embrace, delivered a roundhouse kick precisely to its abdomen, and sent it flying 5 meters away. Then with a dash forward, she swung her knife with both hands, hitting the zombie right on its head. It twitched once, then lay limp and still. With precise efficiency, Liu Ling pulled her blade free, trailing whitish-green brain matter and tissue, and wiped the blade clean with some sand on the ground. Her movements flowed seamlessly, leaving Jiang Ning utterly astounded. Being shocked twice by the same person within a single day. Jiang Ning immediately thought that everyone in this post-apocalyptic world was terrifyingly skilled. Seeing Jiang Ning's gaping mouth, Liu Ling shyly smiled. I'm nowhere near as good as you, sister. Please excuse me. Jiang Ning hadn't recovered her composure. You, damn. At this moment, she had completely lost her ability to manage words. Liu Ling's combat ability was on par with Song Yin. Liu Ling seemed to take it all in stride, even treating Jiang Ning's shock as praise. Thank you for your compliments, sister. There's still so much I need to learn from you. That was pure, unadulterated sarcasm. Jiang Ning felt even worse inside. Chapter 28, Joking Around. Liu Ling skillfully navigated around various buildings, taking several twists and turns, leading Jiang Ning all the way to the military building's entrance. There were surprisingly few zombies around the military building, and even fewer corpses. It was downright eerie. As if Liu Ling hadn't noticed, she reached out and pushed the heavy gate of the military building. The gate was locked, so Jiang Ning knocked on it. No response. They decided to climb up through the pipes on the side of the building. If at first Jiang Ning had wanted to ask Liu Ling if it would work, after the earlier hassle, Jiang Ning no longer bothered. Anyway, Liu Ling's skills far surpassed her own. The walls of the military building were rough cement, and the pipes were thick but slippery, with too little friction for Jiang Ning to climb easily without help. Liu Ling, however, after a quick look, leapt with Parker-like agility. With a running start, she kicked off the wall and hung onto the windowsill. She paused for a moment, swinging herself onto the windowsill using her body's momentum. She then smashed the window open with the hilt of her knife, shattering the glass. Bending low like a cat, she slipped into the room. Once inside, she didn't forget to remove the broken glass before gesturing to Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning mimicked her movements and swung herself into the house. The building was eerily quiet. There was no one around. Jiang Ning didn't detect any scent of humans. Liu Ling led Jiang Ning downstairs, through 2 buildings, and in the rear courtyard, 3 large trucks were parked there conspicuously. Just as Liu Ling was about to open the door, Jiang Ning pulled her back. This was their first physical contact. Why don't you take a shower? It's too smelly here. Once we're in the car, I might not be able to stand it. Liu Ling smiled enchantingly, leaving Jiang Ning momentarily stunned. I will naturally do everything sister tells me to. How could Jiang Ning withstand that? She suddenly understood why guys preferred green tea girls. Because they were good-looking, obedient, considerate, and had eyes only for their big brother. Jiang Ning led Liu Ling into a random room and took out a water heater. After seeing this, Liu Ling laughed even more. Indeed a young boss, resourceful and capable, no wonder brother speaks highly of sister. Finished speaking, She casually undressed without hesitation in front of Jiang Ning. On the contrary, Jiang Ning felt somewhat embarrassed and instinctively turned to leave. You wash slowly. There won't be much chance to once we return. Liu Ling had already communicated thoroughly with Liu Yong, knowing well that Jiang Ning's abilities mustn't be known by others. Seizing the opportunity, she washed meticulously, including every strand of her hair. Meanwhile, Jiang Ning wandered within the building and randomly took a set of clothes to offer to Liu Ling. Wearing the uniform made Liu Ling appear even better looking. The black uniform combined with a leather belt accentuated her upright figure. Her originally dazzling appearance enhanced under the uniform's contrast, emitting an even more masculine charm. The alluring peach blossom eyes glistened with moisture, perfectly blending the stern aura of military attire. Let's go, Liu Ling reminded Jiang Ning, noticing her daze. The truck was tall. Liu Ling mounted it effortlessly, while Jiang Ning struggled slightly due to her height and less nimbleness. Come. Liu Ling extended her hand and helped Jiang Ning aboard. Steadily seated on the vehicle, Jiang Ning watched as Liu Ling leisurely started the engine and steadily drove the car out of the yard. Driving such a large vehicle, it gave off an impression akin to a child playing with adult toys. Yet Liu Ling skillfully held the steering wheel and glided along the road. You know a lot. The atmosphere inside the car became awkward, and Jiang Ning dryly commented, attempting to ease the situation. Liu Ling, keeping her eyes on the road, flattered Jiang Ning verbally. In comparison to sister, I'm still lacking tilde. Then nonchalantly ran over a zombie blocking their path. Ho ho. Apart from forcing out a dry laugh, Jiang Ning couldn't think of anything else to say. With a vehicle now, they quickly arrived at the hydroelectric power station. Calmly turning the car around, Liu Ling aligned the trailer towards the gate and backed up gently. They've returned. Upon hearing the noise, Liu Yong, recognizing the tail of the car near the gate, immediately opened the gates wide. The tail end of the truck fit precisely through the gate, closing seamlessly without any gap. The car is here. We can relocate. The crowd excitedly shouted. No need for arrangement, everyone automatically queued and climbed aboard. Jiang Ning marveled repeatedly at Liu Ling's precision maneuvers. Liu Ling wasn't impressed. When the gates were built, dimensions were specially calculated to ensure that in case of a zombie flood, the gates allowed trucks to enter exactly, though it does require high driving skills. In no time, the trailers filled up with people. Shoulder to shoulder, almost everyone was squeezed on board before Liu Ling continued driving to the entrance of the research building. Near the research building, there were also plenty of zombies. TSK, troublesome. Liu Ling rolled her eyes impatiently and engaged the gear. Hold on tight. Before Jiang Ning could react, an intense backward thrust pressed her firmly against the seat. Liu Ling sprinted forward, spinning around the research building with a few drifts. Everywhere, the zombies were crushed into paste. Jiang Ning nearly vomited in the car, feeling extremely dizzy. With Liu Ling behind the wheel, they sped ahead in an adrenaline-fueled chase, surrounding and grinding down zombies as they went. Jiang Ning barely kept it together, trying not to throw up, completely disoriented. She took several deep breaths to suppress the nausea and clumsily crawled back through the window. Jiang Ning didn't think much about it, she just wanted to open the door quickly. She grabbed the reception desk and dragged it out with great effort. As soon as the door was opened, Liu Ling had already backed up the car. Seeing that the door was open from the rearview mirror, she drove straight in. As soon as they got out of the car, someone vomited due to the stench of decayed bodies. The pile of corpses here won't do. Huang Qiong looked at the ground covered with zombies and sighed. You all are too lethal. How many zombies did you kill? If I were you, I wouldn't even bother fighting back. Liu Ku also came down. The sight of so many dead zombies almost made him sick. Quick, get these corpses outside. For better survival, the crowd had no objections. Anybody who could still move joined the carrying team, lifting the corpses onto the truck. Liu Ling drove the vehicle to an open area and after some operation, the truck bed automatically rose, dumping the zombie corpses like garbage. This is pretty convenient. Jiang Ning didn't have the strength to comment anymore. Liu Ling didn't seem like the delicate green tea girl from before. Her strong combat skills and psychological resilience convinced Jiang Ning she could be a member of Team 3. Upon hearing the commotion, Song Yin and Professor Guan came down. Seeing an old friend, Professor Guan and Liu Ku clasped each other's hands tightly, nearly shedding tears on the spot. Old buddy, you're alive too. Fantastic. This is too smelly. Let's talk somewhere else. The two had so much to share that they decided to go upstairs for a proper chat. Song Yin walked over to Jiang Ning and carefully checked her all over. Are you all right? Song Yin was not good with words and didn't know what to say to Jiang Ning at this moment. Jiang Ning thought Song Yin might not calm down for a while and hurriedly responded. I'm fine, thanks to Liu Ling, we made it smoothly. At this moment, Liu Ling swayed her waist and approached Song Yin like a boneless creature, hugging his arm and shaking it vigorously. Song Yin brother, I missed you so much. She rubbed her chest against Song Yin's hand, leaning into him. Jiang Ning suddenly disliked her again. The expression on Jiang Ning's face gradually stiffened, and she finally turned around and went upstairs without saying a word. Song Yin subtly withdrew his hand. He was accustomed to Liu Ling's exaggerated behavior. But it was evident Jiang Ning wasn't. Song Yin stared at Liu Ling silently, making her extremely uncomfortable. Stop embracing me like that in the future, understood? Liu Ling shrank her neck. Song Yin's piercing gaze made her nervous. I understand, she nodded obediently, thinking to herself how humorless he was. Chapter 29, The Farm. Director Liu and Professor Guan, holding relatively higher positions, sat together and began discussing the evacuation of the masses. Director Liu, now that our lives are safe, we still need to solve the food problem. I don't know what's the situation with the farmland. Professor Guan, the research building is well equipped with water and electricity, and it can still function normally. However, there's no place for the masses to rest, and many areas inside the building are confidential, we can't let them in. Director Liu, how about checking out the farmland first to see if production can be restored? There are employee dormitory buildings and an independent hydropower station over there. As long as the equipment isn't damaged, we can temporarily ensure the living needs of the survivors. After some discussion, they provisionally set their next step. Then they called Song Yin over. After hearing their plan, Song Yin frowned. I'm not against going to the farm, but more people mean more zombies. We only have 7 people. How could we possibly deal with so many zombies? Let alone the losses on the way. If there's a group of corpses at the farm, whether or not we can survive will be a question. After listening to the professional fighter's analysis, Professor Guan realized their initial plan was too idealistic. What should we do then? Just hide in the research building until the resources run out? Song Yin didn't have any good solutions for the time being. But Liu Ling disagreed. Why bother so much, brother Song Yin? Now that we have cars, just drive through them, they'll die in batches. It was indeed a good idea. Used to fighting zombies hand-to-hand, Song Yin wasn't yet accustomed to using tools. He stood there stunned for a while without saying a word, and Liu Ling suddenly chuckled softly. Brother Song Yin is used to single combat. He's not like me, someone who has little fighting power and can only rely on tools. If Liu Ling had little fighting power, he could only count as a vegetable. Jiang Ning muttered under his breath. In the end, the plan was settled. Liu Ling would take Liu Yong and Huang Qiong to the military building to retrieve the remaining trucks. Then Song Yin and Jiang Ning would form a team to investigate the farmland. Liu Yong and Huang Qiong would respectively accompany Liu Ling and Liu Qiao, carrying repair materials to patrol the base. Generally, repair materials were stored in the living department and distributed by the head. But the head of the living department was nowhere to be found, and neither were the keys to the material warehouse. Song Yin decided to use the backup materials from the science and technology building first to go repair the entrance broken by the zombies in the wasteland area. Having cars made things a lot easier, and almost effortlessly they acquired 3 trucks. Song Yin drove away with Jiang Ning towards the farmland. The road ahead was desolate and lifeless except for zombies. They arrived at the farmland silently. Song Yin unlocked the car door and hesitated for a while before saying cautiously, "Be careful." Jiang Ning sat in the car, fidgeting nervously with the edges of her clothes and biting her lips, unsure of how to break the silence. She quickly thought of ways to explain the current situation so that Song Yin would believe her. For 21, for the safety of the host, please don't disclose my existence to anyone. Jiang Ning, but how can I explain all this now? For 21, you can tell him that you've awakened a superpower. Totally unreliable. Jiang Ning felt inwardly frustrated. For 21 was truly the most useless system in the world, doing nothing other than eating. For 21, when exchanging items for food, you called me sweetie. Now that you're out of excuses, you vent your anger on me by calling me useless? Host, wake up and smell the coffee. Lost in her own wandering thoughts, Jiang Ning paid no attention to 421's complaint. Snacks? What snacks? Did I complete another mission? 421 realized there was no point trying to communicate with Jiang Ning at the moment and simply stopped talking, letting her think wildly. Still silent, Jiang Ning got out of the car. The farmland was vast, and Jiang Ning slightly regretted not asking Song Yin to come with her into the field. As far as the eye could see, the land was filled with only a few vegetables and wheat fields. These wheat fields that survived in the wasteland provided raw materials for rations. The zombies there resembled scarecrows, standing motionlessly in the fields, waiting for something unknown. The place was so expansive, and despite roaming around, Jiang Ning couldn't find the way to the dormitory. By chance, she discovered a small house nearby. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a guard post with its door locked. Unable to push it open, Jiang Ning suddenly remembered that she carried a string of keys for the farmland. With slight hope, she tried them out, and with a click, the door opened. Almost instantly after opening the door, Jiang Ning was attacked from inside. The man swung a shovel toward her head. With significantly enhanced physical strength and reaction speed, she dodged the attack within the blink of an eye and caught the man's arm. Restraining the attacker, the young man's face showed terror. Upon recognizing who he was, Jiang Ning tried to comfort him. "Don't be afraid, I'm human." The man seemed to have been scared witless by zombies, screaming out loud. "It's impossible. With so many zombies outside, anyone who comes in must die." Jiang Ning tightened her grip slightly, and the man cried out in pain as the shovel fell to the ground. She grabbed his hand and brought it close to her nose so that he could confirm she was indeed breathing. As he realized this, his fear gradually subsided. He dropped to his knees with a thud and began pounding his head on the ground loudly, each bang looking painfully loud. "Please, I don't want to die. Help me." Jiang Ning had never seen anything like this and quickly tried to lift him up. But the man clung desperately to her, refusing to get up no matter what. With no other options, Jiang Ning knew he had likely been terrified out of his wits by zombies, so she decided to soothe him first. "Don't be afraid. I'm here to take you all out. Where are the others?" At hearing that her purpose was to rescue people, the The man calmed down a little. They're all in the dormitory building. The zombies have all gone there too. I only escaped because I was lucky enough to hide in the duty room. In fact, when the zombie outbreak happened, since the farmland was the furthest from the wasteland area, the evacuation had been quite timely. When the zombies arrived, most people were already gone, leading to minimal casualties. Reassured by this news, Jiang Ning asked the man, I want to go to the dormitory building, but I don't know the way. Can you take me there? The man trembled at the prospect of going outside, instantly losing his courage. I can't. I'm not as tough as your hunting group. Going out is certain death. However, I can tell you, the dormitory building is to the west. You just need to go straight along the main road until you see it. And he pointed outside. The adjacent house is a storage room. There's an electric scooter in there. You can check if it still has power. He also knew that there were too many zombies around the dormitory building, making it impossible for anyone who went there to survive. Hence, he refused to accompany Jiang Ning outside. Sighing, Jiang Ning left some water and food for him. Captain Song Yin from Team 3 is driving a truck outside the farm fence. If you're brave enough, you might try escaping. The man didn't respond, hugging himself tightly in the chair and ignoring Jiang Ning completely. Jiang Ning went to the storeroom, where various tools such as hose and shovels were piled up. An old electric scooter sat in the corner. If 421 had eyes, they'd probably shine brightly with excitement. An antique electric transport device from the old era, highly collectible. This is a classic car of the new era. Hurry, collect it, and I'll give you a modern mode of transportation in exchange, top-of-the-line stuff. Hearing about this great deal, Jiang Ning immediately decided to recycle the scooter. Ding, recycling successful. Sending 50,000 points. So valuable. Jiang Ning was somewhat surprised. She had originally thought it would be worth only a few thousand points, but unexpectedly earned 50,000. The system paused for a long time, emitting crackling sounds continuously. Suddenly, it announced word by word. The 421 system has secured one personal vehicle under the Duniwan Tech Company for the host. Distribution underway. Chapter 30, Bicycle turns into motorcycle. A two-wheeled motorcycle appeared in front of Jiang Ning. The black body paired with a metallic textured handle gave this vehicle a full sense of technology. The bike only had handle brakes and pedals. Jiang Ning tried it, and the starting mode was exactly the same as an electric bike. Iris lock recording in progress, please user align with the dashboard. Jiang Ning adjusted her face, aiming for the central silver-framed instrument panel. The LCD screen displayed Jiang Ning's face, beeping twice, signifying a successful recording. DoNIWN Tech Company is at your service. Would you like to watch the beginner's manual? Of course she needed to check it out. Jiang Ning was filled with curiosity about this product from the future. Then a sweet female voice sounded. This vehicle is the top model under DoNIWN Tech Company, powered by wind energy, solar energy, hydropower, or oil energy. Charge it for 5 minutes, drive for 30 days. Usage method, gently turn the handle. Why do we call ourselves DoNIWN Technology? Because tech knows no bounds. Alright, apart from convenient charging, this introduction really did seem playful. For Jiang Ning, it was very high-tech. She sat on the bike, which perfectly conformed to her curves. As soon as her hands were on the handles, the LCD dashboard lit up immediately. It showed power levels and speed, very simple. There was also a small voice assistant, indicating it had already bound to the 421 system. Jiang Ning was quite familiar with electric bikes. She twisted the handle slightly, and almost silently, the vehicle started. Riding through the fields, her speed wasn't fast, the breeze gently blowing across Jiang Ning's cheeks, lifting her long hair. In this post-apocalyptic world where humans are few and pollution minimal, the sky was a deep blue, and the air fresh. The sunshine, blue skies, white clouds, and green farmland around made Jiang Ning's tense mind gradually relax. If it weren't for the occasional faint smell of zombie decay that drifted in the air, Jiang Ning might even have thought she was enjoying a holiday outdoors. She sped up, the sweat on her face dried by the wind. The scent of decaying zombies ahead became increasingly stronger, causing Jiang Ning to unconsciously hold her breath. From afar, she saw large numbers of zombies ahead, slowly and leisurely circling around a dormitory building. As if the prey inside was just making their final struggle, waiting for the right moment when they would drag out the humans and tear them apart. The black tech motorcycle had excellent silent operation. Jiang Ning reached outside the zombie perimeter without being noticed by any of them. She found a place to park her motorcycle, quietly sneaking into the crowd of zombies. The closer she got to the dormitory building, the more uneasy she felt. Here, the smells were too strong: human scent, food scent, even some car exhaust smell. Not just this building but the rear corridors too, all had this kind of odor. Some zombies incessantly emitted the sounds eat, eat, eat. Confirming that there were many survivors here, Jiang Ning didn't linger. She mounted her little motorbike to meet Song Yin. Song Yin was anxiously waiting in the vehicle. Every time Jiang Ning went off alone, he couldn't help but worry. What if the zombies find her? What if she gets unlucky and surrounded by zombies? How will they start tearing her apart? Head, feet, or swarm her till no bone is left? Song Yin's mind was full of these jumbled thoughts. He even wanted to see where Jiang Ning had gone and whether she was safe. Even though Jiang Ning had her secrets, he felt that living with secrets was better than dying. Thinking about it this way, it seemed irrelevant how much Jiang Ning had hidden from him. All that mattered was that Jiang Ning returned safely now. Just as he was thinking this, Jiang Ning appeared like lightning in Song Yin's field of view. Jiang Ning was so flustered she couldn't speak clearly. Inside, there are a lot of zombies all around the dorm building. How can we get the people out? In the short time they'd been apart, Jiang Ning managed to somehow acquire a motorcycle. Song Yin felt his worries were entirely unnecessary. She was doing just fine. Without them, perhaps Jiang Ning could be living more comfortably somewhere else, staying out of harm's way. Finding a place to live her own little life, given her resourcefulness, maybe she could even procure some seeds and live comfortably during the apocalypse. But why was she still accompanying him on such arduous journeys, instead of staying in her cozy little villa? However, now was not the time for such thoughts. Jiang Ning had discovered that there were many survivors in the dormitory building, and now Song Yin had to figure out a way to bring them out. After pondering for a bit, he suggested, how about we set a trap? Saying this, he put on his helmet, shouldered his knife, fully armed and naturally climbed onto the backseat of Jiang Ning's bike. Let's go find 2 shovels. Jiang Ning drove steadily, leading Song Yin to the storeroom. Each of them took a shovel and cleared away the zombies they could see. Jiang Ning dared not take Song Yin too close to the dormitory buildings, stopping several hundred meters away. The bike is pretty good. That was the first thing Song Yin said after entering the farmland. Jiang Ning was so anxious that even Hu Yuan Shenbao couldn't save her now, stammering, Captain Song, if you like it, I'll lend it to you for a couple of days. Song Yin didn't respond but instead started digging a pit in a spot where the soil seemed soft. Jiang Ning hurriedly followed Song Yin's actions, shoveling scoop by scoop. Occasionally, a wandering zombie would approach and be mercilessly decapitated by Song Yin. His decisiveness made Jiang Ning suddenly feel sympathetic toward the zombies. They dug until the sun was about to set, having consumed countless energy bars, and finally managed to dig a large hole 20 meters wide. Wiping the sweat from her forehead, Jiang Ning asked Song Yin, what's next? Squinting as he surveyed the sky, Song Yin replied, let's go back. We'll see how many brainless zombies fall in tomorrow. Both exhausted, Song Yin ended up driving as they returned together to the tech building. Without much time to rest, the members of Team 3 approached Song Yin to report their work for the day. Boss, we found the broken holes in the wasteland area. We've rammed into quite a few zombies, patched them up all day, but the gaps are too large. It'll take at least half a month to fully repair. Boss, we checked the front gate. Due to lack of electricity, the defenses have failed. All we can do is lock the gates tightly so the zombies outside can't come in. Brother Song Yi, I've driven around today, killing every zombie I came across. Look, my arms are sore. It was undoubtedly Liu Ling who said this. Song Yin nodded, ignoring the hand that Liu Ling extended toward him. No wonder there were fewer zombies outside when we returned. Jiang Ning was so tired that her hair could not even float anymore. Silently rolling her eyes, she thought, only Liu Ling could act cute while doing something as fierce as that. There was supposed to be a quick meeting, but Jiang Ning was too exhausted. Professor Guan's meetings were just like a math teacher's monotonous speech on a hot afternoon. As Jiang Ning listened, she gradually fell asleep. While taking notes during Professor Guan's meeting, Song Yin quietly shielded the soundly sleeping Jiang Ning from view. The steady breathing of the girl fell on Song Yin's back, causing an unconscious upward curve to his lips. If only there were no zombies. For the first time in his life, Song Yin, who grew up in the apocalypse, earnestly wished for the end of the zombies. Chapter 31. They seem stupid. Jiang Ning didn't know when she had returned to bed. All she remembered was Professor Guan breaking a sentence into 3 major points, 5 minor points, and 7 key points. By the time he finished, she couldn't help but fall asleep. Liu Ling slept on the bunk above her. Hearing the commotion below, she opened her eyes and poked her head out. Sister, you're awake. Jiang Ning didn't want much interaction with her. Every time she heard Liu Ling speak, she couldn't tell if Liu Ling was being coy or sarcastic. Out of politeness, she still hummed in acknowledgement. Liu Ling didn't mind Jiang Ning's aloofness. Yesterday at the meeting, sister fell asleep, and it was Song Yin who carried you back. Jiang Ning even started snoring, which made Professor Guan so angry that his face turned blue. In the apocalypse, researchers were the foundation for survival, everything depended on them. Even if they were tired, no one dared to sleep in front of the professor. Liu Ling wouldn't let Jiang Ning feel awkward and deliberately left out this part. Sister has been practicing martial arts for years, her physique is different. Song Yin tried twice before he could lift you up. I'm light as a feather, unhealthy, and might fall over with just a breeze. Jiang Ning could only laugh dryly. She didn't know who drove the big truck around, honking and crushing zombies into mud, pressing back and forth. Liu Ling's calm shifting gears and effortlessly running over zombies were still vivid in Jiang Ning's memory. After a quick wash, she opened the door to look for Song Yin, only to find him standing outside, ready to knock. Before either of them could say anything, Liu Ling broke the silence. Sister sure has good fortune. Song Yin came personally to see you wake up. Unlike me, no one cares even if I sleep until noon. It was like a soft whisper from Arthur, enough to break through silence. Jiang Ning thought too, after all these days, she barely rested. At this point, she completely couldn't figure out whether Liu Ling was jealous of her being called or mocking her early morning and late night work making her tired like a dog. Song Yin closed the door firmly, expressionless. Don't take it to heart. Liu Ling has always been rude. Jiang Ning focused quickly. Did you grow up together? Song Yin, yes. The two walked down the stairs one after another. Jiang Ning thought silently, they are childhood sweethearts, no wonder Liu Ling seems so close to Song Yin. A faint sense of loss surged in her heart, making Jiang Ning unusually irritated. On the car, Song Yin spoke again. The members of the hunting team are all orphans. Liu Yong and his sister lost their parents at a young age, just like me. So I treat Liu Ling like a younger sister. Oh, she's just my sister. This sentence sounded familiar. Jiang Ning's complexion grew worse as she sat silently in the car, swaying with the motion of the car. Seeing Jiang Ning not responding, Song Yin continued by himself. We are all abandoned children or orphans. To lighten the base's burden, we were sent to military training buildings. Those who survived became members of the hunting group, and those who died couldn't be helped. So cruel, Jiang Ning sighed. Yes, Liu Yong and others managed to survive. To survive, as a girl, Liu Ling worked far harder than others. To enter the hunting team, Liu Ling almost risked her life every day fighting against zombies. That sounded like a justification for Liu Ling, Jiang Ning gloomily thought. Song Yin also knew Liu Ling wasn't likable, but he kept defending her. Actually, Liu Ling was the strongest in our class. The drill sergeant said she was a rare talent. Originally, the instructor promised her that if she ranked first in the final test, he would apply for a spot on the hunting team for her. Members of the hunting team received additional subsidies and food rations every month, enough to support an ordinary family of 3. In order to join the hunting team, Liu Ling not only did miscellaneous work in logistics but also found time to train. During that period, there wasn't a single piece of intact flesh on her body, but she was tenacious and always ranked first. However, the hunting team had no precedent for accepting female members, so Liu Ling eventually failed despite achieving the highest score, which everyone regretted. And then, hearing this, Jiang Ning's curiosity was piqued, and she couldn't resist asking. Seeing her hostility towards Liu Ling had lessened, Song Yin smiled, turning the steering wheel lightly. And then, we've reached the farm. Let's check how many zombies have wandered into our trap. He parked the car at the fence gate, and since large trucks would destroy crops, they opted to use Jiang Ning's motorcycle instead. Do you know? Someone used to tell stories, but only halfway. He got eaten by zombies in the end. Jiang Ning rode the motorcycle and said quietly. Song Yin chuckled softly behind her. There was no reduction in the number of zombies near the dormitory building, but quite a few were already in the pit. It seemed that the zombies near the dormitory building had never left this area. What keeps them here? Song Yin squatted down, looking at the zombies in the pit and pondered. For a distance of several hundred meters, under normal circumstances, zombies would have already smelled the humans and come for food. But this time, they stubbornly stayed around the dormitory. No matter what temptations were outside, the zombies remained standing there blankly. Shall I lure them with food? Jiang Ning suggested. That could work. Song Yin climbed onto the motorcycle, ready to flee at any moment with Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning threw out a piece of meat, hitting one of the outer zombies right on its head. The zombie merely turned back, sniffed hard, picked up the meat, and started eating it without attacking Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning exchanged puzzled looks with Song Yin. This was the first time they had witnessed such a phenomenon. Maybe this group of zombies doesn't like chunks of meat. Song Yin hypothesized. Impossible. System 421 immediately jumped into object. I am the most intelligent system in the world. The preferences of life forms detected by me are absolutely accurate. Jiang Ning also thought it was strange. Throughout her journey, she had relied on the zombie dietary guidelines provided by the system to survive many close calls. No zombie could resist the temptation of meat chunks. But this group of zombies was clearly an exception. And she didn't have any other food in her possession. Shall we eat something ourselves first? Having woken up too early, Jiang Ning hadn't eaten breakfast yet. Song Yin didn't object. The two of them took buns as breakfast and leisurely ate sitting on the embankment nearby. Fragrant. Fragrant. Suddenly, Jiang Ning heard some movement. Song Yin had only taken one bite of his bun when he noticed the distant zombies showing signs of activity. Let's go. Years of experience made Song Yin sense an impending danger. He pulled Jiang Ning and sped off on the motorcycle. At the very moment the motorcycle started, the zombies began running toward them at an incredible speed. They're too fast. Circle around. Shake them off. Struggling from the backseat, Jiang Ning forced the helmet onto Song Yin's head, making sure that even if the zombies caught up, he wouldn't get hurt. Song Yin was skilled. With him handling the motorcycle, the speed kept increasing. At that moment, they paid no heed to protecting the crops and drove wildly through the farmland. How can they be so fast? Jiang Ning felt like her soul was bouncing around as the ride jolted her violently. Chapter 32, Mom. Hungry. Song Yin drove his car very fast, and his mind was racing just as quickly. Why did they suddenly attack us? Jiang Ning clung tightly to Song Yin's waist, her mouth filled with the wind rushing in. Cough. Cough. I don't know. Cough. Cough. Zombies have no rationality. The only motivation driving them is flesh and blood. Although Song Yin didn't understand why the zombies suddenly attacked, it boiled down to their hunger. And right by his side, there happened to be a moving food supply. Jiang Ning. Throw everything out. Then see what food the zombies focus on eating. Jiang Ning no longer cared about being stealthy and threw all the food out at once. This move proved effective. The zombies at the front stopped to pick up the food, while the ones at the back, rushing too quickly, tripped over the ones ahead. This managed to create some distance between Jiang Ning and the zombies. Song Yin sped on his motorcycle toward the field's exit like lightning. The speed of the zombies behind him couldn't match that of the motorcycle, gradually falling farther behind. Sigh, we finally shook them off. Jiang Ning looked back and sighed deeply. Song Yin didn't feel safe, however. The food would run out eventually, and when that happened, the zombies would attack them even more fiercely. He could only return to the truck as quickly as possible. At this moment, an ear-piercing scream came from somewhere, shooting straight up into the sky and vibrating Jiang Ning's eardrums painfully. What's happening? Jiang Ning covered her ears. This scream caused her tinnitus, but she still identified the overwhelming anger in the howl. Far away at the research building, Professor Guan also heard the scream. His face turned pale. Quickly, bolt all the doors and windows. The zombies are preparing for a group attack. Having studied zombies for over 30 years, Professor Guan had long discerned the subtle differences in each of their roars. They had no intelligence, only the most primal desire to eat, but the zombies would often listen to the one among them who provided the most food. That was known as the zombie leader. This roar was clearly the zombie leader's command to attack. Liu Ling sprang to action upon hearing it, locking all the windows and doors downstairs in a flash to ensure that the zombies couldn't get in. Liu Qiao, who was repairing the iron mesh at the wasteland area with Liu Yong, also jumped onto the vehicle and made every effort to drive toward the research building. Liu Ling assumed the zombies would launch a more brutal assault on the research building and stood guard in the first-floor hall with a knife in hand. But after waiting for a long time, nothing happened. She was puzzled when Liu Qiao arrived at the door exactly at that moment. How come there isn't a single zombie? Liu Qiao had already prepared himself for a desperate battle, but no sign of a zombie appeared. He got out of the car and knocked on the door. Upon seeing him, Liu Ling's formerly stern expression disappeared immediately, reverting to her gentle and delicate demeanor. Liu Qiao, did you see any zombies? Where did they go? Liu Ling, I don't know. I didn't see them. Before Song Yin and Jiang Ning even reached the gate, they saw a group of zombies coming towards them in a surrounding pattern. Song Yin simply stopped the car, pulled out a knife from his waist, and stood back to back with Jiang Ning. What should we do? The zombies from behind are here too. Jiang Ning swallowed nervously. Song Yin watched as more zombies continued to approach from the front, gripping his knife tightly and using one hand to protect Jiang Ning. Don't be afraid, they won't attack you. As long as my protection isn't breached, we can escape by car. Jiang Ning solemnly nodded. The zombies closed in step by step, and Song Yin remained on high alert, preventing them from attacking en masse. Unexpectedly, the zombies merely surrounded them and took no further action. What do they want? Song Yin was locked in a standoff with the zombies, neither side initiating an attack. Jiang Ning also didn't slacken, and they both remained motionless, testing each other's patience. A roar came again from within the zombie crowd, and this time Jiang Ning understood. I found it. As soon as the roar ended, a zombie familiar to Jiang Ning emerged from the group. Its clothes were so dirty they were unrecognizable, and the flesh on its face had dried and degenerated, leaving only a layer of skin hanging down. This zombie approached Jiang Ning resolutely but paused when he noticed the knife in her hand, stopping at a safe range nearby. Hungry. The zombie extended its hand, emitting a soundless syllable, yet Jiang Ning somehow understood it. The last time a zombie asked her for food was during the previous incident. Experienced now, Jiang Ning quickly pulled out a piece of meat, and Song Yin tried to stop her before the zombies collectively growled fiercely. Even Song Yin was startled. The zombie grabbed the piece of meat, took 2 bites, and then threw it aside. It's not it. Upon hearing these words, Jiang Ning hurriedly took out the buns she often fed the zombies. Only then was the zombie satisfied and started eating. Not content with just one, it extended its hand, and Jiang Ning gave it another. The zombie kept eating endlessly, and Jiang Ning kept feeding endlessly. No one knew how such a withered body could accommodate so much food. Jiang Ning was almost numbed by feeding them, before the zombies stopped and patted their stomachs in a human-like manner. Delicious. Then it signaled Jiang Ning to keep handing out buns. But it didn't eat the food she tossed. Instead, it threw the buns to other zombies. The zombies stayed still, waiting for its distribution. Those who didn't get any could only hide at the back and howl pitifully. What? I find this quite magical. When did the zombies become so obedient? Jiang Ning wondered aloud. Song Yin quietly explained to her, zombies lack collective awareness, but they follow whoever feeds them. Does that mean they can be domesticated? Jiang Ning suddenly realized. This was something Song Yin hadn't thought of either. After all, besides raw flesh and blood, he'd never seen zombies eating anything else. The sky gradually darkened, and Jiang Ning's hands had long since turned sore and weak. Only 1/3 of the zombies had been fed. Jiang Ning worried about zombie riots after dark, so she tentatively asked the leading zombie. It's late. I need to go home to sleep. Can we come back tomorrow to finish? The zombie leader seemingly hadn't realized humans needed rest, staying stunned for half a moment, trying to process her meaning. Seeing no response from the zombie, Jiang Ning frantically gestured with her arms and legs. Tomorrow, when it's bright again, I'll be back. Rest. The zombie remained dumbfounded. 421 couldn't stand it anymore. Host, maybe you should try upgrading your necrolinguist skill. Its intelligence is too low, it hasn't mastered so many languages yet. Jiang Ning quickly asked about the conditions for upgrading. 421 said, complete the shop upgrade event, and all your titles will naturally be upgraded as well. Long-term plans don't help immediate needs, and upgrades take time to arrange. Now completely out of ideas, Jiang Ning simply dragged Song Yin into the car and prepared to leave. How could the zombies let Jiang Ning go? They clung onto her tightly. Hungry. On its pitch-black face appeared an odd look of pity. Jiang Ning felt her eyes were about to go blind. The close contact polluted her spirit. Chapter 33, Talents Aren't Tasty. Although the zombies outnumbered her, Jiang Ning dared not leave their leader. She had to patiently explain herself to the zombie. Sleep. Sleep. I want to sleep. The zombies still didn't understand. Helplessly, Jiang Ning pointed at Song Yin. He leaves, and I'll give out buns. This sentence, the zombies understood. With a roar, the ones behind immediately made way for him. How could Song Yin leave Jiang Ning here alone? He refused to leave no matter what she said. Jiang Ning then reasoned with Song Yin. You see, they just want something to eat. Once I've fed them, they won't stop me. Besides, I have special abilities, the zombies won't attack me. One of us getting away is better than none. Tomorrow, you can come back with everyone else in a car and pick me up. Song Yin still thought it was too dangerous. What if they attack you? Before Jiang Ning could reply, the waiting zombie leader grew impatient and growled a couple of times. Instantly, several zombies sprang out from behind Song Yin, grabbed his hands and feet, and lifted him up. They moved so fast, unlike normal zombies. Before Song Yin could resist, the zombies had already carried him to the fence and threw him out of the farmland area. Song Yin, I actually got thrown out by zombies. He wanted to follow the zombies back but was met with fierce growls from the zombies turning around. As Jiang Ning ate an energy bar and fed the zombies, she felt like a factory worker on an assembly line. 421, can you make more buns at once? Feeding them one by one is exhausting. Without replying, 421 powerfully teleported a pile of buns into existence. Jiang Ning created several bun mountains and was utterly exhausted. Having food, the zombie leader dragged Jiang Ning to the pit where she and Song Yin had dug. Gently, it sent Jiang Ning down. Jiang Ning was completely baffled. Does he want to farm me? 421 responded without emotion. It's unlikely. No hostility has been detected. Perhaps it simply wants to find a place for you to sleep. Jiang Ning tentatively looked up and asked the zombie, do you want me to sleep here? The zombie nodded. So when she wanted to leave before, the zombie pretended not to understand. Now that she stayed, the zombie instantly understood her words. Jiang Ning's face revealed an expression akin to constipation. My native language is silence. She spent the entire day in excitement. Danger came and went like a roller coaster. Jiang Ning was no longer the naive girl who got scared at everything when she first arrived in this post-apocalyptic world. She lay on the ground and decided to rest well. Song Yin reluctantly returned to the research building, where members of Team 3 questioned the disappearance of Jiang Ning. Song Yin was also aggrieved. Jiang Ning was held by the zombies. Everyone. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed it either. The zombies are treating Jiang Ning as a supply station, surrounding her asking for buns. The fact that he was thrown out by zombies was too embarrassing, so Song Yin skipped over it. Professor Guan also wore a look of shock, but his focus was on when the zombies began eating cooked food. Captain Song, if possible, bring me back a live zombie. The mutation direction of these zombies is quite strange. Their group living and use of language resemble human behavior more. I need to study them. Liu Ling touched her black broadsword and said meaningfully, Brother, how about I go fetch sister? She has been handling logistics work and except for this zombie tide, Liu Ling hasn't had much opportunity to confront zombies head-on. Being eliminated by the hunting team has always been a hurdle she couldn't get over. The number of surviving humans isn't known yet, rules seem to be nothing but formalities now, and having an extra fighter certainly pleases Song Yin. Alright, tomorrow you must follow us to get Jiang Ning out anyway. From any angle, Jiang Ning was undoubtedly the only hope in the resource-deprived post-apocalypse, only she could ensure humanity's survival without worrying about population resources. This was something Jiang Ning herself hadn't anticipated. She didn't expect that her seemingly useless gourmet system could save many people. Jiang Ning dreamed while lying in the pit. The zombies were more active during the night, rustling sounds often reached her ears and crept into her dreams. In her dream, Jiang Ning kept feeding the zombies endlessly until she suddenly thought, what if there aren't enough buns? Then she couldn't produce any more food, and the hungry zombies turned their attention to her. No matter how fast she ran, she couldn't escape the ferocious zombies, eventually being overwhelmed. Team 3 of hunters would never have imagined that there would come a day when zombies would invite them to visit voluntarily. As Song Yin's team drove their vehicles to the fence at the edge of the farmland, zombies appeared from nowhere. They did not approach. Instead, they retreated step by step as if leading them somewhere. Liu Ling naturally wanted to fight upon seeing the zombies, but Song Yin feared alarming them. These zombies had already evolved a higher IQ, and brute force was obviously not the right approach. They could only seize the opportunity with intelligence. Jiang Ning heard the zombies howl early in the morning. Hungry, hungry. Oh well, she had to feed the zombies all day again today. She resignedly got up, and the zombie leader gave her a hand, trying his best not to hurt Jiang Ning with his nails. Jiang Ning skillfully arranged the zombies into a queue, like little children in kindergarten, feeding one by one. The sight of this stunned Team 3. At first glance, they thought Jiang Ning was the mother of zombies. They never would have thought that their life-and-death enemies could be so obedient as to wait patiently for Jiang Ning to feed them. Jiang Ning caught sight of Team 3 out of the corner of her eye and helplessly gave them a small smile. The zombie leader was growling nearby, saying something incomprehensible. After listening, Jiang Ning turned expressionlessly to face the hunting team and said, "The zombie says let you take the people out, those old and tough meats are too hard to chew." Everyone. Song Yin reacted first. "You can understand what the zombies are saying?" Jiang Ning closed her eyes and nodded in resignation. The zombie beside her growled again and pointed towards the dormitory building, seemingly urging Song Yin to take the survivors away quickly and stop bothering him while he ate. Seeing this, Liu Ling prompted Song Yin. "Brother, since the zombies are non-aggressive, we should hurry and take the survivors away." Song Yin shook his head. "Even if we dare to bring the survivors out now, they wouldn't dare to go." Liu Ling looked at the dormitory building where many onlookers poked their heads out to observe the situation outside. No one cried for help when they saw the hunting group, everyone just took a wait-and-see attitude. Liu Ling pursed her lips. "They've known you were here for quite a while, but no one attempted to rescue sister." Liu Qiao tugged at Liu Ling. "Don't say that. They're just ordinary people. It's normal to be timid in the face of death." Liu Ling looked mockingly at Liu Qiao, as if scoffing at his naivety. At least 50 people in a dormitory building alone. With 3 buildings here, if they cleared the zombies gradually, they wouldn't have multiplied to this extent. The farmland is full of shovels and hoes, why would they bother waiting for us within the building? But Liu Qiao wanted to argue back but was patted by Huang Qiong and subsequently silenced. Huang Qiong didn't speak either. He knew what Liu Ling said made sense. Everyone believed the hunting group's duty was to deal with zombies. Though fearing death was natural, the teammates who usually treated injured members respectfully, fearing mutation, wouldn't stand forward and help in such critical moments. Human nature is selfish, and in the apocalypse, this issue would only be magnified infinitely. It was only fools like Liu Qiao, overly protected, who would foolishly believe the world was filled with good people. Chapter 34. Am I going to have a small vegetable garden? The zombie seemed to understand their conversation and chuckled. The sound was like that of a leaking pipe, unpleasant and grating. For some unknown reason, yesterday the zombie leader could only say single words, but today it was already able to speak short sentences. Song Yin walked over to Jiang Ning's side and took the bun from her hand. "I'll help you distribute." Jiang Ning didn't pretend anymore and conjured up several piles of buns out of thin air. The members of Team 3 were very cooperative in helping to distribute the food. Upon seeing so much food, the zombies almost went berserk, but after a shout from their leader, they all obediently held back and lined up to eat the buns. Liu Ling muttered, "I never would have thought, having done logistics for people for more than a decade, I now also have to do it for zombies." Liu Qiao even pursed his lips as if unwillingness was written on his face. With so many zombies, everyone had at least a little fear. But realizing that the zombies truly had no intention to attack them, they relaxed and helped Jiang Ning distribute the buns. With so many people, the zombies were fed quickly. After eating, the zombies continued to wander aimlessly around, but the zombie leader always stayed by Jiang Ning's side. "Can we take you back now?" Song Yin, unsure about the zombies' intentions, tentatively asked Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning turned and looked at the zombie leader, who remained resolute in staying close by, outright ignoring this group of people. Jiang Ning also attempted to communicate with the zombie. "Let me go home first to sleep. Can I come again tomorrow?" The zombie behaved quite human-like, shaking its head, not allowing Jiang Ning to leave. "Eating enough, not leaving." Then pointed at the dormitory building, "Not eating enough, hungry." Jiang Ning guessed, "Is it because human flesh can't satisfy your hunger? Only eating buns can fill you?" The zombie nodded. To outsiders, the zombie merely emitted meaningless he-he sounds, but Jiang Ning appeared to be conversing with it. Liu Ling quietly tugged at Liu Yong. "Brother, has she always been so strange?" Liu Yong didn't know what happened either, but he firmly believed Captain wouldn't be wrong. She wasn't like this before, but if the boss thinks there's no issue, then there must not be any problem. The full zombies had no aggressiveness, and Jiang Ning's attempt to negotiate with them was fruitless. She could only look at Song Yin. "They won't let me leave. It seems human flesh doesn't give them a sense of fullness, only buns can." For 21 was rather proud. The buns provided by the system contain large amounts of nutrient. Even buried in soil, plants grow incredibly fast. Jiang Ning felt it might have something to do with that. Since humans who have eaten her food long-term will experience an enhancement in physical strength, maybe zombies can extract nutrients from the food as well. She told Song Yin her analysis and said, "Go back first. They don't want me to leave, struggling is futile. This batch of zombies has evolved too quickly, both speed and attack power are different from before. If they really wanted to harm me, there's no way I'd walk out alive." Song Yin was uneasy and insisted on staying with Jiang Ning. "Don't talk nonsense. We're teammates. One more person, one more set of hands, I can't possibly let you stay here alone." Jiang Ning insisted that Song Yin return. "What will the people in the research building do if you don't go back?" Both had their own thoughts. Liu Ling looked at these two, walking between them. "Brother Tilda, if it doesn't work, let me stay to keep sister company." Hearing this, Jiang Ning nearly choked. No, I can handle it alone." She hurriedly waved her hands, rejecting Liu Ling decisively. In fact, her current physical fitness and combat ability had greatly increased. She believed she could live here alone. However, Song Yin considered more. Most here were survivors, and zombies couldn't pose a threat to Jiang Ning, but other survivors might not follow the same rule. To survive, they could do anything. Song Yin gently persuaded Jiang Ning. I know you're capable, but you're too innocent, you don't understand the treachery in human hearts. Liu Ling grew up in the base, she knows a lot of common sense, which will be helpful to you. When you're tired, someone can lend you a hand. Jiang Ning still didn't want to work with Liu Ling, unsure what Liu Ling was thinking, the term sister made her skin crawl. Liu Ling is also a girl, how about replacing her with someone else? At this, Liu Ling's expression fell and her tone turned cold. Are you looking down on me? Just because I'm female? Jiang Ning immediately realized that Liu Ling had once been rejected by the hunting team, quickly explaining herself. No, that's not what I mean. Before she could finish her sentence, Liu Ling decisively made the decision. If that's not what you meant, then it's decided. I'll stay with you. Song Yin returns to the research building. This time, their brother calling was firm, sounding like a superior. Jiang Ning had no choice but to agree. Song Yin stood up and said to Jiang Ning, I know you're very capable, but now we are a team. The zombies currently have no hostility towards you, but you still need to take care of yourself. After saying that, he hugged Jiang Ning tightly. He also knew that the farmland was even more dangerous. However, the research building housed not only survivors but also many scientific researchers. It contained 30 years' worth of records and efforts since the establishment of the entire base. Since they had discovered them, Song Yin couldn't allow them to remain exposed to danger. As long as the research building was safe, the zombie serum could be continuously produced, and even if someone got injured, there wouldn't be any mutations. The food problem would eventually be solved through research. Song Yin still had his priorities clear in his mind. But he was still worried about Jiang Ning. He took off his helmet and handed it to Liu Ling. With a solemn expression, he told Liu Ling, take good care of her. Then he left with Team 3. Right now, repairing the wasteland's iron fence was crucial. They couldn't let the number of zombies increase anymore. Jiang Ning found herself idle, gazing at this vast field of crops while her mind calculated all sorts of possibilities. There were so many fields now with no proper order, so quietly occupying one plot shouldn't be an issue. She started wandering around, looking for a suitable plot of land. 421. How does the system recognize which piece of land belongs to me? 421. As long as the land has no owner and you plant seeds on it, the system will automatically identify it. Jiang Ning thought about it. This piece of land belonged to the base in name, but she could ask Liu Ling about its usage since Liu Ling managed logistics and should know these kinds of things best. Jiang Ning sneakily glanced at Liu Ling. Liu Ling saw Jiang Ning hesitate to say something and asked proactively, is there anything you want to ask? Jiang Ning, well, there's plenty of land here and no one is cultivating it, so it seems kind of wasted. So I was thinking. Liu Ling, so you want to grow your own crops? Jiang Ning nodded. Liu Ling arched an eyebrow and looked toward the dormitory building. In the apocalypse world, whatever you're strong enough to take, it's yours. Go ahead and try it. This was essentially encouraging her to claim it openly. Jiang Ning casually picked a remote spot and began loosening the soil with grunts of effort. She collected some soil samples and gave them to 421 for testing to see whether it suited crop growth. Collecting soil samples, conducting tests. Chapter 35, Farming. The soil here isn't suitable for crop growth. Please work on improving it. As expected, the land in this apocalypse world was severely polluted, and seeds from anywhere struggled to survive. Jiang Ning, 421, do you have any methods to improve the soil? 421 thought for a moment. These soils are only contaminated by zombie viruses and have lost their fertility. The zombie serum in this world could help improve the soil. Alternatively, the host could collect some seeds for me to study. Perhaps I can research seeds suitable for this land. Jiang Ning thought for a moment. The cost of making zombie serum was very high, and using it to improve the land might not be cost-effective. But restoring fertility wouldn't be difficult after all. Who hasn't eaten crops fertilized with pure natural fertilizer when they were young? Jiang Ning, how long will it take to research plants? 421, about 2 days. That wasn't too long. Jiang Ning randomly dug up 2 plants and handed them to 421. No matter how the world developed, there would always be plants that could adapt to the environment. Besides, there was still another task to obtain assistance. Jiang Ning shouted loudly towards the dormitory building, is anyone looking for a job? Preference will be given to those with agricultural and livestock technology skills. Meals and accommodation provided. No one responded. Zombies were still wandering around downstairs, so no one dared to approach Jiang Ning. Liu Ling gave an indifferent sneer. Sis, who would listen to you now? The people in the farmland definitely don't lack food. Jiang Ning thought it made sense. If she hadn't had her system back then, facing so many zombies, she would have hidden even deeper. Without manpower, Jiang Ning could only idly draw circles on the ground. Seeing that Jiang Ning was truly bored, Liu Ling decided to help her out a bit. Get up. Let's loosen the soil together. What do you want to plant? Liu Ling seemed so normal today that Jiang Ning felt a little unaccustomed. However, faced with her kindness, Jiang Ning couldn't refuse. I want to plant some potatoes and Chinese cabbage. Liu Ling nodded. They're all high-yield, easy-to-plant vegetables, but the land here can only grow baby bok choy. Can your seeds sprout? Jiang Ning, I don't know either. Maybe they can. Liu Ling stared at her for a long while and said helplessly, "Are you always like this? Doing things without being sure?" Nevertheless, her body already moved toward finding a hoe honestly. Jiang Ning felt a little guilty. "Not entirely. I do have ways to grow crops, but the costs are high. I'm trying to find the most optimized solution." Liu Ling dug into a vacant plot of land. "Since Song Yin said you could create miracles, I'll believe in you once." Liu Ling worked fast and soon flipped over a small patch of soil. Jiang Ning was drawn by her words. "Do you know Song Yin well?" Liu Ling wiped the sweat off her face. "Very well, we grew up together." Jiang Ning leaned in curiously. "What else did Song Yin say about me?" Looking at Jiang Ning's expression, Liu Ling smiled slightly. "Confidential." On the other side, Song Yin returned to the research building, bringing Liu Yong along to fix the iron fence in the wasteland area. Under the scorching sun, without Jiang Ning's cold soy milk, Song Yin was working rather hard. Liu Yong wiped the sweat off his face but didn't dare to stop working. This iron mesh had been torn apart by zombies. Song Yin used the thickest steel wires, carefully twisting them together bit by bit. Not only here, all the old fences need to be repaired again. Also the gate. Though the hydroelectric station is gone, the technology remains. After returning, we must let Professor Guan guide us to rebuild a generator. Song Yin arranged everything in perfect order. Once the iron mesh in the wasteland zone was fixed, there wouldn't be any more zombies entering, allowing them to focus solely on dealing with the zombies within the base. Song Yin was fully concentrated on the repairs, but Liu Yong was suffering immensely. Fortunately, nearby zombies were all queuing up for food in the farmland, so the pressure here was temporarily not as heavy. By half-evening, Song Yin silently returned to the research building, and anyone could see that he wasn't in a good mood. Song Yin kept worrying about how dangerous it was for Jiang Ning to be amidst so many zombies, causing him to constantly think about restoring the equipment as soon as possible and clearing out all the zombies in the base. Even Professor Guan, elderly as he was, couldn't escape Song Yin's grip. "This generator isn't easy to fix. In fact, we just developed a new type of solar power panel." Song Yin immediately asked, "How is it installed?" Professor Guan hesitated. "Well, installation is actually quite simple, but we don't have enough manpower. The solar panels are too large. Even if all of us from the research building go, we might not be able to move them. However, one solar panel would be enough to supply electricity to the entire base. We were supposed to install it, but the zombies came." Song Yin said resolutely, "No matter how difficult it is, we have to solve it, right? Where are the solar panels?" "I'll figure out a way." Professor Guan answered, "In the military building warehouse. There was a time when I was just 0.1 millimeters away from power, yet I didn't cherish it." Song Yin regretted not thoroughly searching every corner of the military building. "I'll go to the military building now." Wait. Professor Guan called out to Song Yin. "There's no light now, so even if you go, it won't be useful. Moreover, only the hunting group leader can open the military building warehouse. Are you planning to break in violently?" Professor Guan was reasonable, and Song Yin realized he had been too hasty. "All right, I'll go to the military building tomorrow." Song Yin tossed and turned all night, unable to sleep. Even though Liu Ling was there, zombies wouldn't attack Jiang Ning for sure, but what if something happened? Song Yin's heart was filled with anxiety as Jiang Ning and Liu Ling made a fire in the wilderness, roasting meat skewers from Guangdong stew. A circle of zombies gathered around them, waiting to be fed. "Did you know? The selection for the hunting group is extremely rigorous. Once, both Song Yin and I were thrown into the wilderness. When the zombies howled, he insisted it was a ghost and climbed up a tree, refusing to come down." The firelight illuminated Liu Ling's face as she earnestly recounted Song Yin's dark history. Jiang Ning listened attentively, nodding occasionally. Whenever they finished eating, they would toss food to the zombie leader as an extra meal. "Jiang Ning, what happened after that? How did you guys get back?" Liu Ling, Song Yin was caught by zombies, leaving him battered and bruised, his arms flesh bitten off. Later, he survived purely by getting serum hourly. That's why Song Yin now has a special constitution, having developed some immunity to zombie toxicity, often sent on missions to the most dangerous places within the hunting group. Jiang Ning listened intently while the zombies ate seriously. They also occasionally drove away other attracted zombies. Two girls together, even enemies, could become comrades when faced with gossip. "Jiang Ning, do you know, when the zombie wave first arrived, Liu Qiao cried miserably over his father's death." Liu Ling disdainfully said, "Liu Qiao? He has always been like that, spoiled because of his family's wealth, forcibly pushed into the hunting group by his dad. In the beginning, he cried daily asking to go home until I couldn't stand it anymore and beat him up, making him stop crying." Jiang Ning, really? Liu Qiao was once so fragile? Liu Ling, yeah, exactly. The firewood crackled, and the two girls, under the care of the zombie leader, somehow managed to survive within the zombie group, turning their outdoor barbecue into a survival meeting. Song Yin needlessly worried all night. At the crack of dawn the next day, he took Huang Qiong to the military building. Chapter 36, Soil Research. The warehouse of the military building was not inside the building, but next to the training ground less than 500 meters away. Huang Qiong went to the military building to collect some weapons, while Song Yin went to the warehouse alone. The door of the warehouse was a fingerprint lock, which only the leader of the hunting group could open. Song Yin was so eager to restore the power as soon as possible that he directly poked a big hole with the black knife. The knives provided by Jiang Ning were light and fast. The iron door half a foot thick was pierced straight through. Song Yin struggled to pry open the door and seemed to hear some movement inside. He solemnly held his knife and searched every corner of the warehouse, confirming no one was there, then carefully examined the circuit board. It would be more accurate to call it a big iron block. This circuit board was as large as a room, full of densely packed circuit boards inside, with all sorts of intricate parts interwoven together using the best metals. It would probably take a truck to drag it out. Song Yin sighed resignedly, closed the door again, and prepared to go back and call people to dismantle the circuit board and then bring it outside for assembly. Just as he was about to leave, the warehouse emitted another sound. This time the sound was quite clear. Song Yin stopped in his tracks, furrowing his brow as he looked around everywhere. After going around a circle, there was still no one. Song Yin almost suspected that the pressure had been too much during this period, making him hear things. Really, how could there be anyone in the warehouse? Song Yin sighed to himself. He lifted his foot again to leave. At this moment, even louder sounds came from underground. This time, Song Yin was sure he hadn't heard wrong. He stood in the warehouse and shouted loudly, "Is anyone here? If you're here, knock a signal." As soon as these words were spoken, 3 short knocks and 1 long knock came from under the floor. Song Yin stomped his feet. "Are you underground?" The knocking became even louder. With patience, he meticulously inspected every single floorboard but found no traces. If there really was someone here, they must have been trapped for at least a week. Song Yin must rescue them immediately, otherwise, he couldn't guarantee whether the people down there wouldn't starve to death. "Knock to show me where you entered." Not far from Song Yin, the floorboard in front of the electric panel sounded. Song Yin couldn't find the entrance anywhere, so he simply shouted, "Be careful. I'm going to stab the floorboards open with my knife. Watch out for injury." Song Yin prodded each floorboard. Sure enough, one of them couldn't withstand the attack from the black knife and cracked. Song Yin peered inside, and below he saw a large number of familiar people dressed in uniforms, almost all members of the hunting team. The one continuously knocking was Captain Wang Baimu from Team 5. Due to lack of oxygen, he was on the verge of fainting. Seeing Song Yin open the floor, he took a deep breath of fresh air. Great. Finally, someone has found us. Song Yin quickly helped him up, bringing his famished teammates onto the truck. "Hold on a bit longer, once we return to the science building, you'll get food." Song Yin kept cheering up his teammates. Because of the lack of water, food, and oxygen, his fellow soldiers were swaying left and right, without even the strength to sit upright. Only a strong will kept them holding on. When the scientific research building welcomed this new batch of people, everyone was rushing busily. The chief cook quickly called upon the logistics personnel to start preparing welfare food, while Director Liu straightforwardly led a team, driving over to the basement of the grain warehouse and brought over another batch of grains. Medical staff supported the team members into the lab one by one to receive oxygen therapy. After being well fed and hydrated, the surviving members of the hunting group fell asleep heavily on the ground. Only when the sun set did the captain of the third team wake up. Song Yin practically rushed to Wang Baimu's side the moment he woke up. "What happened? Why are all of you in the basement?" Wang Baimu took a few more bites of rice, spat them out a few times. TSK, not even half as tasty as the buns from Boss Jiang's shop. Liu Qiao slammed the plate in his hand heavily on the table in front of Wang Baimu, clearly unhappy. "It's good that there's food at all, and you're still picky." He never really liked Wang Baimu, thinking that this man always smiled on the surface but had sinister thoughts inside. This time, mentioning Jiang Ning again made Liu Qiao even more unhappy. For many years, Wang Baimu couldn't surpass Song Yin in terms of performance, but as long as Song Yin had something, Wang Baimu would try his best to get it. Jiang Ning was the teammate trained by Song Yin personally, accompanying them through life and death situations. How could he allow Wang Baimu, that laughing tiger, to lay a hand on Jiang Ning? The little boss excelled both in the hall and the kitchen, making her a precious asset to their team. Song Yin subtly frowned ever so slightly. Wang Baimu noticed their defensive stance and sneered. "Why are you guys so nervous? As if I'd eat Boss Jiang. By the way, why haven't I seen her yet? Could she have already perished along the way?" His manner was overly arrogant, provoking Liu Yong to want to punch him. Song Yin took a deep breath, suppressing his inner irritation, and explained to Wang Baimu. "Jiang Ning is trapped in the farmland and cannot return temporarily. It was fortunate that Jiang Ning hadn't been allowed to excessively supply the survivors in daily times, otherwise her doppelganger would have aroused suspicion much earlier." Song Yin only dared to share a little bit with Professor Guan, omitting the beginning and end. He used the excuse of Jiang Ning obtaining the latest research results, occasionally giving everyone extra meals. But Wang Baimu wouldn't buy into their act. "Hey, Boss Jiang got stuck too?" "Oh, Song Yin, where did you get your new uniform? It looks great. And this knife as well, like trading birds for cannons." TSK. Song Yin's patience with Wang Baimu had almost reached its limit. "Don't chatter nonsense, tell me why you were in the basement of the warehouse." Saying this, he slapped his knife on the table in front of Wang Baimu. Wang Baimu was startled. "Just making a joke, don't be angry, alright?" Liu Yong had been feeling repelled by him for quite a while. Stinky glasses, now the hunting team leader still hasn't returned yet. "Don't think he could manage you anymore. If you keep refusing to cooperate, I'll directly throw you into the farmland and feed you to zombies." Wang Baimu squinted his eyes slightly, seemingly seizing some crucial information. "I mean, why didn't I see any zombies along the way? Most of the zombies probably went to the farmland, right? Let me guess, maybe, because of Boss Jiang. This fox wasn't old, but his brain was overly astute, making Song Yin look more like a roughneck by comparison. Seeing that he was nearly touching upon the truth of the matter, Song Yin quickly shifted the topic. I've spent 25 years in the base and never knew there was a basement in the warehouse. At this point, Wang Baimu's attention was indeed drawn away. This is something only the hunting group leader knows. When the wave of zombies came, our Team 5 just swapped shifts with Team 8. We'd only just walked to the warehouse when the alarm sounded. The leader told us there were important studies at the base in the warehouse and ordered us to protect them. Then he took us into the basement. Song Yin opened his mouth to ask, is this major research achievement solar panels? In terms of survival or loss concerning the base, Wang Baimu and Song Yin shared one heart. No, what's important is a report improving soil planting capabilities, which has already been researched up to 85%. As long as it succeeds, we might be the first humans to improve the barren wastelands. Wang Baimu's face was filled with passion. He was too eager to be the first, as if now he stood before all humanity, receiving praise for protecting significant scientific research achievements. Chapter 37, The Seed. Song Yin, what about the data? Wang Baimu chuckled confidently and said, it's in the briefcase. The team leader only told me the password before leaving. Huang Qiong walked in from outside, holding a silver little box in his hand. Song Yin moved his lips slightly. Is this it? Wang Baimu said with complete confidence, of course, only I can open this box right now. What the hell? You talk too much. Song Yin drew a knife and slashed at the lock. The lock made some crackling sounds and broke completely. Inside the box was a small USB drive. Song Yin picked it up and observed for a moment, then tossed it casually to Liu Yong. Take it to Jiang Ning tomorrow, and also check on your sister. Wang Baimu's face contorted in anger as he reached out to grab the USB drive. However, Liu Yong was tall and muscular, and Wang Baimu was already in a state of physical collapse. With just a gentle push, Wang Baimu fell onto the bed. Song Yin sneered, his eyes full of contempt. I've already said it, you talk too much. Why don't you let me use it? I'm sure Jiang Ning will bring us good news soon. By doing this, you're betraying the enemy. These are the base's materials. How could you give them to others? Wang Baimu was close to breaking down, unable to do anything but shout loudly. At this moment, Song Yin revealed his true nature. A person who can survive in the apocalypse is certainly not a pure and naive individual. The base has fallen. Other than here, where else are there still living people? Since we Squad 3 arrived here first, it belongs to our jurisdiction. There was no longer any warmth on his face that he once showed to Jiang Ning. Instead, it was decisive and ruthless. You. Wang Baimu was so angry that he couldn't catch his breath for half a day. Song Yin raised an eyebrow. I am different from you. You only want to be the best one. The USB drive in your hands is merely a tool to gain profit. But in my hands, I can use it to revitalize the base. After finishing, he turned around without looking back and left. The next morning, Song Yin set off with Liu Yong to go to the farmland. They just happened to meet Jiang Ning and Liu Ling dividing buns as usual. You've come. Come help. Jiang Ning called them over. Song Yin rolled up his sleeves and naturally accepted the work assigned by Jiang Ning. Liu Ling murmured quietly beside him, Brother Song Yin really knows how to care for people. Unlike my own brother who is still standing there unmoving. Receiving his younger sister's message, Liu Yong quickly stepped forward and started distributing the buns with Song Yin. Hey, this is for you. He extended his hand to pass the USB drive. What is this? Jiang Ning asked curiously. Without even raising his head, Song Yin continued throwing buns into zombies' mouths while replying. Soil research data. This wasn't something they expected. Excitedly, Jiang Ning bolted away like a flash, found a secluded spot and gave the USB drive to 421. After accepting the data, 421 disappeared for a long time. When he reappeared, the system announced a new reward. Detected soil research report. Although the overall direction is correct, the data contains severe deviations. Now after system optimization and combined plant seed genetic research, the crop genes have been successfully altered, applicable for cultivation in the host's world. Reward, vegetable seed pack. This report cut 421's research time in half. Jiang Ning was almost jumping for joy. She pulled Liu Ling to the land they had prepared yesterday and scattered the seeds. Her bright eyes gleamed as she waited in place. Seeing Jiang Ning wait like that for the seeds to grow, Liu Ling couldn't help but laugh. You haven't even covered the seeds with soil yet, and you're already waiting for them to sprout? Jiang Ning looked extremely puzzled. But I did cover them with soil. Liu Ling shook her head helplessly, reaching out to ruffle Jiang Ning's hair. Now I finally understand why Brother Song Yin likes you so much. You are adorable being silly. Then, Liu Ling picked up the seeds again, bent down and buried each one individually into the ground, while sprinkling some soil with her hands. You can't just pour all the seeds down. Each seed must have a certain distance between them. By the way, what kind of seeds are these? Jiang Ning honestly replied, there are too many seeds, I don't know either. Liu Ling lightly tapped Jiang Ning's head. Truly, sigh, never mind, I'll teach you slowly. Since we don't know what kind of seeds they are, we'll space them out. Look, this hole is too deep. The seeds inside will find it difficult to break through the soil, so we'll just roughly cover them with soil. We also need to loosen the soil. If it's too compacted, the crops won't be able to emerge. Lastly, water them. There was a well in the farmland, though the water had long been contaminated. It could only be used for irrigation. Jiang Ning hurriedly fetched a bucket of water and evenly poured it over the soil. At that moment, 421's cheerful voice rang inside her mind. Completion of personal vegetable garden reward distribution in progress. Reward watering can. Crops irrigated with this watering can will have their growth cycle shortened to half a month, but must be watered daily. Otherwise, the maturity period will be delayed. Being able to harvest crops in half a month, Jiang Ning felt like she was invincible right now. She couldn't wait to take out her water pot and pour water on the seeds as soon as she had finished sowing them. To her amazement, the seeds immediately sprouted tender shoots. Am I seeing things? The seeds that were just planted have already germinated. Liu Ling, who witnessed the whole process, rubbed her eyes. Jiang Ning looked proudly at Liu Ling, her face glowing with pride. Amazing, isn't it? Before long, we will be able to eat fresh vegetables. Liu Ling stared intently at the tender shoots. No wonder my brother said you are a gem, and Song Yin also values you so much. He repeatedly urged me to protect you well. It turns out you really, silly but capable. Liu Ling didn't marvel for long before rushing to Song Yin to whisper a few words. Song Yin wiped his hands, letting Liu Ling take over his position, then walked towards Jiang Ning. Song Yin, did you grow these? Jiang Ning, yes. Song Yin squatted down, pinched some soil between his fingers and rubbed it. It was still the barren wasteland of the apocalypse, with no fertilizer at all. Under the black earth, the green tender shoots, dotted with water droplets, stood up straight under the sun with great resilience. Song Yin stood up and patted Jiang Ning's head. Very capable. How did you make them sprout? Still immersed in her joy, Jiang Ning revealed herself almost without reservation. As long as the land is unowned, I can cultivate crop. Song Yin tilted his head slightly, lost in thought. Unowned. The farmland belongs to the base's management. This means there's no longer leadership at the base. But he did not say this in front of Jiang Ning. Instead, he smiled at her. Then from now on, Squad 3 will rely on you for sustenance. Jiang Ning readily accepted, saying, of course, but I need a livestock farm, and at least 50 employees. This might be the condition for Jiang Ning to be able to grow crops. Song Yin barely gave it a second thought before turning around and shouting loudly towards the dormitory building. We are Team 3 of the hunting group. Is anyone willing to participate in the reconstruction of the base? Those who volunteer to sign up, we will prioritize their transfer, along with their families. Though Jiang Ning wasn't persuasive, Song Yin mentioned the name of the hunting group. Almost everyone eagerly stuck their heads out of the windows. I'm willing. Please take me away quickly. I can't stand this life without water and electricity any longer. Chapter 38, Residential Building. Song Yin was also puzzled. Zombies move very slowly when they are not hunting for food, and they almost never leave their own territory. Why have the zombies suddenly started to move? Everyone fell silent for a moment. The biggest problem was that it was clear there were now two groups of zombies evolving in different ways. But they didn't know whether all zombies had a certain chance of evolving intelligence, or if it was just the zombies from their base that were special. If there were differences between these two types of zombies, it would be that the zombies in the base had all eaten some of Jiang Ning's food, more or less. Professor Guan noticed Song Yin's hesitance and quickly shifted the topic. Restarting the base's order is still our most important task at this moment. Huang Qiong, how many survivors did we discover today? Huang Qiong, we have too few people. Apart from clearing out the wandering zombies, there isn't enough manpower left to search for survivors. Professor Guan, prioritize clearing out the zombies in the residential buildings, and check if there are any survivors over there. What we lack most right now is manpower. After learning the specific situation, Professor Guan announced the end of the meeting. The group dispersed, tired after a busy day, all needing a good night's sleep. Song Yin, did you find something? Professor Guan pulled Song Yin aside, only daring to ask after everyone else had left. Song Yin indeed felt like the evolution of the zombies had something to do with Jiang Ning, but he lacked substantial evidence. The zombies in the base, many have actually eaten Jiang Ning's buns. Her food definitely has an effect of enhancing human physical strength, but I'm not sure if it has the same effect on zombies. Professor Guan, that's why I recently feel more energetic than before, and bending down doesn't feel as tiring. I thought it was a burst of human potential, but it turns out it's Ms. Jiang's doing. He pondered for a bit and concluded that having data-supported results would still be more reliable. I also can't be sure if Ms. Jiang's food has any efficacy right now. Song Yin, bring some food over here so I can conduct research. Song Yin immediately agreed. Jiang Ning was still reviewing the current number of customers with the system. For 21, how many customers do I have now? System, 1,800. Jiang Ning, then why haven't the rewards been distributed? System, shop upgrade in progress. They will be issued uniformly upon completion. The number of positive reviews had long surpassed 10,000, but ever since the system released the shop upgrade task, no other tasks or rewards had been sent. It seemed like the system wouldn't release any other tasks until the upgrade was completed. Now there was only one final condition left, to own her own farm. Jiang Ning was worried about it just as Song Yin walked over. Her eyes lit up. Song Yin smiled at her as well. Jiang Ning, why are you here so late? Song Yin, to ask if there's anything you need. Jiang Ning happened to need a place for farming, so she asked Song Yin if she could be given a piece of land. Song Yin pondered deeply for a while. There's quite a lot of land in the base, but most of it hasn't been developed yet. If you really need it, you can section off part of the farmland. But what do you plan to breed? Animals in this post-apocalyptic world had also mutated, making them difficult to domesticate. Otherwise, the base wouldn't still lack livestock, and meat would not remain such a luxury. Jiang Ning didn't realize how hard catching animals was. Xingxiong often gave her deer hides and rabbit fur, creating in her a delusion that it wasn't hard to obtain meat. Pigs, if we want to get rich, we must raise pigs. Song Yin recalled the wild boars with mouths full of fangs, large enough to smash trees, which made him reflect on whether Jiang Ning liked strange animal types. But he didn't refuse. Alright, once you section off the area, I'll try my best to get you one. The two then chatted about other matters. It wasn't until Song Yin left that he remembered he hadn't asked Jiang Ning for the food. Everyone had been incredibly busy in recent days, with no time for rest. Jiang Ning was constantly going back and forth between the farmland and the research building. After learning that Professor Guan wanted to use her food for experiments, the system raised no objections, and Jiang Ning fully cooperated with Professor Guan. All the farmland needed was regular provision of food by Jiang Ning, which allowed her to free up time to follow Huang Chong around in search of survivors. This time, everyone followed Song Yin to the power station to clear away debris. Relying on her title, Jiang Ning went with Huang Chong directly to the residential building. The living area and work area in the base were separated clearly, and at a fair distance. Jiang Ning rode her motorcycle, bringing Huang Chong along a fast ride for a while until they reached the living quarters. Previously, moving from the work area to the living area involved dedicated checkpoints checking whether workers brought private items, but now, as Jiang Ning drove past, it was eerily quiet, with no sign of life. There weren't many facilities in the living area, only residential buildings similar to neighborhoods, and a communal cafeteria. Due to low land utilization in the post-apocalyptic era and difficulty obtaining grain, everyone got their food allocated uniformly from the cafeteria. The structure of the residential buildings was also very simple, with just one room and a toilet. There wasn't even a living room. Some single employees lived in bachelor dormitories, 4 to a room, with almost no privacy. The work area was close to the wasteland, so zombies arrived quickly, leaving people little time to evacuate. When Jiang Ning first arrived, the place was almost in shambles. In contrast, the living quarters were much better. Aside from occasionally spotting scattered skeletons on the ground, they hadn't seen any particularly gruesome scenes. However, no one seemed to show up. Here, there were almost no signs of human activity. Only a few zombies wandered nearby, gnawing on the remains of half-eaten skeletons. There weren't many zombies here, and Huang Chong and Jiang Ning could easily clean them up together. Jiang Ning's speed and stamina had greatly improved. Even though her techniques were somewhat clumsy, sheer power allowed her to clear zombies faster than Huang Chong. She practically took care of most of the zombies around. By the time Huang Chong had finished fighting 7 or 8 zombies, he turned around to find that the rest were already lying on the ground. Startled, Huang Chong sheathed his knife and patted Jiang Ning on the shoulder. "You're improving too fast. Did the boss give you some devil training?" Jiang Ning smiled without answering. "Not exactly." "Oh, I get it. Alright, let's check inside the building." Huang Chong didn't press further but urged Jiang Ning to go upstairs quickly. The layout of the residential buildings was pretty much the same. Jiang Ning confidently activated her title and began knocking on doors one by one. "Is anyone home? Rescue team here." After knocking on all the doors of an entire floor, no one answered. Both felt strange. Could their luck be this bad, choosing the first building as a ghost house? Refusing to accept defeat, Jiang Ning continued knocking on doors for 3 floors, with no response. How come there's not a single person? Huang Chong still thought something was off. His instinct told him they should return and report to Song Yin, letting Song Yin make the decision. On the other hand, Jiang Ning, armed with her knife and protective gear, had no fear. "I don't believe it. Let's break the doors down and see if anyone's inside." Chapter 39, The Robbers Arrive. The doors of the residential building were all made of wood, and Jiang Ning easily cut the locks. Upon pushing the door open, they saw a family of 3 tightly hugging each other. The father embraced his wife and daughter while the daughter was trembling in her mother's arms. "Don't be afraid, we are members of Team 3 of the Hunter Squad. We're responsible for rescuing you." Huang Chong noticed that the survivor's mental state seemed off and quickly revealed his identity, offering words of comfort repeatedly. Unexpectedly, the 3 trembled even more violently. The man tightly held his wife and child, his voice shaking as he spoke. "I don't have anything left to give you. You came just the other day. Wasn't it supposed to be once every half month for the protection fee?" "Protection fee?" Jiang Ning was extremely confused. All surviving members of the Hunter Squad were at the research building, miles away. How could they suddenly show up here? She looked at Huang Chong, who also shook his head, indicating that he didn't know either. While there were patrol teams in the residential area, most of the members of the Hunter Squad were near the iron fence during that period, and none were on duty in the residential area. But it wasn't impossible that some surviving members of the Hunter Squad had come to the living zone. With no clear understanding of what had happened, Jiang Ning could only calm their emotions first. She took out a steamed bun and placed it in front of the family of 3. They stared at the food before them. Though it smelled appetizing, they did not dare to reach out and take it. So both sides remained in this standoff. After an indeterminate amount of time, the daughter in the mother's arms weakly said one sentence. "Mommy, I'm hungry. Every half month, you demand tribute from us. You've already taken everything from our home. Is it really just because you have weapons? Who doesn't know that there wouldn't possibly be buns within the base? What is it you want now? It would be better if you just killed us. Jiang Ning was stunned by these accusations, while Huang Qiong felt they resembled the refugees from outside the base, which had fallen into disarray. These survivors not only had to face zombies but also suffer exploitation from their own kind. He put down his weapon and attempted to console the family. Don't be afraid. I don't want your things. I am Huang Qiong from Group 3 of the hunting squad. If you worked logistics in the military building, you should know our hunting team has strict rules. After saying this, Huang Qiong turned around. Look, I have a chest badge and belt. Residents' clothing is uniformly distributed, with no black clothing, only official personnel from the base wear black. The husband skeptically eyed Huang Qiong. Those who claimed to be from the hunting squad indeed dressed the same as Huang Qiong but lacked the badges and belts signifying true identity. But those people wore black clothes too. How can I trust you? For the safety of his wife and child, he must remain vigilant. The wife continued crying incessantly, and the child in her arms extended a hand to wipe away her tears. Mommy, I won't eat anymore. Don't cry. Her maturity touched Jiang Ning deeply. Jiang Ning, it's disgraceful people like those. They seek profit where there shouldn't be any. Aren't they scared of getting what they cannot afford? Huang Qiong sighed. Actually, in other bases, when a zombie wave occurs, the situation is roughly the same. Without order, humanity's ugliness becomes evident. Jiang Ning picked up the buns again and also poured out a bowl of oden. Look, this is meat and vegetables. If we were truly after your property, would we let you eat such things? This statement seemed more convincing than claiming membership in the hunting squad. In this world, everyone fights for survival and resources. Those willing to offer food freely are either fools or representatives of authority. Though still suspicious of their identity, when presented with food after starving for days, the father took it and first handed it to his daughter, then to his wife. Seeing him prioritize his wife and child, Jiang Ning couldn't help but hand over another portion of food. Don't save it, there's plenty to eat. The child showed no reservation, devouring the food ravenously upon sight. Tears streamed down the mother's face as she ate the buns. Even if I die, I'll do so with a full stomach. In the next life, we will still be a family. The father quietly caressed his daughter's head as he watched her wolf down the food. Exactly, even if we die, we will die satiated. As they kept eating, Jiang Ning continuously supplied food. Once everyone had eaten their fill, Jiang Ning sat on the bed and began asking what exactly had happened. Seeing their lack of malice, and knowing how crucial food was in this apocalyptic world, the father sat on the ground and began recounting his story slowly. At the start of the outbreak, those of us who weren't on guard locked ourselves inside. Fortunately, the zombies didn't make it upstairs, but they caught many who hadn't managed to return home in time. Both electricity and water were gone, and we had nothing to eat. So some people decided to take action, going outside armed with wooden sticks to look around. His recollection brought fear into his eyes as he recounted the situation. However, after a few days, a group of people wearing black clothes arrived, claiming they were from the hunter squad and had come to rescue us. They cleared quite a number of zombies and then took over the cafeteria as their base. They demanded we hand over a certain amount of supplies every half-month: beds, quilts, clothes, anything would do. Moreover, if they fancied any women, they would forcibly take them. A few who dared to think they were too domineering gathered some people to rebel, but in the end, they were all thrown down below to feed the zombies. Jiang Ning couldn't help but interject, "Are these people really from the hunter squad? Do you have any impressions of them?" The man thought for a moment. Mostly unfamiliar faces, but they indeed wore the clothing from the base. Those who failed to pay up were hung to attract zombies, many dying from zombie bites. Huang Qiong was somewhat agitated. That's outrageous. These people absolutely could not be from the hunter squad. On their first day joining the squad, they swore that the survival of the base would be their utmost priority. It was impossible for them to behave in such a manner. Jiang Ning also felt something was off with these people. How far is the cafeteria? Do they usually come out? The man shook his head. They rarely do, only on the days when we have to deliver our goods. Jiang Ning asked, then how do they avoid the zombies? With fear in his eyes, the man replied, they cut anyone unwilling to pay a share of their possessions and hang them behind the cafeteria, using blood scent to lure zombies away before stepping outside. After hearing this, Jiang Ning couldn't help but exclaim, too cruel. Huang Qiong added, how many people are there in your building? Are they all in the same situation? The man responded, almost every household is like ours. Lately, we've lacked clothing and food, and everyone has been starving. Jiang Ning stood up decisively and walked towards the door. She went knocking house by house, saying while knocking, we're members of the third group of the hunter squad, placing food at each doorway. If you need it, come out after I leave. Then, she placed enough provisions for a family of 3 at each doorstep. The variety was rich, including buns, steamed bread, and oden, Japanese dish. She nearly made her way through the entire building before letting out a sigh of relief. As she descended the stairs, she noticed the food in front of the downstairs residence was gone. It must have been taken. Indeed, there were still people here. Only then did Jiang Ning slowly return to the very first room. The man and his wife's emotions had stabilized, and the wife was now cradling their child, consoling her. The first thing Jiang Ning and Huang Qiong discussed upon reuniting was how to rescue the people living in the residential building. Chapter 40, Li Kuei and Li Jiyu. Jiang Ning, We never expected there to be so many survivors in the residential building, and also a group of Li Gui. It seems that the two of us can't resolve this. Huang Qiong, yes, we must report this to the boss. With so many people, we need to bring trucks. Jiang Ning, the residents have been oppressed for a long time. If we rashly attempt a rescue, they definitely won't open the door for us. We should first take away those who can leave, then deal with that rabble. She turned to ask the man, when was the last time they came to rob you? The man didn't expect Jiang Ning to be so direct, so he stammered, a week ago. Jiang Ning nodded. It seemed these people wouldn't come back for a while. Jiang Ning, this building should have already received the food I sent. If we persuade them again, someone will surely trust us. At this moment, the woman volunteered. I am familiar with all the people here. As long as you are willing to take my daughter to a safe place first, I can help you persuade the resident. It turned out that the woman used to be a small leader who helped people find jobs. Because she was kind, she never bullied others because of her power, so everyone around here had a good impression of her. Huang Qiong decided that Jiang Ning would return to report this matter and he would stay behind to observe the situation. You go ahead with the little girl, I'll stay here. If the situation turns bad, with my abilities, escaping won't be an issue. This matter must be reported to the boss as soon as possible. Let him send people over. With Huang Qiong's assurance, Jiang Ning prepared to leave with the little girl. The little girl immediately burst into tears and pushed away Jiang Ning. I want mommy. Mommy, I'm so scared. The woman compassionately held her child and softly consoled her. Be good and don't be afraid, mommy is here. You go to a safe place with the sister first, where there's food and drink. Then mommy and daddy will follow the big brother to find you, okay? At this point, Jiang Ning also encouraged the girl. That's right, sweetheart, the sister rides a motorcycle, it can only carry 2 people. Because you're the most obedient, the sister will take you first. Okay. The little girl still wouldn't let go of her mother. After much persuasion, Jiang Ning spent 1 point to exchange for a lollipop, and the little girl finally cried and followed Jiang Ning out of the door. Jiang Ning put her on the bike, and the dashboard of the motorcycle lit up. Detected a child. Do you want to turn on the safety mode? Jiang Ning was somewhat surprised. Is it really that smart? Turn it on. As soon as the words were spoken, a safety seat popped out of the rear seat. Jiang Ning secured the girl and hurried to the research building as fast as possible. A journey that usually took an hour, Jiang Ning managed to complete in just 20 minutes. Just arriving at the research building, Liu Ling happened to be stepping out. She saw the girl behind Jiang Ning and paused. Where did you get the kid from? Jiang Ning, I just saved her. Where is Song Yin? I have something urgent to tell him. Liu Ling helped her take the child off the bike and gently said to the girl, I'm Sister Liu. Can you follow me? Sister Jiang has things to do. The child, who particularly liked this treatment, clung to Liu Ling without hesitation. Liu Ling looked delicate and harmless, like a pretty and approachable elder sister. With candy still in her mouth, the girl threw herself into Liu Ling's arms. Jiang Ning thought inwardly, when I told you to come with me, you weren't like this. Liu Ling pointed toward the hydroelectric station. Song Yin is leading people to construct the hydroelectric station. Jiang Ning thanked her and immediately turned the car around, driving toward the hydroelectric station. Song Yin was cooperating with several people to move debris. Not even taking 2 steps, Jiang Ning's car screeched to a halt in front of Song Yin. Song Yin, Huang Qiong and I discovered a large number of survivors in the residential building, but there is a group of black-clad individuals calling themselves the hunting squad forcing the survivors to supply them regularly. Song Yin put down what he was holding and brushed the dust off his clothes. Let's go, find Liu Yong. At this moment, Liu Yong was helping Wang Bai Mu transport iron wire for the iron net. Jiang Ning rode the motorcycle with Song Yin, circling for a while before finding him. Song Yin stopped the truck and sat directly in the passenger seat. Go to the residential building. Liu Yong didn't care about the stack of iron wires loaded in the back, doing a quick turn and speeding towards the residential building. Jiang Ning rode the motorcycle leading the way. Wang Bai Mu, who had waited for more than 3 hours under the scorching sun at the guard post, looked anxiously toward the distance. How come they haven't arrived yet? It's almost too hot to bear. As the second most important location in the base, the residential building was quite far from the wasteland area. Liu Yong drove for a while until he reached the checkpoint. Song Yin indicated for him to stop there. He and Jiang Ning went in first to check the situation. Jiang Ning led Song Yin to knock on a slightly open door, and very soon, someone peeked out from inside. Boss. Huang Qiong was delighted to see Song Yin. As soon as Song Yin entered, he saw the room filled with people, most of whom had brought their families. Upon seeing Jiang Ning, the woman quickly spoke. Everyone who's willing to go is here, mostly with children. We really have no other options. Some people are waiting at home for notification. As long as they see the transport trucks, they'll be willing to come with us. Jiang Ning quickly helped these people get up. The transport truck is outside the checkpoint. Move quietly so we can get on board before the zombies arrive. Song Yin said nothing, guarding the survivors by the door and guiding them one by one onto the truck. The woman led Jiang Ning, knocking on every door from top to bottom of the building. It's me, Sister Liu. Come out. The real hunting squad has arrived with transport truck. The door opened immediately, revealing just one person checking who was there, then fully opening upon recognizing a familiar face. Where are the transport trucks? You go to the main gate and wait. The hunting squad took the first group from my house earlier. They'll soon be back for the next group. Survivors, without any luggage, descended the stairs with their families. Many followed the crowd to the main gate where Song Yin led groups in batches to the truck until there was absolutely no more space left. He then asked Liu Yong to head back to the tech building first. Ask head Liu to cooperate with the chef to prepare more food since more people will be arriving shortly. And let Liu Qiao know not to go to the fertilizer pool and free up the truck to come here. After delivering this instruction, Song Yin left. There were still several unresponsive doors within the residential building, so Jiang Ning simply started breaking down doors one by one, searching for any remaining survivors. As for the survivors who were willing to follow Jiang Ning, they all gathered at the woman's house to await the next wave of rescue operations. Almost everyone agreed to transfer along with the main group, and for those doors that couldn't be opened and found empty inside, Jiang Ning understood. Their owners had likely met an unfortunate end already. Soon enough, they went through all the doors in the building. Survivors crowded together inside the woman's home, trying to take up as little space as possible to minimize their presence. When it became too packed, Huang Qiong led some survivors to the neighboring apartment. Jiang Ning looked over the tightly packed group of survivors. Each face displayed a uniform expression of numbness and apathy. It seemed like survival was the only thing that concerned them now, and everything else had become irrelevant. Dealing with the zombie crisis had drastically deteriorated their living conditions, and even more infuriating to Jiang Ning was the abuse committed by those claiming official authority. We're leaving, but what about the others in different buildings? The woman asked anxiously. Chapter 41, Delivering Warmth. This was indeed a problem. There were women in this building, and most people were willing to trust them. But would other buildings, having been robbed by the authorities, still choose to open their doors for Jiang Ning? At this moment, a man suddenly stood up from the crowd. I know the people in building number 3 very well. My friend is there. We often play cards together after work. I can go with you to building number 3. I have acquaintances on the 15th floor. I get along quite well with those in building number 7. More and more people stood up, and Jiang Ning decided to give them a try. Under the cover of Huang Qiong and Jiang Ning, they respectively went to the nearest buildings. The woman waited by the gate for the truck to arrive. Jiang Ning reused her trick, announcing herself first, then leaving food at the door. Once someone took the food inside, she proceeded to knock door to door with an acquaintance. As soon as one household's door was opened, other onlookers would come out. It was much harder for Huang Qiong to persuade others. However, some people saw survivors evacuating from the windows and nearly became excited. Are they being evacuated or taken away? I don't know, but someone in black clothes seems to be leading them, so it might be an evacuation. Look quickly. They have food in their hands. Who provides food while capturing people? The leader has a chest emblem. They are real soldiers. Many pulled bed sheets and hung them outside the windows, trying to attract Jiang Ning's attention. But no one dared to make noise because they did not know whether the zombies or the fake soldiers in the canteen would come over first or if Jiang Ning's team would arrive sooner. Liu Qiao was waiting at the checkpoint with Liu Yong for the survivors to board the vehicles, heading towards the research building one after another. After just 2 trips, they reported back to Song Yin. It won't do, boss. The research building cannot accommodate any more people. If we continue transporting survivors, the remaining people will likely have to sleep outdoors. Most areas within the working zone were dormitories, yet these had not been fully explored. Thus, Song Yin could only relay the words to Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning, what about the remaining people? Song Yin, there's no way. Right now we simply cannot accommodate so many people. Moreover, making too much noise will alert that group of fake soldiers. We don't even know their purpose or how many there are, and it's best not to alert them unnecessarily. Besides, the farmland needs you. Jiang Ning's fervent heart cooled down by half immediately. Even though she had the capability to help these people, due to insufficient resources, the base still could not take in such a large number of people. The root cause was those fake soldiers in the canteen. Jiang Ning wanted to grab those individuals right now and give them a good beating so that there wouldn't be any need to transfer residents. Song Yin noticed Jiang Ning's disappointment, holding her shoulder to comfort her. Actually, relocating the public is also necessary. Residential buildings lack water and electricity, and our manpower is severely lacking. The zombies in the research building are under your control. It's safer than in the residential buildings. Instead, why don't we consider how to increase the number of dormitories in the working area? After hearing this, Jiang Ning felt slightly consoled. At least those who have already been relocated would receive protection. Yet, the rescued people were almost starved to death. How much worse must it be for the others? Jiang Ning always thought that if she knocked on more doors, she could save more lives. Jiang Ning, I'll stay behind and distribute some food to them, otherwise, they will all starve to death here. Song Yin knew about Jiang Ning's compassionate nature, so he didn't oppose her. Alright, you must return before dark. If you're not here, the zombies in the farmland may possibly go berserk. Feeling burdened, Jiang Ning regretted that she couldn't split herself to deliver food faster, household by household, which was too slow. She could only rely on her good physical stamina to accelerate the pace, trying to allow more people to eat. Number 421, when asked to do missions, you refused. If you upgraded the store, you would have had a delivery system that could send food to any place you wished. Why torment yourself by delivering food one by one? These precise and piercing words made Jiang Ning regret immensely. Do it. I will enclose land to build a livestock farm when I return today. After almost running to exhaustion, Jiang Ning had delivered food to 2/3 of the residential buildings. The remaining floors were too close to the cafeteria. Fortunately, Jiang Ning still held the title my friend is a zombie. Moving freely among the zombies was effortless for her. As for the cafeteria area, no one inside had shown their face. With too many zombies outside, unless necessary, they hadn't planned to come out and thus had no time to care about the outside situation. It was nearly midnight when Jiang Ning barely finished distributing the food. She left enough food for every household, ensuring that even if she couldn't come for 2 days, the people inside wouldn't starve. By the time it got dark, Jiang Ning had still not returned. Song Yin was waiting for her at the entrance of the research building. Brilliantly tired after taking care of the new survivors all day, Liu Ling just returned to the research building and saw Song Yin standing there like the stone waiting for her husband. Big brother Song Yin, has big sister not returned yet? Almost without thinking, Liu Ling understood why Song Yin was there. Song Yin nodded, yes, it's already dark. As Liu Ling observed Song Yin acting very calm but actually anxious inside, she suddenly felt an urge to provoke him. Brother Song Yin, if you ask who's the safest in the base, it must be big sister. If she hasn't returned at this hour, either something unexpected has happened or maybe she has taken a fancy to someone. There's no way that she could have been discovered by zombies and eaten alive. Song Yin shot Liu Ling a glare. That was exactly what he feared most. If you can't say anything helpful, then just keep quiet. After saying that, he picked up his knife and prepared to go to the residential building himself. Liu Ling hurriedly stopped him. Brother Song Yin, where are you going? Song Yin didn't waste words. I'm going to check on Jiang Ning. With a chuckle, Liu Ling replied, sister is so capable. Brother, why worry about her? Still showing no emotion, Song Yin replied, she is also a member of Squad 3 after all. Squad 3 never recruits female members, said Liu Ling. Song Yin gave Liu Ling a calm look. We start recruiting now. Seizing the opportunity, Liu Ling continued, since Boss Jiang is already considered part of Squad 3, Captain Song, how about recruiting me as well? She then patted Song Yin's chest. Taking a step back, Song Yin looked sternly at Liu Ling. Behave properly, young lady. Stop touching others unnecessarily. Liu Ling scoffed lightly. Just as she wanted to retort, they saw a white figure approaching slowly from afar. Jiang Ning parked her car. Seeing Song Yin right at the gate, she collapsed into his arms. I'm exhausted. I've practically visited every building. Holding Jiang Ning, Song Yin's expression softened. Tired? You should go rest immediately. From the sidelines, Liu Ling made gestures mockingly while pointing at Jiang Ning. Young ladies shouldn't always touch others casually. Sister, please get off the brother quickly. Jiang Ning immediately felt nauseated and jumped aside. Liu Ling, you're quite normal when you don't act coquettish. Liu Ling laughed non-stop as if hearing some amusing matter. Standing nearby, Song Yin blushed. Jiang Ning is still young, more like a kid. Before Liu Ling could say anything, Jiang Ning naturally responded. Not a kid anymore, I'm already 18. Song Yin regretted speaking, as if he hit himself with his own words. Chapter 42, Can't Save. Liu Ling burst into laughter and then calmed herself. Alright, I won't tease you anymore. Sister, let's go back to the dormitory together. Look how worried brother is. Jiang Ning suddenly realized it had been a long time since hearing Liu Ling so contrived calling people brother and sister. The moment she heard it, its impact doubled. Okay, I'll go with you. Let's sleep early. Thus, Liu Ling dragged Jiang Ning back to the dormitory, completely ignoring Song Yin at the entrance. The devastated world was in ruins awaiting rebirth. Everyone had endless work to do. As soon as their shifts ended, they ate and fell straight asleep. The next day, Jiang Ning sent large amounts of food to the farmland, then returned to the research building, ready for departure. Almost everyone gathered in front of the research building. Song Yin was assigning today's tasks one by one. Liu Qiao, you take 20 people to patrol the base, focusing on clearing out any remaining zombies. Liu Yong, you take 100 people to the hydroelectric station and salvage as many resources as possible. Wang Baiwu, you lead Team 5 in reinforcing all the iron fences around the base. Huang Qiong, you stay with 20 people here at the research building to assist Professor Guan. After receiving their tasks, the people dispersed with their subordinates, leaving only the survivors from the residential building temporarily without assignments. After task assignments were completed, Jiang Ning's figure slowly appeared. Jiang Ning now urgently wanted to accomplish 2 things. First was to designate an animal breeding area, second was to uncover the group of people in the residential building's canteen. Song Yin knew that Jiang Ning couldn't bear human suffering and wanted to swiftly deal with those in the canteen. Song Yin said to Jiang Ning, there are too few people in the base. Strengthening security and construction are top priorities. The residential building will depend on the 2 of us. Jiang Ning nodded, but where should we place the people once they're rescued? Song Yin replied, yesterday, Liu Ling led the logistics team to clean up everything in the military building and the grain warehouse. They also set up tents in the courtyard of the military building, which can house about 500 people if squeezed. Liu Ling, who didn't receive any tasks, sat nearby. Hearing Song Yin's statement, she quickly added, there's also the living quarters and some factories, all cleaned up. At least another 1,000 people could be accommodated. Song Yin nodded, then today, bring as many as possible. He then looked at the remaining people. You just arrived, your stamina hasn't caught up. Take some rest for now, our tasks will get heavier later. Upon saying this, several individuals stepped forward. I can. The base went through so much trouble to bring us here, we can't just sit idle. Song Yin waved his hand, calming down the survivors. I understand your eagerness to contribute to the base, but currently, with the base severely damaged, there's plenty of manual labor needed. You haven't rested properly in too long, both physically and mentally, you're not suitable to keep working. If something goes wrong, it will be counterproductive. Everyone looked at each other. So should we just sit idly? Song Yin glanced at Jiang Ning, remembering that Jiang Ning seemed to mention wanting a place to raise animals. In fact, there is one thing. Our base has lacked a place for raising animals. If anyone among you knows how to build animal pens, they could go to the research building and collect materials. The survivors were very proactive. Immediately, several men stood up. I used to build temporary sheds for hospitals. I should be able to construct suitable animal pens. Song Yin nodded and turned to ask Jiang Ning, do you have any requirements for the animal pens? Jiang Ning hadn't raised small animals before and wasn't very familiar. As long as they don't escape, it's fine. The people with instructions immediately ran towards the research building. Commander, wait and see. By nightfall, we'll definitely give you a proper animal pen. The remaining people also found themselves occupied. Song Yin climbed onto the truck and waved at Jiang Ning. Let's go. Today's mission is heavy, don't waste time. Jiang Ning hopped onto the motorcycle, preparing to leave. Seeing Song Yin about to leave, Liu Ling hurriedly shouted towards the truck. What about me? Song Yin started the truck, the wheels kicking up a cloud of dust as it sped away. Follow Jiang Ning. Got it. Liu Ling grabbed her knife and quickly jumped onto the back seat of Jiang Ning's motorcycle. Are you ready? I'm starting the engine. As soon as Liu Ling hugged Jiang Ning, the engine roared, zooming off instantly. The three quickly reached the residential building. The zombies in the residential building acted completely without reason. Jiang Ning and Liu Ling had to first clear out the nearby zombies before letting the survivors come down. Liu Ling's knife hacked strenuously against the zombie's body, splashing blood all over her. These zombies, if it weren't for a good blade, I wouldn't be able to cut them. How come they're so violent? They don't seem like the same type as those near the research building. Jiang Ning didn't find it as challenging, dispatching the zombies one by one, taking most of the brunt. That's right, the zombies here attack more fiercely, have lower intelligence, aside from being stronger in physique, they're actually easier to deal with. After clearing the nearby zombies, Jiang Ning and Liu Ling took a breath and ate an energy bar on the spot. Hearing the commotion, many people peeked out. Recognizing Jiang Ning, they began to discuss among themselves. Look, it's the soldier from yesterday. She's clearing the zombies. Should we open the door in advance? Finally, we can leave this cursed place. Hurry, pack up your luggage. Following the method from the previous day, Jiang Ning went door-to-door knocking, while Liu Ling waited by the gate for the survivors. Once enough people were gathered, Song Yin would come and take them away. Many survivors didn't even need much prompting. As soon as they heard the knocking, they happily opened their doors, grabbed their belongings, and queued up by the gate. While waiting below, Liu Ling chatted idly with everyone. Brother, how did you get trapped here, Tilda? It has to be said, most people couldn't resist Liu Ling's cuteness. A few men, upon being called by her, felt boneless. It was when the zombie tide came, before we realized what happened, some claimed to be a hunting group demanded tribute after starving us for days. Those who resisted were killed. We were both hungry and scared, otherwise, we wouldn't have just sat here waiting. Liu Ling continued to ask sweetly, hunting group? Where are they from? How powerful are they if these zombies are so hard to kill? The man clicked his tongue. Don't mention it. They're from the canteen area. We thought they were a patrol team from the living quarter. Moreover, almost all of them had guns. Obviously, they don't fear zombies. Is that so? Liu Ling appeared surprised. Guns aren't supposed to exist unless in large bases. That's true, which is why we dared not run. If they used knives, maybe we could escape. But with guns, who can outrun bullets? Liu Ling suddenly felt a surge of unease. The residential buildings were stacked together, and the canteen was far away. Even making noise wouldn't easily attract them. But what about the residential buildings closer by? Liu Ling continued chatting casually with the survivors. So powerful. What kind of guns do they have? The man recalled and gestured with his hand. Roughly this long, probably handguns. Liu Ling nodded understandingly. By the time Jiang Ning arrived at the gate with the last batch of people and was about to head down to the next building, Liu Ling stopped her. Sister Tilda, don't be so rushed, Tilda. I can't keep up with your pace, Tilda. Your work has been tiring brother Song Yin so much. My heart aches for him, Tilda. Jiang Ning shivered. Despite spending so much time with Liu Ling, she still couldn't stand this kind of speaking mode. So what do you want? Jiang Ning rubbed her arms. With the temperature over 30 degrees Celsius, Liu Ling had managed to give her goosebumps all over. Chapter 43, We Don't Have Guns. Liu Ling led her group, taking 3 steps and looking back once. Sister, wait for me here. Jiang Ning also knew that although Liu Ling's behavior was quite eccentric, she was very reliable in terms of living skills and combat power. To avoid unnecessary complications, Jiang Ning chose to trust Liu Ling and waited on the spot. After Liu Ling put the last person into the car, before Song Yin could start the engine, she nimbly slipped into the front seat. Brother Song Yin, I have something to tell you, Tilda. Song Yin couldn't appreciate Liu Ling's way of speaking. Speak properly. What is it? Liu Ling cleared her throat and solemnly reported to Song Yin. I just got some important information. It said that the group near the cafeteria has guns. Only then did Song Yin become serious, sitting upright. Guns? Where did they get them? How many people are there? How many guns? Liu Ling told him everything she knew. The number of people is unclear, but everyone has a gun, probably handguns. They came from the direction of the cafeteria. Song Yin thought for a long time. Cafeteria? The base is surrounded by iron nets everywhere. Even if there's no electricity, ordinary people can't get in unless the iron net around the living area is also broken. Actually, Song Yin should have thought of it earlier. They started from the wasteland area, and the nearest one was the work area, where zombies had crawled through the iron net of the wasteland area. The living area was far away from the working area, plus the alarm was timely, so most people could hide. Without the attraction of flesh and blood, how could the zombies shift here so quickly? Jiang Ning has special abilities, yet Team 3 still survives with such difficulty, almost being wiped out by zombies several times. Even if these people have guns, in the face of a zombie sea, how could they reach the residential building within a day? The only explanation was that the iron fence around the living area had also been damaged, and two groups of zombies had invaded simultaneously. It was unknown whether these people were related to the damage of the iron fences. Song Yin acted decisively. Let Jiang Ning go back to the science building. When all the members of the hunting group arrive, we will discuss countermeasures together. Jiang Ning waited for over an hour and Liu Ling hadn't returned. The people in other buildings had been eagerly waiting, hoping Jiang Ning would rescue them. But seeing Jiang Ning remain motionless, some people lost their patience amidst fear and irritation. Why isn't she coming to save us? Are we abandoned? What's going on? Why did she stop? Should we go down and take a look? With exceptional hearing, Jiang Ning picked up the discussions from the lower floors, but she couldn't explain. She finally waited for Liu Ling, who asked Jiang Ning to return. Jiang Ning clenched her teeth. Is this Brother Song's idea or yours? The plan has changed. Brother Song says we can't continue with the rescue mission. Jiang Ning, are we really going to let them fight alone like this? We barely got a chance to evacuate them. And wasn't the working area capable of accommodating more than 1,000 people? We're leaving just a few behind without saving them. Liu Ling, I don't have any choice either. That group at the cafeteria has guns. It's not that we won't help, we need to find another way. It's clear that things which could be done at one time, after a brief discussion between Liu Ling and Song Yin, changed Song Yin's mind. What if we have guns? There aren't many. Jiang Ning suddenly stopped, realizing she indeed never saw guns in the base. Team 3's weapons have always been long knives. Even when they visited the military building, no one searched for firearms. Is it because no one ever thought about it, or does the base simply lack firearms? Liu Ling looked curiously at the stunned Jiang Ning. Where are you from? How come you didn't know that except for a few large bases, other small ones rely solely on cold weapons for survival? Liu Ling was right. The opposition having guns meant that even though Jiang Ning could survive among zombies, she wasn't invincible against bullets. This period of smooth sailing had made Jiang Ning forget that this was the post-apocalypse world where danger didn't just come from zombies but potentially from others as well. Jiang Ning lowered her head, taking a deep breath. Alright, let's head back to the research building first. She looked around. People inside the building were looking out from the windows, despair and numbness evident on their faces, seemingly already accepting their fate. Jiang Ning restrained her disappointment and went back to the scientific research building with Liu Ling. Song Yin had been waiting there for them. He was sitting in the hall, holding a map with detailed markings of the specific locations of various facilities in the base. Upon seeing Jiang Ning and her companions return, Song Yin didn't say much. He handed over the map and gave Jiang Ning a detailed explanation. Look, our base is rectangular, consisting of 3 parts. This is the wasteland area, this is the work area, and this is the living area. The main gate of the base is located in the work area. Song Yin drew his finger along the edge of the map. This is the location of the fence that was breached by the zombies. We also departed from here, heading straight towards the work area. Song Yin pointed to another end of the map. This is the residential building. We have successfully evacuated people from these buildings. After saying that, she marked an X on the 4 buildings closest to the checkpoint. And the cafeteria is near the iron net. This group of people has been stationed at the cafeteria. They have guns and the cafeteria has a good view with no obstructions around it. According to survivors, the area is full of zombies, so it's difficult for us to get close. Liu Ling grew up in the base. She was almost intimately familiar with its layout and realized that Song Yin was actually explaining this to Jiang Ning. Liu Ling also pointed at the map. If the iron fence of the residential building was damaged, this group of people most likely entered from here. Song Yin nodded. Right now, we don't know how many people are there or what kind of weapons they possess. It would be dangerous to go ahead blindly. We need to gather more information about their numbers before we can formulate a detailed plan. Jiang Ning immediately raised her hand. I'll do it. I can disguise myself as a zombie and wander around nearby. I should be able to observe their numbers. Song Yin shook his head. Not only might this not work, but the cafeteria is usually on the 3rd floor. If someone hides inside the rooms, how will you see them? Jiang Ning's proposal was rejected, and she lost some enthusiasm. Now they've taken over the cafeteria and have ranged weapons. There's simply no way we can approach them. Song Yin was also perplexed. If it were just regular weapons, Jiang Ning could infiltrate the enemy's headquarters alone. But since they had guns and had attracted a number of zombies around the cafeteria, it was like having a natural protective barrier provided to them. This group of people is so despicable, protecting themselves so well while using others as bait to attract zombies. Don't they fear accidentally going too far and being attacked by the swarm of zombies? Jiang Ning loathed anyone who could harm their fellow humans. Should they just let them get away with such wickedness? If only they had guns. Jiang Ning kept looking for suitable weapons in the store, but the prices discouraged her. Even the basic handgun costs 100,000 points, not to mention bullets as consumables, which cost 50,000 points per box. It was clearly out of Jiang Ning's budget. Chapter 44, Got Scolded. Jiang Ning regretted once again why she hadn't hurried up to complete the task. It's only when you need books that you realize how few you have, and money always runs short by the end of the month. Now without the system's help, it seemed that intelligence was the only way out. Song Yin, our only advantage now is Jiang Ning, who can ignore the zombies' encirclement, but our weapons are not up to standard, so our disadvantage is also that we only have Jiang Ning. Except for her, anyone would survive no more than a second in the sea of corpses. As an advantageous person, Jiang Ning was very troubled. They could use human flesh to attract zombies, but she had conscience and bottom lines, which made it impossible for her to do the same. Suddenly, a brilliant idea struck Jiang Ning. They feed zombies with human flesh, and we can also feed them with synthetic meat. The zombies in the farmland only ate buns and hot pot, making Jiang Ning almost forget that she had a zombie recipe. After confirming with the system that the zombie recipe was effective for any kind of zombie, she told Song Yin, "We can use meat chunks either to lead the zombies away or lure them all into the cafeteria." Song Yin thought this was a good plan too. The number of zombies in the living area is countless. Although we've killed most of the outer zombies, we don't know the situation inside yet. Even if they have guns, they couldn't possibly have enough bullets. Liu Ling volunteered willingly. "Brother, I can go to the residential building to feed the zombies, I'm not afraid." Of course, Jiang Ning knew Liu Ling wasn't afraid. After all, not everyone had the mental fortitude to run over zombies with a big truck. Song Yin lightly tapped his fingers on the table. Leading zombies away is not something one person can do. We'll prepare the necessary meat chunks first and wait until all members of the hunting group are ready, then we will move forward. Said and done, Liu Ling brought all the sturdy big bags. Jiang Ning kept filling the bags with meat chunks, while Song Yin packed them on the side. The three worked systematically on their tasks, and by mealtime, they had prepared a whole truckload of meat chunks. People working outside also returned. The head chef and his assistants were holding buckets, standing in the hall ready to distribute food. Today's meal consisted of welfare grains and Chinese cabbage. Although it wasn't the first time Jiang Ning ate these things, she could never swallow them down. The welfare grain made from wheat came in pancakes and noodles, but each had an indescribable taste of swill, making it hard to eat. Xing Xiong couldn't get used to these foods either. In the wasteland, he used to hunt himself and occasionally improved his diet at Jiang Ning's place. But during this period, to avoid causing trouble for Jiang Ning, everyone went from eating her provided meals daily to every 3 days. Beautifully put, Jiang Ning needed time to prepare ingredients, but in fact, it was to give her cover so as not to make her stand out too much. Plus the hard work, Xing Xiong's muscles were almost gone. He stealthily sneaked up to Jiang Ning. "Boss, is there anything to eat?" Jiang Ning glanced at Xing Xiong and shook her head. "Song Yin doesn't want me to take it out, just make do with this." Disappointed, Xing Xiong sat down, stuffing the choking pancake into his mouth and muttering in his heart, "This is meat, this is meat." Jiang Ning simply couldn't eat this kind of food, so she put down her bowl and chatted idly with Xing Xiong. "Why haven't I seen you around recently?" Xing Xiong replied while struggling to swallow his meal. "Hey, don't mention it. Captain Song let me cooperate with Professor Guan on experiments. Every day I'm either helping him catch zombies or borrowed by Director Liu to carry grains. Not like you guys, going out every day." Then he gave her a pitiful look. "Jiang Ning, it's more tiring outside. Endless zombies to kill and endless people to save. There has also been trouble with the residential buildings lately." Hearing this, Xing Xiong became interested. "I heard about it. Captain Song issued orders long ago. During this time, no one should leave their residence. Today we're distributing grains to all units because we might be trapped inside for a long time." Looking at the food in her bowl, Jiang Ning thought of the people in the residential building who might be starving, losing even more appetite. However, there was some good news. The person in charge of the farmland saw Jiang Ning and eagerly ran over with his bowl in hand. "Miss Jiang, the land you planted can be harvested now." Upon hearing this news, Jiang Ning's mood improved slightly. "Really? What's growing?" The man excitedly gestured with his hands. "Potatoes, peppers, tomatoes, and Chinese cabbage. A great harvest. Manager Liu asked us to store them first in the warehouse as seeds, hoping we might be able to produce in large quantities." Jiang Ning felt somewhat consoled. It looked like the first attempt at planting was very successful. "What about the water jug?" Manager Liu said it is your thing and it's also in the warehouse right now. Jiang Ning nodded. It seemed that the seeds provided by the system were indeed quality stuff. After handling the residents' issues, she would have to focus on farming. Surviving in this post-apocalyptic world was truly difficult. Jiang Ning's only advantage now was the title and enhanced stamina given by the system. As soon as danger escalated, she felt lost. It seemed the most crucial thing was still to strengthen herself. She couldn't passively wait for danger to come knocking on her door. She needed the ability to handle all sorts of emergencies. For 21, the host's potential is limitless. Go for it, and aim to spread my seeds across the entire base. Night fell, and people gradually dispersed. Song Yin gathered all members and held a short meeting. Everyone should be aware that there's a group of armed bandits posing as the hunting team causing trouble in the residential buildings with unclear motives. Moreover, the iron fence in the living area may have been damaged. Our current top priority is to eliminate these people, clear out the zombies, and repair the fence. Wang Bamu scoffed. They have guns and a large number of zombies. Are we just asking for death if we go? Song Yin had to admit, that's true. So we need to take them out smartly. There are meat chunks in the car that can attract zombies. Each of you grab a bag and head to the residential building. Try to get the zombies concentrated in the cafeteria. Whatever you need, Jiang Ning will assist you. Wang Bamu didn't think Jiang Ning's small build could accomplish much. What can she do? Liu Qiao couldn't stand it anymore and stepped forward. Wang Bamu, don't look down on people so easily. Do what the boss tells you to without all this nonsense. Wang Bamu wasn't annoyed. He slowly crossed his legs, leaning back on the chair. I'm at the same rank as Captain Song. Why should I necessarily listen to him? His casual attitude was infuriating. Liu Qiao wanted to say more but was stopped by Song Yin. This isn't the time to argue about rank. We must resolve this issue or else keeping them inside the base will lead to endless zombies and mass deaths of survivors. When the number of zombies reaches a certain point, do you really think Captain Wang can ensure his own survival within the base? Wang Bamu adjusted his glasses and didn't refute. Seeing he had no objections, Song Yin decided to give some final reminders. Liu Ling will drive and block the checkpoint of the living area, ensuring not a single zombie escapes. The remaining people stay at their posts and act according to the situation. With the plan set, everyone dispersed. But Jiang Ning couldn't fall asleep no matter what. Restlessly tossing and turning in bed, she double-checked with the system. If I'm in danger, the system will protect me, right? Yes. Will the energy shield block bullets? Yes. And if I want to use it, how much does it cost? Half an hour costs 1,000 points, 3 hours costs 5,000 points. How many points do I have left? 1,350. Why are there so few left? The system couldn't bear it anymore and lectured Jiang Ning. You keep exchanging resources from the mall for every little thing, collecting very little. Having over 1,000 points now isn't bad already. Chapter 45, Losing Face. Jiang Ning noticed the system's dissatisfaction and dared not speak. She had recently been running all over the world, and indeed hadn't done a good job collecting points for tasks. All her points were entirely dependent on the click rate of entries. The points from the click rate were issued once a month, and up to now, Jiang Ning's points were simply pitifully few. The system felt its tone was too harsh. Jiang Ning came from a peaceful world, and to grow so much in such a short time was already quite an achievement. It softened its tone. Host, don't worry. In emergencies, I will help you withstand 1 damage. With the system's assurance, Jiang Ning gained confidence to face tomorrow's battle. The sky was still dark when Song Yin led his men and drove trucks towards the residential buildings. One black truck after another, in the night they seemed like hungry beasts rushing towards the worms trying to gnaw away at their territory. When the truck entered the living area, Liu Qiao blocked the vehicle at the checkpoint to ensure no one would escape under his watch. Song Yin and Liu Yong drove the car, using the moonlight to transport people out in batches. Jiang Ning and the remaining individuals secretly went upstairs, continuously throwing chunks of meat far away. The zombies smelled the fragrance and lunged toward the direction of the meat, causing considerable chaos. Inside the cafeteria, a man with a scarred face was awakened by the zombie howls. Shit, what's going on? Why are these zombies acting crazy in the middle of the night? Another man wearing gloves held his gun and irritably turned over. Probably someone jumped again. They get excited from the smell of blood. Ignore it and go back to sleep. Since they took control of the residential building, the residents here lacked food, and on top of that, were also exploited by them. Many fragile individuals chose to jump off the building to end their lives. There was almost always this kind of noise every day, and they had become accustomed to it. Scarface got up to use the restroom, passing by the lobby of the restroom where the hostages they had bound were shivering in fear. Phut, bad luck. Scarface spat, pulled up his pants, and returned to his room. The hostages were dirty all over and even emitted a smell akin to that of bleach. They huddled together, embracing each other. Among them, a young girl was the most beautiful, but also the dirtiest. Will we ever be able to live to see the outside world again? A man who was not much older than her was covered in injuries, his arm seemingly immobile, as he forced a smile. A man, don't worry, we will definitely survive. Rescue might come today. Even a man was bruised and swollen. She hugged herself, desperately covering her torn clothes, glaring hatefully at the restroom. Don't fantasize. They won't let us go. We should seize an opportunity and fight them until death. Another girl was curled up in the corner, tears in her eyes. A man, we can't defeat them, they have guns. Should we just let them trample on us? A man refused to accept it, filled with hatred. The man caressed her head with his only usable hand. Ever since he and his 2 younger sisters were captured here, they haven't had a single good day. His sisters were violated, and he suffered severe beatings while resisting. He also bore a bullet wound. He knew he wouldn't last long, but for his sister's sake, he was willing to give it a try. Rest first, they'll slack off sooner or later. If I'm still alive then. A man immediately interrupted her brother. It won't happen. I won't let you die before me. Jiang Ning didn't know what happened inside the cafeteria. She kept throwing pieces of meat into the crowd of zombies, relying on her immunity from attacks, creating confusion. Starved for a long time, zombies did not have high intelligence. They rushed wherever there was a scent. Huang Qiong knocked door to door. Wang Baiwu and the team evacuated the masses to the checkpoint as fast as possible, while Liu Yong and Xiong Xiong wielded knives to clear isolated zombies. Each person had different roles, yet everything was carried out in an orderly manner. Gradually, almost all the zombies gathered around the cafeteria. That's strange. Why is the sound getting louder and louder? Scarface felt something was wrong and stood up to make a round. Gloves immediately lost his patience. You're always suspicious every day. Aren't they always howling at night? The fat guy sleeping beside didn't wake up until now, couldn't bear seeing Scarface getting up again and again. What are you doing? You're noisier than zombies. Scarface did not argue but walked to the window. The number of zombies outside the window obviously increased, and the zombies became noticeably more agitated. Anyway, unable to sleep, Scarface decided to check out the situation around with a pair of binoculars. Not knowing what he'd find, looking through the binoculars gave him a shock. Several fearless residents were throwing things outside, angering the zombies. Shit. Do they want to die? Scarface was extremely furious at their behavior. If the zombies accidentally broke through the cafeteria gate, they would all be surrounded. He picked up the gun and fired at the nearest window, and the person who was throwing food fell down immediately. Are you crazy? Why are you shooting in the middle of the night? What if the zombies come? The fat man got up and shoved Scarface to the ground with one hand. Scarface screamed in pain and pointed outside. There's someone causing a disturbance. If I don't shoot, the zombies will break in sooner or later. Haven't you seen that there are more and more zombies out there? The fat man snatched the binoculars and indeed saw that the zombies were wildly swinging their hands in the air in groups, some even stepping on other zombies in an attempt to grab something. Jiang Ning was still continuously drawing the attention of the zombies when suddenly a gunshot echoed through the air. Jiang Ning instinctively squatted down among the zombies, covering her head. Wang Baiwu obviously also heard the gunfire and looked towards the direction of the shot. Bad news, they've noticed something abnormal. Hurry up and move. Team 5 moved faster. Liu Yong kept making trips back and forth, taking away another group of people. After this batch of people left, Team 5 hid in a building closer to the cafeteria, waiting for Song Yin's signal to attack. And those who hadn't been rescued obediently hid in their homes, keeping windows and doors tightly closed and trying to stay as small as possible in the corners. Jiang Ning remembered Song Yin's instructions clearly. Try to lure the zombies to the cafeteria, have them attack the door, trick them into firing their guns and wasting bullets. Jiang Ning waited for a while but didn't hear another gunshot. She stood up again and continued throwing chunks of meat near the cafeteria. These zombies probably had little brain function left, only the most basic appetite. Smelling the fragrance, they all rushed towards the cafeteria en masse. The fat man was still observing with the binoculars when he suddenly heard some commotion downstairs. Gloves couldn't continue sleeping either, jumping up and rushing downstairs with his gun to check the situation. Shit, these zombies are insane, they're ramming the door. Hearing this, the fat man panicked too. Hurry, go downstairs and use all the chairs and tables to block the doors and windows. We absolutely cannot let the zombies in. Scarface followed downstairs. The three used all their strength to barricade the entrance on the first and second floors before catching their breath. Scarface, watching the zombies repeatedly slamming the door, couldn't help but suggest, why don't we kill some zombies? Letting them keep smashing isn't good. The fat man gave Scarface's head a hard knock. Stupid. Bullets are for humans, not for zombies. With so many zombies here, either they can't break in, or once they do, we're dead. The fat man fully understood their predicament. Originally, attracting a small group of zombies nearby was to prevent any surprise attacks on the cafeteria from the surrounding area. But now, a large number of zombies gathered inexplicably, far exceeding what they could control. At this moment, Gloves suddenly offered an idea. What about throwing someone down to draw their fire? Chapter 46, Hostage. The cafeteria had only one entrance, with walls surrounding three sides. If the zombies were merely congregating around the walls, there was no need to worry about the door breaking. Gloves then came up with a plan. We are 3 people. Anyway, that guy is almost dead, so let's use him for something before it's too late. Let him distract the zombies. As long as the gate doesn't break, once dawn comes and the zombies become less active, they will naturally disperse. The fat man thought this was reasonable and gestured for Scarface to go upstairs. Scarface approached the 3 people, and immediately the man used his remaining hand to protect his sisters. Scarface wasn't in a good mood, so he kicked the man in the stomach. Stupid bastard, do you think you can escape? The man vomited blood after being kicked. I'll fight you to death. A man dragged her weak body toward Scarface but was grabbed by her hair. Bitch, you like rushing into things, I'll let you crash until you're done. He then slammed a man's head repeatedly against the wall. A man. The man screamed with anguish but was too weak to resist any longer. He turned black before his eyes and fainted from anger. A girl who had not eaten enough for a long time was no match for these bandits. A man's head was bleeding profusely. She felt dizzy and heard nothing but buzzing sounds in her ears. The remaining girls, seeing this scene, dared not resist anymore, helplessly curling up together, trying to reduce their presence as much as possible. A man fell on the ground, with blood flowing all over. Scarface looked at her and declared bad luck. He didn't care about a man who was almost dying, instead tying the man and tossing him out of the third-floor window without confirming whether the man fell down. Then he went downstairs again with his gun. At this moment, Jiang Ning was climbing the water pipe to see what was going on inside the building. Before she could climb further, something suddenly dropped towards her. Jiang Ning instinctively reached out and found that she had caught a tall man nearly 2 meters high. The smell of fresh blood excited the zombies even more. They tried to grab the man with their hands non-stop. Jiang Ning firmly gripped the water pipe with her feet, holding the rope tied on the man with one hand while climbing upward with the other. Coincidentally, everyone inside was gathered by the main door preparing for the next attack. Since the water pipe was behind the wall opposite the main door, it was often used as a backup item later on. None of the men noticed that Jiang Ning had secretly made her way to the roof. The roof of the cafeteria was flat, albeit rougher. However, it was definitely a blind spot visually. If her body hadn't been strengthened, Jiang Ning would never have imagined that she could save someone while carrying such a big man. Hey, wake up. Are you still alive? Jiang Ning slapped the man's face. Gradually regaining consciousness, the man, seeing an unfamiliar face, said feebly, "Let my sister go," before fainting again. It seemed there were survivors inside. Deciding to take a risk, Jiang Ning climbed along the water pipe to the third-floor window. Seeing no one in the room, she pried open the windowsill with a knife and directly jumped into the room. This step was dangerous. Relying on the system's protection, Jiang Ning dared to be so bold. However, she was right. There was no one on the third floor. Jiang Ning walked into the rest area. There was a person lying on the ground whose condition was unclear, another was huddled in the corner refusing to communicate, with no others present. Are you survivors? How did you get here? How many of them are there? All questions asked by Jiang Ning were met with silence from the girl curled up in the corner, who just looked at her fearfully. Well, there's no choice. Let me take you away first. Jiang Ning strapped her knife onto her back and picked both of them up, placing them on the bed in the rest room. She hoisted one girl, stepping off the windowsill with a slight force and managed to bring her up to the rooftop. She did the same with the other girl, and soon the three of them reunited. Jiang Ning examined the wounds of the injured girl. Although they weren't very deep, she had lost a lot of blood and her face became increasingly pale. Jiang Ning quickly fed her an energy bar. The girl still retained some consciousness. Her strong survival instinct made her swallow the food beside her mouth with difficulty. After eating a whole energy bar, the girl slowly opened her eyes. Her body exuded a foul odor, her hair was already matted and in utter disarray. Bloodstains covered her along with various unpleasant smells. Jiang Ning wrinkled her nose, her impression of the people in the cafeteria worsening. What garbage? The girl regained her strength, slowly opening her eyes, hearing exactly that comment. Lifting her gaze, she saw herself outside, facing a woman around her age dressed in black. The attire was strikingly similar to the men inside. Seeing that she was awake, Jiang Ning introduced herself promptly. My name is Jiang Ning, member of hunting team number 3. How long have you been trapped in the cafeteria? How many people are inside? 3. They all have guns. The girl clutched Jiang Ning's hand tightly. Where am I? Jiang Ning gently stroked the girl's back, offering food to them. You're on the roof of the cafeteria. Stay put temporarily. They won't find you. After saying that, she fed the unconscious man an energy bar as well, then exchanged for bandages at the mall to dress the girl's wounds. You two don't move around, try to lie flat on the roof. Rescue will be here soon, you must hold on. The 3 people in the cafeteria had not yet realized that the hostages had been rescued and were still working hard on the first floor to keep the doors and windows secure. Jiang Ning stealthily moved among the zombies via the water pipe, taking advantage of the night to shuttle back and forth between the residential building and the cafeteria. At this moment, Song Yin and Wang Bamu were observing the situation from the rooftop of the residential building. Seeing Jiang Ning so recklessly climbing alone to the cafeteria, Song Yin almost exploded in anger. This Jiang Ning, does she not fear death? After saying this, he was ready to go downstairs to offer support. Wang Bamu, however, remained calm and stopped Song Yin. Don't worry, look how Jiang is handling things with ease. There, isn't she back already? Jiang Ning arrived at the agreed-upon spot where Team 3 and Team 5 were waiting. Song Yin frowned, crossed his arms, and scolded Jiang Ning sternly. Who told you to go to the cafeteria? We don't know how many people are inside, what if they start shooting? Scared, Jiang Ning instinctively pulled her head back. Wang Bamu quickly intervened to mediate. Captain Song, don't be so harsh. How can you be so rude to a girl? He took Jiang Ning's hand and gently brushed off the dust on her body. After running back and forth for so long, you must be tired. Do you have any intelligence? Jiang Ning looked at Song Yin's still unforgiving expression and mumbled. All right. I won't do it next time. But I've found out everything. There are 3 people inside, each with guns. Seeing that Jiang Ning was unharmed, Song Yin's face softened slightly. You can't do this again. Wang Bamu tenderly patted Jiang Ning's hand and consoled her like a child. Okay, you scared her. Jiang boss, you did great. After such a tiring trip, take a break. The rest is our job now. When he turned to face Song Yin, his demeanor immediately became serious. There are 3 of them and they all have handguns, so their ammunition should be limited. Plus, changing bullets in handguns takes time. With more and more nearby zombies appearing, we can force them further. They will definitely attack the zombies first. Once they're fighting amongst themselves, after consuming some time, we'll go in. This was exactly what Song Yin had in mind, and he nodded, looking at Jiang Ning. Before he could speak, Wang Bamu quickly interjected. Jiang boss, we'll need your help again shortly, to stimulate the zombies once more. Are there any hostages inside? Jiang Ning shook her head repeatedly. No, all the hostages are on the roof. Chapter 47, Hurts Like Hell. In 2s and 3s, zombies could no longer hinder Song Yin's steps. He and Wang Baimu were leading the way, slashing their way to the front of the cafeteria and kicking away zombie corpses. I don't care what your purpose is. Drop your weapons, and I can spare your lives. Song Yin had given these three a chance, but they hadn't seized it. The fatso noticed people arriving, grabbed his knife and charged out, directly stabbing towards Song Yin. Song Yin didn't expect them to be so direct, and inattentively let the blade cut through his clothes. It hurt, but he wasn't injured thanks to Jiang Ning's protective suit. This strike left Song Yin unscathed. Wang Baimu reacted faster, flipping the handle back, deflecting the fatso's knife. His arm went numb, nearly losing his grip on the blade. Without guns, Song Yin was free of hesitation and fought along with Jiang Ning against them. Other members of the hunting squad focused all their efforts on eliminating surrounding zombies. For a time, chaos erupted all around. The fatso and his two companions had high combat capabilities. Though Jiang Ning was fast, her moves weren't as practiced as theirs. With Song Yin's help, they barely managed an even match. Not bad for someone who came from the main base's hunting squad, with such good skills. Why not do more for the base? Even while struggling fiercely, Wang Baimu still found time to taunt them. Needless to say, they probably had rotten intentions. People like them are likely long gone from the base. Jiang Ning, enjoying poking at trouble, sidestepped a scarred man's attack and chimed in to echo Wang Baimu. Apparently stung by Jiang Ning's words, the fatso turned bloodshot with anger. Ignoring Song Yin behind him, he lunged straight toward Jiang Ning. You're looking for death. Seeing the situation, Wang Baimu quickly pulled Jiang Ning aside, avoiding the fatso's assault. Song Yin also arrived in time to block the fatso's knife. But neither scar nor gloved man would be easy to deal with. They quickly adjusted direction and seized the opportunity to swing at Song Yin. Watch out. Realizing that Song Yin couldn't defend against the rear attack, Wang Baimu immediately stepped forward. The blade of gloved man struck his arm, causing fresh blood to gush down. The surrounding zombies smelled the blood, started getting excited again, and stared fixedly at Wang Baimu. Trouble. Wang Baimu knew too well that once zombies caught the scent of blood, they'd act like dogs smelling buns, refusing to let go until they bit into something. Jiang Ning noticed Wang Baimu's sleeve was soaked in blood and shouted, "End the fight quickly, there will be too many zombies if we don't hurry." More concerned about Wang Baimu's injuries, the people from Team 5 finished killing one zombie then asked, "Captain, are you alright?" Wang Baimu held his wound, cold sweat streaming down, yet forced himself to continue fighting alongside Song Yin and Jiang Ning despite the pain. They must end the battle as soon as possible. Wang Baimu's wound went deep to the bone, requiring immediate treatment. Seeing someone injured, Jiang Ning became more hostile towards the three, pushing herself harder. Thanks to her incredible speed, the fatso's blade failed to even touch her. Their strengths were relatively equal. With Wang Baimu significantly weakened, the trio tangled in a fierce fight. With equal strength, stamina and endurance would decide the outcome. A single misstep by any side could mean fatal exposure to vulnerabilities. Song Yin and Jiang Ning managed to endure, but Wang Baimu could not. He began feeling dizzy, suffering from ringing ears, unable to even hold the knife properly, finding it hard to fend off Scar's attacks. Song Yin noticed Wang Baimu's strange behavior, but unfortunately, these three were just too skilled. Only thanks to his enhanced constitution provided by Jiang Ning's dietary therapy could Song Yin keep up with them. He had no energy to spare helping anyone else. At that moment, a rumbling truck approached. Liu Ling drove in and brought Xingxiong with him. "I knew you guys lacked manpower. Quickly take Captain Wang, let me deal with this." The truck forcibly positioned itself between them, and Xingxiong leaped out, without hesitation flinging Wang Baimu into the vehicle before brandishing his weapon and charging at the enemy. Wang Baimu cried out in agony. This action worsened his condition. His hand was no longer painful, but his waist most likely fractured. Liu Ling ignored Wang Baimu's grievous injury, sharply turning the truck, closing the door, and circling around the undead under its tires. The power of the massive truck far surpassed that of humans. Wherever Liu Ling drove, there was nothing but destruction for the zombies. Xingxiong, tall and formidable, held his own against 10 foes, driving back the opposing side repeatedly. Relieved of some pressure, Song Yin finally had a chance to ask Xingxiong, "Where's Liu Yong?" Xingxiong kicked Scar, then swung his knife at Gloved Man, shouting back over his shoulder. "The car ran out of fuel. He sent 3 hostages to the hospital and is coming over here." Furious that they could find time for idle chatter, the fatso snapped. "Do you even show respect? Who taught you to split focus during a fight?" Xingxiong chuckled with disdain, spinning his knife faster and faster. "What's it to you? You should just surrender already instead of wasting my grandfather's time." Having come from the formal large base, hearing those words made them boil with rage. "Why don't you surrender?" They roared, striking even harder. Prolonged combat was gradually wearing them down. Among them, Scar's stamina was the weakest, and he had started to reveal vulnerabilities in his defense. Song Yin noticed his unsteady movements and, with a swift backhand motion, plunged his cold blade into Scar's abdomen. Fatso, be careful. Scar looked at Song Yin in disbelief, as if unable to comprehend how someone from a small base could harm him. Yet, even on the verge of death, his concern was for his teammate's safety. When they saw Scar fall to the ground, Fatso and Gloved Man let their anger overwhelm their judgment. Despite their frequent disagreements, they were still brothers who had shared life-and-death moments. Their fighting became increasingly disorganized, relying solely on brute strength to push forward. But who was Xing Xiong? A man so strong he could grab a deer with one hand, what fear did he have of brute force? Realizing he couldn't win this way, Fatso pulled out a gun. I'll take you all down with me. Jiang Ning, quick on her feet, spotted the gun in Fatso's hands and guessed there were still bullets inside. She immediately shouted, be careful. Fatso was cunning too. Recognizing Song Yin as the leader, he aimed directly at him and fired. Song Yin wasn't as fast as zombies, but Jiang Ning, inheriting the speed of zombies, dashed in front of Song Yin to block the bullet. Song Yin didn't have time to react before the bullet struck Jiang Ning's back. Jiang Ning. Song Yin cried out in shock, never expecting that Jiang Ning would shield him like this in this situation. He also realized that there was no treatment available within the base for bullet wounds. In that moment, his heart sank as if he had already determined Jiang Ning's fate. This piercing pain in his heart was exactly the same as when Jiang Ning was first surrounded by zombies. At this point, a fierce fire ignited inside Song Yin, growing stronger and stronger, demanding satisfaction only through blood. With a snap, Jiang Ning's protective layer shattered. In that instant, all Jiang Ning could think was, damn, all my points are gone. The force of the bullet pushed Jiang Ning into Song Yin's arms. Holding Jiang Ning tightly, Song Yin glared at Fatso with burning anger. Though not fatal, the impact left Jiang Ning in immense pain. Tears welled up in her eyes, and she looked up tearfully at Song Yin. It hurts. Chapter 48, The Livestock Shed is complete. Song Yin gently held Jiang Ning, for fear that a big movement would hurt her wounds. He softly placed her on the ground. Don't be afraid, I'll kill him and then take you back to the base. There are many doctors at the base who will definitely cure you. Jiang Ning. Brother, I'm not dead. Can you help me up? Xing Xiong was also struggling against two opponents and roared behind him. Let's talk about love later, hurry up and help. At this moment, Song Yin was like a hungry beast. Jiang Ning being shot almost made him lose his mind. He rushed towards the culprit. Seeing Song Yin's expression, the fat man panicked more than when facing a zombie. His hand holding the gun was severed by Song Yin. He tried to resist but noticed Jiang Ning standing up, rubbing her waist. Ouch, it hurts so much. After adapting to the pain, Jiang Ning also grabbed a knife ready to charge forward. The fat man was sure he hit Jiang Ning, yet she stood up unharmed, completely breaking his psychological defenses. Song Yin took advantage of the opportunity, delivering a fatal blow. Thus, the fat man closed his eyes forever. Now only gloves remained. Upon seeing his comrades die, he lost the will to fight, shouting just as Xiong's blade came down on him. I surrender. Xiong's blade stopped just 0.01 millimeters away from him, changing direction at the last moment to cut into the ground. Gloves was utterly without backbone, frightened to the point of collapsing, and was pulled up by Xiong with difficulty. Liu Ling drove back to the base with Wang Baimu. With the three-person group no longer forming a threat, the hunting squad cleared the surrounding zombies and prepared to withdraw with Song Yin. Song Yin turned around to carry Jiang Ning, but was surprised to see her stand up herself. With a wide-open mouth in astonishment, he asked, are you alright? Jiang Ning had a pained expression, not alright, it hurts so much. Moreover, now I have nothing left. Only then did Song Yin realize that Jiang Ning had extraordinary abilities and could hardly be injured easily. In an instant, he felt deceived and walked away without looking back with a sullen face. Jiang Ning rubbed her waist, full of confusion asking Xiong, what's wrong with Leader Song? Xiong crossed his arms, stroked her chin, and gazed at Song Yin's retreating figure. If you thought Song Yin got shot and was furious seeking revenge, only to find out Song Yin is perfectly fine, what would you do? Jiang Ning thought deeply and couldn't comprehend, isn't it good that he wasn't hurt? You. Xiong lightly tapped Jiang Ning's head. This girl has everything going for her except understanding things clearly, perhaps her brains aren't working right. Saying that, Xiong imitated Song Yin and walked away without looking back. Back at the base, Jiang Ning still couldn't figure out why Song Yin was angry. But with all matters resolved, it was time to check on her vegetable garden. People responsible for the farmland were very punctual, watering her fields once a day. Up to now, there had already been one harvest. When Jiang Ning went over, new crops had sprouted again. Bright red tomatoes hung heavily from the branches, with droplets still clinging to them. Crisp Chinese cabbages stood upright in the field, lush and green. There were even some oilseed rape plants, growing crop after crop. Even the zombies from the farmland greeted Jiang Ning when they saw her come. Hey, have you eaten? I have. What a great day today. Jiang Ning looked up at the sun that could scorch someone to death and didn't understand where the great weather was. Seeing Jiang Ning, immediately someone ran up to her. Ms. Jiang, your livestock shed is ready. Really? Jiang Ning eagerly followed him to the front of the livestock shed. It was indeed different when professionals got their hands on it. He drove wooden stakes into the ground and erected a fence about half a person's height, wrapped with iron wire meticulously. A waterproof tarpaulin was installed above the livestock shed as a canopy to shield it from the sun and rain. The person, noticing Jiang Ning examining everything, fidgeted nervously with his hands. Ms. Jiang, I don't know what kind of animals you want to raise, so I didn't prepare feeding or water troughs. But don't worry, these things are easy to make, taking just half a day. Jiang Ning was delighted and took out a bowl of Japanese skewers. Thank you, this already satisfies me greatly. This is your reward. That person refused it repeatedly, shaking his head. It already makes me happy to be able to help. Ms. Jiang, if you need anything else in the future, feel free to ask me. My name is Wang Da. Then he turned and ran away. Jiang Ning was satisfied, admiring her livestock shed for a while before beginning to think about what kinds of animals she needed to raise. Congratulations, host. You have completed the store upgrade task. Reward, a pair of mutant chickens. Hearing the system announcement, Jiang Ning was extremely pleased and quickly put the chickens in the livestock shed. The mutant chickens were much larger than ordinary chickens. As soon as they arrived, one clucked and laid an egg. Jiang Ning picked up the egg and carefully examined it, discovering that the mutant chicken's eggs were 2 to 3 times larger than normal ones. She stored the egg in the system, which provided another prompt. Congratulations, host, for collecting crops. Reward, a set of cookware. New task, renovate the shop. How can a good shop not have a place for customers? It must have at least 2 sets of tables and chairs. This task was not difficult, but Jiang Ning's little shop had already been bound to the house in the wasteland area, and she couldn't get back there anytime soon. A second-level shop can change its location once a month. Would you like to make the change? Surprisingly, such a good deal came along. The system usually only took and never gave, asking it for help either meant completing tasks or losing points. This time, since it could help for free, Jiang Ning agreed immediately. She walked around her vegetable garden. The place was spacious. Why not choose this spot? System, can you change the shop location near my vegetable garden? Having just completed the task, the system seemed to be in a good mood and readily agreed. Sure. For the first time, we will offer 3 additional changes. I'll merge your vegetable garden with the livestock shed. It will be completed by tomorrow morning. Upon hearing that she would own her second-level shop by tomorrow, Jiang Ning was thrilled. All is up to you then. After the big battle today, her tightly strung nerves suddenly relaxed, and waves of drowsiness washed over Jiang Ning. She yawned, stretched her arms, and leisurely rode her motorcycle back to the research building, collapsing into bed as soon as she got there. Song Yin had just arranged gloves properly and directed the crowd to clean up the battlefield. Back at the research building, he remembered how tired Jiang Ning must have been all day and wanted to comfort her, only to find that she was nowhere to be found. He caught Liu Ling, who was wrapping things up. Did you see Jiang Ning? Liu Ling stopped what she was doing, fanning herself with her hand against the scorching sun. Brother Song doesn't worry about me getting sunburned, but rather cares about Sister Ning. My heart aches tilde brother look, my hands hurt, can you blow on them for me tilde tilde? Song Yin, speak plain language. Liu Ling immediately switched her expression and said seriously, she's in the dorm. Song Yin rolled his eyes at Liu Ling and walked toward the research building. Just as he reached the entrance, he heard Jiang Ning lightly snoring inside. She must have been exhausted. He stopped raising his hand to knock, shook his head, and tiptoed away with a smile. Let her sleep a bit longer. Chapter 49, Tomato and Egg. Jiang Ning woke up early and walked to the edge of the farmland. She thought the system would only change the store location literally, but it had moved the entire house instead. She stood there with her mouth open, staring at what used to be her small villa. Doesn't this mean that the wasteland area is now just an empty field? This was such a big shock that Jiang Ning thought she wouldn't return to the villa for some time when she stepped out. But surprisingly, the villa came by itself. When she rushed into the room, the small villa was still clean despite the undead tide. It was even maintaining its original appearance. Jiang Ning quickly went upstairs, installed the water heater and toilet, spread the bed, and excitedly lay down. A long-lost sense of security enveloped her entire body. It's still good to be home. Not long after her excitement, Jiang Ning began thinking about how to explain the sudden appearance of such a large house. Moreover, the front door was locked, but what about the backyard? Someone could easily climb in from the back. It seemed like she needed to increase the protective measures. After much deliberation, Jiang Ning decided to open her shop first. She placed the steamer and pot back where they belonged and added 2 buckets of iced soy milk. Thus, a beautiful day began. The people working in the farmland woke up, and upon stepping outside, their eyes widened at Jiang Ning's 3-story villa. How could a house suddenly appear? Isn't that Ms. Jiang? Some people recognized Jiang Ning. The group who fed zombies greeted her first. Ms. Jiang, we've come to get today's buns. Sitting on a chair, Jiang Ning waved her hand. All the buns are in the steamer. Take them yourselves. With the steamer, Jiang Ning no longer had to cover up how the buns appeared, freeing her hands to relax comfortably. Each worker took 1 basket of buns and continued feeding the zombies as usual. Some people who had seen Jiang Ning's little shop peeked inside. Boss, how do we exchange for food? Jiang Ning, you can bring anything you want, as long as it's useful to me, and you can exchange it for food. The more valuable, the more food you'll get. Now, in this apocalyptic world, there were mostly broken walls and ruins. The valuable things around were mainly discarded iron and wood. But despite that, because the buns smelled so delicious and the soup was flavorful, there were still people trading their household goods for food. Before long, Jiang Ning ended up receiving quite a lot of good stuff. Books, watches, vanity tables. Someone even took out a gold coin and arranged for a long-term meal ticket at Jiang Ning's place. Hihi, this was left by my family from years ago. There's no currency in this apocalypse world, so it doesn't matter. This delighted Jiang Ning. What she lacked were precisely these rare items. The system was also overjoyed. After Jiang Ning's long detour from her main mission, she made her first big deposit of points. Moreover, the number of diners increased rapidly, and the good reviews poured in endlessly. Host, you have a set of cookware unclaimed. If it weren't for the reminder from the system, codename 421, Jiang Ning would have almost forgotten about one of her awards. Jiang Ning knew how to cook, but her skills couldn't be considered particularly delicious. Her father was originally a hotel chef, but he loved his daughter too much to teach her seriously under the smoke and fire, sparing her from too much hard work. But if you haven't eaten pork, you've surely seen pigs run. Growing up watching her father cook, Jiang Ning learned a fair bit. Thinking about the large tomatoes in the vegetable garden, Jiang Ning reminisced about the taste of fresh vegetables. When she went to the backyard, sure enough, the system had merged the vegetable plot into the yard. Jiang Ning picked a few tomatoes and looked around before finding the livestock shed near the fence. 2 mutated chickens strolled leisurely within the enclosure, occasionally sticking their heads out to peck at the vegetables. Jiang Ning checked the chicken coop, finding exactly 12 eggs inside. My goodness, do mutated chickens lay eggs so fast? The system didn't seem fazed by the question. Yes, the new era values efficiency. The species cultivated have high reproduction rates. Host, in another half-month, you'll harvest baby chicks. Hearing that, Jiang Ning didn't dare take many, grabbing only 1 egg and then taking out her cookware, setting up a pot in the backyard. She tore up some green onions into small sections, retrieved the tomatoes, and sliced them into chunks with a couple of cuts. When Jiang Ning prepared to beat the egg, she realized she didn't have a bowl or seasoning. In the past, everything relied on the system's supply. Now, trying to live independently proved somewhat challenging. Jiang Ning simply returned to the living room. Right then, Director Liu came to inspect the crops, standing at the door studying the seemingly magically appearing Western-style building for a long while. Seeing Jiang Ning appear, he sighed. I was wondering who had such great abilities to conjure a house out of thin air. Oh, it's you. These words carried deep meaning, making Jiang Ning uneasy. She knew Director Liu must have figured out her secret. But having interacted for so long, she didn't feel shy about it. Her tomato and scrambled egg dish came first. Good morning, Director Liu. Do we have extra bowls, chopsticks, and seasonings in the base? I'm planning to open a small restaurant. Director Liu was still inspecting the little Western-style building. When he heard Jiang Ning's words, he fell into deep thought for a moment. There are indeed bowls and chopsticks. As for seasonings, currently, we only have salt. You see, our base only grows wheat and greens. Soybeans can't survive in this wasteland, and the salt is coarse, probably not up to Boss Jiang's expectations. Is that so? Jiang Ning was somewhat disappointed but didn't say anything more. Alright, I wonder if Boss Jiang could trade me 2 buns. Director Liu smiled and asked Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning immediately put on a smile. Feel free to take what you want. We'll rely on your help in the future, Director Liu. Well then, I won't be shy. Director Liu didn't hesitate but wasn't greedy either, taking only 2 buns. After Jiang Ning closed the door, the system spoke up. Host's shop is destined to become big and strong. It's suggested that you order a batch of bowls and chopsticks. I can handle this. Jiang Ning, won't it cost points? System, it won't. With such a good deal, of course, Jiang Ning was willing, but the most important thing about running a restaurant was still having seasoning. Fortunately, the seasonings in the store weren't expensive. After pondering for a while, Jiang Ning decided to restock from the store. After all the hustle and bustle, she finally gathered everything needed to open her shop. Jiang Ning returned to the backyard, broke the egg and stirred it in the pan with oil, frying until the egg turned golden before scooping it out. Next, she added the tomatoes. The tomatoes produced by the system were full and juicy, and after only a short stir-fry, they released a fresh red juice. Jiang Ning quickly added the eggs, then sequentially sprinkled salt, soy sauce, and chicken powder, finishing off with a dash of green onions just before removing it from the heat. Thus, a simple yet delicious dish of scrambled eggs with tomatoes was born. She took a bite with her chopsticks. The familiar taste made her almost burst into tears. This was the flavor, the first dish she ever learned to cook. Back then, when her father taught her how to stir-fry, she accidentally scalded her hand. She wondered how her parents were doing now. Please upload the dish, it will earn significant rewards. Seeing how much Jiang Ning enjoyed eating, the system couldn't help but prompt her. Chapter 50, Underground Water. It's always right to listen to the system. Jiang Ning resisted her hunger and uploaded the dish of scrambled eggs with tomatoes. Identifying. Extracting taste. Extraction successful. Awarded 1 recipe. Besides the food Jiang Ning could summon in her mind, such as buns and steamed buns, there was now a recipe for scrambled eggs with tomatoes. So you didn't send food rewards later because you only had a few recipes, right? Jiang Ning couldn't help but comment. The system didn't answer, instead changing the subject. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a new recipe. Each dish needs 10 good reviews to unlock unlimited supply. The information on tomato and egg dish has been uploaded to the encyclopedia, rewarded with 100 points. It turned out Jiang Ning had guessed correctly. She recooked a dish of scrambled eggs with tomatoes and ate it alone in the backyard. What dish smells so good? Jiang Ning followed the sound and saw Song Yin climbing over the wall. He jumped down, brushed off the ash on his clothes, and walked up to Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning naturally handed him the plate. Song Yin didn't hesitate and started eating from the plate. It's delicious. Where did the eggs come from? Are you raising chickens? Song Yin could always hit the nail on the head. Jiang Ning nodded and discussed with Song Yin. I want to open a small shop here, selling stir-fried dishes and such. Do you think it's feasible? Song Yin thought about it. Probably not. There are very few survivors in the base right now. If you're purely thinking of doing business, probably not many people have things to trade with you. Jiang Ning wasn't disappointed. Instead, she brought up another question. What about people from other places? Song Yin finished the eggs and put down the plate. Today we just interrogated that guy with gloves. He is a member of a large base not far from here and escaped after committing a crime. If you want to do business, you can let him lead the way and expand your store to that place. After saying that, he carefully observed Jiang Ning's reaction. Jiang Ning found moving around too troublesome. She was familiar with this place and didn't want to change locations. Is there any way to get them to come eat here? Seeing that Jiang Ning didn't want to leave, Song Yin felt relieved. With the current population size of the base and scarce resources, you can actually hire a few people to sell food at the big base. This way, it will also bring a floating population to our base. This idea was pretty good, and Jiang Ning considered it carefully in her mind. Starting her own store was also for earning some points to survive in the apocalypse. Completing more tasks to make herself stronger wouldn't be bad either. Most importantly, having power meant not being bullied by others. She nodded and looked at Song Yin. This matter still requires more care from you. If there are suitable candidates, bring them to me. The remuneration will definitely be generous. Song Yin agreed. With no customers, Jiang Ning decided to check out the vegetable garden to see what vegetables were available. Speaking of which, it was quite funny. She personally planted the vegetable garden, but due to being too busy, she didn't even know what crops were growing there. At the patch where she'd recently harvested tomatoes, a new bud appeared. It seemed that crop growth time couldn't be calculated according to normal standards. Jiang Ning simply picked all the tomatoes and boiled water to make tomato sauce. When it came to using water, Jiang Ning suddenly realized that the only water source in her courtyard was the hot water heater. Now with everyone watching, how could she constantly conjure clean water so boldly? Still, it was necessary to find a water source, or perhaps dig a well in the yard. Who in the base was responsible for digging wells? Although Jiang Ning didn't know, she knew Song Yin would surely have an answer. Before Song Yin left, Jiang Ning negotiated with him. Look, don't I need to dig a well? Otherwise, where will I get the water for cooking? Song Yin also thought about this problem, and he took responsibility for solving it directly. Wait, I'll go find Professor Guan immediately and have him send someone to choose a location for you. Digging the well should be easy. After speaking, he didn't use the front door but climbed over the wall and left. Today, Jiang Ning still used the water from the hot water heater. Fortunately, the kitchenware provided by the system was complete. She filled a bucket of water and added some firewood to the stove. The fire burned brightly, and the water boiled quickly. Jiang Ning made a cross incision on top of each tomato and threw them into the boiling water. In a short while, the tomato skins curled up. Jiang Ning fished out the tomatoes with a strainer, peeled them while they were hot, chopped them finely, and tossed them into the pot for continuous frying. When the tomato juice was reduced and turned into a thick paste, Jiang Ning scooped it out. A sugar-free version of tomato sauce was thus ready. Since there was quite a lot, Jiang Ning decided to pack some and ride her motorcycle to deliver it to the head chef as today's bonus meal. People who had finished their work were preparing breakfast when they suddenly smelled an acidic yet sweet aroma. How fragrant. What is this? The head chef enthusiastically pushed the cart toward everyone and shouted. Today Boss Jiang specially provided some tomato sauce, so I've made a lot of pancakes. Those who need can have pancakes paired with tomato sauce. But remember, only one layer per person. After the chef's announcement, people couldn't wait to line up for their share of pancakes, dip them in the sauce, and devour them all at once. Delicious. Their eyes lit up as they had never tasted such a savory sauce before. The sauce carried an inviting blend of sourness with just a hint of sweetness, its vibrant red color stirring the appetite. What used to be tough to swallow, pancakes, were now surprisingly insufficient today. The crowd gobbled down pancakes without even wanting soup. One after another, they stood in line, grabbing pancakes and slathering them thickly with tomato sauce. Is this thing really that good? Some in line wondered skeptically. People who already got their share savored their last bite while staring longingly at the jar of tomato sauce. Not tasty, too sour. Don't eat it. Let me do you a favor and help you finish it. Go take your leave. Those still queuing didn't buy the act. Seeing those ahead eating like prisoners newly released from jail, everyone else realized this was no ordinary treat. It wasn't surprising. In the wasteland, plants could no longer grow, and many here didn't even know what tomatoes were. Coarse salt was the norm in their diets. A rare dash of seasoning was enough to make their tongues beg for more. Unfortunately, Jiang Ning had already returned to her courtyard, focused on plucking her chili peppers. The fiery red Shamajijiao peppers packed a potent punch. Just picking them caused Jiang Ning's eyes to tear up from the spiciness. These chilies grew splendidly, along with the radishes. Maybe I should pickle some pickles, Jiang Ning thought to herself. Occasionally, The system would inform Jiang Ning about the number of new patrons added or additional good reviews received. The notifications grew so frequent that Jiang Ning almost became desensitized. New reward, unlimited supply of underground water. Upon hearing this award, Jiang Ning stopped what she was doing and carefully examined the reward details. The host may choose any location to dig a well. 20 meters down, the system will automatically generate clean groundwater. How could a qualified restaurant operate without water? It turned out a single batch of tomato sauce brought an unexpected bonus. With newfound motivation, Jiang Ning decided to harvest all the crops in her field and neatly store them away, categorizing each type. It was indeed a treasure trove of wealth. She resolved to complete more tasks and turn her cozy little house into a comfortable haven in the apocalypse. Chapter 51. The Role of Food. During this period, Song Yin was busy with the construction of the hydropower station, seemingly having forgotten about digging a well for Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning wasn't in a hurry either. After finishing her business each day, she would help out elsewhere. After a week's effort, the ruins of the hydropower station were almost cleared up, and Jiang Ning, following behind, would secretly recycle anything useful she came across, earning quite a bit of points. The hospital also brought news of a man, a nan, and a man, the siblings. A man was hurt the most severely but has now come out of danger, though he still can't get out of bed. A man's head injury has healed, and a nan hasn't spoken a word since being rescued, yet her vital signs are very stable, Huang Qiong reported to Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning decided to visit them as she herself had saved them, and it wouldn't feel right not to check on them. As the hospital was the top priority, it was cleaned thoroughly. The three siblings lay in the same ward. Seeing Jiang Ning arrive, a man got excited and nearly bounced off the bed. Jiang Ning quickly stopped him. Hey, lie down fast. You're so heavily injured, don't get out of bed. A man just wanted to say something when a nan suddenly spoke up. I want to follow you. Then she fell silent again. Jiang Ning thought she had heard wrong and made an R sound, but a nan mistook it as unwillingness to take her in, tears streaming endlessly from her eyes. The doctor nearby pointed at her. Post-traumatic syndrome. She refuses to communicate with people now. These days, she's only said one sentence to you. Jiang Ning felt a pang of regret, watching a girl cry like this, and rushed over to console her. All right, you can follow me. It happens that I need some help right now. Upon hearing this, a man followed up by asking, can I go too? Jiang Ning looked at them. Go, you all go. As long as you do more work and talk less. Jiang Ning indeed lacked manpower. She planned large-scale vegetable cultivation and caring for the mutant chickens required attention. She also had other things to deal with occasionally, and her previous business needed someone to look after it. A man got out of bed, looking eagerly at Jiang Ning. I can work today. A nan also looked hopefully at Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning always had a soft heart and directly took both girls back to the villa. There are many rooms here, you can choose one yourselves. Jiang Ning had been doing tasks diligently during this time, collecting many items, and early on exchanged them for a soft bed for herself. The leftover hard plank beds could be given to the sisters. A nan chose the room closest to the yard, and a man moved in with her. Jiang Ning began explaining their responsibilities to them. This is the living room. A man, you will be here. If anyone comes, just collect valuable items, and if you make mistakes, it doesn't matter. Buns and steamed buns are all in the steamer. Every day at dawn, someone will come to pick up food for the zombies by the farmland. The backyard is the vegetable garden. A nan, every day you water them once. When they ripen, pluck them and leave them in the backyard for me to handle. Next to the vegetable garden is the chicken coop. Now there are only 2 chickens, so every day you give them some wheat and vegetables to eat, and store all the eggs. Jiang Ning talked on and on for a while, making sure the 2 girls understood their duties before leisurely leaving. At this moment, Song Yin arrived at the store with a group of people. Jiang Ning, I've brought people to dig a well for you. The people behind Song Yin didn't say much, entering the backyard of Jiang Ning's house and constantly holding instruments to explore. Upon discovering that almost the entire underground area held water, they immediately picked up the machines and started drilling. The huge noise scared a nan into hiding in Jiang Ning's arms. Sister, I'm scared. Her voice sounded like a kitten's. Only 16 or 17 years old, after going through so much, she developed psychological issues, which made Jiang Ning particularly compassionate towards this younger sister. She hugged her and kept comforting her. Don't be afraid. It's just digging a well, I'm here with you. A nan held onto Jiang Ning even tighter, her head almost buried in Jiang Ning's chest. Song Yin saw a nan's actions and frowned slightly, but said nothing. The well-digging crew soon struck water, withdrew their instruments, and began moving stone materials to construct a well opening around it. Looking at this highly efficient construction team, Jiang Ning wasn't sure whether to praise their skills or to compliment the system. The construction team came in a rush and left just as quickly. Jiang Ning, busy consoling a nan, didn't even have time to give them their reward. They've already left so quickly. Jiang Ning glanced at the well, drew some water. The water was clear, sweet, and cool. An idea popped into Jiang Ning's mind, so she picked some cucumbers and placed them into the well. Tomorrow, when they're taken out, they'll be cool and refreshing ice-cold cucumbers. The weather was becoming increasingly abnormal. Ever since Jiang Ning arrived, it hadn't rained a single day. Now the temperature had nearly reached over 40 degrees Celsius. Not only were people unable to bear the heat, animals were suffering as well. Many animals began attacking human settlements in search of water sources. Fortunately, Song Yin had never given up on repairing the base's iron net. The weather is getting hotter and hotter. It's only September. Jiang Ning wiped the sweat off her face. After finishing collecting the crops, a nan fetched a basin of water for Jiang Ning, indicating that she should wash her face. A man also put away the steamer, finished cleaning the front hall, and came to the backyard. The weather used to not be this hot. The temperature in this post-world era keeps getting stranger. If it continued to be this hot, the water sources would dry up, and the crops would wither. Jiang Ning sighed, I hope it rains soon. Professor Guan also noticed the changes in the weather. He urged Song Yin to quickly repair the hydropower station and restore water supply. Professor, the results of this batch of experiments are out. An assistant handed over a stack of documents to Professor Guan. He carefully read them for a long time. Very good. Indeed, those who have been eating the food provided by Ms. Jiang for a long time have undergone significant changes in their physical constitution. Their body's self-repairing ability has also improved. He looked up and asked the assistant, how about the zombies in the living area? The assistant took out a notebook and flipped through it. We minced the meat into small pieces and mixed them together, feeding the zombies for 5 days. Most of the zombies have already exhibited behavioral regression. They no longer possess high-speed mobility, and they're obviously less ferocious than before. Professor Guan pondered deeply, then we'll adjust the ratio of buns to meat pieces and gradually transition to feeding them pure buns. How about the zombies in the farmland? Mentioning this, the assistant got excited. The zombies in the farmland can basically understand human language now. They can communicate and their desire for flesh has significantly decreased. They eat nothing but the food provided by Ms. Jiang. Moreover, many zombies' bodies are starting to resemble normal humans. It seems that Jiang Ning's food has certain effects on both zombies and humans. But after inspecting her food many times himself, he found it was just the most ordinary kind. If there were any differences compared to other foods, the only distinction was that it tasted much better. Professor Guan stroked his beard and decided it was time for him to pay Ms. Jiang Ning a visit. Chapter 52, Rice. The solar panels had already been moved to the hydroelectric station by Song Yun and his team. Professor Guan went there especially to take a look, and everyone was working enthusiastically on building their new home. Jiang Ning was no exception. She stood in the hall with her hands on her hips, pondering what color to paint the walls. Recently, the system's points had come through, and she had also accumulated quite a few points by completing tasks. Jiang Ning decided to decorate her little house properly and not let it remain so gloomy all the time. Ms. Jiang. A voice called from outside the door. Jiang Ning turned around and saw that it was Professor Guan. She quickly invited Professor Guan to sit in the backyard, and a nan cleverly brought out 2 bowls of water. I don't have any cups here, Professor, please don't mind. Professor Guan looked at the crystal clear water in the bowl and took a small sip. Wow, this water is sweet and refreshing. It's truly worthy of being Ms. Jiang's water. Hearing Professor Guan's compliment, Jiang Ning felt both embarrassed and somewhat uneasy. After putting down the bowl, Professor Guan sat down on a chair next to Jiang Ning. Ms. Jiang, I would like to discuss something with you. Is now convenient for you? Of course, very convenient, Jiang Ning replied, though unsure about what exactly Professor Guan wanted to say. However, his sudden visit definitely had something to do with her special ability. And Nan wisely left, closing the back door behind him to give Jiang Ning and Professor Guan privacy to talk. Seeing no one else was around, Professor Guan began directly. Ms. Jiang, here are the feeding records of the remaining zombies in the living area, here are the feeding records of the zombies in the farmland, and here is a record about the effects of your food on the human body. Jiang Ning took the 3 documents and carefully read through the zombie behavior detection reports from day 1 to day 5, growing increasingly uneasy. Of course, this is just internal research and will not be disclosed publicly, Professor Guan added promptly upon seeing Jiang Ning's troubled expression. He glanced at the vegetable garden behind them where the plants were lush and green. Tomatoes, mature in summer, corn, mature in autumn. These crops can actually be harvested under the same weather conditions, which is indeed hard to imagine. Jiang Ning became even more uneasy and struggled to think of an excuse to explain to this well-educated middle-aged man. Actually, these crops. Actually, most people wouldn't recognize these crops as they have been extinct for a long time. The only reason I still recognize them is because I used to work as an agricultural specialist. Professor Guan continued talking without hesitation. The water here at Ms. Jiang's place is also different from ordinary water. Base water needs 5 rounds of filtration before it can be used for daily purposes, and drinking water must be boiled before consumption to avoid certain chances of infection. Yet, the quality of water at Ms. Jiang's place is really excellent. Jiang Ning's brain was racing, trying to figure out how to get past this knowledgeable professor. However, facing the sharp gaze of Professor Guan, she found it hard to fabricate even a single lie. Professor Guan, it's not as simple as you think. Ms. Jiang, my point is that the emergence of cultivable crops in this post-apocalyptic era is good news, but as you see, plants are scarce and people are few. To survive, we first need to increase food production. Would Ms. Jiang consider collaborating with us? Whatever you need, the base will provide it, and all you have to do is ensure the supply of food to the personnel at the base. At this point, Jiang Ning fell silent. Ever since Professor Guan came, he almost didn't give her a chance to speak. And it was clear to him that Jiang Ning's resources were not acquired in regular ways. She did not want the existence of the system to be exposed. If others knew that she possessed countless foods, she would certainly not be able to live as peacefully as she does now. Professor Guan's intention was also obvious. He hoped Jiang Ning could support the growth of the base since the base couldn't function without her. As long as Ms. Jiang is willing to cooperate with us, we will unconditionally protect Ms. Jiang. To sway Jiang Ning's hesitance, Professor Guan put forward the most important condition. Unconditional protection meant that whatever demands Jiang Ning made, the base would never refuse them. In return, Jiang Ning merely needed to provide a certain amount of food. Anyway, she also needed many customers and good reviews to complete tasks. When the system issued future requirements, Jiang Ning wouldn't have to struggle alone to collect resources and accomplish tasks. This deal, undoubtedly profitable, Jiang Ning naturally agreed with. But outwardly, she still needed to act reluctant. I need to think over the conditions you proposed, Professor Guan. It's also lunchtime now. How about staying for lunch, Professor Guan? Seeing Jiang Ning's real difficulty, Professor Guan also understood that such matters could not be rushed. Looking at the lively courtyard of Jiang Ning, he accepted the invitation gracefully. In that case, I won't decline. Jiang Ning got up, washed the fresh peppers picked by a nan, cracked 2 eggs into the wok, cleaned the pot briefly, then added oil. The wok kept flipping in Jiang Ning's hands. Within a short time, the scrambled eggs with peppers were ready. Today, there were 4 people eating in the courtyard. Jiang Ning looked at the ingredients and decided to make a stir-fried cucumber and a stir-fried green vegetable dish. The 3 dishes quickly made it to the table, and the corn that Jiang Ning had steamed in the morning was still warm. She invited a nan and a man over, and the 4 of them gathered around the small table, eating with the buns. Professor Guan, who was accustomed to welfare rations, had his first taste of chili pepper and turned bright red from the spiciness. While gulping down water, he wiped away tears streaming down his face. It's been such a long time since I've eaten chili. This is really spicy. If only we had some rice, it might help ease the heat. Jiang Ning hadn't even had a chance to laugh yet when the system issued a new task. How could a qualified restaurant not have staple food? Please expand the vegetable garden and plant rice. Jiang Ning suddenly remembered that she had one uncompleted task left. Looking at Professor Guan, she frankly voiced her concerns. I'd actually like to grow some rice, but my yard is too small. And I also need some tables and chairs. Could you help me, Professor Guan? Professor Guan, who had just boasted confidently, naturally didn't refuse. Sure. I'll have someone deliver the tables and chairs for you right after this. As for farmland, choose any piece of land you want, and it will become your exclusive plot. Despite being scorched by the spiciness, Professor Guan couldn't stop using his chopsticks. This meal was much better than the bland welfare rations, and it wasn't easy to come across such delicious food. So, Professor Guan didn't want to let go easily either. After the meal, Professor Guan lingered in the courtyard unwillingly until his assistant came and told him there was an issue with the experiment. Only then did Professor Guan agree to leave. And Man efficiently cleared the table and bowls. Just as she was about to take the vegetables inside, she noticed many of them were wilting. With regret, she held the vegetables and picked out the edible parts. When Jiang Ning saw her actions, she went up to ask what happened. What's wrong? And Man showed the vegetables to Jiang Ning. Boss, the vegetables are spoiled. The weather had been getting worse, and the vegetables had only been outside for one afternoon, yet they were already dried out and lifeless. Chapter 53, Pickles. Jiang Ning looked at the vegetables. No problem, let's feed the chickens. Saying this, she threw the vegetables into the chicken coop. The mutated chickens were thrilled by the extra meal and happily ran over to peck at it. Cluck cluck cluck. What troubles could chickens possibly have? As long as they have something to eat and a place to sleep, they can be very happy. The mutated chickens didn't incubate eggs, and no one knew how the chicks came about. Jiang Ning placed a basin of water in the chicken coop. After eating their food, the chickens drank some water and returned to their nests. With the scorching weather, the chickens weren't as lively anymore. It was already night, yet it was still unbearably hot outside. Song Yin finished his daytime work and brought Team 3 to Jiang Ning's little house. Jiang Ning quite naturally added a few dishes for Team 3. Liu Qiao ate buns voraciously, complaining vaguely. I'm exhausted, hot, hungry, and only Boss Jiang is good to us. Liu Yong, with Liu Ling, poured a bowl of soy milk. Sister is so nice, unlike me who knows nothing and can only rely on my brother to bring me here to freeload. If you know nothing, then I must certainly be a waste. Liu Qiao continued to criticize Liu Ling while eating. So it seems that even brother realizes he's a waste. In the past, I dared not say it out of fear of hurting your feelings. Liu Qiao shot a glare at Liu Ling, but compared to Liu Ling, he did seem a bit lacking. While eating, Song Yin talked with Jiang Ning about recent events. Wang Baimu's hand will need about a month to heal. His injury was rather severe, but fortunately, Xing Xiong promptly took his place, otherwise, he might have lost his limb. The hydroelectric station is almost complete, and will have power within 3 days. Do you need wires here? Jiang Ning wanted them initially, but then the system reminded her. A level 3 shop can have its own independent water and electricity system. Please, host, continue to complete tasks. It was just a matter of not having power for now. There were no entertainment facilities in the base anyway, so Jiang Ning declined. No thanks. I think I might need to expand the yard instead. Song Yin nodded and picked up a piece of egg with his chopsticks and put it in his mouth. Alright, I'll bring people over tomorrow to dismantle the courtyard wall. Without the threat of zombies, everyone had resumed their orderly work schedules. After working all day long, as the sun sets, they would come to Jiang Ning's little courtyard to eat, chat, and relieve the fatigue of the day. A man took cucumbers from the well and distributed them. Eating cool cucumbers in the sweltering weather made everyone feel quite at ease. It's been such a long time since I've felt this secure. No zombies roaming around, that's really great. Liu Qiao, after eating his fill, simply lay on the ground, crunching on cucumber. Liu Ling tucked her hair behind her ear and started gnawing on the cucumber too. Hey, brother shouldn't say that. After all, this whole month, brother has been working in the grain warehouse, and zombies don't tend to go there much. This statement irritated Liu Qiao. So what if I worked in the grain warehouse? Isn't the food you're eating carried back bag by me and Xingxiong? Liu Ling said, that's true. Brother works hard, unlike me who merely drives around crashing into zombies and provides logistic support at the hospital. Liu Qiao stood up, stopped eating the cucumber, hugged Liu Yong, and pointed at Liu Ling. Look at your sister. Liu Yong turned and examined Liu Ling carefully, smiling dumbly. Liu Ling looks prettier again. Liu Ling also hugged Jiang Ning's arm. That's right. The girls in our yard are all beautiful, aren't they, Sister Tilda? Anan saw this and slowly moved next to Jiang Ning, silently hugging close to her without a word. A man cleared away the bowls and chopsticks left by everyone. This leisurely atmosphere gave Jiang Ning a brief sense of peace. It's really good. If only it could stay like this forever. Jiang Ning hadn't enjoyed this feeling for a day when the second day saw a fine drizzle. The stifling heat quickly turned cool. Jiang Ning rubbed her arms. This weather, yesterday it was unbearably hot, and today it rains. A man looked at the sky. Occasional rain isn't bad either. Then set up the tools for business today. The workers in the fields were punctual, braving the rain to collect buns. Jiang Ning watched the steady stream of people and sighed. Alas, it's raining and we still have to work. It would be nice to rest for a day. Anan had already boiled hot water and poured Jiang Ning a bowl. A man continued busying herself with her tasks. Not everything goes as planned. The base just recovered, and if we don't catch up on construction work, winter will soon be here. Without food and electricity, how can we survive? Jiang Ning thought about it and realized that she couldn't slack off either. In the end world, one needs danger awareness, needing to upgrade the shop earlier to ensure electricity access in the store. Boss Jiang. Jiang Ning was lost in thoughts about future things when suddenly someone appeared outside. Isn't this Wang Da who volunteered to fix Jiang Ning's chicken coop? Wang Da, despite the rain, carried 2 sets of tables and chairs on his shoulder, grinning foolishly. Boss Jiang, here's the table you wanted. Where should I place it? Jiang Ning hurriedly invited him in. Just put it in the hall. A man was also busy, quickly picking up the table and chairs to arrange them neatly. Task completed, reward with sugarcane seeds. Remaining task, expand farmland, please complete as soon as possible. The moment the table and chairs touched the ground, the system gave Jiang Ning a prompt. Thinking that Wang Da was skilled at building chicken coops, Jiang Ning decided to keep him around. Wang Da, can you help me expand the chicken coop? Make a few more cages, and I also want to expand the yard. Wang Da took a look at the backyard and readily agreed. Alright, no problem, but the workload is quite large. I'll have to wait until Captain Song finishes his work before I can call for help, otherwise I won't be able to handle it alone. Hearing that the expansion would happen, Jiang Ning felt reassured and packed a bag of buns for Wang Da. Then thank you very much. Wang Da originally wanted to decline, but Jiang Ning's buns were famous in the base, and people living off welfare rations usually didn't eat much oil. In the end, Wang Da accepted Jiang Ning's kindness. Alright, I'll come over in a few days. With the yard matter settled, Jiang Ning began researching how to preserve the vegetables from the fields. The best way to preserve vegetables was either dehydration or pickling. And while Jiang Ning didn't have the technology for dehydration, there was plenty of coarse salt in the base, which would be perfect for her use. Without delay, she pulled out the peppers and radishes from the field, washing each one thoroughly, removing the stems from the peppers, and peeling the white radishes. She then exchanged for 2 large jars from the system, boiled water and cooled it down, and started putting the sliced vegetables into the jars one by one. Should we pickle some garlic too? Jiang Ning noticed that the garlic in the field had barely been touched, so she simply pulled it all out, peeled off the outer skin, and placed whole cloves into the jar. She poured in coarse salt and vinegar as if they were free, adding just a touch of white sugar, and then sealed the jar. What are you making? A man moved closer. Jiang Ning relocated the jars to a cool spot in the hall. Pickles, we'll be able to eat them in a few days. In the future, we can sell them alongside the buns. This thing is tangy and goes really well with rice. Chapter 54, Wild Boar Meat. After finishing the pickled vegetables, Jiang Ning decided to go chop some more firewood. In the past, Xingxiong always brought her wood and Song Yin helped split it. Now everyone in the base is short-handed, and she couldn't find them until late at night. Jiang Ning simply took her knife and went to the forest herself. The trees in this post-apocalyptic world were too hard. Jiang Ning worked hard but managed to cut down only a few trees. Even though her knife was sharp enough to cut iron like butter, the amount of wood she needed was so much that even if she exhausted herself chopping, she didn't manage to get much. Accepting her fate, Jiang Ning planned to come back another day with more people. She couldn't collect enough supplies by herself. With the wood on her back, she was about to head home. After walking less than a kilometer, she suddenly heard a whimpering sound from the woods. Adhering to the principle that it's better not to get involved, she intended to pretend she hadn't heard anything and walk straight back. The forest was outside the base. She didn't know whether the sound came from a person or an animal. However, as she continued walking, the whimpering grew louder, as if the source was right up ahead. She walked a little further and saw bloodstains leading along the trail she had to pass to return to the base. With the situation unfolding right in front of her, she felt she couldn't ignore it. Dragging the wood, she kept moving forward. Not far away, she saw a litter of puppies circling a dead body and whimpering it was their mother. There were obvious bite marks on the larger dog's body, indicating that it likely died in a battle between animals. Jiang Ning watched the tiny, fluffy puppies who seemed unaware of what had happened, only licking their mother's corpse continuously. Suddenly feeling heartbroken, she picked the puppies up and placed them into her pocket. But the puppies wouldn't leave, continuing to struggle out of her hands and gather around their mother again. Being barely a month old, these puppies would definitely not survive long in the wild. They could hardly eat anything and certainly couldn't hunt. Afraid they would starve to death, Jiang Ning resolved to carry the mother's body as well. Once the mother dog's body was also in her arms, the puppies settled down. A light rain started drizzling, soaking the mother dog's fur with mud. Her neck wound had bled considerably. Now dried, it had turned into blackened clots sticking to her fur. The puppies showed no disgust. They cuddled close to their mother's fur, huddling together tightly. Jiang Ning held the puppies gently, carefully walking back so as not to startle them. When she returned to the house, Xing Xiong was sitting in front of a steamer, eating buns one after another while occasionally munching on meat and sipping hot soup. Seeing Jiang Ning come back, Xing Xiong stopped eating and excitedly greeted her. "Boss Jiang, what are you holding there?" "Jiang Ning, puppies. I found them on the way." "Xing Xiong, too small, probably won't be enough for a single meal. Look what I've brought for you." Jiang Ning looked into the backyard and saw a yard full of firewood. No wonder Xing Xiong dared to indulge openly in the living room. He had prepared enough supplies. "Xing Xiong, it's raining today. I guessed Boss Jiang would need firewood. The head chef also asked me to help chop some wood today, so I carried some for you too." Only then did Jiang Ning remember she had chopped a few trees as well. She waved her hand toward Xing Xiong. "Not necessary, I've already chopped quite a bit." Xing Xiong glanced over Jiang Ning and only saw the nest of puppies on her, puzzled. "Where's the wood? All I see here are the puppies." At this moment, Jiang Ning realized she'd forgotten the firewood when saving the dogs and gave a slightly embarrassed smile. "I forgot to bring it." And Nan, hearing Jiang Ning's arrival, quickly rushed to greet her, taking the puppies while handing her a warm towel and water, considerately wiping her slightly damp hair. Jiang Ning knew Nan always paid attention to details, so she just let her do her thing. And Man took the puppies to the backyard where she fed them some raw eggs before letting them play. Xing Xiong looked at the dead mother dog on the ground. Finding the fur appealing, he considered making Jiang Ning a pair of dogskin gloves. "Boss Jiang, do you want a pair of gloves? This dogskin is really good, the color is nice. How about I make you a pair of gloves? It'll keep your hands warm during winter." Jiang Ning immediately agreed. She lacked winter clothes and only had 2 sets of summer outfits to rotate through. Having received permission, Xing Xiong instantly grabbed the dog and left. "Just wait a few days, and I'll deliver the gloves." When Jiang Ning went out, Wang Da had already brought people to construct a small greenhouse for her vegetable plot. This time, Jiang Ning selected plenty of potato seeds, which have high survival rates, abundant yields, and taste great no matter how they're cooked. Since she was cooperating with Professor Guan, she wanted to ensure that the base residents were well fed. After watering the seeds, they sprouted very quickly. Jiang Ning patted her hands clean and stood up. "And Nan, just water the field once every day from now on, and we'll be able to add extras to our meals in half a month." Hearing Jiang Ning's words, and Nan's eyes brightened. Having tasted the lunch at the shop recently, they understood what heaven was like. During this time, a man and Nan's faces had become fuller, no longer as gaunt as they used to be. The quality of life had improved significantly, and they worked harder in return for Jiang Ning's kindness. Jiang Ning looked at the puppies huddled together in the yard. It was about time to make a nest for them too. In the following days, light drizzles turned into heavy rains, cascading down from the sky. With work suspended and people unable to go out, Jiang Ning's small shop business naturally plummeted. Not knowing how long the rain would last, Jiang Ning simply lay on her bed listening quietly to the sound of the rain. Thankfully, she had erected a shelter over the vegetable garden earlier, or else the crops would likely have been drenched to death. The mutated chickens were excitedly galloping around in the rain, retreating to their coop for rest only when tired. Only Nan braved the wind and rain daily to collect eggs and water the vegetable patch. Having nothing better to do, Jiang Ning decided to cook a soup. On a chilly day like this, a bowl of hot soup could make one feel comfortable right down to their bones. Jiang Ning lit a fire in the main hall, warming up the entire room and driving away some of the dampness. She placed a pot on the fire, took a few corns and radishes, peeled them, and chopped them into small pieces. As Nan entered from the backyard, seeing Jiang Ning preparing the pot, she fetched the wild boar meat that Xing Xiong had sent over the other day. The raw wild boar meat had not been treated and had a strong gamey smell. Jiang Ning boiled a pot of water, removed the hair from the pork, added ginger, scallions, and cooking wine, and blanched the meat. Soon, the aroma of the spices overwhelmed the gaminess. She then took out a larger pot, adding ginger, scallions, and garlic first, waiting until the oil brought out the spice's fragrance before tossing in the meat. When the meat slightly changed color, she added soy sauce and coarse salt. With limited resources, Jiang Ning did a simple preparation and slowly stewed the meat in the pot. At the beginning, the fire was too strong, so Jiang Ning took a few logs, splitting them between another stove to allow Nan to keep warm. At this moment, a man smelled the aroma and came downstairs. She washed a few tomatoes and cucumbers and placed them by the stove. Chapter 55, Renovation. The roasted tomatoes were juicy and full of flavor. Stripping off the skin and taking a gentle bite, one could taste the sweet juice and enjoy its sandy texture. While the soup was still simmering, Jiang Ning and the three others munched on roasted tomatoes and chewed on crispy cucumbers. The little puppies that had taken shelter in the courtyard from the rain smelled the aroma of meat and eagerly approached Jiang Ning. This person carried a lingering scent of their mother, making the puppies more affectionate toward her. Jiang Ning picked up one of the puppies, cradling it in her arms and petting it gently. "Are you hungry? But the meat isn't ready yet, you can't eat it." A man stirred the fire. "Such big puppies should be nursing, right?" Anan remained silent as she held the other two dogs, drying their slightly wet fur by the warmth of the flames. Jiang Ning wasn't entirely sure what the dogs should eat, so she randomly picked up the tomato she'd been eating halfway through. Smelling the delicious aroma, the puppy tentatively took a bite. Seemingly scalded, it yelped twice and licked its lips, but unable to resist the tantalizing flavor, cautiously nibbled again, piece by tiny piece. By the end, it was practically devouring the tomato. Anan mimicked this action, picking out a semi-ripe tomato for the puppy in her arms, which happily devoured it. They seemed to understand they were guests here and didn't pick at all. Whatever Jiang Ning fed them, they ate. After being fed, the puppies lazily lay down next to the stove, basking in the warmth with their eyes half closed, comfortable enough to almost fall asleep. "These little guys really know how to enjoy life," a man smiled faintly, tenderly stroking the dog's head. Even though a torrential rainstorm raged outside, Song Yin still came, braving the weather. Jiang Ning. His body was covered with a rain sheet, but water still dripped steadily from him. "How did you come?" With such heavy rain, Jiang Ning thought no one would visit the shop during this time. Song Yin pulled out a fabric bundle from his chest. No wonder he was soaked through, apparently. He had gone out of his way to protect the item in his arms. Jiang Ning was somewhat surprised. "What is this?" Song Yin opened the cloth, revealing a rose seedling. A flower. Jiang Ning was very delighted. In the base, she had only seen resilient weeds and large trees, with few shrubs around, let alone flowers. Seeing how much Jiang Ning liked it, Song Yin gave a faint smile. "I found this while repairing the water pipes today. I don't know how it managed to survive. With such heavy rains these past days, it nearly drowned. It seemed such a pity to let it wither away, and I knew you'd like it, so I brought it for you." The flower had shed quite a few petals, battered by the rain, looking rather dispirited, some unopened buds reluctant to open their eyes, even some branches were broken. Jiang Ning took the young rose plant, carefully transplanting it into the greenhouse, then watering it with the water system provided. Perhaps because the rose wasn't supplied by the system, the water's effect was less significant. It didn't bloom immediately, but the entire flower relaxed, visibly better than when it first arrived. The fresh flowers were adorned with raindrops, looking vibrant and enchanting, adding a hint of vitality to the post-apocalyptic world. Jiang Ning fantasized that after the rain stopped, she'd transplant the flower beside the wall. On hot days, the scent of flowers would refresh the air. Song Yin looked gently at Jiang Ning, who rested her cheek on her hand beside him, finding it truly worthwhile to make the trip here. "Since you're already here, why not have a bowl of soup before leaving?" Jiang Ning turned her head towards Song Yin. At this moment, the soup began to bubble and gurgle. Anan served 4 bowls of soup, instantly triggering Song Yin's hunger pangs. Everyone listened to the rain sounds together, sharing the corn pork soup. Anan broke her silence. "It would be great if we could stay like this forever." A man didn't know how to comfort her, just embracing her, Anan told her. "All things will pass. Aren't things getting better now?" Jiang Ning also set down her utensils, softly consoling her. "The past is over. Our lives will get better from now on, trust me." Seeing Jiang Ning's determined eyes, Anan smiled, regaining her usual demeanor. The time during the rainy days seemed to pass especially slowly. Jiang Ning stayed home for several days, feeling so apathetic that even the system couldn't bear it. "Host, if you don't start completing tasks soon, when will you upgrade to a level 3 store with running water and electricity?" Jiang Ning lay lazily on the bed. "It's not that I don't want to complete tasks, but with this non-stop rain, no one goes out. Without customers, how am I supposed to complete my tasks?" Even the system was at a loss here. After all, it was an act of nature, and there was nothing it could say about it. Then once the rainy season ends, make sure to earn as many customers as possible. For now, you can expand your yard and grow rice. Having staple food will attract more customers. Jiang Ning suddenly sat up in bed. "That's right. Now, during the rainy season, it's the perfect time to plant rice." Without wasting any time, though the yard hadn't expanded yet, there was still a small patch of land available to grow rice. Jiang Ning went straight to the edge of the courtyard in the rain, dug up some ground with a shovel, and planted the rice seeds. Although it felt like it wouldn't work, the family still used a water pot to give the seedlings a good watering. Surprisingly, the rice soon sprouted. The mutated chickens nearby smelled the scent of the rice plants and excitedly clucked in delight. While she was already out here, Jiang Ning took the opportunity to collect some eggs as well. When she went back to the coop, she discovered that several eggs were about to hatch into baby chicks. This was great. Not only would they have fresh vegetables, but they should be able to eat chicken meat in a few days too. Jiang Ning recalled the flavor of stewed chicken mushrooms and couldn't help but drool. Since Wang Da couldn't bring people to help expand the yard, Jiang Ning decided to take matters into her own hands and first tidy up the little bungalow. Besides the rooms where the three of them lived, Jiang Ning tidied up another room to use as a storage area for harvested vegetables. She thought the living room was too barren, so after pondering it over, she decided to paint it. The three dogs had grown much larger since they were first found. In the recent days, having been eating the buns provided by Jiang Ning without restraint, they were growing larger and larger. Now when strangers passed by, they would bark a couple of times. Since building doghouses was temporarily not feasible, Jiang Ning spread some carpets in the living room, allowing the three puppies to sleep in the living room temporarily, so their fur wouldn't get wet from the rain. She swapped a few buckets of white paint and tools at the mall, then started painting the walls diligently. After bustling around for half the day, the living room became completely refreshed. A man happened to walk downstairs at this moment, seeing the clean and orderly living room and couldn't help but exclaim, "Boss, did you do all of this by yourself?" Jiang Ning proudly nodded. "Yes, I painted all of it myself. Do you think it's pretty?" "Pretty, extremely pretty." In the base, decorations were mostly simple, usually grey cement walls, with little painting done. The most magnificent place a man had seen was probably the research building. Only the walls of the research building would be painted white. The freshly painted living room seemed exceptionally spacious and bright. Ding, the renovation progress of the shop is 10% completed. Chapter 56, Rice is served. Jiang Ning didn't expect that a fleeting interest would actually start a task. Turns out renovation is also a task. I wonder, if I finish the renovation, what rewards will I get? It's not like that. Progress, completion at 50% earns an exclusive store sign, the kind with lights on it at night. Jiang Ning thought the sign was unnecessary, but since it was a system reward, it must be a good thing. She then rallied Anan and Amang, handing each of them a tool as she declared ambitiously, "Let's work today and try to repaint all the rooms in the villa." Without wasting any time, the three of them got straight to work, continuing until the night fell just in time for them to finish. Amang lit a candle and said to Jiang Ning, "Boss, when will our shop have electricity? It's really inconvenient doing things in the dark." Anan nodded too. The firelight illuminated Jiang Ning's face, making her look exceptionally gentle. "Don't worry, after some time, the shop will have its own water and electricity system. Even if the whole base experiences a power outage, our shop will still be brightly lit." Anan always unconditionally trusted Jiang Ning. Hearing those words, he clapped his hands joyfully. Could the person who had saved them from the zombie wave not deserve their trust? What reason did Amang have not to believe in her? Renovation of the shop completed at 30%. "Please, host, keep up the good work." After a busy day, they had only achieved 30%, which made Jiang Ning somewhat deflated. After working hard all day, all she wanted was a decent meal. Jiang Ning took out pots and pans, went to the greenhouse, and picked a few ears of corn, placing them in a steamer. She also cut a piece of wild boar meat and plucked a few peppers. Tonight, Jiang Ning planned to cook pepper stir-fried meat. The most delicious ingredients often require the simplest cooking methods. After handling the pork, Jiang Ning quickly stir-fried the meat and peppers together, and soon enough, a dish of pepper stir-fried meat was ready. With just one dish, it made the table seem quite lonely. So Jiang Ning decided to pick some eggplants. With every slice of her knife, the eggplant turned into perfectly uniform strips. She quickly cooked them while the oil was hot, adding some soy sauce, aged soy sauce, and coarse salt, creating a simple yet humble dish of oil-drizzled eggplants. Surrounding the dining table, the three ate heartily, as if the sound of rain outside wasn't rain at all, but rather a symphony accompanying their meal. The puppies that Jiang Ning had been raising became increasingly picky eaters, no longer satisfied with ordinary vegetables. So Jiang Ning simply took out a few buns and let the dogs share them. Everyone full and content, they leaned back in their chairs, looking up at the dark sky, all hoping that it wouldn't rain again the next day. The rain seemed indifferent to the wishes of people. It kept pouring for half a month straight, only slightly easing towards the end of September. The rice paddies were thriving, the grains large and full by now. Jiang Ning harvested the rice, using the most primitive method to remove the hulls. The removed husks were given to the mutated chickens. The population of the mutated chickens had sharply increased, growing from 2 to 12. Every day, the number of eggs laid was also quite impressive. As soon as the sky cleared, Wang Da brought people to help expand Jiang Ning's yard. "Ms. Jiang, how big do you want your yard expanded?" Jiang Ning didn't answer immediately but first asked the system. "If I want to grow some crops, how can I ensure that this land is recognized as mine? As long as this land doesn't already belong to someone else, and the seeds are provided by you, the system will automatically determine that this land belongs to you." With the guarantee from Professor Guan, Jiang Ning pointed casually with her finger. "From here to there, all this land will be part of my expansion project. Just surround it with iron mesh." Wang Da looked at the land Jiang Ning indicated, which was at least 1 mu, about 1/6 of an acre, causing him some hesitation. "With such a large piece of land, I cannot rashly give it to you. I still need to consult with Professor Guan and Captain Song." Jiang Ning nodded. "Matters like this should definitely be discussed with them. Let me go find them first, and when I return, you can mark off the land for me." Jiang Ning hopped on her little motorcycle and headed over to the research building. At that moment, Professor Guan was studying a new serum with his assistant. Upon seeing Jiang Ning, he paused his work. "Oh, it's you. What's the matter?" Jiang Ning realized she had interrupted Professor Guan's experiment and felt a bit embarrassed. But Professor Guan didn't mind and gestured for Jiang Ning to explain her needs. "It's like this, the base wants to cooperate with me, right? Now I can grow a crop that can fully satisfy the food needs of the base, but I don't have enough land. Therefore, I'd like to encircle a piece of land specifically for growing this crop." Professor Guan was delighted upon hearing this. Fine. Forget about just a piece of land, give you the entire farmland if you need it." Jiang Ning dared not take that much. Besides, she had her own private considerations. "I'd like to use this land personally. 1 mu will suffice." Professor Guan nodded repeatedly. "Is 1 mu enough? Take my assistant with you, let him inform the people at the farmland. When you decide on a piece of land, just fence it off and the usage rights will be yours. But when can we start our cooperation?" Jiang Ning thought for a moment. "The crops will be mature in half a month. At that time, I will hand over all the harvest to the base." With Professor Guan's approval, Jiang Ning returned to the villa once again, and Wang Da immediately got to work, rolling up his sleeves. Song Yin learned about Jiang Ning's plan to enclose land and brought all the members of the hunting group to help her install the iron mesh fences. This time, Wang Baimu also came. Though his injuries hadn't fully healed, he could already move his hands freely. "Boss Jiang, since I'm helping you with manual labor, make sure there's plenty of food to eat." Jiang Ning smiled sweetly as she looked at them. "Alright, today I'll cook some stir-fries for you all and make sure it's enough for everyone to eat their fill." While they were busy weaving the iron netting, Jiang Ning rinsed some rice and began steaming it. She picked a few tomatoes, peppers, and eggplants from her garden. Ainan helped out by slicing the ingredients one by one while Amang went back and forth between the villa and the fields, delivering hot soy milk to the workers. Perhaps for the first time sensing the aroma of freshly cooked rice, the zombies who normally stayed near the farmland and ate only buns, followed the smell all the way to Jiang Ning's villa. The zombie leader clearly pointed at the pot, indicating that he wanted a taste. Seeing the pitiful look on the zombie leader's face, Jiang Ning couldn't bear to refuse and served him a bowl of rice. The zombie leader buried his face in the bowl and chomped away greedily, making sure not to miss a single grain after finishing. He then asked for a second bowl, but upon seeing that Jiang Ning wouldn't give it to him, he pouted and left. The puppies, happily jumping around Jiang Ning's legs, had also caught the scent of the food. "Be good, don't cause trouble, you'll get your food soon," Jiang Ning comforted the dogs gently. Seeing how Jiang Ning treated the dogs so kindly, the zombie leader grew even angrier and roared loudly at the dogs. The dogs retaliated fiercely, barking right back at him. Watching the zombie and 3 dogs argue, Jiang Ning couldn't help but laugh through her annoyance. "The newly harvested rice is only this much, if I give it all to you, what will I eat? Right now, they're fencing off the fields, and after half a month, when the rice production increases and we have sufficient supplies, I'll feed you too, until you're full." The zombie's mind was probably focused solely on eating. Hearing that there would be an unlimited supply of food later, it stopped arguing with the dogs and happily left. The puppies, still joyful, wagged their tails and continued playing around Jiang Ning's feet. Chapter 57, The Thief. Fencing is a huge project, and it's obvious that one day's work won't be enough to finish. Jiang Ning prepared the meals and waited for the workers to come back. After a busy day, everyone gathered in Jiang Ning's small courtyard. With so many people coming at once, her small yard seemed slightly crowded. The weather wasn't very hot now, but sweat was still dripping profusely. Anan brought out the steamed rice and corn, added with the freshly stir-fried dishes by Jiang Ning. Everyone wished they could swallow even their tongues. "This is much better than what I ate in the hospital. If only I had known how good the food here would be, no matter what I wouldn't have stayed in the hospital. I would definitely want to stay in Jiang Boss's yard." Wang Bai would not only ate, he also stuffed food into his chest. It seems the hospital food was really terrible. Liu Qiao looked down on Wang Baiwood and said disdainfully, "No ambition, you are still the captain of Team 5. Wang Baiwood paid no attention to such words. "If I could eat such delicious meals every day, I'd rather hand over the position as the team leader to you and work in Jiang Boss's store." "Beautiful dream. If there's work to be done, it's my turn first." Liu Qiao didn't dare to put down his bowl, fearing that if he did, all the food might be taken away. He spoke unclearly while his mouth was full. Liu Ling responded differently, "Sister doesn't even want dirty men like you around. If we're talking about work, Sister will only want someone like me who has a skillful heart and thinks of her all the time." Anan heard this and glanced at Liu Ling before silently moving closer to Jiang Ning. After eating until they were satisfied, Song Yin put down the bowl, and members of the hunting group voluntarily tidied up the bowls and chopsticks. The last person to finish eating sat by the well washing the bowls. Liu Ling saw this and smiled at the person washing the dishes. "Brother is so kind-hearted, knowing how cold the water is, how can you let sister wash the dishes?" He remained seated without any intention of helping. Song Yin sat beside Jiang Ning and asked, "Today's meal is different from the welfare rations. What crop is this?" "This is rice, which originally could yield twice a year. But now the seeds have mutated, so I don't know exactly how much it will produce. It tastes much better than the welfare rations. If we mass-produce this, the base's meals will greatly improve." Jiang Ning also thought he made a valid point. Her current primary goal was to grow a large amount of rice and potatoes. "Song Yin, since you already have a target, let's quickly establish the iron netting." With the efforts of Song Yin and his group, Half a month's work was completed within a week. Jiang Ning quickly sowed and watered the fields, quietly waiting for the crops to mature. With some people planting, others were stealing. Recently, Jiang Ning found that a lot of her crops were missing. But due to the vast area, she spent several days crouching with 3 dogs and still failed to catch the thief. Unable to do anything else, Jiang Ning increased the height of the iron fence, yet it didn't prevent the theft. After losing crops for the nth time, she finally got angry. This thief probably didn't know how to take care of the crops. Not only did they steal the fruits but also harmed the roots, leaving an entire patch of potatoes unable to grow. Stealing is fine, but harming my crops? Absolutely not. Jiang Ning decided that no matter what, she had to find this thief and give them a good beating. Rather than sleeping, Jiang Ning guarded the farmland day and night, and Song Yin led a patrol day and night. This way, the thief indeed didn't show up, and Jiang Ning became slightly more relaxed. When everyone loosened up, the potatoes were stolen again. Not only were the potatoes gone, but the rice plants were also bitten apart. If this can be tolerated, what cannot? Jiang Ning carried a knife and led 3 dogs, lying in wait among the fields on a dark and stormy night. The 3 little dogs had grown up, with black and yellow fur that looked quite impressive. They squatted in different corners, waiting quietly for the thief to come. They waited for a long time. Just as Jiang Ning thought the thief wouldn't show up, rustling sounds came from the fields. Attack! On her command, the 3 dogs rushed towards the source of the sound from different directions. Jiang Ning was certain that the person was already bitten by the dogs. She heard something fall to the ground, yet the intruder didn't make a single sound. Let's see where you run now. Jiang Ning quickly moved forward, lit a candle, and, under the light of the fire, clearly saw the figure. It wasn't a human, but a zombie that Jiang Ning knew well. How could it be you? Jiang Ning couldn't believe her eyes. After such a long time, had zombies evolved to the point where they could climb iron fences to steal things? The zombie hadn't expected to just want to satisfy its craving and get caught red-handed. It buried its head in the soil, pretending to be dead to evade Jiang Ning's questioning. Jiang Ning lifted the zombie, educating it with heartfelt earnestness. You steal, why must you destroy my seedlings? These were planted with great effort. The zombie felt deeply guilty, not daring to talk back to Jiang Ning. It could only shrink its neck and endure the scolding. Fortunately, the thief had already been caught, so Jiang Ning decided to let the zombie compensate for her losses with labor. You will repaint all the walls here. Jiang Ning carried a bucket in one hand and a tool in the other, repeatedly teaching the zombie how to paint. Perhaps because it felt guilty for thievery, the zombie didn't dare to offend its provider and reluctantly followed Jiang Ning's instructions. You work hard on this wall. If you slack off, I'll chop you up and feed you to the other zombies. The poor zombie could only silently paint the wall in the cold wind. Zombie, I shouldn't have come out today. This is really bad luck. With the thief captured, Jiang Ning could finally sleep soundly. The next morning, the system notified her again that a task was complete. Store renovation 50% completed, reward, a signboard. Do you wish to claim it? Apparently, the zombie had worked well yesterday, so Jiang Ning claimed the signboard. The resting zombie outside the door was startled by a sudden flash of light. Outside the door, a sign suddenly appeared, glowing with colorful neon lights. Clearly written on the sign were 4 big characters, Jiang Family Shop. With the sign, the little Western-style building looked even more stylish. Jiang Ning approvingly admired her store and nodded. This looks much better than before. The zombie had never seen such colorful lights and stood there dumbfounded. When the zombie didn't leave, Jiang Ning realized it was probably asking for food and glared at it. Haven't you gone yet? If you stay too long, you'll miss the steamed buns when they're fresh. At the mention of buns, the 3 dogs sleeping in the hall quickly opened their eyes and happily trotted to Jiang Ning's feet, rubbing against her affectionately. The zombie simply sat still and pointed to the buns, then at its mouth, indicating that Jiang Ning should directly feed it. Jiang Ning was amazed at this sneaky behavior but was afraid the zombie might harm someone if she refused. So Jiang Ning simply sat by the door and started feeding 1 zombie and 3 dogs. The person who arrived late to take care of the fields saw Jiang Ning feeding them at the doorstep and greeted her with a smile. Hey, Boss Jiang is feeding the dogs. Did you adopt another big black dog? Chapter 58, A Man. Upon closer inspection, they realized this wasn't a big black dog, it was the leader of the zombies, scaring the worker into retreating repeatedly. The zombie glanced at the worker, clearly understanding him, and let out an AO sound. Not the same breed. Jiang Ning understood. The worker quickly apologized. I didn't mean to, Boss Jiang, I'll leave after taking the buns. After feeding the dog, Jiang Ning returned to the backyard. The sudden drop in temperature made her feel uneasy. She hid in her room, selecting winter clothes. Song Yin's side also faced obstacles due to the cooling weather. Captain Song, with such a rapid drop in temperature, the soil has hardened. It's going to be tough building the foundation. The foreman had already changed into thick clothing and stood in front of the canteen. Learning from the mistakes of the recent zombie tide, Song Yin decided to reinforce all constructions. Every location would need grain warehouses and basements, in case another wave of zombies attacked and people could hide. Song Yin stomped his feet. This year's cold weather had come faster than usual. Now, the land was already hard. By winter, it might become impossible to dig. Song Yin furrowed his brow. The tasks ahead were heavy. They not only had to rush the base construction but also stockpile enough food and coal before winter arrived. Most of the electricity at the base went to power the iron net. To keep warm, everyone relied on coal. Currently, the people at the base were divided into two groups. One group went to the forest to cut down trees, which were then sent to the carbon kiln to turn the wood into charcoal. Another group worked with Song Yin, digging basements for buildings and creating grain stores. Even Professor Guan's team had reduced their personnel, leaving only colleagues from the research building and his assistants, leaving others aside. Everyone at the base wished they could split themselves in half, squeezing every ounce of value from themselves to contribute to the base. They deeply understood that if the base couldn't develop, they wouldn't have good lives. Xing Xiong had the most strength and did the most work, which led to a delay in the gloves he'd promised. When he heard the foreman say something about it, he removed his gloves and threw them on the ground. Isn't it just harder soil? With some effort, can we really not break through? Saying this, he led by example and plunged into the groundwork. Someone fainted. Panic erupted among the crowd. The workload had been immense recently. Fortunately, with the rice provided by Jiang Ning, everyone was well fed and had the energy to maintain this enormous output. Hearing someone faint, Song Ying rushed over to help that person up. It was a young woman in her 20s. She had pale skin, but very dry and discolored hair, a slim and weak figure, obviously malnourished. Her hands were delicate, as though she hadn't done much heavy labor. She dashed straight to the hospital, while Xing Xiong, upon seeing the unconscious patient, thought she seemed familiar but didn't pay much attention and continued working. The woman lay in the hospital bed, received an 4 drip, and slept for a long time before slowly waking up. The workload at the base was truly massive. Previously, they couldn't say they lived luxuriously, but at least they weren't always doing backbreaking work. How could she handle such strenuous labor? Thinking about this, she missed her ex-boyfriend greatly. She felt like breaking up with him was the biggest regret of her life. She wondered how he was doing. Had he survived the zombie tide or not? After helping register the patient's information, Song Yin returned to his post. Seeing Song Yin back, Xing Xiong asked whether they should visit Jiang Ning today. It had been a long time since they last saw her. Song Yin didn't know how she was doing, but being occupied with official duties, he simply couldn't spare the time. He shook his head. Tomorrow, I'll definitely see her tomorrow. With that, he boarded the truck and continued inspecting the progress elsewhere. At the same time, Jiang Ning sat in the backyard, counting on her fingers how long it had been since Song Yin last visited. She wondered if he was working or resting at this moment. Would it disturb him if she suddenly showed up? Nan noticed Jiang Ning's perplexity, shook her arm, and suggested they go check out the mutated chickens. These chickens grew incredibly fast. Just over a week after hatching, they were already ready to eat. Jiang Ning found comfort in watching the chickens grow healthily. She picked a chicken that looked a bit sad and inspected it repeatedly. It seems like it's gone through a breakup. Should we eat it? Though puzzled why a breakup meant being eaten, Nan obediently nodded. Jiang Ning boiled water and swiftly slashed the chicken's neck, placing a bowl underneath to collect a full bowl of blood. Then, she placed the chicken in boiling water to pluck its feathers. As Jiang Ning worked, the chicken's feathers gradually fell off, and soon, a clean white chicken emerged. Remembering the many uses of chicken feathers, Jiang Ning asked Nan to dry them. After processing the internal organs, Jiang Ning chopped the chicken into small pieces. Without mushrooms and without suitable ingredients for chicken soup, she decided to make kung pao chicken instead. The cold weather paired with spicy dishes makes one sweat profusely after every bite. Jiang Ning was reluctant to eat rice, as Song Yin had issued an order that before winter came, they must stockpile enough food for 3 months. Wheat and rice mixed together became the staple food in the base now. Farming was really hard work. Jiang Ning's back ached so much that she couldn't straighten it, and she couldn't lift her head. But being able to share some of the burden with Song Yin made Jiang Ning feel it was all worth it. Not just Song Yin, everyone here was extremely busy. Liu Ling took care of the wounded at the hospital, as Professor Guan was researching the latest serum, so there were daily test subjects being sent to the hospital. A man's wounds were almost fully healed. Now, he stayed at the hospital to help Liu Ling take care of patients. I didn't expect you to be so experienced, big brother Aman. With your help, I've become a lot more relaxed. Liu Ling smiled warmly at everyone. Aman blushed furiously, lowering his head so much that it nearly buried in his chest. It's nothing. The base saved me when I was in need. Now it's my time to give back to the group. All of this is what I should do. As he talked, his hands never stopped working. But big brother, you're still so good looking. You do the work of 3 people alone. Look how well these injured people are bandaged. Liu Ling praised Aman generously, making him even less brave to look directly at her. At this moment, Liu Qiao insisted on teasingly joining them. Don't let her fool you. This girl looks delicate, but actually, she could beat you 3 times over. Aman's face turned even redder, stuttering out, I didn't know, you're so talented. Looks like I'll have to try harder. In his view, Liu Ling not only cared for others but also possessed formidable strength. Her smile could sweeten anyone. It was as if she was the goddess in his mind. To get closer to this goddess, Aman had no choice but to study hard and strive to lighten Liu Ling's load. Professor Guan's serum experiments seemed to have achieved considerable progress. Recently the number of patients sent to the hospital was increasing. And everyone was recovering very well. The zombies confined in the living area had evolved to a certain extent. Professor Guan decided to find the zombie leader and see if it could communicate with the other zombies in the living area. Chapter 59, Yao Yao. The zombie leader's recent life could be described as flourishing. It was regularly fed by someone and no longer had to go to great lengths to catch people for meat in order to gain energy. Zombies are not afraid of the cold. Professor Guan had already put on a jacket, but the zombie leader only had clothing that barely covered its decency. When Professor Guan arrived at the entrance of the farmland, the zombie leader was playing with mud on the ground. It sensed movement behind it, turned around, and saw an old man. The zombie wasn't interested in him, so it sat down and started poking little holes in the ground with a stick. Professor Guan squatted next to it, trying to communicate. How should I address you? The zombie didn't respond. Seeing that the zombie ignored him, Professor Guan decided to cut straight to the chase. Actually, I want to ask for your help. After we're done, I'll give you a basket of buns. The zombie moved its ears slightly. However, its mood was sour after just having been forced into labor by Jiang Ning. A basket of buns wasn't enough to attract it since it got more than this every day. Seeing the zombie still had no reaction, Professor Guan bit his lip. And a basket of tomatoes. The zombie finally looked up. It had tasted tomatoes before. Although they weren't as good as meat, they were like snacks and could also provide energy. It gestured with its finger, indicating that one basket wasn't enough. For the sake of the experiment, Professor Guan reluctantly raised the offer. 2 baskets, that's the maximum. Only then did the zombie slowly get up, brushing dirt off its body. I will take you to a place where there are your companions, but I'm not entirely sure if they are the same as you. You only need to go check once. This task was extremely simple. So simple that the zombie leader felt it wasn't even worth 2 baskets of tomatoes. But who would complain about too much food? So the zombie leader got into a car for the first time. At the checkpoint of the living area, the iron gates were tightly shut, and only at the wall with ladders propped against it, people were continuously feeding mixed chunks of meat and buns. Smelling the aroma, the zombies rushed over and ate the food on the ground greedily. Upon seeing this scene, the zombie leader was stunned instantly. The treatment here was better than what it received. Every day it only had one fixed meal while the zombies here enjoyed meat and buns daily. With a mix of envy and jealousy, it entered the living area. The zombies there looked at it, raising their heads to greet it. Have you eaten, young man? This further confirmed that the evolutionary direction of the zombies here matched its own. It walked around the living area. There were undisturbed zombie corpses and human remains everywhere, including in the already ruined cafeteria. After repeated confirmation, it determined there were basically no unevolved zombies present. After finishing the task, it didn't rush out, but instead joined the other zombies in grabbing food under the walls. Only after eating its fill did it leisurely walk towards the checkpoint. After confirming its identity, Professor Guan let the guard release it. How about it? Are the zombies inside the same race as you? Professor Guan couldn't contain his eagerness. More than a month of experimental results were about to reveal a miracle. The zombie nodded, then thought of its own situation in the farmland. It figured it was time to find Jiang Ning and request extra meals for its companions. If things kept going this way, the zombies might evolve faster than them, which meant it wouldn't remain the leader of these zombies. Jiang Ning was unaware at this moment that the zombies she had raised were planning a silent campaign for a raise. She was currently busy working in the farmland. Since she agreed to cooperate with Professor Guan and the base, her workload suddenly increased. Previously, she only needed to produce enough food for herself, but now she had to take care of everyone in the base. Not a single grain of rice could go wrong. At this point, an unexpected visitor arrived at her store. Please, let me see Ms. Jiang, cried a woman loudly outside the small building. Tightly hugging Annan's leg, she scared Annan who tried desperately to pry her fingers off. What do you think you're doing? Let go of her. An man stepped in to help pull the woman off Annan. The woman persisted, crying her heart out at the door. My love, Ms. Jiang, you must know him. Please help me find him. Without him, I can hardly go on. Indeed, her words were true. Since she was with Xiong Bing, he had never made her work a single day. She always got the best food and drinks. Even the meat others couldn't afford, Xiong Bing would bring home whole cuts. However, she constantly found fault with Xiong Bing's rough nature, feeling dissatisfied with living in the wasteland without stable income. After meeting a handsome man who worked in the base government, she cruelly abandoned Xiong Bing. However, the arrival of the zombie wave made this man disappear, while Xing Xiong became a capable lieutenant under Song Yin's command. Nowadays, everyone in the base has to work, including her, so she thought of her former lover. Actually, she also relied on Jiang Ning's soft heart and came here to try her luck. If only Jiang Ning would agree to help her find Xing Xiong, life would be much easier from then on. Jiang Ning heard the commotion outside, frowned, and wiped the dirt off her hands. What's wrong? The woman saw her as if she'd seen a savior, quickly kneeling down and grabbing Jiang Ning's hem. Ms. Jiang, you're kind-hearted. Please help me. I got separated from my lover. His name is Xing Xiong. Hearing the name Xiong, Jiang Ning was puzzled. There are so many people coming and going in the base every day. You say you know him, but how can I be sure that what you say is true? The woman, sensing Jiang Ning's tone, felt encouraged. My name is Yao Yao. I've been with Xiong Bing for 3 years. We lived in the wasteland until recently when I was brought to the base to work, separating us. Not long after, the zombie wave arrived, and by some miracle, I survived. She cried so pitifully that it stirred compassion. I thought he was dead and stopped searching for him. Then one day, I fainted and was sent to the hospital. It was there I overheard others talking and learned that he's now working under Captain Song. After hearing her explanation, Jiang Ning simply said, "Oh, So this was a story of a wife traveling far to find her husband. Yet, she had never heard Xingxiong mention having a lover. I'll have someone go find him. After saying this, Jiang Ning gestured for a man to head to the science building to locate Xingxiong. Xingxiong was currently busy laying foundations, huffing and puffing, drenched in sweat. When a man found him, he looked disheveled. What's up? Xiong wiped his sweaty face with his shirt. There's someone named Yaro Yaro who claims to be your girlfriend. She's now at boss Jiang Ning's place. Go quick. Hearing the familiar name, Xingxiong immediately realized who this woman was. Without any time to explain further, he rushed along with a man to Jiang Ning's small house. Chapter 60, The Woman. Xingxiong rushed to the farmland, and a man following behind was struggling to keep up. Hey, wait for me. He had just arrived in front of the little Western-style building when he heard a familiar voice. He couldn't help but slow down his steps. Jiang Ning was worried that this woman might be an old acquaintance of Xingxiong's, so she treated her well with food and drink. Yaro Yaro had been sitting in the living room for a long time, seemingly sensing something. When she turned around, she saw Xingxiong's tall figure. A Xiong. Yaro Yaro threw herself into Xingxiong's arms, sobbing uncontrollably. The emotions she had calmed down earlier were now turbulent again. Xingxiong patted her back tenderly. That's enough. Don't cry. Yaro Yaro looked at him with tearful eyes. It's all my fault. He said he could arrange a job for me in the base, so I went with him. I only wanted to do my best to relieve your worries. Xingxiong wasn't stupid, but he still couldn't bring himself to be cruel to a woman he had lived closely with for 3 years. He didn't want to embarrass her in front of others. Xiong, without you, life has been really hard. I miss you so much. At this point, Jiang Ning finally understood. Regardless of what happened, it seemed clear that Yaro Yaro had left Xingxiong first. But due to certain reasons, after learning that Xingxiong was still alive, she came seeking refuge with him again. She adjusted herself into a more comfortable position, leaning against the chair as she quietly watched how Xingxiong would react. Xingxiong wasn't dumb, but his heart was too soft. Seeing Yaro Yaro break down in tears in front of him, he was unsure how to respond. All he did was hold her gently and comfort her softly. Xiong, I finally found you. Please forgive me, can you? Xingxiong looked troubled. No one can forgive a woman who abandoned them for personal gain. But looking at Yaro Yaro, she was unrecognizably thin, nothing but skin and bones, having lost all her former charm. Her hair was dry and tangled like a bird's nest. Her red-rimmed eyes and pale face showed no trace of vitality. Yaro Yaro, don't be like this. Seeing Xingxiong showing no intention of helping her, all the grievances and injustices she had held onto for so long burst out. Xiong, do you really not want me anymore? You're good friends with Boss Jiang. Not only could you easily take care of me, but supporting everyone in the entire base would be effortless. And besides, I haven't done anything to wrong you. Why won't you forgive me? Sighing, Xingxiong felt the woman's greed remained unchanged despite all this time passing. He pushed Yaro Yaro away gently and held her face solemnly, saying, Yaro Yaro, it was you who chose a different kind of life. After that choice, everything about you became none of my business. Originally hoping to depend on Xingxiong for a comfortable life, seeing her dream shatter drove Yaro Yaro to despair. Why? Why did you all deceive me? He promised to give me a good job, but in the end, it was just being responsible for serving meals in the cafeteria. You also once promised to protect me forever. Now that I've found you, you refuse to honor your promise. Jiang Ning never expected someone could be so shameless. Since Xingxiong's stance was already clear, Jiang Ning no longer pretended indifference to the situation. Miss, you're the one who abandoned him first. Now you see that he has made something of himself, so you come seeking him again. I've never seen someone with such thick skin, actually blaming the man for deceiving you. If it weren't for your own greed, you could have enjoyed a great life with Xingxiong long ago. But you gave him up and now you return, treating him like some fool? Jiang Ning stood there arrogantly, crossing her arms, watching the scene play out like a drama. Yaro Yaro, unable to find a retort, glanced up at Xingxiong. Xingxiong just turned his head away, ignoring her. It was now crystal clear to her that Xingxiong would not stand up for her. Looking at Jiang Ning's luxurious Western-style villa and hearing the occasional compliments from people nearby, Yaro Yaro decided to make one last gamble. Xingxiong, consider the 3 years we shared, please help me, she pleaded on her knees. Xingxiong lifted Yaro Yaro up, looking very troubled. I am powerless now, all I have is brute strength. Thanks to Captain Song's promotion and Boss Jiang's help, I've managed to survive. Do you want food or status? As for status, there's nothing I can do. But if it's food, I'll give you all the food I've stored over this period. Jiang Ning noticed Xingxiong wasn't muddling through things. She pointed at the steamer basket beside her. Alright, you can take as much as you need from here, just this one time. Once you leave, there will be no second chance. After seeing Xingxiong's determined attitude, Yaro Yaro knew he wouldn't help her negotiate further. Weighing her options, she pointed at the steamer. I want everything here. Jiang Ning smirked disdainfully and waved her hand. Anan, package it all for her. Anan fetched a large cloth sack typically used for rice storage, and together with a man, they scrambled to empty the steamer baskets. Xingxiong quickly stopped them. No, Boss Jiang, this is my business. I can't let you spend so much. Jiang Ning glanced at Yaro Yaro standing beside her and said coldly. Consider it as the money I pay for watching her drama. She has shed a lot of tears in front of my shop for no reason. Yaro immediately felt ashamed and wished to find a crack to hide in. She realized her little schemes were now fully exposed. Xingxiong still wanted to preserve some dignity for her. After thanking Jiang Ning, he carried a bag of buns and sent Yaro back to the dormitory. The two remained silent until finally Xingxiong broke the silence. I don't blame you for leaving with others. If I were you, I would also try every means to survive. Take care of yourself in the future. Before Yaro could speak, Xingxiong turned and left. After all, they had 3 years of feelings. He was afraid that if he looked at her again, he might do something he would regret. Seeing Xingxiong walking away without looking back, Yaro immediately opened the bag and counted the number of foods. The weather was getting cooler, these buns could last for a long time, and they could be used to exchange for other supplies. Yaro kept calculating how she could ensure her survival, and what to do when the food ran out. Xingxiong returned to the Western-style building dejectedly, lacking even the energy to go to work. Seeing Xingxiong's depression, Jiang Ning poured him a glass of hot water. Xingxiong seemed unable to accept the fact that the once pure and adorable girl had become like this, and angrily hit the ground with his fist. Recalling the happy times spent with Yaro, Xingxiong's heart ached repeatedly. All right, it's over. Let's make a clean break today. This kind of woman is not worth your sadness. A man couldn't help but comfort Xingxiong, who was like a lifeless rock despite being a 6'3" man. Xingxiong chuckled bitterly. I know, but I can't help thinking about it over and over again. What if she had her reasons? Even Jiang Ning lost her composure this time. What kind of reasons? With your physique, were you afraid of not being able to support her, leaving you just for a stable position? Are 3 years of feelings worthless then? To tell you the truth, she never really cared about you. Chapter 61, Stolen Again. Xingxiong was fully aware that the person Yaro truly loved was himself. Yet he couldn't let her go. Mr. Jiang, I know everything. There's no need to console me. Let me be alone for a while. Xingxiong walked toward the farmland, found an unoccupied ridge, and sat down, covering his face with his hands. He seemed lost in thought, not knowing what he was pondering. Song Yin was busy with something else, but Liu Ling could leave work on time. She came to the Western-style building to pick up food supplies from the hospital and spotted Xingxiong sitting alone from afar. Liu Ling nudged Jiang Ning. Hey, what's wrong with him? Jiang Ning sighed, speaking briefly. He got dumped. Upon hearing the word dumped, Liu Ling's curiosity flared instantly. How did it happen? Who's the girl? What's the situation? How long were they together? The girl isn't as good-looking, smart, or spoiled as you are. Liu Ling automatically took this statement as a compliment aimed at herself. She leaned over Jiang Ning and said in a coquettish tone, Wow, sister praising me like this makes me blush. But it's true, there aren't many girls in the base prettier than me, of course, except you, sister. But, sister, can you tell me who she is? I basically remember everyone in the base Tilda. Seeing how Liu Ling started gossiping again, Jiang Ning pushed her hand away in disgust. What's her name? Something like Yaro, probably pronounced like that. She has this delicate appearance and looks frail. Just asked for a whole steamer basket of buns from me. Liu Ling stopped pushing Jiang Ning's arm abruptly, her expression changing seriously. Clearly, she recognized that name well. I know her. She works in logistics at the hydroelectric station. Can wash 10 sets of clothes in one day. Back then, she got cozy with some minor leader, which is why she was transferred here to live and worked in the cafeteria for only 2 or 3 days before quitting. She had quite a few conflicts with others at my place. Jiang Ning was slightly surprised. No way, that girl looked so gentle. Gentle? Liu Ling chuckled disdainfully. She nearly pulled out all the hair of another girl from her team just over a steamed bun. Jiang Ning clicked her tongue, realizing one cannot judge a book by its cover. A Nan, who had been listening silently nearby, finally interjected. Poor Xingxiong. Everyone present concurred. After finishing the gossip, Liu Ling began discussing serious matters. Sister, I've come to collect the hospital's food supply for next month. Can you give me a little more, please? The number of people in the hospital keeps growing, and I'm under a lot of pressure. Already used to Liu Ling's flirtatious chatter, Jiang Ning remained calm and dragged out a burlap bag without changing her expression. Half a month's worth is in here. The rest needs to be reserved for Song Yin's side. Come back in the middle of the month to collect more. Liu Ling flicked her delicate finger and blew air onto Jiang Ning's face. Sister always cares about her brother and never takes notice of me. I feel so sad. Jiang Ning, although we've known each other for a long time, I still find your talk meaningless every time. Feeling irritated, Jiang Ning decided to take Liu Ling to the backyard to harvest rice. Liu Ling was also an expert at farm work. Wielding the sickle, within moments, he reaped half the paddy field. Miss Jiang, what's wrong with this spot? It's missing. Liu Ling stared puzzled at the large gap in the center. It's impossible. This batch of rice has just matured. How could part of it be missing? On closer inspection, Jiang Ning noticed that while the surrounding rice grains were full, only this area was bare with leftover rice stalks. After asking around, nobody from the storehouse had harvested this beforehand. Jiang Ning wondered if it wasn't the head zombie sneaking in to steal food again. That zombie was clearly being fed extra meals by her, yet it still came back for more, truly crossing the line. Jiang Ning vowed to settle accounts with it when she had time. For several consecutive days, Jiang Ning kept irrigating, harvesting, and repeating this process. During this period, Jiang Ning discovered that whether it was the vegetables in her backyard garden or the potatoes and rice in the fields, portions of them would mysteriously vanish. As the weather grew colder, small snowflakes began to fall. Faced with this sudden change, the base was forced to switch all original tasks to logging, charcoal burning, and storing supplies in preparation for the premature winter. Fortunately, the potato yield was substantial. Moreover, even facing the bitter cold, there were no signs of wilting whatsoever. This was undoubtedly the best news for the base lacking in resources. During this time, Jiang Ning poured all her focus into planting potatoes, completely unaware of how fewer vegetables remained in her garden. The chicken population in the coop surged dramatically, increasing from originally 2 to now around 50. These chickens ate young greens and bran from the fields, which were far inferior in quality compared to what was grown in the vegetable garden. After a man finished collecting eggs, she glanced at the thriving chicks and contemplated picking some fresh vegetables from the garden to nourish the chickens. To her surprise, upon reaching the vegetable patch, there were hardly any vegetables left that should have been abundant. A man was startled. Could it be, did Boss Jiang pick them? No, even if Boss Jiang did, she wouldn't pull out the roots like this. Feeling that something was amiss, a man hurried to look for Jiang Ning. Miss Jiang, it's bad. The vegetables in the garden are all gone, and many plants have been damaged. Jiang Ning instinctively thought it was the zombie leader's doing. She wiped her hands, stood up, and gripping her knife, angrily said, "Is this never ending? There's already a shortage of potatoes and rice in the fields, and he still dares to come steal food. This time I will definitely give him a proper lesson." At this very moment, the zombie leader was in the field pulling up greens, grabbing a bunch and shoving it into his mouth. Phew, it's nowhere near as good as steamed buns. Ever since the last time he got caught by Jiang Ning stealing her rice, the zombie leader didn't dare enter her Western-style building at will anymore. Now he could only satisfy his cravings with vegetables from the field. Seeing Jiang Ning walking towards him, he thought today there would be an extra meal waiting for him. He was about to greet her with an AO when unexpectedly, Jiang Ning rushed toward him wielding a knife, shouting furiously, "Why are you stealing from me again? How many times do I need to tell you that stealing is wrong? If you want to eat, just ask me directly." The zombie looked bewildered, thinking if the woman had entered menopause she smiled sweetly at him yesterday, but today she was brandishing her knife at him. Seeing the cold glint of the blade, the zombie decided survival came first. I'm sorry. The zombie dropped to his knees and howled loudly. "Tell me, where did you go wrong?" Jiang Ning held her knife menacingly as she continued to intimidate him. The zombie responded truthfully, "I don't know." Thinking that it was still arguing, Jiang Ning made a gesture as if she was about to strike with her knife. Poor zombie, who hadn't yet learned how to express himself fully, could only let out random cries. "I'm sorry, I don't know." Jiang Ning's face was red with anger, considering the zombie didn't possess such advanced intelligence yet, so she decided to make things crystal clear. "Explain why you stole my stuff again." The zombie pitifully replied, "I didn't steal, I didn't eat." Reflecting on how her crops had been so devastated, her anger boiled uncontrollably. Potatoes were dug up, rice was cut down, and all the vegetables in the field were torn away. Chapter 62, Catching the Thief. The zombie hesitated for a moment. Reaping rice? No. Jiang Ning also paused. That's right, how would zombies reap rice? They just munch on it directly. Thinking she might have wrongfully accused it, Jiang Ning put away her knife nervously and said, "Maybe I wronged you. What bad thoughts could a zombie possibly have?" To comfort it, Jiang Ning gave it some meat skewers. It completely forgot about the matter. Jiang Ning quietly watched the zombie that was happily eating, thinking to herself, if it wasn't for it, who else would steal from the farmland? The newly expanded small bungalow covered 2 mu of land. Since Jiang Ning couldn't manage everything alone, she hired some workers who were originally working in the fields. All the tools they used were provided by Jiang Ning. Every day they came and went with empty hands. Jiang Ning really couldn't think of who else could take crops from the farm. She decided to take turns with a man to squat at the farm, determined to catch the thief. Song Yin still didn't know that the food in the base was being stolen. He was leading a group of people chopping wood in the forest. Work seemed to make people forget all troubles. Xing Xiong also worked continuously with Song Yin in the base. For some unknown reason, this year's summer and winter were only separated by a rain. The weather plummeted from 40 degrees Celsius to 10 degrees Celsius rapidly, and many people caught cold due to the temperature difference. Song Yin also sneezed a bit, but Wang Baimu's hand wasn't fully recovered yet, so there was only him left as the main force in the base. Jiang Ning had secured the food for the base. Now Song Yin had to do his best to ensure heating for the base. "Boss, these trees are too hard to cut down. If we want to store enough carbon before winter, it'll be difficult." Huang Qiong led 10 people and spent half a day without cutting down even 10 trees. Song Yin flicked his axe in his hand, understanding well that this was just a small place, production was not as good as the big bases, and the equipment didn't match up either. Seeing that Song Yin had no solutions either, Huang Qiong suggested tentatively, "How about asking Boss Jiang for help?" Song Yin shook his head. "We can't rely on Boss Jiang for everything. She's already been very busy lately and lost weight. We can't bother her anymore. If all else fails, they could only exchange grains for resources elsewhere." During the previous interrogation regarding gloves, he mentioned this once. 500 miles east, there is a large base. Perhaps they could check it out. After nightfall, everyone returned to the dormitory after eating dinner. Song Yin arranged for people to watch over the base and planned to take a group to exchange coal in a few days. How about asking Boss Jiang if she wants to come? Liu Qiao was first to consider Jiang Ning. Liu Ling also thought it would be better to bring Jiang Ning along for such matters. Brother, let sister come too. If sister sets up a pot and cooks a couple of dishes right on the spot, she'll earn more than us Tilda. That was true. Jiang Ning had excellent cooking skills, seeds, and grains. Taking her along might result in swapping for even more items. Most importantly, Jiang Ning has never left the base. Letting her relax a bit wouldn't hurt. Song Yin made the decision immediately. Jiang Ning, Xing Xiong, and himself would go to the base. The rest would stay behind and continue their duties. Liu Ling twisted her body, softly resting her head on Song Yin's shoulder. Brother, I want to go too Tilda. Song Yin quietly changed positions. No one's as capable as you. You'll stay to manage the base operations, and I'll handle moving supplies this time. Liu Ling smiled gigglingly upon hearing those words. Only brother knows how to take care of me Tilda. I'll go notify Boss Jiang then Tilda. Liu Ling walked alone on the night road. Everything around her was quiet. Since the base was powered up again, the streetlights were reactivated, allowing Liu Ling to move quickly. Since she was already here, she took the opportunity to check on the growth of the crops in the field. She saw a black figure diligently working in the field. Boss Jiang is really hardworking, still working so late at night. Liu Ling remarked. No wonder her health was so good, planting crops and taking care of zombies. Even Song Yin looked a little sickly, yet Jiang Ning was full of vitality. Liu Ling walked to the front door. The neon sign flashed repeatedly, blinding Liu Ling's eyes. Is Boss Jiang here? She knocked on the door. Not long after, noises came from inside, and a drowsy Jiang Ning opened the door. What's wrong? Liu Ling giggled coquettishly. Sister, I just saw you working in the field. Are you coming out to welcome me? I've been sleeping all this while. Jiang Ning sniffed. Recently, she had caught a slight cold and slept through day and night in her room, not paying much attention to the shop's affairs. Liu Ling hesitated for a moment. Wasn't it you? Could it be your two little followers? Jiang Ning was also puzzled. A man went to visit Amang, Anan took care of her all day, and just fell asleep. Then who was in the field? Trouble. Dropping her blanket, Jiang Ning rushed to the backyard. Liu Ling followed quickly. Once they arrived at the field, there was no sign of the thief, but a large part of the potatoes was missing, obviously taken away. Damn thief. Jiang Ning stomped her foot angrily. She hadn't caught him these past few days, so Jiang Ning had let her guard down. Today was a rare day off, and she didn't want the dogs to be cold, so she brought them upstairs to rest. As a result, this thief came again. Liu Ling noticed something was wrong and asked, have the crops been stolen? Jiang Ning, in anger, kicked some dirt. Yes. He's been stealing from me for several days now. The potatoes, rice, and vegetables in the greenhouse. He's almost taken everything. This loss wasn't insignificant. Everyone in the base knew that Ms. Jiang was their food lifeline and they usually respected her highly. Who would dare steal from the base like this? Did the iron fence break? It's such a high fence, it's not easy for an ordinary person to get in. The most infuriating part is that the fence isn't broken but someone got in anyway. Liu Ling's first thought was that there was an inside job. Jiang Ning's little bungalow only had one entrance, and since Aman and Anan were hired, every night someone guarded the gate. There was no way anyone could come in. But today, Aman was at the hospital, Anan was with Jiang Ning, then who was the person she saw? Or I'll call a few people tomorrow to inspect thoroughly. The thief probably won't have the guts to come back today. You should rest. Liu Ling saw that Jiang Ning was sick and upset, so she temporarily put aside plans to go out. She wanted to deal with the thief first before doing anything else. Blown by the cold wind, Jiang Ning's headache worsened. Alright, then I won't see you out. The next morning, Liu Ling told Song Yin about the theft at the bungalow right away. Song Yin was just about to leave when he heard this news. He also found it strange and his first thought was that someone from inside the bungalow had committed the crime. But Jiang Ning insisted it wasn't done by anyone in the bungalow. Then this thief must be able to fly or tunnel through the ground. Currently, the base did not have extra manpower to assign to Jiang Ning. Song Yin still needed to rush with logging, so he could only tell Jiang Ning to be more careful herself. He could only spare time to take a look after the logging area was less busy. Wang Baimu, whose arm hadn't fully recovered yet, volunteered, following Jiang Ning and Aman as they squatted in the fields, determined to catch this thief. Chapter 63, Dumplings. The thief seemed to know that someone was here. They had been lying in wait for 3 days but hadn't seen a trace of the thief. The morning dew brought waves of coolness, and the cold stabbed at Wang Bamu's arms, making them ache. Captain Wang, are you okay? Jiang Ning squatted in the water channel, watching Wang Bamu constantly touch his wound, and worriedly asked. Wang Bamu smiled. I'm fine. Then he patted Jiang Ning's head. Little boss, you really care about people. Jiang Ning felt uncomfortable and avoided Wang Bamu's hand. We've been crouching here for many days, but there's no sign of the thief. Captain Wang, I don't know if your hand can hold out much longer. How about we stop today and go back first? Wang Bamu struggled to climb out of the rice field, covered with dew all over, yet didn't forget to joke around with Jiang Ning. If little boss is willing to personally stir-fry 2 dishes for me, then I might be fine. That's right. How could I let Captain Wang starve when he means well? Jiang Ning also stood up, turned to the backyard, looked through what vegetables were still left in the greenhouse, and decided to show her skills to Wang Bamu. She skillfully grabbed a young chicken, plucked its feathers, bled it, removed its innards, and put it in a pot to cook a pot of chicken soup. Then she picked some chili peppers, eggplants, and potatoes, deciding to make a dish called 3 fresh from the ground. A man opened the store early, bustling about in the front hall helping Jiang Ning collect some small items. Anan didn't disturb them either. Instead, she fed the chickens, collected the eggs, and went upstairs to clean. In the yard, only Jiang Ning and Wang Bamu remained. Wang Bamu looked up at Jiang Ning while she deftly prepared the ingredients, and couldn't help but sigh. I wonder who will have such good fortune to marry a beautiful and capable girl like Miss Jiang in the future. Jiang Ning didn't respond, just smiled, and then put the prepped potatoes into the pot to fry. The fried potatoes turned golden and crispy, exuding rich fragrance. When Wang Bamu smelled the aroma, his stomach immediately growled. Jiang Ning then put the eggplant and chili peppers into the pot to stir-fry. When the time was almost up, she added the potatoes. Then she poured in the sauce mixed with starch, soy sauce, and other seasonings. As the pot was shaken, the ingredients were covered in a shiny layer of golden sauce, emitting irresistible fragrances, drawing inquiries from the people in the front hall. A man, what is the boss doing in the backyard? It smells so good. A man was distributing buns while explaining to everyone. Our boss is cooking a stir-fry in the backyard. If you want to eat, as long as you have enough things to exchange, it's not impossible. In that case, I'll have to save up carefully. Once my supplies are enough, I must definitely trade for a portion of stir-fry from Boss Jiang. Wang Bamu was also drawn by the delicious smell, feeling as if his stomach was being shredded by blades in hunger. His eyes were fixated on the 3 fresh dish, drooling almost uncontrollably. Jiang Ning didn't stop her hands' movements. She then made some more meat filling, rolled dough using wheat flour, and kneaded the dough into small round lumps. With one press of the rolling pin, a thin pancake of dough was ready. As Jiang Ning continued rolling and stuffing the pancakes, soon, several elegant and small dumplings came into view. Little boss, you're too skilled. Wang Bamu was already impatient, eager to taste this food. Jiang Ning put the dumplings in boiling water, then cooked a tomato scrambled eggs and quickly stir-fried some Chinese cabbage before stopping. The pickles they had marinated some time ago were also ready. Jiang Ning directly took a few pickles from the front hall, cut them finely into strips. At this moment, the dumplings were ready too. Jiang Ning saved a bowl of dumplings and placed it in front of Wang Bamu, who couldn't wait to pick up a dumpling and eat it without caring that it was hot. SSS. So delicious. Wang Bamu's mouth was burning, but he wouldn't let go of the dumpling inside. I never expected that the wheat grown in the base could be eaten like this. Wang Bamu ate another bite of tomato scrambled eggs. The fresh eggs blended with tomatoes, producing a sour-sweet flavor that tasted great and increased appetite. The 3 fresh also tasted sweet and sour, and he almost wanted to swallow his tongue in delight. If I had known Boss Jiang provided such good meals, I would have rather not been this captain and come work for you in the store. Wang Bamu almost wanted to cram all the dishes in front of him into his mouth. Hearing this, Jiang Ning found it amusing. That's impossible. Without you, who would ensure the safety of the base? My little shop couldn't even run. After eating to his heart's content, Wang Bamu wiped his mouth and leaned comfortably against the chair. Protecting the country should be entrusted to Commander Song. I don't have such lofty ambitions, I just want to live a normal life, with 3 meals a day, like this. His eyes never left Jiang Ning, staring at her until she felt somewhat flustered. Do you know? In our place, there is a kind of tea flower that blooms in spring but chooses to sprout in winter. I think Ms. Jiang is very much like her. Is that so? If I get the chance, I really want to see what this flower looks like. Next time we go out, if I see it, I'll bring one back for you. Today they did not catch the little thief. Probably the thief had already known someone was watching, making him extremely hard to catch. Wang Bamu decided to take a rest today, and then once the thief let down his guard, he would capture him together with Boss Jiang in one fell swoop. After finishing the meal, Jiang Ning rode the motorcycle and said to Wang Bamu, Captain Wang, let me send you back. I happen to want to deliver some food to Squad 3. After saying that, she shook the bag in her hand, which still contained some warm and hot dumplings. Wang Bamu didn't refuse but easily climbed on the motorcycle and patted Jiang Ning's shoulder twice. Then I'll bother you. After speaking, he wrapped his hands around Jiang Ning's waist. The scent of an unfamiliar man immediately surged from behind, swirling around Jiang Ning's nose, making her feel somewhat ticklish at her waist. Hold on tight. Jiang Ning didn't pay too much attention, speeding through the fields with Wang Bamu. At this moment, Song Yin was in the timber yard, following the workers cutting wood. The colder the weather, the harder it was to chop down trees. Song Yin's clothes were soaked through, and sweat covered his face just to cut down 1/3 of the tree. He put down the axe tiredly to rest when he saw Jiang Ning speeding toward here with Wang Bamu on her bike. Seeing Wang Bamu leaning on Jiang Ning's back, his hands tightly hugging Jiang Ning, Song Yin felt slightly displeased. Why have you come? Is everything all right at the shop today? Jiang Ning threw the dumplings to Song Yin, who caught them deftly. Isn't this because we're worried about you guys being tired, so I brought extra meals? Liu Qiao's nose was the sharpest, catching the scent long ago. He stopped working, putting down his axe to run over. It's true, Ms. Jiang is the best. Liu Yong, Huang Qiong, come on, the boss has brought us more delicious food. Upon hearing the shout, Squad 3 also walked over, gathering around to share those dumplings. Seeing the meeting with satisfaction, Wang Bamu had to irritate them. These are the dumplings Boss Jiang specially made for me, you guys are enjoying my light. After listening to this, Liu Yong raised his head, expressionless towards Wang Bamu, squeezing out the coquettish voice with effort. Big brother, you're truly good. Next time, make sure to bring some more food. Chapter 64, Court. Upon hearing a man utter those words in a rough voice, Wang Bamu felt so sickened that he almost vomited his breakfast. Hey, you're the best. The dumplings in Liu Qiao's mouth hadn't been swallowed yet. Liu Yong's words nearly made him laugh them out. Even Song Yin could hardly hold back. Liu Qiong scratched his head and said with a smile, this was taught by Liu Ling. She said that if we encounter someone we dislike, talk to them this way, and they'll leave. Indeed, I felt like slapping you upon hearing it. Jiang Ning nodded in agreement. After finishing his meal, Song Yin saw Jiang Ning laughing carefree nearby and asked her, did you catch the thief? Mentioning this matter made Jiang Ning extremely furious. Don't mention it. Whenever someone is here laughing, the thief doesn't come, and as soon as no one's around, it's like the thief is coming over for supplies. Tonight, all of us will help you catch the thief. According to our progress, it's impossible to have enough coal stored before winter, and losing grain would ruin the base entirely. Exactly, stealing grain must not be allowed. It's truly harming people. Wang Bamu agreed strongly with this statement. Thus, when night fell, Song Yin led Team 3, lying in wait around the farmland. Wang Bamu then took Team 5 to hide among the rice paddies. Jiang Ning turned off the lights early, letting our Nan pretend to lie in bed, while she stayed hidden in the greenhouse, waiting for the thief to appear. Night had already deepened, the heavy dew wrapped around Song Yin's body with a cold, damp chill. After waiting for quite some time, there was still no sign of the thief. Boss, at this late hour, the thief probably won't come. Should we come again tomorrow? Song Yin glanced at the sky and sighed. Let's wait a little longer. Shivering in the cold night, they waited and waited. Just as they were about to give up, they heard rustling sounds. The team led by Wang Bamu was the first to notice something amiss. A black figure stealthily appeared in the fields, holding a knife and a burlap sack, preparing to harvest the rice. You, go stand where he appears and block his exit no matter what. The rest of you, help me catch him. A shrill whistle broke through the night air as Wang Bamu sent out the signal to capture. Suddenly, all the lights around turned on, including in Jiang Ning's small shop, which became brightly illuminated. Startled by the sudden illumination, the thief lost composure. Taking advantage of the thief's distraction, Wang Bamu immediately pounced, covering his head with the burlap sack and giving him a thorough beating. Coming to steal from us, coming to steal our food, do you even consider yourself human? Hearing that they had caught the thief, Jiang Ning rushed over with 3 dogs. With the thief captured, Song Yin also led his group to the backfield of the farm. The man desperately begged for mercy. Stop hitting me, or someone will die. Can't I just return the things I've stolen? Wang Bamu cared nothing for such pleas, insisting on having his satisfaction now that the thief was caught. Song Yin held back Wang Bamu's impending punch. All right, let him explain how he got in. Seeing the person in charge, the thief got up and knelt down. Spare me, please. I didn't want to do it either, but our place just went through a wave of zombies. We really don't have any food left. As Song Yin looked at the kneeling man before him, he drew the knife on his back and wiped it carefully. So, how did you get in? We dug a tunnel underground originally intending to escape the zombie wave. Unexpectedly, it led straight to this yard. Seeing so much food here, my greed got the better of me. Please, do not kill me. I have elderly family members at home, including an 80-year-old mother who depends on me for support. Wang Bamu sneered slightly, finding the claim dubious. Do you think you're capable enough for all that? He also picked up his knife and pointed it at the man's hands. Looks like you're not willing to tell the truth, then follow my rules. Since the food is in your stomach and can't be returned, I'll chop off your hand as compensation instead. Pretending to cut off his hand after speaking. Realizing Wang Bamu was serious and Song Yin showed no intention of stopping him, merely watching indifferently, the thief panicked. I'll talk, I'll tell everything. This underground tunnel wasn't dug solely by me, but rather by our entire base together. Originally, it was only meant to be an emergency channel, who could have thought there'd be so much grain here. Then the person in charge of the base started scheming, sending one of us each day to gather grain and transport it back to the base. We know this act is wrong, but the person in charge threatened that if we don't steal, we'll starve to death. This reasoning seemed more plausible. Song Yi continued asking. So, where exactly is your entrance? Why haven't I found it yet? The thief pointed to under someone from Team 5's foot. It's right here. We placed a wooden board underneath so if you ever came to stake out, we wouldn't be able to push it open and thus wouldn't come to steal. No wonder they couldn't catch these people no matter how hard they tried. Who came up with this idea? How despicable. Feeling furious as the anger rose to her temples, Jiang Ning thought of all their hard work cultivating these crops only for others to enjoy the fruits without labor. It's our leader. Song Yin, which base are you from? The man cowered, hugging his head, too scared to look at Song Yin again. 500 li to the east, there's a base. This thief turned out to be in league with the 3 men from the cafeteria. Song Yin felt that digging a tunnel must have had more purposes than just being an emergency exit. Why would those men in the cafeteria risk crossing a horde of zombies to cut through the iron fence and enter stealthily while this group took such great pains to dig such a long tunnel? Seeing this person might not yet be revealing everything, Song Ying thrust her knife closer until its cold glint was less than 0.1 millimeters away from his nose. Can an emergency passage be 500 li long? You actually tried to deceive me? Well, no need to ask anymore, let's kill him directly. At this, the thief was genuinely terrified and no longer dared to lie, frantically bowing his head on the ground. Don't kill me, I'll talk, I'll tell you everything. It turned out that 500 li away, that base had developed the latest technology capable of detecting mineral resources underground. They discovered there was an unmined coalfield right beneath this small base. With the outbreak of the zombie wave, though they managed to survive, they lost a lot of supplies. Hence, they started scheming against the small base, first sending people to investigate how many survivors were left here, then digging a tunnel overnight. Coincidentally, it emerged right from under Jiang Ning's little yard. So finding these rice fields is an unexpected bonus for you, right? Jiang Ning laughed bitterly out of extreme anger. The thief didn't dare to look up and argue, merely keeping his head down, hoping they'd let him off. If you want to live, can you tell us where this tunnel leads to? How many people will take us there, and I'll spare your life. Song Ying decided to keep her forces hidden for now, learning about the enemy's numbers and intentions before visiting their nest. Chapter 65, The Deal. We have a transit point 150 miles away, and this tunnel leads directly to it. There aren't many people at the transfer station, only about 50 or so. Only the person in charge has a gun, the rest use cold weapons. The man, fearing that Song Yun would really resort to violence, spilled everything he knew like spilling beans. Jiang Ning, is your base very short of food? The thief nodded. Our industry is very developed, but our agriculture is not so good. We can barely get by. This time, the zombies came too suddenly, and many bases fell. We managed to protect only part of our supplies. Do you badly need coal? Song Yun asked about what concerned him most. Yes, coal, food, we lack both. The only thing we don't lack are equipment. Like chainsaws, gasoline, we have plenty of those, but at this time, who would want to trade food for these things? The thief was starving and started shivering after saying just a few words. The tools were exactly what the base needed, and as for coal, since they had already detected that there was coal right beneath the base, Song Yun did not need to go exchange it anymore. After detaining the thief, Song Yun decided to split his forces into 3 groups. Wang Bamu led Team 5 within the base, cooperating with Professor Guan to mine coal. Jiang Ning and Liu Ling brought supplies to trade for tools. Song Yun personally led a team to directly ambush their transfer station. They'd stolen so much food it was only right to give some feedback. Once the plan was set, Wang Bamu took his team to find Professor Guan. Hearing that there was coal within the base, Professor Guan was also surprised. Is that true? We've been focusing on researching serum and agricultural products, and never even thought to check if there are any mines here. Professor Guan quickly stopped his experiments, picked up his equipment and instruments, and together with his assistants searched the entire base. Finally, near the lower right side of the base, close to the forest farm, they indeed discovered a coal mine. Great. This place is actually connected to the forest farm. That way, we won't have to work so hard cutting down trees. The members of Team 5 became excited. It seemed this period of chopping wood had exhausted them thoroughly. Although they found the coal mine, they lacked sufficient manpower and instruments to carry out mining. Wang Bamu decided to let Song Yun go to the main base to exchange for some instruments first. Meanwhile, he stayed at the base leading the people to mine as much as they could manage. Jiang Ning and Liu Ling drove a small motorcycle alone toward the main base. The main base was slightly far away. Jiang Ning pushed forward according to the address reported by the thief and managed to find the main base before sunset. There were a few people guarding at the entrance of the main base. Seeing someone wanting to enter the base, they immediately stopped them. Hold it. What are you here for? Liu Ling pulled out the certificate tucked inside her jacket, which bore the seal of their own base. We come from the base 500 miles away. Recently, we narrowly escaped death in the zombie wave. We're short of manpower and resources, so we've come here to exchange some goods. The guards exchanged a look. The document indeed had a seal, and going to other bases to exchange supplies was a normal matter. All right, hand over 2 bags of grain, and you can enter. Jiang Ning quickly pulled out 2 small bags from her coat, full of wheat. The guard placed the bags on the scale, weighed them, then took a seal and stamped both Jiang Ning's and Liu Ling's hands before opening the door and signaling them to enter. Wow, this place is truly prosperous, Jiang Ning exclaimed upon seeing the scene before her, akin to Grandma Liu entering the Grandview Garden, expressing a somewhat unrefined marvel. Compared to their own base, this place was indeed much more prosperous. There were quite a number of people selling their belongings along the roadside. Knives, axes, wooden products, tables, chairs, and more. As Jiang Ning walked through, she browsed around, observing their tools, finding the quality significantly better than what they had at their own base. Liu Ling observed the vast expanse of the main base but didn't see a single person buying food. How about we set up a stall here to sell some stir-fried dishes? Imagine how much we could earn. Liu Ling quietly chatted with Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning agreed wholeheartedly. Almost everyone at their own base had tasted her food, thus, developing new customers would be difficult. Here, they could easily accomplish everyday tasks. They randomly chose a stall and began chatting with the owner. Boss, we'd also like to set up a stall here. Are there any rules we need to follow? The owner looked at the seals on both their hands. Ah, you're from outside. Sure. Saying this, his two hands unconsciously rubbed against each other. Liu Ling was very perceptive, handing over a small package of food. The boss took the item and smiled happily before informing them. There aren't really any rules for setting up a stall here. You can simply choose a spot and put up a tent. Just remember, if the patrol team comes by later, make sure to give them a little tip. Liu Ling nodded. Thank you, boss. You're so nice. Having said that, she coyly gave the boss a flirtatious glance. No need to be so polite. The boss was beaming with joy. After all, when had he ever seen such a beautiful girl? He didn't even notice that the bag of grain he'd just placed under the table had been quietly stolen. Liu Ling weighed the bag she just swiped from the boss and mocked him without looking back. Beauty really does cause trouble. Jiang Ning found a relatively less crowded spot and set up her pot. Beside her were some simple ingredients: tomatoes, eggs, cucumbers, eggplants, etc. Liu Ling began shouting out with great effort. Come take a look. Here's food for sale. All sorts of fresh vegetables and wheat. When people saw Jiang Ning setting up her pot, some began to move hesitantly. Good heavens, is she crazy or what? How can she sell food when it's so scarce? What are those plants next to her? I've never seen them before. Quick, look at their seasonings, they have so many kinds. Don't we usually only eat salt? People whispered amongst themselves, but not a single one dared to step forward. Jiang Ning simply started stir-frying on the spot. She poured some oil into the pot and cracked 2 eggs, stirring them in as they sizzled in the hot pan. With a hiss, the hot oil brought out the aroma of the eggs. Jiang Ning stirred them lightly, creating a beautifully yellow bowl of scrambled eggs. Meanwhile, Liu Ling chopped the tomatoes finely and tossed them into the pot while Jiang Ning transferred the eggs aside. The heat from the oil combined with the tomatoes, releasing an invitingly sweet fragrance from the pot. Jiang Ning sprinkled in salt, soy sauce, and other condiments, shaking the wok skillfully. In no time, a mouth-watering aroma wafted through the air, a sweet and savory scent that made everyone's stomach growl. So fragrant. What is this? Why have I never seen it before? Maybe we should buy a portion and try it. One of the nearby stall owners couldn't bear to watch anymore after observing them for quite a while. Hey young boss, how much for your dish? Jiang Ning told him honestly, you can trade anything: books, pens, notebooks, tables, chairs, axes, etc. As long as you can provide something worth a bowl of my food, we'll make a deal. How about this? The owner took out a stainless steel basin from his own stall. Sure, I'll accept anything. Jiang Ning accepted the basin and handed over the tomato scrambled eggs. After taking the first bite, the owner lit up with delight. So fragrant. Isn't this much tastier than anything made from wheat? As he spoke, he frantically shoveled the dish into his mouth, afraid someone might snatch it away. Chapter 66, Unwelcome Guests. Seeing the boss happily eating, people beside her were about to drool. Not everyone has these metal-made items. Some brave individuals had already approached. Boss, do you have cheaper items? Jiang Ning nodded. Of course. Do you want buns or mantou? A book, a pen, or some small trinkets can be exchanged for them. Saying that, she pointed to the steamer behind her. The crowd was focused solely on Jiang Ning's wok and completely ignored the large steamer behind her. Liu Ling opened the steamer, and an enticing aroma wafted out. Meat. It's the smell of meat. Some people with sharp noses were already getting excited and rushed in front of Jiang Ning, pulling out things from their bodies. Boss, I'll trade for a bun. Liu Ling kindly handed the bun over. Big brother, be careful, it's hot. That person didn't care what Liu Ling said and shoved the bun into his mouth. The fragrant soft dough combined with the savory meat filling. One bite down, and oil dribbled down from the corner of his mouth. One bun wasn't big, he finished it in 2 bites and then looked at Jiang Ning's steamer with longing eyes. Boss, are there more? Jiang Ning confidently patted her chest. We don't have much else, but we can feed as much as you like. Hearing this, the crowd surged forward as if they had gone mad. Boss, I want 2 buns. Boss, make me a dish. Boss, fill this sack entirely with buns. There were too many people, and Jiang Ning and Liu Ling couldn't handle it all at once. The commotion drew the attention of the inspection team. What are you all doing? So gathered like this, aren't you afraid of attracting zombies' attention? A man scolded severely. This immediately brought Jiang Ning's memories back to when she first arrived in the apocalypse. When she opened her first shop in the wasteland, Song Yin also came shouting at the crowd. First time is unfamiliar, second time becomes familiar. Jiang Ning also understood what needed to be done now. Liu Ling acted even faster, grabbing several buns and handing them over. Originally these were the officers. We just got here, being ignorant, wanting to start a little business, and unintentionally attracted so many people. This is our apology. The crowd naturally fell silent upon seeing the inspection team. Taking advantage of this moment, Liu Lin handed the buns to them. The leader weighed the buns in his hand, glanced at the 2 girls, seeing only simply dressed outsiders, then addressed the crowd. When buying goods, form queues. Do you not understand such basic rules? Hurry up and disperse, queue properly, otherwise anyone caught misbehaving will be taken to solitary confinement. Upon hearing this, the crowd who had previously swarmed suddenly formed a line, obediently pulling out what they wished to exchange and taking food one by one. People coming to eat at Jiang Ning's place never ceased, and alerts kept popping up in her mind. Ding, 10 new diners added. Ding, 10 new positive reviews. She was busy doing business and didn't have time to claim rewards, so she negotiated with the system. She would collect all rewards after today ended. And since the system received many good items today, whatever Jiang Ning wanted was fine. They stayed busy until nearly sunset, with everyone closing their stands, leaving only Jiang Ning's booth surrounded by people. Fearing it would affect normal work, the patrol dispersed the crowd, allowing Jiang Ning to finally close her stand. Today had been very profitable. Seeing there were still cucumbers left in Jiang Ning's basket, the patrol had an idea. Do you have a place to stay tonight? Hearing this, Jiang Ning and Liu Ling looked at each other in confusion. With business going too well from morning to evening, they hadn't even thought about finding a place to stay. The patrol smirked. I guessed you wouldn't have time to find accommodations. I can help you, but... His eyes directly turned towards the remaining cucumbers. Jiang Ning naturally understood what he meant. She gave him the entire basket with the cucumbers. Officers, it's been hard patrolling all day. Consider these my token of appreciation, please accept them. Seeing how considerate Jiang Ning was, the patrol members became even happier. It's just a bit far. I'll take you there, no extra charges. That's very kind of you, Liu Lin flattered from the side, making them feel warm inside and more enthusiastic. No problem, hop onto our vehicle. The patrol members rode their small electric bikes, leading the two toward the dormitory buildings. They led Jiang Ning and Liu Ling to a building. This is our temporary refuge. It's a bit messy, but it's livable enough. Just bear with it. Here, this is the key. You can stay for as long as you like. After reminding the two to be cautious at night and lock the doors, they left. In reality, the house wasn't messy. Everything was neatly arranged, though the bedsheets were a bit dirty. Jiang Ning took a quilt out of her super large backpack and laid it on the bed, making Liu Ling exclaim in surprise. Boss Jiang, where did you get such a big quilt from? Your little bag, how many things can it hold? Jiang Ning chuckled with a secretive grin. Confidential. The patrol team had reminded them to lock their doors and windows at night, meaning that this place wasn't safe after dark. Jiang Ning then pulled out a chair from her backpack and placed it against the door. Feeling it was still insufficient, she took a 10-pound bag of rice from the bag and put it on top of the chair. Liu Ling watched her actions in disbelief, his jaw almost dropping. This bag of yours. This isn't a bag, it's like a mini grain storage. Jiang Ning implicitly agreed. For this trip, she specially claimed the system's oversized backpack reward and filled it with numerous food crops and daily necessities, just in case of any inconvenience outside. After setting up the room, the two, exhausted from the day's efforts, fell deeply asleep on the bed. As night fell, indeed two stealthy figures appeared before the refuge. Boss, I think those two ladies sold plenty of food today. They probably still have some in stock. Why don't we tonight? The other person let out an evil laugh. Hihi, so beautiful and carrying so much food. Did their parents not tell them girls shouldn't travel alone? With that, he took out a crowbar and inserted it into the door crack, attempting to slowly pry open the lock. The door locks here were essentially useless, and soon they managed to break it open. When they softly pushed the door, it didn't budge. Damn, why won't the door open? Boss, there seems to be something behind the door. The boss tried pushing it too, discovering something was indeed holding it back. How clever they are, but is it effective? With that, he pushed hard, causing the chair and the bag behind the door to fall over. Before these two could rejoice, the bag hanging from the door dropped as well, hitting both of them right on the head. Who says it isn't effective? A woman's voice echoed ominously. The two were dazed by the blows, momentarily unable to distinguish who spoke, only seeing two elegant silhouettes before them. Chapter 67, Base 578. Jiang Ning wasn't really at ease with this base. In the front, there was the canteen trio, and in the back, there were thieves sneaking to the farmland. She felt that more or less the people in this base weren't up to good. Thus, besides stools and burlap bags, she also placed a 20-pound pack of grain on the roof. It turned out that indeed someone fell for it tonight. Looking at these two thieves, Jiang Ning recalled the vegetables that had been stolen, and her anger flared up. She swung her fists and beat the two until they were bruised and swollen all over their faces. All right, stop hitting them, you'll actually wound them. Liu Ling stopped Jiang Ning. If they're injured, how can we send them to the authorities to claim compensation? We are just two weak women who cannot tie a chicken. Liu Ling was right, reason triumphed over rage, and Jiang Ning put away her fists. She found some hemp ropes and bound the two tightly. Come on, come with me to meet your base's responsible person. Before the two thieves could react, Jiang Ning had already lifted them up and dragged them forward. After dragging them halfway, Jiang Ning suddenly realized she didn't know where the person in charge was, so she harshly asked the two men. Who is responsible for night patrol here? Hearing about being reported to the authorities, the two definitely wouldn't tell Jiang Ning the specific location, so they simply lay on the ground pretending to be dead. But Liu Ling didn't buy this. Seeing no movement from the two, she squatted down and said softly near their ears. I wonder if these two are alive or dead. If they die, we might still bear responsibility, right? Anyway, there's nobody here. What if we drag them back, chop them with knives, and throw them into the woods to feed the zombies? Upon hearing this, the two started shaking uncontrollably. Jiang Ning understood what Liu Ling meant and continued by saying, that's actually a good idea. We're unfamiliar with the place. What if they protect the local residents? Anyway, they've stopped moving, so no one will know if we kill them. As she spoke, she dragged the two and started walking back. Seeing that the woman was genuinely ruthless, the two quickly jumped up. I'll say. Go straight ahead. When you reach the entrance of the base, that's the alarm post. Hand us over to the local guards. Without another word, Jiang Ning pulled them towards the base gate. The guard was still dozing off. He saw from afar that two women were dragging something towards him. Big brother, look, I caught two thieves. Jiang Ning picked up the two and held them above her head, showing them to the guard like a treasure. The guard was startled. Put them down and talk. Put them down and talk. Jiang Ning heavily threw the two onto the ground. Liu Ling certainly couldn't let go of them easily, and hurried to complain. Big brother, you see, as outsiders, we only want to do business here and trade for supplies. But these two crept into our room while we slept, planning bad things. Luckily, we were smart. Otherwise, who knows what losses we would have suffered. She then wiped tears from her face with her sleeve, but no tears actually existed there. I'm scared to death. Onlookers saw the two thieves lying on the ground, trembling and wanting to stay away from these women, then glanced at righteous Jiang Ning and the sobbing Liu Ling who was pretending to cry. No one really knew who should be more afraid. However, theft in any situation is always considered despicable. The guard remained loyal to his duty and informed the two. They are mine now. You two go back and rest easy. I'll inform the inspection team and increase patrols around your area tonight. Such incidents won't happen again. But strengthening precautions alone wasn't enough. Liu Ling didn't achieve her goal, so she refused to give up. What? If it wasn't for our quick thinking, who knows what might have happened, and you think you can fool us by just increasing patrols? The guard was getting frustrated. Usually, theft cases like this were handed over to the inspection team, and normal civilians wouldn't make such an issue. But these two were clearly not easy to deal with. They were also newcomers, and if not handled properly, the reputation of the base might suffer. What do you two want? The guard's headache worsened. Liu Ling cleverly smirked, waiting precisely for that question. What can we do? During the day, we provided the base with so much food. It may have been a transaction, but it helped many fill their stomachs. And you think you can dismiss us with just enhanced patrols? Realizing there might still be plenty of food on these two, if they are willing to trade, there wouldn't be a food shortage problem. Alright, I will report this matter to the leadership. You two return first. Someone will definitely handle this tomorrow. That's more like it. Liu Ling kicked the two lying on the ground. Sister, let's go. Just before leaving, she didn't forget to softly warn the guard. If no one comes to solve this tomorrow, the two of us will surely file an appeal within the base. Speaking cruel words in a gentle tone, the guard broke out in goosebumps. Watching the two walk away, the thieves on the ground crawled next to the guard's feet, crying and shouting. Brother, please lock me up in the cell. I never want to see these two women again. Since they had all requested it, the guard certainly couldn't refuse their face. After locking them in the jail, he went to the military zone to report the incident. Sure enough, early the next morning, Jiang Ning's door was knocked on. Upon opening it, two people dressed in uniforms greeted her with ingratiating smiles. Hello, we are the base's responsible parties. Were you yesterday's victim? Jiang Ning looked at them and nodded. At this moment, Liu Ling also came out of the room. They seemed to have investigated the identities of the two women. Ms. Jiang, Ms. Liu, it was our fault yesterday. We sincerely apologize today. Apologizing is useless. It'd be better to offer something practical. Liu Ling couldn't help but sneer at the sight of such insincerity. Yes, that makes sense. Therefore, our leader would like to meet with you. The two exchanged glances, not expecting to meet the leader so quickly. I wouldn't dare to go with you. After all, it's your territory. What if you did something to us? Then we wouldn't even be able to escape. Liu Ling's concern wasn't excessive. Jiang Ning thought the same way. That's right. How about this? Could the two of you wait here while our leader comes here instead? These two were clearly not easy to fool. The leader had spoken correctly. They would just have to wait here. Not long after, a well-dressed man appeared before Jiang Ning. Hello, I am the leader of Base 578. He bowed his head as a greeting towards Jiang Ning and Liu Ling. Jiang Ning also nodded. Hello, Mr. Leader. The leader smiled faintly. Aren't you curious about my name? Jiang Ning raised her mouth into an expressionless look of disinterest. We've only come for a transaction. As long as you can provide the best deal, what you're called isn't going to help with our business, is it? Seeing how unimpressed these two were, the leader didn't seem annoyed, just found a place to sit down. Girls should be more polite, except when they are as capable as the two of you. Chapter 68, Refugees? Hey there, big brother, you look so well dressed. Just spit it out, we're here to trade. If you give us a good discount, we have plenty of food. Liu Ling didn't care who he was, they had come with a mission and naturally had to leave with their equipment. Since the two young ladies are so honest, I'll cut to the chase. When you arrived at the base yesterday, it caused quite a stir. We were robbed last night, and we sincerely apologize. Therefore, we've decided to offer an 80% rate to purchase your food. Deng Lin did not understand the trading rules here, glancing at Liu Ling, which implied letting Liu Ling make the decision. Just 80%, this year has been filled with natural disasters and man-made calamities. It's hard for us to grow food. Can you lower the price a bit? Liu Ling looked earnestly at the supervisor. 75% then, let's be friends. The supervisor wasn't sure how much grain these two actually had in reserve, tentatively stating a price. Liu Ling imperceptibly nodded toward Jiang Ning, This price was already quite satisfying. Jiang Ning, however, thought it could still drop further. 70%. Although it's been tough for everyone this year, our grain is pretty good. Unlike places that can only grow wheat, we have vegetables. Upon hearing about the vegetables, the supervisor's eyes lit up. Really? Then 70% it is, 70%. Whatever you need, just ask. Once those words were spoken, Jiang Ning immediately regretted them. Judging from his tone, he realized he might have quoted too low. But thinking about what Song Yin was doing on the other side, he stopped haggling further, since after all, they needed to give some benefits to others if they were taking something. Alright, we need a set of mining equipment, a large number of tools and weapons. Rumor has it, your place is famous for metallurgy, so don't try to fool us with poor quality metals. Not possible. We will ensure quality. Please provide us with a list of items you need, and we'll calculate accordingly, determining how much food can be exchanged. Jiang Ning rummaged through his bag for quite a while before pulling out the list prepared earlier. After checking over the list, the supervisor found the basic items listed available within the base. These items together would probably require 1,000 pounds of food. They required many things, not just weapons and equipment, but also winter quilts, clothes, etc. These items were scarce resources no matter where one went. Jiang Ning thought 1,000 pounds was too much and wanted to negotiate further. That's too expensive. Didn't we agree on a discount? The supervisor frowned, examining the list closely again. It's not that I want to shortchange you, but just take a look. There's an abundance of equipment alone, and many pieces are widely used across various mines. This naturally drives up the price. Liu Ling understood that these were precious items anywhere. Considering what they needed, 1,000 pounds of food was already a fair deal. 1,000 pounds work as well, but you'll have to add something extra for us. Seeing their eagerness, the supervisor wasn't stingy either. Alright, what else do you need? Without missing a beat, they responded with a pre-decided agreement. People. This certainly caught the supervisor by surprise, for in this apocalypse era, population was the scarcest resource. Jiang Ning saw how troubled the supervisor was, and explained. We don't want people outright, we want to borrow them. As you know, this recent wave of zombies has dealt heavy losses to many areas. Our base is far from completion in its construction and would like to borrow people for a period of 2 months. Our base's population isn't plentiful either, and there aren't many willing to labor for free. I doubt we can lend out any surplus manpower. The supervisor wasn't deceiving them. Each base was under construction, and none willingly provided free labor. Hearing this, Jiang Ning confidently patted his chest. As long as the authorities approve, helping us recruit more people, we're ready to offer 3 meals a day with meat and lodging, ensuring everyone eats their fill. The supervisor could only nod helplessly after hearing this. I'll post an announcement now and see. Once posted, the crowd outside gathered around the announcement board, repeatedly checking. All-inclusive accommodation, even meat included. Is this true? Where do we apply with such great conditions? With conditions this good, I'm signing up right away. Is the meat really true? My partner has great strength. Where do we sign up? The crowd buzzed with excitement, almost trampling the bulletin area. Thanks to the numerous members of the patrol group, the situation was barely kept under control. Everyone, quiet down, hear me out. Recruitment is indeed true. Those interested can register at the government building, where special vehicles will pick you up. The duration is 2 months, latecomers need not apply. As soon as those words were spoken, the crowded mass instantly dispersed, quickly gathering at the front of the government building instead. I'm signing up. Wait, don't rush. I clearly got here first. Charge ahead, fight for the meat. They had not expected so many people to show up, and the scene caused a headache for the person in charge. But Jiang Ning and Liu Ling were very happy. Thank you, Mr. Person in charge. Once you deliver this batch of people to our base, our people will naturally load your vehicles with grain. At least there was grain, which slightly consoled the person in charge. In the following few days, Jiang Ning continued his business in the base, with Liu Ling helping out, earning a substantial amount. The system was also very pleased, as Jiang Ning's points had already surpassed 100,000. If this kept up, the main mission would not even need much effort, and Jiang Ning had already become a little rich woman. Counting her points at night, Jiang Ning could not stop laughing, and in a few days, the person in charge would personally drive them back. They had successfully completed their task, but they did not know how Song Yin was doing. Song Yin's team had already approached their transfer station. Huang Qiong was the smartest one, and Song Yin had him disguise as someone who escaped from a disaster. He directly stripped the clothes off a killed zombie, put them on himself, smeared mud all over his face, and limped towards the transfer station. Rescue me! Upon reaching the door of the transfer station, Huang Qiong fully utilized his acting skills by collapsing due to a sudden weakness in his legs. Seeing the refugee asking for help, the guards quickly rushed forward to check. Brother, wake up. As Huang Qiong had no response, and seeing no wounds on him, the guard called those pretending to be accountants to drag him into the station. Song Yin, seeing that Huang Qiong had successfully infiltrated the enemy's ranks, then instructed the rest of the third team to retreat. Huang Qiong was carried into the tent where specially appointed doctors examined his body. No problems, he seems quite strong and there are no wounds, he should have just collapsed due to excessive fatigue. We'll talk after he wakes up. Hearing that there was no danger from the doctor, the people at the transfer station were reassured. These days, everywhere lacked manpower, and such baseless refugees wandering outside were objects everyone wanted to recruit eagerly. Chapter 69, Steal It Back. After lying down for a few hours, Huang Qiong was almost asleep. When he felt it was about time, he slowly opened his eyes. Where am I? Is the zombie tied over? The person on duty in the greenhouse saw Huang Qiong awake and hurried over. Brother, you're awake. This is the transfer station of Base 578. Where are you from? I used to live in the mountains, self-sufficient. But a while ago, a group of zombies went crazy. I barely managed to break through. I wandered for a long time, lost my way, and all the water and food on me were used up. I thought I was about to die, but then I saw people here and struggled to come over. Upon hearing that he was indeed a refugee stranded outside, the person on duty was relieved. No worries, brother. Since you've come here, we're family now. Let's have something to eat first. Then, they handed over a bowl of indistinguishable porridge. Huang Qiong had always been eating specially supplied food by Jiang Ning. He had never seen anything of such poor quality. In order to maintain his character, he still pretended to be very moved and hastily swallowed this bowl of porridge. The food was too bad, no wonder these people tried their best to steal everything from Mr. Jiang's place. After finishing the meal, Huang Qiong proactively asked, "Excuse me, does your base need more people? I really have nowhere else to go." She thought of Liu Ling's daily life and squeezed out a few tears with difficulty. The people at the transfer station saw it and were startled by the sight of a mighty tiger shedding tears. Are all survivors this wild now? Of course, our base welcomes everyone. Although this survivor might be a little mentally unstable, his physique was very strong, so it wasn't difficult to have one more mouth to feed. Upon hearing that they would take him in and he would stay for many days, Huang Qiong cried even harder. Huang Qiong worked hard during this period. He rushed to do all the work at the transfer station, which left a very good impression on the transfer station people. Only Huang Qiong understood how tough he was having it. During the day, he had to work extra hard, and at night, he could only eat welfare rations. The food here was terrible, the chefs were awful, and the meals were nothing like those from Mr. Jiang's place. Huang Qiong missed Mr. Jiang desperately. Song Yin laid in ambush outside the transfer station for 2 days. He only saw Huang Qiong coming and going without giving them any signal, which made him rather anxious. At this rate, when would they be able to reunite with Mr. Jiang? Hey, young man, help me bring this to the warehouse. Sure, right away. Huang Qiong picked up a bag bulging with something and headed for the grain storage. On the way, he secretly opened it for a peek. Wasn't this the rice that Mr. Jiang had painstakingly grown? After looking everywhere and finding nothing, it turned out to be so effortless. He confirmed that all the rice was in the grain warehouse and roughly mapped out the layout of the transfer station. No longer hesitating after moving the last bag of rice, he told the supervisor, "Brother, I'll go out for a bit, but you keep an eye on me." Leaving during working hours, the man was extremely unwilling. "Why go out now? If caught, your food will be deducted." Huang Qiong chuckled and shoved a steamed bun into his hand. Old habits die hard. It's uncomfortable to come to the base. I'll go out for some fresh air and come back immediately. That man took the steamed bun and quietly hid it when no one was around. Well then, go quickly and come back. Don't delay my work. All right. Huang Qiong confirmed no one was following him and quickly walked out. When he reached a small grove near the transfer station, he pretended to have gone to the bathroom, buried a map by the tree root, and then left. After a while, Liu Qiao came from afar, looked around the environment, picked up the map, and ran towards the base. "Boss, Huang Qiong has sent a message." Finally, they could attack, and Liu Qiao was a bit excited. Song Yin calmly opened the map, carefully confirmed the exact location of the grain warehouse, and issued the command. "Tonight, follow me to get back what belongs to our base." At night, when the transfer station announced the lights out, Song Yin covered his face and brought 2 teammates to quietly lie in wait at the corner of the wall. When Huang Qiong's roommates were all resting, he quietly slipped out to meet up with Song Yin. After confirming again that there was nobody around, Song Yi, Liu Yong, and Liu Qiao jumped over the wall. "Boss, you finally came. Do you know how tough these past few days have been for me?" Huang Qiong complained with a sad expression. Song Yin patted his shoulder to comfort him. "Don't worry, tonight I'll take you back." The 4 walked quietly under the cover of darkness, accurately making their way to the grain warehouse in the transfer station. The lock here was sturdy, but it was no match for Jiang Ning's knife. Liu Qiao easily cut through the lock, pushed open the door, and walked inside. The 4 searched and found that rice, potatoes, and other crops were placed at the bottom with piles of wheat stacked on top. These people have become accustomed to thievery, fearing they would be stolen from themselves, thus hiding things so deep down that others wouldn't notice. Liu Qiao spat. "Who cares? Anyway, we're going to take it back. Hurry up and move." Liu Yong was very dissatisfied with his slow pace and directly started working, carrying 4 bags of grain on his shoulder as he walked out. "You're the one being slow." Liu Qiao mimicked Liu Yong and also hoisted the grain on his shoulder. The 4, all strong and robust, quickly transported all the rice and potatoes away. Not seeing any vegetables, they presumed that since vegetables are hard to preserve, they must have been consumed already. It was inconvenient to climb over the wall with their loads, so Song Yin took out a black knife and cut an opening in the iron mesh. "This opening is my repayment to you." Recalling the actions of the cafeteria trio, Song Yin angrily made the opening larger. "Hopefully no zombies will come in tomorrow morning. Wish you good luck." The four only took what belonged to them, loaded it onto the truck, and left. The transfer station, still deep in slumber, had no idea what had happened until dawn. Damn, the granary has been stolen. Still half asleep, the granary manager was just about to start his shift when he unexpectedly saw the wide-open granary door. He was scared out of his wits. For him, it was a grave offense for theft to occur under his jurisdiction. Hearing this, the person in charge of the transfer station rushed over without hesitation. Upon seeing the situation, they were terrified to the point of convulsing. Hurry, check how much grain has been lost. You must help me get it back. In a frantic rush, everyone carefully counted, and in the end, they discovered that only all the rice and potatoes were missing, not a single bag of wheat was gone. The guilty supervisor didn't dare to make a fuss. After all, these supplies were also stolen goods. After checking again, apart from the loss of rice and potatoes, there were no other damages to the base, so he finally relaxed. Just losing a few bags of food was fine, but the transfer station still held more crucial resources, petroleum. Their goal wasn't merely to steal the small base's grain but also to target another base underground rich in abundant petroleum resources. That was their ultimate aim. But he couldn't let it go. It must be those people from the small base who did it. Just wait. Chapter 70, Provoking. Huang Qiong did not leave the transit station with Song Yin. Instead, he stayed inside the station. Because they always felt that things wouldn't be so simple. A base as large as 578 was impossible to set up a transit station merely for coveting their food. Thus, Huang Qiong was left behind to investigate. Seeing the angry face of the person in charge, Huang Qiong felt amused inside. Chumph, thieves crying catch the thief, who exactly gave you the audacity to act so arrogantly? Yet he didn't say much more, and after everyone dispersed, he returned to his own duties. Soon, a group of people arrived, picking several individuals to repair the iron fence. Due to his physical build, Huang Qiong was chosen. The weather in October was getting colder, and Huang Qiong, wearing a jacket, was still shivering from the cold. Touching the icy iron fence, he sneezed. Am I destined to only repair iron fences my whole life? People borrowed by base 578 also arrived. The person in charge personally drove a car back with Jiang Ning and Liu Ling. Two beautiful ladies, you've already arrived home. We look forward to your next visit to our base. Liu Ling wasn't about to let him off lightly. Mr. Director, when I have time, I will definitely come visit. When that happens, your base had better not be as scary as now, constantly accusing others of being thieves, people get scared. Upon hearing Liu Ling's obvious implications, Jiang Ning couldn't hold back her laughter and chuckled. The head clearly didn't understand Liu Ling's underlying meaning, stiffening his body and trying his best to appear gentlemanly. All those were just accidents. If the two of you choose to live in our base, I will make sure to assign you the best, safest place. Liu Ling let out a hollow laugh but didn't comment further. The truck unloaded its passengers in groups, and Song Ying led the team to greet them. They loaded the rice and potatoes stolen by base 578 onto their truck. Of course, among the rice were mixed large quantities of wheat. Song Yin wouldn't let them profit from it. Once the truck was nearly filled, the director nodded politely at Jiang Ning. Beautiful Miss Jiang, I truly hope we can work together under the same base in the future. Song Yin subtly moved to protect Jiang Ning, addressing the director coldly. If you wish to stay so much, it'd be hard for me to refuse, but our base rules are very strict, and there is a clear ban on taking things secretly. I'm afraid you might find it difficult to adapt. This sentence almost made the intentions clear, and the director remained silent, pretending not to hear. That simply won't do. There are many tasks waiting for me back at our base. Since we lack destiny to work together, let's leave it at this. Saying this, he hurried into the vehicle and drove off. Watching the fleeing base leader, Liu Ling couldn't help laughing loudly. You actually still desire the treasures of our base. Ugly people with big dreams. Our base's treasures already belong to someone. These words caused Jiang Ning's face to flush slightly red, unconsciously fidgeting with the corner of her clothing. She glanced upward briefly at Song Yin. Song Yin showed no reaction, leaving Jiang Ning's heart instantly chilled. So it turns out I'm misinterpreting things. With that thought, Jiang Ning shook off Song Yin's hand and turned away. What's wrong with her? Jiang Ning's sudden anger puzzled Song Yin greatly. Liu Ling cast a glance at the clueless Song Yin before swaying her waist and leaving. There aren't many people like Brother Song who are so unperceptive. No wonder you're still single at over 20. What does this have to do with me being single? Hey, don't go, explain yourself clearly. Song Yin, thoroughly confused, saw both depart and shook his head in puzzlement. Women are strange. No, Jiang Ning is still a girl I've raised myself. Thinking about how Jiang Ning had independently closed such a huge deal, pride welled up inside Song Ying's chest. But he had forgotten that Liu Ling had also participated in this mission. Equipped with new devices, the base became even stronger. Wang Baiwu led a team and had already dug a tunnel 50 meters deep. After receiving the mining equipment, they quickly assembled it and worked hard to dig up enough coal before winter came. Now, almost everyone in the base carried knives or axes, and the workforce doubled its output. Everyone busied themselves with their respective duties. Not only did they harvest an abundant crop yield, but materials such as wood, cement, and coal were also stockpiled in sufficient amounts. Even Professor Guan's scientific research made great breakthroughs. I finally developed a more advanced serum. Now, if zombie blood enters the body, as long as it's within a short time frame, it can still be treated. The entire base was filled with a sense of bountiful joy. With ample food and coal, everyone was free of worry regarding this upcoming harsh winter. After finishing her tasks, Jiang Ning began focusing on renovating the shop. We've gathered so many customers, and the rewards are piling up. The shop needs a renovation to keep up. Otherwise, how can it be known as the first little shop in this post-apocalyptic world? Jiang Ning mumbled to herself while inspecting the small shop with only freshly painted walls, pondering what other items might need to be added. The floor here is still cement, it doesn't look good. The hall should be tiled instead. The room will lack warmth without wooden floors in winter. We have 3 girls, so wardrobes and dressing tables should also be arranged. With a rough plan in mind, Jiang Ning ordered a batch of black and white tiles from the mall at great cost of points. Then, after hesitating for some time, she approached Song Yin. Captain Song, I want to renovate my shop. Could you send me a few people to help chop some wood? Song Yin looked curiously at Jiang Ning, who seemed off today, patting her head gently. Why is your tone so strange today? Are you feeling unwell? Jiang Ning swatted his hand away. You're the one sick. I'm just asking if you could lend me a few men. You're so troublesome. Why are you angry again? Song Yin was puzzled. Cutting wood's no big deal, I'll go with you. After saying that, he pulled Jiang Ning toward the forest area. It was already late October, and the weather was exceptionally cold, leaving Jiang Ning's hands as stiff as iron. Song Yin put her cold hands into his pocket. Your hands are like ice, yet you claim you're not sick. Jiang Ning walked silently, thinking Song Yin might be incurably dense when it came to emotions. But this seemingly dense man worked very hard, and soon they had chopped a large pile of wood. To take care of her as a sick person, Song Yin specially stacked the wood into a small mountain-like structure, allowing Jiang Ning to sit inside out of the wind. Since you're ill, rest well. Leave the rest to me. Jiang Ning wanted to protest, but Song Yin wouldn't listen, forcing her down. If she couldn't resist, then she might as well accept. Leaning comfortably against the pile of wood, Jiang Ning watched Song Yin sweat despite the freezing temperature. His shirtless body glistened coppery under the sun, with fine sweat running down his face, wetting his hair which bobbed slightly with every motion. However much time passes, Captain Song's charm continues to leave me speechless. Feeling weary from watching him work tirelessly, Jiang Ning eventually dozed off among the logs. Chapter 71, Missing Buns. After cutting a lot of wood, Song Yin thought it was enough and wanted to call Jiang Ning to go back together. Boss Jiang. Song Yin turned around and saw that Jiang Ning had fallen asleep leaning against a pile of wood. Truly still a kid. This big already, and she doesn't know that sleeping outside will make her catch a cold. Song Yin, who was 25 or 6 years old, felt that 18-year-old Jiang Ning was still a little girl. She sighed after looking at her, shook her head, and directly carried her on her back. No matter how much you grow, you still need someone to take care of you. Song Yin held Jiang Ning with one hand and pulled the timber with the other, walking towards the base step by step. In her deep sleep, Jiang Ning felt herself being picked up. Drilling into her nose was a strong smell of male hormones and sweat. This smell inexplicably made her think of Commander Song. Why do I even dream about him? Jiang Ning mumbled a sentence and fell into a deep sleep on Song Yin's back. During this time, Jiang Ning hardly rested, finally relaxing and sleeping from day till dawn the next morning. Jiang Ning was awakened by the howling of zombies. A group of zombies surrounded Jiang Ning's little villa, yelling non-stop. Jiang Ning, food. Jiang Ning, food. The uniform shouting forced Jiang Ning to wake up from her dreams. What's going on downstairs? Jiang Ning put on an overcoat and rushed to the main door. Upon seeing Jiang Ning, the zombies' howling grew louder. The zombie leader stepped forward and pointed at the steamer. There's no food, there's no food. Jiang Ning was completely baffled. Isn't there always someone designated to feed you every morning? Are you not full? The zombie leader clearly uttered a single word. Hungry. It startled a man so much that he almost dropped the steamer in his hands. Did I hear wrong? Did the zombie talk? Was he saying hungry? Although Jiang Ning was also surprised, she quickly recovered. No, you heard wrong. She turned around and addressed the zombie. Why don't you explain yourself properly? The zombie leader pouted unhappily. During this period, with Jiang Ning's feeding, they evolved very fast. They not only gained independent self-awareness but could also understand most human language, and even carry out simple communication. And their emaciated muscles gradually became fuller, now increasingly resembling humans. Jiang Ning, hunger, not enough food. You eat at least 10 steamers of buns every day, and we supply you unlimited soup. How are you still not full? Jiang Ning seriously suspected that the zombies were here to plunder, or that their stomachs were bottomless pits. At this point, the zombies seemed even more aggrieved. Growing bodies, not enough, people, won't let us eat. Looking at these zombies who ran faster than leopards and were stronger than bulls, Jiang Ning couldn't quite figure out, weren't they beyond 16 or 17? Do their bodies really still need development? But there was a key part in that sentence. What did it mean when they said that people won't let them eat? We've given you enough food every day. Who isn't giving you your food? The zombie leader pointed at the steamer. They took it, not enough to eat. Is there someone withholding your food? After a long while, Jiang Ning understood the focus. The zombie nodded heavily. Never would she have imagined that right under her nose, someone was abusing the zombies. Jiang Ning signaled to a man. Whenever anyone comes to collect buns today, give them as usual but keep an eye on them. You follow and see what exactly is happening. Then she consoled the zombies. Don't worry, come back after finishing eating today, and I'll continue feeding you. Knowing they'd be full, the zombie leader nodded contentedly and led the zombies back to wander around the entrance of the farmland. Just as they scattered, the person who came to collect the zombie rations arrived. Boss Jiang, I've come to pick up today's buns. That person happily greeted Jiang Ning, bowing politely. Go ahead. But there aren't so many ingredients lately, there's only one steamer of buns. Jiang Ning pointed at the steamer and said, I haven't been in the base for some time, there aren't so many materials. Make do today, things will return to normal tomorrow. The person didn't mind either, said several words of praise, and left with the buns. A man stopped what he was doing, kept a certain distance from that person's shadow, and followed. Why are there so few buns today? The people feeding the zombies saw that he only brought one bag of buns and complained loudly. That's good enough just to have something to eat. That person distributed the buns. Everyone naturally filled themselves up first, then fed whatever was left to the zombies. These things are not playthings. Why do they eat so much? It's better to leave more for myself, I'm not even full. A woman spat at the zombies and stuffed the buns into her bosom. Be careful, we still need to let them eat some, otherwise if they go crazy and eat us, what will we do? Professor Guan already said that the zombies in our base don't eat humans anymore, so why are you still afraid? The zombies may not eat people, but we'd better be discreet. What if we're found out? Fear what? We work hard every day and earn a little on the side, so what? Anyway, it's always enough buns from Ms. Jiang, and if there aren't enough food, it's none of our business. But. No but. If you're going to starve, go ahead. The few among them with any conscience were silenced by the group's arguments and dared not to resist. A man had overheard everything. He turned back and reported everything he had seen and heard to Jiang Ning. Nodding, Jiang Ning asked, did they spot you? No, the zombies formed a tight shield around me when they saw it was me. That's good. Let's go see Captain Song. She felt that Captain Song Yin should know about this. After all, these were people from the base, and any action against them must go through Song Yin. As they passed by the farmland entrance, that group was still feeding the zombies. Seeing Jiang Ning pass, they greeted her with a bow. Good morning, Ms. Jiang. Are you heading out now? Jiang Ning kept her eyes straight ahead, completely ignoring them as she rode past on her bike. Damn haughty bitch, what makes her think she's so great? Can she just make a couple of buns or what? That person, seeing Jiang Ning didn't acknowledge him, cursed as he shoved a bun into his mouth. Jiang Ning saw everything in her rearview mirror and couldn't help but sneer inwardly. Eat my buns and want to take advantage of me, huh? Fart. Song Yin was working hard at the mine when someone shouted, Ms. Jiang is here. Immediately stopping, Song Yin grabbed a piece of cloth to wipe his hands, trying to look cleaner. Seeing Jiang Ning, Song Yin grinned foolishly. You came. He thought she would pull out some snacks like before, then remind him not to overwork. But instead, Jiang Ning just stood there motionless, updating him on today's situation. Although the matter of withholding zombie food was quite serious, Song Yin couldn't help feeling somewhat disappointed when he noticed Jiang Ning hadn't brought him any treats. Chapter 72 Colleagues. These days, Jiang Ning always ignored him, and he didn't know why. He would do his best to meet any demands that Jiang Ning had. Moreover, if they cut the food supply for the zombies, what if the zombies went berserk and hurt the people inside? Who are the people in charge of the farmland? Song Ying found Liu, the head of the warehouse. Liu, frowning with displeasure on his face, said, What's wrong? Don't you see I'm busy? In order to prevent theft of grain, Liu replaced the door of the old granary and installed it onto the new warehouse established by Song Ying. Those people have embezzled the things meant for the zombies, said Song Yin succinctly. Liu immediately stopped working. What? Who gave them the guts to do this? These few people were temporarily appointed, but everyone thought they were honest and straightforward. Never did anyone expect such a big problem would occur. Captain Song, you don't need to worry about this matter. I will definitely bring them out. Liu turned around and walked towards the farmland area. After feeding the zombies, those people had nothing else to do, so they idly wandered around the base playing cards all day. At this moment, they were using the steamed buns they had skimmed off in the morning as betting stakes, playing happily in their dormitory. Pair of threes. I can't call. Pass quickly. Ha ha ha, you can't even call on a pair of threes. Are you playing shit? I quit. I've lost everything. Inside the room came the sound of tables being flipped. You guys, when you lose, you cheat. See who plays with you next time. Hearing this, Liu didn't make a sound and quietly stepped back. Do you not remember that your card-playing skills are pretty good? He looked at the young man who had come with him. The young man shyly scratched his head, SOSO. Here's a task for you. You know who the people inside are, right? Think of a way to make them lose everything down to their pants. Liu suddenly thought of a great way to get them to confess to stealing the food supplies themselves. After receiving the task, the young man left. Liu repeatedly assured Song Yin that there would be results within a few days. After receiving the assurance, Song Yin went to find Jiang Ning. Oh, I see. Song Yin happily came to find Jiang Ning, hoping to get praise, but received only this lukewarm reply. Captain Song, is there anything else? Jiang Ning was tidying up the pots and pans in the backyard, looking at Song Yin standing like a wooden stick, and asked. Nothing more. It was dinner time. He wasn't sure if Jiang Ning would keep him for dinner. If there's nothing, Captain Song can go back to work. This sudden coldness made Song Yin at a loss. Jiang Ning, did I do something to make you mad? Your attitude towards me has been very cold these few days. Jiang Ning stopped the motion of her fingers, raised her head, and looked at Song Yin. Did I? Oh, I just want to distinguish between work and life. After all, Captain Song is my good colleague. Now it was Song Yin's turn to feel upset. Good colleague. Just as she wanted to say something, Wang Baimu also arrived at the little villa. Ms. Jiang, look what I've brought for you. He carried a huge bouquet of camellias and walked toward Jiang Ning. Even though Song Yin wasn't a girl, this scene moved her deeply. Who could refuse a man coming toward you with flowers? Of course, Jiang Ning couldn't either. What a big bouquet of flowers. Where did you get them from? Jiang Ning accepted the flowers. Didn't I say? I saw these flowers last time, and when I passed by this time, I picked some for you. Look, the roots are still good. Wang Baimu affectionately patted Jiang Ning's head, which made Song Yin extremely irritated. Boss Zhong, didn't I also bring you a bunch of roses? Why don't I see you planting them? Song Yin remembered that she had also brought Jiang Ning a bouquet of flowers. Oh, those flowers only bloom in spring. Now, only the branches remain, but they're being kept in the greenhouse. Jiang Ning paid no attention to Song Yin, planting the camellias at the corner of the wall instead. Wang Baimu smiled happily as he watched Jiang Ning plant the flowers, then squatted down. Let me help you. Saying that, he took the small hoe and began digging the soil. Jiang Ning happily nodded, her smile never fading from her face. Together, they filled the space near the back courtyard wall with camellias. Jiang Ning took the watering pot and watered them. This time, the camellias bloomed beautifully. All the flower buds opened, becoming even more radiant than before. The leaves became greener too, almost as if they'd never emerged from the dirt. Jiang Ning picked a few of the most gorgeous blossoms and placed them in a vase, putting it on the table in the center of the living room. Ding, renovation completed 51%. Jiang Ning became even happier. She realized that this counted towards the mission too. She went to the greenhouse and picked some vegetables, stuffing them into Wang Baimu's arms. Captain Wang, no need to be formal, I like the flowers very much, consider these vegetables as your reward. Why be formal between us? Wang Baimu also smiled warmly at Jiang Ning. The two of them carried on their conversation as if Song Yin didn't exist, not giving him any face at all. Jiang Ning noticed that Song Yin was still there. Captain Song, if you have nothing else, could you please escort Captain Wang? His hand hasn't healed yet. Song Yin had been irritated for a long time. His hand is injured, not his legs. Can't he walk himself? Wang Baimu immediately feigned weakness. Ms. Jiang, it's all right. I can go myself. Picking those flowers for you took a lot out of me. Now my hand is sore and painful. I need to rest. Jiang Ning rolled her eyes at Song Yin and put on her coat. Since Captain Song is so busy, I'll take you back. With that, she got on the motorcycle outside the door and beckoned Wang Baimu. Come on, I'll give you a ride back to the research building. Wang Baimu climbed onto the motorcycle without hesitation and wrapped his arms around Jiang Ning. As soon as Jiang Ning gripped the handlebars, the motorcycle sped off, leaving Song Yin behind with only exhaust fumes. A man and Anan, who had been watching from the side, seeing the main characters leave, clapped their hands and went back to work. When everyone had gone, Song Yin quickly grabbed a man by the arm. What's wrong with your boss recently? A man glanced at Song Yin, holding in laughter. Nothing special, right? Isn't Captain Song just colleagues with our boss? It doesn't seem like our boss's mood should concern you. This comment brought back memories for Song Yin. A few days ago, after finishing his shift at the mine, they were walking back to the dormitory when Liu Qiao made an offhand remark about Jiang Ning. Boss Jiang really cares about our leader, she's beautiful, capable, and powerful, practically a goddess in the base. Chief, aren't you planning to take advantage of being close to her? At that moment, Song Yin felt it wasn't appropriate to joke around about her, so he seriously told Liu Qiao. Don't talk nonsense. Girls shouldn't be joked about, and I am just purely professional colleagues with Boss Jiang. Surely Jiang Ning must have heard this. Song Yin felt it necessary to explain clearly. She wasn't merely his colleague, she was his best partner, his closest friend, the little girl he trained personally. A man, knowing what Song Yin intended, shrugged. If the boss heard this, she might get even angrier. Better to leave it unexplained. Chapter 73, 3 Bachelors. The weather was getting colder, and with winter having arrived at the base, a bleak wind was howling, leaving no soul on the roads. Song Yin couldn't figure out all the way back to the dormitory why Jiang Jiangning would get upset over such a simple remark. Big brother, you're back? Come warm yourself by the fire. Boss Jiang just sent over a bunch of potatoes and buns. Look, there's still some meat soup. Liu Qiao greeted Song Yin. He didn't understand the difference between Odin and meat soup. As long as there was meat in it, that was good enough. Song Yin glanced around at the food scattered all over the floor and became even more confused. If they could have directly handed it to him, why go through the trouble of delivering it all the way to the dormitory? Xing Xiong was someone who had been in a relationship before. Seeing Song Yin lost in thought, he guessed what was going on. Did you guys quarrel with Boss Jiang? Song Yin squatted next to the stove like a frightened quail. Yeah, I just told her we were colleagues, and she got mad. You're stupid. How can you say you're colleagues? You two have been through life and death together, so you should be comrades in arms. Liu Qiao now understood why Xing Xiong's love life wasn't smooth either. He quickly covered Xing Xiong's mouth with his hand. Big brother, don't listen to him blabbering. Things like this need to be personally asked to the girl. If you don't ask, How do you know why she's mad? Liu Ling sighed after watching these three people acting foolishly. She finally realized why these three were always single. Hey, big brother, you mustn't believe what those two say. Boss Song being upset absolutely isn't because you said you're in a colleague relationship. Compared to these two bachelors, Song Yin preferred listening to a girl's perspective. Why has she been so cold toward me recently? After hearing the entire story, Liu Ling burst out laughing non-stop. So, big brother, why are you so upset? Since you consider your relationship as purely collegial, who Boss Jiang dates has nothing to do with you, right? Song Yin recalled Jiang Ning smiling at Wang Baimu. Maybe it's because I don't like him. Liu Ling shook her head. If Boss Jiang smiled at Liu Qiao like that, would you also feel irritated? Song Ying substituted Wang Baimu's face with Liu Qiao's and firmly nodded. What if it was my brother? Still annoyed. How about Huang Qiong? Still annoyed. Liu Ling picked up a roasted potato from the edge of the stove, peeled it, and shoved it into her mouth. The heat made her speech unclear. Looks like it's not that you dislike Wang Baimu, but that you dislike Boss Jiang smiling at any men this way. And most importantly, it's probably because he neglects you, right? Song Yin thought about it for a while and found it reasonable. Well then, this is your own problem. As for why, that depends on you to figure it out. Liu Ling left her words hanging but munched down several potatoes without hesitation. Upon hearing this, Xing Xiong seemed to gain an insight too. It boils down to Captain Song being too narrow-minded after all. Song Yin rolled his eyes at him. You, with such a broad mind. Before he finished his sentence, a knock on the door interrupted them. Huang Qiong, being the closest, opened it and saw Yarrow Yarrow standing at the door, looking pitifully at Xing Xiong. Xiong, could you step out for a moment? Even the broad-minded Xing Xiong couldn't stay seated. He hurriedly rose and led Yarrow Yarrow to a secluded place. Why did you come? Looking at the increasingly thin Yarrow Yarrow, Xing Xiong's heart still hurt painfully. Of course, it was because there was no food, but Yarrow Yarrow wouldn't tell Xing Xiong that. Ah, Xiong, I miss you and wanted to see how you're doing. Here are gloves I made for you. Please take them. When presenting the gloves, the wounds dotted all over her fingers from needle pricks were exposed. Xing Xiong had never allowed Yarrow Yarrow to do heavy work, let alone injure her hands to this extent. With deep sorrow, he held her hand gently. Yarrow Yarrow quickly withdrew hers, lowered her eyebrows, and said anxiously, It's okay. I've gotten used to it. Hearing this, Xiong felt even worse. With the weather turning cold, don't freeze yourself. Xing Xiong returned to the room and fetched his coal allotment and gave it to Yarrow Yarrow. This is for you. You must use it. As soon as he said this, Yarrow Yarrow couldn't help but start sobbing. Xiong, I know you care for me, but I can't take it back. Forget it, I won't say anything. I don't want it. Just when Xing Xiong shouldn't have been so clever, his mind suddenly cleared up. He abruptly grabbed Yarrow Yarrow's hand. Are your roommates bullying you? Let's go. Show me where they are. You may help relieve my pain momentarily, but they will still take their revenge later. Yarrow Yarrow cried even harder and threw herself into Xing Xiong's arms. Caught up in a sudden wave of chivalry, Xing Xiong embraced Yarrow Yarrow tightly. Why don't you move in here with me? It's a single person's room. Mission accomplished. Yarrow Yarrow reluctantly agreed. This seems inappropriate though. Your friends already don't seem to like me very much. Heart too soft, Xing Xiong couldn't bear to see a beautiful woman shed tears. It doesn't matter. I'll go and squeeze with someone else. You can sleep in my room. All right then. Before coming, Yarrow Yarrow had almost packed all her luggage, waiting for Xiong to mention it, and now she directly moved into Xiong's room. Liu Ling, seeing how undervalued Xiong was, sighed. We're going to have a lot more things to deal with from now on. Far away in the farmland, Jiang Ning naturally didn't know about these matters. She was busy renovating her small villa. The factory had recently informed her that the flooring was ready, so Jiang Ning quickly summoned Wang Da. Together, they worked tirelessly, eventually replacing all the rooms with light-colored wooden floors and even applied floor varnish. Looking at the refreshed rooms, Jiang Ning felt an overwhelming sense of accomplishment. I never expected that one day, my little villa would be so beautiful. Wang Da chuckled sheepishly. With the rooms done, Ms. Jiang, I'll head downstairs to lay the tiles. After working continuously for 3 whole days, Jiang Ning's villa seemed reborn. Now, only some furniture remained uninstalled. Renovation progress, 70% complete. Upon hearing the system announce the task progress, Jiang Ning felt even better. With the indoor renovation finished, the plants in the backyard were lush and verdant. Even in winter, the camellias persisted in blooming, occasionally wafting faint scents. This is the right way to live in the apocalypse. Jiang Ning sat by the stove, ignoring the biting cold, chatting merrily with a man and Anan. After a period of psychological intervention, Anan gradually began to communicate with others. The chickens clucked downstairs, while the 3 puppies would sometimes tease them, running off to the farmland when idle, enjoying their lives thoroughly. A pot of chicken soup simmered on the stove, bubbling contentedly. If life could always continue like this, it would be wonderful. Anan picked up a bowl and served everyone a portion of the soup. Jiang Ning sipped the soup gently, making assurances to Anan. Rest assured, one day I will ensure you lead this kind of life. Will the zombies disappear in the future? Jiang Ning couldn't answer this question. She didn't know either. They are so smart, they should evolve, much like us. They won't rely on human flesh anymore. Perhaps we could coexist peacefully someday. Chapter 74, Who says zombies don't eat people? The base finally welcomed its first snowfall. The snow piled up half a foot thick on the ground, causing tremendous difficulties for people's travel and daily lives within the base. Most people chose to light stoves in their dormitories, roasting charcoal as families cozily chatted or watched the snow. Others took advantage of the not-so-cold weather to play in the snow and have snowball fights. In the single-person dormitory by the farmland, 6 men gathered together to play poker. The young guy had just been transferred over, having to get up early every morning to feed the zombies. After finishing work, they would gamble here using the buns retrieved from zombie mouths as stakes, playing poker to relax. You know what? Your luck has been way too good recently. You've been winning all the time, nearly taking all our belongings. The young guy smiled but didn't reply, continuing to play the card in his hand. That's because your luck hasn't been good enough. I've only been here for less than a week and already won so much food. Right. How are you so good? Can you teach us? A group of gamblers huddled together, chatting about nothing but techniques and how to cheat. The young guy grinned. That's easy, but the tuition fee? Sure thing. It was impossible for these veterans to let newbies follow them in grabbing buns, but with the conversation now at this level, the group of gamblers had no choice but to reveal something to him. Do you know where we get so many buns every day? As soon as those words were spoken, the young guy's interest immediately piqued, and he stopped playing cards. Yeah, doing the same job. Why does it seem like your food rations are so much more than mine? These veteran gamblers mysteriously beckoned him closer, whispering into his ear. All of this, it's actually stuff from the zombies. The young guy feigned a look of shock. Zombies? You actually take things from zombies, aren't you afraid they'll bite you? Heh, we've observed. This group of zombies doesn't eat humans anymore. Taking a little won't make anyone notice. The young guy looked at the pile of buns behind him that were stacked like a mountain. This is what they called taking a little. No wonder Director Liu insisted on teaching them a profound lesson. How do you manage to take them? Why haven't I noticed anything in the last few days? If you could notice, how would we still be able to take anything? The old-timers laughed even harder, looking at the young guy like a fool. If I tell you the method, can that count as my tuition? The young guy nodded, and after receiving permission, the old-timers continued. From now on, after you finish your breakfast, leave a bit when feeding the zombies. When you return the steamer basket, put it inside a hemp sack, place the buns at the very bottom, give the steamer back to Mr. Jiang, and let him take away the bag. After hearing their method, the young guy's eyes darted around cleverly. So, do you do this every day? The old-timers nodded proudly. We take every day, never been caught. Who looks at this old hemp sack anyway? Understood. The young guy seemed thoughtful. Now that we've laid out everything on the table, can you show us how to play the cards better? The young guy nodded, gathering everyone together and carefully teaching them each step. Director Liu erupted in anger upon finding out about this matter. Good, now I understand why they treated that broken hemp sack like treasure. Turns out, there really is some valuable stuff in there. Once I catch this group, I will definitely. Outraged, he couldn't think of any appropriate punishment. The young guy offered a suggestion from the side. Since what they withhold belongs to the zombies, why not lock them together with the zombies? Besides, zombies don't eat humans anyway. This plan is good. Let's make sure to catch them red-handed tomorrow morning. The snow was deep, and all the zombies had gathered in the farmland, without anywhere else to go. Jiang Ning simply enclosed a section of land here and erected a shelter for the zombies to protect against rain and snow. People feeding the zombies weren't willing to wake up so early either. It was extremely cold outside. They always did the task perfunctorily, feeding the zombies quickly before returning. Today, the old-timers didn't want to go out personally either. They figured the young guy would go fetch the buns first, and they lazily got up later. Hey, young guy, remember to put the buns into the hemp sack afterwards. With the arrival of the newcomer, the old-timers were even more reluctant to move. They didn't understand how to catch someone in the act of stealing. The young guy placed down the steamer basket, clutching his stomach and pretending to be in great pain. Oh no, must be that bun I ate yesterday gone bad. I'm not feeling well. You go ahead and start, I'll be right back after I use the restroom. Having said that, he slipped away quickly. Seeing how unreliable the young guy was, the old-timers waved their hands dismissively. Forget it, lazy donkey and sluggish horse, more waste, less work. We'll do it ourselves. As usual, they hid the buns and returned the steamer baskets. Just as they arrived at the dormitory entrance, they saw Director Liu waiting with a team, ready to act. Seeing this situation, the group was momentarily stunned. The quickest thinker among them immediately plastered a fawning smile across his face. Good morning, Director Liu. It's so cold, what brings you here in person? Director Liu fixed his eyes on the hemp sack in their hands. Realizing his intent, they quickly hid the sack behind their backs. What do you have in your hands? Hand it over. Realizing they couldn't hide it anymore, they all knelt down and began banging their heads against the ground. Snow stuck to their faces, melting into water droplets that fell on their clothes. Spare our lives, Director. We were possessed by greed, this is the first time, we won't dare repeat this mistake. Director Liu let out a cold laugh. I haven't even seen what you're holding yet, and you're already confessing. Are you trying to say it's your first offense? Angered, he threw the thing in his hand forcefully at them. The person kneeling at the front was hit and started bleeding profusely. Director Liu's men also snatched the hemp sack and opened it. Sure enough, there were buns inside. Not bad. If those were items you hoarded for yourselves, I wouldn't have much to say. But these were stolen from zombies. You really think zombies don't eat humans? If Mr. Jiang wasn't around, do you think you'd survive until tomorrow? We won't dare again. Director Liu, please give us another chance. Since human population was extremely rare in the apocalypse world, no matter how severe the crime, there was no precedent of intentional killing. Thinking they'd just be sent to do labor in the hardest places, they grew increasingly brazen. Director Liu turned his back, refusing to look at them. Recently, higher-ups have decided on a new directive. The whole base will undergo reforms. While we won't kill you, neither will we let you off easily. Bring them up, tie their hands and feet, then throw them in with the zombies to clean up. I won't kill you, but we'll see if the zombies can forgive you. Having expected to be sent somewhere like a coal factory, none of them had thought they would end up living inside the zombie pens. This realization terrified them. They usually relied on Mr. Jiang's presence to prevent the zombies from doing anything reckless. Now caught, they knew Mr. Jiang would clearly not forgive them. Would the zombies show mercy to those who stole their food? One of the cowards had already fainted, while the two braver ones were still on their knees, banging their heads repeatedly. Spare us. Please spare us. Knowing now is too late, Director Liu said, ignoring them as he turned away. There were still many matters in the base requiring his attention. Chapter 75. Why is she here? The renovation of Jiang Ning's little villa was almost complete. These days, Wang Da had delivered all the furniture she needed. Ms. Jiang, please take a look. If there were no issues, Jiang Ning followed Wang Da as they carried the furniture upstairs. Ding, shop renovation task completed. Reward, independent water circulation system. Where's the water system? Why can't I see it? Jiang Ning looked around. This requires a hardware kit to use. Please, host, continue completing tasks to claim rewards. Giving her water but not the faucet seemed like a rather unscrupulous system. Increasing diners and receiving positive reviews became part of her daily tasks. However, the system appeared to have been frozen for some time, with no new tasks being issued. To tell you the truth, it's been a long time since you've assigned any tasks. The system lazily responded. Yes, it's been a long time without new tasks. Why is that? Jiang Ning moved slightly, thinking hard, trying to remember when she last didn't have any tasks. It was the same as before. Could it be that the store needs an upgrade again? Very clever. Because your diners and good reviews are accumulating too quickly, you've already exceeded the limits of a second-level shop. Please upgrade your shop soon. But the renovation task was already finished. How should she go about upgrading her shop? Can't the system give me a hint about any tasks? There is one. Haven't you noticed that recently, the dishes you've made haven't been uploaded to the system? The system's voice carried a hint of resentment. Seeing Jiang Ning cook many delicious dishes in this period but not upload a single one worried the system greatly. It wanted to remind her, but also saw how exhausted she was. Given such an overperforming host, it felt inappropriate to urge her. I forgot about that. Next to her was the stove, so Jiang Ning quickly put up a pot and heated up oil. What should we eat today? She glanced around, first uploading the pickled peppers, cucumbers, cabbages, and other ingredients into the system. Ding, new recipe added. Recipe progress increased to 2%. Upon hearing the notification, Jiang Ning understood the reason why her shop couldn't level up. This was indeed the problem. She hurriedly took out the vegetables from her greenhouse and individually stir-fried each type. Ding, new recipe added. Recipe progress increased to 5%. This wasn't enough yet, so Jiang Ning simply caught several mutant chickens, plucked their feathers, and chopped them into pieces. Kung Pao chicken, chili chicken, braised chicken, chicken with potatoes, corn chicken soup, chicken stewed with mushrooms. Ding, new recipe added. Recipe progress increased to 7%. Attracted by the aroma, Nan came downstairs and, looking at the numerous dishes laid out, asked in surprise. Boss, what's going on? You've prepared so many dishes. Jiang Ning was still busy flipping the food in the pan. Thinking she wouldn't be able to finish eating all these dishes herself, she gave instructions to Nan. Go call everyone from the hunting team. We're having a gathering here today. Song Yin, who hadn't received any news from Jiang Ning for a long time, upon hearing he would go to the little villa, quickly brought along some deer hides he'd hunted over the past few days. Xiong also held up a pair of dogskin gloves he'd made just the other day, setting off with Professor Guan and the others in a grand procession. Even though they were still a distance away from the little house, everyone could smell the fragrant aroma wafting through the air. And Man was already waiting at the door. Seeing the group arrive, she quickly guided them to the backyard. Yarrow tightly gripped Xiong's arm, her head lowered as she walked past Man without daring to raise her gaze. Xiong, do you think they'll dislike me? Xiong, knowing he had somewhat betrayed himself, didn't reply, only giving her a low-voiced assurance. Ms. Jiang is a very kind person. Don't place too much psychological pressure on yourself. Liu Ling overheard and sarcastically chimed in from beside. Sister, you truly understand yourself well. Knowing Ms. Jiang doesn't welcome you, unlike me who has no scheming mind and cannot figure out whether people like or dislike me. It was only then that everyone realized how Liu Ling's pretentious speech was actually quite satisfying. Liu Qiao imitated Liu Ling, curling his fingers into delicate shapes as he swayed his waist. Dear sister, you truly understand yourself. No wonder you convinced Xiong to bring you here despite offending Ms. Jiang. Hearing these taunts, Yarrow was almost close to tears. Her eyes brimming with water, she raised her head to look at Xiong. Maybe I should just go home. Song Yin slightly frowned, appearing a bit displeased as he looked at Yao. Do you think Ms. Jiang is such a petty person? You're already here. Outside it's snowing, even if we don't like you, we won't let you freeze outside. He had never agreed with Xiong bringing Yao in the first place. Yet this woman exploited Xiong's soft-hearted nature, leaving them no choice but to endure it, not wanting their brother to struggle between friendship and love. When Jiang Ning served the dishes on the table, she discovered Yao had come along. Seeing that no one said anything, Jiang Ning chose silence. Fortunately, there were more than a dozen dishes on the table, each emitting a tempting aroma. Liu Qiao happily picked up his chopsticks. Let's eat, don't waste such a great meal. Professor Guan and Curator Liu were already uncomfortable sitting among the young group. With Liu Qiao breaking the awkwardness, the two of them also picked up their chopsticks. Let's eat. Delicious food always quickly fosters camaraderie between everyone. At that moment, the dining table was filled only with compliments about Jiang Ning's culinary skills and chewing sounds. It's a pity Huang Chong isn't here, the members from Team 3 aren't all gathered. This was Wang Baimu's moment to feel proud. All of our people from Team 5 are present. Liu Ling took a bite of the stir-fried greens. Oh brother, look at the elites of Team 3 who go on missions and can never all get together. That's not like Team 5, where we're just a bunch of rookies who can sit here eating steadily. Wang Baimu wasn't pleased, putting down his chopsticks to debate with Liu Ling. The table returned once more to an atmosphere full of joy and harmony. Except for the isolated Yao. She kept her head lowered, grinding her teeth in resentment. To her, the delicacies on the table were tasteless. But she knew that if she missed this opportunity, when she would have another chance to eat such things was uncertain. She forced herself to keep shoving food into her mouth. So what? Being able to grow vegetables and cook means nothing special. If I could grow vegetables too, I'd surely make them better than you. Halfway through the meal, Song Yin suddenly stopped his chopsticks and looked seriously at Jiang Ning. There's something I forgot to tell you. Since it snowed and nobody can work, we've decided to take advantage of this time to restart elections, choosing the individuals responsible for different areas of the base. What does this have to do with me? Jiang Ning was a little puzzled. Song Yin very seriously and earnestly informed her. You've been shortlisted as one of the potential overall base leaders. Now it was Jiang Ning's turn to be surprised. I merely grow vegetables and cook. How did I end up on the list for the top leader role? Liu Ling noticed Jiang Ning's lack of self-awareness. Hey sister, do you think growing vegetables in the apocalypse is an easy thing? You're so capable yet still so modest. It's unlike certain others who are completely useless but have the audacity to hang around here shamelessly. Yao felt hit with 10,000 points of damage. Chapter 76, The Ambition of 578. Although she didn't understand what use this election would serve, Song Yun had already informed her of the time and place, emphasizing that she must attend. The renovation tasks were completed without notice. Under Jiang Ning's efforts, the recipe uploading task had also reached 30%. Chime, task completed, store decoration 130%, reward a set of ready-to-use hardware equipment, no installation required. During this period, Jiang Ning not only set up furniture but also planted some flowers and plants on the small balcony of the third floor. Even if they might not survive in winter, they brought a touch of green to their monotonous lives. Jiang Ning also laid tiles outside the door, making the storefront look more exquisite. After receiving the hardware kit, she installed faucets wherever necessary. Boss, does this mean we can now have independent water supply? Anan was excited. Though he ate well and lived comfortably at Jiang Ning's place, it was very inconvenient not to have water or electricity for a long time. Jiang Ning installed individual bathrooms in each room. After installing the last shower head, she excitedly announced. Starting today, the villa has an independent water system. We no longer need to worry about lacking hot water in winter. A man was also excited. Today's a good day. Shouldn't we do something to celebrate? Jiang Ning picked up the cured bacon stored in the warehouse. Why don't we have a feast to celebrate today? Upon hearing about delicious food, a man and a nan began to act. One person came to the hall and set up a stove, while the other went to the greenhouse to pick some fresh vegetables as side dishes. The system issued sugarcane seeds some time ago. As soon as she had time, Jiang Ning started planting them in the greenhouse. It was now the perfect time to harvest. She chopped some sugarcane, squeezed out its juice, and warmed it over the stove. Thus, a sweet glass of sugarcane water was born. The curing time for the bacon was just right. Jiang Ning cut the meat into thin slices. After heating, the cured bacon became translucent, emitting a salty aroma. She then picked some peas, washed them, and added peas, diced carrots, corn kernels, and cooked cured bacon to the rice, along with water, slowly steaming it. She also quickly stir-fried some cucumber and greens. When the rice was steamed, Jiang Ning opened the lid, and a fresh aroma spread instantly. So fragrant. Boss, what is this? A man couldn't resist digging a spoonful into his mouth upon smelling the delicious aroma. So yummy. There's the fragrance of rice and meat, combined with diced carrots. It's not greasy at all. Anan also grabbed a spoon and served himself a bowl. Boss, I never thought rice could be prepared this way. Jiang Ning giggled after being praised. Of course, this is actually a lazy man's method. However, at present, it's incredibly delicious. The three sat around the fireplace to eat, and Jiang Ning didn't forget to serve a portion to the three little dogs. These three dogs were growing extremely fast. They were now as big as wolves. If you didn't look carefully, someone might think these were three wolves. In the middle of winter, even the dogs didn't want to go outside. They cozied up warmly inside their home, eating the special dog food made by Jiang Ning, living more comfortably than some people. After finishing dinner, a man used the newly installed faucet in the hall to wash the dishes. Hot water automatically flowed out from the faucet, which startled a man who had rarely seen such luxury before. It's actually hot water. This way, we no longer need to worry about catching a chill during winter. The system proudly said, "That's right. I am the top-ranked system of the new era." Jiang Ning looked proud too. "That's right, I'm the only boss who can grow grain during the apocalypse." "The only boss who can grow grain. Do you have time now? Could you possibly grace me with your presence and come out for a moment?" Song Yun happened to walk in just then. For this period, Huang Qiong had been lying low at the transfer station for a long time, rising through the ranks from the bottom level to management. Almost becoming the leader of the transfer station, he realized that what the base 578 wanted wasn't grain, but other resources. "You mean they are eyeing our base's coal and another base's oil?" Jiang Ning somewhat didn't understand why base 578, focusing on industry, should have plenty of resources anyway. Song Yun solemnly informed Jiang Ning. "That's correct. After the baptism of the zombie wave, all bases are rebuilding. They may want to take advantage of this to swallow up other bases and leapfrog to become places with greater influence. What's the point of having more influence now? Having more resources means attracting more people. With people, their construction will far surpass other bases, leaving everywhere else reliant on them for survival. In short, they want to be the leader, right? And it seems like they're secretly researching how to utilize zombies understanding human language for their purposes. It's too terrifying. What if they command the zombies to attack other bases?" Jiang Ning hadn't realized that she had already achieved what other bases couldn't accomplish despite all their efforts. Song Yun grabbed Jiang Ning and stared into her eyes, seriously telling her, "So we absolutely must not reveal that the zombies in our base can understand human language." During this period, base 578 kept sending people to investigate. A rumor about Jiang Ning's food giving zombies self-awareness somehow spread. Fortunately, everyone in the base kept a tight lip. Faced with others' inquiries, they stayed firm, even actively shielding Jiang Ning. "It's impossible. We have an irreconcilable enmity with zombies. Unless we're crazy, we wouldn't keep zombies at the base. Besides, how could ordinary food give zombies self-awareness? Who spread this? It's too ridiculous. In the cold winter, people couldn't work, so zombies became the main productive force. The zombie leader felt guilty for only eating without working, so he led some zombies down into the mine shaft to help the base collect resources. While others didn't know, the miners were truly benefiting from it. Zombies didn't need rest and had strong physiques. Except for mealtimes, they worked 24 hours straight, ensuring the coal supply for the base. Thus, word spread quietly among the people, and everyone came to understand the significance of zombies now. Outside zombies ate human flesh and drank blood, but the zombies created by Jiang Ning could help them work. Everyone was smart, of course, they would protect their own interests first. Since such a thing was indeed too outrageous, people from other bases hearing the rumors wouldn't choose to believe them either. Thus, strangely, the activities of the zombies were kept hidden very well. Then what do we do now? Should we keep hiding? Faced with Jiang Ning's question, Song Yun couldn't think of a good solution right away. "We can only keep it secret for now. Huang Qiong told us the coordinates of the base with oil." Chapter 77, We're here. Let's go now. Jiang Ning grabbed her backpack, stuffed everything she needed inside, and hopped on her motorcycle with Song Yin in tow, ready to leave. "Is it going to be this fast? But we haven't even devised a plan yet." Song Yin was pulled along by Jiang Ning, somewhat panic-stricken. He hadn't expected her to set off so swiftly. "Aren't we just exchanging resources? Such a simple task. Do we really need a detailed plan? Let's get back as soon as possible, it's too cold. I still want to sleep at home." With that, Jiang Ning raced on her motorcycle carrying Song Yin rapidly towards the base's exit. "You overthink things too much, you miss out on life's pleasures." The wind howled fiercely, almost drowning out Jiang Ning's words. However, the high-tech motorcycle automatically generated a protective layer, filtering out the cold air. "Where are the coordinates?" Jiang Ning strained to shout. It took Song Yin a moment to realize they were already en route. Quickly, he provided their destination, and Jiang Ning's motorcycle dashboard naturally locked onto the location. Although the motorcycle sped swiftly through the landscape, the base was far away. It would take 2 days of non-stop travel to reach. After nearly 5 hours, the driver had shifted from Jiang Ning to Song Yin. In this post-apocalyptic world, weather is capricious. The sun didn't last long after sunrise before setting again, prompting both to find a spot to rest for the night, deciding to resume their journey at daybreak. Song Yin watched as Jiang Ning pulled out a tent from her backpack, then took out a portable stove, followed by a scattering of cooking utensils, and eventually a decent amount of food. "Is your bag available for me too? I'd like one just like yours." His first thought was that such a pack could carry more resources, which would hasten the construction of their own base. Jiang Ning gave him an irritated look. "No, stop dreaming, and hurry up to pitch the tent." Reprimanded, Song Yin promptly got to work setting up the tent. Quality items from the system ensured the tent went up smoothly. By then, Jiang Ning had started a fire and was boiling soup. Surrounded by the campfire, the two sat together drinking their soup. Wood crackled loudly as it burned. With some time left, Jiang Ning made 2 steamed buns, adding pickles, and cooked some tomatoes. The conditions outside aren't ideal, but make do with this meal. She turned the tomatoes into a sauce and spread it on the buns. Though the meal wasn't fancy, Song Yin enjoyed every bite. As winds howled bitterly around them, this little warmth became especially precious. Song Yin scooped up a bit of snow from the ground, melted it into water on the stove, for Jiang Ning to wash her hands. Don't freeze. After washing, return quickly to the tent to sleep. Without any hesitation, Jiang Ning followed his advice. Inside the tent, she chose a cozy spot and fell asleep fully clothed. Jiang Ning drifted off to sleep easily. Song Yin only returned to the tent after putting out the fire and tidying up outside, only to find her already sleeping. Seriously, you're so grown up but you sleep all sprawled out. Song Yin wrapped Jiang Ning snugly in the blanket. Even though they weren't strangers to co-sleeping in tents with fellow soldiers before, she was, after all, a girl. Thinking it over, Song Yin decided to rekindle the fire outside and sat leaning against the tent, dozing off there under the open sky. Luckily, it was a wide path without wild animals. It wasn't until dawn when the first ray of sunlight woke Jiang Ning. Like usual, she stepped out for morning exercises. Stretching her limbs, she noticed Song Yin outside almost frozen stiff. Why didn't you come inside to sleep? She woke Song Yin up. Song Yin almost tumbled down due to the surprise. You're a girl, it wouldn't have been convenient for me to come in. How about you? Did you sleep well last night? Certainly, the tent wasn't as comfortable as Jiang Ning's carefully designed bed. However, thanks to Song Yin's standing guard outside during the night, paired with light winds, she slept particularly peacefully. Alright, let's eat something quick and continue our journey. After eating, the duo mounted their motorcycles. From sunrise to sunset, the skies grew completely dark before they reached the gate of the small base. The guards had already gone off duty. They had no choice but to stay outside the base for the night. How come they're unguarded so early? What if someone tries to invade during the night? Jiang Ning was utterly puzzled. These guards were incredibly negligent. But Song Yin knew the situation well. It all came down to base 578 plotting insidiously and knowing all about this small base. They're few in number. After this wave of zombies, survival has become increasingly difficult. Everyone's burdened with heavy labor. Naturally, there's no energy left to guard the base. Do they know there's oil beneath their feet? Probably not. Not every base is as industrially developed as base 758. Jiang Ning sighed. Those people had no idea about such a huge treasure lurking right under their base. Then weren't they here for nothing? Seeing Jiang Ning's doubt, Song Yin patted her head gently. We're here to help them extract the oil. If it weren't for base 578, we wouldn't even know there's coal under our ground. That made sense. Now, they just had to wait until dawn so that the two of them could enter the base and negotiate the terms with the person in charge. After waiting for what seemed like forever, dawn came, but still, there was no one at the gate of this base. Jiang Ning found it strange. She tugged Song Yin along and decided they would investigate inside first before making any decisions. Though this action went against protocol, by nearly noon, with still no guards at the base entrance, Song Yin also felt compelled to follow her in uninvited. The square of this base was eerily empty. Neither Song Yin nor Jiang Ning managed to find anyone after searching for a long while. Where could they all have gone? Jiang Ning scratched her head, puzzled. Song Yin also got an uneasy feeling from this place and pulled out the knife strapped on his back. Let's search the buildings. Survival bases in this post-apocalyptic world generally had similar structures. It took them little effort to locate the dormitory building here. Upon entering, they discovered that none of the room doors were locked, and in many of them, children were playing inside. Afraid he might startle the kids, Song Yin stowed away his weapon, while Jiang Ning handed out steamed buns to the children. Little friends, where are your parents? These children had yellowish faces and arms as thin as skeletons, their entire face left only round eyes protruding significantly. At the sight of food, their eyes lit up, grabbing the buns and shoving them into their mouths greedily, almost choking. Quickly, Jiang Ning scooped them up, feeding them water so they could swallow the buns. My dad is in the fields. That's where the fields are. I'll take you there. Out of gratitude, after eating their bun, the child patted his hands clean and pulled Jiang Ning toward the fields. Dad, we have visitors. The man who was bending down to work looked sharply at the child and scolded loudly. Didn't I tell you to stay at home? Who are these two? Only then did he realize there were two strangers following behind his child. Finally seeing some human beings, Song Yin immediately greeted him warmly. Hello, I am Captain 3 of the hunting squad from base 135. I'm here to trade things. After being here for nearly half a year, Jiang Ning finally learned her own base was called base 135. Upon hearing that these visitors had come for trading, the man wiped his muddy hands and shook Song Yin's hand. Hello, our place is small, we don't really have anything worth trading. Chapter 78, Yarrow Yarrow has arrived. Is your person in charge here? The items I want to exchange might only be approved by him. Upon hearing this, the man straightened his collar. Cough cough, I am the person in charge. Jiang Ning was somewhat incredulous that the disheveled man before him, with mud on his hands and no shoes on his feet, could possibly be the one in charge. The man seemed to also be aware of his less-than-ideal appearance. He patted the dust off himself and explained. Our place is small with few people. To survive, everyone has to work. As soon as he finished speaking, cries erupted from the fields. It's not good. Someone has fainted. Without hesitation, the man sprinted towards the source of the sound. It turned out a woman had fainted due to a lack of food in the base combined with high-intensity work. Jiang Ning also hurried over and poured hot soy milk into the unconscious woman's mouth. Once she had something in her stomach and her blood sugar rose, the woman gradually regained consciousness. Thank you so much. However, our base has nothing to repay you with. These foods must be very precious. Although the man was glad that his subordinate had been saved, the thought of his impoverished base made him worry anew. The person who was willing to use valuable food to save others must have no shortage of provisions. His own base lacked both resources and manpower. What could they possibly offer in return? He took Jiang Ning and the other person to his dormitory and poured them a glass of hot water. The water in the cup was murky and yellow, with some indiscernible floating objects. Jiang Ning had no choice but to politely decline. Thanks, but let's first talk about some serious matters. Under the man's earnest gaze, Song Yin cleared his throat. In fact, we learned through various channels that under your incentives, there are large amounts of petroleum. We've come here today to. Before Song Yin could finish, the person in charge dropped to his knees. Whether it's occupation or merger, as long as we can get something to eat, please take us away. Jiang Ning didn't expect things to develop in such a direction and quickly helped up the person in charge. We're not here to threaten you. Rather, we sincerely wish to engage in trade. The person in charge repeatedly knocked their head against the ground. No problem, if you can give us some food, my position can be yours. These two were well-dressed and benevolent. They decided to generously share food and planned to firmly cling to this advantageous opportunity. It turned out that their base had not only encountered a zombie wave once before. Not long ago, zombies attacked again. This pushed the already destitute base further into hardship. During the second zombie wave, most of the men had died, leaving only a few women and children with almost no combat capabilities. Even he, as the person in charge, had been appointed only temporarily. After working for just a few days, he couldn't bear it anymore. The heavy workload and the need to maintain order constantly kept him up all night worrying. Now that someone had suddenly approached him with the idea of trading, he would happily sell the entire base. After understanding the situation, Song Yin felt he may have unexpectedly stumbled upon a great bargain. We do indeed have a lot of grain, but our own base doesn't have too many people either. Currently, there isn't much work being done, and our only demand might just be the resources from your base. Afraid that Song Yin wouldn't be willing to take over the base, the person in charge repeatedly assured him. Our base doesn't have many people left. As long as you agree to take us in, we will follow all your instructions. Jiang Ning and Song Yin exchanged glances. If base 578 had arrived first, wouldn't this have benefited them instead? With this thought, Jiang Ning signaled to Song Yin, indicating willingness to accept this base. Song Yin pretended to hesitate. Even if you agree, will the people in your base agree? Unbeknownst to him, everyone in the base had stopped working upon hearing of the guest's arrival. They gathered outside the leader's dormitory door, eavesdropping. Everyone was unable to endure the heavy workload any longer and had long wanted to find another alliance. However, their base was extremely remote without any means of transportation. Traveling out in winter was likely to lead to losses along the way. Upon hearing Song Yin's concerns, they wished they could burst in and immediately tell Song Yin that they agreed. The responsible leader was cooperative, nodding like crazy. Yes, rest assured. Whoever refuses, I'll drive them out. What originally started as an attempt to acquire some resources ended with taking over an entire base. Jiang Ning and Song Yin altered their plan. Instead of trading and then leaving, they decided they needed to go back to their base first, load up trucks with people to dig the mine shafts properly, and devise a way to extract the oil. Jiang Ning left enough grain behind. You don't need to work now. This grain will last you a month. And there's also some coal. All you need to do is guard the base well. We'll be back soon. Having food ensured that even if they never returned, the leader wouldn't worry. Good, we'll wait for you. On the way back, Song Yin thought that it was fortunate Jiang Ning had insisted on making this deal right away, otherwise, if 578 had gotten there first, acquiring oil resources would have become even harder in the future. Once Jiang Ning left, only a man and Anan were left in the little villa. Lately, Yao often came over to help out. Sometimes she'd clean the place, other times she'd assist in distributing buns. We don't accept that kind of trade, Yao said disdainfully as she looked at the person who wanted to trade a few books for buns. That person was not happy about her rejection. Boss Jiang would take it, why won't you? Yao gave a condescending glance, crossed her arms, and leaned against the wall. Right now, I'm helping here, so what I say goes. Enraged but powerless, the person grudgingly stormed off. A man returned from the fields, fuming after seeing what Yao had been doing. Wasn't this just causing trouble for Boss Jiang? What are you doing? While she had only been gone for a moment, Yao was already handing out buns without permission. Yao quickly put on a different face. Sister, a man, I just wanted to help you. Her voice dripped with sweetness, enough to fool anyone into thinking that a man was bullying her. Furious, a man almost lost control. We don't need your help. Go back where you came from. We don't welcome you here. Unperturbed, Yao simply moved to another spot, grabbed a broom, and began sweeping dust off the floor. No problem, I'm here voluntarily. Seeing her tone become so humble, a man couldn't bring herself to kick her out, and could only stew in silence. Xing Xiong had no idea where Yaro Yaro had disappeared to, but Anan reacted quickly and informed Xing Xiong when she saw Yaro Yaro come by again. These last 2 days, Yaro Yaro kept showing up uninvited and was treating Jiang Ning's customers poorly, reducing his business by a large margin. Each time Xing Xiong arrived, Yaro Yaro put on an innocent face. Xiong, I didn't mean to cause any trouble, I just want to help since Boss Jiang has been so good to you. Was Yaro Yaro really trying to help, or did she want to take over completely? Both Aman and Anan felt their anger bubbling up. Xing Xiong, we urge you to take her away, we don't need help here. Don't reject me. I may not be doing well, but I can improve, Yaro Yaro said, tears brimming in her eyes as she adopted a delicate and weak posture. Chapter 79, Making a Complaint. Xing Xiong didn't understand the situation, so he could only try to persuade Yaro Yaro first. Mr. Jiang's employees were all personally trained by him. Don't meddle in things you don't understand. If you really want to work, come with me to the mine. It was warm, relaxing, and comfortable here. How could Yaro Yaro possibly go to the tiring and dirty mine with Xing Xiong? She shook her head. I just saw that the boss isn't around, so I thought I'd help her. After saying this, she reached out to pull Anan's arm. Anan, please say something for me and tell a man not to stay angry. As Yaro Yaro pulled her, Anan let out an ouch and fell to the ground. Her face filled with fear as she hugged her arms and shouted loudly. Don't touch me. Xing Xiong knew about Anan's experiences and realized that Yaro Yaro had inadvertently caused trouble. He pushed Yaro Yaro out while apologizing. Anan, are you okay? Should I take you to the hospital? Afterwards, he yelled at Yaro Yaro. She can't be stimulated like this. Do you know that? Either work where you belong or don't work at all. If you keep going to Mr. Jiang, I'll have you kicked out of your single room and sent back to your dormitory. Yaro Yaro never expected that pulling her lightly would cause such a huge reaction from Xing Xiong. She was momentarily stunned. Without Xing Xiong's favor, she was nothing. She reluctantly followed him, muttering, Anan, please don't hold it against me, I'll take her away right now. Xing Xiong didn't care that Yaro Yaro was a girl and dragged her into the cold snow without hesitation. When they were far enough away, Anan stopped crying. Sister, did they leave? A man nearby nodded, still shocked. So you were faking it, huh? You scared me to death. Anan got up and rubbed her arm, which Yaro Yaro had touched. This is what's called fighting fire with fire. Since you like pretending, let me pretend too. Xing Xiong held on to Yaro Yaro and said angrily, why do you always stick around Mr. Jiang? Don't you know how important she is to the whole base? Yaro Yaro began to cry pitiably. I just wanted to help. It's been bothering me living here without doing anything. Xing Xiong hated seeing girls cry and started awkwardly comforting her. All right. I'm not blaming you. In the future, don't go to Mr. Jiang anymore. I'll take care of everything you need. In the last few days, Yaro Yaro had been gentle and considerate to him, much like when they had first met. Xing Xiong also lowered his guard and returned to a normal life with Yaro Yaro. Sometimes he even felt that Yaro Yaro treated him better than before, but there was still something strange about her. After hearing his promises, Yaro Yaro wiped away her tears and smiled. Xiong, I know you're the best. But I can't just freeload. I want to share your burden. Can you talk to Mr. Jiang and let me help too? Xing Xiong hesitated and eventually rejected Yaro Yaro. It's not that I won't ask, but Mr. Jiang is different from ordinary people. What she does, most people can't do. Stop dreaming about it. Planting vegetables, cooking meals wasn't that simple. Yaro Yaro couldn't swallow this. But she couldn't complain openly, so she deflected. Xiong, are you tired today? Let me fetch some water so you can take a bath. Recently, Yaro Yaro had been relatively calm, treating him tenderly. Xing Xiong thought Yaro Yaro was no longer the same as before, so he let her handle more things. However, others didn't see it that way. Liu Ling happened to pass by Xing Xiong's dormitory and overheard Yaro Yaro feigning innocence and frailty. He smirked disdainfully. Temph, everyone knows you want to help Mr. Jiang, but those who don't think you own the place. Though Liu Ling didn't say it outright, some things needed to be seen by Xing Xiong himself. Mr. Jiang should be returning in a day or two. Liu Ling decided to have a good chat with her. Surprisingly, Song Yin and Jiang Ning returned to the base after just one day. Quickly prepare the truck to pick up people from that small base. Song Yin rushed to get into the car, only to be stopped by Liu Ling. You weren't supposed to exchange resources. Who are you picking up? Jiang Ning replied with an odd expression. Their base has collapsed, there are only about 10 people left, and we've already annexed them. The oil resources of their base will now be ours, but on the condition that we support them. That sounds fine. Brother Song Yin, go ahead. Boss Jiang, I must stay behind. Liu Ling pulled Jiang Ning aside. There's been a problem with the little villa recently. You need to stay and resolve it. Brother Song Yin, bring Xing Xiong with you, he's strong, and he can do anything. Song Yin nodded and immediately headed to the research building to find Xiong. What's wrong with the villa? Jiang Ning hurriedly prepared to rush over. This shop was her life's foundation, and she wouldn't allow any mistakes. Liu Ling held her back. Calm down, it's not that there's a problem with the building, but rather with a person. Yaro Yaro has been treating the little villa as if it were her own. She rushes over every 2 or 3 days, bossing Anan and a man around, and even arguing with the guests. Jiang Ning believed that Yaro Yaro being somewhat artificial was no issue, and neither was her reliance on a man to survive in the base. However, laying her hands on his little villa was a direct path to death. But Yaro Yaro hadn't done anything particularly excessive. At worst, she could be accused of having a poor attitude. If Jiang Ning acted hastily and confronted her, it might lead to her turning things around and accusing him. Having seen through this low-level femme fatale's essence, Jiang Ning had no intention of directly confronting her. He quietly returned to the little villa. "Boss, you're finally back. These days, you wouldn't believe." A man was ready to lodge a complaint, but Jiang Ning waved his hand, signaling him to stop. "Liu Ling has already told me everything. Don't get worked up. We'll find an appropriate time to properly punish this Yaro Yaro." At this moment, Ainan arrived too, looking at Jiang Ning with such excitement that tears almost welled up in her eyes. "Boss, you're finally back." Then, Ainan threw herself into Jiang Ning's arms, sobbing uncontrollably, as though she'd suffered immense during his absence. Jiang Ning understood. Ainan just lacked a sense of security and felt afraid when away from him. Gently patting Ainan's back, he softly comforted her by her ear. "That's enough, I'm back now, so don't cry anymore." Comparing the two scenarios, Yaro Yaro seemed even more detestable. After just 3 days of his absence, most of the customers were gone. The cold winter weather already kept people indoors unwillingly, but now Jiang Ning's shop was deserted. Some patrons noticed Boss Jiang's return and shouted joyfully, "Boss Jiang, you're finally back. We've only had buns, steamed bread, and meat soup all this time. I'm about to get sick of it. Can your restaurant sell stir-fries again?" When it came to business, nothing mattered more than profit. Jiang Ning nodded. Once she confirmed this, she immediately sat in the main hall and boldly called out, "Bring me a dish of scrambled eggs with tomatoes, a big cucumber salad please. Oh, are there any peanuts? In this cold winter, it would be even better if there was wine." Hearing this, Jiang Ning found it reasonable. In such frigid weather, drinking a warm bowl of sweet rice wine would be perfect. She first prepared meals for the customers. While cooking, her mind slowly recalled what she remembered from her previous life, the recipe for making sweet rice wine. Chapter 80, Rice Wine. 421. Do you have the recipe for making rice wine? Jiang Ning felt that relying on memory alone was not secure enough. She thought it would be more appropriate to exchange for a recipe at the mall. But unexpectedly, 421 hesitated and rejected her request. "Our mall has everything, except recipes. Otherwise, my existence wouldn't have any meaning." Jiang Ning was momentarily dumbfounded. "So, all food must be figured out by me, right?" "Yes, only after you upload a food will we obtain its recipe." It seemed this system couldn't be relied upon. Jiang Ning could only try to recall how she used to make rice wine. She soaked glutinous rice in water and steamed it in a steamer the next morning. Then she placed the rice into a clean container, poured warm water over it, and stirred. In no time, each grain of glutinous rice was evenly distinct. "Oops, I forgot, I don't have yeast." "System, you should at least have this, right?" The system searched for a while and found a block of yeast that wasn't in very good condition. "Just make do with it. The new era really isn't too particular about food, otherwise, I wouldn't have been sent here to collect recipes. If it works, use it." Jiang Ning soaked the glutinous rice in warm water, slowly stirred it open, and then pressed the rice down bit by bit with a spoon. She made a small hole in the middle. Then she covered it with a cloth that had relatively good sealing properties. "Well, let's wait a few more days, and there'll be rice wine to drink." Winter temperatures were low, so the rice wine didn't ferment easily. Jiang Ning waited for several days before the rice wine gradually began to seep out water. A man and Ainan had never seen anything like this. They excitedly shouted when they saw water come out from the rice wine. "Boss, look, it's producing wine." Jiang Ning looked at the crystal-clear rice wine and knew that this attempt was successful. She scooped out a portion of the wine and uploaded it to the system. After keeping the rest, she distributed it. A man took a light sip. "Boss, why is this wine sweet?" Jiang Ning smiled slightly. "Does it taste good?" "It tastes good, very good." A man wouldn't let go of the wine jar, drinking bowl after bowl as if it were fruit juice. Jiang Ning had made a lot this time, and Ainan hugged the remaining small jars in his arms. "Should we distribute it among everyone?" "I'll go now." As Ainan had already run far away, Jiang Ning shouted behind him. "Be careful, don't trip. This kid knows how to take the initiative now." Song Yin returned 2 days ago, leading the people from the small base. Without even having time to rest his feet, he led a group of well-fed and strong men from the base back to the small base. Unfortunately, Captain Song won't get to enjoy this. A man was obviously drunk, his face flushed red under the glow of the stove fire, lying on the chair laughing foolishly. At this point, Jiang Ning remembered that Song Yin hadn't returned for a long time. "Captain Song, what is he doing out there? Why hasn't he come back yet?" Song Yin and Xing Xiong were currently digging a well in the small base, choosing to work independently and drill for oil within the small base. With these resources, perhaps they could develop more things. Professor Guan also moved to the small base with them. This place was remote and cold. Without Jiang Ning supplementing their food every day, they had lost a noticeable amount of weight recently. "I really miss Miss Boss. I wonder how she's doing at the base." Xing Xiong rubbed his hands. Song Yin drank some hot water and ate some dry rations. "Don't worry, she's definitely fine. Right now, Miss Boss must be enjoying a cozy fire in the little villa, eating homemade meals and chatting happily with a man and the others. He had been out for less than a week, yet he missed returning. Professor Guan was deeply immersed in studying how to extract oil more efficiently and naturally wouldn't involve himself in Song Yin and Xing Xiong's homesick sentiments. Captain Song, since we're stable now, can we make a quick trip back? Xing Xiong worried that Yarrow Yarrow might feel uncomfortable being alone at the base. Song Yin nodded. There's a lot of work here, but we need to ensure everyone eats and sleeps well. We should go back and pick up some coal, rice, etc. Base 135's coal supplies were virtually inexhaustible thanks to zombies, and those who were free started seeking a better life. Liu Ling led some people voluntarily to the garment factory, using leftover cotton and animal fur to make blankets and such. Director Liu, why are we making so many quilts? The resource situation is dire at Captain Song's location. Aside from oil, we definitely must guarantee their winter supply. They only have about 100 people over there, but we've already made nearly 500 beds of quilts. Can we stop? 200 beds go to Captain Song, the rest, we'll keep producing as much as possible and distribute them all to the base residents. You can choose first when the time comes. Hearing that everyone would get a share, these people didn't say much more and worked even harder. Liu Ling gathered the first batch of finished leather coats, waiting for Song Yin to return and pick up the supplies. Although Professor Guan went to the small base, the others weren't idle either. Liu Qiao and Liu Yong were collecting supplies all over the place. Whether they were damaged or not, they sent them to the research building first for repair. With Wang Baiwu's help, they found a batch of satellite phones, as many as a dozen. The people in the research building repaired them, and surprisingly, managed to salvage 10 phones. Fantastic, we finally have communication tools. Liu Qiao held the satellite phone with great affection. The staff of the research building adjusted the channels and numbers, then handed them over to Wang Baiwu. You hunting squad divide them up. The research building must keep one. Wang Baiwu kept one for himself and gave another to Liu Qiao. This one is for your Captain Song, and I need to send one to Miss Jiang too. After saying that, he hurried off in high spirits. Miss Jiang, look what I've brought you. Wang Baiwu proudly took out the phone just as Jiang Ning was making rice wine. What's this? Wine? Jiang Ning nodded and handed him a cup. Try it. Wang Baiwu took the cup and drank it all in one go. It's so sweet, different from the alcohol on our side. The base had no fine wines, either they were traded from outside, or made from wheat. Neither had the smooth taste of Jiang Ning's wine. Jiang Ning took the satellite phone and asked, now does the base have communication equipment? Wang Baiwu nodded and poured himself another cup of wine, drinking it in one gulp. Miss Jiang, you know how to live well. Drinking some rice wine on such a cold day really soothes body and mind. Does this wine sell? Yes, but this batch isn't brewed particularly well. It's only good enough for personal use. After I control the precise measurements and brew a few more times, it will surely be better than now. After finishing his drink, Wang Baiwu helped Jiang Ning adjust the phone. In the future, if there's anything needed, you don't have to come yourself. You can simply call us. Does Captain Song have one? Yes, but it's at Liu Qiao's place. They haven't returned yet. Holding the phone, Jiang Ning paused for a moment. It had been a long time since she last saw Song Yin. How was he doing now? Jiang Ning said to Wang Baiwu. It's so cold outside, let me see you back to the research building. By the way, I have something I need to talk to Captain Song about, and I can deliver his phone for you. Chapter 81, Soybeans. Actually, Jiang Ning didn't have anything important to do, but she still set off on her journey to the small base. She simply asked Anan to close the little villa for 2 days. It was better than having Yarrow Yarrow pop out from time to time and bother them. The wind and snow had already stopped today, so the road wasn't too difficult to travel. Riding her bike for about a day, it was still not dark when Jiang Ning arrived at the small base. But only Professor Guan was in the base, Song Yin and Xing Xiong were nowhere to be seen. Jiang Ning stopped the professor who was still deeply pondering over a crucial problem. Professor Guan, why are you here alone? Where did Captain Song go? Professor Guan looked at Jiang Ning with confusion on his face. Ms. Jiang, how did you end up here? Didn't Captain Song go back? Did he return this quickly? It turned out that on the same day, Song Yin and Xing Xiong also returned to the base. I wonder if Boss Jiang will miss us after we've been gone for so long. Xing Xiong joked while driving with Song Yin in the car. Song Yin smiled faintly, hugging a shiny piece of stone. They say girls like glowing things. Song Yin wondered whether Boss Jiang would like this crystal stone. Little did they know that they had just passed each other without notice. Song Yin immediately went to the little villa after returning. He knocked on the door. There was no one inside the little villa. A man and a nan had already gone to the hospital to visit a man. After knocking for a long time with no answer, Song Yin could only sulkily return to the science building. Everyone was very happy about Captain Song's return. Wang Bamu even patted his shoulder jealously and asked, Captain Song, why didn't you come back with Ms. Jiang? What? Where did Jiang Ning go? Song Yin hadn't understood yet. Didn't she go to deliver the satellite phone to you? How come you two didn't meet? Realizing that Jiang Ning had gone to the small base, Song Yin didn't want to chat with others anymore, urging Xing Xiong to quickly load up the grain and coal and continue their journey. Since she had come, Jiang Ning certainly wouldn't go back easily. She first went to the oil well and uploaded some oil to the system. The system looked disdainfully at these things. We've got plenty of this stuff. It's not valuable, and don't upload this garbage to me anymore in the future. Instead, it scanned the terrain of the small base. Host, this place is very suitable for growing crops. Why don't we stay and plant something? What do you want to plant? Announce a new task. Grow 1,000 pounds of soybeans to unlock the upgrade to level 3 store task. To build an independent hydroelectric system, it seemed that Jiang Ning would have to stay for a while during this period. The construction of the small base was poor, but fortunately, Song Yin had brought a group of people who made some repairs to the dormitory. Almost everyone there knew Jiang Ning. When they heard that she would stay for a while, they tidied up the best dormitory for her. Great. Now that Ms. Jiang is here, we will have delicious food again. Before Jiang Ning could react, these people took out the crystal minerals they had collected during this time, asking if she could exchange them for buns. Thus, Jiang Ning was forced to open her stall at the small base and ended up collecting quite a few good items. The logistics staff had also arranged the dormitory, and after a busy day, Jiang Ning lay down on the bed. Although there was no stove or a soft bed here, as long as she worked hard enough, she would soon have electricity, and her little villa would become even better. Daydreaming about her future, Jiang Ning fell into a deep sleep on the bed. Early the next morning, she kicked away the blanket. At some point, the temperature in the dormitory had risen considerably. Still half asleep, she stood up to look for the faucet and bumped into someone tall and sturdy. Out! Jiang Ning stumbled backward, and that person instinctively pulled her toward him, firmly embracing her. The familiar scent instantly woke her up. Song Yin held her tightly, concern all over his face. Are you all right? I'm fine. Jiang Ning finally realized that she had checked into the dormitory yesterday, and its layout was different from her little villa. Song Yin helped Jiang Ning onto the bed and covered her with blankets. How can an adult be so careless, not even lighting a fire in the night? What if you fall ill? He poked at the stove, raising the temperature in the dormitory with the dancing flames. Hot water was also warming on the stove. Here, the water here isn't easy to get. You need to go far to the water well. I've already prepared everything for you. Get up after washing up. Not only had Song Yin poured hot water for her, but he had thoughtfully given her a leather coat. This left Jiang Ning greatly surprised. Although Song Yin had always taken care of her before, he was obviously showing more consideration now, which made her somewhat uncomfortable. Captain Song, there's something I'd like to discuss with you. Go ahead. Could this base assign me a plot of land? I want to grow 1,000 pounds of soybeans during my stay. Alright, do it however you see fit. Do you have enough manpower? Should I bring more people to help? Song Yin's excessive care made Jiang Ning feel very awkward. This is too much trouble for Captain Song. Song Yin obviously wasn't used to the distant attitude Jiang Ning was showing. Why are you calling me this way now? Jiang Ning questioned back. Aren't we colleagues? If not, how should I address you? How come you're still hung up on being colleagues? We could also say that we're not colleagues but friends instead. Song Yin massaged his temple. He hadn't expected Jiang Ning to remember this for so long. During the time when he hadn't seen Jiang Ning, he didn't know why he always thought about returning to see her. But it was clear that Jiang Ning still hadn't let go of her grudge. Song Yin had no choice but to take out the crystal stone and hand it over to Jiang Ning. It's because I said something wrong. Don't be angry, consider this my apology. Most of the crystal stones Jiang Ning received during this period were small, and this was the first time she had seen one as big as a fist. So big. How did you get it? Of course, Song Yin couldn't tell Jiang Ning that they discovered an accompanying mineral deposit while drilling wells. This piece only represented a small part of their findings. Song Yin dug out the largest one just to give Jiang Ning a surprise. With the apology accepted, Jiang Ning, with her small-mindedness, temporarily forgave Song Yin. There was still a lot of work to be done today. The winter soil was hard as rocks, and Jiang Ning went through great efforts to turn just a small plot of land. And Jiang Ning was the only one working tirelessly across the whole base while everyone else was working enthusiastically in the mine. Jiang Ning took off her leather coat, wiped her sweat, and sat on the ground motionless, letting the cold wind blow past her. She was too exhausted. Who would have thought that manual labor was more tiring than fighting zombies? But 1,000 pounds of soybeans could exchange for an independent power system, so Jiang Ning resigned herself to picking up the hoe again, diligently turning the soil while scattering seeds. The newly sown seeds, under the boost from the system, sprouted without fear of the cold wind. At this rate, the 1,000 pounds quota should soon be met. Her sweat almost instantly bore results, which motivated Jiang Ning further. She huffed and puffed, flipping the soil, aiming to finish planting all the soybeans before winter ended. Chapter 82, Working Together. For Jiang Ning, nothing was more important than the beans scattered all over the ground. She had no idea that her little mansion had already changed its appearance. Xing Xiong, Jiang Ning, and Song Yin were not at the base, and even a man and Anan had taken a vacation. Yaro Yaro took advantage of the daily food distribution to feed zombies and entered the small mansion. She looked around the building. With such nice decoration, how can there be no one living here? Yaro Yaro opened Jiang Ning's room and found it filled with various items used by women. Who would have thought that Boss Jiang has such good taste? While everyone else is struggling to survive, she actually keeps so many beautiful furs in her room. Yaro Yaro draped the furs on herself and admired herself in the mirror, smiling in satisfaction. This is the life I should be living. Looking at the white painted walls, she thought they were too plain. So, she fetched a bucket of bright red paint from the base and painted the entire room. Seeing the pink camellias in the backyard, she almost picked them all and scattered them all over the bed. Some were also placed in vases to decorate the shop. Yaro Yaro lay down contentedly, enjoying the fragrance of flowers and the softness of the bed. Jiang Ning, you're just an ordinary person, so why do you deserve all this? You humiliated me in front of Aixiong. If I were to run this shop, I'd do better than her. When Aman and Anan returned, Yaro had already left. Has the boss come back? Why are there so many flowers in the store? The pink camellias gave the shop a fresh look, but there were too many, making it appear gaudy. Anan thought Jiang Ning had returned and excitedly searched around, but Jiang Ning wasn't in the small mansion. She felt somewhat disappointed. Aman consoled her. Don't worry, the boss is so busy, maybe she came back for a while and then went out again. That was true, Anan didn't dwell on it further. With no one arriving yet, she hurried to clean up the shop. Jiang Ning was working hard alone in the small base. At this moment, she missed Anan and Aman as helpers more than ever. My goodness, thank goodness the seeds I planted earlier have sprouted. Otherwise, who knows when these seeds will finish planting. To help the host quickly achieve the goal, 421 provided a large number of soybean seeds. 421, what do you need so many soybeans for? Is soybean so scarce in this new era? It's not me who needs it, it's you. What? Soybeans are essential for brewing soy sauce. You can't always rely on my provided seasonings. How can a qualified boss not know how to brew seasonings? At this, Jiang Ning got angry instantly. The points I earned, aren't I allowed to spend them? Does a wife cake contain a wife? Are public cakes necessarily made by in-laws? Is mercury silver? Why must I, as a boss, necessarily know how to brew seasonings? Because there isn't any in the end times. 421's cold reply left Jiang Ning speechless. Actually, Jiang Ning had thought about brewing soy sauce initially, but the mall was too convenient. Still, she couldn't always depend on the system. Jiang Ning could only continue tilling, sowing, and watering the land. The small mansion would have to rely on Anan and Aman. But they couldn't keep an eye on the mansion all the time. With a few people mysteriously missing at the base, Aman and Anan were busy harvesting the fields and managing the zombie groups, completely tied up. Yaro once again sneaked into the small mansion when no one was around. She touched the independent water bath in Jiang Ning's room, her face full of envy. Captain Song is too biased. He actually installed a private bathroom in Jiang Ning's room. She turned on the tap, and warm water flowed smoothly. Why does she get to live in such a nice house? Yaro felt even more unbalanced inside. Xing Xiong worked tirelessly every day at the base and was only allocated a small single dormitory. The washroom and toilet were shared with others. But here, Jiang Ning could enjoy everything without leaving the room. She lay on Jiang Ning's bed, touching the thick fur blanket. She liked everything here. It was like it was custom-made for her. Yaro was planning how she could make the little mansion hers. Now everything at this base was under Song Yin's charge, and Jiang Ning only achieved her current status because she gained Song Yin's favor. Her mind raced. It seemed she still needed to start with Song Yin. Song Yin, far away at the oil well, sneezed. The current output was rising rapidly, and Professor Guan had a tendency to settle the research building staff there. Moreover, since vehicles and many devices required fuel, Song Yin worked harder. Come on, as long as we stabilize the output, we can return to the base. Xing Xiong also worked enthusiastically shirtless. By mealtime, they naturally thought of Jiang Ning. Boss Jiang must still be busy. Should we bring her some food? Ever since Jiang Ning started tinkering with soybeans in the fields, the food here had dropped significantly in quality. She no longer had the time to supply the base with an endless amount of buns and meat soup. Now, the logistics team was in charge of cooking vegetables and rice brought from base 135. Song Yin filled his meal box to the brim, paused for a moment, and poured all the remaining meat into Jiang Ning's bowl. Let's go, Jiang Ning must be hungry by now. When they reached the farmland, Jiang Ning was still barefoot, hunched over as she pushed seeds into the ground. Boss Jiang, Captain Song has brought your food. Xing Xiong shouted loudly at Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning looked up, wiped her sweat, and only then noticed Song Yin standing amidst the fields, as straight as a scarecrow. Upon receiving the meal box, she found it full of nothing but meat, warming her heart. Why are we eating so well today? It's all meat. The food is the same, but Captain Song scooped all the leftover meat into your bowl. Xing Xiong grinned mischievously nearby. Song Yin coughed awkwardly, trying to defend himself. It would have been wasted otherwise, so it's better to give it to you as nourishment. Recently, Jiang Ning had lost weight significantly, her hands covered with calluses, far from the pampered life she led in the small mansion. Song Yin felt a pang of sympathy when he saw the blisters on her hands. He picked up the tools and walked silently toward the field. Where are you going, Song Yin? Although the food wasn't very tasty, Jiang Ning, who expended immense physical energy, ate quickly. Seeing Song Yin's movements, she couldn't help but ask. I'll do a little for you, so you'll have it easier later. Xing Xiong also grabbed the tools and followed Song Yin. Boss Jiang, you eat first, I'll go help. Jiang Ning swallowed a few bites and hurriedly joined Xing Xiong in the field. This soil can't be dug too deep, otherwise, the seeds will struggle to sprout. And Xing Xiong, yours is too shallow, dig a bit more. The three of them worked in the fields, laughing and chatting, and managed to plant quite a few seeds. Watching the newly planted seeds sprout right before their eyes, Song Yin and Xing Xiong felt a sense of fulfillment. So this is what you do every day. Looking at the vast white land blooming with green shoots, the three of them felt that no matter how tired they were, it was all worth it. Chapter 83, Discovery. The cold wind blew, chilling the three of them to the bone. Xing Xiong shivered. It's too cold, let's go back to the dormitory. Jiang Ning agreed with this idea as well. Now that the fields were almost planted, they only needed to water them once a day and wait for them to grow. The three returned to the dormitory and lit the stove. The warmth of the fire made the three drowsy. Song Yin, I wonder how the base is doing now. We've been out for so long, and no one has called to check in. Xing Xiong, yeah, Yarrow is still at the base. I wonder if she's gotten used to being alone. Song Yin, oh right, we dug up so much oil this time, we'll need to set aside some for trading. The efficiency of solar panels drops in winter, and coal power generation consumes too much coal. We need to reserve part of the oil as fuel for power generation. Xing Xiong, true, or maybe we should call the base and find out the current situation. What if the oil left isn't enough to get through winter? Song Yin, alright, the phone is with Boss Jiang. Boss Jiang, is there anything you need? Let's order it during this call. Jiang Ning didn't respond. Song Yin called several times before realizing Jiang Ning had fallen asleep. He considerately covered her with a blanket. The girl has been exhausted recently. Xing Xiong, let's head back tonight. Xing Xiong, half asleep while roasting by the fire, perked up immediately upon hearing they were going back. Really? Why are we going back? To bring more people here. It's not fair to let Jiang Ning work alone in the field, it'll tire her out. And let's bring her 2 sets of change of clothes. Jiang Ning's clothes were already somewhat old. Water resources were a bit scarce here, and her clothes hadn't been washed for a long time. Agreed. Said and done, they had to be back before it got dark. Song Yin turned off the indoor stove, put on his coat, and drove toward the base. Yarrow had no idea Xing Xiong was on his way back. As usual, she snuck into Jiang Ning's house and lit the stove. Since there were no cooking utensils, she had no choice but to skewer the vegetables with bamboo sticks and roast them over the stove. How could Jiang Ning leave like this? She took the pot and seasonings with her. Does she think someone would steal them? So arrogant. Without any seasoning, Yarrow could only eat some dry, tasteless vegetables. After finishing dinner, she contentedly lay down on the bed for a nap. She even pulled some weeds from the field. This building needs to be maintained properly. What if it becomes mine someday? I don't like things looking run down. Silently, a wicked plan began forming in her mind. How can I drive Jiang Ning away? At least, make her despised by everyone. As she pondered, Song Yin and Xing Xiong had arrived at the base. Where's Yarrow? Xing Xiong jumped out of the car and rushed to the dormitory, but it was empty, not a soul around. Liu Ling and the others were gathered in the hall roasting by the fire. Hearing Xing Xiong's question, she gave a disdainful laugh. Who knows where your precious girlfriend went? She hardly ever returns to the research building anyway. But given how much she likes Boss Jiang's little house, she might be there. Not really. Xing Xiong knew Yarrow's personality might not be likable, but he never thought she'd sneak into the small villa just because it was unattended. Now, all he worried about was whether Yarrow had lost her way outside. With such cold weather, if something happened to her, it would be disastrous. Song Yin wasted no time, driving with Xing Xiong straight toward the villa. You guys have nothing better to do, go look for her, don't let Xing Xiong worry. Meanwhile, Yarrow was still lost in her dreams, planning what plants to place where in the villa, treating it as her own property entirely. At this moment, the sound of an engine echoed outside the door, making her realize someone had come. She quickly found a place to hide. Captain Song, how do you have the keys to the villa? Song Yin casually pulled a key out from his pocket, opened the door, which drew admiration from Xing Xiong. Song Yin smiled slightly. I've often helped around here. Jiang Ning would always open the door for me, so she just handed me the key to save trouble. The two entered the villa. Song Yin went to the greenhouse to pick some vegetables but discovered all of them had been harvested. There are only 2 people in the building now. Are their appetites really that big? All these vegetables are gone. Song Yin was puzzled, but then thought that since Jiang Ning's food was usually delicious, eating a lot seemed normal. He then headed to the chicken coop behind. The chickens were clucking, but during this period, they hadn't laid many eggs. Boss Jiang's chickens are normally highly productive. If they don't lay at least 100 eggs a day, it's considered poor care. Why hasn't a single egg been laid during this time? Xing Xiong also felt perplexed. Could it be that these chickens recognized their owner wasn't home and therefore refused to lay eggs? Song Yin didn't say much. He simply grabbed a few plump chickens, preparing to take them back to supplement Jiang Ning's health. They went upstairs again, planning to take a few pieces of clothing for Jiang Ning. The moment they entered, the overwhelming floral scent and the bright red walls almost made Song Yin think that a murder had occurred here. Wow, when did Boss Jiang's taste become so serious? Xing Xiong covered his nose, opened the window, and let some fresh air in. The fragrance in this room was too strong, making him sneeze continuously. Song Yin's face was contorted with discomfort, clearly finding it hard to adjust. Who did this? Don't people know you can't just enter Boss Jiang's room? Go call a man and Anan over here. Xing Xiong picked up the satellite phone and dialed the hospital. Upon receiving the message, a man and Anan hurried towards the small villa. Amian trailed behind, shouting, "You two slow down, I'll give you a ride." After finishing her sentence, she grabbed the thick cotton coat given by Liu Ling, threw it on herself, carried some medicine and bandages, and chased after the 2 sisters. When a man and Anan arrived, all they saw were the petals scattered all over the room, the bright red walls, and Song Yin's sour expression, which was about to explode. Recalling that these were still Jiang Ning's employees, he couldn't exactly explode with anger. Pointing at the room, he suppressed his fury as much as possible, trying to make his voice not sound too frightening. You took your vacation and ruined things like this. Tell me, who has been inside Boss Jiang's room? Aman and Anan were both stunned, and Amian, who followed closely, could only sigh helplessly. Whose style is this? All red and gaudy, it's vulgar. Xing Xiong, standing nearby, heard this comment and felt something click. It's a bit tacky, but this style seems familiar. I feel like I've seen it somewhere before. Captain Song, none of us have entered Boss Jiang's room. Boss Jiang always cleans the room himself. We usually don't go in there. Upon reflection, it seemed reasonable Jiang Ning was their savior. Even if given 10 times the courage, they wouldn't dare mess up Jiang Ning's space like this. Quickly paint the walls back to their original color, and clean everything thoroughly here. Just then, Song Yin realized why the courtyard looked so barren when they entered earlier. He had noticed something missing. It was because all the flowers were gone. And the flowers outside. They've been completely picked, and you didn't even know about it. Starting today, neither of you is allowed any more holidays. You must take turns guarding the small villa. And what happened to those 3 dogs? The 3 little dogs brought back were also nowhere to be seen. Amian hesitantly raised her hand. Recently, there have always been zombies loitering near the base entrance. Although the electric fence prevents them from entering, they frequently harass the base. Sister Liu Ling has taken the 3 dogs to patrol the base's perimeter. Whenever zombies come, the 3 dogs automatically chase them away. With Jiang Ning no longer around, nearly everything inside the small villa had been emptied out. Enraged, Song Yin pointed at each one of them, cursing them in turn. Chapter 84, Dressing Down. Is no one watching you, so you can do as you please? Who gave you the guts? Do you really think the base has gone unmanaged? Where's Wang Baiwood? Captain Wang, he's been maintaining order at the mine. Although the zombies help out voluntarily, some machines still require human operation. A man frowned and tried to defend Wang Baiwood. And what about the others? Where are they all hiding? Every day, instead of working, they just gather around the stove. How could someone freeze to death like that? Miss Jiang has gone through so much trouble to provide food for you all, even feeding the zombies in the mine. And this is how you repay her? It seems that the base needs a thorough reorganization. These people are getting lazier, not even willing to do basic work anymore. Song Yin severely berated these people. Yarrow hiding upstairs heard everything clearly. If someone had been watching constantly from the little villa, how would she leave or enter afterward? Yarrow almost couldn't resist rushing out. But she understood. If she was caught now, it'd practically be admitting that everything inside the little villa was done by her. A person as strict as Song Yin wouldn't let her off. She could only quietly wait for the right opportunity. Fortunately, this building was quite large, with many unused rooms. Song Yin picked up some clothes and ordered them to definitely return the room to its original state by tonight. After saying that, he prepared to leave with Xing Xiong. Xing Xiong always felt something was off, asking to stay behind to assist a man and the others. Captain Song, you go first. There are so many people at the base handling the grain. Such matters don't need my involvement. You go ahead and have a meeting with those lazy guys. I'll be there soon. Song Yin nodded, clearly thinking that educating them was more important. After confirming that Song Yin had walked far enough, Xing Xiong instructed Aman and Anan to pick vegetables in the greenhouse, while Amuan went to water the camellias. Work hard, don't slack off. Otherwise, when Boss Jiang comes back and sees this, she will definitely be angry. With his hands on his waist, Xing Xiong made sure they were all busy with their tasks. He secretly opened the door to the little villa, blocking the entrance to the backyard with his bulky figure, shouting loudly toward the empty space. Don't think that since Captain Song is gone, you can be lazy. I'll be guarding here at the backyard gate. Hurry up and get to work. If you don't hurry, your time will be up. Yarrow's heart jolted. She knew Xing Xiong must have noticed her presence. Taking this opportunity, she quietly slipped down from upstairs and ran out. When Xing Xiong heard noises behind him, knowing the person had left, he slowly strolled to the greenhouse to help. You shouldn't have allowed people into the small villa, considering how big it isn't. You should start working immediately without a break. Have a drink of water, clean up early, check and improve the fence of the backyard, then go inspect the iron nets to see if there are any damaged areas. Don't let any more intruders in. Anan sat on the ground with a pout, sobbing softly. How would an ordinary person dare to come in here? Everyone knows that without Boss Jiang, there'd be no base today. We didn't expect someone to sneak in even though the door was locked. Seeing the crying girl, Xing Xiong couldn't stand girls shedding tears. His voice softened as he sat next to Anan. I know you feel wronged, but we also need to save resources first, don't worry. You can sit, I'll take care of the chores. Hastily running as fast as she could, Yarrow finally made it back to the research building. Meanwhile, Song Yin was looking for someone downstairs. What use are you? There are still some zombies wandering around the base. You sent 3 dogs to protect it. Captain Wang is overseeing the mines and is fully occupied, so you slack off here. Neither production nor safety requires you. What are you good for? Letting Boss Jiang handle all these jobs alone. You'd better stop sitting here, roll out of the base. His words startled them greatly. With winter approaching, people easily grew lazy. Besides, Boss Jiang was incredibly versatile, managing almost every task at the base. With plenty to eat and drink, They needn't worry about zombies entering the area either, naturally lowering their guard. The crowd stood there with bowed heads, too afraid to breathe. At this moment, Director Liu came back from outside, bringing a gust of cold wind that blew into the hall. Seeing this scene, he knew Captain Song must have scolded someone again. He quickly stepped forward to diffuse the tension. What did you do this time? That caused Captain Song to be so upset. Captain Song has rarely returned. Quickly boil some water, prepare some food. We cannot let him be thirsty or hungry. Song Yin coldly snorted at them and turned to look at Director Liu. He knew Director Liu was usually very good to his subordinates. This laziness among them was surely due to Director Liu's turning a blind eye. Someone has entered Jiang Ning's little villa. This statement sounded like a thunderclap. Director Liu instantly realized the gravity of the matter. You all have lost your sense of work discipline, haven't you? Can Jiang boss's little villa be entered at will? From now on, the shift system must be strictly followed. If I find anyone slacking off here again, you'll have to go back to your regular work. Seeing both leaders getting angry, everyone finally took it seriously, reluctantly responding and then returning to their respective positions. Yaro stayed outside, caught in the wind, too afraid to enter. Song Yin had scolded them enough, and Director Liu had assured him that such things wouldn't happen again. With the sky growing late, Song Yin started the truck and returned with Xing Xiong. After they left, Yaro hurried back to the tech building. When the group saw her return, they pulled her aside to talk about how terrifying Song Yin was when he was scolding them earlier. Good thing you came back late. Captain Song was really scary earlier. Was it? Yaro could only laugh it off. I'm a bit tired, I'll go rest first. They wanted to chat with her a little longer, but Yaro made an excuse and went back to the dormitory. Xing Xiong was almost certain that it was Yaro who had entered the little villa. But he didn't understand what Yaro's intention was. Nor did he dare let Song Yin know easily. Song Yin was completely focused on going back to check on Jiang Ning, and hadn't noticed Xing Xiong's unnatural behavior. When the two returned to the small base, Jiang Ning was still sound asleep. Because of the cold weather, a stove had been lit indoors to keep warm, yet there was concern about carbon monoxide poisoning. Jiang Ning had curled up entirely under the covers, sleeping deeply and completely unaware that Song Yin had gone and come back. Song Yin assigned tasks to the new arrivals and watched them head out into the fields before leaving peacefully. It was nearly evening when Jiang Ning woke up in the dormitory. Oh no, I haven't watered the plants today. Only now did she realize it was already nighttime. If the fields weren't watered today, the seeds wouldn't sprout branches tomorrow. She hastily threw on her coat and rushed to the fields. To her surprise, the young soybean shoots that were just sprouts in the morning had already begun budding. There was a faint glow coming from a small house nearby. Curious, Jiang Ning approached the door of the small house and knocked lightly, wondering who was inside. Boss Jiang has arrived. This is Captain Song on duty today. The tasks have been arranged properly, you can go rest. Chapter 85, Jiang Ning is back. The person on duty, upon seeing Jiang Ning, rubbed his hands together and greeted her with a chuckle. Captain Song sent you? Jiang Ning was somewhat uncertain. How had so many people shown up in just one afternoon? Yes, the man replied cheerfully. Captain Song specially returned to base this afternoon and brought us here because he knew Mr. Jiang would definitely be overwhelmed on his own. Jiang Ning let out an "oh," nodded, and turned back toward the dormitory. She'd been exhausted lately and hadn't even noticed when Song Yin left. Back in the dormitory, she found a hot meal placed on the table. Just like at noon, it was full of meat. Whoever delivered it was already clear. Jiang Ning looked at the food on the table and suddenly felt warmth in her heart. Song Yin wasn't such a typical straight-laced guy after all, he did know how to care for others. After finishing her meal, she prepared to go outside to return the bowl to the cafeteria but saw Xing Xiong hesitating by the door. What are you doing here? She held up the lunchbox in her hand. Was it you who delivered this? Xing Xiong quickly shook his head. Captain Song delivered it. I just happened to pass by, there's something I wanted to tell you. Well, what is it? Xing Xiong nervously rubbed his hands, unsure how to start. Jiang Ning was also quite perceptive. Did something happen? It's nothing serious, really. Xing Xiong waved his hands repeatedly. So, what is so difficult for you to say? Xing Xiong, usually carefree, now showed some reluctance which indicated that it must have something to do with Yaro. Jiang Ning cleared her throat and spoke directly. Well then, what happened with Yaro? Xing Xiong, as if caught in the act, hesitantly opened his mouth. Here's the thing, Boss Jiang, your little mansion seems to have been entered by Yaro. She took quite a bit of vegetables, picked some flowers, and changed the paint in your room. But Captain Song has already had someone restore everything to its original condition. Oh, how do you know it was her? How did she get inside? We're not sure, but I feel it should be Yaro. Alright, I've heard enough. You can go back. Xing Xiong stood by the door, unwilling to leave, clearly having more to say. Without evidence, we can't accuse Yaro right away. And anyway, even if it was her, there's no big loss. Jiang Ning said indifferently. Although she too suspected it might very well be Yaro, after all, there was only one mentally unstable person in the base. Xing Xiong became even more embarrassed, but didn't know what to do. Even though we haven't figured out who it was yet, Boss Jiang, if it was indeed Yaro, I will make every effort to compensate for your losses. I hope you don't get mad. There's nothing wrong, disperse, and bring the bowls back to the cafeteria on my behalf. Jiang Ning handed the bowl to Xing Xiong, deciding to go back to her room for another good sleep. With help from others, Jiang Ning hadn't had to exert much effort during this period. Every day, she just went out to water plants and observe their growth trends. In over a month's time, the soybeans grew crazily, soon reaching 500 jin. Seeing that the task was almost halfway complete, Jiang Ning was extremely gratified. So she simply handed over the watering task to the workers as well. Song Yin and Xing Xiong were nearly finished with the oil well too. They unanimously decided to return to the base first. Professor Guan was engrossed in his studies here, still choosing to stay and study more machines to contribute more to the base. Happy and satisfied, the three returned to the base. The reorganized base was neatly ordered. When they came back, the gate guards even greeted them. Jiang Ning returned to her little villa where Eamon was on duty. Upon seeing her return, Eamon excitedly ran up. "Boss, you're finally back." During this time, thieves infiltrated the little villa. Jiang Ning interrupted Eamon. "I already know about this incident, it's not your fault. Clean up a bit, we'll prepare to officially open tomorrow." It seems that her little villa had aroused envy. Jiang Ning thought it over and decided to adjust the business model. Jiang Ning moved the stove to the hall and placed dumplings and meat soup at the back area. "Eamon, write a sign. Starting today, we officially sell stir-fried dishes. Unlimited quantity, until sold out. Dumplings and meat soup will be sold at half price. Regardless of how things pan out, someone would still keep an eye on the produce." Therefore, they decided to sell off whatever fruits of the land produced each day to prevent any theft. "Boss, will you lose money this way?" Eamon was somewhat worried. Jiang Ning smiled confidently. "These items cost us nothing, so how could we lose money? We'll just have no reserve stock." Hearing this, Eamon took a wooden board and wrote the menu, placing it outside. News of Boss Jiang's return spread throughout the entire base. Everyone cheered joyfully. During the time when Boss Jiang was away, their diet had lost much of its richness, and they had accumulated a lot of items to exchange with Jiang Ning. As soon as the sign was put out, someone shouted while looking at the menu. "Boss Jiang, you're selling stir-fried dishes now. Everyone, come on." The phrase "a day without seeing each other feels like 3 autumns apart" was well experienced by the patrons. Forced into business, Jiang Ning set up her pot and kept flipping ingredients in the pan without stopping. Eamon rushed back and forth from the backyard to the front yard, busy plucking vegetables and washing bowls, his back bent from fatigue. Eventually, he had to call Eamon back for help. People lined up orderly at the entrance, shivering despite the cold weather, but it did not dampen the bustling business or their enthusiasm one bit. Those who tasted the stir-fried dishes were filled with satisfaction, sitting inside the store, later exchanging some hot pot snacks for enjoyment, savoring the soup contentedly. The ones still waiting in line smelled the aroma, making their stomachs growl from hunger. Yaro Yaro was among them, grinding her teeth audibly. Why does she get celebrated by everyone again just because she came back? She's just good at cooking a couple of dishes. The scent of food drifted out from within the shop, causing Yaro Yaro to ignore the decorum and queue behind the guests with goods in hand, ready to trade for some meals to taste. Yaro Yaro had been worried for a long time that Song Yin would investigate the incident of someone breaking into the little mansion, which made her hesitant to leave her hideout for quite some time. Unexpectedly, upon their return, it seemed like the matter would be left unresolved. Her courage grew once more, thoughts lively, reminiscing about the previous plan. "Jiang Ning, sooner or later, your little mansion will belong to me. There's another spot open inside. Does anyone want stir-fried dishes?" Yes. Just as it was Yaroro's turn, she hurriedly entered the store and sat down. She stuffed a mouthful of green vegetables and felt reborn. How could something be so delicious? It seems like Boss Jiang's skills have improved. I need to figure out a way to stay here and learn how she does it. Yaro Yaro ate the dish, watching Jiang Ning constantly tossing the pot, occasionally sprinkling some seasonings. Almost instinctively, her chopsticks nearly reached into another person's plate. "Hey, what are you doing? Eat your own food." A neighboring customer shouted loudly, startling Yaro Yaro. At least the food was exchanged with supplies, wasting it would be regretful. She focused on savoring her meal. Chapter 86, Electricity. In the following few days, the soybean output was gradually increasing, and Jiang Ning's small shop business was getting better and better. Everyone was looking forward to going to Jiang Ning's small shop after finishing their shifts, ordering a small dish, and having a bowl of rice wine. The fatigue of the day seemed to be completely eliminated. Jiang Ning became busier, and this was reflected in the serious shortage of manpower in the shop. A man had to take on the tasks of washing vegetables, picking vegetables, and washing dishes all by himself. Anan was no exception. The workload of sanitation in the store suddenly increased a lot. She was busy sweeping and mopping back and forth. Jiang Ning couldn't free her hands while stir-frying, but she was still very busy due to the constant shortage of seasonings. Finally, when the customers left, Jiang Ning was out of breath, feeling that this was more tiring than digging soil in the fields. Maybe we should hire another helper. That was a great idea. That person must have decent character since our store is about food. There are bound to be people with evil thoughts. A man gave his suggestion. Jiang Ning also thought it made sense. A great candidate came to her mind. What if we ask Yaro Yaro? She always considers this small house as her second home and comes over occasionally for a free meal. We might as well let her help. Both were dumbfounded. Yaro Yaro, fat bitch, translation note, here refers to someone pretending to be innocent but manipulative. If she comes here, there will be no peace. Jiang Ning took a sip of tea and slowly spoke. Anyway, she already thinks of this small house as hers. We might as well invite her, so she will value it more than anyone else. Besides, we don't have to worry about thieves stealing, we just can't let them keep coveting it. Let her work under our eyes. What could possibly go wrong? She won't cause much trouble. Both nodded, thinking that what Jiang Ning said made perfect sense. Then, what should we let her do when she comes? Let her wash the dishes, and all the tasks in the backyard will be assigned to her. Jiang Ning made the arrangements and then called Xing Xiong to notify him to send Yaro Yaro for work. Xing Xiong was caught off guard upon receiving the call. He didn't expect they would not hold grudges and would give Yaro Yaro a job. Yes, thank you, Mr. Jiang. I'll definitely send Yaro Yaro over. Yaro Yaro also didn't expect to get a job at Jiang Ning's small house so easily. Looking at the seemingly helpful Xing Xiong, she thought he had helped fight for her job. She gleefully kissed Xing Xiong. Shuang, I knew you loved me most. Then she hurriedly packed her luggage, eager to rush to the small house. When Yaro Yaro arrived at the small house, the neon signboard at its entrance was flickering, and there were plenty of people gathered outside. What are you standing around there for? Get in here and start helping. Seeing Yaro Yaro had arrived, Jiang Ning shouted loudly at her. Still dazed, Yaro Yaro mechanically nodded, dropped her luggage, and ran towards the backyard. It seems these vegetable washing tasks will all fall to you now, as well as these dishes. I need to go help up front. A man instructed Yaro Yaro briefly, handed her the things in his hand, and returned to the dining area with clean utensils. The business was even better today than yesterday. Jiang Ning barely rested the entire time. She continued working until late at night when the customers finally started leaving one after another. At this moment, Jiang Ning received a phone call. Mr. Jiang, there are already more than 1,000 kilograms of soybeans. Captain Song has asked me to deliver them back to you first. Do you have a place to unload the goods? Yes. Thinking about the independent electronic system within reach, Jiang Ning excitedly hugged Anan. Anan, no need for candles anymore. We're about to have electricity. Upon hearing this, Anan also got excited. Really? Boss, when can we use lamps? Recalling that the independently given water baths by the system were always restricted and insufficient. This time the power system had been given, and surely, electrical outlets or lights wouldn't be included. There were definitely more arduous tasks awaiting her. However, they had come this far, and Jiang Ning wasn't willing to give up. After the electricity is connected, I will certainly make sure that you all can use electric lights and appliances as soon as possible. After being tired for an entire day, Yaro Yaro felt her back was unable to straighten up. Seeing their excitement in the front hall, she couldn't help but feel resentment. When I get possession of this small house, none of you will have it easy. The room was dim, maintained by the faint light of a candle. The moment Yaro Yaro walked in, the room became instantly darker. It was only now that Jiang Ning realized that there used to be 3 people living in the small house, and now, suddenly there was an additional one, making her feel slightly uncomfortable. But food had to be eaten, and sleep was necessary. So, despite everything, Jiang Ning arranged a room for Yaro Yaro. To emphasize fairness, the bed and materials were exactly the same as those for a man and Anan. Shaken by the day's activities, Yaro Yaro laid down on the bed. By her side was a machine newly developed by Professor Guan using petroleum for heating, which would prevent her from feeling cold while sleeping. Anything good always goes to Mr. Jiang first. Even the base doesn't have these items. Yaro Yaro felt indignant in her heart, but upon realizing that she was also a beneficiary, her mood immediately improved. Considering that Jiang Ning has taken good care of this little villa, I'll let it slide this time. But after I move in, it will be much more convenient for me. As she thought about her plan, which seemed foolproof, Yaro Yaro fell asleep with satisfaction. Everyone had fallen asleep, but Jiang Ning was still awake, bargaining with the system in rapid-fire exchanges. Alright, it was agreed that 1,000 kilograms of soybeans would exchange for an independent electrical system. Since I've overachieved in my task, how about giving me outlets and appliances as well? That's absolutely impossible. Each reward corresponds to one specific task. Without completing the relevant tasks, how can I give them to you? Why is it that when my number of diners reaches a certain point, I can no longer receive new missions? It seems like I need to upgrade the shop first. Even though the amount of soybeans met the criteria, you still won't offer extra rewards. Bringing in customers is just a basic task, while these advanced ones, no matter how well you do, won't grant any surplus rewards. The system is being so stingy, which is really going to demotivate me. I can at most provide a set of simple sockets. Light bulbs will require other tasks. The system, let me crunch some numbers for you. Even without appliances right now, the number of customers has already started to increase. Many people commented that it's too dark here at night, making them reluctant to eat here. If we have appliances, I could easily open a night snack business. Wouldn't that bring even more reviews and diners? But doing that would violate the system's principles. No way. The lowest requirement would be another 100,000 points. 100,000? I thank you. It could be done directly, but you insist on leaving out one set of appliances. The absolute minimum is 80,000. Not a single point less. These appliances contain quite a lot of high-tech innovations. Jiang Ning paused to think. In the last while, her reached up to 200,000 and she hadn't used them at all. Ultimately, Jiang Ning agreed to the system's offer. Fine, 80,000 it is. You must give me the best appliances. Chapter 87. Finally, there's electricity. The next morning, Huang Do arrived early. There was no need for upload. The system automatically issued the reward after scanning. Reward, independent power system, and a set of electrical appliances. New task, upgrade to a level 3 store. Jiang Ning heard nothing about any other tasks. All she cared about now were the electrical appliances. Suddenly, several large boxes appeared in her room, packed full of lamps and appliances. She decided not to open the store today. Anan, put up a notice, store under renovation today. Close. The three of them worked busily. Boss, can we just stick this on like this? Yes, stick it straight on. A man held the plug and stuck it on the wall, while Anan climbed a ladder to install the light bulb. Almost as soon as it was stuck on, the bulb lit up. My goodness, boss, it's too amazing. How do we turn it off? Jiang Ning looked at the light bulb, smiled contentedly, clapped her hands, and the light naturally went out. It's voice controlled. Just say the word. A man excitedly shouted turn on the light, and the light responded by lighting up instantly. This made the two of them overjoyed. Boss, I want a light in my room too. All right. I'll go and install it for you now. With affection, Jiang Ning smiled at the two of them, then picked up the television and other items, walking towards their rooms. Thankfully, the small villa had all the necessary tools. Jiang Ning hammered and drilled for a while, and soon each of their rooms had independent heating fans, televisions, and even washing machines in their personal bathrooms. These things are fully automatic, you just need to figure them out yourselves. After everything was installed, just as Jiang Ning was about to return to her room to enjoy herself, Yaro woke up. Seeing the completely renewed small villa, she couldn't help but open her mouth wide. Wow, I just slept and when I woke up, it turned into this. Looking at the lights in the corridor and realizing that there were also a big screen TV and heating downstairs, she asked, what about me? Why doesn't my room have anything? Only then did Jiang Ning remember that she had overlooked Yaro. Reluctantly, she got up. This is because you didn't wake up, so we couldn't enter your room. We'll install it right away. Only then did Yaro become satisfied. It took great effort to remodel the entire villa, and only after that did Jiang Ning return to her room and turn on the TV. Just as she was about to relax, unexpectedly, the TV screen was filled with static. There was no more entertainment on TV. How could there be TV series? The system had dug another hole for itself. Resigned, Jiang Ning asked the system, alright, tell me, what condition needs to be met for the TV to start? The system chuckled as if he'd been waiting for Jiang Ning. You can exchange points, or opt for a permanent exchange. However, the task may be somewhat troublesome. How troublesome? Aren't there quite a number of large and small bases? If you can annex a few bases and make the people there follow your orders without question, you can permanently unlock TV viewing. I will choose all television resources from peacetime and play them uninterrupted for 24 hours. Annexing bases, this was something Jiang Ning had never considered. To annex requires war, and the people now are already battered and bruised. Who has the energy to fight anymore? In fact, you can also choose to become the leader of one base. As long as the majority of the people in that base listen to you, it will work. The system presented its final conditions. Jiang Ning remembered that Song Yin had mentioned an upcoming election. It seemed that she must strive for it. Taking advantage of the day the store was closed, Jiang Ning got up and went to find Song Yin. Sure enough, Song Yin was in the research building, whispering with Wang Baomu. Upon seeing Jiang Ning come, Wang Baomu became very excited. Just like calling for Cao Cao, and here comes Cao Cao. Since Boss Jiang is here, why don't you give us some advice? Wang Baomu waved the suggestion form in his hand. With everyone having leisure time recently, they had begun to deliberate on the matter of electing the leader of the base. The opinions of the common people are crucial this time around. Look, Boss Jiang, do you find it unbelievable too? Jiang Ning looked at the pile of ballots and the list that came out at the end, and found it quite unbelievable. I haven't done anything special. She simply farmed every day and cooked dishes, so how could so many people elect her as the leader of the base? You've done quite a lot. Without you, our base would barely have survived this winter. Wang Baomu immediately rebutted Jiang Ning. As per usual circumstances, everyone stockpiled food before winter. But this wave of undead corpses led to death and injury, basically destroying all the basic infrastructure. Who had time to care about the wheat fields? If it weren't for Jiang Ning suddenly gaining the ability to grow crops in half a month, many people might have starved to death by now. Completely unaware of the significance of her role, Jiang Ning was still lost in shock. She glanced at the statistical chart, where she was ranked first place, closely followed by Song Yin behind her. Then, what do you think is the probability of me being elected as the leader of the base? Jiang Ning asked cautiously. 70%, I'd say. If you manage to accomplish something major in this period, then there will be no other candidate for the base leadership but you. Song Yin rested his chin on his hand, seriously pondered for a while, and finally came to this conclusion. Jiang Ning looked carefully at Song Yin. Do you want to be the head of the base? Song Yin answered very straightforwardly. Nope. It's too troublesome to be the head. I just know how to fight and kill, not how to lead people. Since that was the case, Jiang Ning thought for a while about how she could become the leader smoothly. After thinking for half a day, she decided to leverage her strengths by setting up a real buffet cafeteria until the voting was over. Have you heard? Boss Jiang's canteen is starting a buffet? Is the buffet all you can eat? Yes, except that everyone needs to wash their own bowls and chopsticks. Just washing bowls and chopsticks. How much per person? I must go and try it. It said that as long as you vote for Boss Jiang, with a voting certificate, you can eat as much as you want inside without time limit. What are you standing around for? Having Boss Jiang as the head is everyone's wish. Hurry up and vote. In this way, a long queue quickly formed in front of the ballot box that Song Yin had just set up, filled densely with people voting for Boss Jiang. Leader Song, where do we get the voting certificate? Looking at the eager crowd in front of him, Song Yin helplessly replied. Vote for Boss Jiang here, and you'll get my signed certificate. The person who got Song Yin's signature immediately ran off towards Longtian, worried that if they were slow, they would miss out on Boss Jiang's hot food. Leader Song, let's talk later. I'm going to have dinner first. Please line up one by one, don't push the people in front. Everyone will get their certificate. The first person with the certificate had already left, and those left were even more eager to get the certificate and head over to Jiang Ning's shop for a hearty meal. The ballots haven't been cast for half a day yet, and Boss Jiang's ballot box is already full. Wang Baomu looked at the voting results. Although he had expected that once Jiang Ning took action, the position would surely be hers, he hadn't anticipated such a fiery situation, which left him unprepared. It said that life is all about eating and drinking, and Boss Jiang has both covered. At this rate, we won't have much authority left in the base. Liu Kuzhang joked nearby, but he wasn't bothered, instead laughing cheerfully. As long as the base keeps getting better, who leads it makes no difference, does it? Chapter 88, Buffet. Captain Song, you're being way too unfair. When Jiang Ning didn't come back, you wouldn't hold the election, but as soon as she returned, you immediately began it. You're helping Ms. Jiang cheat. Wang Baiwu also started joking around nearby. Hey, how can we call it cheating when it's all in the family? Liu Kuchang, a veteran who had seen it all, chuckled smugly as she teased them. Song Yin also felt like Jiang Ning was her own younger sister and believed that offering her more attention was only right and deserved. Meanwhile, Jiang Ning was busy in the backyard cooking full basins of vegetables and meat and had stored a lot of chicken soup, just waiting for someone to show up with their voting certificate to eat. Aman and Anan were also eagerly preparing themselves. Rao sat on a chair, bored out of her mind, fiddling with flowers occasionally or playing with the dog. Aman couldn't stand seeing this and went over to remind her. Rao, Ms. Jiang is so busy. How can you just sit there? Rao merely raised her eyes and glanced at her, reluctantly responding with, "Oh, I know." Then, she slowly got up, picked some vegetables, and feigned washing them. Anan took the washed vegetables and chopped them loudly on the cutting board, criticizing while doing so. At your pace, by the time you finish washing the veggies, it'll already be dark. Rao puckered her lips and said nothing. But deep down, she still resented Jiang Ning. For no reason, she goes and arranges some sponsorship, making my workload double compared to usual. Isn't it just an election? She must be too greedy wanting to become the person in charge. She never realized this was only her second day at work. Seeing her reluctant attitude, Jiang Ning waved her hand dismissively. Aman, quicken your pace. Follow Anan, wash and chop more vegetables. Let's hurry up and continue cooking. We don't want the guests coming and finding there isn't enough food. The guests outside, holding their voting certificates, had waited for quite a while until Jiang Ning prepared the first dish, allowing Aman to officially open the door. We're open. If you've got your voting certificate, line up here. After handing in your certificate, you may enter. Soon after, the crowd organized itself into lines, passing through one by one, exchanging certificates for bowls and utensils at the entrance. The little shop underwent a dramatic change. All the dishes, including buns and steamed bread, were placed neatly in a display window in the center. There was also chicken soup and egg soup, arranged neatly and colorfully, awaiting selection by the guests. I've never seen such a wide variety of dishes in a small shop before. Many guests were drooling and rubbing their eyes, suspecting that what lay before them might be a dream. This is too luxurious. In over 20 years of life, I've never encountered a lunch as extravagant as this. Just start eating quickly. There won't be any left if you hesitate. Eating was, indeed, the main point. Guests rushed forward, arguing over servings, stepping on each other. Before long, many dishes were entirely finished, not even a trace of sauce remaining. Boss, the scrambled eggs with tomatoes are gone. The kung pao chicken too. Hurry up and make some more. Anan stood up front, watching the guests to prevent accidents while also monitoring which dishes ran out, promptly asking Jiang Ning to replenish them. The guests were very conscientious, cleaning their bowls and utensils under the faucet afterward and placing them aside. Numerous people ate until their stomachs were nearly about to burst before they finally stopped. I haven't eaten so much in a long time. Boss Jiang's cooking skills truly are exceptional. It's free food, let's eat a bit more. My gosh, the meat's almost gone. Can you please hurry up, boss? Everyone spoke freely, but the one thing they all shared was that they couldn't stop using their chopsticks. Jiang Ning worked tirelessly in the backyard, with both hands engaged, forcing even Rao to kill chickens, pluck feathers, and prepare the meat. We're here. Anan, hurry and replace the freshly cooked dishes. All four of them busied themselves in chaos. Customers came in waves, arrived, and then departed. Until the moon rose high in the sky, Jiang Ning's little shop remained brightly lit. It was far too late, and Jiang Ning could barely lift her hands. Only then did she proceed to the front hall and address the guests. Dear customers, it's extremely late today. Please, those who haven't eaten, disperse. Those who have eaten should go rest. Tomorrow at noon, we will continue to offer our buffet service, and those with voting certificates may still come to dine. The guests who had been waiting for a long time began to grumble. I've waited all afternoon. Are you telling me to leave now? Never mind, there are too many people. I'll come again tomorrow. I still want to eat a little more. Could the boss add a couple of dishes? Jiang Ning continued pacifying the guests' moods. Indeed, it is quite late tonight. Here's what we'll do tomorrow. We'll begin operations in the morning and keep going till this hour. Plus, we'll provide free rice wine. Is that all right? Hearing about drinks for tomorrow satisfied everyone. Ms. Jiang, make sure you follow through on your word. After eating, people touched their bellies and walked away. When everyone eventually dispersed, Jiang Ning expressed sincerely, "Friends, let's keep the spirit of generosity alive every day." With that, despite exhaustion, the day's effort seemed worth it, as she looked forward to continuing the goodwill tomorrow. After much effort persuading the guests to leave, the four of them collapsed onto the ground in exhaustion. Today was too tiring, my hands can barely move. I feel the same way, alas. My hands have never done this much hard work before. Look at all the little cuts on my hands from the chicken bones. Alright, you guys go rest first, I'll close the shop. In the end, it was Jiang Ning who took on the heavy load. No one hesitated to accept her generosity and went upstairs to rest one by one. Just as Jiang Ning was about to lock the door, Song Yin arrived. I knew you'd be busy and wouldn't have rested yet. Song Yin waved the item in her hand. Boss Jiang, do me the honor, how about I give you a massage, and in exchange, you treat me to a meal tomorrow? Jiang Ning felt incredibly flattered. Commander Song, what are you talking about? Even if you came here to eat for free, I would still gladly serve you. Song Yin effortlessly entered the small building, helping Jiang Ning lock the door, then picked up a broom and started cleaning the shop. Jiang Ning, who originally wanted to help, was strictly persuaded by Song Yin to sit aside instead. In the end, all the pots, pans, and even the scattered chicken feathers in the backyard were cleaned up by Song Yin. Jiang Ning was so exhausted that she was almost asleep when she suddenly felt a tingling sensation in her feet. Song Yin had prepared a basin of hot water and very naturally helped Jiang Ning take off her shoes and socks, immersing her feet in the water. Soak your feet, it helps relieve fatigue. Before Jiang Ning could thank her, Song Yin continued by giving her a back massage. How's that? My skills aren't bad, right? Is it worth a meal? Jiang Ning closed her eyes contentedly. Commander Song, your skills could open a massage parlor. It's still Boss Jiang who is amazing, taking complete charge of everyone's meals single-handedly. The two complimented each other profusely. With laughter and conversation, they somehow didn't feel as tired as before. After massaging for quite some time, Jiang Ning was still chatting happily but eventually couldn't resist the drowsiness and fell into a deep sleep. Asleep again already? Song Yin shook her head helplessly and simply carried Jiang Ning horizontally to return her to her room. This girl really doesn't make things easy for people. Chapter 89, Little Wildflower. The next day, as soon as Jiang Ning woke up, she threw herself back into her bustling career. People outside were braving the cold wind to wait. Today, it was still snowing heavily outside, and many waiting customers had been drenched, turning into human snowmen. As soon as Jiang Ning opened the door, heads peeked out from outside. Good morning, Boss Jiang. Morning. The four people inside understood that today's tasks would be arduous, and each started busying themselves at their respective posts. Today's business was even better than yesterday. Boss Jiang, I checked your ballot box. It's already full, while others are still empty. Looks like you're the only candidate for the supervisor position. Many people had already started congratulating Jiang Ning early. Jiang Ning, too busy to respond properly, couldn't ignore them entirely and managed to reply between breaks. Thank you all, thank you. Without you, I wouldn't have received so many votes. In a week, the votes will be counted. Boss Jiang, are you ready with your acceptance speech? I'm so swamped every day, and the voting slips aren't finished being collected yet. My buffet can't stop until then. Where do I find time to write this stuff? With one hand flipping the pot and the other holding the spatula, in no time a whole barrel of dishes was prepared. In the short interval while speaking, Jiang Ning quickly stir-fried 4 or 5 dishes and placed them on the middle display cabinet. People didn't mind the small number of dishes, as long as there was meat. After such a busy few days, Jiang Ning could finally relax a bit. Finally, almost all the voting certificates have been collected. Judging by this situation, it seems like nearly everyone in the base has voted for you. Yarrow, looking at the thick stack of certificates inside, said enviously. A man nodded in agreement. Since everyone knows that Jiang Ning is very likely to become the future supervisor of the base, we should treat Boss Jiang politely in the future. Ainan tidied up the plates and watered the camellias in the corner before coming to the front hall. Boss, once you become the supervisor, won't you have no time to manage our little villa anymore? This question struck a chord with Yarrow, who perked up her ears waiting for Jiang Ning's answer. The little villa is my business, how could I possibly abandon it? Don't worry, with Captain Song overseeing the base, there shouldn't be any big problems. Anyway, whether the supervisor is you or Captain Song, in the end, it's still going to be the two of you managing. Captain Song always cares for our boss, right? Look at him, he's come over here eagerly. Ainan raised an eyebrow, signaling Jiang Ning to look outside. Sure enough, Song Yin was walking toward the villa with something in his hand. When he arrived, Song Yin completely ignored her and walked straight to Jiang Ning. Boss Jiang, we went hunting today and found a young plum tree seedling outside. I thought you'd definitely like it, so I brought it back. Jiang Ning looked happily at the seedling but hesitated because her yard was already fully occupied. Captain Song, this is a good seedling, but I have no place left to plant it. Song Yin suddenly felt embarrassed and didn't know where to put his hands with the seedling in them. This was due to my oversight. Shall I replant it somewhere else? Just then, Wang Baimu arrived. Boss Jiang, look what I've brought you. He was holding a nameless wildflower. It had tiny petals, clustered together, with a faint touch of blue. Wang Baimu had also carefully placed it in a pot, making it simple yet delicate. I figured you'd have no time to take care of things like these, with vegetables alone keeping you busy. You can just put this flower on the balcony and let it drink dew. After he finished speaking, he realized Song Yin was also present, with a tree seedling in his hand. Oh, Captain Song, you're here too? Wang Baimu greeted him enthusiastically. Yeah. Seeing Wang Baimu's thoughtful gesture, Song Yin became even more awkward. Jiang Ning accepted the flower from Wang Baimu and handed it to Anan. Anan turned around and went upstairs, placing it beside Jiang Ning's vanity table. Thanks, Captain Wang. Have you eaten yet? If not, I'll share some with you. Wang Baimu wouldn't hesitate with Jiang Ning, plopping down onto a chair and shoveling everything visible through the window into his bowl. Perhaps noticing Song Yin's discomfort, Jiang Ning took the sapling and, after inspecting it from various angles, planted it at the entrance. Under the flickering signboard, the small sapling stood alone in the cold wind. Finally relieved that he didn't have to take the sapling back, Song Yin breathed a sigh of relief. Without staying for dinner, he hurriedly left. Yaro watched Song Yin leave regretfully, wishing she hadn't let him go so soon. Meanwhile, Jiang Ning considered that her little villa was too small and needed expansion. By the way, 421, what did you say about the requirements for upgrading to a level 3 shop? 421, having been ignored for a long time, eagerly spoke up when Jiang Ning finally acknowledged it. To own your own cellar and make soy sauce. Only 2 tasks. Isn't that great? Aren't simple tasks better? Good, but there won't be any additional conditions, will there? Hehe, as expected of the host, you're truly clever. The additional condition is that the cellar must be dug out by you, bit by bit. As usual, the system had ill intentions again. Each task seemed simple on the surface, yet turned out to be extremely exhausting. At least this time, there were only 2 tasks and neither was particularly difficult. Jiang Ning decided that after resuming business, she would finish the tasks as soon as possible. Wang Da, teach me how to dig a cellar. Jiang Ning had already thought of Wang Da, who seemed nearly all-round in construction skills. Seeing Jiang Ning blocking his way, Wang Da was so scared he felt weak in the knees. Let's talk nicely, Ms. Jiang, don't give me such a fright. I need to dig a cellar that no one else can help with, it must be done entirely by myself. Is there a quick way for me to get a perfect cellar? Yes, Ms. Jiang, calm down, your shovel makes me nervous. After Wang Da reassured her multiple times, Jiang Ning finally put the shovel down. The cellar I want should be bigger than the villa, large enough to hold 1,000 kilograms of soybeans. Don't mention just 1,000 kilograms of soybeans. Even if you add another 1,000, I'll still make sure it gets arranged. Good, then come early tomorrow morning. Jiang Ning finally let him go, confirming he could leave before he fled like smoke underfoot. Alas, nothing is easy these days. Lying in bed, all Jiang Ning could think about was her planned cellar. Producing soy sauce wasn't hard, there were always capable people around in the base. Still, she'd have to entrust Song Yin to look carefully for her, since this concerned her upgrading to level 3 shop. Once she had the cellar, the first thing was to arrange the soybeans, then transplant the crops down there. There was also the question of where to build the entrance for the cellar door. Where should it be placed? Jiang Ning started getting a headache. Her mind was crowded with thoughts that night, leading Jiang Ning to spend the whole night having nightmares. In her dream, she kept digging endlessly but couldn't move an inch of dirt. Suddenly, System 421 appeared mocking her. Enraged, she threw her shovel at 421. Go to hell. Jiang Ning woke up, glaring, only to realize it was just a dream. Chapter 90, The Basement. Jiang Ning, who had no experience, started digging slowly with the guidance of Wang Da, one shovel at a time. Mr. Jiang, can't you just leave this task to me? I guarantee I'll dig out a basement for you within 3 days. Jiang Ning could only awkwardly smile. She also wanted to delegate the task, but the system wouldn't allow it. I prefer to dig it myself since I will be using it. It's more reassuring that way. She laughed nervously and tried to fob him off. At that moment, Yaro came over to her side. Boss, I need to ask for a few days off for some personal matters. Sure, go ahead. Yaro had been helpful these past few days, and since her presence in the shop tended to upset people anyway, if she wanted to take a break, then let her rest for a couple of days. Jiang Ning's unexpected compliance made Yaro pause for a second. Am I allowed to leave then? Yes, go early if you'd like. Yaro left the little Western-style building half-heartedly. She had more pressing matters to attend to. Cautiously, she stepped outside the base, where a man dressed in black had been waiting for quite a while. Why did it take you so long to come? We agreed to make contact every 3 days. I was recruited by Jiang Ning to work in their store, so I couldn't spare the time. Let's switch to once a week from now on. You can't just change it like that. What do you think base 372 is? Were it not for me, how would you get all these pieces of intelligence? All of these better be true or else, you know what happens. Relax, I guarantee the truth. I've recently discovered that Boss Jiang has a mysterious ability. No matter what plants are grown, they always thrive even in this wasteland. Really? Absolutely, I witnessed it with my own eyes. Alright, here's your payment, take it carefully. The man handed Yaro Yaro a piece of gold and was about to turn and leave when Yaro Yaro called out to him. Wait, do you have something else? Unsatisfied with your pay? Not exactly. I've been thinking whether Boss Jiang's great abilities might be related to the small Western-style building. After all, everyone knows the farmland randomly gained an additional Western-style house. If you're willing to help me secure its usage rights, don't we stand to benefit from an even better collaboration in the future? That person stayed silent, pondering deeply. This is your base's concern. The risk is too high. Realizing he wouldn't help her, Yaro Yaro played her heavy chip. Did I mention that I'm about to become the leader of the base? Following this trend, base 135 will only grow better and better, and your base will eventually be swallowed up. If you assist me, when I become the boss of the small Western-style building, I will deliver 1,000 kilograms of food to you every month. Upon hearing the number, that person hesitated. How much output do you want? Is there really that much? The amount of grain supplied by Jiang Ning has already exceeded the total from your bases. Nowadays, the people of base 135 almost don't have to work, enjoying comfort at home. Based on recent observations, the people of base 135 were indeed different from those in other bases. This winter, everyone struggled hard to produce, doing their best to maintain the remaining food and resources. However, in base 135, only a small group of people worked morning and night shifts. He didn't understand why this base was so relaxed until he realized the reason lay right here. I cannot immediately reply to you. I must report to our superior. Come back here in 3 days, and we'll decide whether to collaborate or not. After seeing his resolve soften, Yaro Yaro nodded proudly. With external assistance, the small Western-style building will undoubtedly belong to me. At this very moment, Jiang Ning still knew nothing, continuing to grunt as she dug the basement. This is too difficult. The soil during winter is as hard as rock. Fortunately, I exchanged for better tools with other bases, otherwise, my hands would already be useless. Every time Jiang Ning plunged the shovel down, it barely affected the ground, leaving her hand numb with vibrations. Seeing her completely exhausted, the system finally spoke up. Trust yourself, host. As long as you can dig through the first layer of the basement, the rest will be handled by me. All you need to do is plan the usage of each level. Hearing this, Jiang Ning understood. You mean if I can dig through the first layer of the basement, you'll provide additional basements, correct? Yes, and any tools you need inside the basement, I'll offer free of charge. With this incentive, Jiang Ning got motivated again, rolling up her sleeves and continued struggling against the stubborn earth. Her painful expressions made a man and Anan cringe. Sister, isn't the boss crazy? Hasn't she been under too much stress lately? She shouldn't be, considering Boss Jiang is such a capable person, there must be something she's working on beyond our understanding. That's true. Or shall we try helping her? They picked up their shovels, ready to pitch in when Jiang Ning shouted at them to stop. Stay right there and don't fight me for this. I want to do it myself. The two were startled and exchanged puzzled glances. Is the boss really going crazy? Sister, should we tell Captain Song? Go ahead, hurry back. I'll keep an eye on her. And Nan dashed out quickly while Wang Da could do nothing but helplessly watch from the side. Jiang Ning had absolutely forbidden anyone to interfere. Her clumsy motions made Wang Da increasingly uneasy, as though he wasn't seeing someone shovel soil but rather hacking zombie heads. Song Yin, upon receiving the news, followed Nan swiftly to reach the Western-style building without delay. All he saw was Jiang Ning shoveling furiously, a fierce look etched across her face. When she got tired, she even pulled out an energy bar to recharge herself, her determination set on breaking through the ground by the end of the day clear as day. Aren't you injuring yourself by doing that? At the sound of someone talking, Jiang Ning lifted her head, only to find Song Yin. I'm fine, my body's in good shape. Shaking his head, Song Yin sighed. It's not about how hard you work at it. Let me show you. Hold the shovel like this with one hand, grip it here with the other, use your foot when you dig. You can't rely on just arm strength to push the shovel deep into the ground. Rather than taking over, Song Yin patiently taught Jiang Ning step by step. Following his guidance, Jiang Ning immediately found it easier, and she dug much more efficiently now. Let's go dig some earth, hey Sho. While she enjoyed herself immensely, Wang Da and the others had gone hungry all morning. Song Yin realized she probably wouldn't stop until dusk, so he took a cooking utensil from the backyard, picked some vegetables, slaughtered a couple of chickens, and prepared a meal for everyone. Though the food wasn't as delicious as what Jiang Ning cooked, it still hit the spot. Upon seeing the cooked food, Wang Da's complaints instantly vanished. Thank you, Captain Song. A man and Anan also sat down to eat. Meanwhile, Song Yin accompanied Jiang Ning who, having eaten the energy bar, didn't feel hungry but found herself bored being alone. Captain Song, would you mind chatting with me? Otherwise, I feel like I might lose my mind if I keep digging by myself. What do you want to talk about? How about some interesting recent happenings in the base? Song Yin nodded and replied. Something actually has happened lately. For some reason, many bases know we've got Boss Jiang who cooks exceptionally well. And they're also aware that we have unlimited supplies of fruits and vegetables. Chapter 91, TV Drama. What? Is this a fun thing? This is a disaster. Upon hearing Song Yin's words, Jiang Ning threw down the shovel and almost jumped up. Song Yin glanced amusingly at Jiang Ning's reaction. Aren't you going to dig your cellar anymore? Jiang Ning then picked up the shovel reluctantly and continued digging. How could the news of our base spread outside? That's unknown. There might be an insider spy. Captain Song, aren't we going to catch them? You have such a big reputation in the base. It's understandable that this news gets out. Besides, it's not bad if they know. This way, more people will come to the base for transactions or settlement. What should I do? Should I suspend operations or continue as usual? Continue as usual. However, your vegetables may need to be limited. I've already coordinated with Professor Guan. We'll tell others that the grain output is due to the latest seeds researched in the research building. But what if others want to trade for the seeds and find they can't grow them when they go back? That's their bad luck. Perhaps the seeds are incompatible with the soil. If I manage to grow vegetables, how can I explain this matter? In this world where zombies have evolved, why wouldn't some plants evolve? We merely discovered these plants early and built houses on the purified soil where these plants grow. If they can't replicate it, it's probably because of the soil incompatibility. Jiang Ning silently criticized inside. I see that you won't admit defeat, and that lame excuse, will anyone believe it? Song Yin seemed to understand Jiang Ning's thoughts. Don't worry, you're the treasure of our base. No one will allow any danger to happen to you. As for who is spreading this message outside, I'll investigate. It would be best if he could find out. But with his strong body and the help of the system, he wasn't afraid that someone would attack him at night. Jiang Ning kept digging the cellar and couldn't think of another topic for a while. The two fell silent. At this moment, Xing Xiong rushed over anxiously. Boss, I came to pick up Yao Yao. Xing Xiong rushed over excitedly, almost losing control and falling into the pit dug by the river. Oh, Mr. Jiang, what are you doing here? Digging a cellar. So you keep digging. Where's Yao Yao? Jiang Ning stopped the motion in his hand, rested for a breath, and looked at Xing Xiong curiously. She took 2 days off from me today. I thought she went to see you, but you didn't find her. Nope, did we pass each other on the road? Xing Xiong was also confused. He didn't see Yao Yao on the road either. Song Yin frowned slightly, propping his chin on his hand, and asked Jiang Ning. Yao Yao, how has she been performing recently? Not bad. Besides continuing to work tirelessly, she works pretty hard. Has she shown any abnormal behavior, like sneaking out every day? Not really. She has only gone out these past few days. However, people from the research building said that Yao Yao often goes out when Song Yin isn't around in the base. How come she's so well behaved now at the little villa? Captain Song, is there anything particular? Xing Xiong asked. Song Yin snapped back to reality and explained to Xing Xiong. Oh, nothing. I just worried that Yao Yao might be too delicate and weak to endure the hardship here at Mr. Jiang's place. Xing Xiong agreed. He had never let Yao Yao do heavy work. Recently, because Yaoiro's behavior was so ordinary, he thought having a job might change her. That's why he was willing to send her to Jiang Ning's villa. Yao Yao is not someone who cannot endure hardship. Mr. Jiang, feel free to command her. With Xing Xiong's approval, Jiang Ning naturally wouldn't hold back with Yao Yao. All right. That's settled. If Yao Yao complains to you later, don't get mad at me. The three laughed and talked. Unknowingly, Jiang Ning's cellar had already been dug quite deep. She looked up at the sky and saw her frozen fingers that couldn't bend. Well, let's continue tomorrow. Speaking of which, she had passed the responsible person's voting system commitment for television. It should be ready to broadcast now. 421. Do you remember what you promised me? Remember. Don't worry, I'll fulfill it now. Jiang Ning invited everyone to the living room. Come on, take a rest. Let me cook a couple of dishes for all of you. They had noticed before that the living room had an extra black screen. But since Jiang Ning hadn't turned it on, they weren't sure what it was for. Jiang Ning fiddled with it a bit, and suddenly, the black screen lit up. Ancient TV dramas started airing inside. Wow, Mr. Jiang is amazing. I still remember this TV drama. The large bases used to preserve classic TV shows. Our small base doesn't have much entertainment, and I didn't expect Mr. Jiang could also acquire such things. Upon being praised, Jiang Ning was visibly pleased. Alright, I'll go cook for you all. A man and Anan had already steamed the rice. Jiang Ning deftly stir-fried a dish of potatoes with chicken, adding some corn and greens before it was ready. Come on, everyone, let's eat. It was at this moment that Xing Xiong remembered Yao Yao hadn't come back. He glanced outside. Mr. Jiang, I won't eat. Yao Yao might be waiting for me in the dormitory. With that, he hurriedly ran out. Jiang Ning pulled him back and forcefully handed him a few buns. Take these back to eat. The rest sat down, enjoying their meal together while watching TV in harmony. Anan had rich emotions and couldn't help but shed tears as she watched. Sister, the heroine is too pitiful. A man was also deeply moved inside. Right, little sister, we must not be like her. A person can only rely on oneself, never on a man. Even Song Yin was captivated by the content on the TV. As they continued watching, they lost track of time and it was suddenly midnight, yet none of them wanted to sleep. Jiang Ning yawned and stretched lazily. I'm done, you all keep watching. I'm going to bed. Boss, you go ahead and sleep. We'll watch just a bit more and then sleep too. She returned to her room, lay down on the bed, turned on the heater, and drifted off to sleep happily. For the first time, she didn't need to burn coal at night, which made it much safer and ensured a consistent temperature. Jiang Ning almost instantly fell into a deep slumber. Early the next morning, Jiang Ning went downstairs and was startled to see 4 people still gathered around the TV. A man and Anan were hugging each other, sobbing. Wang Da had long been half asleep, with dark circles under his eyes, yet still insisted on watching TV. Song Yin was gritting his teeth beside them. Why haven't you slept? Did you watch all night? Only then did the 4 realize it was already dawn. Boss, sorry, the TV was just too captivating. Anan, with heavy dark circles under his bloodshot eyes, explained to Jiang Ning. All 4 were in similar states. Jiang Ning shook her head and said with exasperation. You all have TVs in your rooms. When has there ever been a lack of time to watch? The zombie food suppliers will soon be here to pick up the buns. How are you going to work today? Chapter 92, Soybeans and Soy Sauce. In order not to be scolded, a man and Anan worked hard despite having big dark circles under their eyes. There were not as many customers today. Their main task was to sort all the vegetables in the greenhouse and put them away properly. Boss, the yams are almost ripe, should we harvest them? Anan looked at these stick-like objects, unable to understand what the boss intended to do with them. They looked dark and unappetizing. Harvest them. Since they're already mature, let's eat braised yam with chicken soup tonight. Can we actually eat this? Anan doubted, looking at the dirty, black objects. She maintained a skeptical attitude towards them. They were young, around 17 or 18 years old. Before the apocalypse, these things were regulars in the market. But for the children of now, these plants were indeed something they had never seen before. Of course you can eat it. Cut it down, peel it, and remember to wear gloves. Jiang Ning casually grabbed a mutated chicken. The number of mutated chickens was increasing rapidly, reproducing fast and growing even faster. It seems I should ask Wang Da to help me expand the chicken coop. Eating chicken all the time isn't good either. We need to find some other animals to raise. As Jiang Ning was slaughtering the chicken, Anan had already peeled the yam without paying attention to the boss's warning, thinking it was just an ordinary item. Hey, why is my hand so itchy? Realizing too late, Anan's hands were already covered in yam hairs, and she was scratching her arms continuously. Her whole hand was scratched red, but the itching wouldn't stop. Seeing this, Jiang Ning quickly put down the chicken and prepared a basin of clear water with a bit of soap. Let me help you wash it. She held Anan's arm and washed it carefully. It wasn't the first time they had been in such close contact, but every time Anan saw the boss, she couldn't help but blush. She always remembered how Jiang Ning had pulled them, a group of siblings, onto the roof during the zombie wave. Can I become someone like the boss? Anan murmured quietly. What? Jiang Ning didn't catch what she said because she was busy with her actions. Only then did Anan realize she had unconsciously spoken her thoughts out loud. To cover her embarrassment, Anan took the soap. Nothing, boss. I meant, I can do it myself. Those chickens aren't easy to deal with. When Anan's hand stopped itching, Jiang Ning continued to slaughter the chicken. She cut the chicken into small pieces, adding ginger slices, garlic, and the likes. With the pot heated, glowing red, Jiang Ning added hot oil, poured in seasoning ingredients, stir-fried until fragrant, then added the chicken. With a sizzle, the aroma of meat mixed with spices slowly wafted into everyone's nostrils. Seeing the chicken had turned white, Jiang Ning added soy sauce, aged soy sauce, salt, and other seasonings. Did the seasonings run out so quickly? I clearly remember that this was newly opened. After pouring twice, the last drop of soy sauce came out of the bottle. Jiang Ning couldn't help but be puzzled. The system, guilt-ridden in her mind, remained silent. Of course, he would not tell Jiang Ning that to stimulate her brewing soy sauce sooner, he deliberately recycled all the seasonings. Well, we need to brew soy sauce anyway, might as well start working on it today. After frying the chicken, Jiang Ning poured some water into the pot and slowly simmered it over the stove. Chicken cooks easily, and soon the yard was filled with delicious aromas. At this moment, Jiang Ning chopped the yam into small segments and placed it in the pot. Alright, a man, you stay here and watch it. Once the yam becomes soft, switch to low heat and let it simmer slowly. Okay, boss. A man watched the fire while Jiang Ning thought about how to make soy sauce from soybeans. Having little experience, Jiang Ning decided to take 5 pounds of soybeans as a test sample. These soybeans were of excellent quality, with hardly any mold or wrinkles, plump and full. Jiang Ning placed the 5 pounds of soybeans in water to soak, then started digging her cellar. Boss, why are you soaking so many soybeans? A man did not understand her intentions. Jiang Ning looked up and explained. Oh, we have no soy sauce left. I think with so many soybeans, we can make our own and save quite a bit of cost. How long do we need to soak this? The chicken soup will be ready by then, which should mean the soybeans are soaked enough. Remember to call me when it's done. A man nodded, conscientiously watching the pot while also keeping an eye on the soybeans. Today, Wang Da didn't come, so Anan took on the task of helping Jiang Ning transport soil. Boss, when will you finish digging this hole? After digging for half a day, Jiang Ning was already out of breath, and a man, who was moving soil next to her, was sweating despite it being winter. This is for our own use, naturally, the bigger the better. She continued laboring, facing the yellow earth and working backbreaking work. Jiang Ning's stamina was amazing, far exceeding that of a normal human. By now, the cellar was as large as a small villa, requiring not only digging dirt but also reinforcing the walls. Jiang Ning still thought it wasn't aesthetically pleasing enough, so she specially exchanged for some tiles to stick on. 3 hours passed, and a man, seeing that the stew was almost ready, quickly informed Jiang Ning. The soybeans were also soaked well. Jiang Ning, shaking off the mud on her hands, stood up. You guys eat first, I'll go boil the soybeans and then join you. A man served everyone a full bowl of chicken soup and simply stir-fried 2 vegetable dishes. Jiang Ning carried a pot full of water, covered it with a lid, and placed the soybeans inside to simmer. After finishing these tasks, she picked up her chopsticks and began to eat. Yams are fragrant indeed. Hey, by the way, did Yaro come back yet? Not yet, but she came back last night and said she could start work tomorrow. Wow, what a pity, such delicious chicken soup, and she won't get a taste of it. What has she been doing recently? Do you know? No idea, we haven't even seen her around. Although they lived under the same roof, the few of them weren't close with Yaro. Apart from work, they rarely interacted with her. Jiang Ning thought as long as she didn't lose track of her, it would be fine. After eating, the soybeans were also cooked well. Jiang Ning pinched one gently, and it crumbled at once. They were cooked perfectly. Jiang Ning fished them out and placed them in a bamboo sieve to dry. With the strong winter wind, the soybeans were practically dry within half an hour. Nice, now we can start brewing soy sauce. Anan looked on curiously nearby. Boss, is there anything I can help with? Get some flour. Upon receiving the instruction, Anan rushed to the warehouse and grabbed some flour. Is this enough? Jiang Ning glanced casually, feeling it was about right. She took the flour and mixed it with Aspergillus oryzae. It should be enough. Next, she poured the soybeans into the mixture and stirred evenly. Anan joined in to help. Almost every soybean was evenly coated with flour and Aspergillus oryzae, and only then did Jiang Ning stop. Alright, bring over a bamboo tray, and we'll place the soybeans on it. After arranging the soybeans neatly on the bamboo tray, Jiang Ning found a piece of white cloth and covered them. Alright, let's wait till tomorrow and see how they ferment. Chapter 93, Assassination. For the first fermentation, Huangdo, Jiang Ning had no confidence and could only pray secretly for success. Otherwise, these 2 days at the small shop, everyone would have to live on buns, steamed buns, and meat soup. Huangdo could be ground into soy milk, but this time, even a drop of soy milk was not provided by the system, demanding that Jiang Ning produce it herself. To finish the cellar first, Jiang Ning decided not to sell soy milk during these days. After having a rest after the meal, she continued working with great enthusiasm. Perhaps due to the low temperature, these days, the Huangdo showed no signs of fermentation. Jiang Ning scattered the Huangdo, covered them with white cloth, and then left them alone. However, the cellar was almost completed these days. As the last basket of soil was dumped out, the system's prompt rang in Jiang Ning's mind. Ding, task of building a cellar completed, under inspection, inspection passed. Cellar is being transformed. Upon hearing that the cellar needed to be transformed, Jiang Ning set her mind at ease and went on to do her own things. Yaro had returned, but the cellar was done before her return. Thus, she didn't know what Jiang Ning had been busy with these days. Boss, why aren't we providing stir-fried dishes during this period? Yaro felt somewhat confused. In just less than 4 days, the menu had changed. Jiang Ning was so exhausted that she didn't have the energy and answered her offhandedly. Do you think the things here appear out of thin air? Planting vegetables requires time, stir-frying requires time, and making seasonings requires time too. The seasonings in our store are all used up, so how can we make stir-fries? This sentence made Yaro realize something shocking inside. Could it be that her previous guesses were wrong? Jiang Ning's supplies weren't unlimited, and this little mansion wasn't omnipotent either. Seeing the fluctuating emotions on her face, Jiang Ning shot her a look. But this little mansion was such a large asset that even if Yaro got it, it would still be worthwhile in every way. It seemed that the plan had to go on until Jiang Ning was alone. Boss, we've been so busy for such a long time, Amang and Anan haven't had almost any rest. Shouldn't we give them some vacation too? This sudden kindness made Jiang Ning wary. She couldn't figure out what Yaro was up to and could only go along with what she said. They do deserve a good rest. Upon hearing this, Yaro became even happier and quickly moved forward, volunteering themselves. That's right, they've worked too hard. Give them a few days off. I'll take care of all the work in this little mansion during this time. Thinking about it, Amang and Anan did indeed deserve a good rest. Plus, with her own extraordinary physical stamina and perseverance, Jiang Ning believed that Yaro probably wouldn't cause much trouble. Alright, give them 3 days off. Feeling like her plan was finally succeeding, Yaro nearly laughed out loud. Seeing Yaro looking as if she was sick, Jiang Ning's gave her the shivers. It looks like I need to keep an eye on her these days. Ah, boss, there's no more coal here. Why don't you go to the living department and get some? Yaro looked at the remaining charcoal in the warehouse, thinking it was a good opportunity. Jiang Ning complained internally. Who's the boss? Me or you, commanding me now? Yet, to find out what Yaro wanted to do, she kindly agreed. The snowstorm outside had stopped. There hadn't been much snowfall recently, and the temperature was slightly warmer. She slowly strolled down the road pulling a cart. All the land around was barren, nothing like Little Yanglu, lush with greenery. There's so much empty land. It seems necessary to ask the system for more seeds to achieve the goal of establishing a vegetable market sooner. This trip to haul coal was quite uneventful and even a bit boring. Jiang Ning slowed down on the road, taking full 2 hours to return to Little Yanglu. There was nothing special about it, huh? Could there be something waiting for me inside the building? Putting the coal in the warehouse, Jiang Ning glanced at Yao Yao. Yao Yao was working diligently. She cleaned Little Yanglu thoroughly, inside and out. Even places that were usually unnoticed were swept clean. When she saw Jiang Ning return, she warmly greeted her. "Boss, you're back? I've finished cleaning everything, and I've tidied up the vegetables in the greenhouse. Is there anything else you need?" Being suddenly so diligent and courteous left Jiang Ning feeling a bit uneasy. After checking, she found that potatoes, cucumbers, tomatoes, peppers, and other vegetables were all neatly arranged. Even the spinach and bok choy were neatly placed in corners. "I didn't expect you to do such a good job classifying them." Jiang Ning couldn't help but compliment her. Yao Yao smiled gently. "Thank you, boss." In fact, when she wasn't causing trouble, her workability was quite strong. If she didn't have those ulterior motives, Jiang Ning might have actually considered keeping her. "It seems we're out of firewood. Let me check it out. You watched the store well." After checking everything, all the items in the store were complete except for a shortage of wood. Thinking about needing to make a few shelves, Jiang Ning picked up an axe and headed out. She completely missed the smirk of triumph on Yaoiro's face behind her back. "Would I be that foolish to let you get into trouble on the way to fetch coal? That would give you evidence against me. The wood was deliberately hidden by me, waiting for you to go yourself. The sawmill is so far from the base, if anything happens along the way, it'll have nothing to do with me." It seemed the zombies around lately had gone into hibernation. Jiang Ning thought one axe would suffice. As she walked outside the base, not a single living creature was in sight. Just as she arrived at the entrance of the lumberyard, her keen hearing detected some unusual noises nearby. Upon close examination, she found there were quite a number of people hiding in the trees. Realizing that no matter how strong she was, she could not fight 100 men alone, Jiang Ning gripped the axe tightly and turned to run as fast as she could. How did she spot us when we were so well concealed? The leader, upon seeing Jiang Ning dash towards the base without hesitation, immediately knew they were exposed. Chase her. She mustn't return to the base. People jumped down from the trees, more than a dozen burly men chasing after Jiang Ning. The more she resembled a zombie, the more this title saved her. Relying on her superhuman speed, she ran far away from the base in the opposite direction. This isn't right. She didn't head back to the base. The pursuers panted heavily in exhaustion. Maybe she lost her head. The farther she gets from the base, the better. If she dies quietly, no one will trace it back to us. Jiang Ning noticed they couldn't keep up, so she deliberately slowed down. Just by looking, these trash haven't exercised regularly. They chased her to a desolate place where Jiang Ning pretended to stop, pretending to be unable to run further. Keep running. Can't run anymore, huh? So you don't want to run? Today is your death day. More than a dozen big men slowly surrounded Jiang Ning from all sides. Jiang Ning showed no fear on her face. Instead, she drank some water and caught her breath. You can kill me, but I must know who you are and why you want to kill me. That man revealed a triumphant smile as he raised his knife. It doesn't matter who I am. Your ability to produce food is the greatest sin. With that said, he raised his knife and slashed towards Jiang Ning. Chapter 94, Assassination Fails. Understanding the purpose of this group, Jiang Ning sidestepped to evade their attack. Don't rush. Who sent you to kill me? How much reward have you been given? I'll double it. The leader indeed paused for a moment. He promised us 1,000 kilograms of food. Can you match that? 1,000 kilograms is not hard either. Give me a month or two, and as long as you agree to talk without using weapons, it's just 2,000 kilograms of food. I can provide it. She still couldn't bring herself to harm living beings and thought it would be better to solve things peacefully. Unexpectedly, the man laughed even harder. The intelligence was indeed correct. In other words, if you die, all the food in the future will belong to us. Who cares about these 1,000 kilograms or 2,000 kilograms of food? After saying this, he lunged at Jiang Ning with a knife. It turned out that their plot was far more extensive, indicating there might indeed be traitors within the base. Thinking that there was no way for a peaceful resolution, Jiang Ning sighed and lifted her axe. I've given you a chance. This group thought Jiang Ning was merely a young girl. Even if she had great combat skills, she wouldn't be able to beat all of them. Unexpectedly, Jiang Ning moved extremely fast. Before they could react, her axe had already fallen upon them. Jiang Ning knew well that one must capture the king first when capturing the thieves. Her first strike was aimed at the leader. In pain, it was clear the leader had also undergone long-term training. With his backhand, he attempted to cut off Jiang Ning's axe handle. A wooden handle, of course, couldn't withstand real blades and bullets. Jiang Ning deeply regretted not bringing a sword along. But there wasn't much of an issue. Since she lacked a weapon, she would seize one. The leader's shoulder was struck, blood flowed like a gushing stream. Jiang Ning took advantage of the time when he finished cutting but hadn't reacted yet, grabbing his wrist. In agony, the leader loosened his grip, dropping the knife on the ground. Jiang Ning seized the opportunity and swung the knife backward. The person trying to ambush was directly hit. Speak. Whose base are you from? Jiang Ning attempted to inquire where this group originated from. However, knowing they might not be able to defeat her, this bunch fell silent. They acted like a death squad, recklessly attacking Jiang Ning without regard for their lives. Having no other choice, Jiang Ning retaliated by chopping off their arms. In no time, people were lying all over the ground. Jiang Ning brushed off her hands, looking around at the men groaning on the ground. It's cold now. If you can quickly return to your base, then maybe your lives can be saved. Don't just wait here bleeding out, dying in the wild. She was still too kind-hearted to take any lives. However, this group showed no gratitude, glaring fiercely at Jiang Ning with hatred. You killed us. As soon as we get back to our base, we will surely find a way to kill you. Killing zombies was manageable for Jiang Ning, but she found it difficult to bring herself to kill humans. Heaven shows kindness towards all living beings. I don't want to kill you. But if you seek death, I will make efforts to find a few people to help you. After speaking, she walked away from them towards the base, never looking back. These individuals, assuming certain death after Jiang Ning left, pulled themselves up despite their injured bodies. Hurry up, leave. Those lightly injured carry those severely wounded back to the base quickly. Boss, is this person stupid? Why didn't she kill us? Whether or not she's really dumb, the fact that we're alive means we must take revenge. Next time, she won't be so lucky. With excellent hearing, Jiang Ning naturally heard this remark. She let them go not only because she didn't want to kill, but also because she wanted to lead to uncovering the masterminds behind all this. From their words, it seemed they were after all the food and seeds in her possession. It appeared they might be aiming for the small Western-style building. Perhaps they believed it was due to the building that crops grew so wildly. It seems that Song Yin was right. Rumors had already spread outside about her crops growing infinitely. But where did this rumor originate from? It must be someone from the base, but who could harbor such animosity against me? Even if I offended him, how could he risk the entire base just for personal grudges? Upon being attacked, Jiang Ning immediately informed Song Yin. After learning about it, Song Yin grabbed Jiang Ning, carefully examined and confirmed that she had no wounds, then exhaled in relief. As long as you're safe, I originally thought the rumors were just trifles, didn't expect that someone would attempt to kill you over this. Regarding Jiang Ning sparing their lives, Song Yin deeply disapproved from the bottom of his heart. Not everyone in the end times are good people. People are greedy, and Jiang Ning practically confirmed the rumors spreading outside. In the future, she might encounter more dangers. In the future, if you need anything, just let us know. Don't leave the base anymore. It will be announced soon that I'm the responsible person for this base. You cannot have anything happen to you. Jiang Ning also knew killing a few of them might have been the best choice. But she couldn't do it. Being compassionate is a good thing. Due to her compassion, Jiang Ning produced so much grain, and saved everyone in the base without expecting anything in return. But it was this same compassion that left her with such a great. Song Yin had no way of dealing with it and could only ensure her safety during this period. As long as Jiang Ning smoothly becomes the leader, other bases, no matter how bold, will have to think twice before making any moves. After all, not everyone would want to provoke a war between two bases. Song Yin also asked Jiang Ning for several thousand pounds of food, instructing the hunting group. During this time, you transport this grain to nearby bases. And meanwhile, ask them to help check where the source of the rumors came from. Also tell them, if they are willing to cooperate with Base 135, then we'll offer them our grain at the lowest price whenever they come to exchange. Song Yin wanted to find out the mastermind by bleeding money like this. It turned out this method worked. Many bases were almost unable to endure this winter due to lack of food. And what Base 135 did was undoubtedly sending coals to Newcastle. A lot of bases were very grateful for this act, promising to find out the exact source of the rumors. Jiang Ning, however, being someone who doesn't worry too much, didn't even wait for his return, simply taking some food from the living department back to the small Western-style building. She didn't get any bad news, but she saw Jiang Ning. Seeing Jiang Ning returning to the small Western-style building full of energy, Yarrow Yarrow was shocked. Yarrow Yarrow had thought her plan was perfect. Now with Jiang Ning still alive, the small Western-style building naturally wouldn't fall into her hands. Boss, you're back? Yarrow Yarrow tried hard to control her emotions, wanting to appear calm. Jiang Ning nodded, then counter-questioned Yarrow Yarrow. What's wrong? Do you not want me to come back? No, boss. Without you here, I couldn't handle everything alone. There are some really difficult guests in the shop. I'm just looking forward to your return. This visiting Yarrow Yarrow felt flustered, so she could only make up an excuse. That's good, just stack the wood properly as instructed. Jiang Ning gave orders to Yarrow Yarrow without any hesitation. However, Yarrow Yarrow felt uneasy inside. Whatever Jiang Ning said, she did accordingly. Rushing about with the wood, she nearly tripped over her own feet accidentally. These people can't do even such a minor task well, yet still seek food. No wonder their base can never develop. Yarrow Yarrow inwardly complained with resentment. I need to contact them again these next few days to see exactly what's going on. Chapter 95, Barbecue. This time, they didn't succeed. Not long after, Anan and a man returned. Boss, we're back. Is your soy sauce ready? Only now did Jiang Ning remember her soybeans. She wondered how they had turned out. In a rush, she went to check them and found that a thick layer of green mold had grown on the soybeans. Damn. This is bad, things didn't go well, all the soybeans have gone moldy. Jiang Ning regretfully slapped her head, realizing it must have been moisture during the fermentation process. What a waste, such good beans lost. Anan sighed with regret beside her. There was nothing for it but to put in more effort and start the brewing process again. This time, Jiang Ning learned from her mistakes and carefully controlled the moisture levels at every step. When she finally covered them with a white cloth, she silently prayed in her heart. This time, it has to work. The customers had been complaining for days about the lack of stir-fried dishes, lamenting their lack of oil and grease. And the people at the little mansion could only survive on buns and steamed bread. With nothing else to eat, Jiang Ning decided to slaughter a few chickens. Let's barbecue some meat skewers. She processed the chicken, placing the pieces onto skewers one by one. A man found a stove, placed a metal grid on top, and lit the charcoal below. Boss, the rack is ready. Jiang Ning spread some seasoning on the chicken, sprinkled cumin and chili powder, and placed it on the grill. The sound of sizzling chicken filled the air as the fat dripped down into the fire, causing flames to rise with a loud whoosh. Ah! Beside her, Anan jumped backward, startled. Don't be afraid, it's just some oil. A man patted Anan's back reassuringly. Thanks to the even coals and Jiang Ning occasionally flipping the meat, the aroma of the chicken slowly wafted through the air. The chili powder made noses tingle and itch. Smelling the fragrance, Yarrow Yarrow appeared from the front hall. Hey, what's going on? It smells so good. Seeing the meat skewers, her eyes sparkled. Are we eating meat today? Jiang Ning nodded. You came just in time. Go pick some cucumbers and slice them into thin pieces, also potatoes. A man, go grab some eggs, beat them up, and place them on skewers too. Anan, wash a few plates, we're having a barbecue. Everyone got to work. Even Yarrow Yarrow willingly chopped plenty of vegetables into slices and threaded them onto skewers. What started as a simple meal unexpectedly became a full feast thanks to everyone's efforts. Barbecued mushrooms, barbecued chicken necks, barbecued chicken claws, barbecued eggs, and some cucumbers, potatoes, tomatoes, and green vegetables. This isn't bad at all. If we could eat like this every day, I'd be happy. A man took a bite of his skewer, grease dripping from his mouth. Anan also nodded. The boss truly has great culinary skills even without complex seasonings. Using just chili powder and cumin powder still makes the food taste so delicious. Yarrow Yarrow was busy eating and hadn't spoken much but inwardly praised Jiang Ning several times already. With such amazing cooking skills, you're being secretive, afraid I'll learn. Jiang Ning herself hadn't enjoyed barbecue in a long time. Now, while roasting the skewers by the fire, she heated up some rice wine and ate with immense comfort. Her preparations included many types of ingredients, so the workers were eating from noon until late afternoon. When the workers returned home and bought something to eat at Jiang Ning's small shop, they discovered the pleasant aroma emanating from the backyard. Wow, boss, this isn't right, you're holding out on us yet again. A brave worker peeked into the backyard and saw both the staff and the boss enjoying themselves so much that they forgot about business. It was only then that Jiang Ning realized it was dinner time. Hearing the customer say this, she somewhat reluctantly agreed. I was merely testing out a new dish. Let's sell grilled skewers tonight. She moved the grill from the backyard to the entrance. Anan voluntarily continued slicing and threading vegetables onto skewers. Yarrow Yarrow collected many eggs. A man was responsible for slaughtering chickens and cutting meat. In no time, everyone was hard at work again. What information spreads fastest within the compound? Of course, it's news about Jiang Ning's little shop introducing new delicacies. Through word of mouth, everyone knew that Jiang Ning's shop was now offering barbecue. Those who had a bit of savings immediately rushed over. Boss, I want 3 chicken skewers. Roast them until they're crisp. I like crunchy ones. Boss, these roasted potatoes are delicious. Give me more. Boss, another glass of rice wine for me. In an instant, the atmosphere reverted to those days of the all-you-can-eat buffet. Almost overwhelmed, Jiang Ning couldn't handle everything alone, but luckily, a man, after finishing with the chickens, helped her roast the skewers. The neon sign by the door doubled as a street lamp, lighting up the area brightly. People lined up, holding their skewers. Even members of the hunting team arrived upon hearing the news. What smells so fragrant? Boss Jiang, do you have a new dish? Jiang Ning managed to exchange a few words with them in the midst of her busy schedule. Hehe, isn't it getting colder? Eating some barbecue and drinking hot wine will keep you warm. Wang Baomu led his team to help maintain order. Come on, we don't have much money, but we can help Boss Jiang with some tasks in exchange for the meal. The 5th team split up, one person maintaining order while another collected the used skewers. Wang Baomu took 2 people to the backyard to help sort vegetables, cut them, and slaughter chickens. A man and Yarrow Yarrow finally sighed in relief and grabbed a moment to drink some water. Every time the boss releases a new dish, we work from morning till night. Since we're operating at night this time, I guess we won't get any sleep tonight. As expected, the enthusiasm of the crowd continued until dawn. Only after everyone had eaten their fill and drunk their satisfaction did they finally disperse. It seems that in the future, we could even offer late-night snacks, but this means I'll need more hands. Jiang Ning collapsed on the ground, leaning against the wall as she drank some water. Due to the lack of manpower, Jiang Ning originally only served breakfast and lunch. But now, because the business was booming so much, she had no choice but to open for dinner and late-night meals as well. I'll have to ask Captain Song for more people again. Speaking of Captain Song, why hasn't he come today? After washing the dishes in the backyard, Wang Baomu happened to hear Jiang Ning muttering about Song Yin in the front hall. Captain Song has been very busy lately, delivering food supplies to various bases. There are also some rumors not friendly toward you, and is looking into their source right now. She didn't expect that letting just a few people go would make Song Yin so busy for such a long time, and Jiang Ning felt a pang of guilt. It seemed she would have to find some time to go and help Captain Song. Boss Jiang, do you need some helpers? Wang Baomu saw how exhausted Jiang Ning was, her state worse than that of her dog who was still playing around with the chickens in the coop, enjoying life much more than she was. Jiang Ning nodded listlessly, too tired to speak. This is an easy problem to solve. The zombies have already learned how to mine, washing dishes should be no problem for them, right? Wang Baomu suggested something ridiculous. Are you trying to make everyone in the base mutate? What if someone gets a cut on their hand and their blood mixes in? Won't that make me the criminal of the base? Jiang Ning rolled her eyes and didn't spare him any respect. Chapter 96, Tier 3 Shop. Wang Baomu had overlooked the fact that the zombie virus had yet to be completely eradicated. Primarily because the zombies in their base were far too well behaved, even knowing to find something to do after eating. This couldn't help but give him the illusion that he was still in peacetime. If you need people, go talk to Liu Ling. She's the minister of the living department now, over 1,000 people in the base report to her. Jiang Ning decided to find Liu Ling first thing tomorrow morning. Today was just too tiring. After hastily seeing Wang Baomu off, Jiang Ning shut her door and fell into a deep sleep. The air conditioning system provided by the system worked so well that her 10 square meter bedroom felt like a warm stove. In her dream, she kicked away the blanket, feeling as if she was in the scorching summer heat, endlessly searching for a convenience store in her dream to buy an ice lolly. It's too hot. Boss, do you have any popsicles? The shop owner glanced sideways at her, fanning himself non-stop, with a very nasty attitude. Are you blind? They're all here, go find them yourself. Jiang Ning saw the freezer and reached in to grab one, only to notice that inside were severed heads and hands, and there was even a zombie head smiling at her. What the hell? This woke Jiang Ning from her dream. Her mouth was dry, but unable to find boiled water in her room, she simply started drinking directly from the faucet. Her thirst quenched, but now unable to fall asleep, Jiang Ning sat on the bed and turned on the TV, hoping to relax a little. Again, she saw the female lead in the TV drama eating an ice cream with relish. It's winter right now, should I be making some ice creams? Jiang Ning drooled hungrily. Making ice creams requires cream, which needs milk, and getting milk requires a cow. But where could she find a cow now? After completing the upgrade to Tier 3 shop, and the completion of the cellar upgrade, you will gain access to new species, host. Keep it up. Based on our relationship, I'll let you choose what you can raise next. The system's prompts always came at the perfect time. Jiang Ning only then remembered that a few days ago, the system had mentioned upgrading her cellar, but she hadn't received any successful notification since. My cellar has been upgraded. How is it going? Jiang Ning was waiting for an immense space to store her soybeans. Probably another 2 days. The rewards this time are quite substantial, so it'll take some time. Reasonable enough, and for a moment Jiang Ning didn't know how to respond. Although the system's speed was like a snail, every item produced consistently surprised her. Speaking of upgrading shops, Jiang Ning simply got up to check on how the fermentation of the soybeans was going. She'd learned from experience this time to place the soybeans in a warmer area. The moisture was controlled perfectly as well. She went downstairs to the warehouse, lifted the cover, and indeed the soybeans had grown a thick layer of mold. The second attempt succeeded. Wonderful. Seeing the soybeans ferment in the expected direction, Jiang Ning sighed with relief. Perhaps in a while, she'd be able to resume stir-frying. She found a clean jar, boiled some water, added coarse salt, and stirred it evenly. Then placed the soybeans and water together in the jar. Now it's settled. Tomorrow, the soy sauce should start seeping out. Jiang Ning clapped her hands. With the most important task completed, she could finally rest assured and sleep. This nap went straight until noon. A man and Anan had long since gotten up, busy managing the shop. Yao Yao, acting like a boss, was still not up. Jiang Ning was also sleeping when she suddenly received a system prompt. Chime, soy sauce has been successfully made, Tier 3 shop upgrade complete. Reward is an extra-large livestock shed. Please select manually the animals you wish to raise. Still groggy from sleep, Jiang Ning ignored this prompt until fully awake, when she remembered to check on how the soybeans had brewed. Indeed, a thin layer of soy sauce had separated out in the jar. Jiang Ning scooped a little out with a spoon to taste. Truly fresh. Never thought I could make such delicious soy sauce one day. Jiang Ning immediately set about fermenting the remaining soybeans. She also pickled plenty more to make miso. Now there won't be a lack of soy sauce or small dishes in the shop anymore. That small base was continuously producing soybeans. Even Jiang Ning's little mansion didn't use this much. She decided to trade the leftover beans with other bases. Boss, are we resuming stir-fried dishes? Anan, upon seeing Jiang Ning set up the pot again to boil water, asked excitedly. Yes. My homebrewed soy sauce was a success. Unable to resist, Jiang Ning quickly cooked a dish to test the quality of her soy sauce. This batch of soy sauce seemed even better than what was available in the system's marketplace. The flavor of the cooked food was savory and sweet. Without hesitation, she uploaded the soy sauce. The system almost immediately responded. Chime, new seasoning, soy sauce, has been added to the recipe book. Soy sauce is ready. Isn't the upgrade to Tier 3 shop finished yet? The system sounded a bit exasperated. This morning, it reminded you that you were sleeping too soundly to hear it. Jiang Ning quickly brought up the system's historical messages. Almost missed this good news. Can I still choose animals? Yes. Now she had to think carefully about what to raise. With such a large livestock shed, it was definitely time to add more varieties and as many as possible. Bringing up the list of selectable animals on the system page, Jiang Ning discovered that it included almost every species known to humanity. My goodness, system, where do you get all these animals? The system stammered, refusing to give clear answers. Don't ask too much about societal matters. Having made her decision at once, Jiang Ning said, I want a pair of ducks, 1 cow, and a pair of fish. System, does the extra-large dormitory come with a pond? The system cut straight to the point. No, if you want to raise fish, you'll need to dig your own pond. But after it's dug, I can help you upgrade it for free. Actually, this is a task for Tier 4 shop. You can start early, so there will be fewer tasks later. Jiang Ning suddenly realized something and asked tentatively, so if I build the shop in advance, does that mean I finish the task early? Yes, as long as you've done enough construction, completed the task ahead of schedule, the system will automatically upgrade for you. And when the time comes, you'll receive bonus rewards. This ignited Jiang Ning's determination once again. She immediately looked around to see what else the store needed. After observing for a while, she felt her store was almost flawless except for one thing, employees. Where's Yao Yao? A man, hearing Jiang Ning's question, found time to reply briefly. She hasn't gotten up yet. Jiang Ning was quite patient. She reflected on how busy yesterday had been and didn't scold Yao Yao. Forget it. I hired her just to lend a hand. If she wants to sleep, let her. It's a favor to Xiongxing anyway. Speaking of manpower, Jiang Ning suddenly realized she should go to Liu Ling and ask for more people. You stay here and watch the store. I'm going to the living department to find Liu Ling. We should also plan our midnight snacks soon. Chapter 97, Newcomers. Liu Ling was still arranging the duty roster for next month when Jiang Ning burst in with a great show of anger. Liu Ling jumped, thinking she might have offended Jiang Ning recently. Sister, what's wrong? Why are you in such a rush? Do you need something from me? Jiang Ning, breathless from coming too hurriedly, even forgot to turn off her motorcycle. She saw water on the table and gulped down 2 mouthfuls. My shop is now preparing to open at night. Can you spare a few idle people from here for me? Hearing this, Liu Ling realized that Jiang Ning had come to ask for help. You should have said so earlier. I thought you were here to collect debts. You scared me to death. She checked the base's personnel list and found not many were free. Even fewer would be suitable for working in Jiang Ning's small shop. Liu Ling suggested several names one by one. Too old. Too young. Looks too frail. Too strong. He might beat others up. In the end, Liu Ling also grew annoyed. Wang Da has been quite idle recently. You know him well. How about letting him help you? Recalling Wang Da, whose physique was medium but full of muscles, always diligent, Jiang Ning hesitated a bit. He was excellent at construction work, which seemed a waste for just assisting in her place. She questioned, while Liu Ling tossed aside the roster in exasperation. There aren't many people in the base anyway, and now you're demanding more, yet you're never satisfied. Currently, it takes over 100 people just to manage your farmland. Here's what, go find some wanderers outside, however many you get will all be yours. Seeing Liu Ling getting upset, Jiang Ning shut her mouth. But these people really weren't suitable for Xiaoyang building. After deep consideration, Liu Ling thought there were a few who matched Jiang Ning's criteria. These few have been orphans since childhood, trained by the hunting group. But because they're all girls, they were taught some self-defense skills. I know them well, their characters are good, and they are hardworking. See if they'll work for you. Jiang Ning glanced and indeed had an impression of these individuals. These were the girls who, without complaint, undertook the logistical work after clearing out the zombies in the research building. Realizing they were acquaintances, Jiang Ning nodded. All right, them. Okay, go back and I'll have them report to you this afternoon. Having found the right candidates, Jiang Ning happily returned to Xiaoyang building and started cleaning the rooms. Boss, what are you doing? Rao, who had just woken up, noticed Jiang Ning bustling between empty rooms, smiling joyfully, but something seemed amiss, so she made a casual comment. Nothing much, just that we're going to have a few new people. What? It would already be difficult to deal with Jiang Ning directly, and the arrival of new people meant fewer chances. Boss, didn't you say our resources are limited? Now food is rationed, do you think there will be enough if we recruit more people? Jiang Ning shot Rao a glance, knowing exactly what she was scheming, and replied without looking up. No worries, how much could a few girls eat? At this, Rao had no choice but to watch silently as a few rooms were prepared. By lunchtime, 2 younger-looking, grey-faced, and weak girls arrived at Xiaoyang building. Their eyes were bright, and they cautiously inquired of a man. Excuse me, is Ms. Jiang around? We are sent by Minister Liu. Hearing the commotion upstairs, Jiang Ning came down quickly. I'm here, yes, you're sent by Liu Ling, right? The rooms are all ready for you. Rest for a day, then we'll start work tomorrow. Seeing that these 2 girls lacked any offensive capabilities and were gentle, Rao finally felt reassured. Fortunately, they aren't like Boss Jiang's elite members. Otherwise, if everyone knew a few moves, how could I possibly get my hands on her? The two girls, seeing Jiang Ning's seemingly good temper, relaxed slightly. Even though she said they could take the day off, the two girls took it upon themselves to look for some chores to do. When dinner time came, they carefully introduced themselves. I'm Xiaoyun, and this is Xiaoduo, we're sisters. This made Anan delighted. Hello, I'm Anan, and she's our men, and we're also sisters. Does Ms. Jiang have any peculiar preferences? Why does she keep recruiting sister pairs? Rao mocked on the side. Jiang Ning gave her a glare, ignoring such behavior, and instead warmly welcomed Xiaoyun and Xiaoduo. Starting today, you're part of Xiaoyang building. Let's treat this meal as a welcome party. A man slaughtered a few chickens, making soup, stir-fried dishes, and a steamed egg custard. Anan gathered some vegetables, while Jiang Ning used available ingredients to cook sour cabbage, fried potato slices, stewed eggplants, and a popular dish called 3 delicacies. Upon seeing such an abundance of ingredients, the two girls were astounded. Back when the base had not yet fallen, they ate welfare grain. During the outbreak of the zombie wave, they were just glad to have something to eat. Later, when conditions at the base improved, they mixed rice with welfare grain, barely enough to fill their stomachs. But how often did they see such a lavish spread? For a moment, they didn't know what to do with themselves. Boss, we can't eat this much food, a few steamed buns would be enough for us. Jiang Ning glanced at their frail figures. That won't do, you're too thin. The workload here is heavy, and you'll need strength. You must eat until you're full so you can work properly. Tears welled up in the eyes of the two girls as they nodded. Boss, you're so kind. No wonder Liu Ling had recommended them. These two sisters were obviously simple-hearted, innocent, and good-natured, and knew how to repay kindness. Jiang Ning was satisfied with them as well. By the end of the meal, Jiang Ning arranged a room for each of them. Inside, electrical appliances and furniture were all provided, which almost made the two cry again. Sister, I feel so lucky. Who would have thought we'd come to Boss Jiang to find work? I've never imagined having such a nice room, Xiaoduo sobbed while hugging her sister. Xiaoyun also couldn't hold back her tears. The hunting group didn't accept girls. Even if they learned well, they could only work as support staff. Most of the construction work in the base was done by men, and women could only handle simple tasks, eating less than the men. There was nothing comparable to this treatment. They could only silently thank Jiang Ning in their hearts, determined to work hard and ensure that no issues arose at Xiaoyang building. Later, the two sisters explored the appliances in their rooms. Somehow, they managed to turn on the television. Then they repeated the tragedy of a man and Anan. Still, they had some self-control. Watching until midnight, they turned off the TV early and went to sleep. Lying in bed, Jiang Ning chatted with the system about recent developments. System 421, is my cellar not finished yet? You promised me animals, but there's been no follow-up. The system could only explain to Jiang Ning. I've checked the progress. The cellar should be ready by tomorrow morning. Once it's complete, the super-large livestock pen will arrive, and those animals will naturally appear in the pen without needing your attention. You'd better not be lying to me. If I don't see the cellar tomorrow morning, I'm going on strike. After threatening the system, Jiang Ning drifted off to sleep. Chapter 98, The basement is complete. Awakening in the middle of the night, Xiaoyang building suddenly sank slightly. Jiang Ning was extraordinarily alert and woke up immediately. She jumped out of bed wearing her coat, bewildered, and ran out of the room. Did an earthquake occur? Looking at other people's rooms, they were all calm as before. Obviously they hadn't sensed any abnormality from the building. What's going on? At this moment, the system spoke. The basement has been constructed. Where do you want to set the entrance? It was just a false alarm, it was only the basement. Let's place it under the warehouse. Since it's a basement, we should hide it. The host can now go and take a look at your basement. The speed was so fast that Jiang Ning was incredulous. She still got dressed and went downstairs, opening the warehouse door but finding no entrance. It looks like there hasn't been much change here, does it? Look to the left. The system provided a prompt. Next to the warehouse door, there appeared a small liquid crystal screen. Jiang Ling approached for inspection, noticing it was clearly a fingerprint lock. Placing her finger on it, there was a beep sound, and unusual movement occurred beneath the warehouse. A hidden door slowly opened. Following the staircase downwards, Jiang Ning found herself facing an elevator instead. My goodness, there are actually 10 floors. This luxurious. The tiles surrounding her current floor had evidently come from the mall exchange initiated by Jiang Ning herself. They were unmistakably her doing. Entering the elevator, she pressed one of the buttons, and slowly descended to the first floor. As soon as the doors opened, the lights on the first floor illuminated brightly. It was extremely cozy, making one feel as if they had returned to spring. Jiang Ning took off her coat and carefully observed the surroundings. This area was empty without any furnishings, but the space was immense. Jiang Ning walked for about 10 minutes on foot, yet she had not reached the end. System 421, how big is this place? Why isn't there an end? The system chuckled smugly and hastily took credit toward Jiang Ning. At least I'm the latest version of a system. Folding space is a piece of cake for me. You should think about how to arrange these 10 floors, let me help you decorate. After riding motorcycles, this was the second time Jiang Ning had witnessed the system's power. She couldn't help but exclaim continuously. I always thought you were a waste of a system. It turns out I've wronged you, except for attack. Almost every other skill has been leveled up completely. The system sighed in resignation, realizing Jiang Ning perceived him as so inferior. In fact, my attacking capabilities are very strong, you just haven't unleashed them. As a culinary system, I can't actively help you strengthen attacks. Only through exploration will you develop. Since there was no spatial limitation, Jiang Ning gave full rein to her imagination, leaving the rest to the system. I've long felt our store lacks a surveillance system. So let's divide the first floor into two parts, one part as a complete surveillance system and the other as a medical institution, placing all usable medical equipment, beds, etc., on the first floor. A walkway should be added between the two areas to separate them. That makes sense. No matter how scarce resources become, medical equipment must exist, otherwise, the host's safety cannot be ensured. The system quietly noted down the instruction. Food is so important, it should go on the second floor. Divide the second floor into two parts, one for food processing and the other for a planting area. The planting area must be large enough. That's reasonable. Without a big planting area, normal food supply can't be maintained. Then use the third floor as a kitchen with sufficient space for various cooking utensils and refrigerators. Otherwise, extra food can't be stored properly. There also needs to be a dining area where a wine cabinet is installed. Winemaking can't be overlooked either. That's sensible. When it comes to eating and drinking, having food implies the need for beverages. As for the fourth floor, let's designate it as a dormitory with single and double rooms. If the shop expands in scale in the future and more employees join who have families, their family factors must be considered too. Basic facilities such as cabinets and tables should be placed in each room. And most importantly, there need to be adequate bathrooms on every floor. Reasonable. After all, our goal is to become the greatest shop in the post-apocalyptic world. Employees will increase over time. Oh, right. There should also be a power generation area and water source area on the fifth floor. These two elements are essential for our shop. All equipment depends on them, including the elevator needing electricity. Host, I must remind you, all devices offered by this system are capable of independent operation without electricity or water. Only lighting requires electricity. Then what about the ventilation system and air conditioning underground? You don't need to worry about this. While I remain functional, the entire ventilation system won't require additional fuel and won't malfunction. It's only the fifth floor. Let's use the sixth floor as a warehouse for storing processed food. The seventh floor can serve as an entertainment lounge for employees. Arrange large basketballs, soccer balls, ping pong, badminton, gaming machines, televisions, etc. This is a bit excessive. Do you know how much space these sports facilities will take up? Alright then, let's make it a gym instead, but we still need to arrange some video game machines. We also need to place some refrigerators for food and drinks so the employees can eat whenever they want. That seems reasonable, it can be satisfied. As for the rest, I don't know how to use them yet, so let's just leave them aside. If there are any future needs, we'll arrange accordingly. That makes sense. I'll try to finish decorating from the first floor to the seventh floor in one day. By this time tomorrow, when you come down again, you'll see the complete facilities. Oh, almost forgot about the livestock pen. Let's make the eighth floor specifically for farming. Do I need to dig a pond myself? If not, using water barrels for aquaculture is fine too. Jiang Ning kept requesting more and more, while the system utilized its powerful memory to record all of them. Only after arranging every single detail and the system having no objections did she return upstairs to continue sleeping. What a wonderful day. The thought of soon possessing an entire 10-story basement made Jiang Ning excited as if she had won a $1 billion lottery. With 2 floors left, how should they be arranged to make the building both comfortable and safe? Jiang Ning began carefully planning in her mind. System, in the future, can the number of basement levels be increased? This time, the system didn't reply. Maybe it's busy renovating the basement. Alright, I'll ask him next time. In another world. 421, why is your host so troublesome? He wants too many things. How am I supposed to provide everything for you within one day? For 21, facing the impatient mainframe, puffed his chest out confidently. Look at my completion rate, it's the highest. Although my mission progress is a bit slow, whether in terms of timing or recipes, I'm far ahead of my other companions. Why shouldn't I have special rights as top performer? What's the point of me working so hard otherwise? The mainframe pulled up the data, relatively compared, and found that among all worlds, the post-apocalypse where Jiang Ning was located ranked first in both satisfaction and development trend. Moreover, the potential was extraordinarily large. Alright then, this time I'll exceptionally prioritize supplying you with materials. It won't be this easy next time. You need to hurry up and make your host collect recipes as soon as possible. The historical archives of the new era are incredibly scarce. If this continues, none of us will know our origins. Understood. With the mainframe's response, 421 happily returned to the post-apocalyptic world, eagerly waiting for the decoration to finish so he could receive Jiang Ning's praise. Chapter 99, Refugee Camp. Since the addition of Xiaoyun and Xiaojuo, Jiang Ning quickly set up a sign to start the night snack service. The chicken coop is still by the yard. Xiaoyun and Xiaojuo very voluntarily caught the chickens needed, plucked their feathers, deboned them, and threaded them into kebabs. Jiang Ning specially made another stove for the night snacks. It was placed outside the gate, with a jar of rice wine next to the stove. Recently, coal resources have been mined sufficiently to support the base, so Song Yin had the zombies return to the farmland fences. Even though these zombies are no longer aggressive and some have even learned simple human language. They are not humans after all, and keeping them in the base inevitably results in some disdainful looks from others. Song Yin, busy communicating with other bases, has finally confirmed the source of the rumors. It's within the 135 base. Taking advantage of being free today, he came to the little villa. Jiang Ning was installing items required for the night snacks. Seeing Song Yin's figure, she couldn't help but put down her work and brightened up. Captain Song, you're back? They haven't seen each other for a long time, both having been busy with their own matters. Song Yin nodded, seeing how the little villa has developed increasingly better, genuinely smiled. We haven't seen each other for a while, your business has expanded quite a bit. Jiang Ning hastily wiped her hands clean, poured a glass of rice wine, and handed it to Song Yin. Not bad, development has been faster this period, my manpower is almost insufficient. Song Yin remembered that he encountered a group of refugees on his way back. Most of them were women, children, and the elderly. I discovered a refugee camp at a distant base to the east. There are many elders and kids there. If you are really short of hands, why don't we bring them back? Compared to men, women and children are less scheming, they only require a place to stay. Jiang Ning thought about it and nodded. Sure, no matter how many more people come, I can take care of them. However, those who want to work here still need to be observed for integrity. Luckily, I have developed more residential areas. If it works out, first observe these people. Song Yin agreed, they were of one mind. These matters can be left to the employees. Or, you could come with me today, if anyone is willing to return with us, bring them back to assist you. Xiao Yun and Xiao Juo had been standing on the side for a long time. Since most of Jiang Ning's work is personally done, it makes them feel as if their presence means nothing. Boss, you go ahead and handle things, leave us here and it will be fine. Grasping this opportunity, the two rushed over to take the work out of Jiang Ning's hands. Wait for me here, I'll drive the car over. Ever since petroleum extraction went smoothly at another small base, Song Yin drives freely, without worrying about gas, even stockpiling several crates of oil in the car. Jiang Ning also conveniently packed various daily necessities and food in her backpack. Song Yin took Jiang Ning eastward, running nearly 500 kilometers, and when Jiang Ning couldn't bear the bumpy ride anymore, he finally stopped to rest briefly. Song Yin gently patted Jiang Ning's back and handed her a bottle of water. After finding a spot where Jiang Ning threw up, he consoled her. How come you never mentioned this before? Now you're getting car sick. Jiang Ning wiped her mouth, drank some water, cleared the unpleasant taste from her mouth, and then felt a little better. Did you eat breakfast this morning? Did you know? Jiang Ning looked at Song Yin surprisedly. Of course. You definitely didn't sleep well last night, coupled with the fact that the road isn't smooth, leading to your motion sickness. Eat something first. He proactively started a fire, boiling some hot water. Jiang Ning pulled out the compressed food made at the base from her backpack, soaked it in water, and a fragrant bowl of porridge appeared. After drinking some porridge, Song Yin picked some wild fruits along the road and gave them to Jiang Ning. Take them, eat a couple if you don't feel well during the journey. After resting enough, the two continued their journey. This time without any dizziness, Jiang Ning could properly enjoy the scenery along the roadside. There wasn't much to see in the post-apocalyptic world, everywhere was barren. But in Jiang Ning's eyes, this was like an unexplored treasure waiting to be discovered. This area is large. Planting some fruit trees would definitely be great. The soil here is a bit hard. This stuff needs loosening. Too much workload. Let's forget it. Here's actually a pond. By the time summer comes, we could plant some lotus roots or something, and by then we can have lotus seeds to eat. These trees look pretty strong. They'll make good material for building houses. What kind of flower is this? I've never seen it before. It blooms beautifully in the cold winter. I'd like to transplant it. Song Yin drove while observing Jiang Ning. Noticing her silence, he thought she was carsick again. He quietly slowed down, driving through rough patches as smoothly as possible. With the slower speed, Jiang Ning was able to take in more of the sights. She hadn't traveled far very often. As a child, she had been focused on studying. By the time she grew up, an accident brought her to this post-apocalyptic world, and all she could think about was survival. She never really had the leisure to appreciate the scenery outside. This time, sitting in the car, she didn't have to worry about life or death matters or food shortages. Although the landscape here was unremarkable, her carefree mindset made Jiang Ning feel extraordinarily comfortable, filling her with curiosity about everything. Before she knew it, the sky began to darken. Tonight, Song Yin decided they would spend the night in the car. The journey wasn't exhausting, but given the limited resources, Jiang Ning couldn't help but miss instant food from the peaceful era. It would be great if we had instant noodles right now. Her voice was soft, but Song Yin still heard her. Song Yin took out some compressed biscuits for a makeshift meal with Jiang Ning. Food production has increased now, so making instant noodles isn't difficult. Once we get back, we'll hold the election ceremony so you can officially take charge of planning everything in the base. We can execute your plans. Jiang Ning suddenly remembered that the election ceremony hadn't been held yet. Truthfully, Jiang Ning wasn't particularly interested in being the leader. It was only because the system required it, so she reluctantly accepted the role. Why are there so many women and children in this refugee camp? With nothing else to do, Jiang Ning wanted to start a conversation. In fact, this place wasn't originally called a refugee camp. Some nearby bases couldn't afford to sustain so many people, so they dumped useless elderly, women, and children here, giving them some food and leaving them to fend for themselves. After the zombie wave came, the bases that abandoned them fell, while this place, being hidden, managed to survive thanks to the food and some people enduring the situation. Jiang Ning had initially expected a heartwarming story, like someone with great ambitions recruiting these unfortunate souls. Instead, it turned out to be a horrifying one. She lost her desire to continue the conversation, realizing how far humanity could go just to protect themselves in the apocalypse. Since our base can support them, let's bring them back. After a long silence, Jiang Ning finally said these words. Yes, I thought the same thing, but I was worried about putting too much pressure on you. Since you're willing. Chapter 100, Able to Support. Due to the sudden heaviness of the topic, both chose to remain silent. Actually, this is what the apocalypse is like. Capable people are few and far between, and among this minority, those with a conscience are even fewer. People like Jiang Ning, who give a bowl of soup to those in need if they have a meal for themselves, are becoming fewer and fewer. If it were still the old base, Song Yin would definitely not want to take in this group of people. At most, he could only ensure not to disturb them. Perhaps imperceptibly, Jiang Ning not only helped the people in the base but also changed their inner thoughts. This world still needs more kindness. Song Yin looked at Jiang Ning's profile and couldn't help but feel proud. After all, he was the first person to discover Jiang Ning's secret, and it was he who cultivated Jiang Ning. Although by now, the two were almost evenly matched. Jiang Ning still unconsciously depended on him. And Song Yin himself regarded Jiang Ning as a little kid from before, always worrying if she had enough to eat, enough to drink, or whether she would be bullied by outsiders. Even though he knew these concerns were somewhat excessive, he didn't understand why he hadn't handed Jiang Ning over to the Base Research Institute at the very first opportunity. Besides the initial bit of selfishness, maybe there was another reason. Her eyes were too clear, like water that had never been polluted. You could see everything in them at a glance. Song Yin not only wanted to protect her but also hoped that she could live well. Jiang Ning worked extremely hard, transforming from being timid when she arrived into the independent boss Jiang today. The gap in status and power between the two grew increasingly smaller, and Jiang Ning even showed a tendency to surpass Song Yin. This made many things difficult for Song Yin to say to Jiang Ning. No matter what identity, none seemed appropriate. Song Yin simply decided not to think about anything, silently supporting her from behind. Both went to sleep carrying heavy hearts. The next morning, they set off again. Due to having rested well, Jiang Ning's state was excellent today, so Song Yin also sped up. They reached the refugee camp before dark. Here, whether day or night, fires burned constantly. Perhaps because there were more elderly, women, and children here, safety had to be ensured. The guards at the entrance were extremely strict, meticulously questioning each person wanting to enter the refugee camp. Stop. What are you here for? The guard was also female, with a lean figure. Their faces showed no fear as they held simple weapons at the gate, seriously scrutinizing each person wanting to enter. Well, we're from base 135. We don't have enough manpower currently, so we're here to recruit some willing people. The guard eyed them suspiciously. Recruit. There are only abandoned people here. No one has ever heard of anyone willing to take us in. These people had strong defenses. Jiang Ning felt a headache coming on. I opened a small shop in base 135. The work isn't strenuous, but requires meticulous people. Daily tasks include making food for sale. I want to expand now, but due to insufficient manpower, and knowing there is a special refuge here, I thought I might help fellow women gain work. This is better than living in constant fear here. Song Yin wisely remained silent, allowing Jiang Ning to explain. The guard still half believed them. Despite the fact that the woman in front clearly radiated strength and confidence from head to toe. On what basis should I believe you're kind enough to take in women with no much ability? Jiang Ning proudly patted her chest and guaranteed. Just because I am the leader of base 135. The guard was shocked upon hearing this. Generally speaking, most leaders of bases are men. The workload is too large for women to bear. Furthermore, in this post-apocalyptic world, women naturally received many prejudices. It's hard to imagine electing a female as a leader. If you are indeed the leader, perhaps you may come in and sit down to talk about your plans. Only then did the guard step aside, letting Jiang Ning and Song Yin in. Upon entering the refugee camp, Jiang Ning found that most of the people here were older folks. There were hardly any children or women. No wonder this place was once the dumping ground for various bases. Only women unable to survive in other bases voluntarily came here, bringing food with them. Elderly people would do just fine. It would count as doing good deeds after all. It wasn't beyond their means to support them. Jiang Ning decided whoever was willing to go with her, she'd take back and settle. As long as there were enough people, working an hour each would fill a full day without a shortage. The guard led them into a tent, where the person in charge of this refugee camp was inside. The person in charge, also female, was quite young. However, scars of varying sizes marked her body, including her face. Jiang Ning paused momentarily when meeting her gaze, as if noticing something unusual. She appeared to have gotten used to such gazes and didn't mind it. Instead, she took care to seat Jiang Ning. Realizing her reaction, Jiang Ning quickly apologized. I'm sorry, I didn't expect the supervisor here to also be a woman, and moreover, it's fine, I've gotten used to it. The supervisor let out a bitter smile. She also understood that the scars on her face might be too frightening, so she wore a hat with a deep brim, trying to conceal some of the scars. This open and generous attitude made Jiang Ning feel ashamed of herself. So she put forward her sincerity. Supervisor, hello. My name is Jiang Ning, I am the supervisor of Base 135. Our food supply has stabilized. Currently, my personal business is a small restaurant, but there aren't enough people. I thought of recruiting some individuals who would be provided meals and lodging. With more recruits, everyone's shift can be shorter. The supervisor looked at Jiang Ning, somewhat embarrassed. You know we mostly have the elderly, weak, sick, and disabled here. No one really fits the job. I fear they will hold you back. No, we're all women, and we understand how tough it is to survive in this post-apocalyptic world. Since our base produces enough food to sustain so many people, as a duty, even if we don't recruit anyone this time, I will still donate some grain to the refugee shelter. The supervisor was stunned, not expecting Jiang Ning to be so generous. Nowadays, who doesn't fight tooth and nail for a meal? These grains must have been hard for you to produce. It's not difficult. The planting process consumes a lot of labor, and the current wheat production isn't very high. I don't grow wheat, I grow rice, along with vegetables and fruits. All have quite high yields. Isn't this post-apocalyptic era incapable of growing other plants anymore? I have my own tricks. All we have here are old folks, and probably work hours can't be too long. That's fine. We only operate during breakfast, lunch, dinner, and late-night snacks. If there are enough people, everyone can work just an hour a day. Isn't this equivalent to taking advantage of your generosity? Not at all, we can afford it. The first time encountering such extravagantly generous supervisors, the refugee shelter supervisor was genuinely shocked. After calming down, she felt something seemed off. Aren't you guys conducting human experiments or something? Being this generous? To tell you the truth, the zombies at our place don't eat humans anymore. If you don't believe me, you can come take a look. Chapter 101, Clothes Distribution. The supervisor was skeptical. After pondering for a while, she still chose to trust Jiang Ning. Because during this period, Jiang Ning had taken out bag after bag of food from the almost as large as her backpack. And with extreme extravagance, she opened the bag mouths and sprinkled them in front of the supervisor. It wasn't just wheat, there were also some rice grains that had already been husked. Then Jiang Ning took out vacuum-packed chicken one bag after another. Jiang Ning didn't stop there. Potatoes, cucumbers, tomatoes, okra, yams, spinach, oil vegetable, a type of lettuce, etc., tumbled out of the bag as if money were no object. By the time the supervisor's jaw dropped so far it could not close, Jiang Ning slowly said, "This is just a sample of what I've brought. They are all foods from my store. Of course, we came to recruit workers, how can we come without sincerity? I'll take care of dinner tonight." Then she poured out buns and steamed bread from the bag, piling them like a small mountain. "I don't have much ability. The only reason I'm the head of Base 135 is because of these inexhaustible foods. I've already told you my secret. Do you still doubt my sincerity?" At that moment, the supervisor subconsciously felt that she would be silenced knowing such a big secret. How could she possibly live on? Those rumors were true. Boss Jiang from Base 135 really is a prodigy. She never expected the news spreading around a few days ago to actually be true. Everyone thought it was just someone's wild imagination. Having personally witnessed Jiang Ning's capability, the supervisor no longer hesitated. She swiftly wrote an announcement and handed it to Jiang Ning. "As long as you want, everyone at the refugee camp can follow you." "Really? Maybe some people want to stay here?" Jiang Ning raised her concern. "Don't worry. Most people here can't survive anymore anyway, either elderly or weak children plagued by diseases. Even the rare young women here have already seen enough of the cruelty of the end times. If there is a place where they can eat their fill and drink to their satisfaction without fear, shouldn't it be an easy choice?" In all these years, the supervisor has been under great pressure. Each person arriving at the refugee camp brought only a tiny packet of grain. Survival depended solely on those in the camp taking turns to search for food, barely managing to grow some wheat. Life was hard enough for women, and the mortality rate at the refugee camp was even higher than other bases. Now that a chance to live on presented itself, the supervisor naturally seized it firmly. "Let's go and announce this immediately. Anyone who wants to follow you can set out tonight." Ultimately, it was the power of food that convinced them. Jiang Ning followed the supervisor to the announcement post. Seeing the supervisor standing there, everyone stopped what they were doing and instinctively gathered around to listen as the supervisor gave an impassioned speech. "Sisters, we're all destitute people. We came to the refugee camp just waiting to die, living every day in fear. But today, Boss Jiang has arrived. She is willing to accept all of us from the refugee camp. As legend goes, any plant that comes into contact with Boss Jiang grows wildly. This story is true. If you are willing to help Boss Jiang, you can leave with her tonight." Hearing these words, everyone was shocked, but their expressions remained unchanging due to prolonged numbness. Because deep down, they believed good things wouldn't happen to them. Jiang Ning saw that the atmosphere had been created, and she also spoke a few words. "Sisters of the refugee camp, hello. I am Jiang Ning from Team 1357. Some of you may have heard of me. In Base 1357, I have a small shop selling food and also a large farm. These all require manpower for management. Although there are certainly people in the base, after hearing about the situation here, I decided to activate your group. I have no particular requirements. You just need to strictly keep secrets and seriously perform your own duties." Listening to this, Questions arose among the crowd. How kind-hearted could you be to take us in? That's right. The base is having construction difficulties and lacks food. How can anyone actively recruit more people to the base? Will our work after going there really just be farming and helping? Facing these doubts, Jiang Ning showed no fear. She pressed down her hand, signaling for everyone to quiet down. I know some of you might worry about my intentions. However, as long as you're willing to come with me, you can first take a look at the environment of the base. After a visit, if you don't like it, we'll return you along the same route. With this reassurance, some of the more daring immediately raised their hands. I'm willing to go and check it out. Song Yin, beside her, quickly tallied up the list of names, and some couldn't wait to board their trucks. Originally, she had planned to rest a little tonight. But due to the high enthusiasm of the masses, Song Yin could only work overtime and return to the base overnight. The people in the car couldn't help but express their feelings as they watched the scenery outside. Never thought that one day I would be alive, leaving the refugee camp. I always thought I would grow old and die here. If Boss Jiang didn't deceive us, doesn't that mean we will have formal jobs in the future? And we won't worry about food and clothes? That's right. If he really is what they say outside, whatever he plants survives. Wouldn't that mean our group will enjoy happiness first? Don't speak too soon. If they have ill intentions, we might just become the first unlucky ones to die. Holding doubts and suspicions, and with a thread of hope. After a long journey of one day and one night, they finally arrived at the base. On the road, Jiang Ning had already made a call to Liu Ling. I brought back a batch of people from elsewhere. I hope you can arrange a welcome ceremony for us, and it must be grand. Liu Ling was shocked. I was just saying something random, and you really went out and brought back some refugees. Isn't that right? Jiang Ning was somewhat excited. She didn't expect so many people to eventually come back with her. If it wasn't for Captain Song taking me out, I wouldn't be able to bring them here. Liu Ling angrily hung up the phone. Since new people were arriving at the base, there would definitely be a welcome ceremony. Liu Ling stood up immediately, striving to leave a good impression on the newcomers. Base 1357 has few people, but its area is very large. After the people who had been talked about arrived at the base, they couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, isn't this too big?" Yeah, if this place can still be called a small base, then where I stayed before was an ant's nest. They have fewer people, but their base is not small in size. Look at all you inexperienced ones. To show the richness of the base, Liu Ling led a group of people beating gongs and drums to warmly welcome the new members. After they got off the car, some nicely dressed girls were arranged, each holding a cotton coat, and gave one to each new member. This unexpected goodwill gesture made the new members even more awkward. Why is this base so generous? Upon arrival, they were given thick cotton coats. The refugees, in such cold weather, only had thin overcoats, all made from animal hides. They couldn't be described as looking good, they could just say that they were wearable. Upon receiving these soft and thick clothes, they eagerly put them on. It seems Mr. Jiang hasn't deceived us. Jiang Ning took them for a quick tour of the base, and finally arrived at her own little shop. A man, you take Anan and Yao Yao out to play for a while. We have some guests today, and I'm going to show them around. It's not that there weren't many customers at the restaurant right now. After Jiang Ning sent away this group of guests, she also ushered the 3 people inside the store out. These dozen or so women were still relatively young. Seeing the grand neon signboard, they were too amazed to speak. They couldn't have imagined how impressive the small Western-style building was. The whole building was white, with 3 floors, and there was even a small balcony on top. As soon as you face it, there is a big door. Above the door, the neon sign flickers, clearly displaying the words Jiang Family Little Shop. Even during the day, the neon lights of various colors looked very beautiful. Entering the main gate was the hall. These dozens of people standing inside didn't feel crowded at all. Behind the hall was a courtyard. Around the corners of the wall, camellias grew everywhere. Flowers previously broken by yarrow yarrow had blossomed again, emitting a faint fragrance that permeated the entire yard. On the ground were planted various vegetables and fruits. Seeing the lush courtyard and the fresh vegetables on the ground, they were starved speechless. They seemed to already imagine the vegetables being picked, green and fragrant as they are stir-fried into delicious meals. I haven't eaten vegetables for so long, one woman muttered. Seeing everyone's astonished faces, Jiang Ning felt a sense of smug satisfaction. The hall's tiles were black and white, clean and bright thanks to daily cleaning. Jiang Ning hadn't been idle either, leveling some land in the back garden, laying pebbles to form a path leading directly to the farm behind. Jiang Ning opened the back door, revealing it to everyone. Look, this is my planting base. Pointing her finger, everyone followed its direction. Vast fields lay before their eyes, densely planted with rice, each grain golden and full. The grains bowed down, bending low, so heavy that they were nearly touching the ground. In another plot of land, although the crops weren't particularly high, green leaves covered the entire area. This area is planted with potatoes. They've been harvested recently, and a new batch has already grown. Jiang Ning explained, as some might not have seen these crops before, naturally making the barren appearance confusing. Numerous workers were harvesting rice in the fields, and when they saw Jiang Ning, they all greeted her warmly. Mr. Jiang, why do you have time to visit today? Hello, Mr. Jiang. During this responsible person election period, you must be pleased, becoming the leader, but don't forget about us. After the responsible person ceremony, why don't you host another buffet like last time? I can't stop thinking about it. The people here were friendly and open, showing no panic about the apocalypse. Their clothing was clean, neatly ironed, warm, and their faces filled with smiles. Well fed, they appeared energetic. It was evident that people here had no worries about food or clothing, and everyone's spirit had greatly improved. This impressed the refugee camp visitors deeply. Before finishing touring the small Western-style building, some had already started entertaining thoughts of staying. Host, you returned just in time. The basement storage room has also been completed, and you can go down and check it out. This rapid progress by the 421 system truly surprised Jiang Ning. But it was perfect timing to show them where they would live soon. Jiang Ning led them directly to a small warehouse behind the first floor. Opening the door revealed a fingerprint lock next to it. Jiang Ning pressed her fingerprint, and with a rumbling sound, an opening large enough for passage revealed itself a secret tunnel. The refugee group's hearts trembled. Did he trust them so much that he'd display his secret passageway? Could it be a trick to lure them down for secret experiments? Jiang Ning paid no mind to what others thought, stepping into the secret tunnel while gesturing for everyone to follow. Come down, this is where you will live in the future. With strange feelings in their hearts, everyone followed Jiang Ning downstairs. Inside was a large elevator, sufficient to fit them all. First arriving on the first underground floor, it turned out to be a corridor. There were two massive doors on either side, both equipped with glass windows allowing the inside to be visible. Some peered through the window and immediately shouted out loud. Look, this is a hospital. A lot of equipment inside is found only in major bases. Those knowledgeable few had already identified it. On the other side, an entire wall was filled with surveillance screens, each monitoring every corner of the little shop. I provide medical services here, but I don't have any medical staff. If any of you have experience, you can directly take up the position. As she spoke, Jiang Ning led the group upstairs to the second floor. Upon entering the second floor, another wave of exclamations erupted. There was a very large area designated for a microfarm. However, it looked bare, as there were no plants growing inside yet. A sturdy fence surrounded the farm, and on its roof were several daylight lamps, continuously illuminating the space. On the other side, it appeared to be a factory. Although the door was not open, Jiang Ning did not intend to go in either. She only gave a brief introduction outside. This is where food processing takes place. Some compressed food or semi-finished products come from here. Again, lacking workers, anyone with relevant experience can recommend themselves. The third floor was the restaurant. Jiang Ning's eyes lit up as soon as she entered. All the cabinets were made of stainless steel, durable and resistant to wear, which made her extremely satisfied. Next to it, there was a small restaurant where 2 long benches and a long table could accommodate 6 people comfortably. The color scheme was classic wood tones, coated with a thin layer of glossy varnish. Most importantly, there was even a bar in each corner, along with refrigerators. This was completely beyond everyone's imagination. In this post-apocalyptic world, it wasn't easy to get a set of complete and beautiful furniture. Yet, Jiang Ning had managed to acquire an entire set of stainless steel equipment. As you see, this is the restaurant and kitchen. The refrigerators are used for storing alcoholic beverages and drinks. If anyone knows how to cook, they can stay at this level. Even if not, it's no problem, I will personally teach you. When they arrived at the 4th floor, the shock was overwhelming, it greatly impacted their senses. Here were distributed some dormitories and double rooms. The beds were luxurious and soft. Once you sat down, it was hard to get up. Moreover, each room came equipped with an independent bathroom and washing machine, with an additional laundry room and public bath located outside. If you agree, these will be your dormitories. Once you settle in, you can apply for a double room to live your own private life. If the earlier parts only left them astonished. After seeing this, almost no one wanted to return to the refugee camp, fearing that Jiang Ning might stop recruiting. Chapter 103, The basement is ready. Ms. Jiang, is this our working environment? One person asked with a trembling voice, their eyes filled with disbelief. Jiang Ning smiled and nodded, indicating they could take a look around. This is your living area. The main work will still be at the small mansion where you'll greet guests. We have 4 shifts in total, so you can either divide up the work or rotate them. Later on, I'll select a supervisor to handle the arrangements. I'm willing to stay. Such a good environment even comes with meals and accommodation. It's far better than the outside. That's true. With these surroundings, no matter how powerful the zombies are, they won't be able to break in. It's secure too. I also want to stay. Ms. Jiang Ning, do you need more people? We have many sisters, and some of the elders can also work. Afraid that Jiang Ning might think less of them, these people didn't focus on their own comfort but were instead the first to help others exit the refugee camp. Jiang Ning remained consistent with her original principles. Even if you cannot work, as long as you're from the refugee camp, I can accept you. We can support all of you. No worries. There was a burst of cheers among the crowd, followed by someone bursting into tears out of joy. In the end, several people recalled their past experiences and the help they had received from the sisters in the refugee camp, softly crying. Ms. Jiang, don't get me wrong. We all feel like we've hit rock bottom. Everyone thought we were useless, cast aside to survive or die on our own. But none of us ever imagined that someone would still be willing to unconditionally accept us. There's no one better than Ms. Jiang Ning. This remark made Jiang Ning blush red. In fact, her original intention was merely not wanting to see others suffer. She would help as much as she could whenever possible. She never expected these people to regard her as a savior. You actually don't need to think this way. As long as you're capable and can work hard, you'll survive wherever you go. I've merely provided you with a relatively good working environment. They wiped away their tears and looked firmly at Jiang Ning. Ms. Jiang, we will work hard to repay you. Since they wanted to stay, Jiang Ning gave them a few instructions before leading them to register with Liu Ling. A large group marched to the living department, startling the guard who thought Minister Liu had upset Ms. Jiang and rushed off to report. Minister Liu, something's not right. Ms. Jiang Ning is bringing a whole group here. Having just taken a rest without drinking a single sip of water, upon hearing this news, Liu Ling frowned slightly and quickly drank some water. What is Ms. Jiang Ning up to again? Right then, Ms. Jiang Ning entered with her group. Liu Ling, I've brought these people to register. They'll all be employees at the small mansion going forward. Liu Ling hadn't expected that every single person would choose to stay. She carefully observed them, all women, frail in figure, some with pale lips and a greenish complexion, looking as though they might faint any second. Well, looks like today will be another overtime day for us. Since Ms. Jiang Ning had no qualms about accepting them, Liu Ling had no reason to refuse. The group got themselves ready and then returned to the small mansion en masse, choosing their dormitories. Since we're staying, should we tell the other sisters back at the refugee camp? While sorting through her minimal luggage, one person remembered that they hadn't yet informed the refugee camp. We can send a representative back with Ms. Jiang Ning to call everyone over. We will then work steadily for Ms. Jiang Ning here. Surprisingly, this time Ms. Jiang Ning didn't need to leave personally. Among the group, there was one who could drive, and off he went to the refugee camp, returning with a carload of people. For a moment, Ms. Jiang Ning's small mansion became noisy with chatter. With more people, naturally, jobs had to be assigned to them. Some who were adept at tidying up were assigned to logistics, specifically handling the mansion's hygiene. Those experienced with animal husbandry were placed under Ms. Jiang Ning's care at the livestock pen. The ones who could cook went to the kitchen, while those with experience in planting headed to the farm. The rest chose places of interest to them. As Ms. Jiang Ning watched everyone find their satisfactory positions, she stood in front of them. In a few days, once the base people are free, I'll arrange for some of them to teach you some skills. Everyone needs to learn them. As long as you do your part, I can support you until old age. Of course, everyone immediately expressed loyalty. We will definitely study hard and not disappoint Ms. Jiang Ning's expectations. Now that the personnel were in place, today Ms. Jiang Ning decided to start making snacks. The system had already delivered the animals Ms. Jiang Ning needed to the livestock pen. Pork might be delicious, but now they only had 2 piglets, needing at least a month to grow. It seems tonight's main course will be mutant chickens. The benefit of having more people meant that when preparing ingredients, each doing a little bit was enough to prepare all the necessary materials. With the extra hands, all the ingredients were soon prepared for the evening meal. A man, take them to the back to pick vegetables. These people will be under your supervision from now on. Anan, you're in charge of overseeing the logistics department. With more hands on deck, Jiang Ning could now focus solely on developing new dishes and creating delicious meals. She marinated the cut chicken with salt and soy sauce, while someone else was responsible for threading the pieces into skewers. Every type of vegetable was picked, washed, and chopped neatly before being placed in baskets for preparation. This significantly lightened Jiang Ning's workload. Now that everything was ready, all they needed were customers. As lunchtime approached, a large number of patrons began arriving at the little shop. Hey, Ms. Jiang, I see you've hired quite a few new employees. Some familiar customers greeted her with playful banter as they sat down together. I'd like some spicy chicken, some braised eggplant, and stir-fried potatoes today. Do you accept electronic components in exchange? Yes. Please wait just a moment, your order will be out shortly. Jiang Ning lit the stove and poured in the oil, enjoying the ease of not having to handle the ingredients herself. Her cooking speed was much faster than usual, and soon the fully cooked dishes were placed on the table. The following guests ordered a variety of dishes. Some wanted stir-fries, others buns or mantou, while a few left after purchasing rice wine. The newly arrived staff worked in perfect harmony. Whenever a guest finished eating, they quickly grabbed brooms and rags to clean the table promptly. Those waiting in line had their order managed efficiently. Outside, some elderly volunteers handed out free appetizers to keep waiting guests patient. Used utensils were sent to the backyard, where designated workers washed them thoroughly. Hot water flowed from the taps in the kitchen, sparing them from chapped hands during the freezing winter weather. Through this seamless process, no single person had an overwhelming workload, yet the completion rate was extremely high. Yarrow finally had nothing to do and leaned against the doorway, leisurely cracking sunflower seeds. Anan couldn't help but speak up to remind her. Yarrow, you can't leave all the work to others. You should also take care of your share of responsibilities. Without even lifting her eyelids, Yarrow threw the discarded sunflower shells aside. Oh, all right then. I'll go clean the room. Without looking back, she returned to her room, locked the door, and promptly fell asleep. Chapter 104, Pass. Xing Xiong hasn't come to see Yarrow for a while, and this is one of the reasons why she is upset. Men are all unreliable. We haven't seen each other for how long, and the feeling has already faded. He doesn't even come to find me. In the past, every time Xing Xiong returned to the base, he would bring Yarrow some gifts. This time, it has been 3 or 4 days since they last met, and there hasn't been a single message. Actually, Xing Xiong didn't intentionally avoid contacting Yao Yao. As an important general that Song Yin trusts now, he was sent out with Liu Qiao for these few days. Huang Qiong just got some news. The relay station found that the small base's roommate has already been intercepted by them, and the person in charge is currently very angry. It seems like they are conducting some important experiments right now, and Xing Xiong and Liu Qiao were dispatched to scout for information. Since Xing Xiong has never shown his face at other bases before, he disguises himself as a merchant who came out to exchange resources. Base 578 hasn't had much activity recently, but the required resources are increasing more and more, and the exchanged goods don't make sense. The petroleum Xing Xiong brought has already exchanged for over 200 jin of grain, 30 iron weapons, and also a pass to base 578 which allows free access without needing to provide any materials. All the things exchanged beforehand were fairly common, but mainly it was this pass. With it, no matter when or where, if you want to enter the base, the gatekeeper has to let you through. This is almost like giving away your life. What does base 578 intend to do? Carrying so many supplies, Xing Xiong finds himself stuck, neither walking away nor staying being a good choice. All he can do is continue exchanging resources within base 578. To appear as a wealthy fool, he never uses scales for his transactions, carrying a jute bag. No matter the amount, he fills up a bag and hands it over. This tycoon-like behavior caused him to become instantly famous within base 578. Everyone knows about the rich but foolish businessman who's come to the base and hurriedly tries to exchange their best materials with him. Only until nightfall did Xing Xiong get a moment to breathe. I finally understand how much work boss Jiang deals with daily. Although it wasn't physical labor, this kind of business really exhausted him. When the lights were about to turn off, Xing Xiong slowly got up and made his way from the market back to his lodging. There weren't many people around in the base at this hour, and the road was clear except for his solitary figure strolling under the moonlight. Suddenly, a shadow appeared ahead of him, scaring Xing Xiong almost into pulling out his knife. "Sir, please don't move. I'm here to trade with you." That person was short in stature, wearing all black. If you didn't look closely, you might think something ghostly was happening on the road. Black clothing? Xing Xiong realized something was off. Generally, only official personnel within the base could wear black. He stopped in his tracks, crossing his arms and observing the man warily. "Are you from the officials?" The man didn't deny it, smirking instead. "I was once, but not necessarily now." "Sir, are you still trading things?" Uncertain about his intentions, Xing Xiong hesitated for a moment. "Yes, what do you want?" Apparently, this person had thoroughly figured out all the resources Xing Xiong possessed during this period. Laughing harder while rubbing his hands together, the wrinkles on his face gathered together like a blooming chrysanthemum flower. "Hihi, sir, I want your pass." "Not possible. Do you know how important this thing is?" Xing Xiong rejected the request without hesitation. With the pass, he could recklessly bring anyone into base 578. Whether for future transactions or ambushes, it would be the most convenient option. The man didn't get upset, seemingly having anticipated that Xing Xiong wouldn't agree to the exchange. He pulled out a few certificates from his pocket. "Sir, let me confess. I used to be a staff member in the research building, but I committed a little mistake and messed up the experimental data. I heard using all my connections that the person in charge learned about this and prepared to execute me tomorrow. So here I am, running for my life." He handed over the documents. They turned out to be several entry certificates from Research Building's third laboratory. "I am an employee of this third laboratory, currently in desperate need to escape. If you're willing to help me leave, I will give these certificates to you for free." Xing Xiong looked at the entry certificates and understood this person must know that his fate was sealed. His frustration led him to want to destroy the experiment via someone else's hands. Such a task he couldn't casually take on. "What kind of experiment is your third laboratory working on? If it's your base's secret, accepting it would make me a sinner too." After following Song Yin for so long, Xing Xiong understood well, whoever it is, you should always be cautious. Upon noticing Xing Xiong's alertness, the man had no choice but to tell the truth. "To be honest, after this wave of zombies, our base has discovered that zombies can be controlled and have a certain level of thinking ability. Therefore, they are studying whether the abilities of zombies can be transferred to humans or if zombies can understand human language and be used for human purposes. However, this experiment is very dangerous. I personally oppose it, so I secretly destroyed some data. I have no wife or children, so it's easy for me to escape alone. I just can't stand seeing people using lives as experiments." As he spoke, the man was originally still smiling, but when it came to human lives, anger surfaced on his face. Originally, with the rampant spread of zombies, it's already extremely difficult for humans to survive. How can they even think of raising zombies artificially? If it fails, what would be the consequence? Realizing he had said too much, the man shut his mouth and changed the subject. "As long as you are willing to help me escape, I am at least a researcher, and I can give you all their data. You take this data to other bases, and you will definitely make a fortune." This offer was impossible for Xing Xiong to refuse. Actually, the zombies being raised by Boss Jiang have already evolved self-intelligence, understanding human language and even helping the base with production. But these data are also very important. Handing them over to Professor Guan might lead to some unexpected discoveries. Xing Xiong decided to ask clearly about this person's plan. "It's not impossible for me to take you out, but you have to tell me the truth. Where do you plan to escape to? You wouldn't want to immediately get caught and involve me, right?" Yes, you're right, the man nodded repeatedly. I've heard that there's a base not far from here where a boss runs a small store. I plan to seek refuge with her. I've heard she recently unconditionally took in a large number of refugees from the east. Logically, someone who can do such a thing must have a good heart. Seeking refuge under that base may allow me to survive. Otherwise, with so much data in my possession, if Base 578 communicates with other bases, who would still be willing to shelter me? It just so happens that this boss who harbored refugees is none other than Boss Jiang. Hearing this, Xing had a plan in mind. He first safely stored away the pass, then took a set of clothes from his backpack. Then, I'll help you. Put on these clothes first. I'll take you out now. After we leave Base 578, head east for about a kilometer. There's a forest there. Wait inside the forest, and someone will come to pick you up by tomorrow morning. Chapter 105, A Big Orphan. Upon hearing this, the man first felt a sense of understanding, then politely declined Xing offer. Thank you for wanting to take me out, but I don't plan to go to any other base, so there's no need to waste your connections. What connections? Do you think all the food and oil I have is from whom? Xing was somewhat annoyed. It was the first time he had met someone refusing a good opportunity. The man then realized that if anyone had the most stock in the apocalypse, it would be Boss Jiang, whose reputation had already spread through all the bases. Petroleum, a scarce resource, was something all bases fought over. Moreover, no one had figured out where Xing came from despite his long stay at the base. All these signs pointed in one direction, which made sense. Big brother, I didn't know you were working with Boss Jiang. You should have said earlier. Not only do I have experimental data and passes, but also an access permit for the military building all for you. Please protect me. Seeing how cooperative this person was, Xing's expression softened a bit. Don't talk nonsense. Change clothes quickly. Your black outfit makes everyone know you must be from the official sector. Yes, I'll change right away. The two found a secluded corner, changed into different clothing, and walked toward the base's main gate. The guards at the gate were familiar with Xing. They were glad to see him again. Brother, are you going back to get more supplies? The guard greeted him proactively. Xing pulled out a bag of pure rice from his chest and tossed it to the guard. Yeah, business has been too good and all the goods are gone. I have to go back and get some resources. The previous Xing usually went alone, but the guard did not pay much attention to the fact that he had brought someone along this time. He simply asked a few questions. Why are you bringing someone this time? The man in question felt uneasy and started thinking about how to sneak past without suspicion when the guard spoke up again on his own. Big brother, since your business is doing so well, you probably should hire someone to help carry the goods. Otherwise, even a strong guy like you would get worn out. Xing did not expect the guard to provide such a reasonable excuse for him. He just nodded. Yeah, exactly. I'm exhausted, dealing with people as soon as my eyes open, and counting inventory at night when I get home. Without someone helping me, I'm afraid I will collapse in your base. After speaking, he saw the gate open and led the man outside. Xing sent him all the way to the forest, took out a satellite phone, and made a call to the research building. Wang Baimu was on duty today. After confirming that someone would come to the small woods tomorrow morning, Xing hung up the phone. Just wait here. Saying this, he turned around and left without looking back. Since he was supposed to be out sourcing supplies, he could not return to the base today. Xing casually climbed up a tree to sleep for the night. He planned to head back to the 578 base early the next morning. When dawn broke, 578 base discovered they were short by one person. The head of the base was furious. How big could this place be? Where could he run to? We must find him. Let the news spread to all bases. We have a traitor who fled from our base. If he dares join another base, we'll offer a high price for his return. The person who fled wasn't just any ordinary experimental personnel but a core member of the entire research team. His position was comparable to Professor Guan's. No wonder the head insisted on tracking him down. Xing slept until the afternoon before slowly returning to 578 base. A new set of guards had taken over the shift, and upon seeing him, they didn't obstruct him. With heaven on his side, encountering a lab worker provided a perfect chance to confirm whether their experiments matched the information Huang Chong obtained. Xing decided to pack his things and return to the base for a few days, leaving the rest to Liu Qiao. Liu Qiao was quite capable. Relying on his combat skills, he directly infiltrated the hunter squad of the 578 base. Brother, our base is so big. Look at these weapons, they're pretty easy to handle. Liu Qiao was clearly lying with wide-open eyes. Even the best blades can't compare to the black broadsword Jiang Ning gave him. Still, flattery must continue. The current Liu Qiao had just passed the hunter squad evaluation and was promoted to the lowest level patrol team member. Every day, he was responsible for patrolling to ensure the safety of the whole base. Beyond this task, he had nothing else to do. His team captain was a middle-aged man. Upon hearing Liu Qiao praising the base, he couldn't help but reveal a look of pride on his face. Of course, don't you know what kind of place this is? Everyone who works at our base is equipped with weapons, higher-ranking staff can even carry guns. Has the 578 base become so wealthy? Really? That's amazing. What rank gets to carry a gun? I've never seen one in my life. Liu Qiao looked admiringly at the captain with starry eyes. Seeing how unsophisticated he appeared, the captain became even prouder and began explaining slowly. In our base, everyone at the squad leader level or above gets a gun. Not to mention those in management. To be honest with you, we have over 50 guns in our base alone, and plenty of bullets too. Otherwise, how would we have survived so far? True. My base was overwhelmed by the zombie wave, most people died. That's why I came to seek refuge in other bases. Liu Qiao pretended to sigh and forcibly squeezed a few tears from his eyes. His acting skills were quite authentic, having learned some tricks from Liu Lin. Seeing how young Liu Qiao was, and his excellent combat abilities, the squad captain thought about his own son who was about the same age, and sighed. It's okay. In these times, who hasn't suffered family loss? Since you're here in our base, work hard. With your abilities, you'll get promoted soon enough. Just don't forget this little squad leader when that happens. After saying that, he patted Liu Qiao. That's right. When Liu Qiao joined the 578 Hunter Squad, he told them his parents had perished during the zombie outbreak. To make it more convincing, he even let Liu Yong beat him up, arriving at the base bruised all over. With tattered clothes and a face full of wounds, barely able to walk and almost collapsing at the gate, he managed to convince the guards he was a refugee. The character must not falter. Liu Qiao looked at the squad leader through teary eyes, pinching himself hard, his voice trembling. What's the use of getting close to anyone? If I could, I'd trade my entire future for my family's well-being. As Liu Ling had said, humans are softest where it hurts. Pinching himself made the tears flow even faster. Seeing such a big boy sobbing like a child, the squad leader's heart melted, and he sighed again. Ah, I know you're a good kid. In 2 months, the base will promote a batch of people from each squad, mainly for patrols around the military building and residential buildings. I have one recommendation ticket in hand, and you can go try. Hearing that he would soon be able to interact with administrators, Liu Qiao became even more excited. Thank you, Captain. You really remind me of my father. He always cared for me so much. Thinking of how often Liu Kuchang would pick up the broom and hit him, Liu Qiao could only silently repent in his mind. Sorry Dad, but for my career, you'll just have to die conveniently this time. Chapter 106, Strike. Both sides were making smooth progress. Xing Xiong and Liu Qiao were performing their respective duties, lying in wait within the 578 base. Huang Qiong, on the other hand, was left all alone at the transfer station. Today, the transfer station manager called them for a meeting. It's like this, there's a possibility that I might get promoted into the base soon, and we'll still need a manager here. Higher-ups want us to conduct an internal selection. If you have any suitable candidates, feel free to put them forward. What does your base selecting a manager have to do with me? Huang Qiong sat idly in the meeting room, his mind wandering far away, already drifting off to outer space. I wonder what new dishes Xiao Laoban has come up with lately. Is Big Brother doing alright? Is that Liu Qiao guy secretly eating good stuff behind my back again? His stomach was getting hungrier and hungrier. He hadn't eaten breakfast and had been summoned directly here. Just as he was lost in random thoughts, someone next to him suddenly nudged him. Brother Qiong, they just called your name. Huang Qiong finally snapped out of it, dazedly responding with a mumble. Aha! The supervisor stood up, straightened his clothes, and announced to everyone. That settles it then. Huang Qiong will be the future manager of the transfer station. When Huang Qiong heard the news, it hit him like a bolt of lightning. He didn't do anything. How did he suddenly become the manager? Big brother, I might not be cut out for this. I've only been here in the base for such a short time. Huang Qiong quickly waved his hands, trying to refuse. Ah, one shouldn't underestimate oneself. You've been here less than 3 months, and yet everyone likes you. It's almost unanimous you are fully capable of leadership. So let's leave it at that, no more excuses. It was practically decided forcefully by the supervisor, who ended the discussion with one last sentence. And remember to clean up the meeting room after dispersing. Everyone gradually walked out in groups, each person offering Huang Qiong a congratulatory remark before leaving. In the end, only Huang Qiong remained sitting in the meeting room, feeling completely defeated. Leader, when is this awful task going to end? If it doesn't end soon, I'll become the permanent big boss here. Far away at the 135 base, Song Yin couldn't hear Huang Qiong's inner plea. Recently, something had happened in the base. Song Yin was running himself ragged dealing with it all. Since they stopped letting zombies work in the mine returned to shift rotations. That day, during a routine inspection with some light drinking with the partners, a rock fell from inside the cave. Because the man was reacting slowly due to intoxication, he failed to evade in time and was crushed to death. His companions were terrified, sitting paralyzed on the ground until they eventually found strength to run out yelling. Someone died. Someone died. Help! Help! After this incident, everyone was unwilling to continue such dangerous work and strongly urged Jiang Ning to have the zombies resume mining. As the acting head of the base, Jiang Ning was ultimately responsible for these decisions. Song Yin knew that Jiang Ning wasn't particularly adept at handling interpersonal relationships, so he took on the entire matter himself and planned to negotiate with the workers. Upon investigation, it was determined that the duty staff member had violated the rules by drinking alcohol during their shift. Although this tragedy was unexpected by everyone, serious violations must be penalized accordingly. The base will offer appropriate compensation. However, deploying zombies for this task is absolutely unacceptable. As you all know, rumors have been swirling, and many outside parties are eyeing the 135 base with ill intentions. Allowing zombies to work would signal to everyone that we've mastered the ability to control them. This could result in catastrophic consequences for the 135 base. The workers understood the logic, but no one wanted to lose their lives needlessly. Captain Song, what should we do? We can't keep worrying about rocks falling from above every moment. Improving the safety of the mines was now top priority. I assure all of you that measures will be taken to enhance the mine's safety, preventing further occurrences like this one, Song Yin responded. But what use is your assurance? Do rocks listen to your orders? They're not humans. If our safety cannot be guaranteed, we will stop working altogether, replied one of the miners. The attitude of the workers was firm. They wouldn't go back to work unless the problem was addressed. Seeing their resolve, Song Yin momentarily came up empty-handed with solutions, so he tried calming them down first. In the meantime, anyone working the mine shifts can collect double food subsidies and perform external patrols around the mine area. Once I find a resolution, we'll resume normal operations. This seemed fair enough, double pay without having to face fearsome dangers inside the mine. Most workers reluctantly agreed, though they still gave a final warning to Song Yin. Captain Song, this is not a threat. Our base already lacks manpower. Those lucky enough to survive don't want to risk losing their lives over such situations. As long as our safety can be guaranteed, we'll definitely return to work immediately. Song Yin also understood how difficult it was to survive in the apocalypse. It was understandable that this group of workers went on strike. But with the hardware facilities in the base lagging behind, how could they ensure the safety of the mine? This made him rack his brains. Thinking over and over again without results, he decided to go out for a walk, hoping a change of scenery might spark some ideas. After walking around for a bit, Song Yin's mood became even worse. The vast base only had a few buildings, all covered by boundless snow. There wasn't a trace of green in the entire base, as barren as his current mood. Still, the scenery near Jiang Ning's little shop was much better. As he thought this, his body obediently followed his thoughts and unconsciously walked to Jiang Ning's small villa. At this time, business at the villa was booming. Many people were busy coming and going, and for a moment, no one noticed Song Yin standing in the distance. Watching Jiang Ning busily working inside, Song Yin's mood slightly improved. Unknowingly, he had stood there for a long time, and the diners gradually dispersed. Only when everyone tidied up did they notice Song Yin standing far away for quite some time. Commander Song, are you here to find the boss? Come in. At Ainan's call, Song Yin finally snapped back to reality. Jiang Ning also noticed Song Yin standing at a distance. Commander Song, you've come? Having not seen Song Yin for a long while, Jiang Ning was somewhat delighted and immediately pulled him into the hall. Pour Commander Song a cup of rice wine, I'll cook 2 more dishes. Instantly, someone served wine and pickles to Song Yin. It was shift change time, so everyone in the shop entered the basement through the warehouse to rest. For a moment, only Jiang Ning and Song Yin remained in the store. Placing several good dishes on the table, Jiang Ning sat down. Commander Song, try them, these are newly researched dishes. On the table were sautéed lettuce, kung pao chicken, vinegar cucumber, tiger skin green peppers, and there was even double-layer milk as a dessert. Looking at the table full of delicious food and Jiang Ning's bright eyes, Song Yin's bad mood momentarily disappeared. Then let me taste them. He picked up a bite of the dish with chopsticks and put it in his mouth. The flavor was still as good as ever. Seeing his dark eye circles, Jiang Ning knew that he must not have been sleeping well lately, and she couldn't help but ask. Is something troubling you recently? Your eye circles are almost like a panda's now. His momentarily elevated mood was instantly dashed. Sighing, Song Yin originally didn't want to tell Jiang Ning, but then realized that she would soon become responsible and shouldn't remain entirely ignorant. The mine had an accident. With a glass of wine, a bite of dish, and a little more time, Song Yin meticulously recounted the origin and process of the incident to Jiang Ning, making her furrow her eyebrows tightly. Chapter 107, Zombies That Don't Eat People. The mine collapse is indeed the base's responsibility, and the workers were just trying to survive. The most important thing right now is solving the safety issues in the mine. Once this problem disappears, whether the workers are zombies or not becomes irrelevant. Although Jiang Ning didn't fully understand how a base operated, she was aware of this basic principle. Indeed, but our equipment can't keep up, and we don't have enough manpower. How do we enhance safety? A rare look of distress appeared on Song Yin's handsome face. There was nothing else to do but ask the system if it could help. However, the system responded very straightforwardly, it wouldn't help Jiang Ning. I'm just a simple and delicate food system. Why should I deal with safety issues? You can provide motorcycles that don't need charging, yet you can't solve these straightforward safety problems. Jiang Ning believed the system had the capability but simply chose not to help. If you don't resolve the mine issue, then I'll quit too. Anyway, without even this small ability, how can I lead at all? Lying down completely was Jiang Ning's ultimate trust in the system. Recalling her consistent top performance for 6 months straight and the earnest hopes from the main brain, the system deliberated for a long time before finally deciding to assist Jiang Ning. Although I cannot directly provide tools, I can give you an idea. There is a place that desperately needs resources. Their industries are so advanced, let alone their technology. If you can seek their assistance, perhaps this issue will be resolved effortlessly. Which place might be able to help Base 1357? Jiang Ning thought deeply, when suddenly Wang Bamu made a call. Miss Jiang, are you there? Base 578 has sent someone who wants to see you. Base 578. She didn't recall having any significant ties to them. Who could come such a long distance just to meet her? Despite being curious, Jiang Ning still rode her motorcycle with Song Yin back to the research building. The person who had traveled all the way from base 578 immediately approached Jiang Ning and grabbed her hand. Catching her off guard, she almost performed a back toss. Miss Jiang, I finally found you. My name is Deng Bin, a researcher from base 578. Most people call me Professor Deng. In the post-apocalypse, obtaining the title of professor isn't easy. Song Yin immediately understood the importance of this person and quickly had some snacks prepared. Professor Deng, hello. Miss Jiang is currently also in charge of the base. What brings you here after such a long journey? During his stay, Deng Bin had carefully observed the base. Everyone here was kind-hearted, unpretentious, and the researchers were singularly focused on their work. Even the officials laughed and talked freely with the common folk, showing no airs whatsoever. Perhaps this was his ideal base. He tearfully recounted his treatment in base 578 as well as their plans. Hearing this, Jiang Ning's temper flared. She slammed the table and angrily said, "To conduct experiments on live humans? Do they even have a conscience? Zombies already threaten human safety, and they're planning to create new ones? What happens if things go out of control? Can they shoulder this responsibility?" It was evident that Jiang Ning was genuinely angry. What base 578 had done truly seemed to prioritize humanity's interests. Even Song Yin and Wang Bamu displayed expressions of disbelief upon hearing this. Is the head of base 578 insane? If others find out they're conducting experiments on live humans, every base would surely unite against them. Deng Bin looked scrawny and somewhat sinister, yet unexpectedly he held a very upright heart. He knew his own strength couldn't change the ideas of the head of base 578 and could only rely on a more powerful base. Looks like he'd chosen the right person. Who says otherwise? But base 578 has already bought over several major bases. This experiment isn't just something he's doing alone, it's actually been praised by large bases. Who doesn't want to reign supreme in the apocalypse? Otherwise, I wouldn't have fled overnight. Seems like more than just base 578 harbors this ambition. Song Yin was the first to react, asking further. How many bases know about this experiment? After pondering for a while, Deng Bin placed his chin on his hand, confirming mentally multiple times. There should be 8 participating bases. As one of the main experimenters, what I can access should cover everything. Wang Bamu also grew restless. Are these 8 bases crazy? Conducting such dangerous experiments? No wonder rumors have been flying around lately that Boss Jiang is raising zombies. It seems it's all an attempt to divert attention away from themselves secretly engaging in despicable actions. Upon mentioning this, Deng Bing was also quite curious. Seeing how young Boss Jiang was, and figuring she might be more approachable, he ventured to ask cautiously. So Boss Jiang has really found a way to coexist peacefully with the zombies? Jiang Ning was still seething, and she looked sideways at Deng Bin. Is there any idea behind this, Professor Deng? Deng Bin quickly waved his hands, his face filled with flattery. Of course not. I'm just curious, after all, I need to know if Boss Jiang sincerely denies this kind of experiment. I don't want to jump from one fire pit into another. What if I say I've indeed mastered a method that can keep zombies rational and allow them to communicate with humans? Jiang Ning suddenly stood up, looking down on Deng Bin from above. Deng Bin was covered by a shadow, suddenly feeling a killing intent spread throughout the room. He didn't expect a girl to have such an imposing presence, and he immediately froze in place, stammering so much that he couldn't even form a complete sentence. That. Wang Bamu smiled, breaking the awkwardness of the moment, as he stepped forward to ease the tension. That's nothing special. The zombies in our base do have self-awareness. Although they can understand people, we cannot control them. However, the zombies in our base don't eat people, they only consume the special food made by Boss Jiang. The fact that zombies no longer ate people was more shocking than the news that Boss Jiang had mastered the ability to communicate with zombies. It's impossible. All zombies must feed on human blood and flesh to gain energy. I've never seen a zombie that doesn't eat people unless the food made by Boss Jiang is made from human flesh. Deng Bin slammed the table and rose, as the conclusion reached by all researchers over the past dozen years could not be overturned. You're mistaken. The zombies in our base truly do not eat people, and what they eat isn't human flesh, but synthetic meat. Jiang Ning slowly returned to her seat, regaining her composure, sipping water while observing Deng Bin thoughtfully. I don't believe it. Being questioned in the field of science made Deng Bin unusually agitated. If you don't believe me, why don't you come along? Song Yin picked up a knife and slung it over his shoulder, inviting Deng Bin to visit the living quarters of the zombies. Chapter 108, The Research Lab. Deng Bin followed Song Yin half-heartedly to the entrance of the farmland. The guardhouse at the farmland entrance had been remodeled into a large room. Zombies didn't need sleep, they just needed enough space. Song Yin opened the door, and what Deng Bin saw almost overturned his perception of the world. This. He stared back, muttering 2 words, his finger trembling as it pointed at the zombies. He clearly couldn't believe what he was seeing. The zombies didn't need to work, they wandered around the house in small groups. Some zombies leaned by the window looking at the outside scenery. Others surrounded the table, one zombie holding a steamed bun and munching on it happily, emitting AO sounds out of joy. Still others, after eating and drinking their fill, lay on the ground, appearing dead. Without exception, these zombies all had limbs intact and well-developed muscles. Apart from some having missing chunks of flesh, or some being gutted, resembling crime scenes, they were otherwise close to normal humans. Almost all the zombies looked increasingly similar to humans. The zombie leader, upon seeing Jiang Ning, even attempted to speak for a while, using its ruined throat to croak out a hoarse voice. "Have you eaten?" In response to the zombie's greeting, Deng Bin felt the blood rush to his head, his heart pounding, nearly leaping out of his chest. His capacity to absorb what he saw had reached its limit. If not for stubbornly enduring it, he would have fainted right then. How can zombies talk? Seeing Deng Bin's expression, the zombie leader scratched its head curiously, emitting a couple of AO sounds. "I guess I scared him. Where does this guy come from? Why is he so inexperienced?" Although others couldn't understand it, Jiang Ning understood perfectly, nearly laughing aloud. She tried hard to suppress her laughter and explained to Deng Bin. "They cannot speak, they are simply imitating humans to show friendliness." "Are they really not eating people anymore?" Deng Bin felt like his heart might not hold up under the stress, about to leap out of his chest. "Yes, if you don't believe me, try putting your hand in front of them." Wang Baomu added insult to injury just then. And apparently shocked, Deng Bin, whose mind had already stopped processing, actually extended his trembling hand toward the zombie leader. On the face of the zombie leader, missing a piece of flesh, an expression of pure human-like confusion appeared. After pondering for a long time, it didn't open its mouth but instead reached out and shook hands with Deng Bin. After such close contact with the zombies, Deng Bin could no longer control his amazement. His vision went black, and he fainted. The zombie leader quickly jumped back, startled. "I haven't done anything," he collapsed himself. "This has nothing to do with me. You humans are too malicious. How dare you accuse me falsely when I haven't eaten people for so long?" With a couple of AO sounds, it stepped back. Though Deng Bin's faint was quite dramatic, Jiang Ning couldn't help but laugh. Song Yin rushed to support Deng Bin and glanced at Jiang Ning, who promptly straightened her face and said seriously, "Take him to my place. I think he'll be very interested in my cellar." Jiang Ning initially only thought about the medical room but didn't consider the research lab. Later, the system automatically helped fill in the gaps. She believed that professors like Professor Deng, young and talented, should be very interested in this kind of thing. Coincidentally, her research lab also lacked staff. Deng Bin woke up in the cellar and found himself lying on a bed, surrounded by a group of women chatting noisily. "Boss, why did you bring a man here? What is he doing? Yes, this man doesn't look handsome either, doesn't fit our boss's taste. I always feel that Boss Jiang and Captain Song make a good pair. Look at Captain Song, the way he looks at our boss, it's obvious. As someone experienced, I see it crystal clear. Yes. When Captain Song isn't here, boss seems uneasy all day long, constantly mentioning Captain Song. To say there's nothing between them, I just can't believe it. So what is this man doing? Boss told us to take care of him." "Certainly not." Everyone stopped guessing wildly. Boss surely has her own plan. Half asleep, Deng Bin overheard a juicy bit of gossip. It turns out that Boss Jiang and Captain Song were a pair. That's why they cooperated so seamlessly before. If Boss Jiang was in charge, then Captain Song must be the spouse of the boss. These two weren't ones to offend. Thinking of this, his eyelids flickered slightly. One sharp-eyed person noticed immediately and shouted loudly, "He's awake, hurry and inform the boss." Not wanting to continue lying down, Deng Bin sat up and took in his surroundings, finding that he might be in a sealed room and asked, "Where am I?" The women around him noisily explained, "This is Boss Jiang's cellar." Yes, this is the most important place in the entire base." "Where are you from? Miss Jiang, how come you brought you here? Are you married? Do you have kids? What do you do for a living?" After all, there were more elderly women here, and the topics quickly changed. As Deng Bin was at a loss, unable to answer their questions and had a headache, Jiang Ning's arrival saved him. "Everyone, go back to work. This is Professor Deng, a researcher. I'll take him on a tour of the lab in the cellar. Get back to whatever you were doing." Realizing he was staff, everyone's gossiping hearts immediately subsided, and they dispersed. "What is this?" "This is my cellar. The place where you are now is the medical room. Follow me, I'll show you where you'll be working." Deng Bin got up, put on his shoes, and followed Jiang Ning into the elevator, going down to the 9th floor. This cellar is really big. The ventilation system and temperature control are excellent. Which professor designed this system? I just dug it randomly. You'll have to make do with it. The ventilation system and such, I just set them up casually. Jiang Ning was extremely polite, but Deng Bin instinctively understood it as a base secret, not to be asked about carelessly, so she was being vague with him. On the 9th floor, an enormous research lab came into view for Deng Bin. It was packed with scientific instruments, some he recognized, others he didn't. But these clearly dwarfed those at base 578 by several times. With such immense manpower and resources to create this cellar, how could this base still be an obscure little place? Could it be that they intentionally chose to keep a low profile? Deng Bin's heart was filled with questions. But his academic professionalism still drove him to touch these instruments. "These things are far better than what I had in my previous lab. The equipment that base 578 spent a fortune to acquire wasn't even complete, yet there's an entire set here." He gently touched an analyzer, looking at it like a prized possession. Chapter 109, became the leader. It seemed that his decision to join the 135 base might be the best choice he ever made. Where did all these instruments come from? Deng Bin couldn't help but sigh because, according to his knowledge, many of these instruments were salvaged during the initial days of the apocalypse. Some were incomplete sets and quite expensive. Jiang Ning replied nonchalantly, "Oh, I just found them randomly. I don't know if they are good enough. Just make do with them. If they don't work well, I'll get some imported ones." After speaking, she found a research desk and sat down for a breath. Deng Bin saw this, nearly jumping out of his skin, quickly stopping Jiang Ning. "Boss, don't sit on this research desk. Do you know how much it costs? The equipment on it is even harder to obtain. Don't break it, please." Scared, Jiang Ning quickly stood up, unconsciously glancing backward at these devices said to be worth their weight in gold. "Is that so? I didn't really pay attention when I bought them. I just brought everything I had." Deng Bin was utterly fascinated by the equipment and hurriedly pulled out his data. "This is all my research and data from Base 578, including methods to improve post-apocalypse soil, zombie studies, water quality improvements, power enhancements, and more. As long as we have sufficient personnel, these research projects can soon produce results." Complete equipment filled him with confidence. Everything was ready except for manpower and whether Jiang Ning would accept him. To stay, he revealed all his life's research data as a sign of loyalty. Jiang Ning's expression wasn't very pleasant. Looking at her fluctuating moods, Deng Bin thought she might not want him to stay. "As long as I can stay and conduct research, wages or anything." "Wages will surely be provided, at the professor level. But the manpower you require may not be solvable. Not everyone is willing to change jobs." Upon hearing he could stay, Deng Bin gritted his teeth. "It's not just about manpower. In Base 578, there are many colleagues who have long been dissatisfied with the actions of the head, but dragging families along makes relocation difficult. If the boss accepts us, I'll send them a message and let them all come to Base 135. Will they listen to you?" Jiang Ning questioned skeptically. Deng Bin made up his mind firmly. He wanted to prove himself. "They sure will. Many of the staff inside are my students." Jiang Ning looked at Deng Bin, a thin and somewhat sly-looking individual, with some disbelief. Professor Guan didn't have many students. How could someone like him possibly be a teacher? "May I ask how old you are?" Deng Bin proudly adjusted his collar, cleared his throat. "I'm the youngest professor in the apocalypse era. Any slightly reputable base knows my name. Every base has sent researchers here to study under me. Unless you're not from the post-apocalypse world, it's impossible you haven't heard of me." This left Jiang Ning feeling a bit insecure. She wasn't indeed an original resident of the apocalypse world. But Song Yin and others should know him. That must be why he took her introduction seriously. Since he was a young and talented professor, she felt she should inform Professor Guan. "In that case, you go first, and someone will arrange accommodation for you. You can rest today, and working after we recruit enough manpower won't be too late. Meals and lodging are all covered, and your salary will be given as usual." After making arrangements for Deng Bin, Jiang Ning immediately called Professor Guan. "What? Deng Bin resigned to join our base. This is a great fortune. Can you confirm it's really him?" "Well, since you're young and may not recognize him, we'll talk once I return." Jiang Ning hardly got a chance to speak before Professor Guan excitedly hung up the phone, putting aside his research to return to the base. "It seems this person indeed has some talent. Xing Xiong must have stumbled upon luck to encounter him." Xing Xiong also felt he might have hit the jackpot. Lately, things had gone smoothly for him both in networking and transactions. Even Liu Qiao was praised for her hard work. Only Huang Qiong, after becoming responsible, was getting busier day by day. He was even directly coordinating with the leader of Base 578, requiring him to go to Base 135 to exchange resources. Isn't this coincidence? Huang Qiong, leading the people from the transfer station, arrived grandly at Base 135. As the team leader, Song Yin gave him a constipated look and locked eyes with Huang Qiong. "Huang, Captain, what kinds of things are you looking to exchange?" Huang Qiong grimaced, knowing his men were watching. Unable to express his feelings easily, he forced negotiations with Song Yin. "We need food, a lot of food. Price can be discussed." Song Yin understood it wasn't the time to talk yet, so he glanced at the group behind Huang Qiong. "Huang Captain, shall we go to the conference room to discuss?" Huang Qiong nodded and then turned to those behind him. "You guys wait for me here for a while. Once we've exchanged for the grain, we'll need someone to bring it back." Standing up, he followed Song Yin to the conference room in the research building. As the only member of Team 3 currently at the base, Liu Yong naturally followed Song Yin. After holding back his words along the way, once inside the conference room, Liu Yong finally spoke. "Never thought you, Huang Qiong, with your bold brows and big eyes, would also betray the revolution. Situational pressures, situational pressures. My superior said this time we must exchange for at least 2,000 pounds of pure rice, otherwise, I won't be able to return with any answer." Huang Qiong could only force a smile. He wasn't sure what Captain Song was thinking now and only dared to secretly observe his facial expressions. "Well, explain the situation." Song Yin sat at the table tapping it lightly with his fingers. A storm was brewing but seemed delayed. Song Yin still waited for Huang Qiong's explanation. "It's like this, boss. Their leader got promoted, and I might have decent relationships in the transfer station, so they kept recommending me as the new leader." At this point, Huang Qiong felt somewhat ridiculous himself and became nervous. So within less than 3 months, you've become the new boss. Song Yin's fingers continued tapping on the table, suspicion lingering in his eyes. Huang Qiong fully understood his boss's character. Quickly stripping off everything on him, he even took off all his clothes down to nothing. I'm truly forced into being the leader. He didn't give me time to think about it, he announced on the first day and left the next. Boss, you must believe me, I absolutely haven't betrayed the base. Alright, stop taking off your underwear. Song Yin saw Huang Qiong readying to strip his last shred of dignity and immediately stopped him. There were indeed no dangerous items on him. You want to go back, I'll provide the things you asked for. This whole thing was just too bizarre. Song Yin decided to discuss it with everyone to figure out exactly what happened. Huang Qiong nodded repeatedly, finally feeling relieved. Boss, you must believe me. I'm utterly loyal to you. Then I'll head back. Song Yin, annoyed, waved him off. With that, Huang Qiong returned via the same route, leading his group of subordinates back to the transfer station. Chapter 110, Huang Qiong. Are you saying that Huang Qiong was elected as the head of the transit station with only 3 months of experience? The news quickly reached Liu Ling. Song Yin didn't say anything, but nodded. Liu Yong, on the other hand, was indignant. You're telling me this kid quickly rose to become a supervisor, and people who don't know might think he betrayed the group. Is he crazy? Allowing a rookie to be the leader? Our base's leader is also a newcomer. Liu Ling rolled her eyes. Although the inauguration ceremony hasn't been held yet, the base is almost entirely managed by Jiang Ning now. It's different, Song Yin said plainly. How many contributions has Jiang Ning made to our base? One could say there wouldn't be our current base without him. Huang Qiong is different. He can at most be described as having good relationships. But does having good relationships mean one should be a leader? He had a point, and the three of them fell silent in the meeting room. None of them understood the intention behind base 578's decision. Could it be that Huang Qiong has exposed something? Liu Yong thought for quite some time with his underdeveloped brain and could only come up with this conclusion. Liu Ling shook her head, furrowing her eyebrows, a look of worry appearing on her pretty face. That should not be the case. If something were exposed, according to 578's cold-hearted thinking, they would have just killed him outright rather than making him a supervisor. How is Xing Xiong doing? Are Liu Qiao and the others still not sending us any information? Song Yin can only rely on them now, hoping they can relay useful information. For now, everything is normal with those two. They haven't found anything suspicious yet. Song Yin massaged his temples, finding the matter extremely strange, but unable to pinpoint what seemed unreasonable. Or maybe we should inform Boss Jiang first since she's technically the person in charge. After speaking, Song Yin picked up the satellite phone and called Jiang Ning. The call was almost instantly answered. During this period, there was much noise within the small villa. Whether customers or staff, there were significantly more people around. Jiang Ning only needed to take care of some simple tasks now. She trained a few people to cook decent meals, and they took turns stir-frying dishes at the entrance daily. Meanwhile, all Jiang Ning had to do was collect seeds and plant them. The rest of the work would naturally be taken care of by others. Hello. Who is this? Jiang Ning, it's me. Song Yin's deep voice came through the phone, his tone sounding somewhat grim, implying that he had undoubtedly been burdened with numerous worries recently. Is something wrong at the base? Jiang Ning, perceptive as ever, detected the shift in Song Yin's tone and cautiously inquired. Not exactly. There's just an absurd matter. Huang Qiong has become the head of the transit station. But, I thought it was something serious. Don't you find it ridiculous? No, I've already been shocked about that before. You see, if Xing Xiong as a merchant could obtain the clearance pass from base 578, and if Liu Qiao as a refugee could be accepted as a patrol team member without even their identity being verified, it simply means either the leader of base 578 lacks common sense or doesn't really care about the safety of the base at all. Jiang Ning's words seemed to hit the nail on the head concerning the greatest doubt in Song Yin's mind. That's right, base 578 could be hospitable, but it shouldn't take the base's safety lightly. Even places like refugee camps would check identities carefully before allowing entry. How could such significant aid be given out just because of a small amount of goods and what sounded like a plausible reason? With no response from the other end, Jiang Ning assumed he was concerned for his comrade's safety, so she consoled him. Relax, things will be fine. The worst-case scenario is that the leaders of the base abandon ship, as base 578 desperately seeks supplies but shows no signs of development. The public still needs to barter to survive. Plus, considering Deng Bin's escape, base 578 must have a contingency plan. Maybe they're afraid the truth will be revealed, so they're preparing to have all senior members run away and set up scapegoats by promoting them to high positions and then letting them bear the wrath of the masses later. Jiang Ning's thinking was no longer as simple as it used to be. Through various tests endured during the apocalypse, she realized that one must always anticipate the worst-case scenario in order to ensure one's own safety. At this moment, another issue struck Song Yin. How's Deng Bin faring with you? He was directly sent by Wang Baimu to the research building, and then I directly transported him to your place. Technically, very few people should know he's here in our base. And the large bases nearby are almost all allied with base 578. No matter where Deng Bin went, he'd likely be deported back to base 578. So why would base 578 be so panicked about running away? There's an insider, and that insider belongs to the small villa crowd. Almost instantly, both of them thought of the same issue simultaneously. During this time, Please stay vigilant and try to ensure your safety as much as possible. If your shop suffers any loss, let it go. People's lives are more important. How could Jiang Ning allow a ticking time bomb to exist in her little villa? She quickly came up with a plan in her mind. What do you think the insider's purpose is? Why are they lurking in the shop instead of the R&D department? I think there's an 8 or 9 out of 10 chance that the insider is targeting me. Although it's better to actively go after them rather than passively waiting, we need to figure out how to expose them. Do you think who might be the insider? Jiang Ning thought for a while, quickly bringing up several names in her mind, then eliminating them one by one. The people from the refugee camp should be less likely, because the incident happened before they arrived. The fact that I can grow unlimited food supplies was only known by 3 people in the building at that time. A man, Anan, and Yao Yao. A man and Anan were personally saved by me. If it was them, the psychological burden would be immense. The other party must have offered a big enough temptation, but the environment here is much better than outside. I don't believe anyone could offer better resources than I do. There was no need to say more. Everyone already knew that the remaining person was Yao Yao. If it's really her. Song Yin was just worried whether Xingxiong could accept it. Alright, let's assign the task of catching the insider to Xingxiong. Jiang Ning knew this might be hard for someone to accept, but unless Xingxiong saw it with his own eyes, he might still be deceived by Yao Yao. Alright, we'll wait a bit longer until Xingxiong completes his mission, then bring him back. Thinking of Xingxiong, knowing the truth might lead him to react poorly. For the first time, Jiang Ning hoped Yao Yao would keep herself in check. Even if she was the insider, she shouldn't mess things up later on. Yao Yao had no idea her identity was about to be exposed. Though the person she was contacting wasn't from Base 578, they still had ties to Base 578. She was thinking about how to reconnect with the person in charge. Since her contact told her there was a change in leadership some time ago, they haven't shown up since. She suspected she had been abandoned by the base and they didn't want to help her anymore. But the person left a gold bar as a deposit, so they couldn't possibly give up so easily. Chapter 111, The Zombie Cafeteria. She was right to think so. Base 372 and Base 578 were allies. They too had gone through a large-scale personnel change and, for the moment, might not be paying attention to Yao Yao. With no way to contact them unilaterally, Yao Yao could do nothing but stay in her room pretending to be dead as more people moved into the Xiaoyanglu. Well, there are so many people here already, it doesn't matter if I'm absent. Every employee here worked harder than the next, the level of competition akin to that of an extreme perfectionist. Even if Yao Yao wanted to help, she couldn't figure out what exactly to do. Not only did they keep Xiaoyanglu impeccably organized without any need for oversight, but Deng Bin, as Jiang Ning's specially invited employee, also received exceptionally favorable treatment. Professor Deng, are you hungry? We've brought your meal. There are only women outside, we worried you wouldn't be comfortable. Professor Deng, is this laundry? I'll take care of it. The boss sent some clothes for you to try on. If they don't fit, I'll make adjustments for you. Professor Deng, your hands are too valuable as a researcher to risk doing something dangerous. It's just a few dirty dishes, I'll wash them for you. Living in the basement, Deng Bin felt like a nationally protected species. Beyond eating, drinking, using the restroom, and sleeping, everything else was taken care of for him. His skills, however, were going unused, making him feel useless time and again. Fortunately, Professor Guan didn't stay away too long. He returned these past 2 days with the latest research results to the base and specified his desire to meet Professor Deng. Jiang Ning had no choice but to bring him down to the basement and warned him beforehand. When you go in, try to remain calm. Guan scoffed inwardly. It was just a basement, how bad could it possibly be? Besides, he'd seen basements before. And what kind of impressive sights could they have that would cause him to lose control? Once he reached the 9th level, Deng Bin had already received the message and was waiting by the door. But Professor Guan completely ignored Deng Bin. To be precise, his eyes were so fixated on the surroundings that there was no room for anyone else. The place was at least as large as a whole base, fully equipped with every imaginable device. Even the operation table that Professor Guan craved desperately could form an entire classroom. All these things, where did they come from? Boss Jiang, you haven't been robbing other bases, have you? Even though he understood logically that a small base wouldn't have such resources, and a larger one wouldn't let Jiang Ning openly plunder, the sight still made him feel like the world was falling apart. He gently caressed the machines, as if they weren't cold steel but his first love. The quality, the precision, the craftsmanship, it's all so perfect. Boss Jiang, would you lend me this lab for a few days? Some data needs extremely precise instruments for the most accurate results. My experiment has one missing data point unresolved. It's been so tough, and now I finally realize why the base lacked these items previously. I wouldn't have succeeded anyway. Only then did he spare a glance at Jiang Ning and notice how Deng Bin, completely overlooked, was looking at him pitifully. Realizing his manners, Guan quickly shook Deng Bin's hand. Professor Deng, please forgive me. Seeing all this equipment got me overly excited. Deng Bin waved it off. It's fine, my first reaction upon entering was much the same. Both professors carried on talking as if there was no one else present, even bringing out their respective research materials. Look, this is my recent study on mechanical improvements, but this particular dataset isn't accurate enough. I can't find a way to further purify the liquid. Oh, that's because the variables in these experiments are too large. These data points aren't entirely incorrect, but maybe the method you used wasn't optimal. I happen to have a solution. They appreciated each other's insights and lost themselves in conversation, totally ignoring another person who was around. From dawn till dusk, their discussions gave off a deep sense of newfound friendship. Jiang Ning prepared their meals and arranged a room for them. If they finish talking later, let Professor Guan rest here. After making sure everything was ready, Jiang Ning returned upstairs. During this period, Yaro Yaro had rarely left her room and thus knew nothing about Professor Guan's return. Now, the shop was flourishing. People from other bases began coming, hearing its reputation. The customers and reviews tasks issued by the system barely needed prompting, they were steadily increasing day by day. Shouldn't we upgrade to a level 4 shop? With idle time, people tend to think randomly, and Jiang Ning filled her brain with ideas on how to create her perfect little store when she wasn't busy. System, am I eligible to upgrade to a level 4 shop? Not yet. Here's a hint, your diners aren't just humans, but also zombies. It was only then that Jiang Ning realized zombies' food consumption was handled by the base staff. Should she create a special cafeteria for the zombies? A place where they can also find refuge. After all, they were now working for the base. Deciding to act quickly, Jiang Ning found a table and drew a blueprint of the store's structure. Since zombies still carried a certain level of danger, they couldn't be placed in the cellar. They would have to stay on the ground floor. And since they were too close to humans, it might cause panic. Jiang Ning decided to set up the zombie cafeteria on the 4th floor terrace. Since they didn't fear wind or rain, naturally, they wouldn't care about the sun being too strong or the breeze too light. Thus, a channel was needed to connect the ground floor to the 4th floor. Thinking long and hard, this would probably require Wang Die's expertise again. When Wang Die was called over and heard Jiang Ning's plan, he thought the boss must have lost her mind. Turning the 4th floor into a zombie restaurant is not impossible, but it's so dangerous. What about the customers downstairs? That's why I need a channel, Jiang Ning explained with unwavering confidence. As the person in charge, Jiang Ning couldn't be crossed, so Wang Die hesitated briefly before finally agreeing, with the demeanor of a martyr ready to sacrifice himself. Alright, give me 3 days. I'll come up with a structural design. As for materials, those will need to be provided by you, Boss Jiang. Since Wang Die claimed he could produce results within 3 days, relying on his ability, Jiang Ning felt reassured and let him go contentedly. Before leaving, she even packed a few dishes for him. Wang Die just felt bitter inside, finding some solace only in the fact that Jiang Ning never let anyone who helped her leave empty-handed. But what was the safest way to build this zombie channel? Over the next few days, Wang Die racked his brain designing more than a dozen plans, only to eliminate each one. Given that Jiang Ning wasn't lacking in funds or materials, Wang Die simply designed another building beside the shop as a habitat for the zombies, then connected its top floor to the 4th floor. This way, the zombies wouldn't need to step outside to access the restaurant. Additionally, the door below the restaurant was equipped with a password lock, ensuring only Boss Jiang could enter. When Jiang Ning received this design, she was extremely satisfied. She nodded repeatedly and praised Wang Die. You're truly the engineer of our base. The construction task will also be yours. Let me know if you need anything. Chapter 112, Raising Zombies. Wang Die was extremely efficient, and on the same day, he gathered a team of workers to start constructing a building nearby with great fanfare. Jiang Ning looked at the building under construction, knowing it would not be completed in a short time. She made some sweet and sour tomato sauce, packaged it into small portions, and gave a little to every customer who came to the shop. Recently, there will be some renovations within the store, which might cause noise and dust. We apologize for any inconvenience. Could they really have objections against the head of their own base building something? Moreover, Jiang Ning had given each person a bowl of tomato sauce. These customers were busy with work during the day if they had jobs. Those without jobs would also help Wang Die with some tasks after consuming something at the shop. Since the change of the responsible person, Base 578 seemed to have no further news. Even the messages from Liu Qiao and Huang Qiong were ignored. Deng Bin and Professor Guan hit it off immediately, starting their research path in the cellar, showing no concern about what happened above. For now, everything appeared peaceful on the surface. Apart from Yaro Yaro occasionally throwing tantrums and causing trouble. But the store was mainly frequented by middle-aged women. Even if some of them found it distasteful, they did not say much. It was Jiang Ning, on the other hand, who, when she had free time, didn't know what to do with herself. The building didn't need her assistance, and everything inside the small Western-style house was well maintained. Even points accumulated daily in substantial numbers. Why don't I go find some zombies and ask what they like to eat? Since we're building a canteen for them, we should respect the preferences of our customers. Said and done, Jiang Ning rode her motorcycle to the guardhouse at the entrance of the farmland. The zombie leader was also bored. They didn't need human flesh to survive, nor did they have specific work assignments. Many zombies lay lifelessly on the ground like dried fish, pretending to be dead bodies. When they saw Jiang Ning come, they became excited too. These days have been so unbearably boring for us. The zombie leader surrounded Jiang Ning, incessantly complaining. After evolving, we have so much strength in our bodies, but we don't know where to use it or how to release it. As a result, we become restless and constantly think about fighting. Look over there, they've already started fighting. Only then did Jiang Ning notice that in the corner of the room, 2 zombies were pecking at each other like chickens, hitting one another back and forth. There were quite a few zombies sitting idly with a lost look in their eyes, completely dispirited. You've been cooped up here for such a long time, unable to go out. Of course, you are suffocated. Upon hearing this, the zombies' eyes shone brightly. Are you going to take us out? Though they didn't understand why they lived here, they knew humans generally harbored a faint hostility towards them. In order to steadily obtain food from Jiang Ning without causing her trouble, the zombies collectively chose to stay quiet and listen obediently. After all, they could tell the difference between having a meal sometimes and having meals regularly. Jiang Ning observed these zombies, finding little difference from humans, and couldn't understand why they were so rigid in their thinking. Anyway, since they looked almost identical to humans, they could just disguise themselves and go out for fun. Apparently, the zombies hadn't thought of this approach before. In the past, people either directly attacked them upon seeing them or screamed and fled. After all, there was a big difference between humans and non-humans. But after being fed by Jiang Ning, they were becoming increasingly similar to humans now. The only differences were their inability to speak and a vacant expression when dressed normally, making them appear as live humans externally. Ah, you guys want to go out but can't. However, in the mine, there is currently a severe shortage of manpower. You aren't as fragile as humans. Your lives are much more robust. You won't die unless your head gets crushed, and even if you lose limbs, they can grow back. As she spoke, Jiang Ning carefully observed them. Besides some muscle deficiencies and the lack of certain limbs, coupled with an unexpressive face, they were almost indistinguishable from regular humans. Some zombies wearing new clothes looked so human-like that one couldn't even recognize them as zombies. But according to popular imagination, zombies were always depicted as tattered, dirty creatures that emitted cries while eating blood and flesh. At this point, Jiang Ning had a bold idea. Team leader Song, what does the zombie outside look like right now? Jiang Ning called up. Song Yin received the call with great confusion. Didn't zombies always look the same? Why did she suddenly ask this question? They look dry and shriveled, skin hugging their bones, missing arms, legs, eyes, and mouths. Haven't you seen a zombie before? Why do you ask? Jiang Ning chuckled. Team leader Song, don't you think the zombies in our base are becoming more and more human-like? Inside the mine, a group of workers wearing thick padded jackets and trousers, with safety helmets on, were diligently working. They were spread throughout the entire mine, including the guard room. The original staff of the guard room had been transferred to continue working elsewhere. Team leader Song, don't you think these zombies look exactly like humans when dressed? Song Yin observed carefully and found that indeed, it was impossible to distinguish whether the beings in front of him were humans or corpses. You're really quick-witted. These zombies are no different from humans now. As long as they don't speak, even if seen face to face, one would only think this is a somewhat strange person. The zombie leader was also very happy. After all, who could bear staying indoors every day? There's work now. Stop fighting and work hard. For zombies without entertainment facilities, regular entertainment was unsuitable for them. Physical tasks suited them perfectly. The zombies were delighted and treated the work as entertainment, diligently focusing on their tasks without even a glance elsewhere, fully absorbed in their work. This way, the mine problem was resolved. Jiang Ning sighed in relief and turned to Song Yin. I think if we cultivate more, they can also work in the farmland. Song Yin also thought it made sense. Although zombies still possessed some contagiousness, as long as one didn't directly drink their blood or eat their flesh, the infection chances were minimal. The food from the farmland would be washed before consumption, further eliminating any infection risks. But there was another issue. Our base doesn't have enough zombies. There were only over 100 zombies here, with many uncooperative ones that hadn't evolved yet, still posing a threat to human safety, leading to their heads being cut off by the hunting group and being thrown out of the base. The evolution level of each zombie cannot be controlled by me, which is quite troublesome. Not all zombies could evolve. Due to natural selection, some zombies, no matter how much they were fed, seemed like something was missing in their minds. Or I can study how to improve the evolution rate. But isn't that just the same as the purpose of base 578? Jiang Ning thought it was inappropriate, but zombies with self-awareness were almost like cheats. They had no sensation of pain, couldn't feel warmth, and could withstand any extremely harsh environments while working. They even didn't feel fatigue, practically like perpetual motion machines. Song Yin indeed harbored similar thoughts, but zombies still posed certain dangers. He didn't want to take risks. Why don't we discuss this with the two professors? See what they think. After all, Deng Bin's research focuses on controlling zombies. If he strongly opposes, we'll never mention this again. Chapter 113, Laid an Ambush. Knowing they wanted to use zombies for labor, Deng Bin was the first to step forward. What's the difference between your idea and my previous base? After having zombies, can you guarantee that you won't invade other bases? Can you ensure that you won't deny conducting experiments? Can you ensure the safety of the zombies? Deng Bin believed that no matter what kind of experiment it was, as long as it involved zombies and humans, it was dangerous. Professor Guan didn't see it this way. He thought each zombie had self-awareness and could be considered an independent individual. Jiang Ning provided food, and in return, they helped with base tasks. This was a contractual relationship. Moreover, the base also offered these zombies a place to live. Besides, these zombies did not survive on human blood and flesh, so the safety level was relatively assured. The biggest difference between Jiang Ning's approach and Base 578 lay in this. Base 578 only wanted mindless zombies that could understand and follow human instructions. But the zombies raised by Jiang Ning possessed self-awareness just like humans. They did not eat people, could communicate fluently, and also had things they were willing or unwilling to do. For instance, among these zombies there were some unique ones who never ate ginger or garlic seasonings and felt nauseated when they smelled them. Some zombies refused to work, they preferred staying indoors, gazing at the stars, or appreciating the landscape. Those who were willing to work took great joy in their jobs every day. No matter how much others persuaded them, they refused to leave their positions. These zombies had distinct personalities, unlike the mere killing tools cultivated in Base 578. They were more akin to living, breathing individuals. After listening to Professor Guan's theory, Deng Bin fell silent. Once they possessed self-awareness and the right to choose, then they represented an entirely new race. Could we still call them zombies? If they voluntarily work for you, then I have nothing to oppose. But what about those who don't want to work? What are your plans? Seemingly, they all love working. Some who prefer staying inside still move around with a hoe every day. Deng Bin was left speechless. These zombies seemed even more diligent than humans. Primarily because, initially, zombies possessing self-awareness was not within his research scope. Zombies without consciousness could only be used as tools. Who would study whether a tool might possess self-awareness, whether it wanted to go to work, or whether it desired to labor? Sighing, Deng Bin finally came to terms with it. He had to admit that the zombies in this base were different from the norm. If you can truly produce self-aware zombies that willingly work for you, then I cannot possibly interfere, since both parties consent voluntarily. Since Deng Bin found no issues, Song Yin decided next to tie up a few wandering zombies outside, helping the base get some work done. Recently, in the zombie world, a notorious villain had appeared. He neither sought wealth nor lives but specifically kidnapped physically fit and attractive-looking zombies. The zombies who used to feed on humans began spreading the word quickly. Be cautious. Recently, there's been a black-clad man specifically kidnapping good-looking zombies. To minimize our casualties, we should stay inactive during this period. Thus, everything went smoothly. Song Yin couldn't bind any zombies, and the zombies wouldn't come out. As such, people near the bases lived safely for quite a while. The captured zombies were initially very stubborn, refusing to eat lowly foods like buns. But they couldn't resist Jiang Ning's temptations. Jiang Ning adopted Professor Guan's method, grinding meat into buns and feeding the mixture to the zombies. It was like rice grains growing inside a piece of meat. It tasted worse but was ultimately still meat. This group of steadfast zombies, once they smelled the aroma, rushed to grab the food greedily like pigs feasting. Such a life was far more comfortable than wandering aimlessly outside. Outside, one must always devise ways to find and kill a living person, and suffer harsh outdoor conditions regardless of wind and rain. Even though zombies do not feel pain, continuously staying outdoors is far less comfortable than indoors. Here, they had sufficient food and water, with no need to worry about humans suddenly appearing and attacking them, nor concerns over food sources. Gradually, the captured zombies started accepting reality. They indeed only wished to be homebody zombies. After eating their fill, they simply laid down, finding this lifestyle incomparably relaxing. Poor Jiang Ning could only personally hand-feed those yet-to-evolve zombies. Why else would the zombies consider her as one of their own? This was an enormous workload. No matter how much they ate, the zombies never got full, leaving Jiang Ning's work never-ending. Every night, the underfed zombies collectively moaned in front of the guardroom, disturbing the nearby residents' sleep and causing them to live in fear. With no other choice, Jiang Ning often got dressed in the middle of the night. Fortunately, the weather gradually warmed, heading towards spring. Jiang Ning's leather coat was replaced with regular outerwear. Once the zombies smelled food, they immediately went wild, rushing out like starving pigs, madly grabbing for the nourishment. Jiang Ning sighed. How long do I need to feed them before they settle down? It was all for the base. She tied it up, preparing to head back to sleep. The next morning, the scheduled handover ceremony with the new manager was set to begin. Starting tomorrow, she would officially become the base's manager. Meanwhile, a group of black-clad figures, wielding large knives, slowly surrounded Base 135. Tomorrow is the management handover ceremony. They'll definitely be off guard. We'll seize as much loot as we can. If nothing's taken, we'll withdraw quickly. Don't engage in any prolonged battles. The current leader isn't someone to mess with. Boss, why don't we just kill the manager directly? I'd love to. But during the handover ceremony, she'll be their primary focus and will undoubtedly be under protection. Attacking now is just offering ourselves as sacrifices. Alright then, we'll just stick to looting. They hid in the dark of night, quietly waiting for Jiang Ning to leave the little villa the next day. Unknowingly, the radio had also been fixed. Every morning at 8 o'clock, it would sound off right on schedule. Hearing the broadcast, Jiang Ning realized it was time to get up and proceed to the square for the handover ceremony. She tidied herself simply, changing into a more formal yet modest outfit. Looking left and right, she felt there wasn't anything amiss and stepped outside. Your task today is to keep an eye on the little villa. What about those 3 dogs? The boss sent them to play in the fields. They left early this morning. Alright, call them back later. With over 50 of us here, a man can distribute some sickles. Collect whatever rice you can from the fields to encourage faster regrowth and harvest the next batch. Almost every staff member inside the little villa carried a sickle. Since the number of sickles was limited, some people grabbed large black bags to use as makeshift farming tools. Now that the points had increased, Jiang Ning no longer acted hesitantly. In one go, she purchased more than 20 large black blades. Whether for durability or agricultural use, these big knives were superior to sickles. After making all necessary arrangements, Jiang Ning finally made her way leisurely toward the square. Chapter 114, Failed Robbery. Boss, that woman has gone out. Seeing Jiang Ning walking out of the little villa with nothing, all the people who were lying in ambush around got excited. This is a great opportunity. Once she goes far enough, we will move. Jiang Ning had no idea that she was being watched. The increasing number of employees inside the villa confused her sensitivity to living people. How come it feels so busy at the base today? Even before reaching the square, there are just too many people here. Jiang Ning had already imagined the scene where people gather like mountains and make a loud noise. She pulled on her collar, tightened her clothes, sped up, and walked towards the square. Only when they couldn't see her silhouette anymore did those hiding around quietly appear. Last night, they wore insulated clothing, climbed over the iron fence, and quietly hid in the farmland. Now was the perfect time to attack. Block the door directly. We must not let anyone from the villa leak the news. Kill them if necessary without leaving any alive. Today, the zombies' dormitory next to the villa wasn't fully repaired yet, and only a few workers were on duty. As for the nearby villa, most of its residents were women, with only 4 or 5 people going back and forth. A group of elderly, weak, sick, and disabled people weren't even on their radar, so they rushed forward and blocked the door of the villa. The employees were dumbfounded at this sight since they didn't have much combat experience. Those who were lying in wait were also surprised. Each employee inside the villa held a knife and looked at them in shock. Seeing the fierce attitude of the intruders, an older woman regained her senses and loudly shouted at them. It's over, looks like they are robbers. Hurry up and call out all the sisters. Initially thinking there were only a few people, holding knives didn't seem threatening. But hearing that woman shout, women armed with sickles and black knives suddenly appeared from all sides of the villa, glaring at them menacingly. What do you guys want? In no time, the outnumbered ambushers were stunned. They held onto their knives, unsure whether to advance or retreat. The boss glanced inside and, seeing all females, more elderly women predominantly, gave orders ruthlessly. A bunch of women, should we be afraid? Hand over all the food quickly or I'll kill all of you. Upon hearing about food robbery, these people became even angrier. These foods we have struggled hard to find jobs and worked tirelessly to cultivate, can you just snatch it away? Sisters, let's fight him. Instantaneously, an irregular army of women holding knives charged towards the bandits fearlessly. Seize them. Punish severely. Recalling past grievances of being looked down upon and bullied by men at various bases, finally having a place to live and work under Ms. Jiang's care, they were no longer willing to endure a life of homelessness. How could these people dare to rob them? Wasn't it equal to snatching their livelihood? Losing their means of survival in the apocalypse would mean death. They'd rather fight. Boss, how fierce are these women? One of the robbers looked terrified as he faced the charging female army and swung his knife instinctively. Bad luck had him facing a woman wielding a large black knife. Under both parties' strength, the robber's knife snapped instantly. Boss, my sword broke. The man grew even more panicked and disregarded superior orders, instinctively turning and fleeing outward. The situations for the others were similar. Women swinging sickles closed their eyes, slashing blindly. The chaotic strikes proved effective against seasoned warriors, causing these men to struggle. Of good quality, the sickles clanged sharply against their weapons. Despite lacking proper fighting skills, the sheer number of women easily suppressed these bandits. Though inexperienced, a few got injured but replacements soon came up. Aware of the superiority of their weapons compared to the sickles, the sisterhood leading the charge with black knives took the lead in attacking. Whenever someone tried resisting with a weapon, the robbers' knives would invariably break. And those who didn't manage to resist were cut haphazardly by the women's army, seeking safety by retreating outside. Even though the zombie dormitory wasn't completed, the zombies, knowing they'd have new accommodations, were unwilling to stay near the farm entrance anymore. Those who didn't want to work and preferred staying home were helping transport materials for the newly built zombie dormitories. It was their home, after all, and they wanted it to look nice. There was no specific function today, yet the zombies still diligently guarded the area. They had long heard the commotion outside and stuck their heads out curiously. They never expected the women's army would end up in conflict with these people. Who dares bully Boss Jiang's people? Don't they know that Boss Jiang has our backing? The zombies decided to step in and teach this group of ignorant people a lesson. Unexpectedly, as soon as they stepped out, they heard the women's army shouting from behind. Robbery. They're Igraine. Quick, grab them. What? How dare they try to snatch our food rations? That's basically trying to starve us to death. Surround them. Upon hearing these words, the zombies became even angrier. Ordinarily, these zombies who didn't care much for work and preferred staying home only got a fixed amount of food each day. Working zombies had extra rewards. Even that meager allowance wasn't enough to fill their gaps between meals, now others were attempting to rob them. Enraged, the zombies howled and immediately charged towards the fleeing bandits. Boss, who are those people coming from the side? One of the bandits noticed an increase in those chasing him with his peripheral vision. Taking a closer look, he saw several individuals running over with missing limbs. Fortunately, they're just disabled people, they can't possibly catch up with us. As they rejoiced at their supposed advantage, all they needed was to dash toward the iron fence, scale it, and escape. But the zombies weren't about to give them that chance. Much faster than humans, the zombies caught up within no time. Nearly grabbed by the collar, the bandit strained with all his strength to sprint ahead. Glancing back while grimacing, the man confirmed that these indeed were a bunch of disabled folks. Dear heavens, how can these disabled people run so fast? I nearly got caught. Possibly speaking too loudly, the zombies behind him were now incensed after hearing it. Just robbing our food isn't bad enough, you also insult us as disabled? You don't deserve to be human. With another roar, the zombies surged forward, hurling themselves directly at the person ahead. An "oh" echoed as someone was tackled down. The ones running in front completely disregarded the safety of their fallen comrades, selfishly heading toward the iron netting. Seizing the bandit before him, a zombie slammed its foot hard, crushing the person's leg bone. The women followed close behind, tying up the captured men and dragging them back. As for the zombies, their goal was total apprehension. Those who thought they could escape through the iron fence were wrong. The so-called disabled pursuers scaled the fence with them and tossed them down one by one. Chapter 115, Escape Failed. Thank you to the base for trusting me and making me the director. From now on, I will work harder to build up the entire base. Just as Jiang Ning finished speaking, a burst of applause broke out. She wanted to say more but suddenly noticed that someone who had stayed in the little villa appeared behind the crowd, breathing heavily and waving at Jiang Ning vigorously. Jiang Ning understood, something must have happened. She could only quickly end her speech. My speech ends here. Next, let Captain Song, our newly promoted hunting captain, share his feelings. After finishing, she gave Song Yin a meaningful glance, got off the stage, and walked toward the back of the crowd. What's wrong? So urgent. Jiang Ning helped the person catch their breath, and they slightly calmed down. Boss, trouble. A group of robbers came to the little villa, but we've already caught them. Robbery? How did they get in? The iron mesh around the base was electrified. Even zombies would need to think twice before getting fried like roasted meat. How did these people manage to get in? I saw them crawl out from outside the net. When they tried to escape, they climbed out following the net and ended up being captured by the zombie brothers nearby. Let's go back and take a look. Jiang Ning returned to the little villa with the person. When the women's army saw Jiang Ning come back, they finally relaxed. Many wiped away tears and looked at Jiang Ning. Boss Jiang, you're finally back. You wouldn't believe what this group, it was only thanks to the zombie brothers helping us that they didn't escape. After saying this, she kicked them angrily, tears streaming down her face. All the bandits were tied up in the backyard and thrown on the ground, wrapped up like mummies. Jiang Ning stood high above, looking down at these people dressed in black clothing, realizing they must have been sent by some official base. Speak. Which base are you from? That person's mouth was tightly stuffed, so he struggled to make a sound for half a while. A nearby person wisely removed the rag from his mouth, allowing him to catch his breath. Phut, what base? We're just a bunch of bandits. Seeing how wealthy you are, we thought we'd snatch some things. What's wrong with that? Jiang Ning didn't want to waste time arguing with them. She casually called over a zombie. This guy isn't telling the truth, so have it eat him, starting from his feet, slowly eating up to his head. This way, the man won't die immediately but can experience the agony of death for at least 3 or 4 days until about 2/3 of his body is eaten. The zombie reluctantly shook its head. People don't taste good. But this scene, as seen by outsiders, was Jiang Ning commanding the zombie to kill. The man stared wide-eyed, completely incredulous, his voice trembling as he accused Jiang Ning. No wonder Base 372 wants us to kill you and seize the little villa. Base 372. Never heard of it. Jiang Ning seemed to be deep in thought, realizing there were multiple bases wanting to take her down. So which base are you from? Realizing he had already slipped up, the man hesitated for a moment and decided to deflect blame elsewhere. We're from Base 778. Upon receiving this answer, Jiang Ning simply nodded and said, all right. Put them all in the duty room at the entrance to the farmland and lock them up with the zombies. Then she carefully instructed the zombies. Watch them closely. No one should escape. If they try to run, eat them. This statement was aimed at the bandits. The zombies had already expressed loudly that they didn't eat humans. But since the bandits couldn't understand the zombies' language, this instruction left a great impression. People who were struggling on the ground instantly quieted down. After the ceremony ends, have Captain Song come by once. Jiang Ning ordered her employees and then returned to the second floor. They actually climbed up through the iron fence. Is the fence not tall enough or the electric current too weak? It seems I'll have to find a way to strengthen the defense of the base. Unfortunately, the gourmet system doesn't provide additional help, otherwise, she could have completely used the system to establish defense facilities. Sighing, Jiang Ning decided to find Deng Bin and see what methods he might offer. Deng Bin was researching ways to increase electricity production. Just as Jiang Ning descended, she made her request. Deng Bin didn't say it was impossible, but his eyebrows furrowed slightly as he pondered for a while. Actually, for a defensive system, we can refer to other bases. We can add some spikes to the ground, and sew some shards of glass into the metal net. Jiang Ning's expression darkened, remembering that these bandits had been wearing insulators and managed to climb up the metal fence. She laughed coldly. Professor Deng, you might misunderstand me. What I mean is that even if mosquitoes fly in, they should be electrocuted. Deng Bin blinked in surprise. Did someone manage to get in? Yes. They were covered in rubber and wore insulated gloves, climbing directly through the electric fence. Jiang Ning clenched her teeth in anger. Sacrificing so much just to rob. She couldn't believe it. Understanding the severity of the situation, Deng Bin paused briefly. If we want to completely stop people from getting in, it's not impossible. But now I don't have enough manpower. Someone needs to help me with the tasks so that I can create better things. Looking at the vast research room where only Professor Deng and Professor Guan were present, Jiang Ning also thought of increasing the workforce. The researchers originally in the base couldn't be touched as they were the backbone of the base. Professor Deng belonged to her employees. Jiang Ning thought about going out to find some more people. Since she didn't have any worries for food and drink here, she could support anyone capable. Deng Bin understood what Jiang Ning had in mind, wrote several personal letters, and handed them over to Jiang Ning. Base 578 has quite a few of my good friends and students. As long as Boss Jiang can deliver these letters to their hands and safely bring their families out, I guarantee they will change jobs. After receiving the letters, Jiang Ning decided to assign this task to Xing Xiong and Liu Qiao. Since she was already famous, it wasn't appropriate for her to make an appearance anymore. In case she went personally, it might even involve these professors. Alright, just bringing out some people. That's simple. Jiang Ning turned around and walked towards the base. At this moment, Song Yin also finished the ceremony and came to the backyard, where he pieced together the entire story from bits and pieces told by the women's army. In both Song Yin's and Jiang Ning's eyes, there was a look of worry. It seems that there are more than just one group with ideas about our base. We need to strengthen our defenses and increase the number of patrols. During this time, not only did the workload of the hunting group increase, but even the zombies were temporarily called out. They wore specially designed clothes and were responsible for night patrols. The zombies were highly sensitive to the smell of humans. During this period, they caught quite a number of people who were aimlessly wandering outside late at night. For a short while, Base 135 managed to achieve sleeping without locking doors and not worrying about safety issues. Without needing to work, just patrolling around and catching people would earn them extra food. Many zombies were quite satisfied with this new job. With competition for posts, some zombies remained behind to guard the bandits. Each zombie had its own responsibility, even the ones who originally refused to go out took on the task of feeding the newly arrived zombies. Chapter 116, Delivering the Letters. Jiang Ning handed these handwritten letters to Xing Xiong, leaving Xing Xiong in a quandary for a moment. He was only responsible for dealing with civilians. Contacting the people in the research building still depended on Liu Qiao. Recently, Liu Qiao had been riding high. Since the more experienced team leaders were all transferred to other departments, Liu Qiao instantly became the leader of the inspection team. I'm too lucky, he thought, pleased as punch. In less than 2 months, he became a leadership-level figure, and they even issued him a gun. Feeling the heat weapon he'd never seen before, Liu Qiao's heart surged with excitement. I wonder if Boss Jiang can replicate hundreds of these things if I bring it back to the base. Now he managed the entire inspection team. It was also much easier to meet with Xing Xiong. With almost no effort, the two exchanged intelligence. These are what Boss Jiang asked me to bring to you. If you can go on duty at the research institute, then please hand over these letters to these people. Xing Xiong took out a stack of letters from his bag. Liu Qiao looked at the letters and made a sour face. If it was just gathering intelligence, that would be easy, but none of these names were familiar to him. I don't know any of them. How can I ensure each letter reaches the designated person? Then there's nothing I can do about it. It's time to show your ability now. Xing Xiong patted Liu Qiao's shoulder. After all, how could he boast to this guy who'd become the group leader? The order had already come down, so Liu Qiao had to figure something out. After work, he waited downstairs near the research building. What method could let him quickly learn their names? While wandering around outside the research building, Liu Qiao suddenly noticed an announcement board nearby with many researchers' names and photos posted. After observing carefully, he found most of the names in the world could match the ones listed. If he could find one of them, he could send all the letters right away. So Liu Qiao decided to squat downstairs and wait for these workaholics to finish their shifts. From the afternoon until nightfall, the research building remained brightly lit, showing no signs of closing. Are the researchers in this base too hardworking? No wonder their industry is so developed. Liu Qiao found an inconspicuous place to squat. The transition from late winter to early spring was prime mosquito breeding season. After swatting countless mosquitoes, he finally saw someone walk out of the research building who matched a name on the list. Wait, are you Professor Zhong? Liu Qiao hurried forward and quickly stopped the person. Seeing someone suddenly appear out of nowhere, Professor Zhong was startled and raised his arms defensively. Who are you? Professor Zhong, here's a letter addressed to you. Liu Qiao didn't waste any time, directly handing over the envelope. Half believing and half doubting, Professor Zhong opened the letter. Inside was unexpectedly Professor Deng's notes. Hello, Professor Zhong, I am Deng Bin. I have now fled to a safe place. I know all of you don't approve of the base's research, but being stuck here with our families has left us no way out, forcing us to stay. Now, I've found a suitable location. There's a research room and abundant instruments here that you wouldn't expect, and the person in charge here does not advocate using zombies as tools of aggression. Moreover, she promised me that as long as you're willing to come, she will help you and your family escape from Base 578. If you agree to join me, please inform the person in front of you, allowing him to arrange a way to take you out. The content of the letter was almost identical, only differing slightly in the names. Professor Zhong scrutinized the letter several times, discovering Deng Professor's personal signature and stamp. Only then did he carefully observe the person in front of him. Dressed in black, it was clear he was also an employee of the base, though not of a high rank. With some confusion, Professor Zhong asked a question. You're a person from base 578. Why would you give me this letter? Liu Qiao understood. Their mission was to recruit insiders. So he explained clearly about his situation. I'm not from base 578. My name is Liu Qiao, and I am a member of the hunting squad of base 135. Right now, I'm cooperating with our leader to deliver this letter. If you have any needs, feel free to tell me directly. How many letters do you have left to deliver? Looking at the bulging pockets of Liu Qiao, Professor Zhong realized that Professor Deng must have written this letter to more than just him. At least 20 or more people in the research building didn't support zombie experiments. Some had even openly confronted the base and refused to return to the research building. Some people were too radical in their actions and got locked up by the base as warnings to others. Liu Qiao counted the envelopes. Around 30 more or so. Professor Zhong nodded and pulled him aside into a darker corner. I'll help you deliver the remaining letters, but I have one condition. What is it? Tonight, I'll gather those who've agreed to the research building canteen. You must figure out a way to get everyone out of there. Liu Qiao thought it was going to be a tough task, but he confidently patted his chest. All right, as long as there are no more than 20 of your people, I can take them out tonight. Recently, Xing Xiong was responsible for exchanging supplies during the day and digging tunnels at night. The transfer station could dig tunnels into Jiang Ning's farmland, and they could also dig tunnels outwards. This was originally intended as an escape route in case they were discovered. Unexpectedly, Professor Deng gave them so many recruits that this tunnel would now come in handy. Professor Zhong reiterated, the research building operates on a 24-hour shift system, and the cafeteria is open 24 hours as well. But after midnight, the staff in the cafeteria will lower their guard. I'll have some people who've already finished their shifts, along with their families, waiting for you at the cafeteria entrance. Liu Qiao nodded, realizing he needed to contact the base once. He quickly made his way to Xing Xiong's quarters. Hurry up and open the door. Xing Xiong clearly was about to go to sleep. He only wore a thin shirt when opening the door. What's the urgency? One person has agreed to join us and return to the base. Where is the tunnel you dug? They said they'll gather at the cafeteria entrance after midnight, and we need to get them out. Upon hearing this, Xing Xiong quickly dressed, picked up the phone, and contacted Captain Song. The call was answered quickly, as Song Yin was discussing the raiders from earlier in the day. Xing Xiong's call surprised him. Why are you calling me at this time? Is something wrong? The letters have been delivered, but they requested a group of people to be transferred by 12 o'clock. We might need the base to send a car over to pick them up. Given how smoothly things were progressing, Song Yin couldn't help but ask a follow-up question. Are you sure they genuinely want to join us and not set up a trap to uncover any double agents among us? After these words, Xing Xiong became unsure, and Liu Qiao beside him felt dumbfounded. I was too preoccupied with delivering the messages and didn't consider this possibility. Song Yin had been busy all night and was running low on patience. Hearing that Liu Qiao called without considering the consequences angered him, but he restrained himself. You're unsure whether they sincerely wish to join us, yet you revealed yourself. What if they have other intentions? Aren't you practically handing them leverage over us? Chapter 117, you go first. Now, Liu Qiao was at a loss. The words had been said, and Professor Zhong already knew where he was from. If they had ill intentions, wouldn't that make him a sinner of the base? He and Xing Xiong looked at each other helplessly. What should we do then? Song Yin also couldn't do anything with Liu Qiao. He was good in every way, except that Director Liu spoiled him too much. Unlike others, who were selected by the hunting team from orphans. The reason Liu Qiao could enter the hunting team was because Director Liu spent a great deal of effort to get him in. Of course, his strength was beyond doubt, but his mind was too simple, and he easily trusted others. For now, we can only hope that this group really wants to go with you. Even if not, it doesn't matter. Once there's any sign of trouble, Xing Xiong, contact me immediately. I'll send people to assist you right away. Base 135, under the leadership of Jiang Ning, was no longer the old base that did everything according to others' faces. They didn't lack food or water, much of their labor had already been taken over by zombies, giving them ample time for training. Even though the weapons and equipment were somewhat outdated, everyone's overall quality had improved. Plus, Jiang Ning's food also had an effect on enhancing one's physical constitution. Currently, Base 135 rarely sees people who are malnourished or extremely thin. Liu Qiao could only agree with this plan. He just hoped that Professor Zhong sincerely wanted to escape from Base 578. Perhaps being naive has its own blessings, and Liu Qiao had particularly good luck. Professor Zhong and Professor Deng were former classmates and colleagues. Both of them were firmly against using zombies for expansion. Professor Deng, having no children, lived alone, and dared to rebel, burning the research materials. But Professor Zhong had a 70-year-old mother and wife and children. He couldn't be as free as Professor Deng, running away whenever he liked. Now an opportunity was presented before him, how could he not cherish it? Everyone stop working for now. Professors Wang and Liu, come and take a look at this. Professor Zhong gathered several like-minded individuals together and showed them the letter. After reading it, they looked up, half believing, half doubting. The handwriting of Professor Deng was genuine, and there was even a seal, but Base 578 was always heavily guarded. How did they manage to send the letter in? Base 135 seems to have infiltrated our management. Professor Zhong rubbed his nose, lacking confidence. Can you guarantee what they said is true? That it isn't someone sent by the director to test us? The director of Base 578 was known for being decisive and swift. There had been a rebellion in the research institute before against zombie experiments, and more strongly opposed using living people for experiments. But the director suppressed it with force, shooting dead several professors leading the protests. He even issued threats. You're free to oppose all you want, but as long as your families remain in this base, you must work for us. To achieve the goal, the originally 8-hour work schedule was forcefully changed into a 24-hour shift system. Many people had reached their work limits, quite a few collapsed on the job. All of them were suffering unbearably. Still, old Master Deng had guts. Somehow, he managed to escape. The professors sighed. Who wouldn't want to leave this cursed place? At this point, there's nothing left to do but take a gamble. If we stay here, we'll end up researching some method, only to be killed by the director afterward. Following them with the data, worst-case scenario would be they turn out to be allies of the director. Either way, it's death. Better to fight. Professor Zhong had made up his mind, ready to flee with all his data. At the slightest sign of trouble, he would destroy the data, never giving the director a chance to salvage it. The director is getting more unreasonable lately, not only forcing us into shifts, but also cutting our salaries. I'm raising a family with an elderly mother who got sick but couldn't afford treatment. And still, he threatens us with the lives of our family members. Anyway, we're dead, so I'd rather choose my own way to die. The professors stared at each other. What Professor Zhong said was correct. Rather than unhappily doing what they dislike and constantly fearing for their lives, why not take a gamble? Master Deng had escaped, indicating the base had indeed been penetrated. Take a gamble, perhaps there's a chance to survive. They quickly came to an agreement, leaving their posts one after another to return home and inform their families to pack, preparing to leave the base in 12 days. The supervisor of the science building saw the professors suddenly leaving early. Feeling something wasn't right, he hurriedly stopped them. Professors, where are you going? Professor Wang was older, with a fierce appearance, giving the guard a sideways glance. What? Do we need to report to you wherever we go? It's not that, but too many people are going out. It's still working hours, so I have to ask, just doing my duty, right? The guard didn't dare to offend these professors and could only mention the rules set by the person in charge. No one is allowed to go out during working hours. Professor Liu seemed to have anticipated being questioned and waved a document in his hand. Our research has made new progress, we're just taking it to the person in charge for review. Besides, after staying up all night, aren't we allowed to go to the cafeteria to eat something? He spoke convincingly, but the guard couldn't understand these data and was at a disadvantage for lacking education. He also didn't dare to be too harsh, so he let them pass. The supervisor did not overly obstruct them. The three professors walked out of the research building with bated breath and quickly ran home. After packing their luggage, they gathered at the canteen of the research building. Liu Qiao had been waiting there for a long time. Seeing the professors arrive with their families, he quickly went forward. Looking around and seeing no one around, he gestured. Follow me. The three professors paused their steps and waved goodbye to their families. You go ahead, we'll stay and finish our shifts today. If others suspect anything, then none of us will be able to leave. It wasn't yet time to finish work for the day. The three professors decided to return to their positions. Along the way, they would try to persuade some other workers if they were willing to follow them after switching shifts. Liu Qiao would take them out. Since they handed over their families to him, it was absolutely clear they weren't sent by the base to test him. Liu Qiao was now reassured as he led this group towards the passage. Holding a flashlight, he walked in front of the crowd. They walked for more than half an hour before reaching the small forest outside the base. Wang Baiwu had been waiting here with his team. Seeing that most of the group consisted of women and children, he couldn't help but inquire. Weren't there supposed to be a few professors? Why are there only elderly people and children? The professors are afraid of accidents. They'll come out with us tomorrow after changing shifts. Their intention is to settle their families first. Liu Qiao explained, and Wang Baiwu showed understanding. Indeed, if their families weren't in base 578, they probably would have fled like Professor Deng. Chapter 118, There's an Opportunity. The three professors returned to their workstations, but none of them could focus on their tasks, only worrying whether their families could leave safely. Until Liu Qiao returned from the secret passage, flashing a light outside. The three professors understood that the people had left and they let out a sigh of relief. Now the question was, who else would be willing to leave with him? At just this moment, an assistant came to Professor Zhong to check some data. Professor Zhong, take a look at these data. Suddenly, the assistant noticed that Professor Zhong was looking at him with earnest eyes. Little Chen, do you often complain about your low salary and how strict the manager is? Little Chen didn't understand what Professor Zhong meant, but he knew that these professors were leading opponents against the manager. So, he spoke truthfully. Yes, the manager is really unreasonable. But unfortunately, I can't quit because my family is all in this base. It's Professor Deng who had the foresight. After hearing this, Professor Zhong's eyes lit up even more. There's an opportunity for you right now. About an hour later, Little Chen also walked out of the research building with some data in his hand. Hey, what are you doing? Don't you know that leaving during working hours is not allowed? The guard stopped Little Chen immediately. Little Chen straightened his chest seriously. I have a sick leave slip and want to go see a doctor for some medicine. Upon checking, there was indeed the leader's signature on the sick leave slip, so the guard let him pass. As soon as Little Chen got home, he almost collapsed, falling down to his knees. Mom and Dad, quickly pack up your stuff and come with me. We don't need to resign, we can still leave the base. Tonight, there were quite a number of people taking leave. Is there something wrong with the cafeteria? Why are people who just started working all having diarrhea? The guard scratched his head after letting out the 15th person who carried a sick leave slip. Under the dark night sky, Liu Xiao lost count of how many batches of people he had sent away. All he knew was that everyone kept going back and forth, carrying their luggage, their faces full of eagerness. It seemed like there was definitely something off with base 578. Otherwise, why would so many people want to leave from such a developed base? But this was none of his concern. To hell with it, as long as it benefits our base, that's fine. Wang Baomu was also driving back and forth, ferrying a lot of people. These people were temporarily arranged in Jiang Ning's underground cellar. It was excellent now that those professors almost didn't need to worry about their families anymore. Their homes and job placements had already been decided. Even newly born children were taken care of by someone. Jiang Ning's little Western-style house certainly wasn't lacking in people. Some older individuals, who truly lacked mobility, took on the responsibility of caring for the children. Jiang Ning thought the base might be missing a childcare facility, so he started discussing with Song Yin again where to build a new building. It wasn't until the sky began to brighten slightly that Liu Xiao stopped evacuating. Liu Xiao, who worked hard throughout the night, resisted the drowsiness and returned to the patrol group, urgently arranging the duty roster, deliberately avoiding the location of the secret path. The professors finished their shifts and, taking advantage of the dim dawn, slipped into the secret passage. I must have done some terrible karma. As soon as I lie down, I get dragged up and stay busy without rest. Team 5 had become numb from exhaustion. Wang Baomu too was barely able to keep his eyes open, struggling with sleepiness as he drove back and forth between the bases. This time the transportees were the professors and their assistants. Wang Baomu didn't dare to take any chances. He persisted until returning to the base, collapsing instantly, impossible to wake up. Seeing all the former partners gathered together once again, there were at least 30+ people. Professor Deng's eyes brimmed with tears as he grasped their hands tightly. Finally, we don't have to stay in that base doing research we don't wish to do anymore. Come, let me show you our new workplace. The professors were immersed in the excitement of escaping the base and did not pay much attention to the work location mentioned by Professor Deng. After all, Base 578, as a universally recognized advanced base, already possessed top-of-the-line laboratories. No matter how good this smaller base's equipment may be, it couldn't surpass Base 578. No rush, since we've stayed awake all night, let's sleep first before looking at the workplace. Clearly, no one took what Professor Deng said seriously. Instead, they found their families, reunited, and then looked for their rooms. However, the resting room was enough to surprise them. Here, the beds were soft mattresses, clearly divided into sizes, unlike dormitories, but more like housing complexes. The inside facilities were complete. There were individual bathrooms, even a small kitchen, equipped with televisions, showers, washing machines, and other tools. Everything replicated a Peace-era apartment block 1-to-1. Who would have thought that Base 135 was so wealthy? Deng Bing really has vision. Though the professors had seen a lot, they were not overly amazed. After selecting their rooms, everyone went to rest. They still needed to meet with the base's director the next day. Naturally, they had to be well rested and present their best condition. Base 578 was none the wiser that it had lost so many staff members. Professor Zhong remained in the base waiting for the second batch of employees who were on shift. Have you perhaps heard of Professor Deng? The guards had also been rotated during the day. Is there a problem with today's cafeteria? Why are so many people leaving with sick leave notes? He was holding a bowl of hot kanji freshly fetched from the cafeteria, sniffing it, but ultimately not daring to take a bite. Well, if researchers who ate this all ended up with diarrhea, I'd better not eat it either with my weak constitution. In the end, he chose to discard the hot kanji, enduring hunger while working. Director, here is the data from today. Based on what we've found, zombies' evolution seems completely illogical. They can't understand human speech, only growing more like beasts, lured by blood and flesh. The head of Base 578 took a look at it, then threw it on the ground without even looking up, ordering the person in front to get out. A bunch of incompetents. Haven't you heard that Jiang Ning from Base 135 has tamed a group of zombies to work for them? Isn't it possible to research zombies that can understand human speech? An assistant nearby looked flustered, unable to anger the director but gently advising him. It's just a rumor after all. Besides, how could they have no chance to see the zombie's shadow? Think about it, director, zombies come in bizarre shapes. If they really could freely roam within the base, would no one have seen them until now? This made the director of Base 578 even angrier. What kind of rumor? This is an insider message that those zombies are currently working in the mines. What method does Jiang Ning use to make these zombies obey so well? Realizing that blaming subordinates wouldn't help find the answer, the director calmed down momentarily, picking up his pen to write a notice. Take this out and among all our staff, select someone with clean background to go undercover into Base 135. I don't believe that using zombies as workers doesn't give away any hint. With the notice in hand, the assistant bowed respectfully and left the office. Once outside, he immediately changed his demeanor and spoke coldly to the officer responsible for the base. Find some individuals from bases with clear backgrounds and send them soon to serve as spies in Base 135. Chapter 119, The Unwell Leader. After disguising himself as a refugee, Liu Qiao was taken back to base 135 where he awkwardly stared at Song Yin. How did you come back again? I didn't want to either, but my leader said I have enough spare time recently and am suitable for reconnaissance work, so they sent me out. Silent night falls on Cambridge Bridge. For a moment, Song Yin didn't know where to start criticizing. Among those who came this time were 2 or 3 other males, likely also members of the hunting group. Since you're already back, and their base people have run off mostly, why don't you just stay here? Song Yin thought about it, realizing that all researchers from the base were gone, and it wouldn't be long before they completely collapse. As for the remaining 2 spies, they'd need to be driven out sometime soon. Upon learning he could stay in the base, Liu Qiao became ecstatic. Really? Then can I enjoy Mr. Jiang's dishes again? Song Yin noticed Liu Qiao had grown thin after just a few days outside, not intending to respond, but seeing his state made refusal almost impossible. Although the food at base 578 wasn't terrible, it was definitely not good either. The muscles that had been nourished by Jiang Ning's cooking began to shrink noticeably, and he lost weight compared to before. You may go now. Since Xiaoyang Lu is crowded these days, you might not even see Boss Jiang. Then I'll head over. Liu Qiao gave no more thought. Despite the growing crowd, as long as Boss Jiang was still in Xiaoyang Lu with his delicious dishes waiting, he was satisfied. In an uncontrollable hurry, Liu Qiao wiped the saliva dripping down his mouth, and rushed towards Xiaoyang Lu without even letting Song Yin say anything else. Upon arriving, however, he froze. Why are there so many people? He saw 2 middle-aged women maintaining order outside. In front of Xiaoyang Lu stood a stove, manned by a cheerful-looking overweight woman holding a spoon. There were tables and chairs set up outside, with guests seated enjoying drinks and meals contentedly. Excuse me, are you here to eat? If you're ordering small stir-fried dishes, you'll need some buns and bread, please line up. A pretty-looking woman noticed Liu Qiao standing motionlessly and warmly greeted him. I'm looking for Boss Jiang. Stammering, Liu Qiao managed to ask. He couldn't believe Boss Jiang's little shop had developed into such a large scale. You're looking for the person in charge? She isn't here today. At this hour, she should be discussing things with Professor Guan in the science building. The woman glanced at the sky. Person in charge? Is Boss Jiang really the manager now? It was something Liu Qiao expected, yet hearing it from someone else still surprised him. I just came back from the science building, but I didn't see anyone. This was Liu Qiao's first stop upon returning to the base to report to the science building. The woman smiled. You must have just returned. The science building has relocated. Wait while I inform the boss before guiding you over. It had only been a few months since he last visited, but the science building had already moved locations. What was its previous location used for now? Among the guests, there were those who recognized Liu Qiao. Seeing the familiar face, one approached to greet him. Liu Qiao, you're back? Liu Qiao mechanically nodded and offered a smile upon recognizing a friend. Wow, since Boss Jiang became the person in charge, quite a lot has happened replanning the entire structure of the base. The current research building is underground now, the former building converted into an office space. Currently, all departments like life services and military are consolidated together for our convenience. The size of the old scientific building allowed for all the managers of the base to be seated. But what did it mean to move everything underground? The same female who left earlier returned. Are you Liu Qiao, a member of the hunting team? If so, follow me. Liu Qiao paused. Clearly, this woman didn't recognize him, but how did she know his name? Presuming her association with Boss Jiang, he didn't question too much and followed her to a warehouse in the backyard. She unlocked the warehouse door, revealing behind it a fingerprint lock. All hunters' fingerprints have been registered. Just press your finger to access the basement. Go directly to level 9 to find Boss Jiang. When did Xiaoyang Lu install such an advanced system? Was it developed by Professors Guan and others? Hesitating, Liu Qiao pressed the so-called fingerprint system. Suddenly, a tunnel emerged from the ground, and the woman gestured for Liu Qiao to step inside. Descending through the tunnel led to a large elevator door. Liu Qiao could do nothing but enter the elevator. Pressing a button, he arrived shortly at the 9th floor. Jiang Ning and the professors were deep in discussion on how to improve the power supply at the base. Professor Zhong, does this device need to undergo testing? Probably not. This is an independent system specifically connected to the iron grid. This carries high-voltage electricity, so we need to put up a warning sign to prevent accidental touch. Did you finish studying it so quickly? Yes, with our complete equipment and accurate data, isn't it natural that we finish this fast? Professor Zhong was greatly surprised upon his first entry into the lab, his reaction identical to Professors Deng and Guan's initial reactions. Jiang Ning urgently needed a defense system. Their excitement propelled them to work efficiently, several times more efficient than before, leading to the development of a solar-powered high-voltage system within just a few days. In reality, they merely adjusted the data and instruments from base 578 similar experiments. Upon hearing the ding of the elevator, Jiang Ning and Professor Guan turned around simultaneously. They caught sight of Liu Qiao, who was stunned by the underground lab, his mouth wide enough to fit an egg. Why is it so big? Where did all these instruments come from? Boss Jiang, did you go rob someone? Almost everyone seeing this for the first time would say this. Jiang Ning had grown tired of hearing it. It wasn't robbery. Just some common things, and we'll keep upgrading. Wonderful, Boss Jiang, I knew you weren't ordinary. Following you, there will be a bright future ahead. Liu Qiao clapped as he walked to Jiang Ning's side. How did you come back? Jiang Ning didn't understand why Liu Qiao was here. Is base 578 shutting down? Not exactly. They thought my identity was too clean, so they pulled me out again, sending me to our base to act as a spy. This reason was excellent, so excellent that Jiang Ning didn't know how to respond. Truly absurd. Is base 578 an absurd base? Why do they always do unexpected things? I don't know, Liu Qiao shrugged. Their leader might be mentally ill. If not, how could they come up with using zombies to expand territory? Deng Bin nodded in agreement nearby. Yes, I also think he has a mental illness. Chapter 120, Poaching begins. Upon hearing this, Liu Qiao could no longer hold back and started complaining about his recent experiences. You can't imagine, I only went there for 2 months and became the head of the inspection team. Xing Xiong merely traded them around a dozen tons of gasoline and obtained an unknown number of passes, maybe 2 or 3. Many leaders in their base have been replaced. For example, the head of the living department was promoted, but they just grabbed someone from the gatekeeping staff to be the new leader. The leader of the hunting group also disappeared mysteriously. If it weren't for my assigned mission, that leadership position might have gone to me. After finishing, he noticed fresh apples on the side table, picked one up, and bit into it. It's still winter, how could there be apples? Jiang Ning and the professors exchanged glances. Predictably, base 578 is preparing to flee. But with such a large base, would they really be willing to abandon their common populace and start over? Or do they simply not need people and just zombies? Deng Bin solemnly put down the instrument in his hand. Based on what I know about the director, he's a radical who may have already grasped research on making zombies obey his commands. But with our main personnel all gone, who in the base can take charge of these experiments? Professor Zhong felt something was off. All the documents were destroyed, and all personnel had fled. How could the director master these technologies? Research for this project isn't exclusive to base 578. At this point, Jiang Ning's one sentence explained the reason. Yes, it's likely other bases have developed methods to control zombies. Moreover, they've occupied resources needed by base 578, causing the loss of all researchers. That's why base 578 is so eager to escape. They fear others surpassing them in controlling zombies and are urgently looking for a place to experiment. Professor Zhong had almost uncovered the truth. Liu Qiao, however, didn't think much of it. After finishing the apple, he began peeling a banana. No matter how well they can control zombies, they're still dead things without their own thoughts. When Mr. Jiang catches them and feeds them for a few days, won't these zombies belong to us? That made sense. Recently, Professor Deng and his colleagues invited a zombie with independent consciousness to participate in an experiment. It was discovered that its various data approached those of humans infinitely, though it still harbored the zombie virus inside its body. However, its contagiousness has significantly diminished, and once outside the body, the zombie virus quickly perishes. This experiment couldn't help but remind them of the cure for the zombie virus. If zombies truly regained independent consciousness and the virus stopped spreading, then are they still zombies, or are they human? Even though there were objections to utilizing zombies for work, the zombies of base 135, evidently, differed from ordinary zombies. They even enjoyed their work immensely. In this way, there was no opposition to Jiang Ning capturing and feeding zombies outside. If base 578 knew that Mr. Jiang had long since mastered what they worked so hard to research, wouldn't they go crazy? After eating the banana, Liu Qiao peeled an orange, taking a break only now to ask. It's still springtime, where does the base get so many fruits? Jiang Ning, considering the zombie plan of base 578 as insignificant trouble, glanced at Liu Qiao. Oh, I built my own orchard, filled with fruit trees. If you want some, go pick them upstairs. During this time, the animals raised by Jiang Ning gradually grew and began reproducing. With several professors constantly researching, and the animals consuming food produced from seeds provided by the system, the meat supply within the base has now stabilized. Liu Qiao, go back first, and have Song Yin bring the management team over for dinner tonight. Sure thing. Having eaten fruit to his heart's content, Liu Qiao clapped his hands and left. Seeing how carefree Liu Qiao was, Jiang Ning envied him. I'm envious of him. Whatever he does, someone always has his back. After becoming responsible for operations, I realized that this job isn't meant for humans. Deng Bin chuckled and looked at Jiang Ning. His dark circles under the eyes hadn't disappeared throughout this busy period, and with a certain tone of mockery, said, Exactly, the bigger your ability, the greater your responsibility, and the greater the responsibility, the worse your sleep. Since base 578 is planning to leave, when will we merge them into our operations? This was indeed a question. A base without a responsible person is like scattered sand, eventually leading to individual battles, perhaps creating even more wanderers. Base 578 has failed greatly. Tonight, let's deliberate if we can devise a set of policies that will encourage base 578 members to willingly join us. Since they no longer require these regular populations, and precisely because base 135 needs people, they could absorb everyone. Actually, Jiang Ning already had a rough idea of the plan, just waiting for Song Yin to come to confirm some details. As the mealtime approached, Song Yin indeed brought everyone to the basement cafeteria. Here, meals were served as buffet. Whenever hungry, one could simply take a bowl and eat until their mouth was dripping with oil. The others didn't pay attention to anyone else, they just took their bowls and chopsticks, picked what they wanted to eat, and enjoyed their food at their seats. Song Yin was about to eat when she saw Jiang Ning nearby and grabbed another set of utensils for her. Let's eat together. Jiang Ning, preoccupied with something, hastily scooped up 2 dishes and ate a few bites before pulling Song Yin aside to discuss strategies. It seems base 578 is preparing to flee. What about the people they leave behind? Song Yin had obviously heard these things from Liu Qiao already. In my opinion, if we can recruit them, we should do so. If some refuse to join us and go to other bases or become wanderers, well, we don't have the capacity to manage such a large group. Jiang Ning thought Song Yin made sense. I actually have an idea. From what I know, base 578 treats its populace rather harshly. We can fully leverage our advantages. Anyone willing to pledge allegiance to our base will be provided with free designated accommodations, clothing distribution, and unrestricted access to the ordinary canteen, regardless of whether they work or not. Their 3 daily meals will be guaranteed. Those who work will receive additional benefits, naturally eating more and better food. That works. The quality of meals in our base isn't something ordinary people would easily turn down. Let's start promoting this message. Those who agree to follow us and experience immediate benefits will naturally return to tell their friends and family to come along, ensuring that we won't lack manpower eventually. In every base, without working, there was no food. Elderly people and children relied on the labor of their families to survive. If there was no more labor within the household, survival became impossible, which was why refugee camps existed. Guaranteeing 3 square meals a day, even without work, was paramount. Other bases might struggle to sustain themselves, but Jiang Ning was different. She had the gourmet system, which allowed plants or seeds to grow and reproduce much faster than normal plants. Just supporting some extra people was something she could handle entirely. Now, who should be sent to promote the recruitment drive for base 135? Chapter 121, Poisoning. Let Xingxiong go. He's already at the 578 base, and if he doesn't have any trust in it by now, then he's useless. After confirming the right person for the task, Song Yin instructed Jiang Ning. Don't stay up all night drawing plans. Rest well for a couple of days first. The zombie dormitory next door is almost finished, so we can use the existing buildings in the base temporarily. There's no need to rush everything, just update and replace when necessary. When more people arrive, productivity will naturally increase. Jiang Ning understood that his intentions were good. Food was sufficient, there was enough living space, and even clothing was not in short supply. At this point, Jiang Ning didn't have much to worry about. Construction planning should be addressed once the base has developed further. It would be better to use this time to think about how to upgrade his own shop, as well as capture the mole hidden inside Xiaoyang Building. For a while now, Xiaoyang Building had remained tranquil with no additional leave requests or outside contacts, and rumors from outside gradually faded away. Perhaps they've realized it's unsafe. This internal spy hasn't acted since then, Jiang Ning sighed. If there's no action, how can we catch them? Recently, Yarrow had been behaving herself. But it wasn't because she didn't want to contact them. On the contrary, they severed communication themselves. As Xiaoyang Building grew more successful, Yarrow's jealousy intensified. Why, after having the base, do you still cling on to Xiaoyang Building? Her eyes practically spat daggers, wishing every one of those cuts could find its way into Jiang Ning. Seeing everyone rally around him like stars surrounding the moon, her resentment deepened. I don't believe this base won't have some who are dissatisfied with you. I must bring you down. She couldn't wait anymore, deciding to act herself. Taking advantage of the darkness, Yarrow sneaked a bottle of pesticide from the underground farm. She mixed the pesticide into the boiled water. This water was the entire Xiaoyang Building's daily life source. She not only wanted to poison Jiang Ning but wouldn't let anyone loyal to him escape either. You people know nothing but to revolve around her, praising your boss all day. You wish to split yourselves in two to prove yourselves before Jiang Ning. Since you're all so devoted, then accompany her in death. Jealousy clouded her mind, indifferent to how many people might die or the severity of consequences. All she cared about was sating her wish, watching Jiang Ning perish. Because if Jiang Ning were dead, Xiaoyang Building would definitely be hers. The guard duty at this moment fell on a little girl, drowsily nodding off. Not only did the base have patrol teams, but also zombies wandering nearby, leaving no worries about external threats. Who could possibly stop Yarrow, whose deviousness knew no bounds? Before the guard noticed, Yarrow slipped in and made her move. Mission accomplished, Yarrow left contentedly near the boiler room, waiting quietly for dawn. Sure enough, the unsuspecting employees of Xiaoyang Building woke up early, using hot water for washing and making food. Including Jiang Ning, nearly everyone consumed the poisoned batch of water. Yarrow, on the other hand, preferred hunger over partaking in anything. Forget about her, hurry up and eat. It'll be opening time soon. One of them saw her grimacing and thought it was rather unsettling. Everyone nodded. A lunatic was clearly less important than business operations. After finishing his meal, Jiang Ning returned to the basement to fertilize the fruit trees and collected some plants to feed the animals in the livestock shed. He had just dissolved the fertilizer into water, without time to spray it yet, when someone upstairs came rushing down, panicked. Mr. Jiang, something terrible happened. A lot of our sisters upstairs are throwing up and experiencing diarrhea, and some have already passed out. What happened? Jiang Ning tossed the spray aside and quickly rushed upstairs. Indeed, members of Xiaoyang Building were seen sprawled on the floor, clutching their bellies in pain and frothing at the mouth. The scene was terrifying. This is poisoning. Quickly gather some free hands to carry them downstairs to the medical room and call Minister Liu to bring the hospital team here immediately. How could a poisoning occur within his building? All food and water sources were guaranteed safe by the system. What did you eat this morning? A little girl, lightly poisoned, had only vomited slightly. Noticing the grave look on Jiang Ning's face, she hesitantly recalled what happened. Today, Sister Zhong was on duty. We followed the routine and went upstairs to use the boiler water for cleaning and cooking. We prepared to open up, but before we opened the door, everyone started throwing up and fainting. The water systems in the building were divided separate for staff usage and guest use, and the basements had an independent system which wasn't shared. No wonder no one downstairs got poisoned, it's only the people on shift today who suffered. Jiang Ning hurriedly fetched some water from the boiler room and delivered it to the research lab. Professor Wang was on duty today. Observing Jiang Ning's urgency, he teased him. What's so urgent? Did someone poison the water? Yes, Professor Wang, please check what's in the water as soon as possible. Seeing that Jiang Ning was not joking, Professor Wang also realized the seriousness of the situation. He immediately took a sample and placed it in front of the machine for analysis. Half an hour later, he handed over the results to Jiang Ning. The water contains some insecticide components, similar to those in the orchard. It should be the same kind. Mr. Jiang, this is clearly a case of deliberate poisoning. Jiang Ning's first thought was that the mole couldn't wait any longer. But this mole absolutely didn't expect that Xiaoyang building seemed to have no cameras, but was full of surveillance equipment, almost covering 360 degrees with no blind spots. She quickly went downstairs to review last night's video, focusing on the boiler room and staring intently at the screen. Sure enough, a suspicious figure appeared in the early morning and dropped something into the water. It was Yao Yao. Jiang Ning wished she could rush forward and rip her apart right there. How had the base offended her to such an extent that she would go through all this trouble to poison everyone? Go grab Yao Yao. Jiang Ning suppressed her voice, her eyes bloodshot red. This time, Yao Yao must pay for her actions. For reasons unknown, after poisoning the water, Yao Yao did not flee. Maybe she believed no one could possibly catch her. Xiaoyang building might not have cameras inside, and the person on duty at that time was asleep. She even entered the cellar using someone else's ID card. To be honest, poisoning so many people is truly regrettable. What if Xiaoyang building is mine in the future? I would lose a lot of employees for nothing. She did not stay inside the building but went outside to sit on the ridge and admire the scenery. By the time Jiang Ning's people found her, she had not yet realized she had been exposed. She arrogantly questioned these people. Why aren't you working properly? Why are you looking for me? Hasn't the decision about Xiaoyang building's staff changes been made too fast? These people looked at Yao Yao as though she were a fool, believing that her mind may have gone haywire, reaching the point of obsession. Without bothering to explain, they bound her hands and dragged her back. Chapter 122, Recruiting. Jiang Ning placed the water from the boiler in front of her. Yao Yao still looked as if she dared anyone to do anything about it. How can you prove that I intentionally poisoned it? What if I just got confused between the insecticide and the filter? Yao Yao held her neck high, her defiance as solid as a firm rock. But Jiang Ning didn't plan to waste words on her. She looked at her coldly, explaining like she was some kind of clown. I remember that in the base, besides Xingxiong, it seems like you don't have any family. So what? Don't think that because you're in charge you can execute me. You have no evidence. At this moment, Yao Yao was only thinking about how to drag Jiang Ning down with her. In her eyes, there was nothing but madness, without any other emotions visible. Who says I have no evidence? Although there are no visible cameras around here, they are everywhere inside the building. Don't try to trick me. Where are the cameras? She was still, defiant, struggling to stand up, only to be kicked back down by someone beside her. Aren't you able to insult me so much because you have some followers? Actually, you've never liked me, right? In Yoroiro's eyes, Jiang Ning was someone who would do anything for a higher position, aiming to make everyone revolve around her. Jiang Ning leaned against the back of the chair, adjusting herself into a comfortable posture. With crossed hands and an askew head, she seemed not to fully understand her way of thinking. Not liking me. Even though I don't know how your imagination came up with this, such thoughts are indeed inappropriate. If it wasn't for Xingxiong, I wouldn't even spare a glance at you. This statement greatly stimulated Yoroiro's self-respect, and she struggled madly to get up, rushing toward Jiang Ning. But with a leg movement, Jiang Ning easily kicked her back to the ground. You said one thing correctly, because I'm in charge, I can act however I want. Jiang Ning didn't want to deal with this crazy person anymore. Her brainwaves were obviously on a different frequency than those of normal people. I won't accept. You have no evidence. Why should I be caught? An accident occurred at Xiaoyang building, and now a scapegoat has been found. So it seems your methods go only this far. Even though she was thrown hard onto the ground and had already bled from her mouth, Yao Yao still glared venomously at Jiang Ning, as if wanting to cause her injuries just by looking at her. Seeing she was still arguing, Jiang Ning simply stepped aside and turned on the TV behind her. The video being played clearly showed her taking the insecticide from the basement and pouring it into the boiler. Yao Yao opened her mouth wide, disbelief completely filling her eyes. How is that possible? There wasn't even a single camera here, yet there's a complete video. I don't believe it. It must all be your fabrication. When facing the facts, Yao Yao was still trying to shift the responsibility, and Jiang Ning had lost her patience. So what if I fabricated it? I initially thought you could only perform some minor actions, at most colluding with another base to sell out information. Now you dare to poison, meaning we cannot leave you alive. As soon as the word selling information was mentioned, Yaro let out a sigh. How do you know? Could it be that no one contacted me during this period? Because you intercepted them. It must be said that Yaro had an excellent imagination. Jiang Ning didn't deny it but grabbed her face and stared deeply into her eyes. As a member incentivized by the group, instead of contributing to the base, you spread rumors outside. Xiao Zhong, Xiao Wang, take her to Captain Song along with the video. Oh yes, remember to send a copy to Xingxiong. Upon hearing that Xingxiong would be informed, Yaro became genuinely afraid. No matter how much wrong she had done, as long as Xingxiong believed in her, he would help her overturn the situation. At the very least, relying on Xingxiong, she would never worry about food or drink for the rest of her life. But Jiang Ning had decided to cut off her lifeline, causing her real panic. No, don't tell Xingxiong, the poison was my doing, the intelligence too was sold by me. I have some gold under my bed, I'll give it all to you, just please don't tell Xingxiong. How you punish me is fine. Perhaps fearing damage to her image in Xingxiong's heart, Yaro wriggled over to Jiang Ning like a worm, kneeling on the ground and begging pitifully. Director Jiang, I made a mistake. I knew I shouldn't have betrayed the base, it was my greed that led me here. Whatever punishment you want to impose is acceptable. Exile me from the base if you must, just please don't tell Xingxiong. Think about it, if he finds out, could he endure such a heavy blow? I've been with him for nearly 4 years. Jiang Ning sighed, 4 years of feelings couldn't be broken off just like that. Moreover, Xingxiong was someone who valued righteousness. If it weren't for Yaro losing control and poisoning first, getting caught by her, believing Xingxiong would always protect Yaro as long as she hadn't committed serious offenses. If you had known today's consequences, why didn't you behave accordingly? Well, hand her over to Director Song then. Just say that the insider has been identified, let Director Song handle it. Looking at Yaro with tear-filled eyes and disheveled clothes, lying at her feet pathetically, it has to be admitted that a beautiful woman shedding tears indeed evokes compassion. After your sentence is decided, I will destroy this video. You can leave a letter for Xingxiong, just say you don't want to stay in the base and don't let him look for you in the future, then I won't tell him the truth. Upon hearing that Jiang Ning was giving her some leniency, Yaro nodded her head vigorously like a chick pecking at rice. I will definitely leave a letter, thank you, Director. Whether Yaro truly repented, Jiang Ning didn't know, but her responsibility ended here. Having cleared out this insider, Jiang Ning finally breathed a sigh of relief. Next, it was time to seriously think about how to upgrade to a level 4 shop. High-voltage electric grids also needed preparation. Not all bases were like number 578, focusing on industry. The usable resources of base number 135 were indeed limited. The nearby bases were no longer reliable, so Jiang Ning decided to find some time to exchange supplies from a more distant base. As for Liu Qiao, who had come with others, they were assigned to the hardest and most exhausting places, free labor that would not align with the base. Liu Qiao was given some false information to send back to number 578 as a diversion. Aren't they fond of promoting newcomers? Then she'd help push Liu Qiao to higher ranks. Xingxiong had already received the news and large quantities of supplies, as propaganda costs. Did you know? There's a base now recruiting externally. Xingxiong glanced around, noticing nobody paying attention, and stealthily started his promotion. The base says that if one is willing to settle down there, they'll be provided free jobs and dormitories. Even those without able-bodied family members can receive 3 meals a day. People hearing this news were shocked. Really or fake? Is there such good thing? Xingxiong firmly nodded. Of course it's true, when I went to exchange supplies at that base, I saw new arrivals immediately arranged with dorms, single rooms too, and they were freely given clothing for all 4 seasons. Clothes are given away. Yes, not only that, even if he doesn't want to go out to work, his dormitory remains unchanged, and he'll still get 3 full meals a day. The food at that base is really good. Though it's white rice and wheat, every meal has meat and vegetables, even fruit. Although, it seems the fruits are now limited and only welfare benefits are given to those willing to work. Chapter 123, Single Room. The people surrounding listened and all showed looks of yearning on their faces. But how could such good treatment possibly belong to a small base? Is this true or false? Don't you dare trick me. Why would I deceive you? You can go take a look if you have time. Xingxiong shot that person an unimpressed glance. During this period, his image to the public had been that of a merchant who traveled around various places. Not only did he possess large amounts of supplies, but also numerous pieces of intelligence. This time, the information he revealed was so astonishing that many people found it hard to believe. However, seeing how convincingly he spoke, quite a few were becoming restless with interest. Fine, I'll go take a look. What if it's not as good as you say? In that case, I'll give you a pass for base 578. Anyway, you have a home and a house here. Even if you don't stay there, won't there be a place to accommodate you when you return? Alright, I'll take a moment to check. If it's not as good as what you said, you must give me 10 kilograms of grain. And if everything I say is true, in that case, I will give you all the clothes distributed to me. That actually isn't necessary. If it's true, just come back to prove that I didn't lie. With such a simple requirement, that person readily agreed. Since the journey wasn't long, he conveniently packed his luggage, found a convoy, and arrived at base 135. At the entrance of base 135, there was clearly a registration desk placed out, on which laid a voluntary relocation registration form. Liu Yong had already spent 3 or 4 days there, without even a single registration happening. This job was rather relaxed, but the weather outside was very cold. So, wrapping himself up tightly in his coat, he dozed off outside. Suddenly, he heard a voice. Is this 1357? Do they really distribute supplies here for settlement and even arrange jobs? Someone had arrived. Liu Yong immediately sat upright, tied at his collar, and handed over a registration form. The policy has changed. Everyone who voluntarily registers will first be given 10 kilograms of rice, then be allocated dormitory rooms, clothes, and jobs. For the first 3 days, they can even receive a portion of fine fruit. What if after staying for a few days, I find it unsuitable and want to leave? What about the supplies? That person asked with great detail. Whatever food you've eaten, you owe nothing for it. Just return what remains. And if I eat everything and change my mind, won't you suffer losses? Liu Yong appeared utterly nonchalant. Even if we lose out, so be it. We have plenty of those things in our base anyway. Such extravagant behavior made that person more resolute. This was indeed a good base. All right, I'll register. With swift strokes, he filled in his own information on the registration form. Done. Where are the supplies? Liu Yong pointed towards the tallest building behind him. Take your registration form to Director Liu over there. The guard by the gate gave him clearance, allowing him a smooth passage into the research building. Director Liu Ling was waiting downstairs for anyone coming to enroll. After enduring 3 or 4 days, finally, he saw a live human being. Liu Ling quickly approached and shook the person's hand. So you're the new arrival? Welcome. Do you prefer a double room, a single room, or perhaps a dormitory of 4 or 6 people? Isn't there any difference? That person was greatly perplexed. Usually, any normal person would choose a single room. Having caught hold of a live person at last, Liu Ling patiently explained to him. Generally speaking, single rooms are meant for the leadership, double rooms are generally for families, and people settling alone usually stay in 4-person or 6-person dorms. Of course, if someone comes here for work, we assign them to a 4-person room. If someone merely seeks a comfortable life and doesn't wish to work, they get a spot in a 6-person dorm. However, since you're the first one to sign up, the first 100 registrants can choose freely. After hearing this, that person's eyes lit up. It seemed like he had struck a major bargain. Then I'll definitely go for the single room. It's foolish not to take advantage of such an opportunity. Liu Ling hummed in acknowledgement, flipped through the registration forms in his hands, and began walking towards the dormitory buildings. This is our newly constructed dormitory building. Inside, there's a basketball court, fitness equipment, a shared cafeteria, and baths. Here are the single rooms. You may select whichever room you prefer. Looking at the luxurious floors before him, which resembled residential neighborhoods, that person was stunned. Ordinarily, bases chose to build compact and tall dormitory buildings. It was quite rare to see green spaces and amenities like basketball courts and fitness centers provided. Then I'll absolutely pick the ground floor. If assigned work and exhausted after a day, who would want to climb stairs? That works too. If you chose a higher floor, we do have elevators. Where exactly are the elevators? Liu Ling pointed to a seemingly inconspicuous structure resembling a ventilation duct. This is it. That person looked up and noticed that the building had more than 30 floors. No wonder they installed elevators. Climbing so many floors by foot would exhaust anyone. Despite his surprise, he gained a clearer understanding of the base's financial capabilities. No base is wealthy enough to build high-rise buildings and specially install elevators, as it costs manpower and electricity. The elevators here are non-stop, so you don't need to worry about equipment problems. Liu Ling even deliberately added a sentence. I want the 7th floor. It has good ventilation and sunlight. Since I don't have to climb the stairs, might as well choose a higher floor. Okay, let me take you upstairs to take a look. The decoration of these rooms are all similar. You can just pick any one. Liu Ling took the person to the 7th floor and opened the door. Once inside, the man was so impressed by the facilities that he didn't want to leave. This place was a fully equipped apartment. Right at the entrance stood a shoe cabinet and a small open kitchen. Right opposite was the living room. There was a dark sofa and a TV set in the living room. It also had a small balcony. The small balcony even had a washing machine placed in it. Next to the shoe cabinet was a bathroom with mirrors, a bathtub, and a shower head. Everything was complete. There was even a small bathtub. Following through from the doorway, there was a little staircase next to the sofa, leading up to an area that occupied only half the size of the whole house. But it wasn't small. Inside was a bed with a soft spring mattress. Next to the bed was a wardrobe, along with a small desk. That's about it. If you have any other needs, you can tell the base. We will arrange it for you as long as we can. Of course, this is under the premise that you work. Seeing all this, how could this man not agree? His eyes gleaming, he turned to Liu Ling and asked, when will the work be arranged? I'll do anything. Liu Ling first asked about his expertise and discovered that the man was actually a carpenter. He then arranged for him to work under Wang Da. In the future, you'll follow Captain Wang. He's in charge of the entire base's construction. Learn more from him to create opportunities for promotion. Forget being responsible for the entire base's construction. The man would be willing even if he were asked to sweep garbage around the base. Just as long as this house belonged to him. Alright, this is equivalent to going back to my old trade. I make furniture very well. If Minister Liu ever needs anything, feel free to ask me. After arranging the accommodation, the man returned directly to base 578. After all, he had promised Xing Xiong to testify on his behalf. Chapter 124, he got anxious. You didn't see the equipment in that base, it's very luxurious. I was given a single room and there was even a TV. Moreover, they're always short of people, especially skilled talents. And apparently, the first 100 people who sign up now will have priority to choose their rooms. They even have elevators there. Xing Xiong arrived late today. The people who went to report to the base yesterday were already promoting base 135 enthusiastically in the small tavern. Is that true? Aren't you just tempting us by claiming you received benefits? It's absolutely not true. I've even been assigned a job. Look, this is the work badge they gave me. I came back today just to cancel my residence permit for base 578. That person waved the certificate in their hand, indicating that he was no longer a resident of base 578. With such good news, I'm going to take a look. After hearing about these benefits, Liu Yong at the base registration office had been busy all morning. A large group of people suddenly appeared, demanding to visit the accommodation environment before filling out the registration forms. Liu Ling was also overwhelmed, acting like a tour guide leading group after group around the single rooms, double rooms, and even the dormitories. Some even fought over the chance to be among the first 100. Calm down, everyone. We have plenty of accommodations. We'll line up properly and register one by one. Anyone causing trouble will not be accepted. Song Yin knew there was trouble on this side and quickly sent people to help. With the involvement of the hunting team, everyone calmed down and rushed to queue up for registration, worried about falling behind others. How's this strategy of mine? You can see how many people are willing to stay in our base. In the future, we won't lack manpower. Jiang Ning proudly nudged Song Yin with her shoulder. Song Yin smiled, looking at Jiang Ning affectionately. Yes, Director Jiang, you're amazing. If it weren't for you, our base wouldn't have developed to where it is today. Now that they had enough manpower, Jiang Ning decided to step up the publicity campaign to let more nearby bases know that base 135 was recruiting. With so many people coming at once, it has both advantages and disadvantages. What if something goes wrong? Song Yin was still somewhat concerned that too many people meant harder management. If some individuals took advantage of the situation, living in the dormitory, enjoying 3 free meals but refusing to work, it would mean harboring parasites. No problem, we have an incentive system. Who has seen these fruits in the post-apocalypse world? If you want to eat well and live well, you need to find a job. Unless our base reaches a point where it doesn't need any construction anymore. Jiang Ning was full of confidence. Actually, with her abilities, she could sustain the entire base even if no one worked. But slacking off while taking advantage of her hard work was simply outrageous. However, this world had its strange people. How could Jiang Ning abandon most of the population because of a few odd ones? Surviving the apocalypse was top priority, and most people had developed good habits, being diligent and hardworking. Let's keep working hard and strive to make our base the ultimate haven of overachievers. During this period, various bases were spreading word. Did you hear? The responsible leader of base 135, the one running the shop, Jiang Ning, has started recruiting. Even if you don't work there, you'll still get food if you move into their base. It said their dorms are luxurious. When do we have time to check it out? Really? Weren't they saying earlier that unlimited food could be grown? Then the person themselves debunked the rumor, calling it false information. This sounds exaggerated again, isn't it? Shouldn't they fear being proven wrong again? Impossible. My friend has already settled there. According to him, the director confidently stated that even if all residents refused to work, the base could still sustain itself. She likes the feeling of prosperity. This director sounds too strange, right? How can their base develop without more people building it? They don't want to become a battleground, they only want peaceful farming and raising little animals. It said she wants to transform base 135 into a utopia. That sounds immature. By the way, where exactly is base 135 located? I need to teach this young leader a lesson and make her understand the harsh realities of life. Don't kid yourself, you're obviously intrigued and want to take a look, right? Well, I'm interested too. Why don't we go together? Since you've figured me out, I'll stop hiding it. I've known this for a long time. It's rumored that during the first few days of settlement, there's even fruit available. For us, as long as we can eat our fill, that place is a utopia. Thus, rumors spread far and wide, and many were tempted to rush over to base 135 for inspection. This left nearby leaders extremely anxious. There were already limited useful labor forces, yet now some people left, bringing their families with them. Base 135 is truly a thorn in everyone's side. Base 578 suffered immensely, its head furiously stomping his feet with frustration. Even if we don't need manpower later, we can't afford such a loss of people. First the researchers left in bulk, now even the commoners are running away. Who's going to do this basic work anymore? He clenched his teeth bitterly, hating the leader of base 135. If you insist on poaching my people, then don't blame me for being unfriendly. With that, he grabbed the phone and contacted the heads of several nearby bases. After comparing notes, they realized their respective bases were in similar situations. Not only had the commoners fled, but some high-ranking officials, pressured by the need to support their families, also migrated. You won't understand how stressed I am. So many high-ups have left. If I tried to copy her method and support these officials' families, I just don't have the resources. Food is already scarce here. Maintaining all these idle people will show her how long she can hold on. Don't underestimate her. Jiang Ning is strange. Let's stick to the original plan, release some zombies to harass them. Once the base feels unsafe, those people will scatter back where they came from. Everyone agreed this was a fine idea. Nowadays, the captured zombies held an enormous grudge against humans. With constant unrelenting research, these zombies grew increasingly frenzied. Throw all the zombies directly outside base 135's gates. I don't believe an ordinary electric fence can stop so many evolved zombies. The head of base 578 chuckled coldly, making his face appear even more grotesque. His assistant, upon seeing this scene, silently lowered his head. None wanted to risk offending him at this critical moment. I hope this plan works out well. If it fails, I can't imagine how furious the boss will get. The assistant dared only to complain silently while keeping a neutral expression outwardly. If the plan failed, not only would the responsible party lose their advantage, but also suffer further losses. Still, we should prepare just in case. If the plan fails, maybe base 135 could be a decent alternative. The assistant thought privately, unsure how much longer he could endure such unpredictable management. Chapter 125, Electric Fence. With the addition of a large number of personnel, the construction of base 135 was accelerating. Well, you still need my help in the end, don't you? For 21 asked Jiang Ning proudly. Wasn't my speed fast enough? I managed to build an entire residential area in less than 3 days. Jiang Ning thought about the nearly 500,000 points she had already spent and winced. Good as it is, but it's too expensive. At this moment, Jiang Ning felt like she'd gone back to square one. In order to make the base more appealing, she had spent a fortune constructing exclusive neighborhood buildings for base 135. Both the color schemes and interior design referenced apartments from peaceful times. After much haggling with the system, it reluctantly agreed to help her construct the base in exchange for all her points. Host, I still don't recommend taking shortcuts. Building an entire residential area in 3 days, such a grandiose feat, is not something everyone can comprehend. Jiang Ning also knew that this might have been overly aggressive, but for the development of the base, she had no choice. We can only hope that people at the base don't get too curious. The research on high-voltage electric fences was completed, and production started almost immediately afterward. Fortunately, more and more people were willing to join base 135, so the construction sped up quickly. In less than a week, all the iron grids of the base were completely transformed. The new iron nets were made from metals traded from 578 and were densely covered with sharp barbs. Even the tops were equipped with ultra-long iron spikes. An independent power supply system was buried underground, with an electrical facility placed every 100 meters. Now that oil production was stabilizing, Professor Deng and his team decided to use petroleum-generated electricity. The current iron grid doesn't just repel zombies. Even if a single strand of your hair touches it, it will be incinerated instantly. Professor Deng may not have been much to look at, but he was top-notch when it came to skills. He casually pulled out a strand of his hair, blew it into the air, and it turned into ashes the moment it touched the electric fence, accompanied by a faint sizzling sound. Good, but we still need to prevent accidental contact. How about building another barrier inside? Jiang Ning was satisfied. The current defensive facilities were impressive, but they didn't distinguish between friend and foe. Fences are ugly. Why don't we just build flower beds along the iron nets? Liu Ling offered suggestions from a female perspective. She still hoped the base would have more greenery. That's a good idea, but what should we plant? All I have are vegetable and fruit seeds. I don't have many ornamental plants. This hit exactly where Jiang Ning was weakest. How should I know what to plant? These matters should be handled by Director Jiang. I'm just an ordinary little minister. How am I supposed to come up with so many different seeds? Here we go again. In this period, Jiang Ning had recruited quite a few people, which kept Liu Ling extremely busy with managing the base's manpower and material distribution. Her words carried a hint of irritability, though there was no way around it. Only with more people, sufficient labor, and resources could the base better develop. I'll think of a way. Jiang Ning took over the task voluntarily. 421. Do you have any ornamental seeds? No ornamental seeds, but there are plenty that are edible. For example, mint, daisy, sanchi, noto ginseng, cactus, aloe, all sorts. They were indeed all edible plants. Why would I give them to you? You haven't completed any tasks or earned any points that would allow you to exchange them for seeds. That was downright heartless. Thinking about it, except for task-based rewards, everything else required Jiang Ning to use points from the mall to purchase, and she had just exhausted all her points. Never mind, you guys go ahead and build the flower bed. It only needs to be about half a person's height. As for the seeds, let's put that on hold. When I find suitable plants, I'll plant them then. The system refused to cooperate, leaving Jiang Ning with no choice but to proceed with the flower beds first to prevent accidental contact. Professor Deng, do you have any upcoming research directions? Speaking of plants, Professor Deng was clueless, but when it came to academia, she was full of ideas she wished to bring to fruition. Director, I have several projects. What do you need lately? As long as it fits, I'll start researching it right away. I need an antidote for the zombie virus. Jiang Ning looked mournfully at Professor Deng as she slowly spoke. Professor Deng hesitated mid-sentence. It's not something I can study alone. However, it's the main direction of worldwide research teams. One day, an antidote for the virus will definitely be found. But what I mean, Director, is what are your immediate needs? I need seeds for ornamental plants. Professor Deng fell silent entirely. She couldn't meet either of these requests. Not knowing why Jiang Ning had suddenly become difficult to talk to, Professor Deng decided to keep quiet and preserve her wisdom. Just joking. I do have a demand. Jiang Ning tempered herself a little and earnestly spoke to Professor Deng. Now that we've got the electric fence, shouldn't we study the water circulation system? The water in our base is too muddy and contains some viruses. Long-term drinking will surely cause irreversible harm to human health. Could you find a way to bring the water quality back to at least drinkable levels? Professor Deng hesitated for a while. Even the highest-level water circulation system of this post-apocalyptic world could only make the water slightly clearer. This was because the contamination of the water didn't just come from silt but also from the virus in zombie blood. This might be hard. For filtering out silt, our current facilities are more than enough, but it's mainly the virus in the water that's hard to handle. To filter out the virus, we need to develop an antidote for zombies, which isn't realistic. She already knew that would be the case. With a sigh, Jiang Ning wondered if her task would end up needing to include developing a cure. Then is there any way to reduce the number of viruses in the water? Not entirely impossible. Viruses that have been mixed in the water for a long time mostly lose their activity. If you have enough zombie serum, maybe you can reduce the viruses. But the cost of zombie serum is high, so making all the water in the entire base clean might not be realistic. High costs were all it was. Jiang Ning pondered for a bit. Still, she had to let people drink decent water, otherwise, everyone going to the hospital every once in a while because of poisoning would result in a great loss of labor force. Besides, even if they now needed a huge amount of zombie serum, which wasn't cheap at all, it's only about cost. As long as you guys can figure out a way to improve the serum and enhance its efficacy, issues related to money shall be left to me to resolve. It was time to go out and trade for supplies with some bigger bases. Jiang Ning decided to take Song Yin along and have Director Liu join them on their trip to a farther base. Director Liu had been promoted now. The warehouse and cafeteria had been combined under the management of the storage department. He should now be called Minister Liu. Chapter 126, Preparing for a Long Journey. When Jiang Ning wanted to go to a further base, Song Yin also thought it was time for them to explore. The current base 135 already had all the personnel they needed, but their equipment still lagged behind. Exactly this time I thought I should bring more items to trade for weapons. Everyone in our base is using melee weapons, while base 578 has already started using firearms. We are far behind others. What if some bases have ill intentions? It will be hard for us to protect ourselves. Minister Liu also agreed with this idea. Yes, besides, we're keeping so many zombies here. If one day they rebel, having some firearms can give us a faster response. So let's plan this. We'll use food, oil, coal mines, and other resources to exchange for necessary supplies of zombie serum, firearms, bone weapons, and latest equipment. After deciding what they would trade, the three now began discussing when to leave. Recently, we've been making such a big move that I'm worried someone might get jealous. How about waiting until the wind dies down before we head out? After all, you are responsible for this base. If something happens along the way, what are we going to do? Minister Liu, older and comprehensive in his thinking, added this concern. And Song Yin simply worried that Jiang Ning wouldn't hold up well during the trip. Yes, and since it's quite a long distance, why not let Professor Guan and his team prepare some motion sickness medicine and essential drugs before we set off? With Yaoya's verdict already out, she was merely exiled from the base. Song Yin feared that Yaoya might not take it well and seek revenge on Jiang Ning along the way. Alright, 1 week will be enough for Professor Guan to produce the medicines. Meanwhile, I'll take this time to sort through the surplus materials. We'll drive trucks then. For such a long journey, we need thorough preparation. Jiang Ning agreed with their opinions. Besides, she wanted to take the opportunity to enjoy the scenery on the road and understand what was most lacking in this apocalypse world. Alright, Yaoya will leave the base today. Should we send her off? With surveillance in place, Yaoya couldn't keep pretending ignorance and had no choice but to accept the verdict. Carrying her luggage, she left the base, leaving deep footprints in the early spring mud. No, we've already been the bad guys. Why add to her stress by showing up? A straightforward man might not understand these nuances, but Song Yin always went along with whatever Jiang Ning said, so he didn't object. However, out of basic humanity, they quietly instructed the people in charge of supervision to slip some compressed biscuits into her backpack, which would last her for 2 weeks. Really don't understand why she would suddenly act irrationally and do something like this. Wasn't living peacefully in the villa enough? This topic became somewhat heavy, but what weighed on their minds more was, what should they do when Xiongxing returned? He may not be able to accept that his girlfriend of 4 years could do something like this, nor may he be able to accept her departure. Jiang Ning sighed at the sky. There's nothing we can do but let him come out of it on his own. Both were full of emotions. Jiang Ning valued Xiongxing's righteousness, seeing him as a rare good man in this world. Song Yin, on the other hand, thought it fortunate that he had managed to protect Jiang Ning back then. Otherwise, if Jiang Ning left the base now too, he probably couldn't bear it. Xiongxing's thoughts I cannot control, but if one day something happens to you and you need to leave the base, I'd likely follow you. Song Yin looked earnestly and seriously at Jiang Ning, holding her hands and telling her gravely. Looking at his sincere eyes, Jiang Ning froze momentarily. Is this a confession? She only dared think it secretly but couldn't say it aloud. Still, verbally, she tried to comfort Song Yin. That won't happen. I'm so important to the base, and zombies don't even attack me. Unless someone who's gone crazy wants me dead, though I doubt they'd be able to beat me. I know. I just put myself in Xiongxing's shoes. If one day you have to leave the base alone, I'd absolutely be unable to accept it. So, I'd rather go with you. These words made Jiang Ning blush furiously. The sincerity in front of her and the underlying meaning in his speech were tantamount to a public declaration of love. New to feelings, this was Jiang Ning's first experience at the base being under Song Yin's protection. Her feelings toward him were complex, full of gratitude, admiration, reliance, and a faint thread of unacknowledged affection. At this point, Jiang Ning took a proper look at Song Yin. Improved diets over time had developed his muscles more evenly. At around 180 centimeters tall, he was slim but appeared very strong. Underneath his profound eyebrows were a pair of bright peach blossom eyes, shimmering as if containing the whole starry sky. His sincere gaze made Jiang Ning feel flustered, unsure how to react. Don't overthink it. I will never leave the base. After racking her brain for half a day, all she could come up with was this sentence. I still have to go back to the basement and work on our travel plan. It's too late today, let's talk about it another day. With that, Jiang Ning fled the scene as if running away. Her face had already flushed with 2 rosy patches, and her palms were burning hot like the fire inside a boiler. What's wrong? Could it be I'm wearing too many layers? It's already early spring, looks like I need to take off a couple of pieces. Song Yin watched Jiang Ning's retreating figure, unconsciously curling his lips into a smile. No matter what happens in the future, I will try my best to protect you, even though you may not need my protection anymore. Back in the little house, after drinking a big bowl of water, Jiang Ning's heart was still thumping uncontrollably. The zombie dormitory had also been completed recently, and most zombies had already moved in, finding their own beds. The door of the zombie dormitory was made of steel, with a fingerprint lock outside, allowing only Jiang Ning to enter and exit. A passage was built on the 4th floor leading straight to the rooftop terrace of the little house. Jiang Ning's daily task was to prepare meat chunks and food, feeding the zombies at fixed times and locations. Recalling Song Yin's words from earlier, Jiang Ning found her mood difficult to settle down. Don't think too much. He said just a few weeks ago that you're merely colleagues. You can't think about this any further, Jiang Ning. Your tasks for today are not yet finished. She took several deep breaths, barely suppressing her heartbeat to slow it down. She then headed to the 4th floor, opened the entrance of the passage, and shouted inside. It's mealtime. Instantly, the zombies excitedly howled in delight. Ever since the establishment of the zombie restaurant, their meals had become increasingly abundant day by day. Yesterday, they had chunks of meat mixed with dumplings. The day before yesterday, they enjoyed slices of luffa cooked in meat broth. And today, who knows what else Boss Jiang had prepared for them. The zombies lined up neatly, one after another ascending the passage on the 4th floor, orderly gathering onto the terrace of the little house. Seeing the terrace fully occupied, the zombies behind didn't rush. They quietly waited without impatience. On the terrace, the zombies sat in their designated spots voluntarily, awaiting Jiang Ning's feeding. Chapter 127, Preparations Before Departure. Hungry, food. The zombies were even wearing aprons, waiting for their food. Looking at these zombie-like creatures that were not fully human, Jiang Ning still felt somewhat creepy despite having interacted with them for so long. Finish your meal properly, don't cause trouble. After eating, return to the dormitory and wait for someone to take you to your workstations. Jiang Ning was distributing the food from a large bucket. The zombies' eyes only focused on eating, completely ignoring what she said afterward. For them, work was a form of play. After feeding all the zombies, Jiang Ning finally sighed in relief and returned to her room to lie down. As soon as she had some idle time, thoughts of Song Yin's words about staying by her side filled her mind. Jiang Ning tried hard to clear those jumbled thoughts and began planning her next moves. Before a long trip, I definitely need to prepare daily necessities. The store also needs maintenance, so I'll just make a roster for them to follow procedures. Food isn't an issue, Li has stockpiled enough grain, and I have unlimited buns and steamed bread that can exchange for quite a bit of supplies. Now, the only thing is, what ornamental plants should I grow? Spring has arrived, and it's the perfect time for planting. Not wanting to miss this season of growth, Jiang Ning started flipping through her current seeds, looking for something suitable to plant by the iron fence. Anything that bears fruit would probably get pulled out and stolen once planted. Mint might be a good choice, but the system doesn't offer it right now. Maybe I could transplant the roses from my yard over there. These were the roses given to her by Wang Baimu. She wasn't sure if they bloomed year-round due to a mutation or what. Their vitality was incredibly strong, almost surviving with just a cutting. Now, Jiang Ning's backyard was full of such flowers. Well, never mind, let's leave it for now. I'll rest a little and call people tomorrow morning to handle the transplantation. She lay in bed, trying hard to fall asleep. But her brain kept thinking of what Song Yin had told her. If you leave, I will choose to follow you. These words lingered in Jiang Ning's mind like a spell, so much so that she buried her head under a pillow. God, I shouldn't think about this anymore. I need to find something to do. I'll sleep once I'm tired. With that, she turned on the TV and found a drama series she hadn't finished before the apocalypse. As soon as she turned it on, the first episode showed the male and female leads making a passionate declaration beside a Ferris wheel. I will never leave you behind, wherever we go, I will accompany you. This triggered Jiang Ning's memories again. God, can I switch to something more normal? Jiang Ning stopped watching romance dramas and picked a documentary instead, watching it all night. Song Yin was in a similar state. The image of Jiang Ning's red cheeks during the day stayed vividly imprinted in his mind, refusing to fade. Her eyes were crystal clear, like a newborn fawn. Combined with her rosy cheeks, it gave him a sudden urge to kiss her. Along with her confident words, Song Yin couldn't help but sigh deeply, realizing how much the little girl who once needed protection had grown up, starting to protect others now. But no matter what, in his heart, Jiang Ning would always be the person who needed protection. Through this period of interaction, he discovered himself becoming increasingly concerned with Jiang Ning's feelings, often finding himself involuntarily wondering, where is she? What's she doing? How is she? This feeling was too strange for Song Yin, leaving him unable to come up with any solid explanation. He could only try his best to avoid thinking about it, as if forgetting would let everything proceed as originally planned. I shouldn't think about this too much, I need to find something to do. Sleepless, Song Yin got up and took out the black broadsword. This was given to me by Jiang Ning. Just looking at it made him unintentionally think of Jiang Ning again. Shaking his head slightly, he tried to empty his mind. He found an open space and started practicing his swordsmanship. In the morning, the work bell rang in the base. Jiang Ning, who had spent the entire night watching documentaries, appeared in front of everyone with dark circles under her eyes. Boss, what happened to you? You look so pale. Did you not sleep at all last night? Anan looked worriedly at Jiang Ning. You must take care of yourself. We're all counting on you. If you get sick, how many people would worry? Jiang Ning didn't know how to explain why she was sleepless and could only nod. I understand, I'll be more careful next time. Then she began assigning tasks. I may have to leave for a while later. Make sure to organize your own shifts. Oh, after the fence is done, Aman, go transplant the roses from my yard to the iron fence. Anan, you'll be responsible for managing the logistics of the small villa. Zhongjie, the basement task falls to you. Remember to remind the sisters to fertilize regularly and take care of the animals. Seeing that the small villa could function without her presence, Jiang Ning finally felt reassured. I can't go on, I'm too sleepy. I'll take a nap. Remember to call me if there's anything. She yawned and waved as she walked upstairs. Song Yin wasn't as fortunate as Jiang Ning, he had a lot of responsibilities. Boss, what's wrong? You look pale. Didn't sleep well last night? Liu Qiao had only stayed in the base for a few days before his true nature was revealed again, unable to keep quiet. Could it be that things are progressing too quickly with the young boss? Has it reached the point where you can't sleep at night? Song Yin, with 2 huge dark circles under his eyes, gave him an icy glare. Are you that idle? Haven't you been contacting the spies from base 578? If you have time, go out and lead the workers to repair the flower bed. Boss, I'm sorry, I won't talk too much anymore. Please let me rest for a few more days. Not long ago, Liu Qiao went to base 578. After returning, he officially started his vacation, which was a benefit given to every person sent on missions. His leave hadn't ended yet, how could he easily find work for himself? I've arranged those spies already. They're both watching the gate now. There's also a shortage of 2 gatekeepers in the warehouse, a pretty relaxed job with no exposure to important intelligence. This sounded proper, and Song Yin was very satisfied with this arrangement. Your leave is almost over, right? In a few days, I might need to go on a long trip. Huang Qiong won't be around, so you'll cooperate with Liu Yong to manage the base. Wang Baimu also has other things to do recently, so you two will be entrusted with this task. What exactly is Captain Wang busy with these days? It's been several days since I've seen him. The members of Squad 5 seem to have all gone out. What else? To hunt zombies, of course. Even though our base has grown in population, some facilities are still too dangerous and can only rely on the zombies to get the job done. Hearing that it wasn't an easy task, Liu Qiao secretly sighed in relief. Luckily, his previous stint as a spy had been successful, or this mission might have landed on him. All we need to do is ensure the safety of the base, right? Captain, you can go with peace of mind. Everything will be fine with me handling it. After saying this, he patted his chest vigorously. Without controlling the force properly, his hand struck his neck instead, causing him to cough hard a few times. Chapter 128, Rumors. It's becoming increasingly difficult to catch zombies now. They are more restless and have a certain level of intelligence, not only learning how to surround prey but also how to evade humans. Wang Bamu thought about the mission Song Yin had assigned him, and slapped a mosquito off his body. Why are there so many bugs just as spring arrives? The base is better. Boss, what do you think is the purpose of Captain Song sending all of us from Team 5 out here, while none of Team 3 come to catch zombies? It's like Team 3 stays in the base while we in Team 5 get sent out to die. Everyone deeply complained about this mission. But Wang Bamu didn't see it that way. He continued hiding in the tree, whispering to his teammates. Don't think too much about it. Captain Song naturally has his own plans. We haven't contributed as much to the base as he has, and the people choosing him as the leader of the hunting group is reasonable. We should follow orders. But boss, they're all cozying up with those responsible for assignments, and now all the dangerous missions are being pushed onto us, clearly showing they don't look kindly upon us. Captain Song isn't like that person. Although there are some conflicts between us, he's someone noble and thinks only about the good of the group. Besides, he and Boss Jiang don't even know if they're on good terms or not. Their relationship hasn't been confirmed yet. Although Wang Bamu verbally defended Song Yin, he knew well that Song Yin's accomplishments wouldn't have been possible without Jiang Ning's contributions. There was always a little spark between the two, but no one dared say anything openly. In that case, while doing your missions, also keep an eye out for any rare plants and dig them up to bring back and present to Boss Jiang. In fact, deep down, he understood the better the relationship with Jiang Ning, the more benefits were gained. Since Song Yin hadn't seized the opportunity, he might as well take the chance himself. Let's try thinking of a plan. Even if I can't win her heart, I'll still become friends with Boss Jiang. While lost in thought, suddenly he noticed some movement below. Sure, don't make a sound, the zombies are coming. The leaves in the woods were rustling underfoot as a group of fully armed men, carrying backpacks, coincidentally walked into Wang Bamu's area of responsibility. The leading man wiped the sweat off his head, looking at the increasingly hot weather and swore, "My mother, what the hell has possessed the commander to insist on moving us here, where nothing but birds would dare venture into these mountains? It's simply madness." His following team members also started grumbling. Not only that, but they won't let us drive, saying it makes too big a target. When will we reach the end of this trek? Monkey year horse month indeed. That's right. They say there are wild animals in these mountains. Do they want us to coexist with both wild beasts and zombies? I wonder what those researchers spend their days researching, how exactly they manage to figure out ways to control the zombies with commands. Now, they already treat humans as irrelevant. Boss, when we leave, what will happen to our families? Why are we going over there? The leader hasn't clarified anything. The leader assured us that our families will be well cared for in the base. Our main mission over there is to watch over the zombies, and anyone who disobeys, kill immediately. Isn't this too dangerous? Aren't they sending us to the edge of life and death? One bite from a zombie could be fatal. There's no help for it. We're soldiers. Everything for the base. Bullshit. 578, they were the ones to suggest it first. How unethical can they be? No wonder the researchers and commoners have fled. Well, stop complaining. Hurry along. All of our high-ranking personnel are on Wutong Mountain now. Once this mission is completed, are we really worried about lacking in rich rewards? Finally, the leader stopped their complaints and led them forward slowly. Wang Bamu stayed well hidden in the trees, undetected. We didn't capture the zombies, but instead overheard plenty of information we weren't supposed to hear. We won't chase zombies anymore. Let's go back to the base. After waiting until that group moved far away, the members of Team 5 jumped down from the trees, taking the tools used to capture zombies and hurried back to the base. Wutong Mountain was a very desolate place even during times of peace. Up there, dense forests and abundant wildlife existed. It used to be a natural reserve of the city, but now with the zombies running rampant, people dared not easily go up the mountain. It seems like they've established a base on the mountain, with more than one leader involved. This news must be passed back quickly. Whatever they intend to do, it's best to prepare ourselves. Though having numerous small ideas, Wang Bamu always prioritized the big picture. Upon returning to the base, he reported this matter to Song Yin. Song Yin and Jiang Ning were preparing to set out these few days, but hearing this news abruptly disrupted their plan. It seems these bases are truly prepared to run away. Now that we know their location, shouldn't we plan something to destroy their base? Song Yin's first thought was still to expand, and it would be best to completely destroy this group of confused people at once. However, Jiang Ning had different opinions. Their equipment and weapons are more advanced than ours. What do we have to fight them with? We might as well settle down and focus on building up the base's defense facilities and improving personnel training. Now that we know their intentions clearly, there's nothing to fear from what they may do. Wang Bamu was relatively cautious and agreed with Jiang Ning's approach. They control the zombies merely because they want to strengthen their own capabilities, but are zombies so easily controlled? We don't yet know how far they've come in this endeavor. Are they really capable of making zombies fully follow their commands, or are there loopholes? The fact that these zombies still need to be monitored indicates that they haven't fully mastered this technology yet. I believe the best strategy is to remain flexible and adaptive. From every angle Wang Bamu continued supporting Jiang Ning. Just our travel plans may be delayed. We've offended several nearby bases already, causing them a great loss of labor. Now that they've acquired new technologies, they will definitely use it to take revenge on us. This was something that Jiang Ning had been worried about for quite some time, now finally confirmed. She doubted not even a little. Especially the base 578, which would love nothing more than flaying her alive, cutting her into pieces to release all this built-up anger. Song Yin, when do you think they'll come? Jiang Ning, it's hard to say, but before they launch any attack, neither should we act rashly. The two were absorbed in their discussion and completely forgot that Wang Bamu was still in the room. Unable to join the conversation, Wang Bamu could only sit silently on the side, watching the two of them devise strategies. Fortunately, we've reinforced the power grid earlier. From now on, let the zombies handle all gate patrols, ensuring uninterrupted 24-hour surveillance. Then we should strengthen the hunting team management, let the new recruits train hard, and have Professor Guan and his team develop a batch of bulletproof vests. This way, when other bases come attacking, we won't be caught off guard. Chapter 129, Bounty. Sure, as long as the zombies' heads are not harmed, their lives are generally not at risk. It's best to have them act as goalkeepers. We should also add another layer of infrared around the electricity so that we can detect anyone approaching us in no time. The zombies are also a part of the base, and they cannot be allowed to suffer losses for nothing. Song Yin cherished these renewable labor forces very much. Moreover, feeding zombies required enormous energy, and retraining them would put Jiang Ning's physical strength under pressure. Jiang Ning thought it made sense too. Nowadays, zombies possessed self-awareness and could count as half humans. She couldn't allow any person in the base to fall into danger. Our base may be fine, but we don't know how far they've come along, and there's no way to prepare. Perhaps we should go and gather some information first. She had the ability to make herself invisible to zombies, and as long as the distance was close enough, she could distinguish how many humans were present in an area and their positions. Therefore, Jiang Ning still wanted to go and check out Wutong Mountain. That's too dangerous. What if you get caught? Besides, most of them know you. This proposal was rejected outright. Song Yin believed safety was paramount. So, how else can we get information? Now, Jiang Ning was in a bind too. Though her abilities had improved greatly and she could previously support the entire base on her own, when faced with thermal weapons, she was still somewhat overwhelmed. I'm not afraid of their numbers. After all, I have my meat chunks. As long as I can create chaos among the zombies, I'm not worried about getting hurt. However, they have guns. Wouldn't it just take one bullet to take down one zombie? Upon reflecting on this, Jiang Ning decided that the base's weaponry needed reinforcement. At the very least, they must manufacture a batch of bulletproof vests first. Base number 135 originally depended on agricultural development, but now with Jiang Ning's arrival, Professor Guan simply switched fields and followed Professor Deng to start research work. It's just a batch of bulletproof vests, it's simple. As long as we have all the raw materials and equipment, we can get it done within a week. Professor Guan adjusted his glasses and took full responsibility for the matter. One phone call solved the problem. Now, let's discuss how we can obtain information about Wutong Mountain. After Jiang Ning finished her phone call with Professor Guan, she clasped her hands together and placed them on the table. Wang Baiwu hadn't had much chance to voice his opinion before. Now that this topic came up, he finally got some space to contribute. We don't necessarily have to head over to Wutong Mountain to steal intelligence. Some people are definitely en route during the transfer period, not just the current group, and if we intercept their personnel, preferably researchers, the intelligence will naturally be ours. Without the researchers, how will they continue their studies? That was a good idea. Turned out, although Wang Baiwu wasn't as physically skilled as Song Yin, his strategic thinking was sharp. But how do we know their transfer timeline? Jiang Ning posed a new question. Wang Baiwu gave a composed smile, looking at Jiang Ning. Men die for wealth, birds perish for food. It all depends on how much food leader Jiang is willing to offer. The next day, a message spread through all the bases. An unnamed billionaire wished to connect with some scientists. Should they agree to switch sides to him, he'd cover their board and lodging, take care of their families, and offer a high monthly salary. Meanwhile, another piece of news was quietly spreading in shadowy corners. Have you heard? A scientist from Base 798 offended a big shot, and now this big shot is looking everywhere for him. The price offered is insane, 10 tons of oil for his life, but only the whereabouts need to be provided as he wants to do it himself. Damn, what did this guy do? His life is worth 10 tons of oil? Who knows? Aren't the scientists from Base 798 usually close-knit? They rarely leave the base. How did they offend someone? Oh, by the way, what's this guy's name? Just know his last name is Zhong. So how do we find Zhong? There are so many Zhongs around. Could they all have offended him? How would I know? Maybe it's a fake name. You think someone who makes enemies advertises their real name? So how do we find this guy? Actually, it's pretty simple. From what I hear, 798 is planning to relocate their scientists soon. All we need is to learn their path, then sell this information to the tycoon. After that, whoever caused trouble, let the tycoon find out himself. Hee, good plan. Hey, how did you even know about this relocation? I know someone responsible for cleaning at the 798 research building. They happened to overhear it while cleaning. Nice move, man. Never knew you had such a wide network. With 10 tons of oil, isn't your fortune sealed? Hey, not that easy. The tycoon needs to confirm this person's travel plan first, then trade money for results once the person is captured. You're not at a disadvantage either. As long as they all transfer, the people must be among them. The two who were whispering glanced at each other, surprised that such a good thing could fall into their laps. Without exchanging words, they reached out to their connections and found out when 798's researchers would relocate and which route they would take. They even obtained a list. But there were several people surnamed Zhong on it, so they couldn't confirm who it was. Still, they decided to pass this list to the tycoon first. Liu Yong, his face covered, drove away in the base's only luxurious car. Thanks to Wang Baiwu's wide-ranging network of acquaintances, he managed to smoothly reach the underground market in the apocalypse to exchange for intelligence. Here is the list of all the scientific researchers from Base 798. Is the person you're looking for on it? Liu Yong dared not show any suspicion. He glanced at the list and pretended to nod confidently. Yes, but there is only one set of rewards. Whoever obtains the information about his whereabouts first will get the reward. He put on an unfriendly demeanor and leaned lazily against the chair. The imposing figure of this man brought an oppressive feeling. Combined with the rumors outside that he was a top-tier billionaire, those delivering the intelligence groveled and flattered him. Yes, yes, we will surely obtain the intelligence as soon as possible. It is our honor to serve you. Rest assured, the rewards will not be neglected by someone like you. Liu Yong had never dealt with these kinds of people before, and since he was naturally somewhat reserved, he chose to remain silent. They automatically reached an understanding. Rich people always look down on others through their noses. It was quite normal for them to disregard small characters like themselves. As long as they got their reward, they would be willing to carry luggage for the tycoon. What they didn't know was that Liu Yong was constantly repeating Jiang Ning's words in his mind. As long as we know their whereabouts, then later claim that the target isn't among this group, giving them a token fee for their trouble would suffice. Liu Yong looked at the group waiting for a windfall and silently mourned for them in his heart. Chapter 130. Is it really this easy? In order to show their sincerity, these few individuals took almost no time, just a couple of days, to procure an itinerary. It clearly showed the travel plans for the entire research team at Base 798. You managed to get this. You're truly amazing. Wang Bamu, Jiang Ning, and Song Yin were in the meeting room. Upon seeing how effortlessly Liu Yong had completed his task, Wang Bamu took the itinerary and scrutinized it carefully. It seems that the schedule was leaked by someone inside the research building. Perhaps those surnamed Zhong offended just the right person, making things easier for us. Team leader, what should we do? Jiang Ning gave Liu Yong an approving look, which made him slightly embarrassed as he scratched his head. Of course, we snatch them all back. With complete facilities at Base 135, and especially on the 9th floor a paradise for researchers, she believed under both threats and enticements, no one would be unwilling to stay. As long as they cause some harm to the other side, it brings comfort to them. Captain Wang, taking the researchers hostage will be your responsibility. Our team has too few members, and the newly recruited hunting group members aren't skilled enough. The whole base's burden is now on your shoulders, so keep up the good work. Jiang Ning has also mastered the art of painting big pictures. With just a few words of flattery, she had Wang Bamu feeling quite proud. It's about specialization. When it comes to wilderness survival and ambush, Captain Song isn't as skilled as me. He arrogantly glanced sideways at Song Yin and let out a snort through his nose. Song Yin didn't care about these superficial titles, he was only planning where to place the captured researchers. Before they fully submit, it is absolutely necessary not to let them come into contact with the core parts of the base. I'll make preparations according to the dates given above, just wait for my good news. With that, Wang Bamu led his team to tidy up their gear and set off in high spirits toward the forest not far from Wutong Mountain. Perhaps because the researchers' stamina was insufficient, Wang Bamu lay in ambush for several days straight, almost doubting whether this group would ever arrive. Just when they were about to give up, they suddenly spotted figures dressed in white lab coats walking slowly towards them. Targets are approaching. Are our traps ready? The boss can rest assured. They dug plenty of pits along the way, covering them carefully with branches and leaves, fearful that these researchers might spot them and avoid falling in. The lives of these researchers seemed rather arduous. Their uniforms hadn't been changed in ages. Dressed in ragged clothes and covered in dirt, they trudged along together, weary from the long journey and insufficient food supply. Many of them had already collapsed on the road. Laro Li, why must we conduct this experiment? Why must we run so far? Is the team leader insane? Laro Zhao, stop complaining. For us, completing this project is a great honor. The distance may be far, but with perseverance, we'll definitely get there. In fact, I opposed this experiment from the start. Even if its completion would bring us fame, just look at the condition we're in now. That's true. We want the horse to run fast but don't want it to eat grass. They should improve our benefits at least a little. Hold on, let's rest here. Laro Wang has passed out. A shout rang out, causing everyone to turn around and discover that one of the teammates had fainted due to physical exhaustion. The white-coated researchers frantically rummaged through their luggage. They had prepared some medicine, but most of it had already been used on the way. Quickly, feed him some sugar first. I'll check for any more pills. After all, they were colleagues and couldn't just let someone suffer in front of them. They hastily dissolved the sugar in water and helped Laro Wang drink it down before feeding him water and tablets. Laro Wang gradually felt less blurred in vision and regained some strength to stand up. I can't go on anymore. Let me withdraw from the experiment. Such honor isn't worth more than my life. At these words, everyone fell silent. As researchers, having spent long periods indoors away from sunlight, even burning the midnight oil for projects, their constitutions naturally weren't as strong as those in the hunting group. Adding Laro Wang, nearly 5 people have already collapsed along the way. Even Laro Li, who considered this endeavor a glorious pursuit, remained silent. In truth, everyone agreed with Laro Wang's opinion. Although their base wasn't particularly advanced, it placed a heavy emphasis on cultivating researchers. Thus, they neglected other aspects of development. Therefore, until now, the best treatment researchers could obtain was merely having a bit more rice and 2 extra pieces of meat compared to others. Combined with prolonged dehydration, they looked like sticks, let alone embarking on such a long and strenuous journey. But Wutong Mountain was within sight. It was hard to abandon the effort after coming so far. Following this small incident, everyone moved forward silently, supporting each other, determined to reach Wutong Mountain, where they would finally be met by rescuers. Their complaints were heard clearly by Wang Bamu. They hadn't taken 2 steps before the person leading the group screamed as if he had fallen into a trap. Quick, come and save me. A huge pit just appeared here for no reason. Due to limited manpower, they didn't have any escort from the hunting team. The professors scrambled anxiously to help pull out the one in front. But it wasn't what they expected. More traps were laid ahead, and people kept falling into them. Several of them even broke their legs. Seeing that almost everyone was trapped, Wang Bamu finally jumped down from the tree, clapped his hands, and inspected these unfortunate individuals stuck in the deep pits. "Dear professors, nice to meet you all." The professors were perplexed but noticed his black uniform and assumed he was part of the reception team. They immediately begged for his assistance. "Hurry up. Someone has a broken foot. Can you help us out?" Wang Bamu didn't explain anything, simply extended a hand to pull them out. Then the members of Team 5 blindfolded these professors, binding their hands simultaneously. "Sorry about this inconvenience." The professors thought it was because the leader didn't want to reveal the mountain address, and though they felt slightly annoyed, they showed no resistance. They were concerned about their injured comrades. "Could you please treat our sick companions with some medicine first? I fear they won't make it." Professor Lee spoke up first. Wang Bamu checked them carefully. Indeed, these people looked old and frail, every single one seemed thin as chickens, with a few having difficulty breathing and seemingly running a fever. And not to mention the ones with fractures after falling into the trap. "Ah, it looks like your entire group fell prey. But don't worry, dear professors, follow me, and once we return to the base, there will naturally be someone to entertain you all." Initially, he had thought he'd need quite a bit of effort, but surprisingly, this group of scientific researchers turned out utterly incapable, leaving Wang Bamu to muse about the sleek and well-kept Guan professors, thus expressing his size. The catering at Base 798 is truly terrible. He ordered his men to assist the professors onto the vehicle, distributing some cured ham and bread preserved by Jiang Ning. The professors hadn't touched fatty food for a long time, and upon smelling the aroma of meat, they hastily stuffed the food into their mouths. "Thank you so much." Some severely ill professors, after eating the bread, regained a little strength and were even moved to tears of gratitude. Chapter 131, Captured. Wang Bamu had never seen someone so easily taken away, and who would even thank the captors. Unconsciously, a beautiful misunderstanding might have arisen between both parties. With an expression resembling that of someone constipated, Wang Bamu didn't know how to start. These professors were too compliant. Ask them to wear blindfolds and they did, ask them to tie their hands and they did, ask them to get in the car and they did. He had never seen such polite hostages before. Eventually he could only mutter a sentence. "It's nothing, don't mention it." Now, the professors considered him more as a part of the hunting team coming to pick them up and began discussing this operation openly on the vehicle. "This time we're going to Wutong Mountain, we will face zombies. We must be extremely vigilant. I know this experiment is too dangerous, overly aggressive. I really don't understand what these responsible people are thinking. I don't care what they think. As long as we can figure out how to make the zombies obedient. This research might allow us to become the most prestigious scientists in the post-apocalypse era. But I still miss home, it's been so long since I left. I wonder if my wife has taken good care of our daughter." "Exactly, my kid was just born. Being away for such a long time, probably he doesn't recognize me anymore. There's no way out. As researchers, this is something we must sacrifice. We should look at the positive side. At this stage, zombies can already basically understand human speech and respond accordingly. Isn't this the best progress? We just need a lot of time to make them even more obedient, then deploy them where they should go. But it's rumored that Base 578 has found a small base for experimentation, saying that they will release large numbers of zombies there. Are we helping them harm others? Think about it this way, which research doesn't involve sacrifices? As long as it's not our family members, I think I can accept these sacrifices." They chatted happily while Wang Bamu silently took note of which progressive elements wanted to study the zombie experiments thoroughly. These people had already made it onto Blacklist 135. And the rest, those who still retained humanity, wanted to go home and opposed this experiment. They became the primary recruitment target of Base 135. The professors, unaware that they'd already been classified, continued their lively discussions. From experimental data to daily gossip. Until after a long journey, when they finally arrived at the destination. When the professors removed their blindfolds, they realized something was off. This isn't Wutong Mountain. Just as they turned around to question the man who had led them here, they noticed that outside the door, without them realizing, they had been surrounded by others. Jiang Ning stood at the forefront, giving the professors a friendly smile. "Welcome to Base 135. Now, confused and clueless due to long hours spent in the lab, the professors assumed there must have been some sort of misunderstanding. "I think you must have misunderstood. I wasn't supposed to come to this base. Did you make a mistake picking up the wrong person?" Even at this moment, these professors were still making excuses for Base 135, believing clearing up misunderstandings to be the priority. Anything but delaying others' affairs. Setting aside the allure of honor and technology, these professors were actually quite decent people. Since they could still be salvaged, Jiang Ning decided to use emotion and reason. "We haven't mistaken any of you. Seize them." Hearing this command, the professors panicked in disarray. "You cannot capture me. I hold important titles. Binding me will lead major bases to collectively condemn you." "That's right, you can't bind us. There are several lifetime professors here among us." Upon hearing this, Jiang Ning grinned widely. "Perfect, it happens we're short of professors." As the burlap sacks were placed over them again, the group of professors felt utterly hopeless. Meanwhile, those waiting at the foot of Wutong Mountain for their return were left in suspense. Didn't Xiao Wang say the professors would arrive today? Why, with night already fallen, have they not yet shown up? The leader of the hunting team from Wutong Mountain held up binoculars, looking far into the distance for a long time. I'm not sure either. It was supposed to be today. Could I have remembered the date incorrectly? Xiao Wang picked up the itinerary, examining it repeatedly. Yes, it's today. Could the group of professors have encountered something along the way and failed? The captain gave Xiao Wang a glare and slapped his head. Don't jinx it. Follow me, let's go find these bookworms. Their weak physical condition is very normal, we must retrieve them quickly. The number of nearby zombies was relatively high. The captain of the hunting team mainly worried about the danger that these refined-looking professors might encounter, having no means to defend themselves. Taking a few men along the prearranged route, they set off immediately. They had no idea that this handful of professors could be intercepted. Searching for 3 or 4 days, this group seemed to vanish into thin air. The directors who'd waited at Wutong Mountain for some time became furious. A bunch of useless idiots, what are you even good for? You let them slip away, and they were personnel with the most critical technology. Even if I have to turn the earth upside down, I must find them. Their concern wasn't just about losing the scientists. More terrifying was that these scientists carried many important data points on them. If the data leaked or were seized by some loyal humans who could expose their plans, they would at least suffer condemnation from major bases, or worse, be attacked by a coalition of all bases. No one could afford that cost, so they could only hope to find them alive or confirm their death. These professors would have never imagined being intercepted along the way. The apparently brutal director of 135 did not torture them severely. Instead, he placed them gently in a basement. In charge of the basement was Aunt Zhong, a middle-aged woman who always smiled kindly, exuding an inviting warmth. Summoning up their courage, the professors asked, "Aunt Zhong, where are we?" Aunt Zhong's face showed a kind smile as she explained amicably, "You are now in the cellar of base 135. Cellar? Is there communication equipment here? I'd like to send my family a message." Seeing how easygoing Aunt Zhong seemed, pure and simple, someone judged her as easily deceivable. One professor took the chance to make up a lie in hopes of slipping through unnoticed. Aunt Zhong continued to look at them kindly and raised a cleaver in her hand affectionately. "We do have communication equipment, but it is not for your use. Perhaps captives need a bit more awareness. How about this, are you hungry? Would you like me to cook you a bowl of noodles?" Faced with the sharp gleam of the knife and Aunt Zhong's warmly smiling face, the professors suddenly felt a bone-chilling coldness creep up from their feet to their heads. "No, no, as captives, we don't want to trouble you. We can eat anything, no need to bother cooking for us." The professors were highly aware preserving life came first. Aunt Zhong still looked at them with a smile. "Don't be afraid. We follow the principle here, leniency for those who confess, severity for those who resist. As long as you stay put and listen, you'll have good food and drinks waiting for you." Chapter 132, Chicken Soup Noodles. Although the woman in front of them spoke softly and smiled warmly, appearing harmless and even somewhat approachable, the knife she held was truly terrifying. None of these professors had ever seen a base use pure steel to make knives before. These were tools other bases used to forge weapons. When Zhong Jie saw that they no longer resisted, she turned and left. The professors immediately sighed in relief. But not half an hour later, Zhong Jie returned, this time carrying a tray in her hand. "After traveling for so long, I assume you must be tired. I've prepared some simple chicken soup noodles here for you to have in the meantime. By noon, during mealtime, you can go to the third-floor cafeteria yourself." She placed the tray down, seemingly having other important matters to attend to, and walked away without looking back. The professors were left staring at each other. "Is there poison in this noodles? It's unlikely. If they wanted to kill us, they would have done it already. Why wait until now? But we still shouldn't eat it. Who knows what they're capable of doing?" Yet, as they gazed at the golden noodle soup and the fragrant chicken, the professors couldn't help but drool despite themselves. "It smells incredible. I've never smelled noodles this fragrant in all my life." Their stomachs began to growl loudly. They'd only been eating compressed biscuits and drinking untreated river water along their journey, combined with the long trek which had drained their stamina. A bowl of hot meat noodles now was akin to offering a cup of water to someone wandering in the desert and about to die of thirst. After much deliberation, only after the noodles had become soft and mushy, the soup slightly cloudy, did the professors close their eyes and resolve. "Well, if we're going to die, let's die full. We've already been captured, might as well go out as satisfied ghosts." One bold professor picked up the bowl and slurped the noodles. As soon as he tasted it, he noticed something different. The noodles weren't dry and hard to chew like those from their base but rather chewy and elastic. The broth water, aside from the top layer of yellow fat, was crystal clear. And the meat wasn't tough and fibrous like other mutated creatures, instead, it was tender with streaks of sweetness. Even the professors with weak teeth could swallow it. "What do you think? How does it feel?" Only after this professor finished his entire bowl of noodles, drank the soup clean, and collapsed against the wall clutching his belly did the others swarm around him for feedback. He belched and lay back contentedly. "The feeling is excellent. The food here is great, and the taste is good too. Personally, I think it's worth it. Why don't you try some?" The hungry professors, witnessing the brave one smear oil on his face while eating, had their final resistance broken. "So be it, let's die full." Each of them grabbed a bowl and ate it bite by bite. For a moment, there was nothing but the sound of slurping noodles in the basement. It's so delicious. The professors, stuffed to the brim, lay on the ground, patting their bellies. It's been ages since we've enjoyed such a sumptuous feast. That's true, and it tastes great. Oh, didn't they say we could go to the 3rd floor for meals when it's time? They did say that. So should we go upstairs later? You're dumb. Without any clocks here, how would we know when it's mealtime? In most bases, they ring a bell when meals are served. We can just listen for that sound. But what if their base doesn't work like that? The professors touched their full bellies and glanced at each other. Base 135 was infamous around here. Not only were they skilled at abducting people, but they were also famous for being a gourmet haven. Even their leader was elected due to opening a small shop. Professor Zhong and others, although immersed in the lab all day, still caught wind of rumors from the outside world. There were few bases that prioritized agriculture over industry. People just survived on scraps, barely getting by with a meal. Rarely did any base elevate cuisine to the level of dogma. Why don't we check out the 3rd floor now? Having tasted the delicious chicken soup noodles, they couldn't sit still anymore. Since they were already here, it might as well be a visit. At this point, they seemed to have forgotten they were captives, searching around and naturally finding an elevator hidden in a corner. Never expected their industrial development to be so good, they even have elevators. In base 798, it was still all stairs. No sight of elevators. The professors fondly patted the machine, then boarded the elevator and pressed the number 3. They originally thought it wouldn't work since it wasn't yet mealtime. However, once they pressed the button, the elevator slowly ascended and chimed almost instantly. The LCD screen indicated the 3rd floor had been reached, and the elevator doors opened. The professors were stunned by what they saw. Right in front of them lay a kingdom made entirely of stainless steel. Perhaps out of convenience, the entire 3rd floor was made of stainless steel. Facing them was a large hall filled with dining tables, and on both sides of the chairs were refrigerators stocked with various drinks and alcohol. Next to it stood an enormous food pickup area. The cabinets here held all sorts of dishes, some even maintained at an appropriate temperature by machines. The professors, accustomed only to wheat and cabbage in their meals, had never seen anything like this. Is this chicken? These are pig trotters, and there's beef too. Oh my, broccoli. Is that wheat? Why does it look so different from what we have at our base? This is rice. Oh my, they actually have plain rice, with nothing mixed in. The meal was served in a buffet style, and everything was still warm. To their surprise, there was also a dessert line right next to it. The professors thought the noodles earlier hadn't quite satisfied their hunger and decided maybe their stomachs could hold a little more. Right at that moment, the girls from the small villa came downstairs for their shift change. A group of young women chatted animatedly as they entered the 3rd floor cafeteria, only to meet the professors who were hesitating in front of the food pickup area. Hey, are these new people from the base? Feel free to eat and drink whatever you want. Just put the dishes over there when you're done. She kindly informed them where to place the utensils. Another girl pulled her aside. Aren't these the ones Boss Jiang brought back earlier? Take whatever you want, but after you're done, go back to your 10th floor obediently. She playfully waved her fist for effect. But since the girl looked rather young, her threat carried no weight. Still, the professors had never encountered so many female members, so they just dumbly nodded. Then, they joined these lady warriors in indulging in their shared mission of filling their stomachs. The desserts here are just amazing, aren't they? The cake is fragrant and soft, and this is steamed egg custard. Yeah, I couldn't believe it either. I actually got to eat double-layer milk pudding in my lifetime. This cream has such a good texture, so different from the artificial cream we usually get. You guys try this fish. What kind of fish is this? We're trapped inside, yet they can still catch edible fish. That's truly rare. Compared to the earlier chicken soup noodles, the current spread seemed almost otherworldly. As the professors ate, they started studying the dishes, what was common, uncommon, or even long lost. They kept eating and studying until their bellies were so full they couldn't take another bite. Then they finally set down their chopsticks and bowls. Chapter 133, Tomato Juice. Who would have thought, the tiny base 135 actually hides some exceptional talents, and they've managed to develop so many types of food. If only this effort was directed at researching zombies, maybe they'd figure out how to control them before us. Professor Wang sighed. The food issue had remained unresolved due to the peculiarities of the apocalypse, eventually being abandoned by everyone. Never did they expect base 135 to come up with so many delicious meals. No wonder its residents wanted to move there. Even he felt inclined to stay permanently. But recalling his mission, he shook his head. No, my base still needs me. I have unfinished tasks. With an internal pep talk, the professors resisted the allure of delicious food. After a while, they entertained a new idea. If we can use the elevator, why don't we just escape from here? Though realizing that their supervisor was likely not stupid, they tried anyway, driven by a sliver of hope. Of course, there's a password lock here, and it's hard to get in or out without fingerprint recognition. Feeling defeated, the professors returned to the 3rd floor. Yet, optimists still persisted. Since we're already here, why don't we make the most of it and treat it as a tour? Returning to the barren 10th floor would be like locking themselves in solitary confinement. This proposal seemed agreeable to all the professors. Why don't we start with the 9th floor? Just one floor away from the 10th, they had heard sounds of explosions upstairs when they were on the 10th floor. Thinking the floor above might contain an armory, They unanimously agreed to visit the 9th floor first. As soon as the elevator doors opened, the professors encountered something truly astonishing. In the lab, numerous scientists dressed in white coats bustled about their positions. A massive database stood right in front of them, split into multiple small screens, recording data from various experiment stations. Down below, some people handled test tubes, others operated various machines. Many instruments were unfamiliar even to them. However, as researchers, they could confidently state that all the equipment was complete sets. It turned out that not only was agriculture thriving in Base 135, but technology was also remarkably advanced. No wonder it had rapidly become one of the most renowned bases nearby. Upon obtaining the latest set of data, Professor Deng intended to ascend and report the recent achievements to Jiang Ning. Unexpectedly, he met old acquaintances face to face. Hey, isn't that Professor Zhong? Professors Wang and Li, you are all here? Why has the entire 798 experimental building assembled? Are you here as guests too? The other professors wondered if confessing they'd been kidnapped would gain any belief. The loss of a few professors was no big deal, but they held critical data valued highly by the Phoenix Mountain base. Consequently, both the people and the data were intercepted, causing a collective fury among the leaders. Who exactly has the audacity to snatch all our personnel? Though lacking concrete evidence, the heads of Base 578 suspected deeply that Base 135 was somehow involved. Do any of you recall the mysterious disappearance of all the researchers from Base 578? Once the laughingstock among the bases, now, faced with this moment, none found humor anymore. Everyone was well aware that within a day, the research staff from Base 578 reappeared en masse at Base 135. They had laughed then at Base 578's inability to retain talent. Now, as it happened to themselves, they finally empathized with Base 578's anger and helplessness. What does Jiang Ning plan to achieve? Does he want to ruin us? Or have our plans already been exposed? It doesn't matter even if it's been exposed. Our current zombies already respond decently to commands. They're just a small base. No matter how well constructed, their weapons and equipment lag far behind ours. Yes, and since they've stolen so many of our professors, we should take action against Base 135 and test their scientific outcomes. Under moonlight, one truck after another rolled down the road, loaded with undead warriors. Jiang Ning had no idea yet of the approaching danger. She was fully focused on upgrading her 4th-tier shop. The timely good reviews and numbers, I'm tired of repeating them. The zombie cafeteria and dormitory, you've dealt with them perfectly. Now there's only one more thing left. Once it's completed, you'll upgrade your shop to the 4th tier. The system mimicked TV dialogues mockingly, while Jiang Ning played along. I know, Your Highness. What else do you desire? The system paused for a moment, better not to have called herself your concubine, as using Emperor might have been beneficial. Isn't it springtime now? The weather is getting hotter, and already temperatures are over 30 degrees at the beginning of spring. Honestly, I don't understand how your apocalypse's temperature is measured. Hold on, it's not our apocalypse, but theirs. I'm a girl from the peaceful era, with impeccable credentials, getting ready for college entrance exams. After so much practice, Jiang Ning had become adept at bargaining with the system without breaking a sweat. Fine, their apocalypse. I remember you all were still wearing thin jackets a few days ago, and now you're about to switch to short sleeves. With such an abnormal climate, my missions have changed too. How can a qualified shop not offer drinks? Although you already have rice wine and soy milk, that's far from enough. Please develop at least 5 summer drinks to bring some coolness to this sweltering season. This mission seemed almost too simple, and Jiang Ning almost suspected the system was going easy on her. Can I make any kind of drink? As long as it's something I create myself. Not everything is allowed. It must be drinkable, and its approval rating needs to reach above 90%. Jiang Ning had been about to just throw some fruit juice together, but she immediately rethought that idea. But this task wasn't impossible to complete. Her first choices were tomato juice and plum soup. Tomato juice was straightforward enough. Jiang Ning picked some fully ripe tomatoes and chopped them into small pieces. Then came the usual steps: light the fire and heat the pot. Next, she put the peeled tomatoes into the pot, added sugar water, and carefully simmered it. Are you making jam like this? Will this really turn into juice? Systems frequently used high-tech solutions where juice simply appeared instantly with a swoosh. This process was completely new to it. Jiang Ning boiled the sugar water until only a rich red tomato remained. Who has time to bother making so much juice that will satisfy everyone? This is too much work. Let me show you the harshness of capitalism. With that, Jiang Ning poured the cooked tomato paste into a jar, then added a large amount of hot water and sugar. Once the sugar dissolved thoroughly, a bucket of tomato juice was made. Jiang Ning tried a sip. Sure enough, juice always tasted better cold. This warm tomato juice had a slightly sour and astringent taste, unpleasant to drink. She took out a few ice blocks from the fridge and stirred them into the bucket. Then, without hesitation, she uploaded it to the system. Surprisingly, the system actually commented this time. What is this? Too sweet, overly sugary. Though reluctant, Jiang Ning admitted the quality might not be up to par but still uploaded the recipe. Jiang Ning confidently sneered at the system. How could happy water not be sweet? Just wait for the reviews. Chapter 134, A Tide of Corpses. Ever since the tomato juice was placed in the most conspicuous spot in Jiang Ning's small shop and marked with the words "free to drink as much as you want," people kept coming to the shop to freeload on the drinks. This thing is just a tomato, right? How has it suddenly become so delicious and sweet? Yeah, after working all day, drinking a glass of chilled tomato juice feels amazing. Boss Jiang is such a good person. My child loves drinking this beverage the most. The approval rate somehow reached 100%. The system looked helplessly at these people. Haven't they ever had something good? Such an ordinary tomato juice, how could it possibly receive a 100% approval rating? Jiang Ning gave a cunning smile. What they find tasty isn't the tomato juice itself, but the sugar content. When drinking beverages versus plain water, the biggest difference is that one has flavor and the other doesn't, right? Living in the new era, where almost all labor is done by machines, people pursue healthy diets and consume only machine-replicated food with mediocre taste. How could a system, which has never experienced hunger or thirst, understand the human body's craving for sugar after being tired? Alright, I'll count this as barely passing, but there are still 9 other drinks left. Don't try to fool me with things like vegetables. Got it. Originally, she thought she might be able to substitute drinks like cucumber juice or spinach juice, but it seems like that won't work. When it comes to beverages, carbonated drinks sell best. With so many professors in her own base, couldn't they make a soda machine? Thought into action, Jiang Ning quickly went up to the 9th floor to find the professors. She expected to find these workaholics researching around the clock, but unexpectedly, because of the arrival of the professors from base 798, these workaholics actually held a social event. Xiao Jiang, let me introduce you. This is Professor Zhong, and this is Professor Wang. Although their bases don't get along well with ours, these 2 professors and I were classmates back in school. Upon seeing Jiang Ning, Professor Deng hurriedly pulled her over to introduce his friends. Professor Zhong and Professor Wang's faces were bright red, clearly having had some alcohol and were rather excited. Xiao Jiang, I didn't expect to see Professor Deng here. Why didn't you tell us? There's no need for you to help. We've been visiting each other unknowingly. It's like family not recognizing family anymore. Tongue-tied, Professor Wang said unclearly before gulping down the wine in his glass. Seeing this group of nearly middle-aged to elderly individuals reveling in joy, Jiang Ning was somewhat shocked. But then she realized how much they'd contributed to the base and rarely ventured out of the basement. It was normal for them to relax occasionally. Deng Professor, how much have you guys drank? The lab crew had already gotten lively. The research tables were covered with empty wine bottles, and the large screens were being used as speakers, playing some old songs. Everyone had a glass of wine in their hand, and Jiang Ning suspected the liquor cabinet on the 3rd floor had been completely emptied. But she mustn't forget the important task. She grabbed the relatively sober Professor Deng and asked, given our current capability, how hard would it be to make calcium carbonate? At this moment, Professor Deng's head was a bit dizzy, but meeting a long-lost classmate made him exhilarated enough to keep his mind active. Calcium carbonate? This stuff is quite common. No need for research, many large bases canteens already have it. If you want some, you can trade for it, or go look for it in the urban ruins yourself. If you find the materials, I can also help you build one. Jiang Ning seemed to hear some significant news. Urban ruins? Are there undeveloped areas left even in this post-apocalyptic world? There are, plenty too. Our place was a mountainous area before, so we had more trees and greenery. Actually, Base 135 was formed from a flatland created by bombs during the zombie outbreak. Look around, we're surrounded by mountains. What Professor Deng said was correct. By Jiang Ning's understanding, Base 135 was indeed very remote, with sparse populations nearby, requiring long journeys to reach another base. Seeing that she still didn't fully grasp it, Professor Zhong came over to explain. In peacetime, this place was the poorest part of the mountains due to its small population, but precisely because of that, it remained fairly intact. Cities fell first, with the most zombies, and later were almost abandoned as everyone sought to build bases in secluded places like ours. However, a lot of supplies in the cities haven't been recovered yet. Some people still scavenge to survive, but no one really wants the kind of machines you mentioned. If you have time, you could explore the city ruins. You might be surprised. After saying that, he raised his glass to toast Jiang Ning. The city. I haven't been there either, host. How about considering taking me to see the world? The system was slightly excited. It had seen many cities, but none of them were waste cities after a zombie outbreak. If there's a chance, we should really go and see if there's anything we need. Let's bring it all back. Since entering the post-apocalyptic world, Jiang Ning had developed a good habit of stockpiling supplies. The tide of corpses had truly made her realize that no matter what the situation was, as long as one had sufficient supplies, they could get through it. Now that she had decided to leave and exchange for supplies, it was a good opportunity to embark on an adventure. The professors were still indulging in their festivities. Not wanting to disturb them, Jiang Ning quietly returned to the small villa by herself. Ever since the population of the base had increased, the 8-hour workday had turned into shifts, reducing everyone's working hours accordingly. Customers at her shop had changed from being present only during fixed meal times to now being a continuous stream throughout the day. Spring had just begun, but it already felt like summer. People were switching to short sleeves. The small shop owned by Jiang Ning had a circulation system, so those inside the building did not feel hot. But the fireworks outside, combined with the steam from the shop, still caused people to sweat profusely while eating. It seems I need to make some other drinks. So far, the store had only a few kinds of fruits, and Jiang Ning decided to try dairy products. Unfortunately, the cattle farm didn't have many cows, and supplying milk 24/7 might overburden them. Jiang Ning thought about it for a while and decided to create a dairy drink. She took some bananas, added some milk, and included ice cubes. With no blender available and her points insufficient, she had no choice but to use the most primitive method: smashing them up. Fortunately, bananas were quite soft, and the employees mostly had free time on their hands. With the help of everyone, they quickly gathered a large basin full of mashed bananas. Let's add some milk, then honey. Try it. The process was very simple, and Jiang Ning served each of them a bowl. After they finished, they did not immediately respond with the feedback she wanted, forcing her to ask one by one. Is it not tasty? The employees looked bashfully. It's not that it doesn't taste good, it's just, the flavor feels strange. It's not as sweetly pure as the tomato juice. Chapter 135, The door opened. Bananas are naturally soft, sticky, and sweet, and when combined with milk, some people might not be able to handle the texture and flavor. Jiang Ning decided to switch it up a bit, catering more to the general public's taste. If banana milk wasn't appealing, then how about making a smoothie? She grabbed a few more ripe bananas, mashed them into a pulp, and added some milk along with plenty of ice cubes. This time, instead of merely mixing ingredients, she used the blender gifted by the system to turn it into slush. She also added an appropriate amount of honey. After pouring out the slush, she placed a few decorative banana slices on top of the cup. The crowd once again tried the boss's creation. Indeed, this received significantly more positive feedback than before. Jiang Ning looked eagerly at everyone as they finished their slushes and gave her feedback. This is much better than the milk just now. It even has icy granules to chew on, lightly sweet without the overpowering aroma. Yeah, and drinking this now is so refreshing in the heat. The fragrance from earlier was too strong, but this is perfect. After spending a whole day under the sun, one sip of this would probably make me happy forever. With unanimous approval, the slush passed the group's test. However, the process of making it seemed quite labor-intensive. Clearly, if they wanted full-scale promotion, there would need to be a few people dedicated solely to making beverages. So here's what we'll do. Tomorrow I'll have Uncle Wang build us a bar. Now that the plants have been moved to the basement, there's space available. From now on, during shift rotations, split 2 or 3 people off to man the bar. Let me show you all how to make this slush. Before she could finish, a sudden roar from outside cut her off. It seemed like something had surrounded the base, hammering on the iron fence from all sides. That noise startled several employees, causing them to drop things they were holding. They practiced these emergency drills often, how to survive in case of a zombie tide. In that moment, they acted swiftly and efficiently, rushing towards the basement. Just as soon as the personnel had evacuated, Professor Deng made a call. Director, what's going on? Is another wave of zombies approaching? Jiang Ning's expression turned serious as she activated the zombie friend title, gripping her knife ready to investigate. It's still unclear, but we've definitely been attacked. Take all professors and employees down to the basement, do not come out. There's enough food stored down there to last you until next year. Rest assured, while I'm here, everything will be fine. Hearing this directive, Deng Bin, who initially intended to help, had no choice but to extinguish his fire. The professors who had been captured also showed great awareness. If anything went wrong, it would be near impossible for them to return safely to base 798, let alone survive. Therefore, they refrained from clinging on to Deng Binfeng and others to go out, choosing instead to stay quietly hidden on the 10th floor. The night was dark, thick as ink, yet Jiang Ning's skills had drastically improved. She could clearly see the situation outside despite the darkness. The base's alarm had long since gone off, prompting those still wandering around outside to immediately seek refuge in nearby buildings. In the dim light of the moon, a large group of zombies was seen methodically attacking the electric grid surrounding base 135. Yet, upon touching the high-voltage grid, they immediately recoiled, shocked by the electricity. Song Yin and Wang Bamu led their team members to assemble in the square, having trained countless times for this moment. They each wielded a black sword, positioned cautiously around the iron fence, awaiting any zombies breaking through. Of greatest concern was the gate of the base. Jiang Ning personally took the communication device and headed toward the main entrance. Today, the guard at the gate had switched to human duty staff. Witnessing the overwhelming number of zombies sent them cowering in fear, hiding in the control room and unable to come out. The door, which should have been locked, wasn't due to the rapid arrival of the zombies. Initially, Jiang Ning planned to close the gate herself thanks to her special title. But before reaching the lock, a growling sound erupted outside as a zombie reached through the railings, aiming to grab hold of her fiercely. Nearly injured, she realized the severity of the issue. These zombies seemed different from the ordinary ones. 421, has my title become ineffective? No, your title hasn't failed. These zombies have mutated. They can no longer be fully classified as regular zombies. Now this was problematic. Initially, relying on her title, she intended to lock the doors quickly in areas where the electrified fence was weak, but evidently, nothing worked anymore. Jiang Ning could only take out her phone and dial the broadcast room of the research institute, directing them to put the phone against the speaker. Attention all members of the hunting team, return immediately to the research unit to don protective suits. Equip gloves and other necessary gear. This batch of zombies has already mutated. Professor Deng, please lead the relevant parties to increase the power output of the electric fence. Captain Song and Captain Wang, Lead your team to strengthen weak points of the fence and prepare for battle. These incoming zombies were relentless, completely unafraid of the high voltage. It seemed that unless this door was breached, they would never cease their assault. This behavior, prioritizing their objective over their own lives, instinctively reminded Jiang Ning of that experiment. She quickly came to understand, it wasn't a spontaneous outbreak of zombies. Someone intentionally released these mutants around the base. Now, it wasn't just the zombies they had to guard against, but also the possibility of armed individuals hiding in the distance. Song Yin and Wang Bamu were also aware of this. Liu Ling led the logistics team with protective suits to the front line, only sighing in relief after seeing all members of the hunting group fully equipped. Liu Yong looked at his sister's tense state and comfortingly patted her head. Always poor with words, he didn't know what to say, so he simply gave a shy smile. Sis, go back and hide. These few zombies aren't even enough for Big Brother to kill them properly. Liu Ling showed no signs of leaving. Instead, she put on a protective suit and picked up a large sword. TCH, your combat skills aren't even as good as mine. Just stay here quietly, let's see who can kill more zombies. Hey, is this still Liu Ling? What happened to calling me brother? Even amidst this crisis, Wang Bamu found time to joke with her. Perhaps seeing how many teammates were very nervous, Liu Ling softened her fighting posture, cooing sweetly at Wang Bamu. Oh, big brother, don't expose my little plan like that. Is it because you can't beat me in combat? So you have to provoke me in other ways? The familiar flavor was there, and Wang Bamu promptly shut his mouth. Liu Ling had long been one of the top performers in the hunting group, and Wang Bamu didn't know how many times he'd been beaten by her. Women like her were best left undisturbed. Seeing their captain quivering, the hunting group members couldn't help but burst out laughing. Who would have thought Captain Wang would be afraid of Minister Liu? With the enemy approaching, Wang Bamu didn't bother arguing with these rookies, merely glaring at them before leading his people around for patrols. Jiang Ning was already dressed in her protective gear, completely sealed from head to toe. She stared at the unsecured door bolt, thinking to herself, there's a chain on the door, but the big lock hasn't been secured. I wonder how long it will last. Hopefully, this group of zombies will leave after sunrise, without causing too much trouble. As if to confirm Jiang Ning's thoughts. Amidst the zombies' relentless battering, the chains slowly began to slip off. Chapter 136, Teammates. Ultimately, the intense invasion could not be resisted, and the door latch was finally knocked to the ground. At this moment, Jiang Ning pressed the alarm she had been carrying on her all along, and a piercing sound echoed through the base. The defense had been breached. This time, the number of zombies wasn't small. As soon as the door opened, the zombies rushed in like they were throwing their lives away. Fortunately, all the protective gear in the base was provided by Jiang Ning as a friendly gesture, and its quality was even better than the fabric that couldn't be cut by knives before. Helmets were also upgraded. Now, the main task wasn't to kill the zombies but to find a way to close the door and prevent more zombies from entering. Jiang Ning didn't have the smell of a human, and although the current zombies resembled pets, blindly following orders, the familiar scent of their companions still made them instinctively choose to rush forward instead of directly biting Jiang Ning. However, a few relatively aggressive ones reached out and grabbed at Jiang Ning's body. Though the fabric wouldn't tear, getting grabbed still hurt quite a bit. Enduring the pain, Jiang Ning dared not use her knife, being pressed down by the tide of zombies. But the gate must be closed. She struggled to go against the flow, holding her knife horizontally across her chest. Any zombie rushing towards her would get sliced in half if they weren't careful, but if their brains weren't destroyed, they'd crawl on the ground, searching for fresh flesh. After great effort, she finally reached the door, but there were too many zombies, and almost no opportunity to close it. Jiang Ning could only use all her strength to shut one side of the door first, inserting her knife into the ground to hold it firmly. Then, she tried every possible way to reach the other side of the door. The people in the duty room wanted to come out and help. Jiang Ning shook her head at them. Who knew I should have changed the gate to an electric one? She gritted her teeth tightly and forcibly kept the zombies outside. Finally, the other side of the door was also closed. Jiang Ning quickly locked the bolt and secured the chain. The zombies outside the door roared angrily, seemingly dissatisfied with the insects blocking their path. However, even the sharpest zombie claws couldn't break through the steel. They could only watch as their companions took the first step while they remained outside, helplessly roaring. These zombies wouldn't give up and kept hitting the door. Meanwhile, the zombies already inside the base spread out as if receiving instructions, looking for living beings. At this moment, the hunting group was also being harassed. Thankfully, the equipment given by our generous supervisor is top-notch. Otherwise, with so many zombies, we'd have to hide too. Inside the helmets was built-in communication equipment, allowing the members of the hunting group to chat with each other while killing zombies. Most of the firepower fell upon several team leaders. These zombies seemed even less rational than normal ones, grabbing at humans and biting at objects indiscriminately. They even refused to let go of buildings until they scratched off something. Thanks to Jiang Ning often organizing disaster drills for everyone regularly, there wasn't a single person outside now. Everyone was hiding either at home or in the basement. I must really thank you, my high school principal. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have thought of doing these drills. Jiang Ning was very satisfied with this evacuation speed. She didn't have to worry about casualties, making it easier for them to fight. There were simply too many zombies, often forming groups of several. When they saw a living person, they would immediately surround them all together. One grabbing arms and legs, another gripping the body, and yet another biting fiercely at the neck. It seemed that during this period, the training results of the Phoenix Mountain base were decent. However, Base 135 was no joke either. The zombies in the zombie dormitory had long been awakened by the noise. Seeing the dry and scrawny partners outside, they mistook them for new recruits brought by Jiang Ning and couldn't help but greet them. "Hey, guys, your dormitory's here, come quick. The boss here provides meals." Their warmth was not reciprocated, leaving them somewhat disheartened. Hearing the commotion, they went crazy, banging on the door wanting to enter. At this point, this group of zombies realized something was amiss. People inside the base seemed to be fighting against them. Their limited brain capacity couldn't figure it out. What happened? Why would someone refuse food? Why would someone refuse such a good life and instead fight with the people inside the base? Yet they understood this place was the result of Jiang Ning's hard work. If someone got hurt, Jiang Ning wouldn't have time to give them extra food. Even if they were comrades, they couldn't allow their feeding to be affected. Thus, the zombies in the zombie dormitory silently came to the same decision. Look at these unevolved fools, disgracing us zombies. As the leader, we must definitely go punish these brainless fools. How can they fight others? The zombie leader faintly remembered how once, someone had thrown something at him. He just pushed back, and that person was dragged by Jiang Ning into the black house for a long scolding. Let alone these brainless fools actually fighting with the hunting group. The zombies simply opened the door and surged out, wrestling with the group of zombies under someone's command. Though the zombies under someone's command were strong, they still couldn't match up to this group of domesticated zombies, which were fat, strong, and invincible. Teamwork seemed to lose its effect. They tried to surround a zombie for dissection, but the domesticated zombie just swung its arm, knocking these mindless zombies to the ground. Look, they can't even beat me. Having not had such intense activity for a long time, the domesticated zombies were all very excited. Hurry up. Anyway, they aren't members of the base now. Let's have a good fight. The hunting group originally struggled against the zombies who knew how to work as a team. Unexpectedly, the domesticated zombies suddenly unleashed a great deal of firepower. Their side zombies, upon hearing their companions' calls, also got enraged, especially since these people wouldn't get hurt no matter how much they scratched. So, they decided to change fronts and began fighting their former companions. Seeing this, Liu Yong quickly contacted other members. Hurry and take advantage of the opportunity. Kill as many as you can, and make sure to cut off their heads, or they won't die. Boss Jiang's domesticated zombies are already fighting them. The hunting group members all became excited. Initially, they thought that maintaining the domesticated zombies would be tough and extremely dangerous, relying solely on Boss Jiang to keep them sane. They assumed that, being zombies themselves, the domesticated ones would stay on the sidelines, but unexpectedly, at this crucial moment, they stepped forward and shared the load. What a group of righteous zombies. No, from now on, they're my brothers. With the unexpected reinforcements, even the newer members of the hunting group were thrilled, growing braver and fiercer in battle. In the end, only Jiang Ning was working hard. She not only had to lock the gate and hunt zombies but also, when she found some free time, checked if the doors and windows around were properly closed. Being the person in charge is exhausting. Wutong Mountain Base, I'll remember you. After this wave of zombies was resolved, Jiang Ning would definitely lead a team up Wutong Mountain and pull out these selfish leaders for a thorough beating. Chapter 137, Someone Sneaks an Attack. These zombies were acting as if they had lost all reason, completely disregarding their own injuries and focusing only on destroying the facilities of Base 135. If they couldn't bite anyone, they would destroy the buildings instead. Unfortunately, these structures had already been reinforced. The zombies' claws could only leave shallow scratches on them. The base was in chaos, and by the end of the fight, the hunting group could no longer tell which were the domesticated zombies and which were the invaders. They hesitated to even strike a blow. Just as things were at an impasse, suddenly a whistle sounded from afar. Upon hearing the whistle, the zombies became even more frenzied. Those outside the fence furiously collided with the iron netting, ignoring the crackling high-voltage electricity that fried their dried muscles. The zombies in front turned into charcoal, yet more kept surging forward. The zombies inside the base became increasingly mad. Their objective wasn't attacking, it was clinging tightly to the members of the hunting group, immobilizing them. In the nearby forest around the base, a gunshot suddenly rang out, and a bullet struck the helmet of a member of the hunting group. Fortunately, the helmets had some degree of bulletproof protection, only slightly dented without any impact to the head. The hit team member's eyes widened in shock. There's a gun. A gun. He quickly pressed his communication device, and soon, every hunting group member wearing a helmet knew about this. Jiang Ning's expression grew serious, knowing for sure someone was lying in wait outside. Sending out zombies wasn't enough, now there are guns too. These people are truly despicable. Almost losing one of her members filled Jiang Ning with anger, nearly clouding her judgment. She cursed under her breath but didn't forget to continue clearing out the zombies. Song Yin and Wang Bamu issued orders almost simultaneously. All team members find cover, don't expose yourselves in front of the electric grid, but they still fought in the open areas, killing zombies without showing any signs of retreating. Come on, get ballistic vest. At least we should have one for the person in charge, Liu Ling shouted, snapping the stunned members of the hunting group back to reality. They immediately rushed toward the research building. Can you hold on? Song Yin asked through the communicator in his helmet. Yes, how about your side? Though her arm was already tingling, making it hard to grip the knife, Jiang Ning forced herself to persevere so Song Yin wouldn't worry. I think I've roughly identified the shooter's position. It's on the tree at the 3 o'clock direction in the southwest, but I'm not sure which tree. As Song Yin was dispersing the zombies, he rapidly made the assessment. On the southwestern side, there was a small cluster of trees with dense foliage, plenty of room to hide a person. All other directions were open, meaning their ambush location could only be here. Understood, I'll try to check it out. Hold on, once I kill that shooter, the zombies will pose no further threat. Jiang Ning still had an energy shield, and despite her low points, she'd managed some modest earnings over the past few days, enough to block a few bullets. She thought for a moment, then finally opened the gates of the base. Where's Liu Ling? Let her take people to drive out the big truck and crush these mindless creatures. Luckily, I had the same idea. People who look good really do think alike. Liu Ling replied swiftly while managing to brag a little. Taking advantage of the heavy nightfall, Jiang Ning opened the gate. Zombies surged in like floodwater. She crouched on the ground holding her head, waiting for most of the zombies to enter before quietly slipping out of the base. To avoid attracting attention, she crouched low and threw pieces of meat far from the base's entrance. Some zombies, still lingering outside, caught the scent of the meat. Turning away from the base to search for its source, they left the area. The black and thin zombies conveniently served as a cover for Jiang Ning. From across the metal fence, she saw Song Yin and Wang Bamu still battling fiercely at the front lines. The zombie attacks grew fiercer, and the distant whistles continued to sound. Suddenly, they behaved as if endowed with intelligence, incessantly clawing at the helmets and clothes of the team members, trying to tear them off. There was definitely someone nearby directing the attack secretly. Finding the commander first and then eliminating the shooter would lead to the zombies naturally losing their commands and reverting to normal. For Jiang Ning, with a heightened sense of smell like the zombies, locating a human amidst such a chaotic scene wasn't too difficult, assuming Song Yin and Wang Bamu could hold out long enough. They must hurry. Amidst the heavy zombie blood stench permeating the air, Jiang Ning's ability to distinguish scents was significantly impaired. She had no choice but to ignore the battle in the base, calm down, and sift through various odors to discern the unfamiliar scent belonging to a stranger. Not long after, Jiang Ning squinted her eyes towards a particular spot. I found you. On the other hand, Song Yin was trapped in battle by a pack of zombies, while the people in the woods kept shooting into the base. Some bullets hit the zombies, others struck the ground. The zombies kept tugging at Song Yin's helmet and clothes, as if they understood that without this obstacle, they could feast on fresh blood and flesh. Wang Bamu wasn't faring much better. He was forcibly separated from Song Yin by the tide of zombies. His clothes were almost ripped off. Impossible. Compared to zombies, using physical strength is pure suicide. Where are Liu Ling and his group? Why haven't they come yet? They're coming. Keep an eye out. Liu Ling drove a massive truck, repeatedly increasing its speed as it barreled into the crowd of zombies. Several identical vehicles followed behind. Their arrival instantly relieved some of the pressure on the battlefield. These zombies knew no evasion, their minds had only one target. Liu Ling, together with the members of the hunting group wearing ballistic vests, burst out. Those with vehicles drove them, while those without wielded knives, all doing their best to kill the zombies. The domesticated zombies were very familiar with this situation and quickly separated themselves from the other zombies, rushing back into the zombie dormitory. Now that there was no need to differentiate between friend and foe, Liu Ling's vehicle moved even more smoothly. For a moment, the ground was covered in mushy flesh, emitting a putrid stench. Limbs and body parts of the zombies lay scattered everywhere, some heads still moving despite their bodies being severed. Such a revolting scene was something many of the new recruits hadn't encountered before, nearly making them vomit on the spot. The crowd hiding inside the buildings realized that zombies were highly sensitive to sound and smell. Since they couldn't provide any real help, they thought up ways to distract the zombies' attention. No one knew who had turned on the loudspeakers in the research building, but a sudden thunderous voice boomed across the entire base. Don't go, Yoon, stay. In fact, I've already been diagnosed with cancer, but I've realized that compared to death, I fear losing you more. Hearing this, everyone paused for a second. Who's responsible for this? How did they aim the microphone at a TV? Aren't we going to broadcast a drama to the zombies now? Even Wang Bamu couldn't help but laugh at the absurdity of the situation. But indeed, the trick worked. The massive wave of noise caused the zombies to momentarily lose focus. Song Yin seized the opportunity and immediately hacked down the zombies clinging to him. Chapter 138, Killing. The situation on the battlefield was instantly reversed. The zombies had no means to fight back, only knowing to keep destroying. The truck, being both bulletproof and sturdy, crushed quite a few zombies. Even those who hadn't died immediately were convulsing helplessly on the ground, unable to move. Jiang Ning's group also found the people hiding in the forest not long after. They even set up a small tent there. Several individuals were busy fiddling with a transmitter and a satellite phone inside, completely unaware that someone was approaching from the opposite direction. Commander, you're right. All the zombies have already gone in, and they're currently locked in fierce battle. The snipers are also prepared in the trees. Inside. We can't see the situation inside clearly, but judging by the sounds, it seems like this group might. Before he could say more, a broadcast voice came from afar. Ayun, don't die. I'm willing to trade my heart for yours. Just as long as you don't die, I'll do anything. It seemed they were almost at the climax of the broadcast. Are these people listening to a drama while doing all this? The person appeared somewhat unsure, but from far away, an over-the-top soap opera was still playing on the radio. Outside the tent, some people were lighting a bonfire and roasting something on it. I've disliked this level 135 guy for too long. This time, he brought almost all the zombies out from the base, and they'll definitely not make it through tonight. Exactly. How many people did this base take from us? It's gotten me scolded severely by the supervisor. Don't worry. After tonight, they will be wiped out entirely. Finally, we've got our revenge. He didn't finish speaking when the person tending to the bonfire suddenly looked terrified down at his chest. A large black blade had pierced straight through, its edge dripping with blood that fell steadily. Wiped out entirely? If you knew your own ending, why provoke our base? At that moment, Jiang Ning seemed like a goddess of death, her face flickering in the firelight. She stood rigidly with her knife, positioned behind the man. As the man slowly turned around, he realized silently that someone had come unexpectedly. You! Before he could utter another word, Jiang Ning withdrew the knife, causing him to collapse lifelessly to the ground. His companions immediately screamed in warning to alert those inside the tent. However, before their cry even reached the ears of those inside, her knife had swiftly severed his neck in one clean motion. The necks of zombies and humans looked different indeed. Their actions had enraged Jiang Ning thoroughly. She couldn't understand how some people viewed human lives as worthless. They were the ones who studied zombies first and planned to steal from them. If she didn't stop them, the base would eventually fall into their hands. And these conscienceless individuals might even carry out experiments to harm innocent civilians. Blood splashed onto the bonfire, immediately extinguishing the flames which had been roaring fiercely just moments before. People inside the tent remained oblivious about the chaos outside, still maintaining communication with the base. Yes, sir, please trust me. They won't survive past tonight. Before the phone was hung up, Jiang Ning's blade already cut off the neck of the caller. His head dropped as the sound of blood gushing filled the air with a strong stench. From the other end of the phone, voices could be heard inquiring anxiously. What's going on? Is something wrong with your side? Is everything according to plan? If not, withdraw our personnel immediately. Jiang Ning slowly picked up the phone, placing it near her ear. Your people will never return, including the zombies. I am the leader of the 135 base, Jiang Ning. After clearing the zombies today, I will find time to visit the Wutong Mountain base. After delivering her message, she quickly ended the call without waiting for any response. There was one sniper left. This sniper was still unaware that his hideout had already been destroyed. He leaned against the tree, observing through the 8-fold scope, firing continuously. How do these people keep moving so much? These zombies are too stupid. They should just firmly grab someone, and 2 shots can break their helmet. Jiang Ning listened intently from under the tree. Gunshots continued, and despite the truck assisting in clearing the zombies, there were just too many of them to kill quickly. Nor was luck always guaranteed. A bullet had already struck Song Yin's helmet. Annoyed, he removed the helmet and threw it on the ground, pushing aside surrounding zombies by brute force. One slash followed another. By now, zombie blood had already streamed down his cheeks. Seizing the opportunity during this brief interval, the sniper fired another shot. Realizing the wind was blowing wrong, Song Yin immediately rolled to the side. Although he managed to evade, the bullet still grazed his cheek, leaving a shallow cut. So close, yet again missed. The sniper spat in annoyance, raising the gun once more. By this time, Song Yin had already moved behind a building. Without targets in sight, the sniper became angrier, determined to do something more. But then, he suddenly felt someone behind him. Jiang Ning had quietly climbed up the tree and was aiming the knife tip directly at him. The sniper immediately realized something, released the gun with both hands, and slowly turned around, raising them above his head. I surrender. His submission was complete. Jiang Ning didn't know at this moment that Song Yin had been injured, she was just tilting her head and looking at him. Is the thing that controls the zombies on you? That man made a wry face, stripping himself completely of his clothes, and tossing them to Jiang Ning. It's not me. The one who controls the zombies isn't here, but I don't have any weapons either. I'm following orders too. If you let me go, I can tell you where that person controlling the zombies is. At this point, the zombies in the base had already been cleared out for the most part. Ever since Professor Deng's involvement, the number of trucks had increased from 3 to 15. Each member of the hunting team almost had their own truck, driving not only in circles within the base but also heading towards the iron fence outside it. The zombies inside and outside had been crushed into minced meat, stuck so firmly to the ground that they couldn't be scraped off. Responsible officer, the zombies in the base have all been dealt with, but Captain Song seems to have gotten hurt. Once we're done here, the group should come back quickly. Liu Ling's voice rang out through the communicator. Jiang Ning looked at the person in front of her, clearly unable to resist. There's no need. There are no zombies left under his control. Leave the gun behind, and you can return to your boss. I'll repay today's actions tenfold. Seeing that Jiang Ning truly had no intention to kill him, the man rolled down the tree like he was escaping, leaving the gun behind quite willingly. The members of the hunting team were extremely skilled, delivering a finishing blow to each zombie head, ensuring they were thoroughly dead. Only then did the logistics team peek out, pick up the equipment, collect the blood and flesh of the zombies, and prepare to use it as fertilizer for the farmland. Jiang Ning returned to the base, dragging the sniper rifle, only to find Song Yin directing the cleaning up efforts. I'm back. Upon hearing Jiang Ning's voice, Song Yin turned around, and Jiang Ning immediately noticed the wound on his face. What happened? Are you okay? Your face is covered in blood. Go to the hospital right away. What if you get infected? Chapter 139, So Fragrant. Briu heard the news and specially came over to take a look, but instead of comforting Jiang Ning, he gave her a disapproving glance. These minor injuries will heal soon if you don't go to the hospital. You just need to get some serum in a while. Song Yin also smiled gently and touched Jiang Ning's head with his blood-covered hands. It's nothing. By then, the sky had started to brighten, showing the fishbelly white. The zombie wave had lasted from nightfall until dawn. Fortunately, no one except Song Yin was injured. The onlookers also went out to help the logistics team clean up. Jiang Ning urged Song Yin to go to the hospital for a serum injection and cleaning his wounds before returning to the villa herself. Deng Bin had already sneaked out and quietly took a zombie corpse. When he saw Jiang Ning coming down, he hesitated for a moment, then began to explain frantically. Director, I just wanted to see how they make zombies obey. Just take a look. Jiang Ning was exhausted after being awake all night. Nodding slightly, she didn't care about Deng Bin's intention. I know. I'm curious too how they made zombies follow commands. Those professors are still on the 10th floor. If you have time, go down and ask them. I'm too tired, so I'll rest first. Let me know if there's any result. After giving brief instructions to others, she dozed off. The first battle of Base 135 ended successfully, but it was not as easy for Wutong Mountain. We raised most of the zombies, yet they all perished here. We lost a communications officer and 2 employees, and even the guns were gone. What exactly did you do? Can't even accomplish such a small task. Among all, Base 578 suffered the most losses, and its director was the most shocked by the news. However, the sniper was from another base, so he couldn't vent his anger easily and could only suppress it inside. Other directors of different bases all looked displeased. This Base 135 looks inconspicuous, but who would have thought their combat power was so high that we went there armed, yet they emerged unscathed. The assassin sniper, standing nearby, shrank his neck nervously at his superior's gaze, trying to reduce his presence. They even threatened us to arrange a meeting sometime. Do they really want to meet or intend to wipe us out? At this moment, the directors seemed completely forgetful that they themselves had provoked Base 135 first and Base 135 only acted in self-defense. No way. We must go further away, exchange for more firearms and ammunition. 1 gun isn't effective, then 10 surely can't fail. Since Base 135 has no evidence to prove these groups sabotage. Except for Base 578, other bases less familiar with Base 135 planned to teach them a lesson through different means. The reason why they're so arrogant is because they have too much grain reserve. Whether for trading weapons or equipment, they have enough resources. Why don't we change tactics and burn their grain warehouse? Upon hearing this suggestion, the eyes of several base directors lit up. They slapped the table decisively. That's a great idea. Take your people, cover your faces, and throw fireballs into their fields. Don't stop until you've burned them down. Although the hunting group members reluctantly agreed to this direct arson attack due to the director's order, they proceeded with preparation. Remember, launch a surprise attack tonight directly. Don't give them any chance to catch their breath. Base 578 previously acquired a large amount of petroleum, which would now serve as fuel. As for Base 135, who provided the fuel, they were completely unaware of the upcoming sneak attack. Song Yin obediently went to the hospital for a serum injection and promptly returned to his post. There was still a lot of base planning left incomplete. The current population was increasing rapidly, reducing the pressure on Song Yin's shoulders significantly. Where's the director? Still resting? Minister Liu approached Song Yin with the latest data. We don't have enough manpower in the farmland. Here's the new shift schedule that needs to be seen by the director. Thinking about everything that happened during the night, Song Yin just wanted the director to rest well. After a quick glance at the shift list, he handed it back to Minister Liu. This works fine. I'll figure out the manpower issue. Perhaps due to excessive fatigue, today he always felt dizzy and lightheaded for no apparent reason. During patrol, he occasionally felt weak in his limbs and dizzy. Even worse, he accidentally tripped over a stone on the ground. Liu Qiao quickly supported the captain who was about to fall, asking with full concern. Are you okay, boss? Is it because you haven't rested well? How about you go back to the dormitory first? I'll take care of this for you. Song Yin shook his head. He looked ahead. The endpoint of this patrol route was exactly where Jiang Ning's small villa was. He thought he might take this opportunity to check on Jiang Ning. It's nothing, it might be the side effect of the serum injection, it'll get better soon. Following his gaze, Liu Qiao saw that Jiang's boss's little shop was not far away, and didn't expose Song Yin. He just prepared himself behind Song Yin at any time, to prevent Song Yin from accidentally falling down. After the serum had been jointly improved by Professor Guan and Professor Deng, there were no side effects left. Liu Qiao thought this matter wasn't so simple, just having insufficient rest shouldn't have made Song Yin so weak. After thinking for a long time, he still decided to offer some advice to Song Yin. Leader, your condition is best carefully checked at the hospital, otherwise, if there's any problem, Ms. Jiang would worry. Song Yin, who originally considered it a trivial matter, nodded after hearing these words, feeling that what Liu Qiao said made sense. Ms. Jiang was too delicate-hearted. Once she noticed he felt unwell, she would definitely drag him to the hospital for a checkup from head to toe. All right, I'll take a look after the patrol. Jiang Ning was woken up by a series of urgent knocks on the door. Opening the door, Deng Bin was outside, looking serious as he faced Jiang Ning. Director, I discovered an unimaginable level of infectivity and toxicity within this group of zombies, several times higher than regular zombies, and with extremely strong contagiousness. It seems that common serum cannot fully suppress it. Calling it a new virus wouldn't be exaggerated. I'd like to apply to establish a separate project to study what changes have occurred inside these zombies. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ning felt something was seriously wrong. So, what if someone has already been infected by this virus? Then they can only wait to die. Song Yin, passing by the small villa, suddenly smelled an unusual fragrance. This smell did not resemble plants, but rather resembled meat, though without the usual gamey scent, replaced instead by a sweet flavor swirling around his nose. Involuntarily, he looked toward the small villa. Has Ms. Jiang come up with a new dish? It's really similar. Thinking about it, even though he had already eaten dinner, he now felt famished, and all rational thoughts in his brain were overrun by hunger. He unknowingly headed toward Jiang Ning's villa. Chapter 140, Infected. Doesn't smell like anything, does it? Liu Qiao followed Song Yin's example, sniffing his nose, hoping to catch the sweet scent. All he could smell was the fragrance of nearby flowers. When he saw his captain seemingly lost in thought, suddenly ignoring everything and walking straight toward the little villa, Liu Qiao assumed something extraordinary had happened. Following Song Yin, they ended up at Jiang Ning's small shop. But instead of entering, he walked past and went straight to the zombie dormitory. Do you not smell how sweet it is inside? Song Yin couldn't help but twitch his nose. There seemed to be an irresistible fragrance here that had lured him all the way here. The zombies, recognizing a familiar face, poked their heads out one by one and greeted him. You're here. Song Yin felt a strange voice resonating in his ears, yet strangely, he understood it perfectly. So he responded as well. I'm here. At that moment, Jiang Ning rushed out as if mad when she heard the news. She clearly remembered there was a tiny cut on Song Yin's face that had already been tainted with zombie blood. It was possible that Song Yin had already been infected. Almost the moment she left the building, Jiang Ning spotted Song Yin standing outside the zombie dormitory with Liu Qiao and members of Team 1. A strange expression appeared on Song Yin's face, and low growls involuntarily escaped from his mouth. In an instant, Jiang Ning realized this was the language of zombies. Song Yin, she screamed with all her might, startling diners so much that their chopsticks fell to the ground. Only then did Song Yin snap out of his trance-like state, turning to look at Jiang Ning. By now, Jiang Ning's eyes were brimming with tears. The words of Professor Deng constantly echoed in her ears, there's nothing to be done but wait for death. Watching Song Yin slowly approach her step by step, despair had never gripped her heart so strongly. What's wrong? Why are you crying so hard? Song Yin gently touched her head. He seemed to really enjoy the texture of Jiang Ning's hair, combing it over and over again. Jiang Ning tightly embraced him, conducting a thorough check. There was no visible change externally, even the scar on his face was almost healed. This precisely indicated that Song Yin had been infected. Only zombies possessed such rapid healing abilities. Without further ado, Jiang Ning dragged Song Yin directly into the research lab. Still unclear about what was happening, Liu Qiao shouted loudly from behind. Boss Jiang, we haven't finished patrolling the base yet. The leader can't go with you. Other team members shoved him aside, wearing amused smiles. One is the responsible officer, the other is the leader of the hunting group. Let them have some time alone, we shouldn't meddle. Besides, our base is so safe, nothing will happen soon. After pondering, Liu Qiao ceased his pursuit, leading the team to continue inspecting the areas they hadn't visited yet. Well, let's go first. Maybe the supervisor has something to tell the leader. It truly was serious. Jiang Ning forcibly drew a tube of blood from Song Yin and handed it over to Professor Deng. The more Professor Deng observed, the worse his complexion became until finally, he shook his head regretfully. He's already infected. There's nothing we can do but develop some serum and see if we can eliminate part of the virus. Song Yin was still in shock. What do you mean infected? A zombie? I've already injected myself with serum, so how am I still infected? Upon confirming this fact, Jiang Ning wiped away her tears resolutely and said firmly, Captain Song got infected while protecting the base. We absolutely cannot abandon him. Still confused, Song Yin couldn't grasp why Jiang Ning was sobbing so intensely. It was only regular zombie virus, after all. Not until the assistant beside him explained that the current strain of the zombie virus was different from before did Song Yin realize that his days were numbered. This revelation was difficult for him to accept, squatting down on the ground holding his head, unable to comprehend. How come zombies these days have far stronger viruses than those outside? Professor Deng, watching this young man who wasn't even 30 years old, consoled softly. Such incidents no one wishes for, blame it on those few bases. Glaring coldly at the professor who rushed up from the 10th floor. The other professors also wore distressed faces, throwing up their hands. We didn't know the toxicity of the improved zombies would be so potent. If I had known the infection would increase tenfold, I'd rather die than conduct this kind of research. The top priority right now was to find the matching blood type against this zombie virus and develop the cure as quickly as possible to resolve Song Yin's problem. There's no need to say anything more. As fellow researchers, you've already made a grave error creating these zombies. Rather than wasting time talking, focus on studying the serum. Otherwise, once more people get infected, the loss won't just be zombies but countless lives to be sacrificed. At this moment, Jiang Ning's mind became surprisingly clear. She knew that although Song Yin was the first victim, which was indeed regrettable, if they didn't stop Wutong Mountain's intensified plan, many more innocent people would die. These professors still had some conscience, and after hearing this, they nodded repeatedly. The data is still with us. I will certainly get it out. With so many professors here, we can't fail to develop the serum. Professor Deng also patted Song Yin on the shoulder, knowing how hard it must be for him to accept the disease. Song Yin was almost a prodigy, still young but already in charge of the base's hunting group. No worries, Captain Song. I am the youngest professor in this post-apocalyptic world, and most of these experienced professors are at our base. We'll definitely find a matching blood type soon. For now, we just need to ensure you won't get reinfected. Before he finished speaking, Song Yin's eyes were already bloodshot red. Slowly standing up, he muttered incessantly. So hungry. I'm so hungry. The infection seemed faster than they had anticipated. The professors from Base 798 had seen many infected cases before, and they immediately realized the zombie virus might be spreading quicker than expected. They quickly shouted to warn those nearby. Spread out. The patient's toxins have spread, and he may no longer be rational. Be careful not to get bitten. Jiang Ning acted swiftly, grabbing hold of Song Yin. Give him a sedative quickly. The remaining assistants scrambled to find the medication. Song Yin's strength was unimaginable, nearly breaking free from Jiang Ning's grip. Everyone was flustered, some holding Song Yin down, others pressing his head firmly. Once the needle went in, Song Yin gradually calmed down. After the chaos, Professor Deng stepped forward, panting heavily. We must tie Captain Song up. He absolutely cannot be released until he regains his sanity. Watching as everyone brought Song Yin to the medical room and tied him up, Jiang Ning, though heartbroken, understood this was the only way to guarantee everyone's safety. Chapter 141, Pork Floss. After this incident, Jiang Ning lost her interest in doing anything else. Since the base construction was almost completed, she decided to take a vacation for herself. The zombies' favorite is flesh and blood, and presumably those infected would also prefer it. In order to ensure Song Yin ate well, besides providing him with a fixed amount of meat daily, Jiang Ning also prepared some additional meat dishes to improve his diet. She asked the people from the mansion to reserve a pig's leg for her, which was still warm when delivered. Song Yin felt guilty. If it weren't for his injury, Jiang Ning wouldn't have gone through so much trouble to make food suitable for him. Let me help you. But as soon as he smelled the blood, Song Yin felt increasingly hungry. Jiang Ning quickly took the knife out of his hands and pushed him aside. I'll do it. Then she minced the pork into fine meat paste. Any membrane or tendon was removed and discarded. What are you planning to do? Song Yin curiously looked at the meat paste before him, and his mind continuously conjured up images of zombies being flattened under a car, making him feel nauseous. I'm making you some little snacks. Eating only chunks of meat might get monotonous. Even the zombies sometimes requested extra meals, let alone Song Yin, who was a living human being. She placed the minced meat into a bowl, adding soy sauce, light soy sauce, salt, and other seasonings, then thoroughly mixed them. The raw minced meat, having lost its original pink color, turned into a darker shade of red. Mixing wasn't enough. Jiang Ning continued stirring with chopsticks. Song Yin stood nearby, unsure of how to assist, but seeing that her actions required no particular skill, he took the bowl and chopsticks from her. I can handle things like this. Should I keep stirring? Yes, I'll preheat the oven first. You need to stir until it's sticky enough to clump together, otherwise, it won't form properly later. Song Yin obediently stirred the meat paste energetically. Jiang Ning preheated the oven, and by the time it was ready, Song Yin had formed the meat. This sticky stuff, will it taste good? Looking at the lump of meat, Song Yin couldn't help but ask. If it tastes good or not, we'll find out soon enough. The substance in the bowl looked rather plain and even somewhat disgusting. Song Yin really couldn't figure out what Jiang Ning planned to do with it. Jiang Ning then took out a baking tray, laid a layer of aluminum foil on the bottom, and placed the meat paste onto the foil. Using a rolling pin, she carefully rolled it flat until all the meat paste became a thin sheet. At this point, the meat paste was finally placed in the oven. As the temperature rose, the aroma of the meat gradually escaped. The dark red meat slowly transformed into an appetizing orange red. It was at this moment that the function of the seasoning became evident. Because white sugar was added for freshness, now the entire meat pancake emitted a thick salty and fragrant smell. Song Yin sniffed. During this period, his sense of smell and taste had greatly improved, and he could detect this scent even through the oven door. Unconsciously, he felt hungry again, even though he'd just eaten more than 10 pieces of meat. He finally understood why the zombies chased after buns in Jiangling rather than choosing chunks of meat. To them, buns were not only delicious but also provided sufficient energy for absorption. Perhaps this was the difference between staple food and meat. To them, chunks of meat were the staple, while everything else in Jiang Ning's shop was savory meat dishes. With a ding from the oven, Jiang Ning took out the baking tray with gloves on. By this point, Song Yin was already impatient, leaning over and asking expectantly, "Can we eat it yet?" He reached out his hand to tear off a piece of the meat pancake. Jiang Ning swatted his hand away, picked up honey mixed with water, and carefully brushed it onto the pancake. She then flipped it and put it back into the oven. Not yet. Patience is key, haste makes waste. Song Yin could only sit unhappily next to the oven, breathing in the aroma to satisfy his cravings. The meat pancake, after being brushed with honey, had a hint of sweetness along with the salty flavor. It was completely different from the earlier meat paste. At first, I thought it wouldn't be that great, but I didn't expect it to be this fragrant after roasting. Song Yin drooled profusely. Jiang Ning smiled smugly. Of course, dried pork floss was one of our favorite snacks in the past. If there's a chance in the future, I'll try to replicate all the foods I can and let you taste them. After deciding to focus entirely on taking care of Song Yin, Jiang Ning delegated most of her authority, allowing others to take charge. She only wanted to concentrate on one thing. Unknowingly, the other side was also roasted, and now Song Yin knew better. Standing by, he automatically took the baking tray and applied the honey water mixture. I know you're going to bake it again, right? You're smart, but this is the last time. 2 more minutes on each side and it's ready. If you prefer sweet, add more honey. At this moment, Song Yin squeezed some more honey into the bowl, and Jiang Ning quickly stopped him. The ratio of honey to water should be 1 to 1. Don't add too much or it will burn. Are there so many details to worry about? Song Yin scratched his head, never imagining that making something as simple as pork floss would involve so many steps. It seemed Jiang Ning didn't have it easy either in her daily life. If you want to eat something delicious, there's always a price to pay. In fact, every dish contained the hard work of its maker. The taste of food made with care was completely different from something done carelessly. If Jiang Ning hadn't been watching the oven today and just went through the motions, the pork floss might have lacked flavor due to insufficient honey. Or like Song Yin, who kept brushing on excessive amounts of honey just for sweetness, it would have burned and affected the taste. Making food involves so many techniques. I thought. Normally, Song Yin ate plain cafeteria meals. Ever since meeting Jiang Ning, all he had to do was wait by the stove for food to appear. He had no idea cooking required such attention to detail. It's fine, everyone is good at different things. I enjoy cooking, I just haven't had the time before. Now it's great, I can use your illness as an excuse to relax and study food preparation properly. While they were talking, the pork floss was almost ready. The smell at this point was far richer than when it first went into the oven. The aroma of roasted meat mixed with the sweet honey was irresistible. Jiang Ning took out the steaming hot pork floss, let it cool down, and cut it into small pieces. Still emitting heat, Song Yin hurriedly picked up a piece and stuffed it into his mouth, afraid it would go cold. Delicious. This is much better than plain chunks of meat. Even though it burned his mouth, making him grimace, he wasn't willing to miss out on this delicacy. Seeing how eager Song Yin was, Jiang Ning couldn't help but laugh. I've already said it's a snack, why are you rushing? There's plenty of meat, we'll take our time to make more. It actually tastes even better once cooled. When it comes to eating, following Jiang Ning's advice was always right. Song Yin could only endure the pain of letting go of the pork floss and proceeded to help Jiang Ning slice meat and grind it into paste. Chapter 142, Plum Juice. There was a lot of pig leg meat, and all the way to the end, they grilled several full plates of pork floss. Some were left for Song Yin to improve her diet, while another part was taken by Jiang Ning and shared with friends. As girls, who wouldn't like these kinds of fresh, fragrant, and sweet little snacks? Liu Ling couldn't stop eating, and drinking water at the same time. Delicious it is, but it's a bit dry, and if you eat too much, it can get a little greasy. Liu Yong also grabbed a handful and stuffed it into his mouth, chewing like a cow eating grass, and he still tasted a hint of sweetness. To have something to eat is good enough. If it weren't for the boss's blessing, could you have eaten this stuff? By the way, how is the boss doing now? Speaking of this, the originally spirited Jiang Ning became dim again. Liu Ling quickly nudged Liu Yong, seeing that Song Yin's situation might not be good. Realizing that he might have said the wrong thing, the clumsy-tongued Liu Yong quickly changed the subject. Mr. Jiang, do you still have any rice wine? Rice wine paired with pork floss should be very fragrant. I want to take 2 jars to try. Rice wine is suitable for stewing, but pairing it with pork floss may not be particularly appropriate. After all, both have a sweet taste, and eating too much will not only fail to eliminate greasiness but also make people feel stifled. Thinking about her unfinished beverage task, Jiang Ning had a new idea in mind. Rice wine is more comfortable to drink in winter. Now that the weather is hot, we should drink some chilled beverages. Just wait, I'll go back and look for some materials to make something for you to try. That would be quite a treat for me. Thank the captain. Liu Yong smiled foolishly, not feeling at all that after Song Yin was infected, there would be no cure. With Mr. Jiang around, the boss returning to normal is just a matter of time. During this period, you can also rest and recuperate. Before, because of the base business, you, as the boss, became responsible person. During this time, why don't you research your culinary skills and aim to make our base the first gourmet base in the post-apocalypse? With encouragement from her companions, Jiang Ning felt less depressed. Back in the vegetable garden in the basement, she looked for a long time and found there weren't many options to make summer drinks. Banana milkshakes didn't appeal to many people, and milk was still a scarce item now, making mass production unsuitable. Cucumbers and tomatoes are not fruits and fall short of system requirements. In the end, only apples and plums could be used. Thinking that plums could perhaps be used to make black plum juice, a perfect drink for the scorching summer days. It's always refreshing to have a cup to cool down and hydrate. In the past, in restaurants, black plum juice was everywhere, and its price was extremely low, with a large output. But when it came to the post-apocalypse world, due to unsuitable land conditions for plant growth, many types of fruit had gradually become extinct. Why don't I make some black plum juice? It's days like these, where cooling drinks are essential. This time, she decided to taste the drink first before going to find Song Yin. If it wasn't successful, taking it out would be embarrassing, right? However, black plum juice is relatively simple, and the ingredients are easy to find. If not particular, you could directly press the plums into juice and drink it. But this way, the taste won't be good. Jiang Ning decided to restore the restaurant-style black plum soup. Due to insufficient ingredients, she could only find red dates, lily bulbs, and plums. Well, they'll have to do. She washed these 3 ingredients clean and soaked them in water. In no time, dust and impurities floated up. After washing, the plums shone with a glossy, black brightness. The method of making black plum juice was also very simple. It just needed to boil these ingredients thoroughly. These ingredients aren't particular, so you put them in a pot and cook them thoroughly on high heat, then add rock sugar and simmer slowly over a low flame. Jiang Ning overestimated the amount of plums needed for plum soup and picked a lot of plums which weren't used. Since the materials are already ready, why don't I soak some wine? Chilled plum wine was also very refreshing, with a low alcohol content, allowing even girls to enjoy a couple of glasses. The production process was also fairly simple. As long as during the making, you ensured the wine jar and cups were dry and sterile, it would be fine. She first boiled the jars with hot water carefully, then turned them upside down next to the sink. Then she selected some premium quality plums, discarding those with blemishes or uneven sizes. Alas, I should have invited Song Yin earlier. Picking plums alone is really tiring. Plum wine requires a large number of plums, and removing the stems alone was a huge project. Originally wanting to give him a surprise, the sudden increase in workload due to her impulsive idea made things harder. Before she finished picking, the plum soup was already cooked. Jiang Ning gave up on this tedious chore, lifted the lid, and a sour-sweet smell immediately hit her face. Her mouth involuntarily began secreting saliva. Gazing at this bright red soup, she knew she had succeeded. No wonder people often talk about quenching thirst by imagining plums. Just smelling this aroma makes my mouth water. Jiang Ning uploaded the plum juice to the system, and, sure enough, received positive feedback. While at it, she asked the system to chill the plum juice and then had it delivered to the lab, where she gave each professor a cup. So you're just using me, huh? You bad woman. As he spoke, almost every professor in the lab was enjoying their cup of chilled plum juice with great satisfaction. The system couldn't help but grumble. What could it do, being a gourmet system? It could only watch as its host hurriedly made some delicious food. Only when the host uploaded would it be able to analyze the taste data. At that moment, it envied humans immensely. Jiang Ning silently criticized in her mind. They're working hard for me, researching the zombie serum so Song Yin can recover quickly. What have you done? The system looked extremely pitiful. I could research too, but we have clear rules. We cannot change the course of history. Now is not the time to develop a serum, and I have no way to intervene. Jiang Ning rolled her eyes. Although the basement wasn't hot, with an excellent ventilation system and air conditioning, a sip of the plum juice brought brief relief to her tired body. Plum juice, perfectly made. The sweet-sour flavor brings back memories. I haven't tasted something like this in ages. The oldest professor among them held his cup and reminisced about the past. In the past, this stuff could be found everywhere on the streets. Never thought it would become a luxury now. Yeah, and it tastes exactly the same as before. Miss Jiang is truly talented, managing to recreate such delicious plum juice. Hey, most stores used to dilute their drinks with water. Mr. Jiang, yours is genuinely brewed from black plums. How could it not taste good? Look, there's even fruit pulp at the bottom. The professors gathered together, having been working tirelessly for days without sleep. Staring at the data for too long, they barely recognized their familiar colleagues anymore. Jiang Ning's arrival offered them a brief moment of relaxation. They grouped in small clusters, consoling Jiang Ning. The virus in Leader Song's body isn't actually that serious. As long as we keep injecting the serum and continue with your meat support, maintaining his human state should not be an issue. Sooner or later, the serum problem will be resolved. As long as he hasn't mutated, there's still hope. Don't worry too much. Chapter 143, Plum Wine. After all, the mutated virus is still essentially the original virus. Although they can't make the serum for now, they already have an idea of how to proceed. Jiang Ning gave a bitter smile. I don't really think there's anything unusual, it's mainly Captain Song. At this moment, Song Yin was locked in the research room having his blood drawn, with many strange tubes attached to his body. He seemed not to feel any pain as he let the assistants take his blood. This feeling was quite strange. Even though he had so many wounds on him, he couldn't feel the pain at all. The sight of red blood shocked him deeply. He even thought that his blood shouldn't be this color. The tubes connected to his body just felt inconvenient to him. If he wanted, he could easily tear them off and break through the door of the observation room. And whenever the assistants' necks came into view, he even wanted to bite them and taste what they tasted like. These animalistic tendencies were probably side effects brought on by the zombie virus. Since he's still human, he should control himself properly. Jiang Ning watched him through the glass. There was nothing she could do but give him a smile to comfort her. The tube continuously extracted blood and some unknown substances, delivering them to instruments. Various data displayed on the screen surged rapidly. The blood mixed with reagents actually started boiling violently. A professor explained to Jiang Ning. This is the serum reacting with the virus inside. It wasn't this violent originally. It might be because of the virus mutation. Did Song Yin experience this kind of turmoil after each injection? She couldn't imagine how much pain Song Yin went through. The Wutong mountain base is truly detestable. If it weren't for Captain Song's safety, I'd want to destroy them all in one fell swoop. The professors sighed. Even a few professors from the 798 base also participated actively in the research of the serum. Who would have thought? If I had known that such experiments would lead to such serious consequences, I wouldn't have joined this research topic in the first place. But it was too late to say this now. After Song Yin completed the serum injection, he actively cooperated and got the necessary data before leaving the observation room. Jiang Ning approached him with a pained look and a basin of sour plum soup. You've lost so much blood. Are you thirsty? How about drinking some soup? The soup looked dark and unappetizing. But given the precedent of pork floss, Song Yin decided to trust Jiang Ning's culinary skills. Upon tasting it, it was surprisingly delicious. The tangy flavor of plums blended beautifully with the sweetness of rock sugar. Red dates added their own aroma, making the soup fragrant before it even reached the mouth. Adding lilies made the soup less greasy overall. It's good, it's even been chilled. Is there more? After finishing a bowl, Song Yin looked at Jiang Ning asking for another. As long as you want it, there'll always be more. Even the system was highly praising the sour plum soup, thinking it needed to be introduced at Xiaoyanglu. Despite initially thinking it was a failed dish, it was hard to stop eating once you started. Not until Song Yin finished the whole pot of soup did he realize that he was full. Why is this soup so black? Except for the unappealing color, the taste is really good. Sour plum soup is boiled with plums, the color will naturally be dark red. However, plum wine is different, adding lots of alcohol dilutes the plum color, making it a ruby-red hue. When talking about this, Jiang Ning suddenly slapped her head. Oops, I got carried away sharing the plum soup with you all. The plums for plum wine haven't been sorted yet. She quickly rushed back upstairs. How careless can someone be even at this age? Song Yin shook his head, indulgently watching Jiang Ning run out. Just then happened to be the time for staff shift changes at Xiaoyanglu. As soon as Jiang Ning reached the third floor, she noticed many employees gathered around ready to eat, chatting around the unprepared plum wine. What's this? Has our boss come up with a new product again? It must be. Look at all these plums placed here. Aren't they supposed to be cleaned? They probably are. Why don't we help with that? So our boss won't work so hard every day. Thus, without eating, everyone immediately began washing and picking over the plums, even carefully sorting the plums of similar size into another bowl according to Jiang Ning's standards. Having more people around makes everything easier. In no time, 3 basins of large, medium, and small-sized plums were separated. What about those plums that don't look very good? At this point, Jiang Ning's voice came from behind. Of course, boil them into plum soup. By the time Jiang Ning faithfully recreated a batch of sour plum soup, the employees had already finished their meals, sitting at the tables with round bellies waiting for Jiang Ning to distribute the soup. After drinking, everyone expressed that the greasiness they had consumed was completely washed away. Not selling it at Xiaoyanglu would be such a waste. I thought the same thing. Is Wang Die's bar counter ready? I might gradually introduce 10 kinds of drinks, so remember to always arrange someone there. Even though she has delegated authority, Xiaoyanglu is still her business, and Jiang Ning was still somewhat uneasy. Sister Zhong, in charge of Xiaoyanglu's operations, promised with a thump on her chest. Rest assured, the bar counter is already under construction. Now we have a few sisters who take turns every day to watch over the bar, all rice wine has been moved over there, and sales are going pretty well. Only then did Jiang Ning feel at ease. I'll also make some plum wine, which will be placed alongside the rice wine later. After hearing this, everyone showed interest in participating. Making alcohol indeed is hard work. In the end, 5 or 6 dexterous sisters stayed behind, the rest had to go back to their dormitories to rest because of their upcoming shifts. Boss, is it 1 layer of plums, then 1 layer of rock sugar? No one was familiar with these things, so they could only ask Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning replied while busy with her task. Yes, if you want it sweeter, add more rock sugar, but the total amount cannot exceed the plums. Once you've layered them about right, pour the liquor over and seal it tightly. It should be ready to drink in about a month. Just by looking at the plums, many people started drooling. We actually have to wait a whole month. That long? Some even complained. This was actually just ordinary liquor from the base, yet plums and rock sugar were rare items. Jiang Ning was always generous. Whenever she developed any new drink or dish, she would prioritize providing it to the third-floor cafeteria. They couldn't help drooling just by looking at the plums. A month felt too long for them. There's no other way. It needs enough fermentation time, but as for sour plum soup, you can drink it freely. Just pick the plums from the farm. With permission granted, the crowd erupted in cheers. Chapter 144, Pig Trotters and Ginger. Recently, Jiang Ning's small shop has launched several beverages, all of which are free to drink. The number of customers inside the store surged over time. Even if people didn't buy meals, sipping on a glass of cold plum juice or tomato juice in the scorching summer could wash away their fatigue. Especially the children in the base, they would collect unused copper and iron from buildings every day, then obediently hand them over to the staff at the bar counter, holding them like treasures, with bright eyes asking, "Sister, can I exchange for a glass of plum juice?" This would often lead to squeals of delight from the backyard. So cute Tilda, how can there be such well-behaved children? After receiving their plum juice, the children would gather in one corner of the backyard, each taking a sip from cups that were almost as long as their arms. After drinking it all, they would praise the beverage. "Thank you, sister. This drink is so delicious. Unfortunately, we don't have enough stuff to exchange, otherwise we would definitely get another glass. They even washed the cups before returning them to the bar counter. The bar staff did not accept their exchange materials. Instead, they poured another glass of plum soup for them with a motherly smile. Children, this is Mr. Jiang's specially made plum soup. It's free for now, come whenever you want. Really? The eyes of the children shone brighter with a hint of joy. Really? The children in this post-apocalyptic world were very considerate. To avoid disturbing others who came to collect drinks, they huddled in the corner, drank until they finished, cleaned the cups, placed them quietly back at the bar, and then ran off like a puff of smoke. Ding, plum soup received 100% positive reviews. Tomato juice also reached 100%. 2 out of 10 beverages have been completed, 8 more left. Host, please keep up the good work. As expected, these 2 beverages gained instant popularity once they were put on the counter. Jiang Ning initially planned to promote plum wine, but the system judged alcoholic beverages couldn't qualify as summer drinks. Thus, she had to abandon the idea. Fortunately, the apples in the underground farm had ripened, and Jiang Ning intended to make apple cider vinegar. Just as she thought about it but before she acted, the surveillance personnel rushed over urgently. Director, there are many vehicles coming 1 kilometer ahead, looking menacing. They probably don't mean any good. Could it be the retaliation from the Phoenix Mountain base? It was quite possible. After carefully observing the surveillance footage, Jiang Ning indeed found that all these individuals wore clothes with Phoenix leaf logos printed on them. I haven't even gone to find them yet, but they've already come here by themselves. Tell Captain Wang to think of a way to intercept the cars. I simply don't have the time to mess around with them. Song Yin was still in the observation room. Due to having given a lot of blood these days, along with the effects of the zombie virus, he looked frail and pale. Naturally, Jiang Ning would need to take some extra care to nourish him. She called Wang Bamu. Hearing that the ones responsible for Song Yin's current state were causing trouble again, not only did the 3rd team prepare to set out entirely, even the 5th team followed closely behind. Don't worry, Director. Leave it to me, I will deal with them properly, said Wang Bamu before hanging up the phone and setting out with some landmines. Checking the time, this should be when the blood extraction in the observation room just finished. Jiang Ning hurried back to the 3rd floor, prepared several servings of pig trotter ginger, and sent them to the researchers. Upon seeing Jiang Ning, the professors who were waiting on the 10th floor felt very embarrassed that she brought food again. It's hard on you, Director, always sending us such delicious food, we feel so uneasy. Though they said this, their bodies acted differently and helped her take the jars willingly. An assistant had already placed bowls and chopsticks on the table. There was no dining table here, so they pieced together research tables into a temporary eating area. Song Yin leaned weakly against the chair. In this period, the serum reacting with the virus inside his body caused him immense pain. Moreover, his craving for flesh made him hungrier. Smelling the aroma of meat, he staggered to his feet. Even though he'd eaten meat before, it felt as if he hadn't eaten at all. Only after supplementing with the food Jiang Ning provided would he feel revitalized. The professors instinctively opened the lids, releasing a rich fragrance. Whoa, pig trotters. But why this color? It looks dark. Pork floss, plum soup, and now pig trotters. Lately, Jiang Ning seemed particularly keen on making dishes that didn't look very appetizing in color but tasted excellent. Not only was there pork in the jar, but also quite a few eggs, stained with soy sauce color. Before even tasting it, an enticing salty aroma lingered around their noses, tempting the professor's saliva to flow continuously. Though the aroma smelled fresh, the taste turned out to be sweet. Professor Deng understood, anything sent by Boss Jiang absolutely wouldn't disappoint. While the other professors were hesitating about where to start, he took the lead, picking up a piece of pig trotter and biting into it fiercely. A burst of fresh sweetness exploded in his mouth. The pig trotter was fragrant, soft yet chewy, with rich collagen practically melting into water. This time, Jiang Ning seemed to have used sweet vinegar, allowing an aroma of vinegar to swirl on the tongue without a trace of sourness. Professor Deng ate silently, frowning deeply, which drew sidelong glances from the other professors. They hesitated even more now. Professor Deng, how's the taste? Professor Wang nudged Professor Deng, who was enjoying the food with gusto. After smacking his lips, Professor Deng looked seriously at Professor Wang. Not great. It tastes ordinary, blackish and unappealing. Don't eat this hardship, let me endure it alone. Then, without missing a beat, he scooped up 2 pieces of pig trotter and stuffed them into his mouth. Seeing this action, it became clear that Professor Deng was actually tricking them. That's not fair. We're colleagues at least, and you're deceiving me like this. Xiao Zhong, quickly get a bowl before Professor Deng finishes all by himself. At this, the professors finally picked up their chopsticks and started grabbing the pig trotters from the jar. Some moved too slowly and ended up with only 2 eggs, but these eggs had absorbed the flavor of the pig trotters. The yolks were cooked sandy yet smooth, easy to eat. Professor Deng, see how good our friendship is. You've eaten so many pig trotters already, can you leave these 2 for me? Professor Wang tried to snatch a pig trotter from Professor Deng's bowl, but Deng was quick to lift it high. All colleagues here, are you robbing an old man? Have some shame. Professor Wang smiled cunningly and reached again for what was left in Professor Deng's bowl. You should respect elders, and considering our ages, I'm older than you. Consider it as paying respect to elders. Phew, if you call yourself an elder, then what about Professor Zhong? He's almost 50, and you're just over 40. Off to the side, Professor Zhong slurped his chopsticks clean and licked the last bit of meat off the bones in his bowl. Smiling, he added, Professor Deng, if you'd be willing to share a few more pieces, I wouldn't mind. Not a chance. Without hesitation, Professor Deng shoved the last 2 pieces of pig trotter into his mouth, making loud noises as he chewed in defiance. Watching the men squabble over a few pieces of pig trotter almost coming to blows, Jiang Ning couldn't help but smile broadly. Don't worry, I cooked a lot. One person can't carry it all, so whoever has time, go down to the 3rd floor and help me bring some more up. Several assistants immediately put down their bowls and chopsticks and raised their hands. I'll go. Everyone wanted to impress their teacher, scrambling into the elevator. Song Yin couldn't help but chuckle at the scene. Jiang Ning had already set aside a portion of pig trotter ginger for him, and now the temperature was perfect. She placed it on the table and pulled up a chair for Song Yin to sit down. Chapter 145, A Big Fish. In the past, Song Yun would definitely have let Jiang Ning eat first after he had properly served her with chopsticks and food. But now his body is much worse than before, and he is rarely even conscious. He endures the battle between the virus and the serum in his body, and only feels better after eating the food prepared by Jiang Ning. So he no longer bothers with formalities, sits down at the table, and places a piece of pig trotter into his mouth. The flavor is not as fishy as expected, instead, it has a faint tang of vinegar, along with the tender pig trotter that requires little chewing. The abundant collagen dissolves into soft mud, sliding down his throat. No wonder Professor Deng had eaten several pieces before making any comments. This pig trotter was incredibly soft, barely felt as it went down the throat before reaching the stomach. It left behind only the aroma of the meat and a lingering sweet taste of vinegar that wouldn't dissipate for a long time. Delicious. A pale hue slowly returned to Song Yun's face as he ate one mouthful after another until he finished an entire serving of pig trotter. Still, it wasn't enough. Tilting his head, he looked at Jiang Ning. I'm still a bit hungry. At that moment, several assistants each holding a large jar burst out of the elevator. Don't worry, there's plenty of pig trotter today. Jiang Ning directly brought over an entire jar and placed it in front of Song Yun. The sight made the professors quite envious. Captain Song, you sure are lucky. Boss Jiang sends food here every day. Look, we're all gaining weight. It's all thanks to Captain Song. Now that we're temporarily staying in the lab building, if it weren't for him, who knows how long we'd have to wait to taste the food made by Boss Jiang's hand. The professors spoke with some truth. The base personnel were gradually becoming complete, so many things no longer required Jiang Ning's personal attention. If Song Yun hadn't been injured, Jiang Ning might still be bustling about on the surface, and absolutely wouldn't have this much time to research how to make delicious food. To put it bluntly, they also benefited from Song Yun's situation. Song Yun just smiled faintly. He too realized that Jiang Ning had gone through a lot during this period of time, and thanks to her, he managed to maintain his human form despite being supposed to turn into a zombie long ago. But this time, the virus seems extremely hard to eradicate. Normally, zombies eating food made by Boss Jiang will change within a week, gradually returning to a human-like appearance. However, this time, Captain Song has eaten nearly half a month's worth of gourmet meals but can only barely maintain his humanoid shape. The professors chatted while eating. Yes, this virus is more powerful than the previous ones. Fortunately, Wutong Mountain Base decided to attack our location first, enabling us to eliminate all these zombies. Otherwise, once they developed fully, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Upon mentioning this, the professors all glanced at those from Base 798. Originally, they were eating happily. Sensing everyone's gaze, they became uneasy, put down their bowls, and muttered. We didn't know this would happen. We've already provided all the data to you. There's no difference between us being expelled or anything else. Now we're all tied to the same rope. The key is to develop the serum. Fortunately, the data they provided was intact, and the zombie serum research was relatively mature. Thanks to Song Yun's cooperation, willing to give as much blood as needed and undergo as many injections as required, the progress in the lab steadily improved. Although there were bottlenecks, the team always found ways to overcome them. Had Song Yun's condition not worsened gradually, the professors would have had ample time to thoroughly research. However, human lives are at stake. And this person used to be the captain of the hunting group. They couldn't afford to take it lightly. After enjoying a hearty meal, they resumed their work wholeheartedly. The vast institute was left with only the busy figures of the professors and the mechanical beeping sounds. After what seemed like an unknown duration of time, Song Yun finally finished eating the meal leisurely. Seeing how terrible his complexion was, Jiang Ning asked worriedly if he would like to go out for a walk. In my current state, I don't think going out is such a good idea, do I? Song Yun hardly looked human anymore. His face was pale, his body emaciated, with deep-set eye sockets, and black stains on his lips. His resemblance to a zombie increased day by day. I'm afraid people might get scared seeing me like this. These hesitant words made Jiang Ning's heart ache. No problem, we'll go somewhere far away. What the post-apocalypse lacks least are empty fields. Jiang Ning rode a motorcycle, bringing Song Yun to a lakeside. Breathing fresh air for the first time in a long while, Song Yun involuntarily relaxed. This endless cycle of giving blood and receiving injections made him feel increasingly exhausted, often conscious for no more than 8 hours a day and sleeping for the remainder. Suddenly looking up at the blue sky and white clouds, he even felt a sense of freedom. Unconsciously, he wanted to run on the grass. Though there weren't many green patches here, mostly yellow sand, with the support of the zombie virus, he felt his sense of smell and hearing were exceptionally sharp. The nearby scent of green grass, the rustling of leaves, and the chirping of birds formed a symphony of nature in his ears. "Shall we walk along the lakeside?" Seeing Song Yun so relaxed, Jiang Ning couldn't help but suggest it. Perhaps if he was in a better mood, his body would feel better too. The water here wasn't very clear, and there were a few fish swimming inside. Yet, Song Yun watched them with rapt attention. He had never imagined that one day he would become a half-human, half-zombie monster kept in the basement for researchers to study. Though he didn't express it openly, deep down, he still yearned for freedom. As he looked at the fish swimming back and forth, his human appreciation turned into the zombie's instinct for hunger. Touching his stomach, he turned back to Jiang Ning pitifully and said, "I'm hungry again." After becoming a zombie, his appetite increased greatly. He understood that maybe just one bite of fresh blood and meat could suppress this hunger. But he didn't want to give up his human rationality, and with the food and serum provided by Jiang Ning, he managed to endure until now. Jiang Ning also realized that zombies can never be truly satiated, only when their body's energy reached a certain level could the need to eat slow down. "With such good weather today, why don't we catch a couple of fish? I brought seasoning." Upon hearing that Jiang Ning did not disdain him and was even willing to go down to the lake to catch fish together, Song Yun gestured grandly. "Although the weather has already warmed up, the lake water here isn't very clean. I'll go down, and you wait for me above." Saying that, he plunged his head and submerged himself in the water. In the water, Song Yun swam like a fish, first soaking his body in the lake water for a while, then swimming several laps, startling the little fish swimming away in all directions. After some time passed, the small fish realized that the creature in front of them seemed harmless, and slowly came back. Seeing the little fish lower their guard, Song Yun took off his clothes, and with one scoop, caught one. This startled the little fish, making them swim away again. Holding the fish, he surfaced, proudly showing it to Jiang Ning. "Look, a big fish." Chapter 146, Fish. Spring is the time when fish lay eggs. Jiang Ning simply processed the internal organs, skewered them on branches, and lit a fire to slowly roast them. After loosening up his muscles, Song Yin's mood improved considerably. The feeling of distress was gone. He helped Jiang Ning turn the fish while it roasted. It was the season when all things revived, and the fish were rich and plump with eggs bulging in their bellies. Jiang Ning stuffed a few slices of ginger into the fish's belly and evenly coated the outside of the fish with cumin salt and other seasonings. The fish crackled as it roasted, the fish oil dripping onto the fire, causing it to flare up sharply and almost smoking her eyes. "Only eating fish is too greasy. There are some fruit trees nearby, I'll go pick some." Seeing Jiang Ning drenched in sweat, Song Yin felt uneasy and offered to go pick some fruits. Jiang Ning nodded. While sprinkling chili powder on the fish, she didn't have much time to focus, keeping her head down and saying, "Be careful, don't pick too much." In just about 10 minutes, Song Yin returned with a large pile of plums. At this time, Jiang Ning's fish was already cooked, and she handed the entire fish straight to Song Yin. "You came at the right time, eat. Try how it tastes." Song Yin took the fish and bit into it. The fish was still scorching hot, with its skin roasted crispy. Moreover, the fish here had mutated, its flesh seeming more dense. Unfortunately, it lacked a bit of that fresh taste. The animals in the apocalypse all carry an intense fishy smell. No matter what we do, it cannot be concealed. Jiang Ning also took a bite, frowning after tasting it, seemingly not as good as the animals bred in the base. Song Yin, fearing she would doubt his skills, quickly explained to her. Actually, the fish tasted decent, but having grown accustomed to the animals provided by the system, now sampling this fish, even though the saltiness and fragrance were perfect, there was a lack of freshness. But Song Yin still ate it heartily. "In the past, it was always you working hard so that we could have food. Today, thanks to me, I gave you a full meal." Hearing those words, Jiang Ning's originally furrowed eyebrows relaxed. "That's true, who are you?" "Our Captain Song is an all-around talent." Eating the fish, they both found it very satisfying. In no time, they had completely finished one whole fish, and Jiang Ning's gaze turned toward the plums nearby. She picked up a bright red plum, placing it in her mouth, biting through it and finding juicy, flavorful flesh beneath its thin skin. The juice is abundant, incredibly sweet, it's just that the size is a little small. "Where did you find these?" Now, regardless of what food she saw, Jiang Ning's first instinct was to give it an evaluation, then think about whether she could make it into something better. Song Yin pointed towards the small forest southward. "There are still many more there. If you like eating them, I can go pick some more." Even though they were delicious, the small size wasn't very satisfying, and eating two together might cause choking. After considering it, Jiang Ning decided against it. Plants capable of surviving in the apocalypse had it tough as well. These tiny fruits should be given more time to grow. The fruits here cannot grow large. The plants have changed, becoming more nutritious and striving to strengthen their branches, leaving the nutrients for the fruits negligible. It's amazing that, relying only on this remaining surface, they have managed to grow so sweet. Growing no larger? A sudden idea formed in Jiang Ning's mind. These plum-sized fruits would taste best when made into dried fruit. When there was nothing else to do, grabbing a few in your hand could satisfy cravings and quench thirst. "Why don't we go pick some more? I suddenly thought about making it into dessert. It will definitely taste great. Would you like to try?" Since Jiang Ning had brought it up, Song Yin absolutely would not refuse her. They extinguished the campfire, picked some more plums, wandered around everywhere for a while, and only returned to the base when it was nearly dark. Just as they entered the gate, Wang Baiwood was already waiting for them at the entrance. Upon seeing Jiang Ning, he excitedly ran forward. "Director, you're finally back. Look at what I've brought back." On the square, there were a lot of people bound densely together. Next to them were barrels of petroleum, and behind them, there were gunny sacks filled with something, unclear from the distance, but this trip had undoubtedly been bountiful. The seated prisoners had their hands tied behind their backs, glaring hatefully at Jiang Ning, their mouths making indistinct noises since they had long been gagged by the hunting team members. It didn't take any imagination to figure out that their muttering wouldn't be anything nice. "We laid some spikes on the ground. Their car drove over them, and the tires exploded. Maybe they were worried about the petroleum exploding in the car, so without expending much effort, I brought them all back." Judging from Wang Baiwood's tattered clothes, the process of bringing them back must have been quite arduous. Jiang Ning waved her hand decisively and resolved to properly reward the hunting team. "Tonight, whoever is there, come to my shop to eat and drink freely, treating it as a reward for all of you." With this statement, the team no longer cared about their physical exhaustion, tossing their weapons into the air. They shouted loudly. The leaders are wise. Although the orders came from those in charge, the members of Base 135 didn't particularly like the other base's people either. They loudly sent these visitors to the warehouse of the military building and then headed off toward Jiang Ning's small shop. Today, it was Jiang Ning personally cooking for them, giving them a special treat. With just over 20 people, preparing the meal wasn't too difficult. Besides the basic dishes of scrambled eggs with tomatoes, cucumbers, and spinach, Jiang Ning also specially made a few roasted chickens, and even shared the leftover ginger pig's trotters with them. This group ate until oil dripped from their mouths. I thought the food prepared by the cooks here was already good enough, but only after having Jiang own a cook do we realize that the cooks were just at an average level. Why is this egg so smooth? I barely chewed it before it slid down into my stomach. I need to eat more bites of this. One chopstickful isn't enough to really taste anything. Don't focus on the vegetables. Today we can have as much roast chicken as we want. This chicken is so tender, it's my first time tasting something like this. There are potatoes inside too, which is why it doesn't feel greasy at all. The main dish today was roast chicken. Jiang Ning had chopped off the chicken claws to prepare some preserved foods next time, and the internal organs were being roasted on the side, becoming crisp. Inside the chickens, she stuffed potatoes and carrots, and when heated in the oven, the vegetables' fragrance also evaporated out, while absorbing the chicken's natural fats. A single bite revealed tender yet non-greasy chicken meat. Many of the hunting squad members stopped eating rice entirely, waiting patiently for Jiang Ning to bring the roasted chickens out of the oven. Thankfully, the system-supplied oven was an oversized version, able to roast 10 chickens at once. Otherwise, these young men in their prime would have probably not been satisfied with such a small amount of meat. Looking at his team's hungry faces, Wang Baiwood couldn't help but repeatedly reprimand them. "What's with all of you, behaving like this? Sit down properly. Haven't you ever eaten meat before? It will be embarrassing for Ms. Jiang to see this. Those who understand will know that you're just hungry, but those who don't will think you're trying to rob us." As he said this, he poured the entire bowl of tomato and egg soup together with its juice into his bowl. Chapter 147, Roast Chicken and Rumors. This was still not enough. When the roast chicken was served, he quickly grabbed one with his sharp eyes. "Captain, that's not fair. Leave us some food." Wang Baimu didn't even flinch, swallowing his bowl of rice in one breath before turning to look at the team members. "Mr. Jiang rarely cooks. What's wrong with me having a couple of bites?" Watching them play around, the atmosphere in the basement became much more lively. "Eat slowly. There's plenty of food today." Jiang Ning smiled as he placed another freshly cooked dish on the table. The hunting group from Base 135 had eaten their fill, while the hunting group from Wutong Mountain 7D remained locked in the basement. It being dinner time, most people were either at the cafeteria or at Jiang Ning's little shop. In the hustle and bustle, they temporarily forgot about the numerous captives still held in the military's basement. The prisoners from the Wutong Mountain base looked despairingly at the entrance of the basement, gagged and able only to make muffled sounds. For over half a month now, the reconnaissance team sent out by the Wutong Mountain base hadn't returned, which made the leader restless, pacing back and forth in the office, stressing so much that he'd started losing hair. "No way. We've been sending waves of people out there, but none have come back. Clearly, our wing hunters must have been captured by them. Without new customers, we're sitting ducks without any meaningful tasks. The hunter group is useless to us now." Wutong Mountain base originally had an infallible plan. First, they would transport the scientists up the mountain, where the hunter team would handle their development of weapons, then lead zombie armies to sweep through all bases. However, almost all the zombies they sent out ended up annihilated, and the scientists were intercepted mid-journey. Even the hunter team got captured. Was Base 135 capable of cannibalism? No, it's impossible. But we need to send someone to investigate what happened. After deliberation among several heads, it was decided that they would contact the previous recon teams they sent out. The spies were working tirelessly down in the mine, given jobs that were the hardest and most arduous by Seven Brother. They never touched anything close to core operations. Fortunately, working in the mine came with subsidies, so though tiring, at least food and drink were no issue. Upon receiving news from their own base, the spies finally sighed in relief. "After so long working in the mines, I feel like training at the base would have been less exhausting." "Do you think they already know who we are?" Why else would they assign such grueling work? Don't overthink it. Assignments here are randomized anyway, and perhaps it's just bad luck. Haven't the higher-ups already sent someone to meet us? Perhaps this time, we'll get to go home. Unfortunately, the person who came to meet them didn't mention anything about returning to the base. Instead, they inquired about random things like recent personnel changes within the base, whether everyone was eating well, or what the general opinion was towards their superior officers. After a long exchange of information, only one piece caught attention. You said the head of the something group, Song Yin, resigned for no reason? Where is he now? I don't know, but once I did bump into him in the base. He looked so emaciated, anyone passing by might have mistaken him for a zombie. Why did he resign, do you know? Heard rumors he got injured. Now he's under treatment in the superior's secret base. Injured? Seriously? All I know is that he lost a lot of weight and seems to appear less often in the base. Oh yes, word has it that the hospital sends more than 10 vials of serum daily to the secret base. Are they conducting covert zombie experiments? The liaison considered this deeply, rubbing his hands together. Song Yin's illness must be linked to the hospital delivering serum constantly. Perhaps he was injured and contracted a virus, currently undergoing treatment. Although this was merely speculation without substantial evidence, surely, there must be people in Base 135 who've seen him. Regardless if the news is good or bad, releasing rumors will create unrest in Base 135 itself. He thought for a moment and then said to the spies. Over the next few days, spread the rumor within Base 135 that Captain Song was bitten by a zombie, couldn't be cured, and can only maintain life through serum treatments. Make it as fantastical as possible. If this is done successfully, I'll arrange for your return to the base. Just spreading a word, an easy task indeed, the spies readily agreed. The following day, word got around in the base. Did you hear? Captain Song quit because he was bitten by a zombie. That's nothing special. Modern serum technology is amazing. Timely injection prevents infection. He couldn't possibly have quit just for that minor issue. That's not it. I heard that the virus mutated and can't be cured. Look, Captain Song hasn't left Director Jiang's little shop at all. Perhaps the director is afraid he'll hurt others and doesn't dare to let him out. Don't talk nonsense. I saw Captain Song go out of the base with Mr. Jiang last time. He's just lost a lot of weight recently, and there's no more flesh on his face. It's somewhat scary. Exactly, now he almost looks like a zombie. He must have been bitten. Such dialogues were constantly taking place in the base. Within 2 or 3 days, they spread from 10 to 100, getting increasingly exaggerated. Everyone was privately discussing whether Song Yin was still human or had become a zombie. The hunting group members also caught wind of these rumors. They all knew the truth. Song Yin did get injured, currently being half man, half corpse, but it wasn't as eerie as the rumors suggested. What does dying soon mean? What about turning into a zombie immediately? Where does this message come from? Liu Yong slammed the table, making the water in the cup ripple. He pointed at Wang Baimu. Our third team has always been united. This rumor must have started here. You and Captain Song may not get along well, but you shouldn't kick someone when they're down like this. Wang Baimu looked aggrieved too. Spreading his hands wide, he indicated Liu Yong had guessed wrong. It really isn't me. Even if I dislike Song Yin so much, he got injured for the base at least. Professor Deng said that with a bit of time, they'll definitely develop the serum. Why would I choose now to act like a petty person? Liu Ling acknowledged Wang Baimu's statement. Although in her mind, Wang Baimu did seem suspicious, ever since Song Yin resigned from his position in the hunting group, Wang Baimu naturally advanced. There was no longer any conflict of interest between them, making it improbable that Wang Baimu would create chaos by spreading lots of rumors within the base during such a moment. So who do you think it is? Liu Yong snorted coarsely, his anger burning uncontrollably inside. Who exactly is the son of a gun who can't stand even a bit of good for our leader? Chapter 148, Preparation for Grilling. I think we still need to tell the person in charge about this. I've already received several complaints, all of which are related to Song Yin. They're all afraid that Song Yin will really turn into a zombie. Liu Ling took out the prepared complaint letter and shared it with everyone. The content on the letter was quite exaggerated, most of it being guesses. But it also proved that not all the people in the base had brains. Those who were most afraid of zombies were undoubtedly the residents who migrated from other bases. However, the original residents of Base 135 didn't seem to care at all. So what if someone turns into a zombie? With Boss Jiang around, do we have to worry about zombies not listening? Wang Baimu thought for a while and decided to notify Jiang Ning. When he found Jiang Ning, she was researching new dishes. The production of beans had suddenly increased recently, and she was thinking whether to make some pickles or perhaps use the rest to cook fried rice. Recently, the number of guests in the little Western-style house had mysteriously decreased. As a result, the staff cooked too much food, leaving a lot uneaten. Seeing Wang Baimu coming, Jiang Ning handed over the fried rice she just made to him. You came just in time, can you taste it and tell me how it is? Wang Baimu placed the fried rice aside, looking serious as he told Jiang Ning. Captain Song, I don't know how the matter of zombie infection got leaked out. Now everyone in the base is discussing this, and many are demanding that Captain Song come out to prove that this rumor is false. This piece of news was undoubtedly a bombshell, stirring up countless waves in Jiang Ning's heart. She excitedly put down what she was doing, furrowing her eyebrows, loudly questioning Wang Baimu. How did it get out? Weren't you told to keep it a secret no matter what? Wang Baimu guiltily lowered his head, realizing that their lack of supervision had led to this situation. I guarantee the message absolutely did not leak out from within us. According to the residents' complaint letters, most of them don't truly understand the truth. I suspect someone speculated and spread rumors, just happening to guess part of the truth correctly. With the power of word of mouth, this message became a common topic during tea breaks and dinner times. Given the current situation, they might as well try to figure out a way to remedy the damage. I'll go visit Professor Deng. The meal still needs to be eaten, throwing it away would be such a pity. Jiang Ning understood, now getting angry wouldn't help, better to look for ways to stabilize people's minds. How could Wang Baimu have the appetite to eat right now? He followed Jiang Ning straight to the 10th floor to see if Professor Deng had any ideas. Deng Bin knew about the matter and felt an enormous headache. The best solution now is to let Captain Song step forward. As long as he is healthy, people won't be so scared. But his appearance is indeed somewhat frightening. He couldn't help but glance at Song Yin inside the observation room. Although he hadn't continued losing weight during this period, he was still in a state of being all skin and bones. The evolution of zombies is due to me providing unlimited food. If Captain Song continues this eating pattern, could he possibly return to a normal human body type within the shortest possible time? That was indeed a good idea. Deng Bin scratched his head, taking out the previous data on zombies studied by Professor Guan, analyzing the relationship between both situations, and finally summarizing. It should work. But the virus in Captain Song's body is an enhanced version, so the feeding method used on regular zombies may not work well on him. Nevertheless, you can try letting him consume more high-energy foods, or simply just have him eat more. Normal zombies restore muscle tissue after a week of eating. For Captain Song, maybe start by observing changes after a month. Since Professor Deng said this method was feasible, Jiang Ning decided to collect all existing ingredients, developing new types, trying each one out one by one. There must be some kind of food that suits Song Yin's evolution. Wang Baimu then voiced his own opinion. In fact, the public isn't afraid of Captain Song infected with the zombie virus. They're more worried about the emergence of viruses without treatment options. As long as Captain Song remains in human form, plus efforts from the professors in developing a serum, it should soothe everyone's concerns. It made sense. The immediate problem was how to help Song Yin quickly return to human form and how to calm the public's panic. After pondering for a moment, the professors devised a plan. What if we say that Captain Song is volunteering to help us study the zombie virus? That way, even if there are indeed traces of the virus in his body, the public won't have anything to complain about. After all, our goal is to develop a serum, which ultimately benefits them. Fine. Then leave this matter to you. I'll ensure Liu Ling fully cooperates. Having said that, Jiang Ning painfully instructed the staff members at work to slaughter a young bull from the livestock pen. There weren't too many cattle in the livestock shed. Originally, Jiang Ning planned to allow them to breed first before considering making beef products. However, Song Yin's body couldn't afford to wait. She could only research various delicacies at the fastest speed to see if they could offset the physical consumption. The freshly slaughtered beef was still steaming hot. Some of it was given to the little Western-style house as today's dish selection. Jiang Ning kept half a cow and decided to pickle them. Nothing can stimulate a zombie's appetite more than meat. Therefore, today's preparation was an all-meat feast. Her efforts alone would certainly not be enough to prepare the amount of food required for Song Yin's daily intake. So even some employees who were supposed to be resting volunteered to help. Liu Ling assisted Jiang Ning on the 3rd floor. They sliced the skewered meat into uniformly sized chunks and strung them onto bamboo sticks. With meat, there must be wine, but unfortunately, the plum wine wasn't ready yet. It wasn't quite at its best flavor for drinking. Jiang Ning simply prepared some prunes, adding some apples and boiling them together in a pot to make a juice. The sourness of the prunes rose immediately. The apple-enhanced plum soup was delicately aromatic upon tasting. After 30 minutes of simmering, the plum soup was now glossy black. The staff poured the broth into sealed jars. The system-provided jars quickly chilled the plum soup, forming crystal-clear droplets that covered the surface when exposed to the heat outside. Meanwhile, Aunt Zhong had gained extensive experience from slaughtering pigs and cattle. She chopped the pork coarsely with the skin and bones included, then added some red chili peppers, garlic paste, and salt, mixing everything evenly before setting it aside. Your skills are getting better every day, Aunt Zhong. Jiang Ning watched her movements with admiration. Aunt Zhong smiled shyly and wiped her sweat off her forehead with the back of her hand. It's all because of you, boss. Song Yin was also invited up, and seeing everyone bustling around, he couldn't just sit idly by, so he helped Jiang Ning thread the prepared meat onto skewers. As for Jiang Ning, she stood by the grill roasting the meat. The tip of the charcoal licked the skewers with flames, quickly causing the fat inside the meat to drip out. It sizzled loudly on the charcoal, blending the mild aroma of garlic and the sharpness of the red chili peppers into the meat, making Song Yin sneeze continuously. Chapter 149, Pork and Beef. Achoo. Song Yin casually grabbed a piece of paper to wipe his nose. Fortunately, the ventilation system was working well. At this moment, Song Yin's eyes were already too teary from the spiciness to open. Why did you add so many peppers? How are we going to eat it? Jiang Ning skillfully brushed a layer of oil on the meat skewers and sprinkled some cumin spices. Instantly, the spiciness was neutralized. The fresh and tender meat skewers were roasted golden yellow, their fats surfaced and tightly adhered to the meat, making a sizzling sound. The skewers must be spicy to be satisfying. Just wait until you take a bite. With great confidence, Jiang Ning continued roasting the meat. As time slowly passed, the skewers became increasingly fragrant, and the initial spiciness had disappeared, replaced by a strange aroma of savory spice and pepper. Seeing that the roasting was almost complete, Jiang Ning asked Song Yin to stop what he was doing and try the taste first. Come on, you try it first. See how it tastes. Song Yin took the skewer, blew on it, waited for the surface to cool down a bit, then took a bite. The skewer wasn't as spicy as he imagined, but the meat was firm, fresh, and juicy. Since the pork skin was roasted along with the meat, the crispy skin emitted a crunching sound when bitten. After eating the first skewer, Song Yin couldn't stop himself anymore. Who would have thought that this meat would be so tender and thick, and after being roasted with the chili and garlic mix, its original sharpness was gone and replaced with a fragrance that perfectly compensated for the flaws caused by insufficient marinating time. The flavor is too strong already. If we let it marinate for half an hour more, it might taste even better. Song Yin stuffed skewer after skewer into his mouth and simply couldn't stop. Sister Zhong was sweating profusely from cutting, not to mention Jiang Ning standing in front of the furnace. Maybe Sister Zhong can rest after finishing cutting. Let the meat marinate for a while. Jiang Ning's hands never stopped flipping the skewers to ensure every one was evenly heated, but it was almost impossible to keep up with Song Yin's voracious appetite. Song Yin, with his mouth full of meat, mumbled indistinctly, "That's unnecessary. Marinating any longer will make it even spicier. It's good like this. Anyway, there's not enough to eat, and if I need to wait longer, won't I starve to death?" Apparently, the real reason was the fear of running out of food. Jiang Ning and Sister Zhong helplessly smiled. "Eat slower, we'll have beef soon." The outside of the meat was roasted to a crispy brown, and the collagen inside mixed with fat made it both fragrant and chewy. The large pieces of lean meat were very chewy, and with one bite, the aroma of garlic combined with the cumin exploded in the mouth, becoming tastier the more it was chewed. Who would have thought that one day, I'd consider meat as my main meal in the post-apocalypse world? After eating heartily, the spiciness finally revealed itself. Song Yin's lips turned bright red due to the heat. He randomly grabbed a cup, poured some plum juice, and gulped it all down in one breath. The chilled plum drink perfectly balanced the spiciness, carrying an icy sweet taste down Song Yin's throat. The plum drink is delicious. Why does it carry such a fresh scent? It seems different from last time. Thanks to enhanced taste perception from the zombie virus, Song Yin could distinguish differences almost instantly upon his first sip. What kind of tongue does our Captain Song have? You actually tasted the difference. Sister Zhong joked from the side. Of course, there's a scent because Boss Jiang picked a lot of apples early this morning, cut them into slices, and added them in. Do you think it wouldn't be fragrant? Afterward, she nudged Jiang Ning gently with her shoulder, turning Jiang Ning's face bright red, even coloring the tips of her ears. It's not like I went out super early. I just remembered that. Done by hand. She quickly defended herself, but after being narrated through Sister Zhong's mouth, it sounded deliberate. Song Yin understood how much Jiang Ning worried about him these days and chose not to joke further but seriously continued enjoying his nutritious meal. The more he ate, the faster he could recover. I've never eaten pork with skin before. The pigs in the greenhouse always come with a fishy smell, making it impossible to take a bite. In the past, we only extracted some meat, soaked it in water until most of the blood drained, and cooked it on high heat. Never thought the pigskin could taste so good. Wait, the beef has an even better taste than the pork. Sister Zhong, this block of pork is already cut. We'll be processing the beef soon. Since Jiang Ning opened her mouth, Song Yin, who had nearly finished his current skewer, helped Sister Zhong chop the meat. The skewers are tasty, but there are too few of them. I feel like they're just gone the moment they hit my mouth. He successfully ignored the mountain of little bamboo sticks piled up next to him, pretending as though he didn't manufacture them himself. Don't worry, we have half a cow here, and there's still a lot of pork uncooked. It will surely be enough for you. After breaking down beef for half a day, Song Yin stretched his neck, staring at Jiang Ning roasting the meat. Beef is different from pork. They were finely divided into slices, pierced with skewers, and when roasted, appeared deep crimson. Jiang Ning effortlessly grabbed 50 beef skewers at once and placed them on the fire to carefully roast. Some of the girls nearby were continuously peeling potatoes, okra, and yams. They sliced them thinly, threaded them onto skewers, and brushed them with a sauce Jiang Ning had prepared long before. After grilling for so long, the vegetables had cooked thoroughly, and to help alleviate Jiang Ning's burden, they called over Song Yin to try the food. Captain Song, this is specially made sauce by Boss Jiang. We've been learning from Boss Jiang for a while. Come and see if we have improved. Hearing their call, Song Yin came over. The fire under the grill was burning fiercely. Unlike meats, vegetables lacked natural fats, so a thin layer of oil needed to be brushed on them during grilling. The potatoes were grilled until fragrant and crispy, soft and mushy with each bite, carrying a mixed aroma of chili powder that inspired craving for more after just one bite. The okra was perfectly grilled as well, and the texture of the yam resembled that of the potato but was sweeter. Although Song Yin looked somewhat gaunt now, his appetite remained robust. He held vegetable skewers in one hand and meat skewers given by Jiang Ning in the other. With each mouthful of potato followed by a piece of meat, he savored every bite, making the girls drool next to him. Captain Song sure seems to enjoy the flavor. I think we did a good job roasting these. He definitely does. Look, Captain Song has already eaten more than 10 skewers in no time. As the girls exchanged comments about their progress, their actions slowed considerably. They were just a group of teenage girls at the age when cravings ran rampant. Seeing their distraction, Jiang Ning decided it was time to give them a break. Take a rest. Go drink some soup. We've prepared plenty of meat today. It's highly unlikely Captain Song can finish everything himself. Why don't you all taste as well? The girls gleefully took the meat skewers, expressing their gratitude repeatedly. They initially came to help, bracing themselves for a sore back and tired legs, but instead, they encountered an unexpected treat. After biting into the meat skewer, they immediately understood why Captain Song ate at such an astonishing speed. It's so delicious. I thought I grilled my vegetables quite well, but boss skills far exceed mine. Now it's obvious why Captain Song cannot stop eating. That's true. I never imagined pork could be roasted so juicy inside and crisp outside. One of the girls tore off a piece of meat, only for the juice locked tightly within to spill down her chin. She hurriedly wiped it with a napkin, fearing to stain her clothes. Chapter 150, Redemption. The meat was abundant, and all cut into large chunks. It only took 5 or 6 skewers for the girls to be full, leaving Song Yin alone still eating vigorously. This was the first time he felt that the zombie virus actually had its benefits, how it could make him never feel satiated. He could consume far more meat than an ordinary person. At the same time, he felt even stronger, his brute force surging throughout various muscle groups. The stainless steel iron plates before him seemed as if they'd bend easily at just a slight touch of his hand into any shape he wanted. Is this what it feels like to be a zombie? He finally understood why the zombies in the zombie dormitory always found ways to run outside every day. Even the zombies in the mine shafts worked tirelessly without rest. For the first time feeling strength in his body, he couldn't help but share it with Jiang Ning. I feel energized all over. I want to go out for a couple of runs. Undoubtedly, this was good news. It proved that Song Yin's energy was gradually being restored. Jiang Ning grilled even more enthusiastically, almost dancing with the skewers. As the skewers flipped in her hands, splashing oil ignited flames that leapt high. Despite Jiang Ning's efforts, combined with the work of 3 or 4 others, it still couldn't keep up with Song Yin's rate of consumption. After finishing the skewers in his hand, he wiped his mouth and seeing everyone sweating from grilling, took the initiative to take over from Jiang Ning. How about I help you? You rest for a bit and try my cooking skills. That sounds great, I'm tired too. Let's all take a break, drink some water, and relax a little. Although Jiang Ning was exhausted, seeing results so quickly improved her mood. Alright, you can take over. All the skewers are already seasoned, just cook them until done. The method of making beef differed from pork. Freshly red beef skewers were on the grill, next to a big bucket of brine seasoning. The brine was something Jiang Ning had carefully made early in the morning. She soaked the small skewers in the bucket, ensuring the beef absorbed plenty of brine. She then stoked a large fire, locking the rich brine flavor tightly within the meat. To avoid too high a flame temperature, the small skewers needed constant flipping, which was extremely challenging to patience. Once the meat changed color, a layer of dried chili powder had to be sprinkled over it. Under the stimulation of the flame, the spiciness gradually seeped out. When the meat started releasing fat, Jiang Ning placed the skewers onto a plate and brought it to the table. Seeing such delicious small skewers, everyone was drooling uncontrollably. They grabbed one each and popped it into their mouths, the heat making their tongues quiver. Boss, how do you manage this? This beef is so tender and spicy that the spicier it gets, the more I want to eat. Yeah, I can even taste some brine flavor, so fragrant. Everyone continued eating non-stop, drenched in sweat, and their mouths burning with spice. Just at this moment, a cup of chilled plum juice came around, elevating the soul of the entire kebab experience. The tongues that had been chilled suddenly welcomed the fiery baptism of the pepper, providing a dual sensation of ice and fire to everyone's taste buds. Heavens, this is the first time I've enjoyed spicy food to the fullest. Even the usually composed Sister Zhong couldn't stop eating. The bucket beside them, meant for holding bamboo skewers, quickly filled up. It's not that I'm eating a lot, you'll understand my feelings once you finish eating. Boss Jiang's skills are getting better and better. Song Yin imitated Jiang Ning's technique and grilled pork skewers. Watching everyone enjoy their meals, he couldn't resist joining in. But no one responded to him because their mouths were full of food, leaving no space to acknowledge him. Seeing no one paying attention to him, Song Yin could only sulk and serve himself. Though his grilling wasn't as good as Jiang Ning's, with Xiao Liao's enhancement, the beef was still very fragrant. Soon, the entire 3rd floor was enveloped by a savory aroma. Through the ventilation system, the scent spread to other floors, especially catching the attention of the staff on the 9th floor who paused their work. Even Professor Zhong, usually rigorous, adjusted his glasses and couldn't help but sniff twice. What is Boss Jiang making this time? It smells so fragrant. Professor Wang beside him pushed him lightly. Want to eat? How about we both go down to the 3rd floor for a taste? Professor Zhong glanced at the critical data research in his hand, sighed wistfully and said, well, just one set of data left for a breakthrough. I might as well bear with it. But during the celebratory banquet afterward, Boss Jiang must bring today's dishes for me to have a good feast. Some were delighted, while others worried. Song Yin and the group were enjoying their skewers, drinking cold beverages happily. The head of the Phoenix Mountain base had a heavy heart. A few bases pulled together what they could, assembling some usable supplies, preparing to use these items as leverage for exchanging hostages. Especially the head of the 798 base. At the moment, she was frowning deeply, sighing repeatedly as she walked back and forth inside the base. I haven't offended them, and yet out of nowhere, all our researchers were lured away. Now there's no news, and we have to spend so many supplies to redeem them. If only I hadn't listened to the false words of the head of base 578, and had honestly developed our own base instead of ending up being completely dismantled. This time, several bases suffered heavy losses. Not only did families relocate to base 135, but their hunting teams and research staff were also poached in large numbers. Many base leaders secretly began to resent base 578. If it weren't for his interference, tricking us with the nonsense about how obedient zombies would expand our influence, we could at least have been a mid-sized base now. Who would have thought that people would leave or disperse like this? Base 578 was also aggrieved. The experiment was originally everyone's effort, but in the end, he ended up shouldering all the blame. Even his assistant has recently become unresponsive, showing signs of leaving. This time, base 578 contributed the most resources, 2 truckloads of oil, 3 truckloads of equipment and weapons, and 1 truckload of steel. Knowing that Jiang Ning specialized in agriculture, they even managed to get some seedlings from somewhere. Although he didn't know what kind of plants they were, offering them to Jiang Ning seemed like the right thing to do. Whether through battle or deployment, every group we've sent has gone missing one by one. We can only hope that these things can help bring back our members. Finally understanding something, the assistant carefully asked, "Will we continue with the plan?" Clutching his teeth and thinking of all the effort he'd put in for such a long time, the leader determined not to fail now just before achieving success. The other leaders shared similar sentiments. We must go on. Zombies are already capable of understanding orders now, they're just slightly uncontrollable. Once the researchers return and continue studying, I believe it won't take long for the zombies to fully obey us. Hearing this, the assistant sighed again. If it wasn't for the ambition to expand the base, their base wouldn't have fallen so far. But the responsible person seemed entirely without remorse and was still fixated on continuing the study. Alas, I need to think about finding the next buyer. Or maybe I'll try my luck at base 135. They're desperate for more workers, so perhaps their migration requirements won't be too strict. Chapter 151, Redemption. The hunting group that had been confined in the basement these past few days finally understood why everyone wanted to settle in base 135. Not for any other reason, but because the food here was simply irresistible. Grains of rice were steamed into perfect bowls without a trace of wheat added. The vegetables glistened with oil, dripping green, and even the potatoes braised with meat actually contained real pieces of meat. Even though they were prisoners, apart from being unable to move freely, their treatment here was no worse than at their own base. One member even trembled as he raised his bowl and carefully picked up a piece of meat to inspect it repeatedly. "Boss, am I seeing this right? Is this really a piece of meat this big? Are they willing to give this to us?" The leader wolfed down a few mouthfuls from his bowl before turning his eyes back to the dish. He left not a single drop of soup in the plate, licking it clean. Feeling satisfied after eating and drinking his fill, he let out a contented burp and lifted his head from the bowl. Rubbing his belly, he leaned against the wall, feeling fulfilled. "It's real meat. I've tasted it for you. Eat quickly." What kind of condition are they under? Meals with meat every time? The captives, fully content, all lost their fighting spirit and even hoped to stay locked up a few more days. After all, when they returned to their base, they'd be back to eating dry wheat and cabbage again. Who knows? As long as there's food, eat quickly. We're not from here anyway, we'll have to return to our own base eventually. As much as they said that, every single member of the hunting team from Wutong Mountain who had eaten well for half a month had gained some weight. No one had the heart to return to the base for proper training. Instead, they kept thinking about, "I don't know what tomorrow's meal will bring. There should still be meat, right? To be honest, the food here is truly good. If I could, I'd like to stay here, find a house, do any job that provides meals, anything." Just as they were daydreaming, the basement door suddenly opened. A guard lazily beckoned them over. "Wutong Mountain members, your supervisor has come with goods to redeem you." Now they didn't know whether to feel joy or sorrow. The good news was that their supervisor hadn't forgotten them and was willing to bring them home. The bad news was that once they returned to their own base, they would never taste such delicious food again. Still, one can't forget their roots, so they obediently queued up, moving out one by one. 2 or 3 supervisors stood outside the base gate, watching helplessly as carts loaded with supplies were transported into base 135. They glanced at their hunting group members. After just a few days away, they looked significantly fatter, clearly having suffered no abuse. They excitedly ran forward, gripping the leader's hand tightly. "Base 135 hasn't mistreated you, right? How have you been during this time?" The supervisors nearly broke into tears on the spot, their pain mainly stemming from the loss of supplies. Still, they were relieved that the people were unharmed. The leader also clutched the supervisor's hand with tears streaming down his face. "Thank you, leader, for remembering us and being willing to take us back. But it's a shame that we are giving so many supplies to them for free. You should take us back, but leave Uzi with them. Let us remain as captives. Seeing how much trouble the base went through to redeem us, it breaks my heart." Not only was the leader close to tears, but the hunters standing behind him also seemed on the verge of tears. "Yes, let us voluntarily remain here and send the supplies back. The base cannot afford further losses." Seeing their subordinates care so much for the base, the supervisor was deeply moved and shook the leader's hand tightly. No worries, we're all family. Even if the cost is great, I must bring you home. The leader and the supervisor hugged and cried bitterly together, as did the entire hunting team gathered behind them. Unfortunately, the reasons for their crying appeared to differ slightly. Tomorrow we won't have meat anymore. Not only no meat, we'll be eating hard steamed buns again. The cabbages made in our dining hall are impossible to chew. I want to eat the fragrant steamed rice. If I retire from the hunting team, I must settle down in base 135. Liu Qiao, responsible for exchanging the prisoners, watched this scene with extreme impatience and shouted at them while placing his hands on his hips. Aren't you going? Stay then. We won't refund your supplies. Terrified by his almost thievish words, the supervisor quickly pulled their own members and rushed off. And the hunting team kept looking back step by step, unwilling to leave base 135, as if staying behind longer would provide an honorable reason to stay. Phew, finally got rid of those people. Eating and drinking for nothing every day, not working a finger. Even landlords with surplus grain wouldn't support this bunch. Finally, they managed to drive away these troublesome individuals. Counting the supplies they had sent, Liu Qiao's face was lit up with joy. With all these great things, no wonder other bases are always looking to expand their territories. The feeling of having someone supply you with tribute is truly wonderful. Liu Qiao brought the supplies to the living department to hand them over to Director Liu. But after searching around, he couldn't find Director Liu's figure anywhere. He scratched his head in puzzlement and glanced around the living department but indeed didn't spot his father. Where's my dad? Originally, all materials received by the base had to be managed by Director Liu. But recently, Director Liu hadn't had much time. Ever since Jiang Ning quit handling the responsibilities, most of the authority had been handed over to Director Liu. Now, Director Liu not only had to manage the warehouse's large and small affairs but also oversee the construction of the base. Whenever he got some free time, he had to go out and trade for supplies, so busy that he wished he could split himself in half. I really don't know how Xiao Jiang managed to get through this period. It's too exhausting. Preparing for a trip requires so many items. Xiao Zhong, check again for any omissions. Then inform the person in charge we're ready to leave. Even though Song Yin was already half zombified, when it came to going out to trade for supplies, none of the three could afford to shirk the responsibility. After a day of indulging in meat, Song Yin had finally regained some vitality. As long as he injected the serum on time every day, he would almost no longer have the random urge to eat human blood or flesh pop into his mind. Jiang Ning, when do we leave? This period of confinement had driven him crazy. He didn't know how those professors could stay cooped up in laboratories for months at a time. It was barely 1.5 months trapped in the basement, and he already felt like he was about to break down. If he didn't go outside soon to stretch his legs, the bones in his body might rust. We'll leave within these few days. If there are several consecutive days of good weather, then we'll set off. Jiang Ning was also preparing for the long journey. Not only did they need to pack raw materials, but they also had to bring some meat, vegetables, and fruits. Fortunately, the backpack provided by the system acted like another dimension. Large items placed inside felt weightless even when carried on the back. So, Jiang Ning decided to bring everything that might come in handy, just in case they encountered an emergency on the road and couldn't return to the base. Chapter 152, Campsite. In the spring of the apocalypse, the temperature was getting higher and higher, with almost no rain. Jiang Ning chose a sunny day, setting off with Minister Liu and Song Yin in a truck. When Song Yin set out, several professors gave him plenty of serum with worried expressions, and offered their thoughtful advice. Remember to come back within a month. If you notice anything wrong along the way, use an anesthetic needle to knock him out immediately. However, with Jiang Ning around, there shouldn't be too many problems. The three drove 2 vehicles, preparing to head first to the nearest city, where there would likely be some campsites. Survivors who didn't want to leave the city would often form temporary bases together. Thus, these kinds of campsites had high mobility. It's just right to go there and exercise myself. I haven't cooked in front of a crowd for a long time. The people in the base have developed similar tastes under Jiang Ning's influence. Perhaps changing the environment could bring her inspiration for new recipes. Fortunately, the highway hadn't been destroyed. In just a short afternoon, the three arrived at the city nearest to the base. This place still retained its pre-apocalypse appearance but was now ravaged, with tall buildings emptied of human life, even the streets desolate, devoid of any zombies. It seems like this place has been cleared out already. There probably isn't much useful material here. Let's check out their campsite. Minister Liu squatted down, touching the dry bloodstains on the ground, which were covered by thick layers of dust, clearly indicating that no one had come here in a long time. Jiang Ning and Song Yin's perception was beyond normal. According to their understanding, there were no signs of living humans nearby. Yeah, there aren't even any zombies or people around here. But where are their campsites generally located? This city is so big, where do we start looking? Minister Liu, apparently experienced, wasn't the first time he came into the city to find campsites and trade supplies. Generally speaking, they set up their campsites near the most important facilities, such as power plants or supermarkets or hotels. Last time, when they were at the dormitory building in the power plant, we could only try our luck. Afraid that their campsite had moved, Minister Liu quickly drove Jiang Ning and himself to the hydroelectric station in this city. It was a vast city, with ruins everywhere. The road for the truck was tough to navigate, frequently colliding with strange objects. Thankfully, the truck was solid enough. After many day tours, they finally found the hydroelectric station. Luckily, this group had not relocated their campsite yet. Minister Liu hastily pulled out his proof that was prepared beforehand, handing it over to the person on duty at the gate. The person simply took a quick glance before allowing their group inside. Wasn't it easy to get in? I thought they might ask something. So effortlessly entering the campsite, Jiang Ning felt a sense of unreality. Other bases usually required credentials to enter and exchange goods, just in case you caused trouble. As they walked through, Minister Liu explained to Jiang Ning. There's a mix of different kinds of people here, with a high rate of personnel turnover. Most of the accommodations are rented. Few stay here for long, mostly staying for a while before moving on to the next camp. As long as you're not a zombie, they generally let you through. Ah, I see. It appeared that the security level here wasn't very high either. With so much valuable stuff in her possession, Jiang Ning decided to stay extremely vigilant to avoid unnecessary losses. After walking for so long, Song Yin felt gradually exhausted. The energy from that all-meat feast he enjoyed earlier was slowly depleting. He tugged lightly at Jiang Ning's clothing, signaling his hunger. Jiang Ning realized then that among them was someone who needed constant replenishment of energy. Minister Liu, let's find a place to settle down first. Captain Song's body condition is poor. Let's give him an injection first, and then let him eat something. Seeing Song Yin's weak face, Minister Liu quickly led them to the campsite intermediary office. Exchanging a few bags of grain, they managed to secure a temporary lodging spot. The conditions here were relatively rudimentary. The kitchen and bathroom were communal. A tiny room housed 3 foldable beds side by side, barely acceptable living arrangements. Upon entering the room, ignoring any trace left behind by the previous renters, Song Yin lay down and started breathing heavily. From the bag, he pulled out a needle, injecting himself. The reaction between the zombie virus and the serum was excruciating. He could only grit his teeth and endure the pain lying down. Jiang Ning quickly pulled a few green vegetables from the bag and also grabbed a little bit of meat, heading towards the communal kitchen to light the fire and set up the pot. There were quite a number of people here, and most borrowed the stoves mainly to cook rice porridge. It had a monotonous taste, but if edible, it counted as pretty good fare. No one noticed Jiang Ning's actions until a peculiar and never-before-smelled aroma gradually rose from her pot, drawing everyone's attention to this short yet well-proportioned and refined girl. What is she doing? It seems like she's making fried rice. You've just noticed. It smells so good, I've already smelled it a while ago. Where does she come from? How could she possibly find rice in the city? I wonder if she'd be willing to trade some. It's been ages since I last tasted rice. Even if you manage to find rice, can you cook it with such an inviting aroma? That made sense. Jiang Ning skillfully stirred the pot, the cooked rice mixing with egg liquid, turning each grain golden yellow. Seeing the rice was almost ready, she sliced up some long beans and meat but didn't add them yet. She sprinkled soy sauce, salt, and MSG, stirring everything together. In no time, a steaming hot bowl of long bean fried rice was prepared. The fragrance had already drawn people nearby, their mouths watering. The more daring ones approached her. Excuse me, do you have any extra food? I'm willing to trade some supplies for it. Startled by the interruption, Jiang Ning thought someone was causing trouble, only to realize they wanted to trade for food. She nodded to the person. Yes, but you'll have to wait a moment. This bowl belongs to someone else. If you want to trade for food, I'll come over right away. Hearing that a trade was possible, the person grew excited and quickly asked Jiang Ning, what do you need? I only have some scattered items and daily necessities, like soap, toothpaste, and such. Anything goes, as long as you have enough quantity, we can make a trade. After leaving these words, Jiang Ning rushed back to her dormitory in haste. The man was left there, utterly astonished. Anything can be traded? How rich must she be to say such things? Is she here to do charity? While the man stood stunned, Jiang Ning darted back to the dormitory like a flash. This time, she had prepared a full pot of rice, enough for Song Yin to eat until afternoon. The blood serum slowly began to take effect, suppressing the zombie virus and alleviating Song Yin's pain. He slowly sat up, feeling guilty when he saw Jiang Ning sweating profusely. I never imagined I'd become this way and still trouble you to run around for me. Seeing Song Yin's weary appearance, Jiang Ning sighed. There's no need for formalities between us. As long as you get better, nothing else matters. Chapter 153, Pickled Cabbage Fish. After ensuring that Song Yin wouldn't go hungry, Jiang Ning slowly walked out of the room. As soon as she arrived at the communal kitchen, everyone was already holding their goods ready for exchange and waiting for her with eager eyes. Because their gazes were so intense, it made Jiang Ning feel a little awkward. What do you want to eat? I have pretty much everything. The person who first asked Jiang Ning if they could exchange for some food immediately stood up, holding quite a few towels, toothpaste, and toothbrushes and other daily necessities. I just want a bowl of fried rice. One person stepped forward, and then the others grew bolder. They held up the items in their hands, which included books, toys, music boxes, mechanical watches, and even a gemstone. I want meat too. It's been so long since I've had any. Same here, I also want some meat. How much can my stuff trade for? Boss, check mine first. Mine is more valuable. We're queuing anyway, it was clearly me who came first. Don't push me. First come, first served. Jiang Ning was at a loss due to the enthusiasm of the crowd. In an instant, it seemed like she had gone back to those early days after the apocalypse. Calm down, there's something for everyone. Jiang Ning set up the pot. The rice she had cooked earlier had almost all been turned into fried rice, leaving only meat and vegetables in her bag. If you want fried rice, you might have to wait a bit longer. The steamed rice still needs time. If you want stir-fried dishes, there's some now. Is there anything you don't eat? With something to eat, none of them were picky. They all wore pleasant expressions and obediently gathered around Jiang Ning. What era is this where people are still being picky eaters? I eat anything. Me too, whatever you cook, I'll eat. The lingering aroma from earlier in the kitchen hadn't faded yet, and these people were starving now. All they wanted was to get some food into their mouths as quickly as possible to solve the problem in their stomachs. Jiang Ning heated the wok with oil while quickly slicing the meat into strips. After marinating it with soy sauce, she poured it into the pan. With a sizzle, the high-temperature oil released the aroma of the meat. To prevent it from sticking to the bottom of the wok, Jiang Ning kept stirring the meat strips until they changed color slightly, then set it aside. When the people nearby saw Jiang Ning pull out a piece of meat, their eyes widened. As they thought it might be her last bit of protein, suddenly, she took another fish out of her bag. There were at least 5 or 6 people here, and one small piece of meat definitely wouldn't be enough to share. Jiang Ning simply cleaned the fish, removing its scales and innards, and sliced it into thin pieces. Since she had brought some appetizing pickled cabbage specifically to make sure she would have something sour on the road, she could use it right now. She seared the fish until both sides were golden brown, added chopped scallions, ginger, garlic for stir-frying, and tossed in some dried chili peppers and pickled cabbage. Adding water, she dropped the fish in to simmer into a fish soup, and with that, a bowl of pickled cabbage fish was done. As time passed, the fragrance of the chilies mixed with the freshness of the fish gradually wafted out of the pot. The fish broth bubbled away. Though not quite ready yet, the aroma was starting to fill the air. During this time, Jiang Ning cut some bamboo shoots she had picked on the mountain and soaked some wood ear mushrooms, deciding to prepare a dish of shredded pork with fish-flavored sauce. Everyone by the stove deeply inhaled the delicious scent of the broth, as if doing so could help alleviate their hunger somewhat. They closed their eyes blissfully, imagining the flavors of the fish. It really smells good. The last time I ate fish was during a dinner party when that fish couldn't have been more disgusting, full of fishy smell and grit in its belly. Yeah, I was there too. That wasn't fish, it was yellow mud soup. Not like here, this fish actually smells good. Look over there. There's pickled cabbage too. Just thinking about the tangy flavor makes my mouth water uncontrollably. Even the fish-flavored shredded pork beside it smells great. When was the last time we've had a proper meal? Eating all this bland porridge day in and day out really turns our stomachs. Despite only having 2 dishes, everyone was already drooling heavily. When the fish-flavored shredded pork was finally done, the soup was almost ready too. Jiang Ning ladled them out and divided them according to how many and what quality of goods each person had exchanged. Most of the servings went to the man who had handed over a gemstone. He relished every bite of his meal. Even though there was no tofu as garnish in the fish soup, the combined flavors of pickled cabbage and chili stimulated his appetite immensely. The fish meat was tender and melted in the mouth, its savory taste almost tempting him to swallow his tongue. He savored the remaining fish soup with closed eyes. This is heavenly. If I could have this soup to mix with rice, I'd easily finish 10 bowls. No rice was available, but there was plenty of plain wheat bread. Remembering that he had something else cooking in his pot, he quickly rushed over to check. Haha, there's food. The man laughed joyfully and poured all the rice from the pot into the soup. Although the wheat-based rice was coarse in texture, after soaking in the fragrant fish broth mixed with the pickled cabbage aroma, it became quite delicious. Each bite, while not as fresh as the fish meat, tasted remarkably similar to sour fish. The congee is delicious too. Others received less food and could only look on hungrily as he indulged. I should have brought more supplies to trade. This little bit isn't nearly enough. The one who got the least had already finished his portion of soup and could only greedily eye the bowls of those who received more, swallowing saliva. For a moment, the kitchen was filled only with slurping sounds. After washing the pots and utensils, Jiang Ning bid them farewell. I live in the second house on the 3rd floor. I plan to make some dishes around the camp to exchange for goods. If you need anything, feel free to find me at the market. Hearing this, the person who had gotten the least earlier quickly interjected. Wait a minute, you're saying you're going to cook at the market? Jiang Ning wasn't sure why this person stopped her, so she looked at him with curiosity and nodded. He seemed to realize his tone was too abrupt and might have scared the young woman. Softening his voice, he introduced himself. My name is Zhong Wu, and I happen to be the manager of the market in this camp. If you're planning to sell your cooking there, just let me know. Your skills are sure to bring in a lot of business. However, there aren't many spots left in the market now, and the ones available are relatively remote. If you'd like, I can use my authority to arrange a better spot for you. There's no such thing as a free lunch. Jiang Ning immediately understood that Zhong Wu had an ulterior motive. But in this world, self-interest wasn't something to shy away from, it was natural. That's very kind of you. Being new here, I don't know anyone or anything, so having you introduce me would be perfect. But I have nothing valuable to offer. How can I repay you? Seeing how earnest Jiang Ning was, Zhong Wu immediately burst into laughter. What repayment? Once you're up and running, just treat me to a few meals. Chapter 154, Not Enough to Eat. Just freeloading for a few meals, Jiang Ning thought about it, and this requirement wasn't too high. That's settled then, you must come to support us when the time comes. With one promise, she agreed with Zhong Wu. They arranged to meet at the market entrance the next day and parted ways after that. Finding the person in charge so easily was also unexpected by Minister Liu. Boss Jiang, are you incredible or what? Last time, I had to give a lot of gifts to the person in charge just to secure a spot in the market, said all sorts of nice words, and ended up only getting a secluded corner. And here you are, securing an internal staff spot right away. He never expected that the person in charge would live here as well. Yeah, I didn't expect that either. But since they're here for the food, I reckon as long as we provide enough food, there won't be any major issues. That's true. I've dealt with this person in charge before, he isn't bad-hearted, just a bit greedy. But that's not a big deal. In the post-apocalypse world, who doesn't want to live better? By the way, what was his name again? Zhong Wu. Upon confirming that the person in charge he encountered last time was the same person, Minister Liu let out a sigh of relief, fearing that young Jiang Ning might have been scammed. After such a long journey, everyone was tired. Especially Jiang Ning, who cooked meals for many people. Song Yin felt especially drained, but after eating, he felt a little better. His muscles began to recover slowly, though he wasn't yet normal, he did look fatter than before. The three of them rested early. The next day, Minister Liu decided to wander around and exchange goods with some acquaintances. Jiang Ning and Song Yin, on the other hand, would open a temporary stall at the market and see if they could trade for some supplies. Early the next morning, the two met Zhong Wu, who had been waiting for them at the market entrance. Upon seeing their arrival, Zhong Wu rubbed his hands, appearing very excited. Young girl, you've arrived. Just sign here, and you can go inside. The central row in there is the employee stalls. As for the rather thin man beside her, Zhong Wu chose to ignore him completely. After signing the register, Zhong Wu led the two to the most central location. This stall was formed by two sturdy tables pieced together, perfect for holding a stove. The other table wasn't large, just enough to hold some raw materials like vegetables and meat. But its prime location made it a bustling spot in the center of the market, lively with comings and goings. Jiang Ning took out the simple portable stove from her bag, set up the pot, while Song Yin processed the vegetables and meat nearby. People at the market were quite astonished to see a snack stand operating there. Such a good spot. Did the gun seller from yesterday leave? Why is it someone else today? They seem to be selling food. What delicious things could there be in the apocalypse? It's just some wheat and cabbage, hard to eat. Even if there's meat, it often smells fishy. Who would eat that? It's better than the gem seller from a while ago. At least the gems can exchange for some grain at large bases. Food tastes the same anyway wherever you get it. There were plenty of passers-by, but those who lingered were few. Generally, people muttered a few words and walked off. Since there were no customers, Jiang Ning wasn't worried. Song Yin hadn't eaten breakfast yet, so she suggested making something for himself first. She nudged Song Yin, "What do you want to eat? We've got time now. If we don't eat now, later we may not get the chance." Seeing that no one stopped at the sight of the vegetables and fruits, Song Yin was a little anxious. This was Jiang Ning's first time selling food in the urban camp. If no one came, he was worried her pride might be hurt. Let's just have a quick bite. How about fried rice? They had prepared a large amount of freshly cooked rice early in the morning, originally planning to sell it all. However, they had been sitting here for almost an hour without selling even a single portion. Seeing the concerned expression on Song Yin's face, Jiang Ning knew he was worrying about her and spoke comfortingly. "Not in a hurry. Let's eat first. Once the smell spreads, naturally, there will be people with goods willing to exchange with us." Then, she started heating the oil in the pot herself. For this trip, they brought along quite a number of eggs. She picked 2 eggs, cracked them into a bowl, and stirred them up. Taking advantage of the hot oil, she poured them into the pan. Almost instantly upon touching the oil, the eggs cooked through. Jiang Ning used the spatula to carefully stir, quickly turning the eggs into flaky pieces. Coated with rapeseed oil, they shone with a golden luster. The aroma gradually spread out, attracting some people who had been hovering around to stretch their necks and sniff eagerly. "It's eggs, how fragrant. Boss, what are you cooking?" In the sweltering heat, standing near the stove, Jiang Ning soon worked up a sweat. She raised her arm to wipe it off and smiled gently. "Eggs fried with rice, haven't had breakfast yet. There are no customers anyway, so let's take a bite ourselves first." As she spoke, she poured the rice into the pot. Thinking that Song Yin had a large appetite and would eat a lot, Jiang Ning used plenty of ingredients. There were not only eggs but also the processed meat and pickled vegetables. As soon as these ingredients went into the pot, the originally bland white rice immediately burst forth with a fresh aroma, leaving the onlookers entranced. The scent attracted even more people. Just as Jiang Ning was about to finish the fried rice, someone finally couldn't resist anymore. "Boss, how do you sell this fried rice?" Jiang Ning deftly dished out a bowl first for Song Yin before turning back to attend to the customer. "You can trade with anything. More valuable items get more food, less valuable ones mean you'll eat a little less." Perhaps driven by hunger, the person pulled out a few old books from their chest and asked, "Do you take these?" Upon seeing them, Jiang Ning realized they were cookbooks, preserved in good condition except for some dust. There were no broken parts at all. Her eyes lit up, and she held the books as if she had discovered a treasure. "I'll take them. You're my first customer, so I'll give you a bit extra." After saying that, she dumped the remaining fried rice in the pot into the bowl and handed it over to the person. Receiving the still slightly warm fried rice, the person could hardly wait, hastily shoveling a big spoonful into their mouth. Each grain of rice was plump, mingling with the fresh fragrance of eggs. Each bite wasn't as sticky as one might have imagined but rather dispersed pleasantly in the mouth. Initially, it was feared that the pickled vegetables would overpower the flavors, but the amount given was perfect, enhancing the taste without allowing the sour flavor to overshadow the fresh aroma of the fried rice. Even the meat was tender, without any chewy fibers. Each bite left him wanting more, eating faster and faster until he stopped when the bottom of the bowl was reached. "How's the taste?" Someone nearby, unable to contain their curiosity, eagerly leaned in to ask. The person patted their belly, shook their head regretfully, and sighed deeply. "Not good." This comment made Jiang Ning furrow her brows in concern, straining her ears to listen as she prepared to inquire where the dish fell short. However, the person quickly added another sentence. "Too little, not nearly enough to eat." Only then did Jiang Ning's heart settle back into place. Chapter 155, Braised Fish. With the first customer's assurance of quality, others with abundant supplies in hand also began to think about it, queuing up one by one to exchange supplies. This way, Jiang Ning, who originally planned to have breakfast, was kept extremely busy. Fortunately, Song Yin ate quickly and was able to free up time to help Jiang Ning process ingredients after a few bowls of fried rice were sold consecutively. Some customers, seeing the fresh fish on the table, had an idea. "Boss, how do you prepare these fish?" Jiang Ning, busy at hand, explained to them without raising her head. "Braised, stir-fried, or as fish soup, depends on what you want to eat." This man was also a fish lover, but unfortunately, the fish from strangers usually carried a muddy smell. Since the meat cooked by the boss was so delicious, the fish probably wouldn't be bad either, right? After much deliberation, he finally handed over a diamond watch in his hand to Jiang Ning. "Will this watch be enough to cover all these fish?" Song Yin took the watch and examined it carefully. It was indeed a diamond. Unfortunately, such stones were worthless in the apocalypse, merely trinkets that rich people used to charm their partners. The most common currency in the end times was still gold. Being valueless in the apocalypse doesn't mean they're worth nothing in other eras. Driven by the system in her mind urging her to make the exchange, Jiang Ning let Song Yin accept the watch. "Sure, there are 5 or 6 fish here. How do you want to eat them?" Thinking he could buy at most 2 fish, he never expected the boss to be so generous and allow him to take all the fish, which made him extremely pleased. "Let's try all the ways, 1 fish for each method. It's been so long since I've eaten fish that I've almost forgotten what it tastes like. Alright, once I finish cooking this batch of fried rice, I'll handle your fish." The amount of fried rice was large, 1 potful enough to feed a dozen people. As long as Jiang Ning finished the meal preparation, the trading task would be passed on to Song Yin. It wasn't until the aromatic green bean and pickled cabbage rice came out that Jiang Ning found some respite and then started handling the fish. Jiang Ning skillfully removed the gills from the fish head, firmly holding onto its head, cutting at an angle with the knife, cleanly removing all the scales in just a few strokes. Then, along the fish belly, she made an incision and easily removed the innards with her hand. That's how a fish was successfully cleaned. Next, she rinsed off the fish blood under running water, added slices of ginger, etc., inside the fish, started a new stove, and steamed the fish, underneath which there was plenty of freshly washed rice. Thankfully, there was a faucet next to this stall, aligning well with Jiang Ning's habit of being meticulous about cleanliness. For the first fish, she prepared it steamed. Subsequently, she proceeded with similar dexterity to clean and prep the fish thoroughly. The pot was preheated with oil, where ginger slices and garlic were stir-fried to release their aroma. Once the fish's moisture was wiped dry, it went into the pot, spreading the unique sweet fragrance of fish. Smells good. Being wealthy really makes a difference. Just buy all these fish and eat them whichever way you fancy. Many, smelling the aroma, suddenly felt their own bowls of fried rice weren't as fragrant anymore. Since that's the case, why don't you also buy a fish and trade your fried rice to me? No way. The person immediately protected their bowl, hastily stuffing a couple of mouthfuls in. Don't even think about it, not getting fish means wanting my fried rice. At this point, the fish in the pot had already been fried golden brown on both sides. A layer of soy sauce was drizzled over it, salt, MSG, and other seasonings added, all triggered by the intense heat of the fire. A savory braised aroma wafted from the pot. Hearing only the smell, the person who bought the fish couldn't suppress the hunger pangs or the flow of saliva. But it wasn't time yet, so he could only look eagerly alongside others nearby. "Boss, when will the fish be ready?" Jiang Ning wasn't in a rush, allowing the small flame to slowly bring out the fragrance of the fish until every piece of flesh was filled with braised sauce before finally serving it. "There you go, this is the first one. You can start eating while we wait for the rest." The man couldn't wait, taking a chopstickful and putting it in his mouth. No fishy taste at all. Truly excellent skills by the boss. Why can't I replicate this taste at home? He praised while eating. The crystal clear fish meat, dipped in thickened sauce, combined the freshness and saltiness beautifully. Ginger, garlic, and other seasonings effectively masked any original fishy odor, leaving behind only freshness and sweetness. Delicious. So delicious. The man effortlessly lifted the fish tail with his chopsticks, peeled it open slightly, and the fish meat instantly separated from the bones. Putting an entire block of fish meat into his mouth gave immense satisfaction. "Boss, your fish barely has any bones, it's so enjoyable." Jiang Ning smiled faintly. At this moment, the steamed fish was also almost done. She first prepared the dipping sauce, adding a bit of chopped green onions and shredded ginger over the fish, then heated oil and poured it over the fish. The aroma of ginger shreds and green onion was immediately released, flowing along the fish to cover the entire plate. She finally had time to answer the guest's question. Of course, this fish is a different breed from regular fish. It has hardly any impurities and just one bone. This statement made those around even more eager-eyed. But the fish had already been purchased, leaving only chicken, beef, and pork on the stall. The wealthy customers followed suit, taking out their supplies and waving them confidently. I'll take all the remaining chicken. I want some too. You can't monopolize it all. Why don't we split it? Boss, I'd like some beef. I've never even tasted a cow before. Boss, give me a portion of pork, just pure meat, not a single vegetable allowed. Do no one want these tomatoes? Boss, stir-fry me 3 dishes of tomato and scrambled eggs, I'll take it away. Those with fewer resources could only wait while the rich patrons bought their preferred food and had the rest turned into fried rice by Jiang Ning for sale. Not having bought any meat, they consoled themselves. It's fine. This fried rice is already delicious. I believe the meat would be better, though. Getting food at all is already good. Why are you picky? Boss, could you have eaten something so delicious in the base before coming here? If you think the fried rice isn't good enough, please move aside quickly. I haven't had enough yet. Boss, another bowl of fried rice. And so, Jiang Ning spun like a top, busy non-stop. Even Song Yin was no exception. Once he got a moment to spare, he hurriedly ate a few bites before rushing to help Jiang Ning prepare ingredients. They hadn't expected business to boom from morning until afternoon, with guests still arriving steadily at the restaurant entrance. Many came just to watch but couldn't resist after catching the enticing aroma and rushed home to grab supplies for a bowl of fried rice. Some had heard that a new stall opened with an incredible chef who seemed to have plenty of ingredients left over, so they brought family and friends to feast. By the time the stall's ingredients were completely used up, most people had already eaten their fill. At last, Jiang Ning managed to catch her breath. She and Song Yin collapsed onto the stall, rubbing their sore arms and sharing a smile. I didn't expect the business to be so good. How about it? How much supplies did we collect today? Chapter 156, Going Out. Song Yin was also exhausted, and with a tired gesture, pointed his finger. Jiang Ning followed the direction of his finger. The received supplies were piled up in a corner like a small mountain, with various items scattered around. One might mistakenly think that they were scavengers. Did we really collect this much? Jiang Ning rushed over in surprise and carefully inspected what they had. Most of them were ordinary objects, such as books, power-depleted mobile phones, watches, etc. There were also some valuable items placed separately by Song Yin. Jewelry, pearls, watches, diamonds. Jiang Ning hadn't expected to receive so many valuable items from peacetime. Girls all like shiny things. He couldn't resist picking up the most brilliant gemstone and putting it on his hand. Facing the sunlight, the gemstone shone brightly, dazzling her eyes. Excitedly, she showed the gemstone to Song Yin, waving her hand, indicating Song Yin to admire it together. Look at this large emerald. If it were in the past, I would have made a fortune long ago. She eagerly uploaded all the acquired supplies to the system. Just as she finished uploading, a person walked over in the distance. Zhongwu, after working hard for a day, finally managed to find some time to check on their business. As he smelled the air, he noticed the mix of food aromas. Feeling curious when seeing their stall almost devoid of customers. Little boss, is your business good or bad? Why are there seemingly no people here? At this point, Jiang Ning was already too tired to speak, but managed to lift her head slightly upon seeing Zhongwu and greeted him enthusiastically. It's you. Business was great today. Most of the ingredients we brought have been sold out. Everyone has eaten enough, which is why there aren't many people. Hearing the pleasant news, Zhongwu beamed with delight. Rubbing his hands, he slowly revealed his intentions. Little boss, my introduction to the stall was quite impressive, right? It's located at the very center of the entire market. With people coming and going, I'm sure you've made a handsome profit. Though Lin Yun felt uneasy about Zhongwu's mercenary nature, he didn't show it outwardly. Jiang Ning was very perceptive. There were still some eggs left. So, she stood up, broke the eggs, and steamed them in a pot. In no time, a bowl of egg custard was ready. Mr. Zhong, make do with this first. Today's business was really good, only these few eggs are left. You must be hungry after a tiring day. Fill your stomach first. Jiang Ning quickly handed over the bowl. Seeing how considerate she was, Zhongwu laughed even more happily, convinced that he had not chosen wrongly. He took the steamed egg, scooped a spoonful, and put it into his mouth. This egg is fragrant, soft, and tender, delicious. He ate spoonful by spoonful. The steamed egg wasn't abundant, and soon it was all in his belly. After being satiated, he then disclosed his purpose to Jiang Ning. Ms. Jiang, considering how skilled you are, opening just a small stall in the market seems like an underutilization of your talents. By coincidence, our camp leader returned these few days, bringing back a batch of supplies. How about I take the lead, and we sit down for a meal together? You can take a look at whether there are any items among them that you need to trade. It turned out that he merely wanted to use her culinary skills to please the camp leader. Considering that she indeed needed some supplies and was unfamiliar with the people here, leaning on a powerful ally could be beneficial. Thus, Jiang Ning readily agreed. Alright, the ingredients we brought have almost been sold anyway. There won't be much left, making a banquet should suffice. When will our camp leader have free time? Zhongwu smiled even broader. That's easily arranged. How about in 2 days? Since we live in the same dormitory, I'll come straight to get you, and you just bring the ingredients with me and we'll go together. Once the time and place were agreed upon, Jiang Ning and Song Yin packed up their things and returned to the dormitory building. As soon as they lay down, both fell asleep until late into the night when Minister Liu came back, dragging his weary body. Seeing the two sleeping soundly, he decided not to disturb them. After a quick rinse, he also laid down to sleep. It wasn't until noon the next day that the three of them slowly woke up. Jiang Ning's first action was to give Song Yin a serum injection. The two looked at the clock and found it was already close to 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Isn't there a wake-up call in the camp? Jiang Ning yawned. Well rested, naturally comes spirit. He stretched, feeling that yesterday's fatigue was gone, and remained energetic today. Minister Liu seemed extremely exhausted and lingered in bed hugging a pillow, refusing to get up for a long time. After changing to a more comfortable position, he chatted with the two. The camp is not like a base. The people here are all self-sufficient. The camp can only ensure basic water, electricity, and accommodation. Everything else is not taken care of, and naturally, no one will manage when you wake up or when you sleep. So, the camp is more like a gathering place. Then, what exactly does the person in charge here do? Suddenly, she remembered her appointment with Zhong Wu to meet the person in charge, and Jiang Ning couldn't help but become curious. The person in charge? She also leads her team outside to search for supplies, bringing back what's useful to develop the camp. People who reside long-term in the camp all pay their rent to the person in charge for management. No wonder Zhong Wu said that the person in charge had brought back a new batch of good stuff, and invited me to take a look if there's anything I need. The machinery equipment in the city is much more than in the base. Perhaps we could find a carbonic acid machine or something similar. Thinking about the incomplete task she still had on hand, Jiang Ning felt a headache coming on. She could only hope that during the meeting, she'd be able to find the materials and machines she needed. Minister Liu, after chatting for only a few sentences, drifted off to sleep again. Song Yin had endured through the painful period of serum and virus fusion, eating some beef jerky and pork floss that Jiang Ning had prepared early in the morning, then looked up at Jiang Ning. It's still early, we were exhausted yesterday, so how about going out today to relax a bit? There aren't many zombies left in the city now, so we can go for a walk and see if there's anything we need. Hearing they would be going out, Jiang Ning nodded enthusiastically. Good idea, I was just thinking about checking if there's anything interesting around here I haven't seen before. After tidying themselves up a little, the two decided to drive out to check out the surroundings. Here, everything is rubble, and whatever could be used has already been scavenged clean, leaving little to nothing of interest. Remembering the cookbook she picked up yesterday, Jiang Ning thought that maybe they should go to the library and see if there were other similar books they could collect. After wandering around for quite some time, they finally discovered an abandoned bookstore by the roadside. Though this bookstore was dilapidated and full of dust, the book types were quite complete, and most books hadn't suffered any damage. Jiang Ning searched for quite some time, and eventually, in a secluded corner, found a comprehensive cookbook. Just as she was excitedly flipping through it like a treasure, Song Yin, who was searching for supplies nearby, suddenly shouted loudly, "Look what I've found." He then held up whatever he had in his hands high. Jiang Ning focused intently, and it seemed to be a plastic packaging, tightly sealing whatever was inside, and there were not just a few. Just the handful Song Yin was holding contained 5 or 6 bags. There are so many kinds of seeds here, but we can't tell what kind they are. Guessing from the situation in the post-apocalypse world where people couldn't grow anything, everyone seems to have forgotten about these seeds from before. Chapter 157, Banquet Invitation. Song Yin was right. Jiang Ning went over and carefully inspected, discovering that the seeds here had mostly lost their vitality and were essentially worthless. It's been more than 30 years, so it's impossible for these seeds to still be alive. However, I didn't expect to find something like this in the city. It was really a pity. If these seeds still had some vitality and could be handed over to Jiang Ning, they might bear fruit when planted. Song Yin sighed. Finding seeds is such an astonishing thing, we completely forgot about the fact that they wouldn't grow. Both of them felt very regretful. Just then, the system in Jiang Ning's mind suddenly spoke up. How about uploading all the seeds? Let me scan them and see if I can replicate viable seeds. The ones you give to me are dead seeds, but what you get back might just be living ones. Though unsure how powerful the system actually was, they were things of no use anyway. Jiang Ning decided to try, uploading everything to the system. Almost immediately, the system scanned and identified the seed varieties, awarding new rewards accordingly. Congratulations to the host on obtaining rose seeds, daisy seeds, mint seeds, cactus seeds, ball lettuce seeds, and small tomato seeds. Can you really analyze so quickly? Jiang Ning was truly surprised. The system responded proudly, you bet. When it comes to food-related matters, my speed has always been impressive. This time, the system was extremely effective, directly issuing the seeds they had found. Jiang Ning became excited and immediately instructed Song Yin to keep searching to see if there were other seeds inside the store. They spent the entire afternoon busily at work and indeed managed to uncover quite a few useful items. This bookstore used to possibly be a book cafe, selling not only books but also drinks, alcoholic beverages, snacks, and other items. Here, Jiang Ning found a coffee machine, hidden gilly coffee beans in a corner, a dough kneading machine, and even her long-sought carbonated drink maker. Today's harvest was bountiful. The resources found in the city truly are much richer than those in the base. Jiang Ning hadn't expected that despite the city having been scavenged for so long, it could still provide her with pleasant surprises. Seeing her youthful joy, Song Yin couldn't help but reflect that, in peacetime, she would merely be a student going to school. When the zombie outbreak began, there were indeed many people in the city, but as one ventured into more remote areas, fewer people remained. Everyone flocked to seek new places to live. Actually, very few people remained in the city, and most focused on survival rather than looking for these types of items. Not everyone is like Jiang Ning. Most people struggle just to meet basic needs and would never contemplate researching what drinks to have when it's hot or what dishes to make when it's cold. Having someone like Jiang Ning at base 135 was undoubtedly fortunate. Even though its development lags behind other bases, none of the 135 base members were starving, and they generally appeared healthier and somewhat heavier compared to people from other bases. Unfortunately, he himself caught the virus by accident and could no longer ease Jiang Ning's burden. Thinking of this, Song Yin sighed again, his eyes brimming with unresolved worries. What if I stay in this half-human, half-zombie state forever? However, seeing Jiang Ning so cheerful, there seemed to be no need to trouble her with his concerns. Who knew that the owner of the bookstore was also an amateur gardener? With a bountiful haul, they decided against visiting any other places and returned happily to the camp. At this time, Minister Liu had already gotten up and was sorting through the items traded yesterday. When Jiang Ning and Song Yin returned, Minister Liu eagerly displayed his gains, obtained through impeccable eloquence. Look. Minister Liu pointed smugly at the sorted piles of supplies. Here are various types of guns and ammunition. Here are animal skins, I'm not sure which animals they came from exactly. See here, there are 2 rabbits that will suit Jiang Boss well. They'll probably be ready to raise within months, and soon we'll have rabbit meat. The remaining items were relatively common objects. Jiang Ning closely examined the 2 rabbits, finding them somewhat sickly looking. She casually fed them a few green vegetables. One of the rabbits kept pulling fur from its neck, behaving as if it had gone mad. Why is this rabbit pulling its own fur? Liu Minster, did you accidentally trade for a mad rabbit? Minister Liu smirked, appearing pleased as if he'd made a great discovery. So, it seems there's something Jiang Boss isn't proficient in. What type of rabbit is this? Clearly, it's pregnant, pulling its fur to prepare a nest for the young rabbits. That's why I said we'd have rabbit meat within months. Since the rabbit was pregnant, Jiang Ning, driven by maternal instincts, stuffed several bundles of straw into its cage and placed a lot of greens inside the rabbit hutch. Eat more and have more baby rabbits, then we'll have little rabbits in the base. Jiang Ning gently stroked the rabbit, which seemed very comfortable. It lowered its head, closed its eyes, and arched its head for Jiang Ning to pet. Seeing how obedient the rabbit was, Jiang Ning liked it even more. Perhaps it's a girl's nature to like these fluffy and cute things. Jiang Ning took extra care of them and didn't forget to check the rabbit cage before going to bed. Time passed quickly. The 3 had obtained enough supplies and stayed indoors motionless. Before they knew it, it was the day they had agreed with Zhongwu. In the early morning, when the sky was just brightening, there came knocking on the door. Having got used to sleeping until noon, Jiang Ning was a bit impatient and asked, "Who is it?" The person outside the door had a good temper and replied warmly to the room. "It's me, Zhongwu, young boss. Today, we have an appointment to meet the camp leader." Just then, Jiang Ning remembered her appointment with someone else and hurriedly dressed up. She grabbed a serum from her bag and gave Song Yin a shot. Still groggy from sleep, Song Yin instinctively reached out to grab the person in front of him upon being pricked. Upon realizing it was Jiang Ning, he helplessly shook his head and put on his clothes. "If you're getting up, why do you have to stick me with a needle?" "It's because we are meeting the camp leader today. I'm afraid that if you feel unwell, you might forget to give yourself the shot, so I'd better come first," said confidently. Song Yin could find no reason to counter her. But from her words, it seemed that she didn't intend to bring him to the banquet. "Are we not going together?" Song Yin asked curiously. After finishing washing up, Jiang Ning looked at him as if he were a fool. "Of course, we're not going together. Your current state isn't good. What if the camp leader notices something and finds an excuse to detain you? Should I return to the base for reinforcements and rescue you?" She made a perfect point, leaving him speechless. When he thought that Jiang Ning would go alone to the banquet, she suddenly pushed Liu Minster, who was still asleep. "Minister Liu, get up. Today, you'll accompany me to see the leader. You've seen many things, so let's take some supplies and trade them for some scarce resources." Chapter 158, Reward. Following Zhongwu, Jiang Ning and Minister Liu came to the second floor of a small cafeteria. At this moment, the second floor was empty. Inside, there were only 2 square tables, half-filled dining tables. It was obvious that this should be a private kitchen. Zhongwu rubbed his hands, with a somewhat fawning smile, explaining to Jiang Ning. "The person in charge was delayed by something, but you can freely use all ingredients and tools here. Our person in charge has long heard of your reputation and wants to taste your cooking. When he learned you were coming, he specifically sought out some materials you might use, treating them as the reward for this meal." As early as the first day Jiang Ning entered the camp, someone had reported their whereabouts to the person in charge. This feeling of being completely exposed made her feel somewhat uncomfortable. Although only she, Minister Liu, and Zhongwu were in the cafeteria, the sensitivity of zombies towards living people told her that there were other live beings in this room. For unknown reasons, they had yet to show themselves. Anyway, since there was a reward to be had, Jiang Ning put aside her discomfort and walked toward the neatly arranged utensils and food. The food was made up of relatively ordinary ingredients and vegetables, all easily recognizable by Jiang Ning at a glance. These items were not as good in quality as those grown in her own base, so Jiang Ning decided against using them. She pulled out her bag of ingredients, neatly arranging them. Minister Liu had some experience helping Jiang Ning wash the vegetables, while the meats were handled personally by Jiang Ning. After casually processing several bones, she placed them into the pot for slow simmering. Jiang Ning sliced a plate of meat into strips, then finely chopped them into small pieces. She prepared minced meat, black pepper powder, salt, green onions, and other seasonings. Both the minced meat and the green onions had strong fragrances and were quite chewy. Her slicing skills were smooth and professional, surprising Zhongwu and Minister Liu who stood nearby. Jiang Ning maintained a calm demeanor throughout. She put the minced meat and green onions into the well-prepared soup. Next, she cooked the minced meat in the pot, stirring it evenly with a spoon. Done. Jiang Ning discarded the soup, then added the minced meat back into the broth, adding a small amount of salt. In this way, the fragrance of the minced meat would ferment in the soup, transforming into umami flavor. This would enhance the taste of the meat in the soup. Finally, Jiang Ning poured the soup into bowls. Zhongwu watched in awe, surprised that something so simple could make such a delicious minced meat dish. At this point, Jiang Ning's gaze scanned around the surroundings, whereupon she found several eggs on the counter. She broke them into the soup and stirred thoroughly, finally transferring the mixture to another pot for further stewing. The aroma seemed to drift into hidden corners. A soft cough sound was heard, prompting a subtle, barely noticeable smile on Jiang Ning's lips. There are indeed others here. They want to test my culinary skills. Thinking about it, she decided to cook another simple home-style dish. This time, she made braised spare ribs. She placed the ribs in the pot, blanching them briefly to remove the blood. Throughout this process, she never stopped moving her hands. She took out several bottles of soy sauce and began preparing the sauce, everything done methodically. Jiang Ning's cooking skills were impeccable. Once the sauce was ready, the ribs were almost half-cooked, having lost their previous fishy smell. At this point, the broth in the pot also began to boil. Jiang Ning placed the ribs into the pot, flipping them over while simultaneously adding an appropriate amount of sugar. Then she generously drizzled the just-made sauce over the top. This series of movements was accomplished seamlessly, leaving Zhongwu and Minister Liu staring open-mouthed. Jiang Ning's performance was simply breathtaking. The tender rib meat rolled in the pot, every piece of rib coated with dark red sauce. Not long after, the aroma followed Jiang Ning's movements and wafted out from the pot. Even the people behind the scenes were getting restless. It smells so wonderful. I have never smelled such a savory aroma before, truly rare, said Minister Liu. Zhongwu nodded in agreement as well. This scent was something he had never encountered before, its delightful taste entrancing him. Jiang Ning quickly stir-fried 4 or 5 dishes. By this time, the soup started to bubble. Jiang Ning added all the remaining ingredients into the pot, pouring the soup into the pot again, stirring once more, then mixing these ingredients together. Thus, a simple bone soup was completed. Placed on the table, with its vibrant reds and greens, it looked very appetizing. Just when Jiang Ning had finished setting up the tableware, a cheerful laugh suddenly came from outside the door. Boss Jiang, I've admired your name for a long time. Is the meal just ready? It smells amazing. Looks like I'm arriving at the right time. A burly man, looking fierce, strode in from the door, firmly grasping Jiang Ning's hand and shaking it twice. Hello, I'm the person in charge here, Zhongqi. I've always heard that there's a culinary god in one of the bases who can make anything taste delicious. I thought I'd only hear about it with my ears for the rest of my life, but didn't expect to actually meet you. Although the personnel turnover in the base is not significant, there are always some people going out on adventures. Once Jiang Ning became famous, the news could no longer be contained, spreading from 10 to 100, and almost all nearby bases came to know her name. People from neighboring camps have also heard of Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning remained modest, and shook hands with Zhongqi as well. Director, your timing couldn't be better. The food has just been served. Why don't we finish eating before talking about business? Zhongqi had been observing Jiang Ning outside the house door since early morning, and the aroma of the food had long awakened his inner craving. Jiang Ning's invitation was exactly what he wanted, so Zhongqi stopped delaying and pulled out a stool to sit down. After everyone took their seats, Zhongqi picked up his chopsticks and grabbed a piece of braised spare ribs. Braised spare ribs usually give off a very common salty and fragrant flavor, yet after being cooked by Jiang Ning, the meat's fishy smell disappeared without a trace, and instead carried a whiff of fresh fragrance. The white sugar might have played a role in enhancing the freshness. It not only couldn't hide the sweetness, but made the meat's flavor reach another level. Delicious, delicious. Zhongqi exclaimed several times, burying his face in the bowl and eating voraciously without lifting his head. Zhongwu had never seen such a rich feast, and immediately ate continuously. Only Minister Liu and Jiang Ning, accustomed to eating these grand feasts slowly, leisurely picked their food, taking their time to eat. Not until everyone was full did Zhongqi pat his stomach, satisfied with a belch, before starting to discuss the main matter. Ms. Jiang's skills truly live up to the reputation. By coincidence, I recently found quite a lot of machinery, things like seeders and irrigation machines for agricultural use. My camp is small and nobody grows crops, so they're useless left here. I think it's better to use them as a reward for Ms. Jiang. Things can only bring out their maximum value when they're in the right hands. This statement seemed to have other implications. Minister Liu understood that this director's needs went far beyond a single meal. Jiang Ning also detected something hidden in the words, but since the other party generously gave away several machines which were precisely what she needed, it wasn't worth dwelling on. Chapter 159 New Infected. Such a valuable thing, it seems inappropriate to just give it to me. Although saying this, Jiang Ning was still going to decline a bit. Zhongqi thought she wouldn't accept it, and hurriedly pulled her. How can it not be appropriate? Just consider it as the payment for this meal. It's just a meal with common ingredients. Since I've just arrived, eating this meal can serve as my gift to the person in charge here, so there's no need to mention payment. After hearing this, Zhongqi had no more excuses, blushed shyly, scratched his head, and then told the truth. In fact, I have another favor to ask of Ms. Jiang. Jiang Ning knew that they must have another request, but these machines could indeed save quite a lot of manpower for planting in the base. Leader, you can tell me your needs. As long as I can manage it, I will try my best to help. Hearing this, Zhongqi finally felt reassured. In fact, it's not a big deal. It's just that a while ago, a group of professors came from the #1 research institute. These professors are the top among all the professors in the post-apocalypse world. Whether it is strength or technology, they far exceed other bases. Especially Professor Zheng, who doesn't have many hobbies except for liking to collect foods he can't eat. Although these were all ordinary things in the past, for the post-apocalypse world, being able to eat anything at all is good enough. Coincidentally, one person in our camp has been infected with the zombie virus and wasn't rescued in time. Now, their life depends on serum injections. That's why I want to invite this Professor Zheng to help see if there's any way to solve this problem. After listening, Jiang Ning was startled inside. Could he be talking about Song Yin? But base 135 is so far away from the camp. This news shouldn't have spread out. Moreover, although Song Yin is now weaker, he's still basically a normal person. She couldn't figure out how the information got out. Could it be those disposable serum syringes? After pondering for a while, she still couldn't come up with a reason. But the look on the other side was clearly more anxious than herself. Seeing that Jiang Ning didn't speak, Zhongwu thought Jiang Ning didn't want to help with this matter and was urgent enough to speak up. Ms. Jiang might have noticed that I share the same surname as the leader. Actually, we're brothers. The one infected by the zombie virus is also my younger brother, Zhong Liu. Unfortunately, a batch of zombies appeared somewhere, biting people without any rationality. The zombie virus carried by them spreads faster than the common zombie virus. Zhong Liu was unfortunately bitten when exchanging supplies at another base. We've worked hard to save his life, but I cannot bear to watch my brother die right in front of my eyes. At a loss what to do, Ms. Jiang appears. Isn't she just our savior? So, it was the victim from the Wutong mountain base. But what does this have to do with Professor Zheng? Minister Liu couldn't help but become curious. Can Professor Zheng really solve the zombie virus? Zhongqi looked serious and worried. Whether he can solve it or not, I don't have full confidence, but Professor Zheng and his team are pioneers in researching zombie viruses. The first type of zombie blood was studied by him, and over the years as the zombie virus continued to mutate, every time, he tested on himself to develop a complete serum. In any case, we wish for him to try. This feeling resonated deeply with Jiang Ning. Song Yin's condition is similar to their younger brother. If Professor Zheng could be invited, perhaps Song Yin would recover sooner. To be honest, one of the people accompanying me was also injured by zombies, showing symptoms similar to your younger brother. Since they were both patients, there was no point hiding it anymore. Jiang Ning revealed everything. The attention of Zhongwu and Zhongqi immediately shifted to Minister Liu. But Minister Liu, pampered to look plump and healthy, certainly didn't appear like someone bitten by zombies. They recalled the frail man who went to the market with Jiang Ning. But, he is just thinner than others. He doesn't look like someone who has been bitten by zombies. Recalling their own younger brother, who has now lost his human form and cannot even speak, tied up in bed wailing aimlessly. His body and mind are gradually turning into a zombie. He has become alarmingly thin, his muscles have atrophied, and his skin is tightly adhered to his bones. He knows who his family members are only occasionally, otherwise, he has turned into a nearly dead individual. Our base owns a complete set of scientific research equipment that delayed the outbreak of the virus on her body. Since she can't reveal everything completely, she decided to lay all the blame on Professor Deng. After hearing this, Zhongqi showed an expression of sudden understanding. No wonder. Our camp does have serum, but these kinds of scientific research talents have always been very scarce. Since we are all in the same situation, I hope Ms. Jiang can lend us a hand. As long as we can invite Professor Zheng, my brother will be saved. Whatever you need, just let me know, and I'll do everything possible to get it for you. In fact, even without this promise, Jiang Ning would still help, because everyone knows Professor Zheng. If he agrees to step in, there might be hope to crack the virus in Song Yin's body. Jiang Ning pondered for a moment and nodded. I can help you, but when will Professor Zheng come over? We don't have much of our special serum left, and we originally planned to return in a few days. Song Yin needs an increasing amount of serum, and they've already consumed more than half of what they brought. Jiang Ning's plan was to finish this private banquet and then take Song Yin back to the base first. It seems like she won't be able to go back anytime soon now. Understanding the importance of serum for someone infected with the zombie virus, Zhongqi thought for a while and then responded. Here's what we can do, you take the supplies and head back to the base first, but I have one request. Can you take my younger brother along? Even if it's just keeping him alive temporarily, we must prevent his condition from worsening. Professor Zheng is supposed to inspect this camp within the next few days. I will definitely find a way to convince him to stay and bring him to your base. This method, currently speaking, is the best he could think of. But he isn't sure if Jiang Ning would accept an additional patient. Unexpectedly, Jiang Ning agreed rather straightforwardly. Sure, but I cannot fully guarantee success. If anything unfortunate happens to your younger brother on the way, it shouldn't be blamed on me. Upon hearing that Jiang Ning is willing to take his younger brother back, Zhongqi was already very pleased. As long as his life can be saved, anything works. In case something happens during the journey, that would just be fate. Although he talks like this, Zhongqi still hopes his younger brother can safely arrive at the base. After all, Song Yin's condition is evident to all. Even though he has been infected with the zombie virus, he is still indistinguishable from a living person, which proves that Base 135's technology far surpasses their camp. Only in this way can his younger brother secure even a sliver of hope. Chapter 160, Sweet and Sour Ribs. It wasn't until the day of their return that Jiang Ning finally saw Zhongju. He had been infected by the zombie virus. His face was rotting, his skin ulcerated, and his body covered in pus-filled sores. His hands were deformed, and he looked like a mutated zombie, terrifying to behold. His features were completely distorted, making it impossible to recognize what he once looked like. He had even lost his sanity. If not tied to the bed, he might have lashed out and injured someone at any moment. Boss Jiang, why don't you feed him some chunks of meat first? Maybe it'll help calm him down. He's too agitated right now. I'm really afraid that when we lift him into the vehicle later, I might accidentally get bitten. Minister Liu, despite being tall and imposing, was rather timid. After going through many hardships, he valued his life more than ever. He dared to say this only in front of Jiang Ning. If Zhongwu were here, he wouldn't dare to speak so casually. Jiang Ning nodded and approached Zhongju with some meat chunks. She shoved the meat into Zhongju's mouth, but he still let out an angry roar, his eyes filled with fierce hostility. If once wasn't enough, she tried again. After shoving over a dozen pieces of meat, Zhongju's agitation finally eased slightly. Perhaps satiated, he lay motionless on the bed, his pale face resembling that of a corpse. All right, let's go. The sooner we get back to base, the better. This thing in the truck is too horrifying. Minister Liu said this as he looked at Zhongju, who remained unconscious. Okay, Jiang Ning responded. Sorry boss Jiang for your trouble. Things like this are not good to be around. It's best if you keep your distance, lest you get infected, said the nurse, while looking at Zhongju and then lifting him onto the truck bed. He added to Jiang Ning. Hearing these words, Jiang Ning furrowed her brows. Such occurrences were common in the world of the zombie virus. It's fine. I don't mind, Jiang Ning shook her head and replied. Minister Liu nodded in agreement. Jiang Ning walked out with Minister Liu and his team. Curiously, although both half-human and half-zombie, Zhongju did not attack Song Yin. The tasks of administering serums and feeding meat chunks thus fell to Song Yin during their journey. Finally, after various detours, they returned to the base. Coincidentally, today was Liu Qiao's shift. When he saw Jiang Ning's truck returning, he became excited for a moment and shouted loudly, "The supervisor is back." Behind the truck, quite a few people from the camp followed with machinery. It seemed that this outing was highly successful. Song Yin jumped out of the trunk and quickly went over to help Liu Qiao, who noticed him and came forward. Luckily you're here, help me carry this person down and send them straight to the 9th floor lab. Upon seeing the wretched state of the person in the trunk, barely recognizable as human, Liu Qiao's previously elated expression turned grim immediately. Big brother, what the hell is this thing? Is it gonna bite? Seeing Liu Qiao lacking seriousness, Song Yin glared at him. If you don't help me now, I'll bite you first. Only then did Liu Qiao obediently assist in pulling the man down, bringing along members of the hunter group to return to the research institute. Zhongju's virus was similar to Song Yin's, created by the Wutong mountain base, and the treatment was roughly the same. But all the dried meat at the base had been eaten by Song Yin alone, leaving only enough for Zhongju to eat raw meat blocks for now. Having just returned, Jiang Ning didn't have a moment to rest. She rushed to make some small meat snacks. After all, another big consumer had arrived. Even if it weren't for others, she needed to ensure Zhongju gradually recovered in their base for Song Yin's sake. Let's just make some pork floss too. Jiang Ning tied on her apron, cut some pork, and started chopping up the meat filling. Practice makes perfect. Moreover, this time, she brought back a lot of new recipes, so Jiang Ning didn't feel particularly fatigued. In no time, several fragrant sheets of pork jerky came out of the pan. The book actually has instructions for making so many dishes. Should we try one? She decided to randomly select a recipe and practice her skills. Sweet and sour ribs. It turns out frying them thoroughly before cooking gives them more flavor. No wonder mine always tasted off before. Jiang Ning regretted her previous efforts that turned out so poorly. She copied down these recipes on paper, planning to find a book to study in the afternoon. Once she learned, she would surely master how to cook these dishes. Her cooking was decent, and with the help of the recipes, it wouldn't take much explanation for her to figure out where her earlier mistakes lay. She blanched the ribs first, then placed ginger, garlic, and scallions as instructed by the recipe. The steps seem pretty simple, but we'll see how the finished product turns out. When the ribs were halfway cooked, Jiang Ning asked them to lift them out and drain the water. Then, she set a large pot on the fire, adding nearly half a pot of oil. When small bubbles started to rise at the bottom of the pot, the oil temperature was about right. Frying requires some courage, after all, not everyone can face the scorching hot oil splatters. As soon as the ribs were dropped into the pot, the oil began to sizzle loudly. Oil and water have always been like fire and water. The oil droplets splattered wildly as they fried away the moisture until gradually calming down and beginning to contend with the ribs in the pot. After a while, the ribs turned golden brown, and the oil no longer smelled simply of rapeseed but instead had mixed with the aroma of meat. Don't waste this oil, it can be used to cook quite a few dishes. The oil used for frying ribs is especially fragrant. Even when cooking vegetables, it tastes good. Jiang Ning scooped up the ribs, then filtered the oil through a sieve, carefully storing it away. She glanced at the recipe again. The next step is caramelizing the sugar. This is simple. Taking advantage of the residual oil in the pan, Jiang Ning sprinkled in some rock sugar. In a moment, the small flame under the stove melted the sugar in the pan. This was the perfect time to add the ribs. After stirring them around, the ribs immediately took on the caramelized color. She added soy sauce, vinegar, and other seasonings, stir-fried them evenly, and then a plate of sweet and sour ribs was ready. Just as Jiang Ning was about to taste her latest culinary creation, Liu Qiao took the elevator from the ground floor all the way up to the third. Seeing Jiang Ning holding chopsticks ready to dig in, he quickly rushed forward. Boss Jiang, that's not fair. We're still busy downstairs at Jiulong, and you're eating alone here. I don't care, I'm claiming my share. Alright, go ahead and try first. Although Liu Qiao was a bit older than her, his temperament was far less mature. Minister Liu had protected his son so well that even now, Liu Qiao still had the mentality of a child. The sweet and sour ribs went into Liu Qiao's mouth, and he let out a satisfied sigh. The sweet and sour flavor, I love it. This is too delicious. Boss Jiang, your skills have improved. With the lavish praise, Jiang Ning immediately felt lighthearted. Then eat 2 more pieces. If it's not enough, there's still more in the pot. I made it specifically for you guys to try. Chapter 161, Food Poisoning. As soon as Song Yin returned to the base, he was taken to the observation room by the researchers, where a substantial amount of blood was drawn. Meanwhile, Zhongju was also tied down in the observation room for focused research. The team was conducting preliminary evaluations on Song Yin's physical condition. Captain Song, the zombie virus inside your body has entered a dormant state. Mr. Jiang's food therapy really does work, one of the scientists said. Yes, Captain Song. Your body's recovery ability is getting stronger day by day. You can already get out of bed and move around, and your muscle tissue has completely healed, another scientist added. Hearing this, Song Yin felt extremely excited. Really? Of course. We wouldn't dare lie to you, a young scientist beside him answered with a smile. You only need to continue with the dietary therapy. Even if the zombie virus cannot be completely eradicated, it won't reactivate in the short term. For now, you can live normally at the base. That's great. A look of excitement appeared on Song Yin's face. Unfortunately, Zhongju wasn't as lucky. He was on the brink of becoming a zombie. His body was connected to many tubes, some carrying blood, others containing serum. Lying in bed, Zhongju continued to let out unconscious growls. Assistants were constantly feeding him chunks of meat and buns. After eating the meat, Zhongju became less restless, but he still glared at the people in front of him as if consuming them was the only way to relieve his anger. He's been severely infected. Right now, we can only cleanse all the blood in his body with serum. Adding Mr. Jiang's food will definitely save his life, but whether he survives as a human or turns into a zombie remains uncertain. Professor Deng shook his head regretfully. The Wutong mountain base has done too much harm. They will inevitably suffer retribution. At that moment, Jiang Ning arrived at the laboratory with freshly prepared sweet and sour spare ribs. Her arrival made everyone stop their work and turn to her. Everyone has worked so hard. Please have a taste of this, it's very delicious. Jiang Ning placed the ribs on a table. Everyone approached, sampling the food. It tasted absolutely fantastic. It's really delicious, everyone praised. After a long and exhausting day, nothing was more motivating than Jiang Ning's homemade meal. Being able to conduct research using comprehensive instruments and enjoying such abundant cuisine kept the professors from leaving the 798 base, which was always closely tied to Wutong Mountain. After everyone had eaten and drank their fill, Song Yin followed Jiang Ning to the farmland. He still hadn't forgotten about the seeds he had found earlier in the city. Experienced from planting numerous times, Jiang Ning skillfully dug holes, buried soil, and planted the seeds. Most importantly, she watered them with the special watering pot provided by the system. Various types of seeds were planted, and they could only wait patiently for them to mature. You've worked too hard during this period. Why don't you take a few days off? Song Yin wiped the sweat off Jiang Ning's forehead caused by the sun. Jiang Ning, looking at the seeds she had planted, was filled with a sense of accomplishment and did not feel tired at all. Looking out over the land, the business of the small villa seemed to be booming, requiring little management from her. Moreover, during this period, she had gained quite a few new recipes. There was no way Jiang Ning would stop working immediately. We got a recipe, didn't we? There are many dishes on it that I've never seen before. What if I prepare them and let you try them? Song Yin obviously didn't want to force her, since cooking was her passion. Alright, then what do you plan to cook? Jiang Ning glanced up at the scorching sun, feeling the heat rising to her head. She had also handed the carbonic acid machine over to the system for modification. On such hot days, even the thought of food was unappealing. How about we make cold noodles? With the hot weather, an ice-cold drink paired with a bowl of cold noodles is sure to stimulate one's appetite. Decisions made quickly. The process for making cold noodles was rather simple. Jiang Ning boiled the noodles in hot water until cooked, then transferred them into icy water. She mixed chili oil and sesame together, then poured heated oil over them to enhance the aroma. Adding soy sauce, light soy sauce, salt, and monosodium glutamate, she stirred everything thoroughly, thus completing the seasoning for the cold noodles. Song Yin didn't sit idle either. He cut some carrots and cucumber strips, and also boiled some blanched vegetables. After tossing the noodles, he neatly arranged the vegetables on top, thereby finishing the preparation of the cold noodles. This new dish could also serve as a novelty addition to the menu of the small villa. She first sent a sample batch to the villa, instructing the staff there to follow her recipe to replicate the cold noodles. What remained went entirely to the science lab. This cold noodle is refreshingly appetizing. In just one go, Song Yin ate half a bowl of noodles. Although there was no meat, the flavor easily matched any meat dish. Jiang Ning was also satisfied with her own skills, devouring one bowl after another continuously. It's too greasy to only eat noodles. I'll go upstairs and get some appetizers. As soon as he went upstairs, he heard a commotion inside. My wife had a stomachache after eating your food. Look at what has happened to her. The hospital said it's food poisoning. Here's the report. You call out your boss. Everyone knew that the head of the base was also the boss of this restaurant. The diners gathered around the man, holding their bowls while eating, neither continuing nor stopping. The employees looked anxious and kept explaining. Our food is definitely the cleanest. It's impossible to cause an upset stomach or food poisoning. But the man wouldn't back down. Is there anywhere else in our base other than Jiang Ning's small shop selling food? I saw the packaging clearly, it's printed with Jiang Ning's small shop on it. He confidently pulled out the takeaway box, and after careful examination by the staff, it was indeed from their shop. What's going on? Sullen-faced, Jiang Ning walked into the front hall, catching everyone's attention immediately. Upon seeing the manager emerge, the man became even more belligerent. Although Jiang Ning was now the manager, the person ate at her shop and something happened. Thus, the responsibility fell squarely on her shoulders. Check if this is your shop's product. Smell it and see if it's spoiled. I took it home yesterday, and luckily, I didn't eat it. Jiang Ning picked up the meal box, confirming that it was indeed a product from the system and her own place. There was truly no other restaurant in the base except hers. Having customers suffer from upset stomachs was a very serious matter, so she couldn't handle it lightly. She looked around the room. I apologize for interrupting everyone's meals today. Anyone who dined here today will be given free food tomorrow upon visiting the store. Then, she turned to the angry man. First, I believe there won't be any issues with the food from our shop. However, we're willing to cooperate with you to find the root of the problem. There are cameras in the store. We'll review all surveillance footage from yesterday. Chapter 162, Unwilling to Give Up. The man remained angry after hearing these words. What do you mean by that? Delaying time? Isn't this just a blatant way of bullying people? All evidence pointed to only Jiang Ning's small shop selling the food that had already gone bad. No matter how many times they checked the surveillance, it could only indicate that the food in the shop was unclean. Sir, you've misunderstood. This incident is absolutely not something done by our shop. Our staff has only just started working here and doesn't even know what happened. Moreover, there's surveillance inside the shop. I'm willing to show the surveillance footage to everyone so you can see for yourself whether you have been wronged. For me. The man scoffed coldly, then hurry up. The surveillance room is downstairs. I've already sent someone to retrieve the footage. It'll take some time to get the surveillance video out, so please wait for a moment. Upon hearing her words, the man's expression softened somewhat. All right, I'll believe you this once. Not long after, the surveillance footage was retrieved. Jiang Ning's little shop operated 24 hours a day, and the customers also gathered around to watch. There was a TV on the wall in the hall, so Jiang Ning simply projected the surveillance onto the screen, allowing everyone to witness it firsthand. The man was also confident, if he found his wife's figure, he would point it out loudly. He would then fiercely accuse Jiang Ning, as the person in charge, of using her position to bully guests, selling food that didn't meet safety standards, and causing his wife's food poisoning, which landed her in the hospital. This time, there must be a hefty compensation fee. The customers put down their meals and focused intently on the screen. The surveillance covered a wide range, almost encompassing the entire small building. People inside the building, aside from the staff, were coming in and out, indicating how busy the business was. Jiang Ning was also carefully observing anyone who might seem suspicious, but no one made any suspicious moves. Most people left after completing their transactions. Although the video was long, it quickly fast-forwarded and finished within a short period. The man's face grew darker with each passing second. In yesterday's video, there wasn't a single appearance of his wife. How is this possible? The meal boxes are your dishes, and they're from here, yet they weren't purchased at the shop. At this moment, the employees of Jiang Ning's shop finally exhaled in relief. Even the customers began discussing amongst themselves. I said it, Boss Jiang's food quality is always reliable. How could we possibly buy something that's already spoiled? It's true. I've eaten here for such a long time, and my health keeps getting better. I've never seen anyone get poisoned after eating here. Boss Jiang has contributed so much to the base, and yet this person still comes looking for trouble. It wasn't her stomach problem but somehow blamed it on Boss Jiang. Yes. Back when the base was smaller, everyone supported the boss. Now that the base has grown larger, all sorts of people have come into play. Hearing the murmurs of the crowd, the man's expression turned increasingly worse. It's impossible. I clearly smelled the scent of your shop. Besides Boss Jiang's shop, where else can one find such fragrant food? Moreover, yesterday, fewer people ordered takeout. There were less than 10 individuals, all of whom were men. There wasn't a single woman among them who could have taken away a problematic takeaway order. I don't care, if this food is from your shop, then you have to give me an explanation. Regardless of where my wife got this meal from, you are responsible. In a fit of anger, the man threw the food container onto the ground, producing a clattering sound, and the stench of rotting food filled the air. However, no one paid attention to it. Everyone merely stared at the man with shocked and frightened eyes as if to say, "Are you crazy?" Realizing his loss of composure, the man could no longer care at this point. Yet, his wife still lay in the hospital. The large compensation he originally planned to extort was now gone. The man could only act like a hooligan, refusing to leave the store. The patrol team had already heard the commotion and stood waiting outside the door. But they dared not step forward. This was, after all, Boss Jiang's shop. If problems arose, they feared that others might say they were being biased. Many employees were already shaking with anger, wanting to confront the man. It's clearly not food sold from our shop. Who knows where you found a foul-smelling meal? If every time someone eats something outside and gets sick, they blame it on our shop, then how are we supposed to keep running? With his mindset, the man sat on the ground, making a fuss, pointing at Jiang Ning and shouting abuses. Tell me, apart from your shop in the base, where else can you find such meal boxes? My wife ate this thing, and now she is still lying in the hospital getting an 4 drip. And now you want to rely on being the head of the base to ignore us common people? I don't care, if today you don't give me a satisfactory answer, then I'll come here every day to make a fuss. You won't be able to do business. This kind of ruffian-like behavior caused everyone around to sneer at him. How can he be sure that what he ate must be Boss Jiang's stuff without even entering the shop? Boss Jiang's store cannot go out of business. The portions here are big, the skills are good, much better than the cafeteria food. More importantly, it's cheap. Just a few books can exchange for a box meal. Where can I find such a high-quality and affordable place? That's true. Boss Jiang's shop has already become my canteen. I've eaten here for so long without any problems. He must have come to cause trouble. Facing the criticism of the crowd, the man paid no heed and kept demanding compensation from Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning had no way to deal with such a rascal. Even though the customers knew it wasn't the little shop's fault. With the disturbance created by the man, the customers lost their appetite. Let alone his plan to come every day. Such a headache. Though this was the case, even if the man wasn't causing trouble, the takeaway boxes of Jiang Ning's small shop were provided by the system and would generally be recycled the next day, so it was unlikely that they could end up outside. So where did the meal box in the man's hand come from? Jiang Ning walked up to the man, looked down at him, and the authority in her eyes made the man involuntarily shiver. Although his heart was weak, his mouth remained fierce. Don't try to evade responsibility. Just because you're in charge, you think you can treat lives as grass. According to reason, my store doesn't bear the responsibility for this, but the takeaway box indeed came from our store. Jiang Ning looked at the man, unwilling to beat about the bush with him. I will find out the source of this food, but that doesn't mean I will tolerate your antics here. If you truly care about your wife's safety, you should stay in the hospital rather than coming here to demand compensation. I will definitely find out who sold this food, and then you can settle accounts with them. Chapter 163, The Second-Hand Dealers. Seeing that Jiang Ning was not easy to fool and the guests around were pointing fingers at him, the man stood up awkwardly. Then you must give me some time, otherwise, if this keeps dragging on, who knows if it will end up as if nothing happened. Jiang Ning glanced at the man. No, in my shop, there can't be any safety issues. Since someone is impersonating me for fraud, I certainly won't let them go. After finally managing to send the man away, Jiang Ning didn't have time to deal with other things for the moment and took out the recent surveillance footage, checking it over and over again. Song Yin chewed on some pork floss while also helping to look for suspicious people. Now, the researchers at the Research Institute are too busy trying to stabilize Zhongju's condition to have any time. Since Song Yin's condition is stable, he's allowed to run around everywhere. This guy really has a lot of guts, actually daring to impersonate me in my store, but fortunately, my staff are many, and the customers trust me. Otherwise, he would have succeeded today. Thinking about someone using her name for impersonation and fraud, Jiang Ning felt extremely upset. The reputation of her small shop has been built step by step, through hard work. Who are these conscienceless people who dare to steal her name? Without blinking, the two of them searched for 2 days before finally locking down a few suspicious individuals. Look, these few people have been bringing large amounts of supplies every half-month to exchange for food, buying various types of meals, and taking them away as takeout. Can one person finish all this food? Song Yin frowned slightly, feeling that these people were definitely not ordinary. But Jiang Ning couldn't see anything unusual, leaning her hand on the backrest of Song Yin's chair. People often come to the store to buy things for their friends. It's quite normal to buy a lot. But these people almost come every day. Even though the base is prosperous, who is willing to spend money having others buy food for them every day? I think these people must have an issue. Why don't we investigate? In another dark corner, several men gathered together. On the table in front of them lay the takeaway from Jiang Ning's small shop. A lot of people queued up in front of the table, exchanging very little resources for a boxed meal. These few had made huge profits, Counting the materials, they grinned happily. If only I knew selling second-hand goods could make so much money, why would we bother working so hard? Hee, it's Jong brother who's clever. Things from Boss Jiang's store taste good. Even if we mix in some cafeteria food, no one would tell. The cafeteria food is free. With this arrangement, we still make decent profit. It's just Jong brother's smart brain. We trade 3 portions of cafeteria food for 1 portion of Boss Jiang's food. 4 boxed meals, we sell cheaply. For those without boxes, we sell like cabbage. Many customers are willing to come. They chatted about Jiang Ning's shop while drinking wine. Brother Jong, we've earned a fortune again this time. Hee, don't get too excited, kid. Didn't you see? Boss Jiang has already begun to suspect us. You all said it, Boss Jiang is pretty astute. What's there to fear? We've done pretty well here. As long as there's no evidence, Boss Jiang can't do anything about it. Yeah, we can't be too arrogant either. We need to be careful and avoid being noticed by the patrol team. Haha. Brother Jong, do you think the patrol group will come to catch us? They probably won't. Unless someone reports us, they wouldn't be able to find us. If we're careful, there will be no danger. Although Jiang Ning suspected the emergence of second-hand dealers, they usually did things carefully, and she wouldn't be able to trace it to them. After having a bit of drink, these few drunkenly returned to their dormitory and fell asleep immediately. Since the faces of these few were identified, Jiang Ning didn't alert the killing squad to capture them right away but instead first figured out their identities. Once again, they're from base 578. Are the people from this base rotten from top to bottom? How come all these low-grade things are related to them? Jiang Ning gritted her teeth while looking at the report in her hand. TSK, I said these guys were problematic. So what do we do next? While speaking, Song Yin ate barbecue skewers. Now, he's also learned how to make great skewers, providing himself during idle times. These people must be captured and caught red-handed. After thinking for a while, Jiang Ning quickly came up with an idea. The dealings of these 3 second-hand dealers generally happen in the evening. They bought quite a lot of meals from Jiang Ning's small shop today. Adding these to the meals taken from the canteen earlier in the day, they slightly mixed them into Jiang Ning's takeaway boxes. At this point, more and more people were queuing outside, wanting to buy cheap food. Only then did the 3 second-hand dealers slowly emerge, placing ingredients to start selling. Today's meals are generally provided by Boss Jiang, sold at a discount, with guaranteed quality, absolutely cheaper than buying in Boss Jiang's shop. Many people came upon hearing the news, quietly queuing up, exchanging money for goods. But there were also some doubts. Is the food here clean? How come I've heard that someone got poisoned after eating? Then they went to cause trouble at Boss Jiang's shop. I've heard that too. It seems the food went bad. Could it be that what they sell is also spoiled food? It shouldn't be. I've bought from here many times. Although the taste differs from Boss Jiang's small shop, it seems mixed with other foods, but it wins with its cheap price, and I haven't had any problems so far. Really? It's my first time here. You're not fooling me, are you? Really? If it weren't for the cheap price and large portions, why would we bother coming here? Some old customers who couldn't afford Boss Jiang Ning's shop food were still trying to defend these 3 second-hand dealers. The weather was getting hotter, and food wouldn't stay fresh for long. Originally, they always sold out all their food on the same day, and whatever remained was eaten themselves, so no issues of spoilage ever occurred. But an accident happened that day. A woman kept them insisting on buying 1 meal, saying she'd get beaten if she went home empty-handed. They were second-hand dealers, not armed militants, and seeing that the woman already had injuries, they gave her the last remaining portion of food. Who would have thought? That 1 meal led to their second-hand dealing being exposed. On top of that, because of the commotion caused by that man, quite a few customers stopped coming. However, fortunately, this issue never happened again. After observing for a while, some loyal patrons resumed buying and even brought along new customers. Busy distributing food, none of them noticed that several unfamiliar faces had joined the queue. Had they bothered to look up and examine closely, they would have realized these were all new members of the hunting squad. Chapter 164, Picking a Fight. After purchasing the meals, these people brought them back to the basement untouched. Jiang Ning looked solemn as he opened his lunchbox that had been delivered from outside. Sure enough, the food inside was from his own little shop. However, the quantity was small, and most of it was still the large pot meals from the canteen. These people are clever, mixing the 2 types of meals together. They preserve the aroma while saving costs. With such good minds, why don't they do something decent? Song Yin sighed. If these people were willing to earn money honestly, they wouldn't make less than what they're doing now. Jiang Ning angrily threw the food box on the ground. If you have the ability, why don't you grow your own food and open a small store for fair competition? Why must you use my name, and when problems arise, everyone will naturally come to me? How dare you act without taking responsibility? It was already confirmed that it was indeed these people causing trouble behind the scenes. Jiang Ning decided to catch them all. But Song Yin stopped him. If you expose them, everyone will know that buying food from you and reselling it at a lower price is profitable. Even if they are caught, others will imitate their behavior to make money. Customers won't know this, so they will think the reseller's food is cheaper but similar in taste. They will choose the reseller's food. You might as well find a way to let everyone understand that buying from the resellers is unsafe and can endanger lives. This way, their business will naturally disappear. That made sense, but these people just mixed 2 kinds of food together. To say it was harmful was really not the case. What should we do then? I can't possibly poison the food they buy, can I? Jiang Ning, in a fit of anger, couldn't think of any good solutions for the moment. Since you're a chef, don't you know that many ingredients counteract each other? Some things shouldn't be eaten together. Since they mix two types of food before selling, why don't we play with that idea? Song Yin's words undoubtedly gave Jiang Ning a new perspective. Her eyes brightened. Yes, how could I have missed that? Starting today, we'll change the entire menu of the canteen. Soon, the menus distributed by the canteen were all changed. Many long-term canteen eaters expressed their feelings. How has the canteen food suddenly become so good recently? Is it because the base sees our hard work and doesn't want us to only have plain tea and rice? The resellers were also pleased. We didn't expect the quality of the canteen food to improve so much recently. Now, we can raise the price of our meals. That day, the canteen replaced wheat and rice with pure rice, and provided unlimited steamed buns and bread. The second-hand vendors took quite a bit of it and mixed it with the food from Jiang Ning's canteen. The mixed food sold extremely well, and the reputation of several second-hand vendors improved significantly. After nearly a week of selling like this, an incident finally occurred on an evening. A burly man carrying his brother stormed to the stalls, placing his brother on the ground, and stood right in front of the stall. 3 second-hand vendors were happily making sales, constantly collecting items, and got a fright when they saw a giant-like figure suddenly appear before them. Hey brother, what are you doing? The man in front was furious, and the pale-faced man clutched his stomach shivering. What happened? I want to ask you. For the past few days, my brother and I ate the food you sold here. How long has it been? My brother started vomiting and diarrhea, and the hospital diagnosed it as food poisoning. What are you going to do about it? Customers queued behind paused their steps, suddenly remembering there had been another food poisoning incident earlier. The second-hand vendors realized clearly that this person was picking a fight, and customers began to hesitate because of this matter. They understood that if this issue wasn't handled properly, their future business would be impacted. Unlike Jiang Ning, who was brave and strategic, they themselves knew there might be some issues with their food, but absolutely nothing fatal. They could only force a smile and address the burly man. Big brother, I'm sure the food we sell couldn't cause food poisoning. Perhaps there's some misunderstanding. The hell kind of misunderstanding? Recently, I've been treating your place as my cafeteria, coming every day for 3 meals. All your stuff, and you talk about misunderstandings? If you can't give me a reasonable explanation today, I'll smash your stall. Clearly, this man wasn't one to be messed with, and the man beside him was coughing more severely, appearing ready to faint. The vendors immediately panicked, realizing calming down the burly man was key. Buddy, please calm down. We have many customers here. There must be some misunderstanding. How about this? I'll give you 2 more boxed meals today. If anything goes wrong after eating them, you can come back and find me. Before the words had even finished, several noisy voices came from a distance. It was here. I bought a meal box here yesterday. After eating it, my daughter started vomiting. She went to the hospital where they said it was food poisoning. Tests showed there was a problem with the food in the box. Boss, you need to explain this to me. Those people approached the stall, nearly overturning it. They were filled with rage as well. Seeing this, the other customers stopped shopping and gathered around to watch the spectacle instead. There were never any issues eating their food before. Why are so many people experiencing food poisoning now? My stomach has been uncomfortable for the past few days. Could it be because of their food? Come to think of it, I've noticed an odd sour smell in their dishes lately. What should we do? Should we still buy? Buy what? Let's just see how they handle this. If it's unsatisfactory, we won't shop here anymore. Just as everyone was talking, another group of people arrived and began smashing the stall. These bastards. Whatever they sold me made my whole family sick. Now they're lying in the hospital, unable to move. Smash their stall to bits, and let's see if they dare sell poisonous food again. Startled by the aggressive newcomers, the second-hand vendors hurriedly shielded their stall while shouting loudly. This is definitely a misunderstanding. Everyone, please calm down first. No matter what happened, you can't just destroy my stall like this. What kind of misunderstanding? You sold the food, and the people who ate it got sick afterward. Now you're telling me it's a misunderstanding? These people placed their hands on their hips, glaring fiercely, wishing they could swallow these resellers whole. The resellers couldn't comprehend it either. The food they'd been selling consistently had been normal. How could it suddenly cause problems? Regrettably, they felt uneasy inside. Jiang Ning's little shop had ensured the quality of its food. However, the cafeteria's food might not be reliable. Could it be that something was wrong with the cafeteria's food? Having no other choice, the resellers apologized profusely, trying hard to keep their stalls intact. We have no idea how this food poisoning happened this time, but esteemed sirs, if you're not satisfied, all the food today will be free. What do you say? Chapter 165, Professor Zheng. I don't think it's looking too good. Let's all rush in and smash his shop. We'll see if he dares to sell these nonsense items again. At the command, several men instantly erupted, destroying everything they could get their hands on. The second-hand vendors didn't have time to dodge and were also beaten until they were bruised and bloody. Only when the stall was left in shambles did the group feel satisfied, venting their anger. The leader adjusted his clothes, wiped away sweat, and glared menacingly at the few second-hand vendors huddled in a corner. You can't even guarantee food safety. What kind of store are you running? We'll beat you up every time we see you from now on. With that, they left in high spirits. After this commotion, everyone knew that there was a small stall here selling toxic food, causing many people to suffer from food poisoning, with the stall eventually being trashed. People gradually stopped buying from there. Even if they couldn't afford the food from Boss Jiang's store, the cafeteria was actually not a bad choice. This matter finally passed over quietly, and the cafeteria menu returned to normal. Just as Jiang Ning sighed in relief, thinking she could take a rest. Unexpectedly, Zhongqi suddenly sent her a message. Professor Zheng has agreed to follow me to the 135 base to taste Boss Jiang's skills. They should arrive in the next couple of days. Boss Jiang, make sure you're well prepared. Without needing his reminder, Jiang Ning had already prepared all the ingredients early. Hearing that Professor Zheng was coming, everyone in the lab was brimming with excitement, cleaning the lab until it was spotless. Is Professor Zheng really coming here? He's the top researcher in the end-of-the-world serum project. So what? Our boss Jiang is also the top chef in making delicacies in the end times. Inviting Professor Zheng to taste her dishes isn't an ordinary thing, is it? You don't understand, Professor Zheng's status is too high, he generally doesn't come to places like our small base. It's unclear how boss Jiang managed to invite him this time. Regardless of how she did it, let's just get to work quickly. In case Professor Chen comes to inspect our laboratory, if it's messy, aren't we embarrassing Jiang boss? A few assistants, while not busy, chatted idly by the side, cleaning the laboratory thoroughly as they spoke. But upon seeing Zhongju in the observation room, they couldn't help but shake their heads. Alas, what a pitiful person. The Tongshan base is truly despicable. No one knows what they've researched, just look at what they've turned this person into, neither human nor zombie. During this period, Zhongju ate quite a lot of the food provided by Jiang Ning. Although he hasn't fully regained human consciousness, he no longer randomly injures others. He lies motionless on the bed, tubes constantly drawing blood from his body, cleansing it, and then rainfusing it back. His diet is specially managed, mixing meat pieces with the dishes made by Boss Jiang and forcibly feeding them to him. He certainly looks pitiable. On the bright side, her vital signs remain very stable, and the zombie virus inside her body isn't as violent as before, giving Zhongju ample breathing space. Since the base would be receiving important guests, Liu Ling led everyone in thoroughly cleaning the base, inside and out. The camellias by the wall bloomed beautifully under the sun. Once everything was ready, Jiang Ning finally replied to Zhongqi's message. I am prepared. What does Professor Zheng like to eat? I need some time to prepare ahead, right? Zhongqi seemed extremely excited, offering detailed instructions to Jiang Ning. Professor Zheng isn't picky about food, but he especially likes vegetables. He always feels that meat is too greasy. If the meat dishes are light in flavor, he enjoys them too. Oh, and by the way, Professor Zheng's taste leans towards sweetness. Boss Jiang, please consider choosing some appropriate dishes accordingly. A preference for sweetness? Jiang Ning immediately thought of tomato scrambled eggs with sugar and squirrel mandarin fish with sugar. If he only leaned toward slightly sweet tastes, that shouldn't be difficult to handle. Everyone in the little mansion bustled about. Boss Jiang prepared the freshest ingredients, awaiting Professor Zheng's arrival. The weather was clear, with miles of blue skies, marking the day when Professor Zheng was set to arrive. The 135 base placed great importance on this matter. After all, Professor Zheng's reputation was undeniable. Dressed in new clothing, everyone stood neatly outside the base entrance, waiting for Zhongqi's convoy. Before long, 3 large trucks came into view from outside the base, followed by a sedan, creating a fleet-like impression of more than a dozen vehicles. No need to guess, Professor Zheng must be in the sedan. The trucks stopped slowly at the base entrance. Zhongqi stepped out first, leading the team. Behind him, Professor Zheng also descended from the sedan. Simultaneously, a few people dressed in white coats emerged from the car, undoubtedly Professor Zheng's assistants. How is my brother doing? Is he okay? Zhongwu's bond with Zhongqi and Zhongju appeared to be extremely profound. The first thing Zhongqi asked upon getting out of the car was about his younger brother's condition. Jiang Ning gave him a reassuring look. As for your younger brother's condition, it has been controlled. He's not as violent as he used to be, but still requires specialized care and special dietary treatment. It's unlikely that his situation will improve significantly. The zombie virus in his body has stayed for too long and is very difficult to clear out. Song Yin was also standing nearby. Over this period, thanks to Jiang Ning's feeding, he started looking more like a human again. His body shape began to resemble his original figure. If no one knew the truth, it would be hard to guess that Song Yin had once been infected with the zombie virus, and it hadn't been completely eradicated. Seeing Song Yin and knowing his brother's condition wasn't bad, Zhongqi put his heart at ease and introduced to Jiang Ning. This is Professor Zheng, and these are his assistants. Professor Deng, this is the boss Jiang I mentioned to you before. Professor Zheng was an elderly man with grey hair but still full of vitality. Dressed in a black overcoat, his hair was combed neatly without a strand out of place, and his face full of wrinkles carried a kind and gentle smile. He tightly held Jiang Ning's hand upon seeing her and greeted her warmly. Boss Jiang, I have long heard of your reputation. Even though they both knew it was just a formality, Professor Zheng spoke as if Jiang Ning were some extraordinary person. Jiang Ning quickly noticed how scorching hot the sun was outside. She turned around and picked up the ice-chilled plum drink she had just made, offering everyone who had come to the 135 base a cup. With such hot weather, everyone must be exhausted. Professor Zheng, please try the plum drink I replicated. I wonder if it differs from what you remember. For now, just make do with a taste. Upon seeing the plum drink, Professor Zheng took the glass carefully and savored it. Initially expecting it to be merely powdered juice mixed with water from a lab, he surprisingly found pieces of real plum flesh when tasting it. The cool, slightly sour plum drink slid down his throat, bringing along a sweet and tangy sensation, mixed with the faint scent of apples. Having such a cup seemed to sweep away all the summer heat and perspiration. Excellent. Boss Jiang truly has remarkable skills. This flavor is exactly the same as the one I tasted in my youth. After the refreshing start with the plum drink, Professor Zheng suddenly developed an immense anticipation for this upcoming culinary journey. Chapter 166, Fruits and Beef Shreds. Since it was a banquet, there was no reason to keep the guests waiting. Jiang Ning was still preparing ingredients nearby, but various appetizers had already been served one after another, leaving Professor Zheng overwhelmed. As the representative of the base, Liu Ling naturally took on the task of explaining things. She smiled while showing Professor Zheng the dish on her plate. This is beef shreds. After saying that, she picked up a chopstick of beef shreds and held it in the air. Professor Zheng focused his eyes and saw that the messy clump of beef shreds, when lifted against the light, allowed the faint outline of objects on the other side to be seen. Moreover, the fineness of the beef shreds themselves resembled hair, almost able to pass through a needle's eye. Is this made by a machine? How can it be so thin? Unable to resist, Professor Zheng squinted and carefully examined each strand of the beef. No, these are pure handmade beef shreds made by Boss Jiang. Our boss has great knife skills. This is just the first small dish. It's a little spicy, Professor Zheng. If you don't like heavy flavors, we have more dishes coming. Don't take it away yet, let me taste it. This extremely fine beef shred drew Professor Zheng's attention. He used his chopsticks to pick up a small piece and placed it in his mouth. Instantly, a fiery sensation spread throughout his mouth, reaching every taste bud. Although it wasn't overly spicy, it remained within an acceptable range, but after one bite, Professor Zheng was sweating from the spiciness. The taste is excellent, I can accept it. The combination of spiciness and sweetness in the beef was well balanced. The mild heat didn't overpower the natural sweetness, enhancing the freshness of the meat without feeling out of place. The flavor of this dish is truly excellent. The standard set by the first dish alone shows that there are many surprises from Boss Jiang waiting for me to discover. Professor Zheng glanced at a few assistants, who also picked up their chopsticks, tasted the dish, and showered it with praise. I never expected chili and sweetness to blend so perfectly, and there's also a touch of numbing flavor. Yes, the texture is chewy but doesn't strain the teeth. It's delicious. The craftsmanship of Boss Jiang is truly remarkable. We've come such a long way for nothing if not for this. The beef shreds were only a small dish with limited portions, quickly devoured in a few bites by everyone. Liu Ling quickly brought out the second small dish. These are marinated ribs, braised lotus root, and some dried dumplings. These all belong to the braised category, exuding a unique aroma of the marinade. The ribs were dyed deep red. Professor Zheng picked up a piece of lotus root, which was cut as thin as cicada wings. What? Can lotus root still be grown in this era? Professor Zheng was somewhat astonished. Although today's ingredients were rather special, they did exist even in the post-apocalyptic world. However, due to severe environmental pollution during the apocalypse, most fruits and vegetables had disappeared, let alone lotus roots, which thrived underwater. At this moment, Liu Ling arrived carrying a plate of sliced apples, bananas, grapes, and other fruits. Fruits. I haven't seen these things in ages. Professor Zheng is researching soil models lately, isn't he? How to improve them? It's a pity he didn't come today. Seeing all these fruits from this little base would definitely surprise him. After finishing her sentence, she couldn't help but pop a grape into her mouth. Sweet and juicy, a single bite burst the grape's juices in her mouth, and the fruit was devoid of even a hint of sourness. Professor Zheng was surprised and looked at the grapes in the plate. Are they really seedless? The assistants also picked one and put it in their mouths. There was none of the anticipated sourness. The entire grape seemed seamlessly integrated, requiring no peeling of the skin. After chewing a few times, it smoothly slid down the throat. They're indeed seedless. While Jiang Ning was busy processing the ingredients nearby, hearing their discussion, a proud smile appeared on her face. At least its seeds improved by the system, surely better than other varieties of fruit. Just as they were still tasting the fruits, a familiar fragrance wafted into their noses. So fragrant. Professor Zheng sniffed. He looked up and saw steaming fried rice on the table. Each grain of rice was evenly coated with egg, shining with a golden luster. For some reason, Professor Zheng now very much wanted to scoop a spoonful to try the taste. Still warm, each grain of the fried rice stood apart clearly. The eggs were sweet and delicate, and the rice was moderately soft and glutinous. Even though it was freshly steamed, it lacked excessive moisture. Though it was a familiar taste, once in the mouth, it felt entirely new. Unable to resist, Professor Zheng began eating faster. Seeing Professor Zheng silently devouring the fried rice, the people around thought he might be dissatisfied until he finished the entire plate of fried rice. That's not dissatisfaction, it's total satisfaction. Zhongqi was also grinning beside them. Indeed, choosing Boss Jiang was the wisest decision. Professor Zheng, who had just eaten quite a few appetizers, felt extremely hungry at this moment. Even after devouring an entire plate of fried rice, he still didn't feel full, instead feeling even hungrier. Only after licking the last centimeter clean from his plate did he look up at Jiang Ning. Is this the only dish? Are there any others? Of course, it takes skill to prepare ingredients too. Professor Zheng, please wait a bit longer, it will be ready soon. Jiang Ning replied while continuing her work. She originally planned to cook a few main dishes for everyone since there were many people today. She thought these would fill the stomachs of those who had been sitting in cars all day. Unexpectedly, Professor Zheng alone ate 3 people's worth of fried rice. Jiang Ning had no choice but to find some noodles and quickly make some sauce noodles. The noodles were homemade ones that she had kneaded early in the morning, now requiring only the preparation of the sauce. Jiang Ning already had a large piece of fatty pork belly ready, which she placed atop the noodles. After being soaked in the sauce, the pork belly had now become translucent, with streaks of fat and lean meat interspersed beautifully. The deep red color was truly pleasing to the eye. The meat was cut into thin slices and evenly spread across the noodles. The assistants, already drawn by the fragrance of the fried rice, couldn't resist and slurped away at the bowls of meat noodles set before them. This pork belly has more lean meat than fatty, yet it's not tough at all, it's delicious. The assistants' eyes lit up as they ate. The noodles were very chewy, each strand distinct, and slightly springy. Of course, Jiang Ning's strength alone wouldn't have been enough, these noodles were kneaded repeatedly under the help of Song Yin. Additionally, the sauce from the marinated meat seeped through the noodles and saturated the bottom of the bowl. Originally light in flavor, the noodles now absorbed the strong savory aroma of the sauce. Underneath the meat, Jiang Ning had also laid down a thin layer of special sauce. After mixing everything together, each mouthful of noodles combined with a piece of meat, carrying the rich fragrance of both the sauce and the marinade. The assistants ate until they couldn't stop, finally understanding why Professor Zheng alone could consume 3 portions of fried rice. Although Professor Zheng had already eaten so much fried rice, he hesitated to ask for a taste of the noodles from the assistants. He could only watch enviously as they slurped away happily. Why do I feel even hungrier? Boss Jiang, how much longer until the next dish is ready? Chapter 167, Shrimp. Professor Zheng was no longer lackadaisical at this moment. He stared eagerly at the pot in front of Jiang Ning, as if by staring long enough, he could speed up the cooking. It'll be ready soon. Another dish came out of the pan. Fresh lettuce coated with a layer of sauce was served in front of Professor Zheng. The lettuce was unlike ordinary vegetables grown elsewhere, crisp and full, its leaves spread out on the plate like emerald jade. And the sauce sprinkled on the white porcelain plate was like a landscape painting crafted on white jade and green emerald. Not caring about the appearance of the dish anymore, Professor Zheng was now only focused on its taste. Even after being boiled, the lettuce remained so tender that it almost dripped water when pinched, foretelling an excellent growing environment. Meanwhile, Jiang Ning had finished heating her pot again, preparing to stir-fry the next dish. She picked up a stalk of asparagus, trimming off the leafy parts. She meticulously sorted the asparagus into lengths before placing them in a basin for washing. After cleaning them thoroughly, she drained any extra water from the asparagus. The pot was heated over high flame until it smoked before Jiang Ning added cold oil. The oil, pressed from the mustard seeds Jiang Ning cultivated herself, was clear and bright with a hint of fragrance. She immediately switched to medium heat, ensuring the oil didn't instantly reach its highest temperature, which allowed the asparagus to retain its fresh green color. Jiang Ning constantly stirred the wok, coating the asparagus with oil, turning them an even brighter shade of green like old jade that had been polished for years. From cooking the asparagus to presenting the dish to everyone, it took no more than 5 minutes. Again using a white plate, the dish of asparagus was arranged in such a way that each piece complemented the other beautifully. Each asparagus was equally glossy and uniform in size, layered neatly together in a way that seemed not quite like an ordinary dish. Ms. Jiang's skills are truly remarkable. An ordinary stir-fried asparagus can be made so beautiful. Someone picked up a piece of asparagus with chopsticks. Taking a bite, it gave off a crisp snap, the unique aroma of asparagus spreading through their mouth. Very fresh. I didn't expect vegetables in the post-apocalypse era to be as fresh as in peacetime. As he ate, Professor Zheng sighed. It had indeed been a long time since he had tasted such flavorful vegetables. Vegetables these days often either had tough fibers or were completely unpalatable. Such tender, fragrant asparagus was something he had never seen before. Seeing how deliciously the professor was eating, his assistants couldn't help but swallow their saliva. Professor Zheng noticed his staff eyeing the food hungrily, smiled, and motioned for them to begin eating. Eat. There's no reason to let me enjoy all this wonderful food alone. Only then did they dare to pick up their chopsticks. When they finally took a bite, they understood why the usually serious professor had been urging Ms. Jiang to bring the dishes so hastily. It's really delicious. This lettuce feels like it was just picked, but there isn't even the slightest earthy smell. Boiled lettuce is still so green. No wonder you're called the large-scale vegetable grower. This asparagus is also good. A simple dish of plain stir-fried vegetables looks like a block of jade. Someone might mistake it for a model if they didn't know better. Everyone praised Jiang Ning enthusiastically. The small side dishes were devoured entirely before anyone realized it, leaving people the time to watch her prepare another delicacy. The next dish would feature shrimp. Jiang Ning deftly removed the vein of one shrimp with a small toothpick and swiftly split the back of the shrimp open. Her speed was incredible, making everyone's eyes dazzle. Once the shrimp were cleaned, Jiang Ning began making a garlic sauce. She placed plenty of oil into the red-hot iron wok, adding some chopped garlic and frying it over low heat. Soon, the scent of garlic spread throughout the air, though the basement's ventilation system quickly sucked it away before it reached far. When the garlic in the wok slightly turned golden, she tossed in the rest of the garlic and continued stir-frying it. Then she added oyster sauce, soy sauce, dark soy sauce, and other condiments to flavor it. In no time, the fragrant garlic sauce was cooked. Jiang Ning carefully spread a layer of garlic sauce on the back of each shrimp and placed them in a steamer. While waiting for the shrimp to cook, she prepared another ingredient. Taking out several fresh trotters, she cut them in half down the middle and painstakingly plucked out all the hair with tweezers, then roasted them lightly. With that, the trotters were clean. Next, she brushed the trotters with barbecue sauce and marinated them in a bowl. During this time, she also picked some peppers and chopped up some pork. She scooped out all the pepper seeds inside and finally chopped the pork into mince, adding it to the hollowed-out pepper. The method for preparing stuffed peppers was also quite simple, placing them in a pan to fry until the peppers turned golden brown and crispy, ensuring the meat inside was fully cooked. Unexpectedly, this dish turned out to be the first one served. By now, Professor Zheng was already ravenous. Inside the stuffed pepper, the minced meat was coated with a layer of grease, glistening with moisture hanging on the surface of the meat. The green pepper had been fried soft. With one bite, the thin skin gave way to reveal the rich filling inside. And within that filling, plenty of savory juices were trapped. Jiang Ning chose to use bell peppers, which not only lacked heat but carried a delicate sweetness. This perfectly matched Professor Zheng's taste. Peppers like these are actually a variant of green peppers. I never thought I'd get to taste bell peppers again during my lifetime. Professor Zheng hadn't anticipated that such a small base could hide a chef of Jiang Ning's caliber. If possible, I really wish I could take Ms. Jiang away with me. Following Ms. Jiang is truly the only way to eat food this delicious. Immersed in his culinary delight, Professor Zheng couldn't help but sigh at his own thoughts. Yet, his hands didn't stop. He quickly took advantage of the freshly made stuffed peppers. Hearing this, Jiang Ning simply smiled without responding, just as the shrimp had finished steaming. When she lifted the lid, the unique aroma of fresh shrimp mingling with garlic instantly captivated everyone. The bodies of the shrimp had been steamed into a red hue, while golden garlic crumbs rested atop them, enhancing each other's colors beautifully. Red and gold have always been an impeccable pairing, much like steamed shrimp complementing garlic. The moment this dish hit the table, it was snatched up immediately. Even Professor Zheng, usually esteemed for his decorum, barely managed to eat 2 or 3 shrimp. The shrimp naturally carried a sweet flavor, its juices locked entirely within by the steam. The garlicky sauce seeped deeply into the shrimp meat, elevating the light yet refreshing taste of the shrimp to another level. After cooking, the garlic sauce lost its spiciness and left behind only a deep, rich umami flavor. The combination of shrimp meat mixed with garlic sauce delivered a supreme flavor experience, leaving all who ate it nodding in approval. I never expected the shrimp to be so plump. For the first time, I've seen softness and chewiness coexist in the same food. This stuff tastes almost like jelly, though harder than jelly. Its texture and flavor far surpass jelly. I agree, especially with the garlic sauce, it's incredibly fragrant. This sauce could almost go with any kind of meat. It would work perfectly even for mixing with noodles. Chapter 168, Promise. Professor Zheng couldn't help but look longingly at Jiang Ning. At this moment, the pig trotters had also been marinated well. Jiang Ning placed the trotters on the fire to roast. Because of their thickness, they required a longer cooking time. During this period, she prepared another dish. She picked up several shiitake mushrooms and put them in a bowl filled with clear water, washing them repeatedly by hand. The dirt and sand hidden in the folds of the mushrooms were gradually washed away until they were perfectly clean. Then, she randomly tore some greens apart. After handling them cleanly, she threw them into the wok with the shiitake mushrooms together. Instantly, the wok let out a sizzling sound. Cooking vegetables didn't take much time. Before long, the dish was ready and served. Professor Zheng had already been waiting impatiently. As soon as the stir-fried greens with shiitake mushrooms were served, he could not resist picking up his chopsticks and placing a bowl of rice in front of him. Meanwhile, Jiang Ning quickly handled another dish of braised pork. With meat and vegetables on the table, Professor Zheng could barely contain himself from tasting it all. As the greens entered his mouth, they were soft and tender with a touch of crispness, carrying a distinctive natural fragrance of plants. And the shiitake mushrooms were aromatic when chewed, combining beautifully with the flavors from the rapeseed oil coating the mushrooms and greens. Moreover, the mushrooms were soft and tender, almost like eating meat. Professor Zheng soaked 2 bites of rice, ate a bite of greens. The fresh aroma covered the flavors in his mouth, followed by a bite of the braised pork. A salty, fragrant taste immediately spread in his mouth. It really is delicious. Unable to speak more, Professor Zheng cleaned an entire bowl of rice thoroughly. Together with the sauce, he even mixed it with the rice, finishing every last grain. By this time, the pig trotters were also roasted. Jiang Ning chopped the trotters into small pieces and distributed them among everyone. Those who had already eaten most of their meal enjoyed these barbecued morsels alongside plum juice, patting their full, round bellies contentedly. The dessert after the meal was icy glutinous rice balls. After eating so much greasy food, they indeed needed something cold to balance everything out. This trip was truly worthwhile. Satisfied, Professor Zheng leaned back against his chair. Though he knew that Zhongqi had a favor to ask which brought him to the 135 base, any initial dissatisfaction vanished completely after experiencing Jiang Ning's culinary skills. Having finished the meal, he did not forget the purpose of this trip, looking at Zhongqi with satisfaction and said, "I've eaten your food, and now I must help you with something. Speak up, what's the situation?" Zhongqi understood that this meant agreeing to research the special serum for him. He smiled happily and promptly replied, "My younger brother is currently lying in the research lab on the 10th floor of this building. This zombie virus seems to have mutated again. Other than Professor Zheng, probably no one in the world can develop a new serum. Could you please go down and take a look? If possible, save my younger brother." He then pointed to Song Yin beside him. He too is a victim of the virus, yet here the equipment is complete and the facilities are excellent. Even so, we've managed to minimize the harm caused by the zombie virus. There are victims around everyone. Professor Zheng, could you stay? Just then, Jiang Ning joined in the conversation. As long as Professor Zheng stays and eats here, our base will cover everything. Furthermore, if there are any needs, we will do our best to meet them. Thinking about the delicious food he just ate, Professor Zheng involuntarily swallowed his saliva. Yet, the zombie virus wasn't easy to study. Let me see the patient first. Jiang Ning immediately got up and led Professor Zheng to the 10th floor via the elevator. On the 10th floor, the scientific researchers were still hard at work, various data continuously flashing on the screen. Zhongju was also calmer than before. The facial necrosis had disappeared, and his mental state was clearly better than usual. At least, he wouldn't actively attack humans anymore. When Professor Zheng saw Zhongju lying in the observation room, he sighed and gently shook his head. He has already become zombified. Even if there's a serum, there's no guarantee he can be saved. The virus has infected him too deeply. I'm afraid there's not much I can do. Hearing those words, Zhongqi felt a wave of despair. Could his younger brother really have no hope? Jiang Ning, however, firmly stated, "Professor Zheng, before you came, he wasn't in this condition. Back then, he was almost indistinguishable from a zombie, but the professors in my laboratory pulled him back from the brink of death. Here are his data. How about, Professor Zheng, you take a look first?" Professor Zheng doubted it, as the zombie virus had always been irreversible. People bitten would only grow more and more like zombies. How could they revert towards being human? He looked at the data with confusion. From last month onwards, all data showed consistent improvement. Moreover, the activity level of the zombie virus seemed to slowly decrease. Strange, truly strange, how could such a thing happen? He carefully observed the data, finding it indeed quite detailed. Could it be because the virus keeps weakening? Or maybe the zombie virus is constantly decaying? A sudden thought flashed in Professor Zheng's mind, but he shook his head. No matter what the reason was, the zombie virus indeed kept weakening. But why were they weakening so quickly? By logic, these viruses should be getting stronger and stronger. Why was the rate of decline of the virus so unusually rapid? As he was lost in silence, Professor Li beside him suddenly exclaimed in surprise. With a shocked look on his face, he pointed at the screen tremblingly with his hand, where there were rows of densely packed red dots. The activity of the zombie virus has decreased again. The instruments here were quite complete, and the equipment was also fairly precise. Many of these instruments were also available in Professor Zheng's laboratory. Seeing the data on the screen drop sharply, Professor Zheng looked up incredulously toward the observation room. Truly an interesting situation. I never expected the activity of the zombie virus could retreat. If this continues, perhaps we can conduct some research, and even develop a cure for zombies. It's not entirely impossible. This strange phenomenon completely caught Professor Zheng's attention. Even without the allure of Jiang Ning's food, he decided to stay at the base and investigate the cause of this situation. Miss Jiang, you promised us accommodation and food, but my experimental team might be quite large, so don't worry about the cost when the time comes. Professor Zheng turned around with a full smile and joked with Jiang Ning. Everyone understood that this meant he had agreed to stay. Jiang Ning couldn't help but get excited. Of course. As long as Professor Zheng is willing to stay, forget about your team, feel free to bring your family too, and I would have no complaints. You will have more than enough to eat and a comfortable place to live. She instructed Zhong Jie to arrange several comfortable rooms for Professor Zheng to settle down. However, Professor Zheng waved his hand to indicate that research was more important, and then dived into various instruments and devices. While comparing the data, he quickly adjusted the values of each machine. Professor Deng watched by his side, marveling repeatedly. Truly deserving of Professor Ji Minute, his operation is like flowing clouds, effortless. With him around, perhaps even Commander Song's virus might be cured. Miss Jiang, you might want to let him study your food therapy, which might accelerate the research process. After pondering for a while, she thought it was too risky. If the world system was exposed, it wouldn't be safe. Never mind, with such powerful methods, along with my food therapy, I believe the serum can certainly be developed. Shaking her head, she abandoned the idea. Seeing Professor Zheng's willingness to stay, Zhongqi knew it must be due to Jiang Ning's efforts, moved almost to tears and nearly knelt before her. Miss Jiang, our parents passed away early. There are only 3 of us brothers, and even my younger brother suffered a lot in earlier years. Never would I have imagined that such calamity lay in his fate. If it weren't for you, he probably wouldn't make it now. And you've managed to bring Professor Zheng over. I truly don't know how to thank you. Jiang Ning got frightened and immediately gestured with both hands to soothe Zhongqi's emotions. Director Zhong, please don't say that. We also have people who've been infected at our base. This is just for everyone. Besides, Professor Zheng's decision to stay doesn't guarantee success in developing the serum. When the serum is eventually ready, that's when you can thank me. Her sincere words further confirmed Zhongqi's belief that Jiang Ning was a trustworthy friend. He slapped his chest firmly and guaranteed. In the future, whenever you're in trouble, regardless of the circumstances, I'll always lend a helping hand. Those scumbags from Phoenix Mountain Base, I won't let them off easy. Zhongqi's eyes were filled with fierce anger. Having resolved his younger brother's viral issue, it was now time to settle accounts with the Phoenix Mountain Base. Jiang Ning also intended to do the same, but there were countless matters concerning the base, and he was unable to spare the time. Zhongqi took the entire task upon himself. Those ruthless bastards at Phoenix Mountain, Zhongqi, will definitely make them pay. Mr. Jiang, you can stay here in the base, focused solely on ensuring Professor Zheng's well-being, leaving all the rough work to me. Though limited in numbers, we've still survived in this end times long enough, so don't worry. Leave your heart at peace, and let us focus fully on the research of the serum. It seemed Zhongqi had already harbored grievances with Phoenix Mountain and wasn't going to let go of them easily. Jiang Ning could only leave it to him since the priority now was when the zombie serum could be successfully developed. Professor Deng, our research lab at the base is missing any specific equipment you require. Please don't hesitate to voice your needs, and I'll do my best to secure everything necessary. All you need to do during this time is assist Professor Zheng in completing the development of the serum. Being fortunate enough to reach the pinnacle of research on the post-apocalyptic serum naturally thrilled the few professors in the laboratory, and without Ning Jiang reminding them, they had already resolved to follow Professor Zheng to absorb as much experience as possible. Rest assured, we will fully cooperate with Professor Zheng. It's not for anything else. Captain Song has done so much for our base that he even dared not infect himself with this virus and suffered silently. Song Yin had long since lost hope of curing the zombie virus within his body, but seeing everyone striving for him made something surge in his heart. His eyes welled up as he realized the best solution right now was not to escape, but to face it positively. Relax. Even if the serum isn't developed, I'm content. To have all of you willing to risk your lives for me, this life is worth it. Chapter 169 Mint Tea. With Professor Zheng's assurance, the research team working on the zombie virus accelerated their efforts. Now Song Yin finally no longer had to worry about himself. What if he became a zombie one day? Even if he could never turn back into a human, staying as he was wasn't bad either. Without the busyness of work, he could spend more time with Jiang Ning. And Jiang Ning was someone who just couldn't stop moving. Almost all the seeds planted recently had sprouted. Tiny green shoots broke through the soil, and Jiang Ning feared the sun would scorch them to death, so she went out of her way to build a shelter for them. Seeing these lush young buds, Jiang Ning's mood brightened significantly compared to before, and she squatted down to carefully examine her handiwork. You see, when they first sprout, they all look pretty much the same, just a green stalk and 2 leaves. But as they grow further and start budding, they become more distinct. That one over there is a tomato seedling. Tomatoes need grafting, otherwise they won't grow tall enough to bear fruit. And that is mint leaf. Don't let its small size fool you, it has an extensive root system. Once it survives, it might spread across the entire land. In front of flowers and plants, Jiang Ning always had abundant patience. Perhaps it was because flowers and plants were simple. They didn't have to face life's various trivial matters, they only needed sunshine and rain to grow peacefully. This was actually the kind of life Jiang Ning longed for. She looked at the flowers and plants with envy, thinking about how long she had been in this post-apocalyptic world, experiencing countless ups and downs, yet her life remained far less tranquil than that of a flower or plant. You shouldn't think like this. The soil in the apocalypse is nothing but wasteland. If you hadn't come, these flowers and grasses might not even have a chance to survive. Seeing Jiang Ning's low spirits, Song Yin didn't understand why but tried his best to comfort her. Thinking about how everyone in the apocalypse fought fiercely for their families, Zhongqi worked so hard to ensure his brother survived. But as for herself, her family was already far away from her. I wonder how my parents are doing now. She missed her family. However, this sentiment was quickly interrupted. Song Yin, keen-eyed, noticed 2 butterflies gracefully fluttering in the distance. After all, in the old days, the apocalypse world was nothing but yellow sand. Most living things could barely survive, let alone fragile butterflies. Look what that is. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ning looked along the direction Song Yin pointed. 2 butterflies intertwined, danced up and down, flying around the flower bed. Her attention was naturally drawn to these 2 butterflies. For so long in the apocalypse, I've never seen any animals that beautify the environment. Plants themselves were rare, and I didn't expect butterflies to still exist. No, butterflies went extinct a long time ago. Even if they did manage to survive somewhere, they wouldn't exist in our base. Song Yin pointed out with utmost precision, many creatures seem common, but they require very specific environmental conditions. Butterflies, for instance, cannot exist without flowers, and such delicate flowers couldn't survive in the apocalypse. Jiang Ning realized this. Your point is that because I provided suitable soil and water, the flowers grew and attracted the butterflies, right? Song Yin nodded. Probably not just butterflies. The ecological system of our base may be gradually recovering, and perhaps in the future, you'll see many other kinds of creatures. Even though the base was still covered in barren desert, the vegetation within the flower beds had brought some life. If the whole base were covered by grass, that would probably give rise to quite a few insects. Song Yin chuckled. He knew Jiang Ning's capabilities, but improving the environment was not something that could be solved merely by planting grass. If you really want to plant, just do a little area for now. We can experiment first. Too many bugs will just mean we'll have to trouble Professor Deng and his team to make some insect repellent. Then forget it, Jiang Ning sighed dejectedly. There was one benefit to the apocalypse: no mosquitoes. The idea of possibly bringing these annoying pests back made Jiang Ning feel a chill down her spine. Nevertheless, the base's environment was already better than before. Apart from the glaring sun, flowers and plants were planted along the walls of the compound, and some fruit trees were also grown for decorative purposes. Fresh fruits could be seen just by raising your head. Behind her stood an expansive and fertile farmland growing countless crops: tomatoes, cucumbers, spinach, cabbage, rice, wheat. Several mutated chickens caught bugs in the fields, and rabbits scampered everywhere. From afar, cattle bellowed occasionally across the rice paddies. Zombies too looked almost human, neatly dressed in specially made clothing, wearing gloves, and assisting the patrol groups in patrolling around the base. And the humans were all beaming with joy, gathering in small groups under the shade of trees, chatting about their recent lives. Compared to when Jiang Ning first set out, everything seemed so peaceful and beautiful now. Looking at everything around her, knowing most of it was due to her efforts, Jiang Ning felt that all the hardship had been worthwhile. I suddenly feel hungry. What do you want to eat? Or we could go grab some snacks. Jiang Ning turned around and smiled sweetly at Song Yin. Song Yin affectionately patted her head, indulging her. Anything's fine. Whatever you make, I'll eat it. After all, food from your hands never tastes bad. Since both snack lovers were hungry, Jiang Ning decided to return to the basement to whip up a quick dish. Nowadays, wheat flour was hardly used by anyone, so Jiang Ning decided to transform it into something more delicious. Remembering a street snack she once saw sold outside the school gate, Jiang Ning immediately had an idea. She found a large stainless steel bowl and poured some flour inside, mixing it into dough. The kitchen provided by the system even had a dough mixer, which saved her a great deal of time. The dough produced by the mixer was firm and elastic. After placing it in the oven for a short fermentation period, the dough quickly expanded to twice its original size. Song Yin kept his eyes glued to the dough inside the oven, marveling continuously. I didn't realize making dough involved so much intricacy. No wonder you can be a chef while I'm only responsible for eating. Jiang Ning laughed heartily at his joke. At least you're carefree, unlike me, who works tirelessly just to get a genuine compliment from you food lovers. Song Yin immediately raised his thumb with a serious expression towards Jiang Ning. You've already achieved such excellence. People who've tasted your food highly praise you. You don't need to keep improving. If you do, you'll leave no room for other chefs in this apocalypse. Though joking, Song Yin sincerely hoped Jiang Ning would continue to excel on the path she loved. The dough was almost ready after fermenting. Jiang Ning took it out, dividing it into several small dough balls of similar sizes. She then used a rolling pin to roll them into strips, coiling them together. In no time, a plump, round dough ball was formed. Golden yellow dough balls were neatly arranged, their bottoms coated with butter, sprinkled with sesame seeds and white sugar. Once placed in the oven, Jiang Ning adjusted the temperature accordingly, letting them slowly bake. Well, let them bake themselves for a while. How about we make some other beverages to accompany them? Mint grew very fast. The first batch planted had sprouted stems, sprawling across the fields. To prevent their rapid growth from encroaching on farmland, Jiang Ning removed the tops of the mint plants, collecting some tender leaves to brew mint tea. Making mint tea was rather simple: just place the mint leaves in a pot free of oil and water, slow roast until the moisture evaporates, transforming them into regular-looking tea leaves. However, this task was quite arm-intensive. With her slim arms and legs, Jiang Ning became fatigued after roasting for a while. Song Yin promptly took over the spatula, allowing Jiang Ning to simply stand by and guide him. Keep the heat at this level, it's almost perfect. The mint leaves have mostly lost their moisture. Just a little longer, keep stirring to remove any remaining moisture, but be careful not to burn them. Understood. Why are you so worried when there's someone helping you? No wonder you complain about being tired every day. Seeing Jiang Ning so concerned about the ingredients in the house, Song Yin couldn't help but tease her. Jiang Ning responded with a haughty humph. If I weren't so particular, how would you have so many good things to eat? Yes, Chef Jiang, you rest well. Leave these tasks requiring no technical skill to me. Again dismissing Jiang Ning, Song Yin carefully roasted the tea leaves. Roasting tea was truly a labor-intensive job requiring meticulousness. Before long, the bottom of the pot began to blacken slightly, prompting Song Yin to lower the heat further. He continued stirring constantly, as all his effort would be wasted if the tea burned after cooking for so long. Jiang Ning would surely be heartbroken. At the sound of the oven ding, the bread was ready, and Song Yin had finished roasting the tea leaves at almost the same time. Both items came out of the oven simultaneously. Jiang Ning took out the bread using heat-resistant gloves, brushed a layer of egg wash on it, and returned it to the oven for further baking. Song Yin, meanwhile, spread the tea leaves evenly to cool them down. Jiang Ning added some hot water to a cup and dropped in the freshly roasted mint tea. Upon touching the hot water, the tea leaves immediately started to tumble and twirl. Within seconds, the water turned green, releasing a distinct mint aroma with the steam. So fragrant. Unable to resist, Jiang Ning took a sip right away. Even with hot water, the coolness of mint still rushed straight from the mouth to the top of Jiang Ning's head, making her shiver. Ouch, too fragrant. It feels like drinking toothpaste. Song Yin also took a sip and carefully savored it, smacking his lips as a wave of aroma spread from his mouth throughout his body. Not me, I think it's quite drinkable. He took another sip and shook his head at Jiang Ning. No, mint is too strong. I still can't take it. Us commoners should just stick to regular fruit juice. Jiang Ning quickly drank several gulps of plum juice, yet the refreshing scent of mint lingered in her mouth, refusing to dissipate. But this tea water should pair well with fruit juice. Summer's here, we need this cool sensation to drive away the heat. Chapter 170, Seaweed Noodles. At this moment, the small bread had also finished baking. The fragrant and soft bread had a crisp bottom. With just one bite, the aroma spread everywhere. This bread is quite delicious, very sweet. Song Yin didn't usually like sweets, but the sweetness of this bread was just right for him to accept. The bottom of the bread was even more fragrantly crispy and carried the sweet scent of honey. Jiang Ning ate several in one breath, unable to stop. She held the little bread in her hands with great nostalgia, as if she had returned to her school days. Alas, it would be good if I could go back to school once again. Jiang Ning sighed with some emotion. But when she thought about the current happy life, with food, drink, and many friends gained, she became at peace. What was most important was the present moment. As Jiang Ning enjoyed life, Professor Deng rushed up anxiously, his clothes disheveled, but he paid no attention to it. Professor Deng, what's wrong? His excited demeanor made Jiang Ning think that the lab might have exploded. Seeing that a pot of tea was placed beside Zhong Ning, Professor Deng couldn't wait to finish it all in one gulp. A minty coolness seeped into his heart, calming him down. Breathing heavily, he said intermittently. Professor Zheng modified some data and developed a better zombie serum. It seems that as long as the symptoms are mild, a shot can delay the spread of the zombie virus for a whole week. Hurry, let Captain Song give it a try. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ning couldn't help but be overjoyed and hurriedly urged Song Yin. What are you still standing there for? Go give it a try. After speaking, she pulled Song Yin into the research lab. Professor Zheng was synthesizing the serum at this time, with a transparent liquid in a syringe moving up and down. Upon seeing Song Yin arrived, Professor Zheng beckoned to him. Since you're here, come try out this serum. Lie down on the bed. Song Yin obediently lay down on the bed according to the instructions, immediately having an assistant draw a tube of blood to be sent off for study. And another assistant attached various patches and tubes of different sizes all over his body. When Professor Zheng saw that Song Yin was ready, he slowly injected the serum into her. Almost instantly, Song Yin suddenly felt that her heightened senses, smell, hearing, and susceptibility to external factors strengthened by the zombie virus, vanished all at once. This only lasted for less than a few minutes before returning to the original state. There was no reaction in her body, and no pain from the serum resisting the zombie virus occurred. Is the serum not successful? Song Yin puzzled over the changes happening inside her body. The zombie serum, he'd received countless injections of it already. This feeling was something he'd never forget in his lifetime. Professor Zheng smiled while looking at the continuously rolling data on the screen. It succeeded, and the effect is great. Try sensing it. Do you still feel that hunger where you can never eat enough? For a while now, after undergoing dietary therapy by Jiang Ning, the initial sensation of being unable to ever feel full gradually disappeared. Now, for Song Yin, at most, it was just a bit of a craving, constantly wanting to stuff something into his mouth. After so much commotion in the laboratory, that sensation did indeed subside quite a bit. It seems indeed not anymore. Song Yin shook his head and looked towards Professor Zheng. Professor Zheng's face lit up with joy. So I told you it worked. All thanks to Professor Deng's reminder. I extracted some juice from the foods planted by Boss Jiang and added them into the serum, unexpectedly producing such good results. Jiang Ning was stunned. She had never expected that the serum could be created in such a way. Professor Zheng, you aren't joking, right? Extracted part of my food's juice? What exactly did you extract? Not much, just the fruit juices from your fruit trees. I purified them. Surprisingly, they not only tasted good, but their effects were quite noticeable too. Now, the serum comes in various flavors. Like this one is apple-flavored, and there are also plum and apricot flavors. Although this attempt was quite bold, its effects were immediate. Professor Zheng looked at the syringe with a sigh. If I had met Boss Jiang earlier, I wouldn't have gone through so much hardship testing numerous versions of the serum. Recalling each step of the serum research process, every step was extremely difficult, and a lot of volunteers were used for experiments, resulting in the current complete version of the serum. However, looking at the current effectiveness of the serum, it still cannot be said to be very effective. Whenever the virus mutates slightly, she has no way to resolve it. Thanks to the equipment available here in Jiang Ning's possession, all of which are new, including many tools that Professor Zheng hasn't seen but are highly useful. Still, these serums can only serve as a buffer. The serum that truly clears the zombie virus has yet to be developed. However, these serums can be used as an emergency response. They are fully sufficient against ordinary zombie viruses and relatively cost-effective, allowing them to be produced internally within the base for self-sufficiency. Zhongju's condition also improved significantly after injecting the serum. At least now there were moments of clarity where he still knew who he was, and even more surprisingly, his language function had been restored, allowing him to chat with the assistants. Are you hungry? How about I cook you a bowl of noodles? For this breakthrough, Jiang Ning was extremely pleased. However, she had grown accustomed to Song Yin's constant need to intake energy. Upon seeing Song Yin come out from the observation room, her first thought was still to get something delicious for him. Though that intense hunger sensation had diminished greatly, Song Yin could not bear to refuse Jiang Ning's offer when she saw how sparkling Jiang Ning's eyes were. Besides, making just a bowl of noodles wasn't particularly troublesome. He nodded gently, patting his stomach. Don't mention it, after so much blood extraction, I am indeed hungry. I'll go knead the dough and make handmade noodles for you to taste. Jiang Ning excitedly ran up to the third floor. Now in the base, though other things might be scarce, ingredients certainly were not. Jiang Ning picked up a large basin and poured quite a bit of wheat flour into it. The wheat variety had undergone improvements, its texture was far better than before, while the ground wheat carried a faint yellow aroma, stronger than ever. Adding an appropriate amount of water, Jiang Ning began kneading the dough. The dough slowly became smooth under her hands, all lumps disappearing. Furthermore, the dough emitted an exclusive fragrance of wheat. Until the dough no longer stuck to the hands or the basin and formed a smooth mass, Jiang Ning scattered some dry flour on the cutting board, took out the dough, and rolled it out into a thin sheet. The air inside the dough was squeezed out, making crackling sounds. In no time, a lump of dough was rolled out into a very large flat circle. Jiang Ning then switched to a clean box, sprinkled some dry flour on the dough to prevent sticking, stacked them into several layers, and started slicing the noodles with a knife. The collision of the knife against the cutting board produced a clear clang 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 sound, pleasant and crisp. Jiang Ning's knife skills were excellent. The cut noodles were uniformly sized, perfectly thick. These noodles only needed to be boiled in hot water for a moment and they'd be done, with a chewy and elastic texture. As the water in the pot started to boil gently, Jiang Ning threw the noodles inside, beginning their dance, resembling white dragons in the pot. In no time at all, the noodles were cooked. There was no need to rinse the handmade noodles with cold water as they were already chewy. Jiang Ning grabbed a porcelain bowl and placed salt and chicken essence in it. She also added some soy sauce and light soy sauce according to her taste preferences, along with some seaweed. Pouring hot water over it cooked the seaweed. While still hot, she added shrimp paste and finally used a ladle to place the noodles into the bowl. A steaming hot seaweed seafood noodle dish was ready. Then she dropped 2 drops of sesame oil, further enhancing the rich aroma of the noodles. The soup base had a subtle yellow tinge, although not made from stock, it was even more delicious than any stock. Song Yin picked up a chopstickful of noodles, and this simple seaweed noodle brought him immense warmth. Slurp, slurp. For a moment, Song Yin didn't know what to say, but could only express his inner feelings by eating the noodles in large mouthfuls. Originally, he wasn't hungry, but the moment the noodles touched his mouth, the wheat's fragrance combined with the fresh flavor of the broth, making him suddenly feel like he could eat another bowl. Before long, he finished everything, including the soup. At this point, Jiang Ning had just served up the second bowl of noodles. I knew 1 bowl wouldn't be enough for you. Eat without worry. I've kneaded plenty of dough, enough for even 10 bowls if needed. Song Yin felt a bit embarrassed hearing this. I only wanted to have something quick and easy. Who would have guessed you're such a talented chef, even able to make plain noodles so well? By the time he finished the second bowl, it quickly entered his stomach within a few bites. The noodles themselves weren't seasoned, while the broth only contained salt, soy sauce, and sesame oil. Yet the combination of these scents created a profoundly delicious flavor. The noodles were smooth and chewy, melting effortlessly in the stomach without requiring excessive chewing. Before he realized it, this was already Song Yin's 5th bowl. Song Yin let out a contented belch, unconsciously touching his stomach. There were still many noodles left on the cutting board. Jiang Ning simply put them all into the pot, soaking them briefly in ice water, intending to deliver them to the lab once the work there was completed, for the others to taste. You wouldn't believe, since Professor Deng came to our base, his previously gaunt figure has now become plump, no trace remains of his formerly emaciated self. Jiang Ning teased the professors. Even Song Yin initially, having been infected with the virus, was excessively thin, now appeared slightly chubby, with his muscles completely disappeared. Song Yin sighed, looking at his increasingly round body. This really can't be blamed on me. Who could resist Ms. Jiang's culinary prowess? Alas, seems like I'll need to exercise more often. Now my 8-pack abs have become just 1 piece. Looking wistfully at the boiling noodles in the pot, a hint of regret showed in his expression. I actually enjoyed the time when I was infected with the zombie virus. No matter how much I ate, I couldn't get full. As long as I wanted to eat, I could always enjoy your delicious cooking. It's not like now, where just a bowl of noodles is enough to make me feel too full to continue. There was regret in Song Yin's tone, as if missing out on these noodles was a great misfortune. It's fine, we can have many small meals instead of a few large ones in the future. Pleased that her culinary skills were being appreciated, Jiang Ning cheerfully placed the noodles into porcelain bowls one by one. I wonder if the professors are going to work overtime again today. It's this time already, and they still haven't come up to eat. Maybe we should send someone down to bring them their noodles. Chapter 171, Flatbread. During this period, the professors were vigorously conducting experiments. With Zhongju as the research subject, Song Yin's pressure had eased considerably. He no longer needed to report to the lab every day. He and Jiang Ning set up a shelter in the backyard, placed a few small stools and tables there. There were also quite a few types of tea and fruit juices on the table. The two of them basked in the sun, chatting, tasting delicious food, living a carefree life. It seems like it's getting to summer so quickly, but the weather doesn't seem to have changed much from before. Jiang Ning looked at the blazing sun in the sky and couldn't help but sigh. The spring temperature was similar to this one too, it got hot almost overnight. Why does the weather change so fast now? Song Yin, being a native resident of the post-apocalyptic world, took a sip of juice and explained to Jiang Ning. The environment in the post-apocalypse is too harsh, with yellow earth everywhere that can't retain water. It's normal for the weather to get hotter. Speaking of which, what pairs best with summer? Of course, it's mung bean soup. Hearing Song Yin's words, Jiang Ning suddenly remembered how her mother used to cook mung bean soup whenever the weather got hottest. During this time, in order to upgrade his shop to level 4, Jiang Ning spent quite some time researching these kinds of soups. Fortunately, with ample time available, he finally managed to complete the upgrade of the 4th level shop just before the system's delivery. Now his basement has become larger, the backyard bigger, and the variety of ingredients has significantly increased, meaning Jiang Ning could virtually cook whatever she wanted. Why don't we make some mung bean soup? Mung beans are good for cooling down the body. We can chill it and deliver it around the base to prevent residents from getting heat stroke. Say done, say do. Jiang Ning pulled Song Yin to the kitchen on the 3rd floor for assistance. Cooking mung bean soup doesn't require any special technique, just wash the mung beans and boil them until they're thoroughly cooked. It only took about 2 hours, and a bucket of mung bean soup was ready. Jiang Ning portioned out some of the soup, letting Song Yin carry the rest upstairs to distribute to the base's residents. She then went to the laboratory to hand out some mung bean soup to the professors. Just as she reached the 9th floor, Jiang Ning heard a heart-wrenching scream. The professors were in chaos, several assistants were struggling to hold down Zhongju's arms, while the remaining professors hurriedly injected him with serum. What's going on? Jiang Ning stopped an assistant who was throwing away used syringes. Seeing it was Jiang Ning, the assistant sighed heavily and explained to her. Recently, Professor Zheng has developed a new type of serum. It was just said that Zhongju would be tested with it, but it turns out the zombie virus in his body seems to have worsened. How can this happen? Haven't you been feeding him food from the field? Jiang Ning was surprised. Yes, we've been feeding him until he's full. We are working in shifts around the clock to feed him, and we haven't stopped administering the serum either. For some reason, he suddenly became violent. Now, Professor Zheng is investigating why. Hopefully it's not that the zombie virus has mutated again. Eventually, Zhongju calmed down, and the professors returned to their positions and continued their work. Jiang Ning didn't disturb them further, she simply placed the mung bean soup on the table and quietly left. The professors really are working too hard. With Zhongju suddenly becoming violent, they'll probably pull all-nighters conducting experiments for the next few days. This way, they won't hold out long. Looks like I should prepare something to supplement their strength. For some reason, when thinking about something simple and convenient to prepare, Jiang Ning immediately thought of tea eggs. If there's something that can be eaten cold or hot and is also nutritious, it must definitely be tea eggs. Fortunately, she came across a recipe for 5 spice eggs in the cookbook. Different from the store-bought marinated eggs, Jiang Ning had always wanted to try out the taste differences between homemade ones and the commercial versions. She collected some eggs from the chicken coop and boiled them until fully cooked. She then began carefully following the recipe to adjust the seasoning. Sichuan peppercorns, star anise, plus some fennel seeds, tangerine peel, clove, and cassia bark as well. It turned out that making 5 spice eggs required so many seasonings. Since some ingredients were unavailable, Jiang Ning decided to skip them or substitute with other options. After preparing the materials, she put them into a pot. Jiang Ning gently tapped the already boiled eggs a couple of times, creating fine crack patterns on the eggshells. Alright, they should be able to absorb the flavor now. Then, she put the prepared eggs into the pot and added some dried melon seeds and lotus root slices to simmer together. Before long, various spices intertwined their fragrances, diffusing through the entire kitchen along with the steam. The longer the cooking process lasted, the stronger the aroma became, causing those who had finished their shifts to crane their necks and watch what Jiang Ning was doing. Boss, what are you making? Unable to contain their curiosity, someone directly asked Jiang Ning. 5 spice tea eggs, I also saw this in a book. By now, the tea eggs were fully cooked, allowing the spice flavors to thoroughly penetrate the eggs. Is this tea egg a new item in our store? I seem to remember seeing some marinated eggs by the entrance too. Having worked here for so long, everyone was already well versed with all the dishes in the shop. It's not. These are specially made for the professors since they've been overworking themselves. They'll definitely feel weak in the evening when everyone is asleep, and they don't like to bother anyone to make them late-night snacks. So I prepared these tea eggs and left them in their offices. Even if no one is on duty in the middle of the night, they won't starve. Jiang Ning explained to the employees. Boss Jiang really takes good care of us. The employees smiled, then went back to their work. As Jiang Ning carried this pot of freshly cooked tea eggs to the stone building, she randomly found an outlet and plugged it in to keep them warm. The professors who were working suddenly caught a whiff of a tantalizing aroma. As the heated soup bubbled again, the scent of spices wafted through the entire laboratory. I suddenly feel hungry. The professors patted their growling stomachs but none wanted to leave their work. Why don't we take a break and eat something first? I wonder what delicious food Boss Jiang has made today. That makes sense. A man may be strong, but hunger is real. We'd better eat something first so we can continue our work properly. In groups, the professors paused their tasks and walked toward Jiang Ning. Boss Jiang, what are we eating today? Professor Zheng smiled while eyeing the pot in Jiang Ning's hands. Judging by the smell, it seemed to be braised food. Jiang Ning opened the lid to show everyone. The aroma of the braised ingredients became even more intense. There are tea eggs, some lotus root slices, and dried melon seeds. Would you like some? Being knowledgeable and particular about food, Professor Zheng didn't hesitate to voice his request. If there's braised food, there must be noodles or flatbreads. Boss Jiang, we simply can't handle just eating braised food. Look at how thin we've all become lately. Jiang Ning looked up at the professors, who were actually well-nourished and glossy, and couldn't help but laugh. And the professors, patting their increasingly plump figures, realized that Professor Zheng was exaggerating despite being aware he was lying. They all chuckled awkwardly. All right. I'll go make you some flatbreads to eat with the braised food. Since Professor Zheng had requested it, Jiang Ning naturally agreed. She returned to the kitchen and got some flour to prepare flaky oil flatbreads. For such flatbreads, some green onions would certainly enhance the flavor. She added pepper, salt, and lard into the flour, chopped the green onions into evenly sized pieces. After adding the ingredients, she gently mixed everything in one direction until it formed a dough. Once the dough took shape, she cut it into small balls of equal size and flattened them into circles with her hands. In Jiang Ning's kitchen, the oven was used most frequently. She sprinkled sesame seeds on top of the shaped dough, placed them onto a baking tray, and neatly arranged them. Once the oven beeped, the baked flatbreads could be taken out. The golden brown and crispy flatbreads crackled as they were bitten into, leaving crumbs behind. Jiang Ning tried one first. When she bit into it, many bits of flaky crust fell to the ground. In her mouth, the flavor was irresistibly aromatic, topped with fragrant white sesame seeds. The outer shell was crisp enough to crumble, while the inside remained soft without being sticky, emitting a rich aroma of lard. Satisfied with the taste, Jiang Ning dared to bring the flatbreads to the 9th floor. The professors were already ravenous. Each grabbed one of the golden, crispy flatbreads. A bite revealed a crisp exterior and fluffy interior, creating distinct layers of texture. Who would have thought that whatever Boss Jiang cooks always turns out to be so delicious? Look at these flatbreads, the outside is so crisp it crumbles to dust, yet the inside remains incredibly soft. Professor Zheng casually picked up a few slices of braised lotus root, tore the flatbread open, and stuffed the lotus root in the middle. With one bite, the crispness of the flatbread combined with the rich aroma of the braised lotus root, making him finish off the flatbread in 2 bites. Still unsatisfied, he grabbed another flatbread. Following suit, the other professors began eagerly eating one after another. Eat slowly. I've also made flatbreads with caramelized sugar. Jiang Ning intentionally prepared 2 kinds of flavors, just in case some professors preferred sweet ones. Unexpectedly, both kinds were very popular. The 5-spice tea eggs were soon devoured by the professors. What was originally prepared as a late-night snack ended up being finished during dinner. This flatbread really is delicious, with a hint of green onion. The one with caramelized sugar is also great. Want to try? The professors enthusiastically recommended their favorite flavors to each other. As for the domestic braised dishes, they were also quickly diminishing as they were eaten with flatbreads. In no time, a large pot of 5-spice braised dishes and flatbreads was completely devoured by the professors. Everyone returned to their workstations, found a chair to sit on, and slowly digested the delicious food in their stomachs. Boss Jiang is perfect in every way, but she does have one flaw: her cooking is just too fragrant. I originally intended to fully dedicate myself to scientific research, but unexpectedly, I was irresistibly drawn away by the scent of the meals. The professor's words, whether praise or complaint, left Jiang Ning between laughter and tears. Chapter 172, New Patient. Zhongju's condition was becoming increasingly unstable. Even though the professors had been researching day and night, they still could not find the cause of his madness. Where on earth was it? So far, only Jiang Ning's meat chunks and food were able to calm him down a little. After the assistants fed Zhongju and injected the serum, the originally restless man gradually felt exhausted, slowly closed his eyes, and fell into a deep sleep. At this moment, his body data also reached a peaceful state, and there was no longer any abnormality like during the daytime. However, other bases have continuously reported that the serum has become ineffective after being scratched or bitten by zombies. A rumor spread from somewhere, claiming that everything was caused by several bases conducting experiments on Wutong Mountain, leading to the further mutation of the zombie virus. They also let the mutated zombies wander around freely. In a short time, everyone became nervous, fearing they would be hurt by these mutated zombies at any moment if they didn't pay attention. As the leader of this experiment, Base 578 naturally became the object of everyone's blame. And then another rumor emerged, saying that Boss Jiang of Base 135 had mastered a method to delay the onset of the virus. Furthermore, Professor Zheng, the leading researcher of the end-time serum, was also experimenting in their base to develop the latest zombie serum. After calculating, many responsible persons from various bases quickly contacted the person in charge of Base 135, wanting to send the injured people of their own bases to Base 135 for treatment. Director Liu Ling's phone rang constantly, leaving him overwhelmed with stress. Since Jiang Ning delegated her responsibilities, nominally, Jiang Ning was still in charge of the base and supporting the entire factory, providing everyone with reassurance. As long as Boss Jiang was here, regardless of the personnel changes in the base, Base 135 could ensure the survival of all its members in this precarious end-time world. Meanwhile, Liu Ling and Minister Liu fully shouldered the responsibility of managing the entire base. Minister Liu, we've known each other for so many years. Can you tell me if Base 135 has a way to delay the spread of the zombie virus? My son was scratched by a zombie while performing an external task and now lies in bed, relying solely on daily large doses of serum to sustain life. He is almost half human, half zombie now. We are old friends, you can't just stand by and watch him die. An anxious voice came through from the other end of the phone. Minister Liu was at a loss what to do. He could only console his old friend first. Our base's supervisor does indeed have a way to delay the spread of the zombie virus. However, bringing someone here still requires discussion with him. As soon as he agrees to accept patients, I will certainly bring your son here first. Liu Ling's situation was similar, except she had less contact with outsiders, and the calls she received were more subtle. Director Liu, do you have time recently? No, wait, I'll tell you once the supervisor agrees. Liu Ling hung up the call expressionlessly. This was the 20th call she received today. No matter how friendly the greetings were at the start, they inevitably asked whether the base could accommodate those infected by mutant zombies. The office phones were ringing off the hook, and Liu Ling decided to ask Jiang Ning for a response immediately. Jiang Ning, our base's phone lines are almost jammed due to calls about the variant virus. Recently, it seems that many people have been bitten. Can our base accept these patients? Jiang Ning and Song Yin were munching on pork jerky when they received Liu Ling's call, leaving everyone surprised. Are there new patients again? Who told others we can treat the mutated virus here? Wutong Mountain Base's reputation was thoroughly tarnished. Now rumors were spreading everywhere that they had created a batch of mutated viruses, making them universally criticized like overstreet rats. Recalling Zhongqi's threats before he left, Jiang Ning roughly understood who the instigator of this incident was. After pondering for a moment, she decided to accept these patients. Let them all come over. Our base has beds and can support them. The more patients there are, the more data Professor Zheng can obtain, which might even accelerate the research of the serum. After Jiang Ning nodded in agreement, Liu Ling and Minister Liu immediately called the heads of various bases to notify them. Soon after, people started arriving non-stop at Base 135, all for delivering patients. These patients varied greatly in appearance. Most of their faces and hands were covered in pus-filled ulcers, their muscles already atrophied, bound motionless to their beds, shouting angrily without recognition. Some patients were less infected, retaining consciousness, lying drowsily on their beds, just barely able to maintain themselves from lapsing into unconsciousness. Often, there were clusters of sobbing people standing beside them, either their parents or friends. Those without parents or friends, once infected, almost had no way out and therefore couldn't make it to Jiang Ning's base. The number of patients was more than expected, and Professor Zheng couldn't help but shake his head. Wutong Mountain Base, this is a sin, creating so many mutants, which has harmed so many people. It seems the serum research needs to be expedited, otherwise, these people might be beyond saving. Song Yin calmly informed Professor Zheng on the side. It won't happen, Professor, you shouldn't feel the burden. As long as we can develop it, having Boss Jiang here makes survival possible for them. I'm the best example. Professor Zheng glanced at Song Yin in astonishment. Indeed, if no one had told him that Song Yin was among the first group of people infected with the mutated virus, he would have almost assumed the man before him was completely normal. Even though the serum wasn't developed yet, thanks to Jiang Ning's daily nourishing food supplements, Song Yin already looked exactly like a human, retaining self-awareness. As long as his bodily fluids didn't come into contact with others, causing infection, he could almost live a life identical to any normal person. Professor Zheng nodded, agreeing with Song Yin's statement. Yes, if not for Boss Jiang, this group might not even survive until the serum research concludes. Boss Jiang, where is she? Why isn't she here at this time? It dawned on Professor Zheng that Jiang Ning was not present. Song Yin replied with an "oh." As for her, she said matters like this were up to us, and right now, she's busy making lunch in the small kitchen. Initially, with just 2 patients, she could easily handle our meals by herself. But with this huge crowd arriving, naturally, she has to bring along the staff from the small villa to prepare more food. Actually, it wasn't so complicated. As long as the food was made from crops cultivated by Jiang Ning, it effectively inhibited the zombie virus. However, to maintain the virus inside Song Yin's body and considering the fact that many items in her recipe list hadn't been developed yet. Recently, Jiang Ning had been engrossed in her small kitchen, researching new dishes. Meanwhile, several pigs in the dormitory had reached slaughter weight, and the employees had already processed the pork, placing it in the small kitchen. Slabs of marbled pork belly were neatly stacked on the countertop, evenly distributed fat and lean meat, and the pig skin had been trimmed clean. Jiang Ning casually picked up a piece of pork belly and flicked it a couple of times. The marbling was perfectly 5 layers thick, just right for making meat fillings. She decided to make steamed buns with soup-filled pork. Jiang Ning first chopped the pork belly into tiny cubes, then placed it into a meat grinder to create minced meat, followed by adding finely chopped ginger into the mixer. Given the larger quantity being prepared, manual mixing would mean waiting forever for these buns. She simply put the wheat flour and water into the dough mixer and let the machine do the work. The dough produced by the mixer was finer and smoother compared to manual handling. In less than 20 minutes, the dough was kneaded perfectly. Jiang Ning quickly transferred the dough from the kneading machine to the side and covered it with a damp cloth to proof. She then took out the pre-cooked pork gelatin from the fridge. With the filling ready, it only required seasoning to be mixed in. It wasn't difficult. Having been cooking for so long, Jiang Ning could instinctively control the usage of every seasoning with her eyes closed. After mixing thoroughly, they began wrapping the buns. Fortunately, the dough was rolled out into long strips, divided into smaller pieces, and then flattened to form thin wrappers for the steamed buns. The wrappers of the steamed buns must be translucently thin yet resilient. Thanks to the assistance of the kitchen equipment, the dough had been kneaded perfectly. Swiftly on the countertop, Jiang Ning rolled a series of round dough balls, preparing the bun wrappers in no time. Inspired by Tianjin's famous goubuli buns known for their thin wrappers and large fillings with 18 pleats each, Jiang Ning separated the pork gelatin into small blocks, wrapping each piece with a wrapper, and stuffed it full of minced meat, carefully pinching the edges to form delicate pleats. Following this process repeatedly, after some time, all the wrappers and fillings were used up. Jiang Ning opened the preheated steamer and placed the buns inside. Since the buns had thin wrappers and abundant fillings, only 15 minutes of steaming was needed. Oversteaming would cause the wrappers to become tough, sticky when eaten. Hence, she set a timer, turning off the heat immediately once it rang. Soon, the scent of the steamed buns wafted from the small kitchen, reaching outside. Many people were dining at the moment, and the employees caught a whiff of the aroma and suddenly felt their rice didn't taste quite as fragrant. "Boss, what delicious thing are you concocting?" Several employees gathered around the door of the small kitchen, watching wisps of white smoke rise from the steamer. Just then, Jiang Ning happened to take out the perfectly cooked buns from the steamer. "Steamed buns with soup-filled pork, I've made plenty. How about everyone tries some?" She invited the employees to sample the freshly baked buns. Just at that moment, many employees hadn't finished eating their fill and so lined up to collect a few buns each and sat back down to slowly savor them. One employee carefully picked out a steamed bun from the bamboo steamer and dipped it into a sauce bottle before taking a bite. Immediately, he began shouting as the hot soup inside the bun scalded his mouth. "Too hot. This bun has juice inside. Damn, poor strategy. It's too hot. We'll have to wait. Patience is a virtue, haste makes waste." This incident made everyone burst out laughing. Before tasting, no one would have guessed that these small buns contained hot broth. Through his personal experience, this employee informed everyone that they should be cautious with the small buns, or else they'd end up screaming from the hot soup within. Chapter 173, Xiaolongbabo. Everyone had learned their lesson, so they took a small plate and placed the xiaolongbabo on it, gently piercing its outer skin with chopsticks. The rich aroma of the soup immediately overflowed. After drinking a sip of the soup, their tongues were instantly wrapped in its savory deliciousness. The broth was thick, as if made from bones simmered for hours to create a high-quality stock. Only after finishing all the soup, leaving only the exterior and filling of the xiaolongbabo, did they dare to take a bite. They mixed some vinegar and chili as a dipping sauce. The employees lightly dipped the xiaolongbabo into the sauce before swallowing it whole. The xiaolongbabo had thin skin and a large filling. With a hint of vinegar flavor mixed with the stimulating heat of chili, it greatly enhanced its freshness. Moreover, the xiaolongbabo was generously portioned, each one was as big as a palm, making everyone feel extremely satisfied after eating it. What kind of flavor is this? So fragrant. In the elevator, many patients being transported to the observation room of the laboratory caught a whiff of an aromatic smell coming from the third floor through the cracks. Many drowsy patients suddenly became alert. "Why do I feel hungrier and hungrier? I feel the same. Suddenly, I want to eat something. What kind of buns are they eating? I can smell meat." After being infected with the zombie virus, everything tastes bland, except fresh blood and flesh. How come today I can smell such an aroma? I actually feel hungry again, craving food so badly. Almost all the patients had this thought in mind. An assistant nearby smiled and reassured everyone. "This is the third floor, our employee cafeteria. The scent suggests that Mr. Jiang has made something delicious again. But in the future, all your food will be provided by Mr. Jiang. At this time, most people have already finished breakfast, and the food prepared should be for you guys. It's possible that our meals will arrive soon after we settle down in the lab." Hearing this, everyone became excited. Is the treatment in base 135 really this good? Every day, we eat so deliciously. Having this disease feels worth it now. Just the smell makes me hungry. I've heard that the cafeteria in base 135 has the best meals, unmatched by any other base. I've been wondering how I could sneak in for a taste, but now it turns out will be served every day. Even those who had lost consciousness and lay unconscious on the beds moved their fingers. Those who were already half human and half zombie began shouting loudly, struggling to get up from their beds, wanting to break down the door and rush to the third floor to savor what exactly smelled so good that made their stomachs growl. It wasn't until they reached the laboratory that everyone was once again astonished. This laboratory is huge. How wealthy must the leader of base 135 be to build such a vast laboratory and support so many professors? No wonder Professor Zheng chose to stay here and research serum. Just this laboratory is the largest I've ever seen. I used to think that people were just talking for fun. After all, no one could really promise to suppress the zombie virus. But now I believe it. Not everyone can afford such a massive research facility. In an instant, the experience brought about by the fragrance on the third floor was swept away by the immense shock before their eyes. All the professors were busy with their work, and there were at least 3 to 5 assistants around each professor helping with various tasks. Right in front of them was a giant screen displaying various research data. Machines in the room kept running and even required dedicated staff for maintenance. Each observation room had already been converted by Jiang Ning into small single-person dormitories. For convenience, the observation rooms not only contained single beds, tables, and chairs but also a small platform specifically for placing instruments. There was even a TV hanging on the wall to prevent boredom among those staying in the observation rooms. This environment is even better than the leader's quarters in our base. Once everyone arrived, they didn't want to leave. They casually chose an observation room to live in. The transitional phase serum developed by Professor Zheng was injected into the patients by the assistants. Almost instantly, the overwhelming hunger sensation that had lingered in their chests subsided. I don't feel hungry anymore. Me too. Why are you all still feeling hungry? Now, it seems like I'm not so hungry anymore. Professor Zheng's achievement is impressive. If the serum has already been developed, why do we still need to stay in the observation room? These hot out-of-the-pan Xylong made by Ning were delivered by the employees to each observation room. Upon smelling this aroma, everyone's appetite was stimulated, and they grabbed the Xylong and stuffed them into their mouths. After finishing one plate, it wasn't enough. So they handed the plates out of the observation room, asking the employees to bring another plate. As they were enjoying the fragrant Xylong, they began to feel that Professor Zheng's injections had indeed been ineffective. Within such a short time, they once again felt like they hadn't eaten enough. With just these buns, I could eat 3 servings all by myself. The professors, also tempted by Jiang Ning's food, decided to have an extra meal. These buns are incredibly delicious, better than what's sold at the Western restaurant. No wonder this is Mr. Jiang's exclusive supply for our laboratory team. It's only because we're constantly hard at work that Mr. Jiang feels sympathy towards us. Eating buns and joking around, the professors felt their pressure lessen significantly. Indeed, it was still good food that could heal people's hearts. Jiang Ning had no idea that her Xylong had led to the misunderstanding among the newly arrived patients that the serum was ineffective. After being busy for half a day, Jiang Ning decided to walk through the fields to relax. Just as she stepped out, she met Song Yin. Song Yin, what are you doing here? Jiang Ning asked in surprise. Song Yin smiled and said, I'm here to see you. Huh? You came to see me? Yes. Knowing how long you've been working, I'm sure you must be tired. Why don't we take a walk together? Song Yin grabbed her hand and ran outside. Jiang Ning didn't pull away and let herself be pulled along. On the way, she said, Song Yin, the virus inside you hasn't completely disappeared yet. If you get some free time, you should eat more and take care of yourself. This isn't fine with you around. There'll be no problem. Song Yin declared confidently. All right. Stop talking nonsense and tell me why you came to see me. Jiang Ning stopped and said. I wanted to take you out for some fun. Song Yin said seriously. Take me out for some fun? Jiang Ning asked in confusion. Yes. Take you out for some fun, Song Yin repeated. All right. Let's go out, but you must promise me not to fool around or run off randomly, Jiang Ning reminded him. Got it. Got it. Song Yin reluctantly agreed. So, where shall we go now? Jiang Ning asked. Not far from here, there's a small hill with great scenery, perfect for climbing and relaxing. Look, I've even prepared some snacks, Song Yin suggested. He waved his backpack, which was filled with various snacks and drinks. Okay, then let's go there. Jiang Ning agreed. Let's go. Song Yin held Jiang Ning's hand and ran toward the small hill. They ran toward the top while playfully fooling around, stopping under a large tree on the summit. Jiang Ning sat on the grass and gazed up at the sun in the sky. It's truly beautiful. Jiang Ning couldn't help but exclaim. The view opened up wide enough to capture the entire base within sight. The blue sky above was dotted with a few white clouds. Although the sun was blazing, they were shaded by trees, so it wasn't unbearably hot. Below them lay the square-shaped base. People appeared as tiny as ants, endlessly moving back and forth within the compound. The rice paddies developed by Jiang Ning took up a significant portion of the area. The Western-style building stood like a landmark, prominent amidst the base. Yeah, this really is a wonderful place, Song Yin agreed. Since the mutated virus emerged, Jiang Ning seemed busier than ever. In the past, all she had to worry about was the construction of the base. But now, she not only had to prepare endless amounts of food every day for everyone but also monitor the physical conditions of the professors. She tailored different meals according to the daily needs of the group. Moreover, she assisted in monitoring the progress of the zombie serum research. Jiang Ning had visibly grown thinner over these days. This was all too clear to Song Yin, who felt heartbroken upon seeing it. Even though Jiang Ning thought the current life was delightful, doing what she loved with a clear goal ahead, Song Yin feared she might tire herself out. Not to mention today, when so many patients arrived. He was afraid Jiang Ning would shoulder all the responsibility, preparing food for everyone, which would surely exhaust her. No matter what, he had to bring her out today to relax. These days, Jiang Ning had indeed exerted herself physically quite a bit. Simply researching recipes exhausted both her brain and eyes. And cooking itself was a demanding job. A mere 10 pounds of meat ingredients alone, without counting side dishes, was tiring enough. With continuous tossing of woks, Jiang Ning was now passionate about her profession but inevitably found herself feeling somewhat fatigued at times. Now, with boundless blue skies and clouds overhead, the base built under her feet, and refreshing breezes blowing behind her, Song Yin kindly handed her a drink that he had chilled beforehand. Taking a sip, the stickiness caused by sweating in the sun instantly vanished. Song Yin gently pulled Jiang Ning over, allowing her head to rest on his shoulder. Cool breezes brushed past, calming her mind and body. All the fatigue and stress accumulated over these days disappeared completely. Sheltered by the tree, the sun couldn't reach them at all, and thus Jiang Ning dozed off while leaning on Song Yin's shoulder. Look at the old base. This place used to be an empty lot. Thanks to you, it's now gradually turned into a tall building. Over there, it was originally wasteland but has been reclaimed to become our activity area. Your little shop was originally there too, and we first met near the iron fence. As he talked, he realized that Jiang Ning had slowly stopped responding to him. Song Yin turned his head to take a look, and he saw that Jiang Ning had fallen asleep at some point. With affection, Song Yin smiled as he looked at Jiang Ning and gently touched her hair that hung down over her shoulder. It seems like she's truly exhausted. It's good that she fell asleep. After she wakes up, she'll have to return to the base and start busying herself again. Chapter 174, Braised Pork. Happy times always pass by so quickly. Jiang Ning only took a day off and then plunged back into her endless work. She was diligently working in the kitchen when a phone call interrupted her workflow. We've found out the reason for Zhongju's violent episodes. This virus is very smart, it knows what it fears most. Every time after Zhongju consumes a certain amount of food, the virus within his body tries to expel things that are not favorable to it, hence the occasional outbursts. So does this mean that dietary therapy still has a good effect? Jiang Ning understood their meaning. Yes, Zhongju has been too severely infected, with the virus almost taking complete control, causing him to be highly resistant to dietary treatments. But with my help through serums, the situation has improved gradually. Miss Jiang, you need to put more effort and bring more food here. The professors were excited. They hadn't expected that Jiang Ning's food would have such a significant effect on the virus. Before, they had mostly believed that Jiang Ning's dishes could strengthen one's constitution, even if they somewhat affected zombie viruses. But none of them expected that the mutated zombie virus feared her cooking so much. This put Jiang Ning in a predicament. There were so many patients in the base. If every dish needed detailed preparation, the people would probably die before the dishes got ready. Alas, Jiang Ning sighed. Making large batches of food isn't my forte. It seems I'll have to ask Sister Zhong for some advice. Sister Zhong was chosen by Jiang Ning precisely because she could make big pot meals while ensuring quality and quantity. And Sister Zhong generously shared her experience without hesitation. For large batch cooking, mainly consider the volume. Once there is a lot of ingredients, use strong heat to cook quickly or otherwise, if cooked on low heat, the bottom layer will be overcooked while the top might still be raw. While explaining, Sister Zhong cut all the vegetables into sections and threw a full basin of greens directly into the pot. Just strong heat isn't enough. You also need to stir continuously to ensure each piece of vegetable is evenly heated. Otherwise, the result will be half-cooked. With vigorous stirring under high heat, the emerald green vegetables were coated in oil and glistened brilliantly. Clearly, the vegetables were done. Sister Zhong also paid attention to the seasoning. This large ladle is just like the small ones from spice containers. For a small pot, 1 scoop of salt suffices. Similarly, for a large pot, just 1 scoop is needed. However, small portions emphasize delicacy, whereas large batches aim for satisfaction. Be sure to use more oil and salt so everyone can eat fully and gather strength for work. You can appropriately adjust according to taste. It didn't seem too difficult. Just chatting away like that, 1 pot of food was finished. Sister Zhong served it into a big bowl and placed it in the outside display counter, where those who needed could select as per their preferences and then pay accordingly. This is indeed convenient, but I wonder how good my version would taste. Thinking about this, Jiang Ning couldn't help but feel eager to try making a large pot meal herself. People infected with the zombie virus lack meat consumption most. They absorb little energy from vegetables and mainly rely on meat to maintain their strength. So, Jiang Ning decided to prepare a pot of large batch braised pork. Braised pork requires stewing. Even with less experience in large batch cooking, there would be no issue of it being partially cooked. From the last time she made braised pork, quite a bit of 5-flavor pork remained. This time, Jiang Ning planned to completely consume them all. First, she boiled water, adding the meat in to blanch and remove blood residue. The color of the pork changed from fresh red to pure white, and the bloody smell slowly disappeared. Before long, a distinct aroma unique to meat began to emanate. Cutting the 5-flavor pork into nearly uniform-sized squares, she neatly tossed them into the pot. Adding rock sugar, soy sauce, and spices, she simmered carefully. In no time, bubbling sounds came from the pot. I guess it should be almost cooked. Jiang Ning worried a bit. Thankfully, the meaty fragrance soon filled the air, and the sauce in the pot grew increasingly thick. Jiang Ning finally felt at ease. The taste should be all right. She eagerly picked up a piece of meat with chopsticks while it was hot. The aroma was incredibly rich, carrying a soy sauce flavor. The fat was cooked until translucent, and the lean meat absorbed the soup, appearing bright and flavorful. 1 bite down revealed tender skin and well-cooked meat in balance. Whoa, I didn't expect the large pot-braised meat to be this fragrant. Jiang Ning tasted it, and the flavor did not fall short compared to meticulously prepared smaller pots of food. The pieces of meat on top carried the skin, having both fatty and lean parts. Neatly arranged in layers inside the pot, they looked perfectly layered. As the meat became ready, Jiang Ning served out the steamed rice and stir-fried several plates of greens. This simple meal specially prepared for the patients was ready. People below had been eagerly waiting for it. They were standing by the elevator doors, eyes gleaming with anticipation. Boss Jiang, how come she hasn't arrived yet? I'm almost starving. A patient stood on tiptoe to peer around and finally, at noon 12 o'clock, the ding sound of the elevator signified its arrival. Boss Jiang has arrived. Is the food heavy? Let me help push it for you. Everybody enthusiastically reached out to take over the cart from Jiang Ning's hands. Inside the buckets in the cart, there was an abundance of braised pork, and the aroma escaped through the lids, wafting into everyone's noses. So fragrant, just by the smell alone. Today is a big meat feast again. The assistants were already drooling uncontrollably, even the professors abandoned their work, drawn in by the scent. Little Lee, bring the food to the observation room. Divide the rest among everyone. Professor Zheng followed the fragrance to the food trolley and quickly lifted the lid. An intense sauce aroma greeted him. Braised pork, really fragrant. Miss Jiang's skills are truly remarkable. He served himself a bowl and deftly picked up a piece of braised pork to stuff in his mouth. The lean meat was tender but not dry, fully soaked in the broth, with some chewiness. The fat, however, melted upon entry into the mouth. Jiang Ning's braised pork retained the skin, avoiding any imagined greasiness. Instead, it was incredibly tender and had just a touch of collagen texture. For a moment, everyone nearly forgot that there were other dishes, too, as they all served themselves bowls of meat along with rice, quietly digging in. The meat was eaten quickly, and none of its juices went to waste, poured onto the rice. Eat slower. There's still more food. We also have a few dishes of vegetables. Jiang Ning, seeing everyone enjoying their meal so much, felt greatly comforted. Still, she reminded them to eat more vegetables to avoid overheating the body. As soon as the braised pork disappeared, everyone turned their attention to the remaining vegetable dishes. Today's vegetarian options included stir-fried cabbage with mushrooms and scrambled eggs with straw mushrooms. I reckon all of you must be full already, so let me suffer a bit by finishing off the leftover vegetables. No need to waste it. Professor Deng cleared his throat, face calm and composed, as he served himself a hearty bowl of greens. The other professors weren't pleased. Old Deng, are you shameless? I haven't eaten enough yet, and you've served yourself such a large bowl. Put it down immediately. Yes, I haven't consumed enough dietary fiber for the day either. I should eat more. No scrambling. We're all getting older. Overeating can cause indigestion. So let this young one among our seniors handle digesting these greens for all of us. Everyone had good reasons. In no time, no one was letting anyone else have their way, each striving to clear the contents of their bowls to eat a little more. Jiang Ning didn't have the time to dine with the professors. She promptly headed to the farmland where the seedlings had already sprouted. The only benefit of summer was ample sunlight, giving plenty of life energy to plants. But it was also scorching hot, easily killing young seedlings with high temperatures. Over these years, there were quite a few rare seeds. Jiang Ning worried if they could survive through the summer, frequently watering them and covering them with transparent plastic sheeting to prevent direct sunlight exposure. Still, many young seedlings had withered. She added some fertilizer, then sighed helplessly. Ah, you must grow well. It wouldn't be fair otherwise considering how hard I've worked to water you twice a day. Amidst so many flowers, fruits, and vegetables, only the mint was thriving. Mint patches had sprouted stalks with lush green leaves, looking ready to overrun this entire land. Mint really has too much vitality. It has grown so tall, seems like it's time to use some. Jiang Ning marveled at its vigor, and casually plucked the leaves, gathering them together. With so many leaves, let's boil some sugar syrup. It would go great in juice or diluted water. Recalling the mint tea she made before, Jiang Ning decided to add more sugar this time. After all, not everyone can accept a toothpaste flavor in their drink. Currently, everything in the base was being taken care of properly. The business at the little Western-style house was steady with daily huge profits rolling in. Jiang Ning now had much free time to do what she wished. She had picked a whole basket of mint leaves and was about to leave when she saw Liu Ling running towards her from afar. When Liu Ling reached her, confirmed the farmer-clothed person was indeed Jiang Ning, she stopped breathlessly. Clutching her waist, Liu Ling continued to pant heavily, sweat streaming down freely from her head. What's the matter? Catch your breath first before speaking. Don't rush, don't rush. Jiang Ning lightly patted Liu Ling's back. After struggling for breath for a while, Liu Ling eventually managed to speak, her expression serious. The zombies have gone on strike. These striking zombies were gathered, sitting in the square or lying down to sunbathe, showing absolutely no intention to move at all. After receiving the message, Jiang Ning followed Liu Ling to the square and saw the zombie leader with a group of zombies lying around lazily, showing no fighting spirit. What are you planning to do? Jiang Ning furrowed her brow, feeling utterly helpless about these moody zombies. However, upon seeing Jiang Ning's arrival, the zombie leader pitifully tugged at her clothing, just like a child who had been abandoned by his mother. Hungry, food. His face displayed an expression akin to a human's, incredibly vivid. The muscles that hadn't developed properly before had mostly recovered as well. Currently, these zombies were almost indistinguishable from humans. Except that they still couldn't speak. Chapter 175, Peaches and Mint. You just work and get your subsidy. You eat better than humans, so why are you still complaining about being hungry? Are there people again withholding your food? Jiang Ning remembered a group of brazen individuals who had dared to withhold food from the zombies at the farm gate before. Could it be that someone is up to mischief again? However, the zombie leader slowly shook his head and insisted on pointing at himself, repeating these seemingly meaningless words. Hungry, hungry, food, food. Jiang Ning felt a bit helpless because she had only come out to harvest some food and hadn't brought anything with her that could provide energy for the zombies. The only thing she had was this basket of mint leaves in her hand. Do you eat leaves? If so, line up nicely and I'll feed you. She didn't have much choice but to see if she could pacify these zombies with the mint leaves she had. Upon hearing her words, the zombie leader was delighted, leading the zombies behind him into a line, waiting patiently to be fed. Instead of receiving bowls or pans, the freshly harvested mint leaves were greeted by the blood-red mouths of the zombies. Oddly enough, the zombies seemed to have gradually lost interest in meat. Even though Jiang Ning was feeding them only mint leaves, they ate them with great relish. They behaved perfectly obediently, not showing any trace of their previous disheartened state. By the time the entire basket of leaves was consumed, the zombies sat on the ground, staring expectantly at Jiang Ning. Their command of language was limited, so they could only express their most basic thoughts. Not enough, haven't seen for long, oh. Liu Ling watched these zombies howling in chaos, tilting his head with a look of confusion. What are these things saying? Jiang Ning also didn't fully understand the meaning of what they said, pondering for quite a while. Perhaps they're not yet full. They're saying they haven't seen something or someone in a long time. At this moment, Liu Ling seemed to grasp what the zombies meant. Is it that he hasn't seen you in a while? Lately, you've been staying in the basement all the time, while they leave early and return late every day. Even we rarely see you, let alone these zombies. All these zombies were personally medicated by you, and they might have become dependent on you, missing you somewhat. In a sense, Liu Ling was right. The zombies indeed missed Jiang Ning, as her daily meals were the richest they had ever seen, and she was also the easiest to satisfy. Although their food wasn't scarce, all these provisions were given by Jiang Ning, which made them develop a dependency on her. Even if you adopt a puppy, over time, the puppy will know that only the one who feeds it is its master. These zombies seem to have regarded Jiang Ning as their leader, surrounding Jiang Ning and refusing to leave. So this is your reason for striking? Jiang Ning felt a little helpless. After all, although they possess human-like physical thinking and action patterns, they are far from being comparable to humans. Perhaps these zombies here are like children in kindergarten. Without seeing the person closest to them, they lack a sense of security. Even if the kindergarten has an abundance of food and toys, they instinctively search for intimate companions who give them a sense of security. The zombies seemed to also realize that using a strike to see Jiang Ning was inappropriate. But they squatted there, looking pitiful, determined not to retaliate no matter how Jiang Ning scolded them. Seeing their appearance, Liu Ling couldn't help but marvel. I never expected that zombies could have feelings too. I thought they only had thoughts of blood and food in their brains. As if understanding what Liu Ling said, the zombie leader turned around and bared his teeth at him fiercely. Then, turning back to Jiang Ning, he immediately put on an air of being the most aggrieved person under heaven and earth. Looking at these zombies whose intelligence isn't much higher than that of a child, all Jiang Ning could do was coax them. Alright, if you don't want to work, then don't go. Everyone gather at the zombie dormitory later, and I'll cook you something nice. The zombies instantly became excited, lining up neatly, one after another returning to the zombie dormitory. They skillfully opened the rooftop door lock leading to the dining hall, sitting in their places and waiting for Jiang Ning obediently. Preparing food for the zombies wasn't complicated. Mixing chunks of meat with the food was their favorite delicacy. After thinking for a while, considering it's been a long time since she last prepared a feast for these zombies, why not give them a more sumptuous meal? Jiang Ning stewed a large amount of beef with the prepared marinade earlier and mashed the meat into a paste, mixing it into the beef. This satisfying meal made the zombies thoroughly contented. Having finally met their long thought of Jiang Ning and received extra rations, they quickly returned to their work after eating until they were full. As for the mint leaves initially prepared for making mint syrup, they had already been devoured by them. Hence, Jiang Ning had no choice but to pick more leaves. Fortunately, mint has a strong vitality, and with the help of the system's irrigation water columns, by the afternoon, the mint had sprouted quite a few tender leaves. Alright, a whole day wasted, and this group of zombies actually caused me trouble. Though she was saying this aloud, Jiang Ning's hands never paused as she plucked leaves, her heart not filled with irritation but rather a mix of amusement and helplessness. She didn't expect that her first time being remembered would be by a group of zombies. The mint syrup still needed to be made. After making it, she could consider when she'd have the time. Each time she could set aside a fixed period to cultivate feelings with this group of zombies. The method for making mint syrup was very simple. Song Yin had just finished his serum injection and came out from the basement, encountering Jiang Ning who was heading to the small kitchen. Seeing that she was holding a basket, Song Yin understood that Jiang Ning wanted to prepare some delicious food again. What are you making? Do you need any help? It wasn't because he was craving anything, rather, he saw how heavy the basket was for her to carry alone and offered assistance. Upon seeing Song Yin, Jiang Ning directly handed him the basket. You came at the right time, these things were too heavy. I originally only planned to pick some mint leaves, but then realized the tomatoes were ripe and picked them as well. Turning around, I noticed there were fewer peaches on the tree, so I had to pick some off or else they'd rot on the branch. What a waste. As a result, the basket was filled with fruits and vegetables, which Song Yin effortlessly carried upstairs to the third floor. So, what do you plan to make with all of this? Jiang Ning pondered for a moment. How about we make some jam? Then bake some bread. The base suddenly has so many people now, and the professor's workload is high. They often get hungry at night. Baking bread would give them something to eat. Good idea. Once the bread is ready, I'll be the first to try it. Song Yin happily placed the basket on the floor of the small kitchen on the third floor, rolled up his sleeves, and prepared to assist Jiang Ning. Making syrup was rather straightforward. However, even Song Yin, being inexperienced in the kitchen, felt clueless. What should we do first to make the syrup? Jiang Ning handed the washed mint leaves to Song Yin. Could you shred them for me? The leaves are too big, and it's hard for the flavor to come out. Song Yin obediently took the leaves to one side, separated the blades from the stems, shredded the leaves as finely as possible, and placed them in a bowl. Meanwhile, Jiang Ning was wearing gloves while rinsing peaches in the sink. Although it wasn't peach season, due to suitable temperatures and red soil seed numbers, as long as they weren't in an extremely harsh environment, they generally managed to harvest a lot of fruit. Each peach was plump, its tender pink skin covered with fuzzy hairs. Afraid of tickling, Jiang Ning wore gloves, added some salt, and carefully scrubbed every peach, ensuring all the fuzz was removed. After washing, she peeled, pitted, and sliced the peaches, placing them aside for use. Mint is shredded. What's next? Song Yin was clearly excited, participating in cooking for the first time. Jiang Ning clearly had no intention of doing everything herself and simply gave commands, hoping this might be her first attempt to make mint syrup herself. You've shredded it so quickly. But the peaches aren't fully processed yet. Jiang Ning gestured toward the remaining peaches in the sink. The peaches bobbed up and down in the water, looking quite enticing. Cut 2 lemons. Make sure to remove the seeds and squeeze their juice into the mixture. Add some sugar and find something to crush the mint leaves with. Jiang Ning couldn't stop her hands from working, so she relied solely on guiding Song Yin through the tasks. Excitedly, Song Yin cut a lemon, followed Jiang Ning's instructions, added it to the mint leaves, and diligently crushed the sugared mint. With Song Yin assisting, Jiang Ning concentrated on her work. The peaches were sliced, further diced into smaller pieces, rinsed with clean water, drained, and finally placed in a non-stick pan. As large amounts of granulated sugar were added, the temperature rose slowly, causing the peach flesh to exude juices. The peach meat also transformed from its original light pink hue to a translucent appearance. To prevent scorching, Jiang Ning used a spatula to stir gently, occasionally adding lime juice at appropriate times. Seeing her actions, Song Yin couldn't help but ask, "Why do you always add lemon juice no matter what you're making?" The sourness of the lemon enhances the sweetness of the sugar-added ingredients and also provides a fresh aroma. Next time, you can try without lemon, and you'll definitely notice the taste is inferior with it omitted. Actually, Jiang Ning hadn't initially known about lemon's significance either until she read the cookbooks brought back, gaining the understanding thereafter. Oops, I almost let the peach jam burn while chatting with you. At this moment, the juice of the peach jam was almost evaporated. Jiang Ning stopped stirring, and the sticky peach paste was almost sticking to the bottom of the pot. Fortunately, she rescued it in time, preventing the whole pot of peach paste from becoming a waste. Alright, stop talking. Your mint leaves are ready. Put them in the water and boil. Jiang Ning decided not to chat idly with Song Yin until the peach jam was out of the pan. Song Yin pouted, knowing that one shouldn't be distracted while cooking. He then placed the mint into the pot and simmered it gently with water. Chapter 176, Preparing for Kidnapping. A short while later, the minty aroma spread out, completely covering the sweet fragrance of peaches. The water with the mint leaves also began bubbling vigorously. Song Yin looked at the juice gradually turning green and leaned over to consult Jiang Ning. Does this mean it's done? Jiang Ning glanced over when she had a moment and shook her head. It still needs to cook longer. The longer you boil the mint leaves, the stronger the flavor will be. You'll need some patience. As for her own peach jam, it was nearly finished by now. At this point, the peaches had already turned semi-transparent, blending with the crystal-clear juice, exuding the fresh scent of fruit flesh and carrying a sugary sweetness, looking very appetizing. There were still many peach skins left, but Jiang Ning didn't throw them away. Instead, she boiled them again until the water in the pot turned a pale pink before fishing out and discarding the peach skins. What's this? Can peach skins be eaten too? Song Yin lingered for quite a while even after drinking water, then simply slipped beside Jiang Ning to watch her work. Jiang Ning poured a bag of agar powder into the pot, dissolving the powder completely with the residual heat of the water, and then poured the water into molds that had been prepared. She also scooped a good amount of peach jam into each mold. Peach skins can't be eaten, but they play a coloring role. Look, hasn't the water turned red? Add some peach jam to make jelly and freeze it in the refrigerator. I believe it will sell really well at the little villa. As long as she made new products, Jiang Ning's first thought was always about selling them at the little villa. Song Yin pinched her nose teasingly, grinning broadly. Not surprising, Ms. Jiang. At a time like this, you're still thinking about doing business. No wonder you've managed to expand base 135. Cut the chatter. If you don't go check, your mint water is going to dry up. Jiang Ning had already caught the smell of something burning, but Song Yin only realized this moment and rushed to the stove to turn off the fire. Oh no, it's terrible. Some have stuck to the bottom of the pot. What should I do? He turned to Jiang Ning for help. Jiang Ning bit back laughter, coughed twice loudly, folded her arms across her chest. What can you do? It's just 1 or 2 leaves, so scoop them out and keep boiling the syrup. Are you planning to discard it all? That made sense. Song Yin fished out the leaves, added plenty of granulated sugar, and followed Jiang Ning's steps of slowly simmering peaches until the juice thickened and the mint syrup was ready. Song Yin stared at the greenish syrup for a long time, as if trying to discern something extraordinary from it. Turns out, making food yourself gives you this kind of feeling, a sense of accomplishment combined with worry that it might not taste good. Why wouldn't it taste good? Why don't you give it a try? Jiang Ning suggested. Only then did Song Yin take a spoon, dabbed a little syrup, and placed it into his mouth. The first taste was a strong mint flavor, but due to the addition of white sugar, the coolness transformed into a sweetness without the sharp, numbing sensation, leaving only a sweet aftertaste spreading through the mouth. It actually worked. Never thought I'd be able to make something so delicious one day, Songyin said excitedly. All right, the syrup is done. Once the jelly has set, send it down for the professors to taste. Jiang Ning hadn't forgotten that there was a group of professors downstairs hard at work. At the moment, the professors were faced with a headache-inducing set of data, particularly those from base 798. When I researched this thing initially, I didn't notice any mutation either. Why are we unable to determine what's wrong with these variant viruses now? How could their evolving cell arrangement order remain unknown? We conducted countless experiments in our earlier research. We never expected any patients to mutate. Could these viruses be new strains studied and developed by other professors? That's true. I feel like it's something entirely different from what we studied originally. At this moment, Professor Zheng was also at a loss. The virus mutates too quickly. If left unchecked, it might evolve into new types. How did the Wutong Mountain base manage this? I'm extremely curious. If we could find the professor who developed this serum, I'd truly like to pull him aside and have a good chat. Since the excessive serum was developed, the entire experiment had stalled, prompting these professors to repeatedly wring their hands anxiously. Luckily, the virus can still be controlled by the serum and isn't mutating anymore, but it's been more than 2 months, and we haven't made a single step of progress. Meanwhile, Boss Jiang keeps sending us new dishes to try, making us feel like freeloaders. You're right. Look at Xiao Jiang. She's lost a lot of weight lately but keeps telling us how plump and healthy we've become, making us seem like loafers. With no progress, the professors all felt somewhat embarrassed. They also knew that Jiang Ning had even given up being the base director to find a cure for the virus inside Song Yin's body. Now, with Professor Zheng, the serum still hadn't been developed, making them feel somewhat guilty. Moreover, there were still so many people in the base laboratory waiting for the serum to save their lives. It's all Wutong Mountain Base's fault for studying those zombies. Well done, right? Now, we can't figure out anything useful. At this point, Wutong Mountain Base's image had deteriorated further in the eyes of the professors. But the experiments still needed to be done. The professors sighed and returned to their workstations. Only Professor Zheng looked anxiously at the data in his hand, unable to understand why such a seemingly simple virus was impossible to research. Xiao Zhong, can you still contact Zhongqi? Zhongqi harbored animosity toward Wutong Mountain Base but might provide another way by trying to reach the professor who studied the virus and obtain first-hand data. Perhaps this could help solve problems from the root. Before he left, he gave us his contact information. Professor, if you need it, I'll try to reach out. Xiao Zhong, as an assistant to Professor Zheng, immediately dialed Zhongqi. Director Zhong, it's me, Professor Zheng. Professor Zheng picked up the phone, cleared his throat, unsure whether the person on the other side would recognize him. The unexpected call made Zhongqi very happy, thinking there might be some progress in the research or that his brother didn't survive the attack of the mutated virus. With caution, he asked. Hello, Professor Zheng, is there any problem in the research? There was no serious problem in the study, it was just that they couldn't make any breakthroughs. This Professor Zheng definitely couldn't tell Zhongqi directly. Instead, he changed the subject and tactfully said, the research isn't proceeding smoothly, but there are no major issues. This time, I want to ask if you could connect us with the staff from Wutong Mountain Base responsible for zombie studies. We have several questions that must be answered with first-hand data. Upon hearing that it had nothing to do with his brother's safety, Zhongqi finally relaxed. I've recently had disputes with Wutong Mountain Base, so it may be difficult to get their workers here. However, since Professor Zheng has requested it, I will quietly arrange it myself. You just wait for my news at Boss Jiang's base. Hearing Zhongqi's assurance, Professor Zheng hung up and sighed heavily. The relationship between Zhongqi and Wutong Mountain Base was far worse than just disputes, it was irreconcilable. Though knowing several directors and hunting groups were at Wutong Mountain Base, Zhongqi had led a group to raid their main camp, taking away numerous supplies. On their way back, the living necessities they carried were also intercepted, then taken back to their camp. They had even dismantled Wutong Mountain Base's defense lines. In this period, Wutong Mountain Base was extremely busy, dealing with personnel and supply issues while fixing the mountain base defenses. After hanging up the phone, Zhongqi turned to Zhong Wu, who cautiously asked, what does Professor Zheng need? Can we provide it? Just several researchers from Wutong Mountain Base. Don't worry, our younger brother is fine. Relieved to hear that everything was okay with their younger brother, Zhong Wu felt more at ease. Just need a few researchers? Let's kidnap a few then. They had always been coveting Wutong Mountain Base but lacked valid reasons to attack them. Since there was no evidence that they were responsible for the mutation of the zombie virus, Zhongqi and Zhong Wu only dared to act under the guise of bandits when attacking Wutong Mountain Base. Professor Zheng surely needs these researchers for special purposes, perhaps even getting data proving that this virus originated from Wutong Mountain Base. How can we refuse such a request? Even if we have to seize the scientists by force. With this excuse, Zhongqi had planned secretly. This time he'd sneak into Wutong Mountain Base with a team to kidnap these researchers. If they were still alive, they'd be sent to Base 135 for Professor Zheng to question. They had already used explosives to almost destroy the iron fences surrounding Wutong Mountain Base's servers. Their transportation of food and personnel scheduled for Wutong Mountain had also been intercepted. Currently, Wutong Mountain was without both food and manpower. We must sneak into Wutong Mountain and extract the researchers before new supplies arrive. Once they repair the iron fence and stabilize their food supply, their confidence will return, and they will increase vigilance over the surroundings. Afterward, it will be much harder to take them out. After a quick discussion, Zhongqi and Zhongwu decided to act sooner rather than later and head straight for Wutong Mountain as soon as the external team was ready. Professor Zheng was unaware of the deteriorated relationship between Zhongqi and Wutong Mountain base. However, having received Zhongqi's assurance, his worries were somewhat alleviated. I hope this time Director Zhong can be reliable enough. Ideally, he would also manage to bring out the lab data. Otherwise, relying solely on a few researchers won't make it easy to determine what exactly caused the zombies to mutate. Looking at the patients in the observation room, Professor Zheng felt the weight of responsibility on his shoulders more acutely than ever before. Failing to develop the serum drink would make me feel unworthy of Mr. Jiang's support, especially with the steady supply of 3 meals a day. All these meats and fruits must have been squeezed out from everyone's shares at the base. With such deep gratitude, I can't possibly take this matter lightly and handle it carelessly. Chapter 177, Night Attack on Wutong Mountain. Jiang Ning had no idea that in Professor Zheng's mind, she was already seen as the hard-working image who supported the entire base. She was happily following Sister Zhong to learn how to make large pot meals. And the practice dishes ended up being a bargain for the guests. Part of today's menu consists of new dishes practiced by Boss Jiang. All customers who dine in our store will be gifted 1 dish free. Sister Zhong served the dishes while promoting Boss Jiang's cooking. Really? Then I'll have 2 dishes, plus the gift makes it 4 dishes, right? A wealthy guest walked over and ordered a serving of braised pork belly and blanched spinach. Sister Zhong placed the 2 ordered dishes into plates and took out 2 more small dishes filled with Boss Jiang's practice dishes, stir-fried garlic sprouts and braised eggplant. Seeing the gifts were indeed there, the customer grinned widely. Wow, Boss Jiang's place is truly cost-effective. This will feed me for 2 meals, saving dinner tonight too. A nearby person teased after hearing this. I don't believe you can hold yourself back to eat only half a meal. Boss Jiang's skills, even with practice dishes, are more than enough. The man laughed awkwardly. True. After saying that, he found a table and started savoring the food. The braised pork belly and blanched spinach tasted exactly the same as before, nothing new or surprising, but tasting the braised eggplant immediately brightened the guest's eyes. The eggplant was cooked until soft, melting in the mouth, wrapping around the tip of the tongue with a salty aroma, almost sliding down without resistance. Unfortunately, some parts seemed overcooked, as the eggplant fibers had broken apart. Although there weren't many such spots, it affected the overall texture. As for the garlic sprouts, they were utterly unremarkable. It was obvious that these were made by Boss Jiang's hand, but not nearly as impressive as imagined. Using his chopsticks, the guest pointed at the gifted dishes. Boss Jiang's skills have fallen, it wasn't like this before. These 2 dishes feel like they're from a new chef. What happened? Hearing the customer's comments, Sister Zhong smiled and continued working while explaining slowly to the customer. Boss Jiang is currently learning how to cook big pot meals. The fire control isn't perfect yet, so there will be flaws. That's why we're giving away these dishes. Only then did the customer understand, making a no sound. I thought so, the taste is still okay, just raw here and fully cooked there. It's far from Boss Jiang's usual standard. But once Boss Jiang practices for a bit longer, I think it'll be fine. In fact, this could replace our base canteen chefs entirely. Of course, Jiang Ning herself also knew where her problem lay, having spent all this time near the big pot learning how to control the heat. Better to overcook everything than serve underdone dishes. Some foods that are half-cooked might lead to food poisoning. As one of the leaders, Jiang Ning devoted time to studying culinary arts, but Zhongqi was different. He had Zhongwu secretly arrange troops below the Wutong Mountain base early, and led several skilled fighters to lie in wait around the iron fence of the Wutong Mountain base, watching them repair the fence. Who knows which group of people keeps blowing up the iron fence? Now, we've angered enough people, anyone can break in now. One of the repairmen complained. Don't say that anymore, we're almost done. Besides, our base has so many zombies, they can't be allowed to run wild. Another repairman, who looked slightly more composed, felt tired as well, but still worked hard repairing the iron fence. Zhongqi struck fiercely, tearing down a large part of the iron fence, even collapsing some nearby sections. When the iron fence was electrified, a short circuit plunged the whole Wutong Mountain base into darkness for several days. Zhongqi watched as the maintenance personnel repaired the fence. Apparently, the power system in the base hadn't been fixed either. They planned to sneak in after dark to explore. After nightfall, sure enough, only the central mountaintop area remained illuminated. Zhongqi signaled to 3 of his subordinates behind him, and the 4 quietly bent the iron fence and crawled inside. The guards at the gate were already dozing off, completely unaware of intruders entering the base. There were no lights in the guardroom, only a flickering candle flame that made everyone drowsy. Boss, should we first take a walk around their base? Zhongqi's subordinates, full of confidence and bravery, looked down on the people at the Wutong Mountain base. Currently, all hands were busy patrolling around the leader's dormitory, leaving these fringe areas relatively uninhabited. Zhongqi thought it through, knowing oneself and knowing the enemy would be advantageous. Figuring out the layout here wouldn't hurt, especially if there were plans to return often in the future. Okay, but remember, avoid direct confrontations at all costs. Our mission this time is to help Professor Zheng rescue a few laboratory personnel. Zhongqi repeatedly warned his subordinates, and they all made promises accordingly. Relax, boss. Let's first go in and kidnap the people, then drop them off to wander around at the foot of the mountain. Everyone remembered their tasks and didn't let down their guard just because Wutong Mountain Base had insufficient defense. They decided to do their task before further exploring Wutong Mountain Base. Generally speaking, research labs are usually set up in the central area. As a mountainous location, the central area of Wutong Mountain is only the top part. Directly going to the lab was too dangerous as it would easily lead to capture. Zhongqi and his men decided to check out the dormitory first. Perhaps there were scientists on leave who could be caught off guard, thus avoiding another risky trip to the research institute. The dormitory wasn't far away. Lights were still on there, and patrol groups were circling below. Seeing a group of people armed with guns patrolling around the dormitory building, one of Zhongqi's subordinates worriedly asked the boss. "Boss, there are so many people here. How are we going to get in?" Zhongqi was puzzled. "I see now why there's no one outside. They've concentrated all their manpower in this one place. There are quite a number of people here. A forced entry will not succeed. We have to think of another plan. By the way, who brought bombs?" One subordinate quickly pulled out the bombs from his waist bag. I did. Boss, if you need anything else, just ask. This time, I've got plenty of grenades and flashbangs." Zhongqi weighed the bomb twice in his hand and then returned it to the subordinate. Their electric fence hasn't been fixed yet, and they're completely relying on generators which make so much noise. If we move carefully, no one will discover us. He looked at the brightly lit dormitory, realizing important figures must reside there. You take 2 men and find a deserted spot, then detonate the bomb, and come back as fast as possible. Did you bring incendiary bombs? The subordinate nodded, instantly understanding what his boss meant. Got it, boss. Don't worry, once everyone moves away due to the explosion, we'll ignite the dormitory. Satisfied, Zhongqi nodded approvingly, feeling indeed that those long-term partners of his understood him. He randomly pointed at one of his subordinates. You follow me now to the research building. As soon as the guards loosen up, regardless of the cost, we will tie these people up and immediately leave, no delay. Understood. Everyone was given their tasks. 2 subordinates walked towards the south while Zhongqi and another follower swiftly moved under the cover of darkness, taking positions near the science building. Lights in the science building were still on, and beneath it stood many armed guards. It seems like they also know what they're doing isn't exactly righteous. There aren't so many people guarding the dormitories, they're just afraid of losing more researchers. Zhongqi spat and showed great disdain for the ones assisting in wrongdoing. Boss, let's wait here for them. Even if there are more people, it won't matter. Once someone's alone, we can enter. A nearby subordinate clenched his fists, obviously very excited. Wonder how things are going on their side. Hopefully, they will successfully cause some chaos. Zhongqi looked up at the sky. It was pitch black, and not a single star was visible. Dark moonlit night, best for arson or murder. It would be such a waste if we don't accomplish something significant tonight. They calmly hid nearby, waiting for their team members to cause the disturbance. And 2 subordinates of Zhongqi, moving stealthily under the moonlight, initially intended to destroy the hydroelectric station but unexpectedly found where the zombies were being kept instead. There were quite a few personnel, all armed. The zombies inside certainly couldn't rest. Nighttime was precisely when they were most active, growling softly within enclosures. Occasionally, soldiers would tap the fences with their guns, shouting irritably at the zombies. Just behave. Anyone who doesn't listen gets killed. Don't think you're special just because you're zombies. I've got a gun in my hand. After saying this proudly while shaking his gun, he arrogantly kicked the fence again. The nature of zombies is already violent, and after mutation, they cannot tolerate any irritant. With such provocation from the soldiers, the zombies had gone berserk, roaring towards the direction of the soldiers. Many zombies crowded over and reached through the railings to grab the tiny, ugly human who seemed like an insignificant speck, seemingly needing to rip him apart to quell their rage. This group, they want to exploit the zombies yet won't provide them a decent environment. For the first time, I feel sorry for the zombies. What he said was correct. There were many zombies confined in large iron railings, higher than people, with numerous sticky unknown fluids smeared on it. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be the blood of disobedient zombies that had been executed. The environment inside the railing was also extremely filthy, with chewed meat chunks and bloody residues scattered all over the ground. The soil beneath had even been stained black from the blood. Compared to the zombies they saw at base 135, these zombies didn't even have basic zombie rights. Since they're being kept so unhappily, how about we help them out by letting them go? Another person gave his companion a knowing look. But his companion seemed hesitant. These are mutated zombies after all, too dangerous. If we let them loose, we'll get into trouble ourselves. Not possible, the bolder subordinate retorted. Look around, there are so many soldiers here, and everyone has guns. The zombie population is already too high, we'll just let the Wutong Mountain Base handle their own issues. Anyway, as soon as we open the fence, we'll leave immediately. It's far from the dormitory building, so if we move fast, nothing will happen. This bold subordinate was already gripping the grenade, pulling the pin and readying himself for action. Alright, once it explodes, we must run right away, absolutely can't get stuck here. The 2 climbed up a nearby tree, took out the bombs, and hurled them toward the iron railing with all their might. Bang! Sparks flew everywhere, and the soldiers standing next to the railing were splattered in blood and flesh. There's an ambush. The soldiers quickly reacted, collectively raising their guns in search of the bomb's origin. Before they could figure it out, the two subordinates scattered, finding new trees and continuously changing positions, throwing more bombs toward the fence. The iron railing couldn't withstand the explosive force. In no time, as the sound of metal cracking echoed, the zombies burst through the broken railings like wild dogs escaping confinement and fled outside. The soldiers were preoccupied searching for the source of the bombs and neglected what was happening behind them. In an instant, a soldier was bitten on the neck by a zombie, blood gushing onto the ground. Stop looking for the bomb source. The zombies have been released, quickly shoot. No survivors should be left alive. Fortunately, they had guns, though many soldiers had already been lost, their firepower managed to control the zombie advance. Trouble, that's the zombie area, something's wrong there. Follow me, we need to rush over and support them. The commotion from the zombie pens was so loud that almost everyone in the base had heard it. People from the dormitory buildings and research building nearly all came rushing out at top speed toward the zombie area, leaving only a few personnel to guard their respective posts. The two subordinates who had thrown the bombs had long since slipped away during the chaos. After circling around, they arrived in front of the dormitory building. How many people are left? Should we set fire directly or take out the people first? What about looting weapons? Set fire directly, they have guns anyway, and there's no cover here. We'd lose in a frontal fight. After some deliberation, the two found higher ground and threw their incendiary bombs into the dormitory building. It wasn't important if they hit accurately, creating chaos was their main goal. Damn, the dormitory building is on fire. Hurry up, put it out. The guards knew this was deliberate sabotage but found no human trace nearby, so they prioritized ensuring the safety of those still inside the dormitory. They hadn't brought much incendiary bombs, so they quickly ran out, switching to throwing grenades into the dormitory building instead. As the people on site scrambled to deal with the fire, the two quickly moved towards the research building. Zhongqi had already heard the noise and noticed all the guards had left, leaving only 2 or 3 behind. They acted swiftly, sneaking up on these remaining individuals before they could react. Each one grabbed a knife, cleanly cutting down the lives of these last guards. Hurry, take their guns. These are rare supplies. Didn't expect the Wutong mountain base to be so rich. Next time, I'll loot them first. Put the guns on your back, we may need them later. Zhongqi searched the bodies for guns and ammunition, securing them onto himself before stepping boldly into the research building. There weren't many people inside the research building. On the first floor, only one guard, seeing the scene before him, turned pale. Don't move. Move and I'll shoot. Zhongqi's 2 men raised their guns, their gazes fiercely defiant. Chapter 178, Sophistry. The guard was scared stiff, shaking all over. He squatted on the ground with his hands covering his head, eyes tightly closed, and still pleading for mercy. I didn't see any of your faces, just do what you want to quickly. After you're done, leave as soon as possible, as long as you let me live. Zhongqi saw that the person in front of him was a coward, so he pointed the gun at his head. Where are the people in your research lab? Take me there. The man trembled, they were after the researchers. If he resisted, it would be difficult to get out alive. However, there were no alarm tools around. To ensure his survival, he had no choice but to unwillingly lead them upstairs. Brothers, please don't kill me. I haven't seen your faces and I won't betray you. As long as my life is spared, I'll do anything. The guard led them to the door of a room on the 3rd floor and pleaded, pointing towards the room. But Zhongqi wasn't persuaded by this. Open the door. The trembling hands tried several times before finally pulling out a key from his chest, opening the tightly closed research lab door. Inside the lab, only 2 or 3 researchers were working overtime on their projects. Surprised by the sudden opening of the door, they looked up toward the entrance. As soon as Zhongqi fired his gun, the guide immediately died. Don't even think about resisting. I need living people taken back, not dead bodies, or it's hard for me to explain. Even if someone was dumb, they would know something was wrong. These 2 or 3 researchers understood something must have gone wrong with the base, otherwise these bandits wouldn't have been allowed into the lab. For self-preservation, they slowly squatted down, holding their heads while trying to reason with the bandits. Brother, we're just scientists. You should look elsewhere for what you want. Zhongqi noticed a thick pile of materials on the table and, without checking its utility, stuffed it all into his bag. Another team member even pulled out a USB drive, copying all the data from the computers onto it. It's exactly you guys we're looking for, the ones who figured out how to control zombies, right? Follow me quietly. I'm just asking you to go out for a bit. As long as you follow orders, coming back safe isn't an issue. But if you dare to do anything suspicious, your end will be the same as that guy by the door. The researchers glanced at each other and realized that the intruders didn't seem interested in taking lives, so they relaxed slightly. All right, I'll go with you. As long as our lives are spared, everything else can be negotiated. After finishing copying the data from the computer, another 2 teammates arrived at the scene. They agreed together to bind the 2 or 3 researchers, blindfold them, and hoist them over their shoulders, rushing outward in one swift motion. Before leaving, they didn't forget to drop several bombs, completely blowing up the laboratory. You study all this crap and harmful stuff, now we'll destroy it all. What else do you have left to research? As a family member of a victim of the mutated virus, Zhongqi deeply hated the Wutong mountain base. Seizing the opportunity, he bombed the research labs into ruins, fire reaching high into the sky. Fires broke out simultaneously in both the dormitory and research buildings, causing chaos even in the zombie area. People at the Wutong mountain base quickly realized this might be a feint. But the threat from zombies was much more severe. A few team leaders of the hunting squad exchanged glances and decided that protecting the safety of their comrades was the priority, killing zombies. If the zombies spread throughout the base, they would become uncontrollable. Send a small squad to investigate. The rest stay here and keep things under control. In the worst-case scenario, wipe out all the zombies. Although they knew that if all the zombies were wiped out this time, they themselves would likely face punishment. For the security of everyone else, the leader of the hunting group gritted his teeth and joined the intense battle against zombies. The iron fences of the Wutong mountain base were damaged in more than one place. Luckily, Zhongqi and his 3 companions had already checked the spots earlier in the day. It didn't take much effort to lead the captives out through the damaged fence. Zhongwu had already surrounded Wutong mountain layer by layer. Upon seeing his younger brother safely leading people out, attacking the Wutong mountain base became unnecessary. He gestured to his men, and immediately, someone carried the researchers into the car. Seeing the fiery glow shooting up from the Wutong mountain base, accompanied by bone-chilling howls, the hatred inside Zhongqi and Zhongwu finally dissipated. The glow reflected on the 2 faces, both appearing refreshed and relieved. Evil has its own punishment, let them taste the fear of being threatened by zombies. The 2 drove non-stop toward the base 135. They hadn't forgotten that their younger brother was still enduring the torment of the mutant zombie virus within the base. No matter what, they needed to deliver these researchers to Professor Zheng as quickly as possible. It was a long trek through the night, until dawn broke and Zhongqi and Zhongwu finally appeared in the basement with the captives. Professor Zheng had been working tirelessly for days and nights but still hadn't obtained ideal data. That evening, he had finally relaxed enough to take a short nap when he was abruptly awakened by noise. Just as he was about to investigate the source, he saw Zhongqi and Zhongwu standing right before him. Behind them were 3 scientists bound up, obviously members of the research lab team. Stunned, Professor Zheng looked at the out-of-breath Zhongqi and Zhongwu, finding it hard to believe what he was seeing. I remember I called you yesterday. Who are these 3? Zhongqi gave a sheepish smile. Professor Zheng, didn't you ask for the researchers from Wutong Mountain Base? I have brought them to you. No, not brought, invited them here. The faces of the 3 researchers bore the clear marks of their unwillingness. Invited. Professor Zheng fully understood what kind of invitation process might have taken place. It probably wasn't peaceful at all. Regardless, the people were now here. At this point, Professor Zheng lost his sleepiness altogether. He got dressed, took the scientists with him, and headed straight to the research lab. Professor Zheng, let me come with you. I haven't seen my younger brother for a long time. I'm curious about how he's doing. Zhongqi and Zhongwu decided to check on their younger brother's condition and see if there was any chance left to save him. Professor Zheng nodded, not questioning their presence. All right, haven't you eaten yet? In a little while, Boss Jiang will be waking up. Stay here. His cooking skills have improved even more lately. You're in for a treat. After that, they went directly to the lab together. In the observation room, Zhongju was still strapped to the bed, his eyes tightly closed. The wounds on his body had healed to about 70 to 80%, but left scars of varying depths. His face was extremely pale, showing no trace of color. However, there was one small blessing: he had transformed back into human form from his zombie-like appearance. Although he was still frail, he was no longer the terrifying sight he used to be. Zhongqi stared through the glass at his younger brother, understanding full well that Boss Jiang must have made great sacrifices, ones he did not know about, during Zhongju's transformation back into human form. A wave of emotion swept over him. Zhongju's condition has improved significantly compared to before. Thanks to Boss Jiang, even if we can't completely cure him, at least he looks human again. I really don't know how to thank Boss Jiang. Despite being a tall and burly man, seeing his younger brother gradually improving filled Zhongqi with an intense sense of bitterness. It's all my fault. If only I hadn't sent him on that mission, none of this would have happened. Zhongqi squatted down and started sobbing uncontrollably, blaming himself endlessly. Understanding his brother's anguish, Zhongwu consoled him. Don't dwell too much. If something bad happens, blame it on Wutong Mountain Base. Why did they mess around with such dangerous experiments? One day, we'll level it and get revenge for our brother. Seemingly disturbed by the crying sounds, Zhongju stirred from his deep sleep and slowly opened his eyes. The first thing he saw were 2 familiar figures standing behind the glass. Still half awake and confused, Zhongju wasn't fully rational yet. However, the sight of his loved ones crying tugged at his heart, causing unbearable pain, as if thousands of insects were devouring his chest, leaving no relief. He suddenly became restless, struggling fiercely against the restraints binding his limbs. With great force, he pounded the bed with his fists while letting out low, guttural roars. Desperately trying to raise his head, Zhongju attempted to move toward the direction of the sobs, as if the disappearance of those tears, even at the cost of his own death or destruction, would alleviate the torment in his heart. But the bindings kept him firmly tied to the bed. Seeing his brother's sudden burst of energy, Zhongqi wiped away his tears and hurriedly summoned the assistant. What's wrong with my brother? Why is he getting restless again? That night had been peaceful, and the assistants had drifted off slightly in their posts, confident that without disturbances or alarming changes in data, there was no need for worry. Hearing about the unrest, they immediately grabbed the needles and rushed into the ward with lightning speed, injecting sedatives and serums into Zhongju. No worries, he may just be upset. After the serum takes effect, let him rest a bit and he'll calm down. Checking the data on the wall, the zombie virus wasn't active, it was purely emotional disturbance within Zhongju. Upon hearing this explanation, Zhongqi felt even more disheartened. He repeatedly muttered to Zhongwu. Because he saw me, he began to act restless. Does he remember me? He does remember. It's all my fault, I should never have sent him on that mission. Witnessing the nearly 6.5 foot tall man bawling like a child touched everyone's hearts. The assistants couldn't help but feel sorry for him. Your brother's condition is getting better now. He is recovering. Although the virus can't be completely eradicated, it's gradually being controlled. There might come a time when he regains his sanity. You shouldn't worry too much. Yet Zhongqi still couldn't forgive himself. Don't rush so much, this isn't really your fault. If you continue crying like this, your brother will see how upset you are and start struggling again. Wouldn't that make all those sedatives useless? Only family members truly know each other's weak points. It was Zhongwu's persuasion that finally made Zhongqi stop crying. But this transformed into Zhongqi's motivation. Gripping his fists tightly, clenching his teeth, and grinding against his back molars, he managed to push out a sentence with difficulty. Once my younger brother recovers, I'll definitely blow up Mount Wutong to celebrate with fireworks for him. Their deep bond as brothers continued, and Professor Zhang could only follow along, unable to interfere much. Now that they had located the scientists from Wutong Mountain Base, Professor Zhang led several assistants in carefully interrogating them. The researchers from Wutong Mountain Base, placed in an advantageous position, dared not resist, answering every question truthfully. After Professor Zhang obtained the answers he needed, he immediately threw himself into researching a new serum. In the blink of an eye, since the Wutong Mountain Base researchers were no longer required, they were left idling to the side, aimlessly gazing at the entire lab, a facility far superior than their own ideal laboratory in their minds. The equipment here is even better than what we have at Wutong Mountain Base. With these instruments earlier, perhaps we wouldn't have faced such difficulties and would have directly figured out how to control zombies. Hearing this, one of the nearby assistants rolled their eyes. It's you people who created these disasters. It affects all innocent civilians. Look at those lying in the observation rooms, they are victims of your mutated zombies. The original serum has lost its effect. If we can't develop a new serum, they will slowly transform into zombies. At this revelation, the enthusiastic researchers from Wutong Mountain also showed signs of shock. That's impossible. How could the zombie virus mutate? We conducted numerous experiments, injecting ordinary serum into test subjects' bodies, and there were never any abnormalities. Listening to this, everyone understood that these people must have used live humans as subjects for experimentation and treated them with greater disdain. Test subjects. So you actually used living humans for your experiments. You've truly made something out of yourselves. 4 years, we have been defending ourselves against zombies while seeking ways to solve the zombie virus problem. But look at you, injecting the zombie virus into human bodies instead. Now that the virus has mutated, you will go down in history, becoming the first ever disgrace of the apocalypse. These few researchers turned crimson red in embarrassment but argued back based on reason. What is foreign is naturally different. To advance humanity, we studied ways to make zombies compliant. What's wrong with that? Zombies excel far beyond humans in terms of stamina, physical strength, and more. By using them in production, how much manpower could we save? Yes, exactly. So you've devised a method where zombies are barely controllable, only understand simple instructions, and bite indiscriminately when unhappy. What brilliant results have you achieved from your research? Did Wutong Mountain Base manage to produce anything worthwhile with these zombies? Could it be that all you've produced are infected individuals that our base has had to handle? Several professors, intellectuals, had already grown frustrated with the arrogant demeanor of these researchers, and sarcastically ridiculed them. These researchers knew they were in the wrong. Wutong Mountain Base's original goal was to use zombies to expand territory, not for production. Regardless, making zombies obey human commands certainly has its benefits. The mutation of the virus is merely a side effect. Once this project is fully researched, obedient zombies won't pose a threat or harm people without cause. Upon hearing this absurd defense, everyone felt that these staff members were truly hopeless. Chapter 179, Sandwich. People like this should be bitten by zombies, then injected with some serum to see just how much pain the patients are going through. People who talk while standing don't feel the strain, but the researchers on Wutong Mountain were still sticking to their necks, arguing based on reason. But these professors with backbone didn't even bother to respond to them, they just kept their heads down and did their own thing. Don't pay attention to them, a group of lunatics. Talking to them too much, I'm afraid my IQ will drop. Seeing that no one else was willing to acknowledge themselves, and not getting anything good out of it, the research staff of Wutong Mountain also shut their mouths awkwardly. As Jiang Ning prepared for work, the staff on the 9th floor had already devoted themselves to arduous efforts. When she appeared in Ju Long pushing the food cart, not a single person paid attention to her. Looking at the various professors before her who were unmoved by the food, Jiang Ning doubted if she'd walked into the wrong place. This is the 9th floor, right? Everyone come and eat, we're having steamed dumplings for breakfast today. Not a single person acknowledged her. It's strange, why aren't the professors enthusiastic about eating today? Similarly frustrated, the base staff from Wutong Mountain sitting nearby finally saw someone alive and enthusiastically explained to her. These professors are all crazy. Now that they have new data, they naturally prioritize their experiments over you, an ordinary cook. Oh, that's how it is. What about you guys? Where do you come from? These were unfamiliar faces. Jiang Ning was certain that she had never recruited these people into the base in her memory. Finally, there were people willing to introduce themselves. We are research personnel from the Wutong mountain base, kidnapped here. Is it mealtime now? It smells so good. They had smelled the strong aroma of meat from the cart in Jiang Ning's hands long ago. The meals at the Wutong mountain base weren't bad either, but they weren't as good as having meat every day. With the scent of the meat wafting around, several staff members almost drooled. Jiang Ning nodded, lifted the lid, and showed them the perfectly round steamed dumplings. That's right, breakfast today is steamed dumplings and white rice porridge, along with some pickled vegetables. The steamed dumplings were crystal clear, wrapping around fragrant meat fillings, while the plain-looking white porridge emitted a rice fragrance. Even the pickles were well preserved until they were almost translucent. Just this simple breakfast looked complete in color, aroma, and taste. Upon smelling this fragrance after not eating much last night, the research personnel were hungrier. But Jiang Ning didn't invite them to share breakfast, leaving the few research personnel no choice but to swallow their saliva shamelessly and stare enviously at the dumplings. Is there any breakfast left for us? Surely they wouldn't deny food to captives, would they? Of course not. If you're hungry, help yourself. Jiang Ning shook her head, generously handed each of them a bowl of porridge, a plate of pickles, and a few dumplings. Their stomachs were completely empty, and they couldn't wait to drink a mouthful of clear porridge. Instantly, a warm feeling wrapped around their stomachs. After taking a bite of the steamed dumpling, its thin skin and large filling, along with the crystal clear broth inside, amazed them. I've never felt anything tasted this good before. They collectively sighed. No wonder so many people wanted to rush into base 135. Just this meal alone was enough to make anyone linger and savor. Delicious, these professors really don't know good things when they see them. With such tasty food, it's hard to stop researching. Hey, are you specially responsible for delivering meals to the base? Another bowl of clear porridge went down, warming their entire body. Looking at the young girl before them, they also relaxed their guard. Jiang Ning smiled faintly and revealed a mysterious expression. I'm not specifically here to deliver meals to the base, I just happened to do so since I had time today. Oh, these people were still chewing, picking up another steamed dumpling and putting it in their mouths. What's your position? This young lady, given her age, probably wouldn't hold a high rank. If not for seeing her bring so much food, maybe they wouldn't have paid attention to her. But the people in the base obviously didn't want to talk to them, so they could only chat casually with this seemingly young girl. You guys might as well stop messing with me. My name is Jiang Ning, I am the leader of this base. After frightening a few researchers, looking at the frightened expressions on their faces, unsure whether to spit out or swallow the food in their mouths, Jiang Ning left with satisfaction. No wonder these professors are so obsessed with their research that they forget to eat. They must have gotten some crucial data. Not eating isn't good, so I should prepare something for them. But at the moment, Jiang Ning wasn't quite sure what to make. Seeing there was still plenty left in the kitchen and the braised beef hadn't been fully consumed yet, an idea struck her. She remembered something versatile that could be eaten either hot or cold and was also highly nutritious. A sandwich. And the peach jam she had made a while back still had leftovers, which would be perfect as the filling for the sandwich. Making sandwiches was also incredibly simple. The bread was already ready, no need for Jiang Ning to bake any. She grabbed 2 pieces of toast, cutting each along the diagonal line to split them into halves. Jiang Ning took out some peach jam, opened it, and gave it a sniff. A sweet, clear fragrance immediately swirled around her nose. The longer it's kept, the more fragrant it becomes. It'll be perfect for spreading on the bread. She decided not to use regular tomato sauce but instead opted for the summer-friendly peach jam. With this decision, the contents of the filling had to be adjusted accordingly. What shall I add? If using tomato sauce, lettuce, eggs, and meat would be common additions. However, if paired with peach jam, those ingredients would conflict in taste. The flavors of vegetables would clash with the fruity notes, making the entire sandwich feel off in texture. After pondering, Jiang Ning decided to create 2 versions. First, she chopped up bananas, plums, and apples, filling each blank piece of bread carefully with peach jam. Then she arranged the sliced fruits on top, adding a layer of lettuce. For the middle part, she used freshly cooked, golden scrambled eggs. She even included some cream inside. In one bite, the flavors of peaches and various fruits blended perfectly, combined with the sweetness of the cream, creating a refreshing summer sensation. Delicious, this makes a wonderful dessert. But it probably won't fill their stomachs, so I'd better make more sandwiches. Though the fruit sandwich was delicious, everyone has different tastes, and not all the professors liked sweets. Jiang Ning then found some tomato sauce. Tomato sauce alone wouldn't suffice, so she also planned to make mayonnaise. Let me see. I remember reading a recipe for making mayonnaise. Where was it? Ah, here it is. Jiang Ning only knew how to cook Chinese dishes and was unfamiliar with Western condiments. Fortunately, she brought several recipe books that documented the methods for making various sauces. Preparing all the necessary materials, Jiang Ning began following the steps outlined in the book. 200 grams of peanut oil, plus some eggs, sugar, salt, and lemon. It's not too difficult. Making mayonnaise turned out to be surprisingly simple, requiring almost no special techniques. Mix the eggs, sugar, salt, and lemon together, stir continuously while slowly pouring in 200 grams of peanut oil until it turns creamy, then it's done. This process did test the speed of her hands, though. Jiang Ning kept stirring the egg mixture until her hand grew sore, but the mayonnaise still wasn't forming. Ah! At this point, someone stretched lazily nearby, emitting a content sigh. Jiang Ning turned around to see Song Yin waking up. She had just been lamenting about how tiring it was to stir the egg mixture by herself, wishing someone could help. Unexpectedly, Song Yin offered himself up. Cook Jiang, what delicious treat are you making today? Song Yin poked his head out, reaching directly for the fruit sandwich that was already prepared. Jiang Ning slapped his hand away. Sandwiches. You came just in time because beating eggs is such hard work. How about helping out? Song Yin withdrew the hand he intended to use to snatch a sandwich, stretched lazily again, and yawned. Why do I suddenly not feel hungry? Maybe I didn't sleep well last night. Let me go back to bed. Faced with this childish behavior, Jiang Ning felt both amused and exasperated. She paused her movements, tilting her head to look at Song Yin. That's too bad. I was thinking that once the mayonnaise is ready, I'd make you a beef sandwich. Since you want to sleep, I guess I'll have to finish this alone. I suddenly don't feel like sleeping anymore. What's this mayonnaise? Is it the stuff in the box? What does it need to look like to succeed? Song Yin quickly shifted positions and returned to Jiang Ning's side, seriously taking over the whisk from her, and stirred non-stop. I'm only helping because I see how tired you are. It absolutely has nothing to do with eating meat. The first sandwich doesn't need to be for me, nor do I need extra beef. It's all due to the friendly bond between colleagues. Don't worry, I'm not hungry. Jiang Ning chuckled aloud. Alright, I'll definitely meet your request. Do you prefer your sandwich hot or cold? Would you like a plum juice or mung bean soup to go with it? As Song Yin beat the eggs, his mouth didn't stop. He picked up a piece of fruit and began chewing on the sandwich. This is really sweet, it's more like dessert. Still, meat is better. I want some mung bean soup. Alright, leader Song Tilda. Since Song Yin had spoken up, Jiang Ning fetched some beans, washed them, and put them in a pot to make a pot of mung bean soup. At this point, the staff who were on the morning shift at the little mansion had mostly arrived. Hey, isn't it usually you who personally cooks, boss? Why are you using factory-made bread this time? One of the employees noticed that Jiang Ning was making something they hadn't seen before. If I had to do everything myself, when would I ever finish? This ready-made option is much more convenient and quick, and it doesn't taste bad either. Why don't you all give it a try? Jiang Ning took the opportunity to turn the remaining fruit into sandwiches. The employees didn't hesitate, each grabbing a fruit sandwich and taking a bite. All of them were girls who tended to love sweets, so this fruit sandwich received unanimous praise. It's delicious. There's even cream. After eating this kind of fruit sandwich, we won't have to worry about gaining weight. It also looks easy to make. I'll definitely try this back in my dormitory. Never thought processed bread from the factory could be so good after being touched by the boss. Why didn't we think of adding fruits to bread before? If you could come up with ideas like that, you wouldn't just be an employee. The employees joked with one another as they ate. Alright, now that you've finished eating, go back to work. I don't need your help here. By this time, the mayonnaise was almost ready. Shooing the employees away, Jiang Ning stayed behind with Song Yin to continue working in the kitchen. Why does it have to be cut diagonally into triangles? Can't I eat the whole thing as one piece? Song Yin tried slicing the bread just like Jiang Ning, but he wondered why the pieces always ended up split in two when combining them seemed better than eating them apart. Sure, then I'll make you a big one. Jiang Ning casually grabbed 4 slices of uncut bread toast. On the first layer, she spread ketchup, and on the second layer, she applied mayonnaise, repeating this process until every slice of bread was covered in sauce. She then arranged a piece of lettuce, a chunk of egg, 2 slices of tomato, and several pieces of beef between each layer, stacking them neatly. When the final piece of bread was placed on top, an enormous double-layered sandwich was born. Here, look at how big this sandwich is, surely it will satisfy your appetite. Jiang Ning specially packed the meat generously so that almost every bite was filled with tender beef. This giant sandwich naturally caught Song Yin's attention. Taking the sandwich without hesitation, he bit into it voraciously. The flavor of the braised beef immediately burst out in his mouth. It was interwoven with the sweet and sour tang of the tomato sauce and the creamy sweetness of the mayonnaise. The crisp crunch of the lettuce and tomato added plenty of texture. The scrambled eggs lost their fishy smell and brought forth a delicate fresh taste. This sandwich was colorful, nutritionally balanced, and utterly gratifying for Song Yin. I didn't expect this to taste so good. Making it is quick too. The only downside is that hand-whipping the mayonnaise is tiring. But this makes the best breakfast imaginable. Paired with a sip of cold mung bean soup, Song Yin felt like every pore on his body had been awakened. As long as it's tasty, after you're done eating, please help me make more. Send them over to the restaurant. The professors have been busy all morning, they haven't eaten yet. Actually, Jiang Ning herself hadn't eaten much either. But the professor's health was even more important. Not eating? That's impossible. They may be obsessed with their research, but they are usually very enthusiastic about eating. Was breakfast delivered to them? Song Yin was surprised. These professors had been spoiled by Jiang Ning's cooking. Other than her personal meals, they wouldn't eat anything else. Fortunately, their exceptional talents supported their behavior. Otherwise, no one would be able to deal with these arrogant intellectuals. They did receive the delivery, but Zhongqi apparently disrupted the Wutong mountain base last night. All the research personnel and lab data were sent over here, and the professors are working overtime to study everything. Chapter 180, Big Meat Box. Oh, so that's how it is, then there's nothing unusual. After all, as long as Jiang Ning is still around, the meal will never disappear. However, not everyone can develop the serum for the mutated virus. After the sandwiches were delivered to the 9th floor, not many people cared about them. It was noon, and the sandwiches piled up like a small mountain had only decreased by 2 or 3. By the afternoon, only one part of the mountain was gone. By nightfall, after the professors had taken turns on their shifts, someone finally noticed this pile of sandwiches. But even then, there was just a brief sigh. Wow, we've been working all day and haven't realized that Boss Jiang sent food over. Let's each grab one and go back to work. Only the researchers from the Wutong mountain base sat blankly inside their laboratory. They had no tasks at hand, and no one paid any attention to them. After receiving the data, the professors dove straight into the research lab. These sandwiches actually became what they ate the most. Is base 135 really this intense? It's already dinner time, yet these professors don't seem to be leaving work. Is this voluntary or mandated by the base? While munching on sandwiches, they shivered uncontrollably. No one had arranged accommodations for them, and they didn't know where they would spend the night. Were they supposed to watch these professors study for an entire day and night? Fortunately, the working capability of these professors was also exceptionally fast. In just one day, they had found a breakthrough. I found it. I found the reason for the virus mutation. One professor excitedly threw the documents in his hands high up into the air and tightly hugged the assistant next to him. No wonder the serum has no effect on the mutated zombie disease. Now I know why. Hurry, bring Professor Zheng here. The assistant beside him rushed off to fetch Professor Zheng, who was resting. By the time Professor Zheng arrived, this group of professors held a meeting, then got back to their positions. And the sandwiches were completely ignored by them. The next morning, when Jiang Ning came to deliver breakfast, she discovered that what she had sent the previous day was still there, not having been touched much. Only a few researchers were sitting on their chairs yawning, looking utterly exhausted. Leader, you're here again. What's delicious for breakfast today? They had come to terms with it. Since no one was paying attention to them and the lab temperature was comfortable enough, staying to rest here wasn't bad either. The only downside was that the bench was a bit hard, which could press against the waist during sleep. Let's eat whatever today. Yesterday's sandwiches weren't finished, so I made some soy milk. She handed a bowl of soy milk to each of the 3 researchers, along with 2 buns and 1 sandwich, which became the breakfast of the day. The 3 researchers took the soy milk and ate until grease dripped down their mouths. The professors continued steadfastly at their posts, completely ignoring the aroma of bin products in the air. Jiang Ning understood, now was not the time to disturb the professors. She thought it over and ultimately decided to stay silent. This group of scholars, no matter how hard you work, you shouldn't let yourself starve. I only hope they reach conclusions soon, then we'll have time for a proper meal. Realizing this wasn't going to work, though she wanted them to continue experimenting, she hesitated a long time before deciding to do something else, cook something. As long as her food smells strong enough to draw their attention, these scholars will naturally put down what they're doing and take a few bites. How about making big meat boxes? There's meat and vegetables, which can also meet the needs of the patients in the observation room. After pondering, Jiang Ning finally decided on the lunch menu. The method for making meat boxes was somewhat complex, requiring someone to assist her. This task naturally fell to Song Yin. What is this big meat box thing? Is it tasty? Now free from work stress, Song Yin followed Jiang Ning every day eating and drinking, almost losing all his muscles. Lately, he'd added more training, striving to sculpt his perfect physique. Song Yin lifted an iron spoon while asking Jiang Ning, "Is there only meat in the meat box?" Thinking about the braised pork Jiang Ning had made before, saliva unconsciously secreted in his mouth. Not necessarily, but there should always be vegetables or vermicelli inside too. But the ratio of meat is sure to be higher. Still obediently following Jiang Ning, Song Yin went into the small kitchen with her. This time the quantity to be prepared was larger. Jiang Ning gave up kneading the dough by hand and took out the mixer and mincer. After preparing the flour, she poured warm water into the mini dough mixer, pressed the button, and the machine immediately started working. Song Yin also washed the fresh 5-flavor pork, cut the blood water into small pieces, and tossed them into the blender. For a moment, the loud whirring sounds produced by the 2 machines working filled the room. While the dough and meat weren't ready yet, Jiang Ning washed some baby bok choy and finally chopped them into shreds, placing them aside for preparation. After kneading the dough, it needed to be rested for a while. The 2 simply discussed what else they should add besides the meat. Let's put some pickled vegetables in. The freshly made chili is incredibly fragrant. That works. Pickled vegetables are good at cutting through greasiness. Eating too much meat alone can get monotonous. How about adding some vermicelli? Vermicelli is satisfying. Add some garlic chives too, they're really delicious. Professor Zheng doesn't like garlic chives. Maybe add a bit of bok choy. Let's make 2 different types of meat boxes. After deciding on the filling, Song Yin washed the garlic chives and minced them into fine bits, mixing them with a ball of meat paste. Meanwhile, Jiang Ning processed a large amount of bok choy. After washing them thoroughly with clear water, she sliced them into thin strips, sprinkled a little salt, and placed a heavy object on top to press out the water and oil from the bok choy. After a series of operations, the dough was also ready. This time, the amount of dough was substantial. Jiang Ning divided it into 6 different portions. Finding a bigger working table, she rolled each dough ball into thin sheets. Then she spread the already prepared garlic chive meat paste over 1/4 of each sheet. Cutting down the middle, she folded the dough in half, then carefully added another layer of meat paste onto the folded sheet before laying the final piece of dough on top. Once covered, all 4 layers of dough were fully packed with meat. Alright, find a big pot, just fry it until it's cooked. Jiang Ning casually took out a large flat pan specifically used for pancakes, and together with Song Yin, they placed the dough sheet on the pan. As the dough touched the hot grease, it sizzled, changing color in no time. The mixture of meat and garlic chives emitted an intoxicating aroma under high temperature. Jiang Ning had sealed both sides of the meat, allowing the internal grease to permeate the dough, giving it a translucent appearance. You could faintly see the meat paste and garlic chives inside. And the juice of the meat was being roasted out, all snugly wrapped by the dough. By the smell alone, I can tell the taste won't be bad. Song Yin, already starving, waited anxiously beside. With this, we have meat, vegetables, and flour, plenty to satisfy hunger. The professors will absolutely love it. In no time, all the juice of the bok choy was pressed out. Jiang Ning completely dehydrated the bok choy and mixed it into the meat paste, repeating the previous steps to create a meat box filled with bok choy. When all the fillings and dough were used up, there were 6 large pieces of meat boxes filled entirely. The fragrance spread throughout the entire room, lingering and not dissipating easily. Even the powerful ventilation provided by the system could only reduce it slightly. Picking up the knife, Jiang Ning cut the meat pancakes into blocks of roughly the same size. Without the protection of the dough, a bit of oiled juice seeped out from the dough. The bottom layer of soft dough quickly absorbed it. Song Yin couldn't wait any longer, picking up a piece with garlic chive filling and taking a bite. The dough was golden and crispy, crackling audibly with every bite. The meat filling was full, and only just enough garlic chives were added to enhance the fresh flavor without overwhelming the meat's own deliciousness. The meat filling was tender and firm. With every bite, the thin pancake tightly wrapped the thick layer of meat, hiding its juices within. As you chewed, the meat juices gradually flowed into your throat along with saliva. Truly delicious. This is even better than eating plain meat. Song Yin couldn't stop eating, taking one bite after another, and soon finished off a small corner of the meat pancakes. If you think it smells good, then the professors will surely be tempted too. Just having the meat boxes isn't enough, we still need to stir-fry a couple more dishes. Jiang Ning, already proficient in cooking large quantity dishes, lit the fire, chopped some tomatoes, and let them cook with eggs in the pot. After making tomato scrambled eggs, she processed all the green beans in the kitchen and stir-fried them. She then prepared the pickles that had been marinated beforehand and boiled a big pot of porridge. Only after doing all this did she ask Song Yin to help her transfer all the food to the trolley and carry it from the 3rd floor to the 9th floor. Having almost gone without eating for a whole day, and combined with excessive labor, many professors were unable to hold on any longer, beads of sweat dripping down their foreheads as they slumped in their chairs. Too tired, but everything is worth it. We actually found out the reason for the mutation. If we push ourselves harder, we can reconstruct the gene sequence of this virus group. To be able to research the new serum with Professor Zheng is something so many people dream about. Yeah, it's truly exhausting, but the sense of achievement is real too. Stop talking, work harder. Professor Zheng is leading the way, we cannot just stop here. Everyone glanced at Professor Zheng, wearing goggles and a protective suit, holding various reagents in his hands, and admired him greatly. How could someone's status be so high otherwise? Professor Zheng has been working continuously for a whole day, right? We at least have a rotating chief professor, and only 2 assistants. This kind of perseverance truly commands respect. At least I've recovered significantly under Ms. Jiang's feeding and managed to hold out this long. In the past, I couldn't even endure standing all day without collapsing. As they spoke, an intoxicating aroma suddenly filled their nostrils, making them instinctively stop whatever they were doing and inhale deeply. What smells so good? It must be Ms. Jiang tempting us again with her delicious food. Many professors had worked beyond their limits, and their bodies were already stretched to their maximum capacity. When the scent reached them, their stomachs began to rumble. Only now do I realize how hungry I am. I haven't eaten all day. I'm exhausted as well, caught up in the excitement over this hard-earned data that I completely forgot about eating. Why don't we go check out what she's prepared for today? The professors exchanged glances and gathered into small groups before heading to the elevator. 3 experimenters from Wutong Mountain Base were enjoying the food immensely, clutching pieces of meat tightly in their hands and taking big bites until juices dripped from their chins. Despite their terrible table manners, it only made the professors watching them feel hungrier. Ms. Jiang, this isn't fair. You gave the good food to them first. How could such despicable people deserve to eat earlier than them? Listen, Ms. Jiang. We've known each other for so long, and I thought our bond was very deep, but you still gave the best stuff to these 3 random outsiders first. I don't care what you do, but you owe me compensation. I want 3 meat boxes. Hearing the first part of his words, many professors thought this one might actually be angry. But by the end, he was simply asking for 2 more meat boxes. Encouraged by this, the other professors chimed in. Ms. Jiang, I'm outraged too. These meat boxes are too small. I need at least 4. Jiang Ning, no need for more words. I also demand 3. Jiang Ning looked helplessly at these professors, who despite their age, clearly loved to joke around. She fetched some utensils and ladled a bowl of porridge. All right, you can eat as much as you want today. I made plenty, enough to fill you all up thoroughly. Now that's what I call fairness. Give me a bowl. Relieved, the professors settled down where they stood and dug in, eating with gusto. The amount of food they took was never restricted. Soon, the three experimenters from Wutong Mountain were pushed aside when they tried reaching for another meat box, only to receive a harsh glare from the nearby professors. How much have you eaten already? Are you not satisfied yet? How is your heart so big? Your stomach too? Ashamed, the three experimenters retracted their hands. If we can't have it, fine, but there's no need to get so angry. Knowing that the professors here didn't favor them, they quietly finished their own meals, which had already left them full, and sat nearby digesting their food. Meanwhile, the professors from Base 135 quickly surrounded the meal cart entirely. The aroma soon traveled back through the lab, all the way to where Professor Zheng, fully engrossed in his reagents, could catch just a faint hint of its scent amidst layers of chemical odors. I've mixed the reagent properly, so why does this smell appear? It seems like the scent of meat. He glanced up at the clock then, realizing it was already time for lunch. No wonder it smells so good. Ms. Jiang must have prepared something special again. However, with the reagent preparation halfway done, his assistants, who had already recorded every detail of the required medications, wanted nothing more than a warm meal. Still, since Professor Zheng hadn't budged from his post, neither could they abandon theirs. Hurry up and finish this task, then we can eat. Afterward, we'll see if the reagent works. He lowered his head, ready to resume his work. Suddenly, a stronger whiff of the aroma arrived. The scent of bok choy and pickled vegetables, and meat. Could it be dumplings? But dumplings shouldn't smell this amazing. The fragrance distracted Professor Zheng greatly, making it impossible for him to focus on his research any longer. Looking at the detailed drug records completed by his assistants and weighing his options, he sighed. Alas, I suppose this hunger is unavoidable. Let's finish our meal and return to the experiments afterward. Chapter 181, Squirrel Mandarin Fish. Seeing that the professors were mostly here, except for Professor Zheng who was still in the lab, Jiang Ning was somewhat worried that working tirelessly like Professor Zheng would harm his health. If Professor Zheng still hasn't arrived later, then let's leave a portion for him and send it to his office. Before the sentence finished, Professor Zheng walked slowly toward the food cart with three assistants. Boss Jiang, what delicious dish do we have today? Why does it smell so good? Seeing that the chef from Zhenjing had arrived, Jiang Ning finally relaxed. It's just because our base's professors have worked so hard for so long without even eating a meal, so I've prepared some tasty food as a way to greet you. Professor Zheng picked up a meat box and bit into it, the crisp aroma of the pancake mixed with the juicy filling, soft yet chewy skin, and ample meat chunks. With additional ingredients like vermicelli and pickled vegetables added, it became even more refreshing and appetizing. Suddenly realizing how empty his stomach was, Professor Zheng picked up a bowl of congee and swallowed a big mouthful forcefully. The taste of the congee was light but not overly rich, the perfect ratio of rice and water making it very easy to eat. Next came a bite of scrambled eggs with tomatoes, immediately enhancing the entire taste of his palate. The golden, rich eggs were wrapped in a thick layer of tomato sauce. The flavor of the tomatoes, sweet and tangy with tender fruit, dissolved upon entering the mouth. Every time I eat Boss Jiang's food, it gives me a completely different experience. When it comes to food, Boss Jiang is the most reliable. I can even smell the fragrance through the elevator. As he ate, he commented on the dishes one by one. The meat and pancake are roasted to be golden and crispy, taking a bite doesn't cause crumbs to fall. The taste of the meat is well seasoned, preserving the freshness of the meat while not overemphasizing the seasonings. There isn't too much preserved vegetable, but each bite carries a subtle salty aroma. The greens and vermicelli are finely chopped, blending with the meat to ensure a balanced nutrition. Large servings and satisfyingly filling, really delicious. Upon hearing this, many professors who had already eaten were salivating again, their already full stomachs seemingly ready for another 1 or 2 bites of the meat boxes. By the time Professor Zheng finished eating, there were only a few leftovers left on the food cart. The professors returned to their respective work positions. After being fed and hydrated, they continued to shine in their roles. Professor Zheng also prepared to go back, but Jiang Ning held on to him. Professor Zheng, was the experimental data brought back from Wutong Mountain useful? Knowing Jiang Ning cared about the serum issue, Professor Zheng stopped and prepared to have a thorough discussion with Jiang Ning. The experimental data from Wutong Mountain is very complete. Thanks to Zhongqi, they managed to download all the data from their entire computer system. Now, we almost know why the zombies mutated and why the serum has no effect on them. Why? Jiang Ning asked eagerly. Because, during their experiments on the zombies, they injected large amounts of serum to prevent the zombies from harming people. Not only did the serum help clear out the zombie virus in humans, but for the zombies, it acted like a sedative. If the dosage was large enough, it could make a zombie drowsy and temporarily lose interest in food. The extensive battle between large quantities of serum and the zombie virus within the zombies gave rise to new antibodies. The zombie virus mutated inside the body, becoming stronger and faster in transmission. Hence, our current regular serum is no longer effective. Professor Zheng was very rigorous when discussing academic issues, solemnly explaining to Jiang Ning, fearing that Jiang Ning might not understand anything. The current serum actually still has some effect on the zombie virus. It's just that after the mutation, the zombie virus splits too quickly, and the speed at which the serum cleans up cannot keep up. Just like Zhongju, who relied on large doses of serum to save his life. The spread of the zombie virus inside his body was too fast, causing only a survival situation. His body and consciousness tend towards that of a zombie. However, your meals also play a huge role. They can directly inhibit the spread of the zombie virus. Captain Song discovered it in time, and due to the inhibition of the zombie virus, he was able to maintain humanity. Ah, I see. Jiang Ning nodded but still had doubts. Then if this kind of mutated zombie virus is extremely difficult to solve, can we develop a new type of serum with our current technology? Professor Zhang was very confident, pounding his chest to assure. Do you not believe in others, and still not trust me? Our base has such complete equipment. Before obtaining the data, I've already acquired transitional serum. Developing a new serum is just a matter of time. Zhongqing obtained various types of data, and several experimenters from the Wutong mountain base are here studying. The development of the new serum is imminent. That's great. Jiang Ning sighed in relief. In this case, she only needed to ensure that the virus inside all patients' bodies didn't spread further and keep them alive with the serum. As soon as the new serum was developed, the lives of these patients would be secured. And Song Yin could soon return to being a normal person. Professor Zheng, you go back to your work first. Tell me what you want to eat tonight, and I'll cook it for you. There was nothing in terms of cooking that could stump Jiang Ning. Professor Zheng had just eaten to his heart's content, feeling like his stomach might burst. He had already eaten so much, and there was no desire left. However, when it came to ordering dishes, he did have something in mind, a dish he'd long wanted but was rarely made by anyone in the post-apocalyptic world. I want Mandarin fish cooked squirrel style. If it's available, how about we eat fish tonight? He only asked tentatively, since not every chef had the skill to make this dish. Moreover, in the apocalypse, everyone was focused on self-preservation. Who would bother to study such complicated cooking? Mandarin fish squirrel style? There's a recipe for it, so let's have that tonight. To his surprise, Jiang Ning readily agreed. Professor Zheng was taken aback. He hadn't expected that Jiang Ning would know how to make this dish. Alright, I'll be waiting for dinner then. If I'm in the lab too long, remind me. This delighted Professor Zhang immensely. Mandarin fish squirrel style was a specialty from his hometown, and he hadn't tasted it since the apocalypse began. Sure, that's settled then. Don't blame me if I disturb you later. Jiang Ning smiled while joking around with Professor Zheng. It was common for the professors to get angry when their experiments were interrupted, and he didn't want to upset him over this. No, just come and call me. The new agent should be ready for adjustments in the afternoon. Then I'll wait for Mr. Jiang in my office. Hearing this from Professor Zheng, Jiang Ning felt reassured. The preparation method for Mandarin fish squirrel style was quite complex, and she needed to start handling the ingredients immediately to ensure the professors would have food before dinner time. Fortunately, there were fresh Mandarin fish in the base, so Jiang Ning immediately caught a few. First, she removed the fish scales. Fresh fish scales, deep fried with some dried chilies for decoration, became a perfect appetizer. With the rest of the fish, she decided not to waste any part. Jiang Ning opened the fish belly, removed its innards, and used her knife to carefully cut along the fish back to separate the flesh from the bones, leaving a small connecting point at the tail. This turned one whole Mandarin fish into two halves. Definitely, the fish head was not edible. It might come in handy later for making a soup. Next, she also trimmed off the crosswise thorns in the fish belly, leaving only the freshest part of the fish meat. Thus, the headless, thorn-free Mandarin fish was prepared. Then, placing the fish skin facing upward and the fish belly downward on the cutting board, she held the knife delicately to slice intricate crosses into the body of the fish. She added ginger, garlic, green onions, and a splash of cooking wine on top of the fish to remove the fishy smell. Because this fish wasn't boiled but directly fried in oil, the process of removing the fishy smell had to happen first. When the cooking wine permeated through the fish thoroughly, Jiang Ning took some starch and evenly coated the fish with a thin layer of powder. The fish meat, which originally was white tinged with red, was now covered in silver coating. By now, the oil in the pan had heated up sufficiently. Jiang Ning tested the soft oil temperature with chopsticks and decided it was appropriate, then gently placed the fish into the pan. With her left hand holding the fish tail and her right hand grasping a big ladle, she continuously poured hot oil onto the fish body. The fish meat, covered with starch, quickly set into place, turning into blossoms opening one after another. Once she was certain the fish wouldn't fall apart, she submerged the entire fish in the hot oil to deep fry. While frying, she prepared some tomato sauce. Speaking of this tomato sauce, it wasn't hard. Just scald the tomatoes with boiling water, peel the skin off, and simmer them into a thick paste. But for the Mandarin fish squirrel style, the sauce shouldn't be too thick. Jiang Ning diluted the sauce with water. Finally, when the fish was nearly cooked, she placed it elegantly on a plate, poured the tomato sauce over it. Throughout the process, the aroma filled the entire kitchen. When the dish was completed, it was both beautiful and savory. Jiang Ning tried it first. The outer skin of the fish was crisp, but the inner meat was fragrant and juicy. A light touch with chopsticks easily broke it apart, and eating it revealed no traces of thorns. Combined with the rich aroma of the tomato, the whole dish became a combination of fragrance, sweetness, softness, and stickiness. Successfully made the Mandarin fish squirrel style on the first try. I thought I'd need to use 2 or 3 fish at least. Jiang Ning was very satisfied with this Mandarin fish. She clapped her hands and proceeded to prepare the remaining fish in the same manner. It was a pity to throw away the fish heads, so Jiang Ning decided to make them into a fish head soup. The flavor of the fish head soup would not be any less impressive than the squirrel Mandarin fish. It would be just as fresh and delicious. Since the squirrel Mandarin fish is a sweet dish, let's make the fish head soup with a sour and spicy taste. That way, it will cater to all the professor's preferences, she thought as her hands quickly went to work. Fish heads were somewhat tricky to prepare. The main difficulty lay in the excessive slime on the fish, particularly inside the complex structure of the head. If not properly handled, this slime could leave an undesirable fishy smell. But that was no issue for Jiang Ning. She simply rubbed some salt on the fish head, massaging it gently, or scalded it briefly with boiling water, and the slime came off effortlessly. After handling the fish heads, she set them aside, letting the remaining water drip off naturally until they were dry. While waiting, she finely chopped the preserved mustard greens into thin strips. Then, using the leftover oil from making the squirrel salmon earlier, she heated the wok over high heat. Once hot, she added chopped green onions and a series of seasonings along with the preserved mustard greens, stir-frying them vigorously over high heat. Soon enough, the aroma wafted through the kitchen. The tanginess of the preserved mustard greens combined with the spiciness of the chilies created a fragrant duo that filled the air, warming her until sweat poured down her forehead. When all the spices' fragrances had been fully released, she added a big pot full of water. Only when the water boiled could the fish heads be added. As the water bubbled in the pot, the fish heads gradually turned from their original dark color to white. The broth also transformed from crystal clear to creamy white, rich with oil. With just a sniff, the fragrance of simmering fish quietly spread through the room, making Jiang Ning's stomach growl. Before long, it was evening. Given that all these dishes were prepared by Jiang Ning alone, the process naturally took longer than usual, pushing dinner time back. By the time Jiang Ning wheeled the cart into the restaurant, almost all the professors were waiting at the elevator entrance, and 2 experimenters from the Phoenix Mountain base were eagerly looking forward to the meal. "Boss Jiang, why haven't you come yet? I'm starving. We said we'd have fish tonight." A professor nearby cast a disdainful glance at them. "You people from the Phoenix Mountain base only know how to meddle and eat. Go stand aside, this is our base. Do you even deserve a say here? You." The 2 groups of professors nearly started an argument. Fortunately, just as the elevator door opened, a strong scent drifted towards the professors' noses. "How aromatic. I knew Boss Jiang would bring something delicious for us again. What's on the menu tonight, Boss Jiang?" Everyone immediately stopped arguing and greeted Jiang Ning enthusiastically. They had already smelled the freshness of the fish, but knowing that it came from Jiang Ning, they inexplicably looked forward to whatever surprise she brought. Seeing how eager the professors were, Jiang Ning hurriedly lifted the lid of the food cart to reveal the dishes inside. "Wow, there's actually squirrel mandarin fish. This dish has been on my mind for so long that I didn't dare to ask, fearing that Boss Jiang might not be able to do it. And there's fish head soup. It's made with preserved mustard greens. Smelling it, I can already tell it's going to be spicy. I love spicy food so much. Hurry up, go fetch Professor Zheng. We don't want to wait for him anymore, let's start eating." An assistant with less experience rushed to Professor Zheng's office, while Jiang Ning handed everyone a bowl, filling it with a generous portion of rice. She then arranged each dish on the table, allowing the professors to choose freely. Those who preferred sweet flavors clung to the squirrel mandarin fish, unwilling to let go. The ones who favored spicier dishes alternated between bites of fish meat and sips of the spicy soup, clearly relishing every bite. And as always, the side pickles Jiang Ning prepared perfectly complemented the meals, resulting in a mouth-watering experience where everyone ate until grease smeared their lips. By the time Professor Zheng arrived upon hearing the news, there was little left of the squirrel mandarin fish. "Aren't you guys considerate enough to save me a bit?" Professor Zheng complained, though he quickly grabbed a piece of fish with his chopsticks and popped it into his mouth. The delicate tenderness of the fish meat combined with the sweetness of tomatoes instantly burst in his mouth. The fish coated with starch had fried to a savory crispness while locking in moisture inside, keeping the internal flesh tender and sticky. Meanwhile, the tomato sauce was cooked perfectly, creating a slight crunch that evenly enveloped each piece of fish. With every bite, satisfaction radiated endlessly. Chapter 182, The Serum is Developed. After enjoying the long-awaited squirrel mandarin fish, Professor Zheng was ready to share some good news with Jiang Ning. "Mr. Jiang, the latest reagent has been prepared. According to preliminary experiments, this reagent can inhibit the zombie virus to a certain extent." "Really?" Jiang Ning was overjoyed. He couldn't believe that Professor Zheng had obtained an effective reagent in just one day. Had he known earlier, he would have ransacked the Tongtong Mountain base and moved all the materials here, which might have even sped up the research progress. Yes, it's all thanks to Zhongqi, who not only obtained the data from the Tongtong Mountain base but also brought their scientific researchers here. I could directly ask them whenever I didn't understand something, so the progress went faster. His mouth stuffed with fish, he explained to Jiang Ning in muffled words. Apparently hearing the mention of Tongtong Mountain, the lab technicians quietly lowered their heads, pretending to eat furiously as if trying to minimize their presence. Who knew what they were talking about? Jiang Ning was also very excited. "Can this reagent be put into use now?" Professor Zheng shook his head. "It's still not ready. The new reagent isn't very stable yet. We need someone to take the medicine repeatedly and observe the changes in the virus inside their body. Then we will slowly confirm the dosage of each component. But you can rest assured, we're already at this step, so the success of the serum isn't far off. Even though it was just a beginning, starting is always the hardest part." Professor Zheng had full confidence that the research on the new serum would be accomplished soon. "That's great. Leader Song doesn't have to stay in her little cubicle anymore, she can eat with us." People infected by zombies used separate chopsticks and tableware. This was to prevent saliva contamination in the food and avoid cross-infection among others. Song Yin had been staying alone in the basement for quite a while. Seeing his loneliness, Jiang Ning sometimes felt extremely sorry for him. Finally, the professor's research had made some progress, improving everyone's mood. With such a fine meal, the group suggested having some wine. Without hesitation, Jiang Ning brought out the plum wine brewed before. Drinking the wine and savoring the small dishes, the professors gradually opened their hearts and talked freely. Mr. Jiang, our serum is almost ready. Our mission will soon come to an end. After its success, don't you think you should reward us properly? Of course, no matter what the professors demand, as long as I am capable of meeting them, I'll definitely try my best to fulfill everyone's request. Jiang Ning promised firmly, tapping his chest. The professors glanced at each other and grinned. Mr. Jiang, you are not young anymore, shouldn't you consider important life decisions? Not expecting the professors to turn the conversation to this topic, Jiang Ning's face turned red. The first person who came to mind was Song Yin. But she still shook her head. Forget it. With stray zombies running rampant and the blood type still unresearched, how could I possibly worry about my personal matters? The zombie issue is solvable. Given the current serum's research progress, there will come a day when zombies decrease until they disappear entirely. Doesn't it mean, once the new serum is developed, Mr. Jiang, you should start considering your life plans? One professor leaned forward to help analyze for Jiang Ning. Another professor immediately interrupted him. TSK. She already has a person in mind waiting for the cure after full-time observation, perhaps their wedding day is near. Ms. Jiang said it so plainly, haven't you heard? In all honesty, that wasn't Jiang Ning's original intention. Yet inexplicably, she thought of Song Yin. The professors obviously had no intention of letting her off easily. Just listen to me, Captain Song is pretty good looks, good figure. Besides being unlucky enough to get infected with the zombie virus, there's really nothing else wrong with her. Yeah, Ms. Jiang is now the base leader and Captain Song is simply her perfect helper. Even living in the observation room, he doesn't forget to clean Ms. Jiang's room daily. I completely agree. Captain Song is actually very nice. Ms. Jiang, why don't you give it some thought? Jiang Ning instantly blushed scarlet, lowering her head as low as possible, fiercely refuting the professors. No way. We're just colleagues. Captain Song is so outstanding, many girls like him. You shouldn't randomly pair people up. The professors weren't randomly pairing anyone up. They'd been at the base for quite some time, and it was obvious that Song Yin cared deeply for Jiang Ning. And Jiang Ning, too, tirelessly ran errands up and down for Song Yin. Everyone hoped that these two would break through the barriers between them and be together. Unfortunately, both seemed oblivious. Ms. Jiang, don't say that. No matter how excellent the girls who like you are, can they exceed your excellence? That's right, Ms. Jiang can handle everything from business to household chores, fight off zombies, and repair fences. Such a capable girl is hard to find anywhere. Captain Song, if you marry her, it will be your good fortune. Jiang Ning smiled faintly but didn't realize that Song Yin had just come out of the observation room behind them, quietly listening to their conversation. That's enough, eating doesn't seal your mouths, does it? You should focus on researching the serum, there are still so many patients in the base. The professors also knew their work wasn't done yet. After eating and drinking to their satisfaction, they returned to their positions, dedicating themselves wholeheartedly to the research. With Professor Zheng's assistance, the serum research advanced quickly. Plus, with Jiang Ning's frequent feeding, it took only 3 months for the serum to be developed. Upon being put into use, its effectiveness turned out to be surprisingly good. Do you feel anything? Professor Zheng looked expectantly at Song Yin as numerous devices connected to him were continuously recording his physical changes. Song Yin shook his head. I don't really feel anything. However, the data on the screen was showing that the zombie virus in his body was retreating like ebbing tides. Until the mutated virus's numbers dropped completely to 0, an assistant finally drew a tube of Song Yin's blood. No problem anymore, it's no longer infectious. The assistant handed over the results to Professor Zheng, who then became delighted. You react so indifferently, I thought it was ineffective. Maybe the virus in my body isn't very active anyway. Should we try someone else? Song Yin, under Jiang Ning's care, had long lost the habits of a zombie. Using her as an experimental subject might introduce some error. Professor Zheng suddenly realized this and quickly had Zhongju brought over. Zhongju had recovered well from the necrosis caused by transforming back to human form, already healed to a great extent, except he seemed unable to stay rational for long periods. At the moment, he was still unconscious in bed when a tube of the new serum was injected into his body. Within 2 minutes, he began feeling excruciating pain all over his body. Zhongju opened his eyes and kept trying to break free from the bed. His entire body felt an itchy and painful sensation, and no matter how much he scratched, he couldn't find the source. It seemed to be inside the flesh and bone. He cried out in agony. The staff around him frowned anxiously, fearing some unforeseen situation might occur. Someone already had sedatives and painkillers ready to inject into him anytime. Just hold on, let's see more first. Although Zhongju showed extreme pain, the data on the screen looked very promising. Look, the part representing the zombie virus is rapidly decreasing. Maybe it's because the serum reacted with the virus, causing him such pain. Wait a bit longer, give him a shot of painkiller first. An assistant hastily injected a needle into Zhongju. As the medicine was released in his body, Zhongju gradually calmed down from his cries and slowly opened his eyes. Where am I? He remembered that after being bitten by a zombie, he had lain in bed in a daze. During that time, he seemed to have heard the voices of his two brothers. Now, the unfamiliar environment made him feel utterly disoriented. Wonderful, you woke up. Professor Zheng was even happier, proving that his serum indeed worked. Zhongju wanted to say something, but his throat, after long roaring, was raspy. Don't say anything, hurry and notify Zhongqi and Zhongwu. Tell them Zhongju has woken up. Professor Zheng quickly had an assistant call his two brothers, while himself busily went about to different observation rooms, injecting the serum into every person infected by the zombie virus. For those with milder symptoms, the injection only caused a brief period of pain. Those with severe symptoms received 2 injections before falling into a drowsy sleep. Various professors were busy in the lab, extracting everyone's blood for testing. Upon knowing that the mutated virus had been completely eliminated, many embraced each other and sobbed in relief. Finally survived. No longer worried about turning into a zombie at any moment. Professor Zheng was also thrilled, never expecting in Base 135, that he would create a new invention. Ms. Jiang, it's all thanks to you. If you hadn't managed to prevent the further spread of the zombie virus, I wouldn't have had the time to research the serum, not knowing how many more people might have died. Actually, Jiang Ning knew she should thank the system most, but she couldn't say it outright. She had to put it subtly. Don't mention it. Actually, my contribution wasn't the greatest. The only one to thank should be the gifts of nature, providing plants and animals with such energy. The lab was a flurry of activity, so Jiang Ning didn't want to disturb the various professors anymore and slowly retreated with Song Yin. Since the virus was already gone from his body, Song Yin freely wandered outside the base. It's been so long since I've seen such a blue sky. It's not that we haven't seen each other for a long time. It's just that you were in a bad mood before and felt everything was tasteless. Jiang Ning understood well. Song Yin could only stay in the basement previously. Even though he had already lost his zombie-like appearance, the people in the base knew that he was infected with the virus. Every time he went out, they kept their distance from him. Now that he was completely back to normal, of course, he was overjoyed. The passers-by greeted him. Isn't this Captain Song? What is so cheerful? Professor Zheng has developed a new serum, and I was the first one to receive the injection. Song Yin said proudly. That's good news. So you have recovered. But why are you still working? The passerby was also delighted. After all, big or small matters in the base once relied on Song Yin. Even though it was now in a stable development period, they always felt that without Captain Song's management, the base was still slightly inferior to how it was before. Song Yin nodded. Of course, I stepped down only because of my illness. If there's still a position suitable for me here, I will definitely continue working. That's great. Let me tell you. This passerby apparently had been holding it in for a long time and kept pulling Song Yin to talk non-stop. Jiang Ning held back her laughter beside them. For nearly an hour, that passerby finally let go of Song Yin. My goodness, Song Yin sighed. I didn't expect there were so many things going on in the base. You see, since your illness started, it has been half a year now. The base has added quite a number of residents. With more people, more troubles have come. During this time, she wasn't idle either. Even if she wasn't in charge anymore, she still bore the name of being responsible for the base. This period, while you've been busy with base affairs, you've also taken care of us. You must have been very tired. Song Yin suddenly became serious, pulling Jiang Ning over, staring directly into her eyes. Suddenly being stared at like this, Jiang Ning felt somewhat uneasy, wanting to pull her hand away from Song Yin's. However, the man's strength was too great, and for a moment, she couldn't break free. It's okay. Jiang Ning lowered her head and spoke softly. You see, these days you've lost weight. Song Yin carefully scrutinized Jiang Ning and found that she had indeed lost a lot of weight. Yet her muscles seemed even firmer, especially her arms. Probably due to constantly cooking, which made him feel even more sympathetic. It's all my fault. I should have helped you more. It's fine. Most of the day you spend inside the observation room, my schedule is more flexible. Besides, cooking is something I enjoy, so it doesn't seem like hard work. Actually, Song Yin's inability to help couldn't be blamed entirely on him, as most of his time was spent doing heavy physical labor underground. But when he suddenly saw those passionate eyes, Jiang Ning was at a loss for what to do. Jiang Ning, having been here for so long, have you ever thought about your personal issues? Jiang Ning immediately recalled the professors teasing her and Song Yin in the lab. Her face turned red instantly. I can't say I haven't thought about it at all, but I've been so busy. But, shall we give it a try? After enduring for such a long time, Song Yin finally found the opportunity to express his inner feelings. Jiang Ning didn't expect Song Yin to be so straightforward. Although she liked Song Yin, being so abruptly brought up, made her still feel shy. Well, Jiang Ning, I hope you seriously consider this. Song Yin blushed too. Jiang Ning murmured, embarrassedly lowering her eyes. Okay. You accepted. Song Yin opened his eyes wide in disbelief. I accepted. Jiang Ning bowed her head even lower. There's nothing extremely important happening in the base right now, and the serum has been developed. Those professors were right. It's high time for her to think about her personal life. Chapter 183, The End. Jiang Ning and Song Yin soon fell deeply in love. No matter when or where, the two always appeared as a couple. This made a group of single men extremely envious. I tell you, how come our boss got together with Ms. Jiang so quickly? I thought they'd never confess even till death. Liu Qiao looked at the two lovebirds, unable to hide his envy. Sigh, both of them are introverts, it's not easy for them to be together. Liu Yong also felt that it was incredibly unbelievable for the two to be together. Only Liu Ling wasn't surprised at all. Haven't you noticed? They've been a pair for a long time, just without confirming their relationship. Besides, they're planning to get married. Isn't it normal to be sweet? Marriage? Everyone was shocked to hear this. Yes, didn't you know? They came to me this morning asking for help printing wedding invitations. Liu Ling looked smug, pleased with possessing this frontline information. Seeing their surprised faces made him feel quite entertained. How could you not have told us about such a big event? Liu Qiao couldn't believe he wasn't the first person informed by the boss about something this important. How many invitations do you plan to send out? And who will you invite? As usual, Huang Qiong asked the most pertinent questions. After pondering for a bit, Liu Ling decided that something this significant should be celebrated grandly. In fact, I thought about simply using the loudspeaker to announce it. Set the date, anyway we don't lack for chefs here. Let's host a banquet throughout the entire base and eat for 3 days and nights. That's a good idea. Hurry up and ask Mr. Jiang and the boss when the wedding will be. Everyone began urging Liu Ling impatiently. In truth, Jiang Ning hadn't expected things to progress between the two so fast. Perhaps because they had endured hardships together, they already understood each other. Combined with the long-held affection they both had for one another, once it erupted, it became the strongest feeling. When do you think it would be appropriate for us to set the wedding date? Jiang Ning, still busy at work underground, asked. Making delicious food every day, feeding everyone well, had become her ultimate goal. Song Yin was nearby checking the weather forecast. It's almost autumn now. The weather is going to become cooler soon. Why don't we choose a temperature-appropriate day to get married? Good, I'll follow your decision. Jiang Ning shoved some freshly made mung bean cakes into Song Yin's mouth, making him thoroughly happy. We need to host a wedding feast. Will you cook personally? How can that be possible? Who cooks on their own wedding day? In fact, I thought we could just notify a few key people for our marriage, no need for a grand ceremony. People inside the base, knowing this, might go crazy with joy. I agree with that. Song Yin nodded approvingly. Not to mention others, just the colleagues from the hunting group would go crazy with excitement and might even prepare some gifts. He didn't want this news to spread around too widely. But right at this moment, a broadcast suddenly came through. Insert announcement, our manager and Captain Song are preparing to get married. The date isn't set yet, but this good news must be conveyed to everyone first. Minister Liu has decided to hold a 3-day running banquet inside the base. Everyone, make sure to attend the wedding if you have time. The voice over the broadcast was full of excitement, clearly belonging to Liu Qiao. So, they've actually informed the whole base. Jiang Ning and Song Yin looked at each other and helplessly smiled. Since they've already informed the entire base, holding a half-hour wedding banquet surely won't be possible. Song Yin was quite exasperated with these teammates. However, Jiang Ning didn't mind. It doesn't matter, one person coming is the same as a crowd coming. This time, let's consider small Western-style building as having a grand promotional event. The chefs for the wedding banquet will all be from small Western-style building. Ingredients will be provided by me. Then wouldn't I be marrying a big bosses? Yes, after this, I'll support you. In the end, the wedding date was still set on a day in autumn. The weather today was very pleasant, neither cold nor hot. Sister Zhong was leading a group of people bustling around on the square. Quickly prepare the fish, the banquet is about to start, and you're still dragging your feet. Alright, do we have enough meat? What about vegetables? How many dishes should a full table have? 8 meat dishes, 4 vegetable dishes, plus 3 cold dishes, then 2 highlight dishes and 1 dessert will suffice. Everyone worked efficiently. Although the base's conditions were not what they used to be, it was after all the manager's wedding. They also took out their brightest clothes and limited cosmetics to help Jiang Ning get dressed. Manager Jiang really does look good. Didn't expect you to get married so soon. Liu Ling was responsible for helping Jiang Ning dress up. Looking at Jiang Ning's reflection in the mirror, she couldn't help but sigh. When I first met you, you were still an ignorant little girl. When I first met you, you were such a moody girl. Jiang Ning retaliated. Yes, I never thought one day you'd be getting married. Although it's not that surprising for you and Song Yin to get married. Liu Ling sighed, as if he had seen this outcome coming long ago. How is it not surprising? This time, it was Jiang Ning's turn to be shocked. I always kept my distance from Captain Song, we've never done anything intimate. When he told me he wanted to give us a try, I was so stunned I ate a pound of food. Why aren't you surprised? Jiang Ning couldn't figure it out no matter how hard she tried. Liu Ling rolled his eyes at Jiang Ning and started explaining slowly. Look at how many secrets you have, but Captain Song has never pried into them. No matter what you need, he always helps you immediately. You've been in charge for so long, but how many big or small things about the base have actually worried you? Unless something was particularly complicated and required personal attention from the person in charge, Captain Song never brought any issues to your attention. It wasn't until he stepped down as captain that you started to get busy. Reflecting on it, it was true. Jiang Ning remembered that she only became busy after Song Yin resigned. Exactly, why didn't I realize before how tiring being in charge can be? The two were still chatting inside when the groomsmen outside were already impatient, shouting into the room. Hasn't the bride finished getting ready yet? Captain Song is already anxious. Hear that? The loudest voice was definitely Liu Qiao. Liu Ling frowned, complaining. All right, let's go outside quickly. Thinking that Song Yin was waiting for her, Jiang Ning couldn't wait to see what he looked like right now. As soon as they opened the door, Song Yin was indeed dressed in a suit, standing straight and holding flowers, his face full of anticipation and happiness. Captain Song, let's go. School's starting up on the square. As new people you need to make an appearance. Liu Ling urged the couple. Okay. Song Yin responded with a low voice, took Jiang Ning by the arm and headed towards the square. The people on the square had been waiting for a long time, and when they saw the couple, they cheered excitedly, throwing their bouquets and confetti into the air. For a moment, the sound of fireworks rang endlessly, and the ground was covered with flowers and colorful papers, creating quite a lively scene. The newlyweds are here. Wishing you 2 a century of blissful harmony, and may your son bring early joy. Don't forget to invite us to the baby's full moon celebration. That's right, the newlyweds are here. When does the feast start? At least they just got married, and you're already so eager. There were all kinds of comments, mostly auspicious wishes. The festive atmosphere filled the entire base. Even professors who rarely made appearances came out to drink and offer their blessings to the newlyweds. It's mealtime. Everyone, please get ready. Today's a continuous banquet. Everyone gets a share. After eating, step aside and make room for those who haven't eaten yet. Before the newlyweds could say anything, Sister Zhong quickly added more dishes, as if there were no costs involved, bringing dish after dish. All ingredients and chefs are provided by Ms. Jiang today. Eat freely, eat freely. Huang Qiong loudly announced it on the square while the best men helped entertain the guests. And Jiang Ning and Song Yin were also pulled away, continuously making rounds to toast every table. Although the base's residents didn't have much savings, they would pile Jiang Ning's hands with heavy red envelopes and gifts as she passed each table. You're too kind, we can't take these things. Jiang Ning hastily pushed away the items in her hands. But the people at the tables absolutely refused to take them back and insisted that Jiang Ning accept their presents. If it weren't for the responsible person and Captain Song safeguarding the security and logistics of the base, this base would have fallen apart on the day the zombie tide came. You must accept this gift. After much pushing and pulling, Jiang Ning eventually accepted this blessing. After 3 rounds of drinking, the two were already slightly tipsy, and the guests were happily eating. For the moment, no one paid them any attention. Song Yin pulled Jiang Ning back to the small Western-style building. Before the door closed, a passionate and moist kiss intertwined between their lips and tongues. I've finally married you. Clearly, Song Yin was somewhat agitated. Jiang Ning's face flushed with embarrassment. Don't talk nonsense. Clearly it's you who is marrying into my family. Fine. As long as I can be with you, whether it's our marriage or me joining your family, it's all the same. Song Yin tightly embraced Jiang Ning and hungrily sniffed the scent of her hair. Everyone in the base was busy attending the wedding, and for the time being, no one chased after the whereabouts of the newlyweds, perhaps intentionally giving the newlywed couple some space. They enjoyed the tranquility, indulging in sweet affection within the small Western-style building. Through the window, Jiang Ning saw a green field behind the small Western-style building, contrasting with the bustling noise from the front. She suddenly felt that this kind of life wasn't so bad. Do you know? When I first came here, I thought about going back every second. Facing zombies and risking my life day by day left me exhausted. But now, I suddenly feel that this life is also pretty good. I have you and friends, they are all working hard for the sake of this base. They are working hard for you too. But where exactly is your home? If you want to go back, with a car, it shouldn't be far, right? Song Yin thought Jiang Ning was just feeling homesick. But only Jiang Ning knew that the place she longed for could no longer be reached. She shook her head faintly, revealing a trace of melancholy. My home. I can never go back now. But it doesn't matter. This place is also my home now. My friends and family are all here, aren't they? She looked at Song Yin. It was the home she had built with her own hands. Although it couldn't replace her real parents, she felt an equally deep bond toward the base. Just as Song Yin wanted to say something more, he suddenly heard a shout in the distance. Look, they're here. Well, the newlyweds don't want to keep the guests company and instead hide alone over here. You can't let them off. Grab Captain Song quickly. Today, we must get him drunk. Wang Bamu led the group. He had noticed earlier that the couple wasn't on the square. After eating their fill, he brought people to catch the newlyweds. It's not easy to see you two finally marry. It's time to give you a proper send-off, and I can't miss this chance. The men grabbed Song Yin by his arms and forcefully dragged him out. Song Yin wasn't angry, there was a hint of helplessness on his face, but mostly joy. All right, today, you can do whatever makes you happy. All the patients in the base were also out today. With the new serum, even the most severely affected patients were recovering well enough that they just needed to rest before returning home. Zhongqi and Zhongwu found Jiang Ning, holding her hand tearfully and refusing to let go. Miss Jiang, if it weren't for you, my younger brother might have already passed away. The relatives of the patients are waiting for you outside the base. The gifts are almost piled up like a mountain. Miss Jiang, take a look. They were merely representatives of the patient families. Indeed, many people were still standing outside the base gate, each holding gifts, congratulating Jiang Ning warmly before leaving. Why don't you stay for a meal? It's a continuous feast today. Zhongqi and Zhongwu, who understood Jiang Ning's culinary skills, trusted the chefs she trained wouldn't fail. So they readily agreed. And the other relatives couldn't resist either and stayed to join the banquet. There were even more people on the square. The chefs were busy back and forth, fortunately with sufficient materials, so they weren't overwhelmed by the sudden influx of guests. Jiang Ning personally took charge and prepared a few grand dishes that left everyone licking their fingers. Sigh, the food at base 135 is really better. By the way, how's Wutong Mountain doing? A relative of a patient remarked. They've finally gotten what they deserved. Not long ago, didn't someone burn down their base, releasing a whole bunch of zombies? They alerted many surrounding bases, which joined forces to report them. Now they are being reviewed by higher-level base administrators. I think they won't survive this round. All those responsible for relevant bases have been replaced. Truly karma. Evil deeds will bring destruction. Of course, these words also reached Jiang Ning's ears. But she didn't have much time to worry about the affairs of other bases. At present, she had gained friends and companions, and the base was continuing to develop steadily. Instead of worrying about others' problems, it was better to figure out how to enjoy her own life. Miss Jiang, come over here. Suddenly, among the crowd, Liu Qiao poked his head out, calling Jiang Ning non-stop. Confused, Jiang Ning asked, "What's wrong?" "You'll know when you come." Liu Qiao refused to elaborate, insisting Jiang Ning come closer. Jiang Ning decided to find out what the big deal was. Unbeknownst to her, as soon as she entered the circle, she saw Song Yin with flushed cheeks, clearly having consumed a lot of alcohol. Before she could complain, Song Yin knelt down abruptly, holding an oversized diamond ring, stammering nervously. "I actually never formally proposed, and the news of our wedding was blurted out by Liu Qiao. But I think a person only gets married once in a lifetime, and I can't let you have any regrets. Having spent so much time together, I can't live without you. But I just didn't know how to express myself. Now that I've got this opportunity, Jiang Ning, will you marry me?" Jiang Ning didn't expect such a pleasant surprise. She nodded and slipped the ring on her finger right away. "I do." The end.